Yi, Feng, how many times have I told you you are not allowed to use sword-flying arts to ride a broomstick, and you most certainly are not allowed to snatch Hermione's wand and use it together with your own as chopsticks. This is the story of a transmigrator who, by his own efforts, alone, led the entire atmosphere of Hogwarts wildly astray. This is the story of how the upper ranks of Hogwarts were driven half-mad into constantly revising the school rules for the sole purpose of restraining our protagonist. This ought to be a rather interesting tale. And so, the story begins here. At dawn, in a beautiful stretch of countryside, a gentle young boy with a youthful yet refined and handsome facion, whose good looks could not be hidden, even by his tender age, opened his eyes within an exquisite little villa. The instant the boy opened his eyes, a dazzling gleam flashed through those starbright pupils. Yet that wisp of radiance vanished as swiftly as it appeared, and with its passing, his eyes too became ordinary once more. Even upon close inspection, one could only tell that the boy's eyes were a little brighter than those of most people. Ah, another day, full of 70,000 hopes and expectations. Stretching lazily, the boy did not linger in bed. He threw off the covers and climbed down barefoot at once. Had anyone been present at that moment, they would have discovered that the little boy's feet were more delicate and fair than those of 99% of girls. But should anyone entertain improper thoughts, the owner of those feet would teach him through brutal reality exactly what cruelty meant. Swish, with a sound neither especially loud nor especially soft, the curtains in the room were drawn open. Orangered sunlight instantly poured through the window and fell across the young boy's face. He stood there with both hands clutching the curtains, his body turned sideways toward the newly risen sun, which had only just revealed half its face above the horizon, the corners of his lips lifting faintly. The timing is just right. Time to begin cultivation. The boy's name was Yi Feng. It was the name he had possessed since birth. Sadly, though the name remained the same, the world was no longer that same world. Yes, just like the many thoroughly worn out, yet still endlessly recycled tropes in novels. He was a transmigrator. Although the way he had crossed over was somewhat bizarre, even downright absurd, fortunately, the world he had arrived in was a peaceful one, and moreover, a land familiar to him. Better still, he had a system. As for the manner of his transmigration, well, there was no need to bring up that humiliating story again. After reading Shanxia novels, he had whittled himself a wooden sword, then, in a fit of chunibyo, copied the sword gesture and attempted to fly it as the protagonists in those stories did. In the end, he had actually succeeded so thoroughly that the flying sword pierced straight through his heart and killed him on the spot. 11 years, San. Entire 11 years. Do you have any idea how I've lived all this time? This sort of life, free from worries over food and clothing, and with no need to fret about one's future financial prospects. It's bloody fantastic compared with those miserable seniors of his. Although Yi Feng had not been reborn into some wealthy or prestigious clan, and though his parents in this life were merely 2 teachers in a small town, their salaries were still decent enough. At the very least, he had not had to start scheming from the instant he was born about how to earn money, as those seniors had, thus, relying upon his own brilliance and talent, namely, the scraps of primary school knowledge he had not yet entirely forgotten. Yi Feng swept all before him at the city center primary school, winning no small amount of scholarship money every year. As a result, his childhood had been extraordinarily comfortable. After sighing over his lot and finishing his breathing exercises beneath the morning sun, Yi Feng let out a long breath. In an instant, a streak of white light shot from his mouth like sword chi, only gradually dispersing into the air after flying 7 or 8 meters away. Fortunately, behind his family's little villa lay verdant, green hills, and it was still early besides. Otherwise, if someone had witnessed that scene, he would certainly have been invited in for tea. After all, exhaling breath like a sword was hardly something an ordinary person could do. Ding, daily task. Absorbing the purple chi of morning nourishment. Completed. Additional immortal power plus 10. Hearing the system's notification, the smile on Yi Feng's face deepened, though the way he had transmigrated was unusual. The cultivation system that had come with him was rather excellent. So long as he persisted in cultivating and completed the system's tasks, he would receive rewards. Those rewards were endlessly varied, but generally speaking, All of them were beneficial to his cultivation. The only pity was that he had already cultivated immortality for 10 full years. The sword flight he once could only dream about had long since become reality. Yet despite secretly riding his sword at night for the past 2 years and thoroughly exploring the surrounding area, he had failed to discover the slightest trace of any other cultivators, which left Yi Feng somewhat disappointed. Still, Yi Feng had not lost heart. After all, he had to consider his parents in this world. Thus, even when he slipped out in secret at night, he dared not stay away for too long, and so he had not ventured especially far. But now he had already graduated from primary school. Once he entered middle school, he would have more time to explore and seek out others of his kind, in order to keep his parents of this world from worrying or feeling distressed, and also to avoid unnecessary trouble. He had spent a full 6 years pretending to be a little brat. If he had not possessed the cultivation system, and if he had not ordinarily devoted the greater part of his mind to cultivation, while only sparing a small portion to deal with school, he would probably have gone mad from the torment long ago. Fortunately, although he still had no particular desire to attend it, middle school would be rather better. By that stage, the boys and girls there had already begun to grow sensible. He would no longer need to watch his every word and action for fear that some overly world-shaking remark might slip out and frighten others. Nor would he have to deliberately pretend to be withdrawn and disinclined to talk to people. Still, although school itself was not especially enjoyable, the hours after classes were quite delightful for Ye Feng. He could do whatever pleased him. For instance, taking advantage of his parents not yet being home to use the family's induction cooker to refine a few pills and the like. As for homework, it was child's play to him, and ever since he had learned to manipulate objects, doing homework had become even less of an issue. With but a single thought, he could use the power of his divine sense to control several pens at once and set them all writing simultaneously. Even holiday assignments could be finished within half an hour, though the system's rewards are fairly decent. Relying solely on that little bit from the system is hardly a long-term solution. Indeed, although the system's rewards were not bad, the rate at which tasks refreshed was not high, and the overwhelming majority of the rewards were immortal power, along with all manner of secret manuals for cultivation techniques, formations, alchemy, and the like. As for treasures, medicinal pills, spirit herbs, and materials for artifact refining, those made up only a very small portion. That was also the reason Yi Feng had begun searching everywhere for others of his kind, after learning sword flight and gaining a small measure of self-protection, because he truly had very few materials with which to practice. Ordinary herbs and common metals could still be used. Yes, but only just barely. Hopefully things will improve a little once I start middle school. As Yi Feng gave a silent sigh in his heart, faint sounds also came from his parents' room next door. They too were awake. Hearing the movement, Yi Feng rubbed his face and put on a sweet smile before turning to head outside. Today, he wanted to wander up into the hills and see whether he could find some suitable herbs with which to test a newly devised pill formula, and for that, he would need his parents' approval. By the time the red sun in the west was nearing the horizon, Yi Feng returned home, carrying a small bundle of wild fruit. Yet, to his surprise, the very moment he stepped through the door, he saw the exceedingly grave expressions on both his parents' faces. Dad, Mum, did something happen? At the sight of those solemn faces, Yi Feng also put away the smile on his own and walked over to them. Hearing his question, his parents solemnly handed him a sheet of paper. Yi Feng-sen, taking that paper, Yi Feng stared at the English upon English he had almost completely forgotten, though he could still vaguely recognize a few words, and his head filled with question marks. Seeing the confusion on his face, Mother Yi suddenly smacked her forehead, her features full of chagrin. Oh, honestly, completely forgot you still don't really understand English. This is an acceptance letter from a school in Britain called Hogwarts. Hogwarts. At the sound of that name, even more question marks flooded Yi Feng's mind. He had been cultivating immortality for 10 whole years, and now they were telling him this was not a Xianxia world at all, but a world of magic. Were they seriously having him on? A single Hogwarts acceptance letter sent faint ripples through Yi Feng's peaceful life, no matter how he thought about it. He had never imagined that the script he had been handed was not one of spiritual energy returning to the world, nor urban cultivation. What he had actually drawn was a fan-fiction magic script. It had absolutely nothing to do with his system. Hang on, that's not right. I'm in China right now. The timeline may be a little off, and I haven't really read much Harry Potter, but I have read fan fiction. Isn't Hogwarts supposed to admit 11-year-old children born in Britain, who possess magical talent, while Yi Feng was steeped in utter bewilderment far away at Hogwarts. The Catgirl deputy headmistress, Minerva McGonagall, was equally baffled by Dumbledore's decision. No matter how she thought about it, she simply could not understand why the headmaster knew of and insisted upon sending an acceptance letter to an unknown little boy living far away in China. As for our protagonist, Yi Feng, after listening to his mother read out the contents of the acceptance letter, he too fell silent. But very quickly, that silence turned into delight. Although Yi Feng had cultivated for 10 years, he had hardly ever truly fought with his own hands, so he was not entirely sure where the limits of his strength lay. Perhaps, as he was now, he could kill Voldemort with a single finger. Even so, he still had a measure of interest in the power of magic. More importantly, the wizarding world had dragons, all manner of magical creatures, and all sorts of strange and marvelous objects. As the saying went, there were 3,000 great dows. Yet in the end, all roads led to the same destination. The system of magic might differ from cultivation, but the gap between their various principles should not be too great. Even if their properties were different, all he needed to do was study them a little, and then sort out their uses according to their characteristics. Therefore, after hearing the contents of the acceptance letter, Yi Feng felt rather excited. As for whether it might be fake or not, the lingering fluctuations of a peculiar energy upon it, one he had never encountered before, were certainly real. In other words, regardless of the truth of it, he was going to have a look. So Yi Feng had his mother take up the pen and write a reply. As for concerns that he was too young and unsuitable to go abroad, his parents were not worried in the slightest. After all, in this day and age, anyone who could become an English teacher usually had at least a bit of family means. So was it not perfectly reasonable for his mother to have a few friends overseas? Of course. The main reason also had a great deal to do with the fact that his parents did not really believe this was genuine, and thought it was merely a prank played by one of their friends. The following day, as usual, Yi Feng rose from bed and absorbed purple qi from the newly risen morning sun, and just as like always, he finished drawing in the qi and exhaled the waste air. An owl descended from the heavens without a sound, and then with a sharp crack, it slammed straight into the sword qi he had just breathed out. Ye Feng, Dai Tine, Bai Tine. Watching the owl let out a miserable shriek, spin through the air, and plunge toward the ground, Yi Feng was so frightened that he jolted on the spot. In the very next second, the curtain in his room stirred faintly, and by the time it settled once more, Yi Feng was already crouching in the shade beneath a tree outside the window. Bloody hell. Round-faced Faptui. No, Mr. Owl, don't die on me. Wake up, quickie. You still have a letter to deliver. How about this? Can you hold on a bit? Wait until you've sent the letter back before you die. Owl twine tine twine. Human words. Thankfully owls could not speak, or else it would surely have pointed at Yi Feng's nose and cursed him out on the spot. Yi Feng also noticed the problem, so he laid the owlet's abdomen, pierced clean through, with a bloody hole upon the ground. With a flip of his small hand, he produced a little pill the size of a pinky tip, giving off a faint fragrance. Pinching open the owl's beak, he fed it the pill. Brother Owl, don't you worry. This is 100 fragrances pill I refined using 99 times 18 kinds of spices. It may not possess the power to raise the dead or restore flesh to bare bones, but treating a trivial fatal wound like this is child's play. Owl twine twine twine. No, wait, I think I can still be saved. 1 hour later, Oi Xiao Feng, we're in for a treat today. Your mum went out early this morning and bought a pigeon, then made pigeon congee. Smells absolutely wonderful. I sneaked a taste just now, and I've no idea what seasoning your mum put in it, but Therese a special, fresh fragrance to it. Really delicious. Yi Feng San. Mama Yi had just come down from watering the strawberries Yi Feng had planted on the balcony. Child's father, this isn't pigeon congee, it's old hen congee, stewed with a wild hen. Xiao Feng picked up. Oh ho, then I'd better have an extra few bowls later. That's not something you get every day. Ye Feng, brother owl, sorry. Every year, at Qingming, I'll burn 2 extra lady owls down for you. Rest in peace, TT. A few minutes later, well now brother owl, you really are quite tasty. Yi Feng muttered inwardly, even as he handed his empty bowl to Mama Yi beside him, and asked her to serve him another. Although the first owl to come bearing a letter had met a glorious end, Yi Feng's reply was still successfully entrusted to its successor and sent off. And on the very next day, after the letter was posted, the headmaster of Hogwarts, the Dumbledore, with the little round hat and the long white beard, abruptly appeared at their doorstep. As for Yi Feng, when he saw the smiling Dumbledore. His gaze instinctively flicked toward the bag of rubbish outside that had not yet been taken out. After Dumbledore noticed that tiny movement, he too turned his head with a smile and glanced over. Then, the smile upon his face froze. Ahem, Headmaster Dumbledore, was it? We never expected you to come in person. Please do come in. Though Papa Yi was not exactly a social butterfly, he could still sense the delicate atmosphere, so he immediately broke it and invited Dumbledore inside. Phew. Looking at Papa, yes, radiant smile. Dumbledore let out a breath, and the expression on his own face became vivid once more. In this marvelous land, overflowing with delicious food, they have never once been exposed to magic. So taking a letter-bearing owl for ingredients, kindly delivered to one's door, is perfectly understandable. However, next time we send a letter to a young wizard in this mysterious country, we shall have to choose another sort of messenger. Feng had no idea what thoughts had flashed through Dumbledore's mind in that instant, but judging by the present situation, Dumbledore was probably not going to pursue the matter of their having buried that messenger. Still, Feng felt it was better to be safe than sorry, so as he followed everyone inside, he clasped his small hands behind his back and crooked one finger. At once, the rubbish bag with a long tail feather still sticking out of it vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed at all. Naturally, that was if one ignored the damp mark left on the ground. 1 hour later, after agreeing to take Feng the day after tomorrow to purchase all manner of school supplies, and after instructing Papa Yi and Mama Yi to arrange the paperwork for going abroad and bring Feng to London on September 1st to see him off to school, Dumbledore suddenly vanished before their astonished eyes by apparition, and Feng, for his part, was filled with anticipation for Diagon Alley, the magical district he had only ever heard of. Of course, he would never neglect his cultivation in that regard. After all, he had already been practicing for 10 years. By now it had become second nature to him, a habit woven into his very being. Father Yi and Mother Yi were equally delighted, for their son was about to go abroad to study a matter more than worthy of pride.
Diagon Alley. I really can't wait. I wonder what my wand will be like. Will it be one of those fanfic scenes where an ordinary wand can't handle my magic power and explodes, and in the end I can only use the Elder Wand or something? I'm really looking forward to it. Amid Feng's low muttering, Dumbledore, who had already made plans with them, appeared right on time at the door of Feng's home under the light of the morning sun. It was hard to tell whether Father Yi and Mother Yi were simply too carefree, or whether Dumbledore truly put people at ease, but they actually felt comfortable letting Feng travel far away alone with Dumbledore. That was across the ocean. In this era, let alone smartphones, even landline telephones still weren't fully common, and in many places, an entire village might only have one phone. And yet, even under those circumstances, his parents were completely at ease letting him follow Dumbledore alone to another country across the ocean to study. He was only 11 years old. No matter how much more mature than his peers he had always acted, on the outside he was still just an 11-year-old child. But after Feng followed Dumbledore by apparition to the domestic wizarding branch, then used the flu network there to rush to London, and met that old classmate of his mom's, Feng immediately understood why his parents were so at ease. Because that old classmate's husband had the surname Zhang, and they also had a daughter named Cho Chang. This world really is small. Looking at the girl in front of him, who was 1 or 2 years older than him and tilting her head as she sized him up, Feng could not help sighing. Though she was only 12 or 13, her delicate little face was already starting to show the signs of stunning beauty. No matter what, Feng had never expected his mother's classmate to be the mother of Cho Chang, the famous beauty at Hogwarts. But perhaps only with things arranged this way, and with the two sides having already communicated, could they truly feel at ease letting him come here alone to study. Alright, since you know each other, then I'll leave the task of taking student Feng Yi to buy his school supplies to you next. No problem with that, student Cho Chang? No problem, Headmaster Dumbledore. I will definitely help student Feng Yi get all of his school supplies prepared. Hearing Cho Chang say that, Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. Although Cho Chang was not very well known yet, she truly was very reliable, a very reassuring young girl. And it was precisely because of this dependable and worry-free young girl that he had wanted to find another young wizard from China, which was how he found Feng. It had to be said that Cho Chang's family was indeed very hospitable. On the very first night Feng stayed there, they not only prepared a very lavish dinner for him, but also directly cleaned out an empty room for him to live in. This treatment was far better than that certain boy who lived staying in the cupboard under the stairs. However, before coming here, Feng had already been looking forward to those spells he had only ever heard of before, or seen in fragments. So that very night, Yi Feng knocked on Cho Chang's door and borrowed from her the standard book of spells. Grade 1. A History of Magic, Magical Theory, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Magical Drafts and Potions, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and the Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection. Yes, in other words, the textbooks first-year students needed to buy. Originally, Yi Feng had even wanted to borrow books from higher years, but Cho Chang felt that Yi Feng was aiming far too high. On top of that, there was only a little more than 1 month left before school started. Whether Yi Feng could even finish skimming through those first-year books was still up in the air, so she directly rejected his request. Cho Chang had underestimated Yi Feng a little there. No matter what, he was already a cultivator who could use divine sense to control objects. For books like these, which had no restrictions or seals on them, all he needed was one sweep of divine sense to read them all. The only reason he hadn't used divine sense to probe anything else was out of basic courtesy. Of course, finishing them and completely mastering them were still two different things. On top of that, it would not look good for him to borrow them 1 second and say he was done the next. So Yi Feng took the books back to his room. After carrying the books back to his room, Yi Feng did not rush to test whether the things written in them were real, much less try using the magic inside them, because right now he had an even more serious problem in front of him. Although his family back in China was considered fairly well off, they did not have a currency called pound sterling. In other words, he did not have a single cent on him, and when Hogwarts started, students needed to buy all kinds of supplies themselves. What's more, although Aunt Li, Cho Chang's mother, had said that they would cover all the expenses, Yi Feng really did not have the nerve to keep using their money while already eating their food and living in their house. After all, they were not truly one family yet. So Yi Feng started thinking about how to get himself a sum of money. Actually, the best way was borrowing, because Yi Feng remembered very clearly that a historic event would happen internationally in 1991. At the end of that very year, one of the two poles, the big brother of the era, would collapse with a thunderous crash and break apart, and the ruble issued by relying on that giant would also become worthless because of that giant's collapse. In other words, Yi Feng only needed to borrow a large amount of rubles at this time and exchange them for galleons. Then, once that giant collapsed and the ruble depreciated, he could repay the loan at an extremely low cost. Compared to the value of the galleons he exchanged for, that cost would be practically the same as getting them for free. In fact, someone really had done exactly that in real life. Our third brother had done exactly this back then. When that giant collapsed, at that crucial moment he ruthlessly stabbed Demao, the inheritor, and in the end was thoroughly remembered by Demao for it. Ever since then, third brother had been cheated by Demao more than a few times. And aside from the fact that he practically had easy mark with too much money, "Come scam me" written across his forehead, this might not have been an unimportant reason. But loans required collateral. He could hardly mortgage Hogwarts, could he? While thinking, Yi Feng saw the row of test tubes on the table, looking like crystal under the dim yellow light. Come to think of it, the Philosopher's Stone should be worth quite a lot too, right? If I took the Philosopher's Stone to Gringotts as collateral for a loan. At that thought, Yi Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. But the Philosopher's Stone was still in Gringotts right now, and he was going to Diagon Alley tomorrow. There was definitely not enough time. Looks like I'll have to bleed a little. As he murmured that, Yi Feng flipped his right hand, and with a flash of light, a pale yellow crystal the size of an egg appeared in his palm. Although during these past 10 years, he had not gone out much because of his age and therefore had not triggered many quests, he had still built up a bit of savings through daily check-ins and routine tasks. What he had taken out now was one of the spirit stones he had stockpiled over the years because he couldn't use them all up. Although this isn't a Philosopher's Stone but a spirit stone, and only a low-grade spirit stone at that, even a low-grade spirit stone contains extremely rich and pure spiritual energy. If I take it to Gringotts, it should be worth quite a bit. Ooh. Now everything is ready. All that's left is to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow. I hope the wizarding world in this world can bring me an endless stream of surprises. As he murmured, Yi Feng casually placed the spirit stone in his hand on the table, then took out a top-grade spirit stone from his spatial ring and held it in his hand to carry out his daily cultivation. The whole day's plan begins in the morning. Congratulations, host, on waking up early. Your random reward has been delivered. Please check it. Early the next morning, the moment Yi Feng opened his eyes and sat up, he received the system's reminder. But he was already long used to reminders like this, so he did not pay much attention to it. He still followed his usual habits, first walking to the window to absorb a bit of the purple chi of the morning sun. Almost as if by instinct, Yi Feng walked straight to the window. But when he got there, he suddenly realized that he was no longer in the room at his own home where he could see the rising sun just by pulling open the curtains and shifting slightly to the side. Right now, he was in a foreign land, staying in the home of a future schoolmate. Looking at the house across from the window, only 4 or 5 meters away, Feng let out a soft sigh, turned around, sat back on the bed, put on his shoes, and then headed to the rooftop following the location Zhang Qiu had told him about yesterday. But by the time Feng reached the rooftop, the sun on the horizon had already completely risen above it. Although, from an astronomical point of view, there was no major difference in the sunlight shining from the sun onto the earth, Feng had no idea what the principle behind it was. The purple qi that could be consumed with the qi devouring method truly only existed at the exact moment the sun was just barely rising each day. 1 second earlier or 1 second later, and there was none. Didn't sleep well last night? You're actually up this early. Just as Feng was thinking that since he was already here, he might as well stretch a bit on the rooftop before heading back down, Zhang Qiu's voice suddenly came from the stairwell. Morning. I slept pretty well last night, but I'm already used to getting up early. Are you coming up for some fresh morning air too? Seeing Zhang Qiu in a loose sports outfit, still young but already looking like a little beauty, vibrant and exceptionally youthful, Feng's restless heart could not help but start pounding. It was definitely not because his social anxiety had left him too nervous to know how to answer. Seeing Feng's somewhat stiff body and expression, Zhang Qiu could not help but burst out laughing. That made Feng a little embarrassed and somewhat at a loss, because whether in his previous life or this one, he had basically never had any experience talking to girls. Seeing how awkward Feng looked, the smile on Zhang Qiu's face became even brighter. But in the end, she was a gentle and kind person. So when Feng's face slowly started turning red, she walked right up in front of him and stretched out her small hand, even fairer and slimmer than his, placing it on top of his head. No need to be nervous. From now on, I'll be your big sister, so starting today, I'll take care of you. Feeling the waves of warmth coming from the top of his head, Feng suddenly froze, because he had never experienced this kind of care from an older sister before. But this feeling was not bad at all. After Zhang Qiu's head pat attack that morning, Feng felt a little more sense of belonging toward the place he was staying in, and his relationship with Zhang Qiu's family also became a bit closer. It was still nowhere near truly close or familiar, but the sense of distance had indeed lessened quite a bit, and that change made things much more comfortable for both sides. So, after breakfast, once Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang left for work, Zhang Qiu, carrying the enormous sum of 500 pounds, tightly held Feng's hand and set off for Diagon Alley. To be honest, although Zhang Qiu's little hand was soft and warm, Feng still felt a bit resistant to being led around like a child. But Zhang Qiu was worried that he did not understand English very well yet and was unfamiliar with the area, so he might get lost, which was why she held on very tightly. After trying twice and failing to pull free, Feng gave up. Under Zhang Qiu's lead, they arrived at a relatively bustling street, and on that street stood a shop that looked fairly decent but had almost no one entering it, or rather, it was as if the pedestrians simply could not see it at all. Has some kind of spell or formation been placed on it to drive away people who don't understand magic? No, I didn't sense the aura of any formation in operation, so this should be some kind of repelling charm. While thinking, Feng was pulled by Zhang Qiu right up to the shop that had some kind of repelling charm cast on it. And when Zhang Qiu pulled him into that shop, Feng knew they should now be inside the legendary leaky cauldron. The wizards inside the bar were immediately surprised when they saw that the ones entering were 2 children. After all, it was not common to see 2 young wizards come here by themselves, much less 2 who were obviously Chinese at a glance. Just as Feng was sizing up those wizards, he suddenly felt his hand tighten. Zhang Qiu's grip on his small hand had unconsciously strengthened, which meant that at this moment, Zhang Qiu was nervous. Even though her little face still looked naturally calm, Feng could feel her nervousness from that tightened grip, so his eyes narrowed slightly as he swept his gaze over the wizards who were looking at them. The rough and unruly-looking wizards who had been drinking in the bar all became noticeably friendlier after Feng's gaze passed over them. Some of them even nodded at Feng and Zhang Qiu with warm, kind looks. This favorability aura is pretty useful. Seeing the gazes around them turn friendly, Feng could not help sighing inwardly. But of course, this was not some so-called favorability aura. It was only a small trick of his divine sense. Something like mental suggestion, making people subconsciously feel goodwill toward them. Of course, that goodwill only meant they would find them pleasant at first glance and would not feel hostility or the like. It would not make them actually think Feng and Zhang Qiu were their friends or anything. And after sensing the goodwill in the gazes around her, Zhang Qiu gradually relaxed and continued pulling Feng forward. Very soon, they reached the small courtyard behind the leaky cauldron where the barrels were stored. So this is the legendary entrance to Diagon Alley? Then the gap in the wall facing the entrance should be the marker, right? As Feng was thinking, Zhang Qiu finally let go of his hand, breathed out in relief, and said, This is the entrance to Diagon Alley. Today's opening method is, count up 3 bricks, then move 2 bricks across to the right, then count down vertically. 3 bricks. As she spoke, Zhang Qiu took out her wand and was about to use it to tap the brick that opened the entrance. But, at that moment, an accident happened. As everyone knew, in the 90s, the domestic economy was not all that good, so children back then generally developed rather slowly. Most of them would not really start growing until middle school or even high school. Yifeng's current body was only 11 years old, and Zhang Qiu was only 1 year older than him. As for the gap at the entrance to Diagon Alley, Yifeng did not know how high it was in the novel, but in the movie he clearly remembered that the gap was as high as Hagrid. And Hagrid's height was far above that of an average adult. In other words, although Yifeng and Zhang Qiu knew the method to get in and knew which brick needed to be tapped, they could not reach it. Seeing Zhang Qiu brace one hand against the wall while holding her wand high in the other and standing on tiptoe with all her strength, Yifeng could not help smiling. As for moving over one of the nearby barrels to stand on, those barrels were not much shorter than they were, and they might not even be lighter than the 2 of them. So Yifeng directly walked over to Zhang Qiu's side and crouched down. Zhang Qiu let out a startled cry when she was suddenly picked up, but when she saw that it was Yifeng lifting her, she instantly relaxed and quickly stretched out her wand to tap that brick. As Zhang Qiu tapped the bricks in the wall began moving on their own. Seeing this, Yifeng set Zhang Qiu back down, but Zhang Qiu did not notice that while putting her down, he had also stuffed some old bricks into the rapidly shifting brick wall as it split apart to both sides. So this is Diagon Alley? Feels kind of underwhelming. Zhang Qiu? The moment Yifeng said that, Zhang Qiu, standing beside him, was instantly filled with question marks. After all, this could practically be considered the busiest trading center in the entire wizarding world. And although it still could not compare to the most bustling streets among muggles, it was still quite lively and prosperous, far beyond anything in a China that had not yet developed. Yifeng had no idea what questions were going through Zhang Qiu's mind, but he really did think that because Diagon Alley really was not all that impressive. In the other world before he came to this one, even the relatively backward small town where they lived was not much worse than this. Of course, comparing the wizarding world, whose level of economic development might still be stuck in the 19th century, with the already developed China of the 21st century was admittedly a bit unfair. But aside from the things being sold here, the Diagon Alley in front of him really was nothing special. So the moment Yifeng said that, his eyes suddenly lit up, because he saw many things carrying special fluctuations of power. Those had to be products of the magical world, and Yifeng's reaction also made Zhang Qiu, whose head was full of question marks, let out a sigh of relief. Let's go. I'll take you to Gringotts to exchange some galleons first. Then I'll take you to buy your school supplies. Even though he really wanted to rush out right now and buy all those items infused with magical power, especially some herbs and materials, he had no galleons in his pocket at the moment. So he could only obediently follow Zhang Qiu forward. And as they walked, Zhang Qiu naturally bent down slightly and took Yifeng's hand again, leading him along. Yifeng, Omega. After Yifeng and Zhang Qiu left, another adult wizard arrived at that small courtyard with a little wizard who was also about to start school. After bringing the little wizard into the courtyard, the adult wizard turned around, took out his wand and said, seriously, you little wizard still can't use flue powder freely, so if you want to enter Diagon Alley, you need to go through these special entrances. And the secret to opening this gateway is on the wall behind me. Remember this, the gap in this wall is the marker. Count 3 bricks up from the left side of this gap, then move right. The gap. Huh? Why is there no gap? The gap is gone. The huge shout made everyone in the leaky cauldron hear it. And when the wizards who rushed over after hearing the commotion arrived at the small courtyard and saw the completely intact wall, without even a chipped corner missing, they all fell silent. Could it be that we came to the wrong place? After a long silence, one wizard suddenly raised a very possible possibility. So a group of wizards left the small courtyard and began searching for the real entrance. However, 10 minutes later, they discovered that the whole group had returned to the same small courtyard as before. Do you think there's a possibility, just a possibility, that this really is the entrance from the leaky cauldron to Diagon Alley, except someone patched up the gap in this wall?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
If it was patched up, even the person who repaired it wouldn't remember where to start counting from. Do you think someone might have cast a confundus charm on this wall? The moment those words came out, a large group of wizards instantly lit up, and each of them eagerly pulled out their wands. In their eyes, this was someone throwing down a challenge to them. So no matter what, they had to break this confundus charm today. Very soon, waves of spellcasting chants rose one after another in the small courtyard, and flashes of magic lit up the leaky cauldron as well. But no matter how hard they tried, the wall remained completely unchanged. Little by little, this turned them from confident and unwilling to admit defeat into uncertain, and finally into people questioning life itself. Meanwhile, Feng and Zhang Qiu had already arrived inside Gringotts. We want to exchange some galleons. Hearing Zhang Qiu say that, the goblin sitting behind a desk that was nearly as tall as they were gave them a cold glance, then said in a highly impatient tone, "Hand over the Muggle currency you want to exchange. Remember, each little wizard may not exchange more than 1,000 galleons at a time." Zhang Qiu might not have been to Gringotts for the first time, so she did not care too much about the goblin's attitude. But when Feng saw the goblin's superior posture, he felt a little annoyed. As everyone knew, the goblins in the Harry Potter world were an extremely greedy race. They deeply coveted certain very precious items, and in order to obtain them, they would even lower their proud heads and humbly beg you to sell them the item or pawn it to Gringotts. Of course, once they got what they wanted, they would return to their previous attitude. Feng remembered that in one novel, a ruthless guy had taken advantage of their greed and, using the opportunity created by that giant's collapse, directly mortgaged Hogwarts, then wiped out Gringotts in one move, transforming from Gringotts' biggest borrower into Gringotts' biggest creditor. So when Zhang Qiu handed over that small stack of pounds, Feng took out the low-grade spirit stone and casually played with it as if he did not care. Wait, just 2 seconds later, before Zhang Qiu's exchanged galleons had even been brought out, the goblin who had been sitting behind the counter with an arrogant look instantly widened his eyes and nearly leaned his whole body out over the counter. Seeing the goblin's reaction, Feng suddenly put the spirit stone back into his pocket with one hand, then looked up at the goblin, whose more than half body was already sticking out past the counter, and said impatiently, "Why are you so slow? Haven't the galleons been brought out yet? I still need to buy the full set of school books and all kinds of school equipment." Hearing Feng say that, the goblin's originally indifferent face instantly broke into what he thought was a bright smile, and he said with unusual fawning eagerness, "The galleons for these 2 young wizards have already been exchanged. Please take your galleons, but now I have one request. Could you take out that gemstone from just now and let me look at it again? Just one look." Seeing that the goblin had taken the bait, Feng waited until Zhang Qiu had put away the exchanged galleons before reluctantly taking the low-grade spirit stone back out of his pocket. The instant Feng took out the low-grade spirit stone, the goblin's eyes went round as saucers, looking as though his eyeballs were about to pop out. Those wrinkled hands also unconsciously reached toward the spirit stone in Feng's palm. Originally, Feng had planned to tease the goblin a little and whet his appetite, but after thinking about it, he was only an 11-year-old child right now, so he resisted and let the goblin take the spirit stone from his hand. After taking the spirit stone, the goblin's face showed wild joy, but that joy was quickly restrained. Then, on the grounds that its value could not be determined, he took it away to appraise it together with the other goblins. More than 10 minutes later, the goblin returned to Feng and the others with the spirit stone in hand and a calm expression, then gave them a price. They were willing to buy the gemstone for 100 galleons. Feng knew these goblins were ruthless in business, but he had not expected them to be this ruthless. The offer nearly made him laugh from anger. Beside him, Zhang Qiu stared with wide eyes in shock, her moist, tender red lips slightly parted. She truly had not expected this gemstone to be worth so much. But although she was quite satisfied with the price, Zhang Qiu quickly calmed down. She did not let Feng sell the gemstone right away. Instead, she told him to keep it for now and wait until they returned and discussed it with her parents and his parents before making a decision. Feng knew that was the most correct course of action for kids their age, but he did not need that because to him this thing was not precious. So he shook his head and held up one finger toward the goblin. 10,000 galleons. One less and we'll turn around and leave, and we will never sell it to your Gringotts. 10,000 galleons. One less and we'll turn around and leave, and we will never sell it to your Gringotts. The moment Feng said that, the area around them instantly fell silent. Even Zhang Qiu, who had come with him, was frightened by his asking price. After all, that was 10,000 galleons. Even outside the magical world, if it were all exchanged into pounds in the Muggle world, it would still count as a huge fortune. But then something happened that shocked Zhang Qiu. What she had expected, the goblin rejecting it immediately and sternly, did not happen. Instead, a scene appeared that nearly shattered her entire worldview. After hearing Feng name the price of 10,000 galleons, the goblin froze for a moment. But right after that, wild joy appeared on his face. Even though that look of ecstasy vanished in an instant, they still saw it. The goblin immediately pulled out a contract, quickly filled in a number with his large wrinkled hand, signed it, and handed it to Feng. "The contract has been established. Little wizard, sign your name on this contract, and you can take Gringotts 10,000 galleons. When he mentioned the 10,000 galleons, a trace of pained reluctance flashed across the gobliness face. Clearly, in their eyes, buying Yi Feng's spirit stone for 10,000 galleons was a huge profit for them. But handing over 10,000 glittering gold galleons still made them ache. As for Yi Feng, he could accept selling his low-grade spirit stone for 10,000 galleons, so he signed his name on the contract without hesitation. In the magical world of Harry Potter, there were things similar to space bags, so when the goblin brought them to a warehouse piled full of galleons, and Yi Feng collected the mountain-like heap of galleons right in front of the goblin and Cho Chang, they were a little surprised but not too shocked. Of course, even if they were not shocked, when the goblin watched Yi Feng take away every single galleon that had originally belonged to them, leaving not even one behind, and even carefully checking to see if he had missed any, a trace of pain still flashed across the face of the goblin who had led them down there. Cho Chang saw that pained look on the gobliness face as well, and it made her smile. After all, chances to make this group of lofty grandits feel pain were not common. Yi Feng did not care whether the goblin felt bad or not. After putting away the very last galleon into his storage ring, he said generously to Cho Chang, "Come on. From now on, I'm rich too. I'll support you from now on. Whatever you want, we'll go buy it right now." Hearing that, Cho Chang smiled brightly. Even in Gringotts' dim underground warehouse, that smile was dazzling, and it made Yi Feng stare blankly for a moment. Seeing that, Cho Chang's pretty face flushed slightly, but the next second she smiled, took Yi Feng's hand, and pulled him back as she lightly scolded, "Little brat, stop pretending to be an adult. Come on, it's dark here. Don't get lost." One fair, soft, slender little hand held another equally fair and long little hand, though with slightly larger knuckles, and the two left Gringotts together and walked into Flourish and Blots. Half an hour later, the two walked out of the bookstore with satisfied smiles under the owner's warm send-off. Although Yi Feng was only a little wizard about to enroll, and Cho Chang was merely a little wizard preparing to enter her second year, Yi Feng had quite a few galleons in his pocket. So when Yi Feng bought every book he thought was useful and every book that Cho Chang could use, the owner of Flourish and Blots was overjoyed, because those books were not cheap. When first-year little wizards entered Hogwarts, besides preparing their textbooks, they also had to prepare 3 sets of plain work robes, 1 wand, 1 pair of dragonhide gloves, 1 standard-sized 2 pewter cauldron, 1 set of glass or crystal potion bottles, 1 telescope, 1 brass scale, and an owl for sending letters. Of course, if conditions allowed, they could also buy a cat or a toad as a pet. However, this pet was not entirely just a pet, because it could be used in transfiguration class, such as turning a cat into a goblet or something like that. Yi Feng easily bought the robes, dragonhide gloves, and the like, but when it came time to buy the cauldron, he ran into a problem. Tin was toxic. Too much contact with it was bad for growth. So after thinking it over, Yi Feng decided to have one custom-made with the material slightly changed, replacing the tin with platinum. After coming out from buying the cauldron, Yi Feng saw the place that sold owls. But after glancing around, he did not find one that suited his taste. Just as he was about to leave and buy a wand first, a tender cry reached his ears. Hearing that young cry, Yi Feng suddenly turned around. At that moment, another cry sounded, allowing Yi Feng to lock directly onto where the sound had come from. It was coming from the haystack behind the shop owner. "Boss, do you have owl chicks here?" Seeing a customer return after leaving, the owner was a little surprised. When he heard Yi Feng's words, he froze for a moment before saying, "I do, but owl chicks that haven't been trained can't handle tasks like delivering letters and parcels. This little wizard, you should take a look at these trained adult owls instead. Young birds aren't suitable for little wizards like you who are just starting school. I'll pay 10% extra. Help me set up the nest too, and I'll take it all together. Please wait a moment, boss. I'll have it ready right away." 3 minutes later, carrying an owl cage with a nest inside, Yi Feng followed Cho Chang into Ollivander's, the wand shop that claimed to have 2,000 years of wand-making history. "Good afternoon, little wizards. Let me see which little wizard needs a suitable wand." The voice arrived before the person did. When the words fell, an old man in a black suit with white curly hair walked over to them. "Mr. Ollivander, I'm the one who needs a wand." Hearing Yi Feng say that, Ollivander took out a tape measure and began measuring Yi Feng's height, arm length, and so on as he said, "Excellent, very excellent. My boy, although I still don't know your name, I think you'll definitely make quite a name for yourself in the wizarding world in the future. Your body proportions are simply too suited for magic. I've never seen someone with such perfect proportions." As he spoke, Ollivander turned back, took a box from the huge pile of wands, opened it, took out the wand inside, and handed it to Yi Feng. "Here, give it a wave and try." Yi Feng had long been looking forward to a wand, so when he heard that, he waved the wand in his hand without hesitation, and then Then nothing happened. The wand did not explode, and there was no burst of magic blowing up the shop either. It was as if the thing Feng had just waved was not a wand at all, but an ordinary chopstick, without stirring even the slightest magical fluctuation. Did I use it the wrong way? The script is all wrong. Looking at the completely unresponsive wand, Feng even started to wonder whether he lacked magical talent, because this was completely different from what happened in novels. That's right. It must be the wrong way to use it. Change to another wand and try again. At that moment, the other two people beside Feng were also shocked by the situation. Forget Cho Chang, even the well-traveled Ollivander, who knew how many wands, had never seen anything like this. Ever since inheriting this wand shop, Ollivander had received hundreds upon thousands of little wizards. All kinds of situations had happened when these little wizards chose their wands. Magical power running wild and blowing up his shop, or setting his shop on fire after waving a wand, were common occurrences. But no matter what, after a little wizard waved a wand, there would always be some kind of reaction. Even if it was only a gust of wind or a bit of sound, there would always be some movement. And yet after Feng waved the wand, absolutely nothing happened, as if the one holding the wand was not a little wizard, but a muggle with no magic in him at all. However, as a qualified wand maker, he would not easily doubt a little wizard who had come to buy a wand. He would only think that the wand he had chosen did not suit the little wizard in front of him. After all, this little wizard was an Easterner, and Easterners had physiques different from theirs, so being a little special was understandable. With that thought in mind, Ollivander changed to another wand for Feng, but unfortunately, the situation remained exactly the same. The moment Ollivander saw this, he instantly got fired up. As a wand maker with extensive wand crafting experience, he absolutely would not allow a young wizard to walk into his shop and leave empty-handed. So, unwilling to accept it, Ollivander switched out another 3 or 4 wands in a row for Feng to try. But what nearly made him question his entire life was that even though he had already racked his brains and chosen what he believed were the most suitable wands for Feng, the result was still the same. The wand in Feng's hand still showed not the slightest reaction. Just as Ollivander was starting to doubt life itself, even beginning to wonder whether Hogwarts had made a mistake and whether Feng might really not be a young wizard at all, Feng instead figured out the reason. At the end of the day, a wand was just a tool that helped wizards guide the power inside their bodies, allowing them to better control their magic and cast spells. This was especially true for young wizards. Since they had never learned magic before, they simply did not know how to control the power within themselves, so they needed a suitable wand even more to guide them and prevent their magic from falling into disorder. As for Feng, he had already cultivated for 10 years. To put it bluntly, when it came to controlling the power inside his body, even if Dumbledore himself came, he absolutely would not compare to him. In other words, the tiny guiding force of a wand simply could not stir the power inside Feng, which was why this situation had happened. Thinking of this, Feng did not take the wand Ollivander handed over. Instead, he closed his eyes and released his control over the immortal power within his body, letting it flow on its own. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The instant Feng let go of control over the power in his body, every wand in the entire wand shop began trembling nonstop. Ollivander was shocked, because he could sense the wand's joy, anticipation, and fear, and that was something he had never encountered before. At the same time, after releasing his control, Feng spread his divine sense out a little. Unfortunately, he did not find any wand that gave him a feeling of familiarity. But although none of the wands felt close to him, Feng did discover that one of them was very interesting. So he opened his eyes and reached toward where that wand was. Whoosh! Along with the sound of something cutting through the air, a wand shot over like lightning and landed in Feng's hand. At that moment, Feng also withdrew his aura, and the shaking around him came to a stop. "I'll take this one, boss." "How much?" 7 galleons. After paying, Feng left the little shop with Cho Chang under Ollivander's dazed gaze. And after getting his wand, Feng could not wait to go back and test how to cast magic, because immortal power and magical power were still a little different in the end. He might need to modify his spell formulas a bit. Originally, Feng had planned to take Cho Chang to buy some things, because her family was not exactly wealthy either. But Cho Chang refused, because although her family was not very rich, they did not lack anything in terms of food, clothing, housing, or daily necessities. Still, even though Cho Chang refused, Feng dragged her around and bought quite a lot anyway, like some materials he had taken a liking to, little trinkets Cho Chang liked, snacks, and so on. They spent more than 1,000 galleons before finally heading toward the exit in satisfaction. When coming in, they had needed to find the mechanism according to the spell to open the entrance into Diagon Alley, but going out did not require that. So Yifeng and Cho Chang walked toward the exit with relaxed expressions. But the moment the passage opened, Yifeng immediately stepped forward to shield Cho Chang behind him and raised his right hand in front of himself. The very next second after Yifeng moved in front of Cho Chang, a beam of white light hit him. But to Yifeng's surprise, it did not do any harm. At the same time, loud cheers rang out from the other side of the passage. It worked. We finally broke the illustrated. Ga! As the passage slowly opened and revealed Yifeng and Cho Chang, the cheering on the other side abruptly stopped. This bizarre scene instantly made both Yifeng and Cho Chang tense up, and they had the urge to turn around and go back. But after waiting a bit, Yifeng realized these people did not have any ill intent, and he also reacted. That spell just now had not been offensive magic. It had felt more like a repair spell, or a spell used to dispel illusions. It was also at that moment that Yifeng finally remembered what he had done earlier. Realizing what might have happened, Yifeng quietly reached out and took Cho Chang's small hand, pulling her along as he quickly walked outside. As he walked, he smiled sweetly and said, "Uncles and aunts, what are you doing? Are you repairing this wall? This wall really is old and worn down, so it does need fixing. Just to get into Diagon Alley, we had to climb up onto the wall and tap the brick next to that hole up there to open the entrance. If it collapsed and crushed someone, that would be bad. But you don't need to worry. When I went in, I filled that gap from the outside with a few bricks I picked up. So now when you go into Diagon Alley, you won't need to look for that gap and count bricks anymore. And without that hole, doesn't it look much nicer? My mom taught me since I was little that if someone needs help, and it's within my ability, I should lend a hand. It was just adding a few bricks. Such a tiny favor isn't worth mentioning. You don't need to thank me. The wizards." As soon as Yifeng said that, every wizard there fell completely silent. Even Cho Chang stared at him in shock. But Yifeng seemed totally unaware and still looked at the crowd of wizards with a bright smile as he said, "Of course, if you really want to thank me, then it wouldn't be too good for me to reject your kindness. Just give me one sickle each as a token." Gulp. Hearing Yifeng say that, Cho Chang could not help swallowing hard. And when she saw the expressions of the surrounding wizards start turning wrong, while Yifeng still seemed completely unaware, she instinctively grabbed Yifeng's hand and bolted outside, dragging him away before quite a few of the wizards had even reacted. "Holy crap. Stop him. He's still a kid. Don't let him go. Don't use the killing curse. Stupefy is enough. After we catch him, we'll hang him up and beat him." For a moment, the leaky cauldron became exceptionally lively. And amid the commotion, a pretty little girl with a face full of panic dragged a little boy who was still grinning there without a care in the world and charged out of the leaky cauldron. "Oh my God. It's not like this is my first time going to school. I know how to get there, so stop worrying about this and that already." Downstairs at Cho Chang's home, Cho Chang looked a little impatient in the face of her mother's constant nagging. After all, this was not her first time going to school by herself, so her mother's repeated reminders made her somewhat resistant. "You're overthinking it. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about Xiaoyi." As soon as Mrs. Zhang finished speaking, Mr. Zhang picked it right up and said, "Exactly. It doesn't matter if you get lost, but nothing can happen to Xiaoyi. He's unfamiliar with this place and doesn't know anyone, so you'd better keep a close eye on him. If anything happens to Xiaoyi, I'll hold you responsible." Cho Chang, "Oh, okay, solved." They really were her biological parents, because only biological parents could do something this unfair to their own daughter. Honestly, hearing what Mr. and Mrs. Zhang said moved Yifeng quite a bit, because during this period, the two of them had truly been raising him like a son. If there was anything good to eat or fun to play with, they would always think of him first. Instead, Cho Chang, their actual daughter, had been neglected. Of course, that neglected part was only a joking way of putting it. After all, even Cho Chang herself had been taking care of Yifeng as if he were her little brother. So when Yifeng saw Mr. and Mrs. Zhang bullying Cho Chang, he quickly spoke up for her. "Uncle, Auntie, don't worry. Although I'm still not completely familiar with the surroundings, under Big Sis Cho's teaching, I can already communicate normally with other people." Yes, Yifeng had cultivated for 10 years, so he was very strong, and his divine sense was powerful enough too. But the elementary school in their small town simply did not even offer English as a subject. On top of that, the old Yifeng had been the type who could not force English into his head no matter what. In other words, even though he had memorized the contents of those magic books with a single sweep of his divine sense, he had absolutely no idea what they actually said. Because of that, in order to let Yifeng properly attend school at Hogwarts, Zhang Qiu spent nearly a month teaching him English. By now, when it came to English, listening, speaking, reading, and writing were no longer a problem at all. Only after hearing Yifeng say that did Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom finally let Zhang Qiu off. Seeing that, Zhang Qiu shot Yifeng a slightly grateful look, then dragged her suitcase and walked forward, So this is the King's Cross railway station area. But is there really a platform with such a weird name as Platform 9 3/4? Just as Yi Feng and Zhang Qiu were discussing whether they should buy some sunflower seeds, peanuts or other snacks to kill time on the trip, a little boy with glasses, head lowered, muttering softly to himself, walked past them.
Wei Fen, Sigma, LLL.
Zhang Qiu. Although Yi Feng had not watched the entire Harry Potter series, as the protagonist of this world, the savior, he still recognized Harry Potter. So when that bespectacled little boy walked past him, even without showing the scar on his forehead, Yi Feng still recognized who he was. We already came early enough. Didn't expect we'd still run into Harry Potter. No, that's not right. Even though I didn't finish all the Harry Potter movies. I remember the train left not long after Harry got on. So if we came this early, we shouldn't have run into him yet. Suddenly, a guess surfaced in Yi Feng's mind, one that was very likely true but also a little cruel. He couldn't have been wandering around here for half the day, only getting told how to enter Platform 9 3/4 after meeting Ron and the others, right? Smack. While he was thinking, a small hand landed on Yi Feng's shoulder with a smack, and at the same time, Zhang Qiu's slightly annoyed voice reached his ears.
Yi Feng.
What are you thinking about so deeply? I called you several times already. Ah, only then did Yi Feng snap out of it like waking from a dream, and he hurriedly replied, I was thinking that we might have run into the savior of the wizarding world, Mr. Harry. Harry? That lucky boy from the rumors who survived Voldemort? Didn't expect even you knew his name and could recognize him. Harry really is pretty famous. Seeing that Zhang Qiu was surprised but not shocked, Yi Feng did not find it strange, because that was just her personality. She was not the type who liked excitement or gossip, so she did not care much about Harry Potter's affairs. As for Yi Feng, although he was not entirely sure how strong he was at full power, beating up a Dark Lord who had almost been taken down by Harry's parents should not be any problem at all. So he did not really care that much about Harry Potter, this so-called savior. Still, even though he did not care too much about Harry Potter, they were all from the same school, and they might even end up in the same house later. So if he could help, helping out was fine. Thus, when Harry pushed that huge pile of luggage and kept searching ahead, Yi Feng called out to him, Mr. Harry, wait a moment. Hearing the voice, Harry Potter stopped and turned toward where it came from. The moment he saw the boy and girl standing together, his eyes behind the glasses suddenly lit up. So beautiful. Although Zhang Qiu was still young, she was already a rare beauty in the making. Especially since Zhang Mom had tidied her up a little before they left today and changed her into a new outfit. Harry was stunned at first sight when he saw her. But after only 2 or 3 seconds, the light in Harry's eyes dimmed, and he lowered his head slightly. Although he had now left that so-called home that had brought him nothing but pain and gotten a brief chance to breathe, his experiences since childhood had made him develop an inferiority complex. So when he saw Zhang Qiu's bright, beautiful clothes and Yi Feng standing beside her looking just as polished, he could not help but feel ashamed of himself. Zhang Qiu was kind-hearted and quite clever, but she was still only a 12-year-old girl in the end. So although she saw Harry lower his head slightly, she had no idea what was actually going on. She thought Harry had not heard them, so she called out to him too. Mr. Harry, over here. Somewhat self-conscious, and instinctively thinking he had just misheard earlier, Harry finally became sure this time. Those two really were calling him. But he was also certain that he did not know them at all, which left him extremely confused. Still, despite his confusion, Harry dragged his luggage and walked over to Yi Feng and the others. Excuse me, do you know me? Looking at Harry, whose face carried a trace of caution, Yi Feng stepped slightly forward and said with a smile, of course. Who in the wizarding world doesn't know the famous boy who lived? I just didn't expect that you're enrolling this year too. As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, Zhang Qiu followed up, want to go together? Finding Platform 9 3/4 is still a bit difficult for a new little wizard with no one to guide them. Clearly, although Zhang Qiu had not noticed Harry's emotional shift, she had smartly guessed that Harry most likely had not found the way into Platform 9 3/4. So, with genuine kindness, she invited him. Hearing Zhang Qiu say that, Harry, who had already been searching for the entrance for more than an hour, was so moved he nearly burst into tears. And when he saw Zhang Qiu walk straight toward a wall pillar on the platform as if to crash into it, he was instantly startled. Then, when Zhang Qiu directly sank into the wall pillar, surprise appeared on his face. This is magic. Welcome to the wizarding world, Mr. Harry. After saying that, Yi Feng also pulled his luggage toward the entrance, which, after a faint glimmer flashed through his eyes, looked like an open doorway rather than a brick wall. So this is Platform 9 3/4? Looking at the station full of historical charm, or to put it bluntly, shabby, and at the steam-spewing train engine with its strong vintage feel, Feng could not help sighing in wonder. While Feng was marveling, Zhang Qiu turned back and gave him a bright smile. Then she waved and said with a laugh, Xiao Feng, our carriages are separate from the ones for you newly enrolled little wizards. So big sister is leaving first. Good luck. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Qiu walked off toward one of the train carriages without looking back. And at the exact moment she turned and left, Feng clearly saw a trace of disappointment flash through Harry's eyes.
Feng.
Looking at the disappointment on Harry's face, Feng fell into deep thought. Say, this guy couldn't have fallen for Zhang Qiu already, right? But that shouldn't be possible. He's only 11. A little brat that tiny wouldn't understand that stuff. It's probably more like the feeling of being lost after a familiar, reliable older person leaves. Thinking that, Feng greeted Harry and also headed toward the steam-spewing train. But just as he lifted his foot, someone came rushing out of the entrance behind them with a whoosh. If the two of them had not already walked a few steps forward, that person definitely would have slammed right into them. Holy crap, don't you people watch where you're? Actually, I really can't blame them. Because when they come in, they really can't see what's inside. Come to think of it, the setup for this entrance is a little unreasonable. So, should I help them out? While thinking, Feng instinctively raised his hand and then snapped his fingers with a smack. At that exact moment, Harry saw the illusory brick wall at the entrance flash with light for a moment. But the light disappeared instantly, so although Harry was confused, he could only assume his eyes had played a trick on him. As for Feng, he only came back to his senses after using his immortal power to finish modifying the magic at the entrance. But when he realized the effect of the magic was exactly what he wanted, he continued forward in satisfaction. And Harry, seeing Feng move ahead, hurriedly followed after him too. Boom! Feng and the others had walked less than 10 meters forward when a faint boom came from behind them. This left Harry, who was following Feng, a little puzzled. But because the sound was a bit quiet, Harry only turned his head to glance back. When he did not notice anything, he turned back around and continued following Feng forward. As for Feng, if Harry caught up to him right now, he would be able to see the slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth. This modified magic works pretty well. It won't hurt people trying to get in, and it also makes sure they won't crash into people who are already inside. Perfect. At the same time, in the train station outside platform 9 3/4, a tall man with flame-like red hair was sprawled flat on the ground. Ow! Who the hell did this? They actually turned the entrance into a wall. Percy, who had been caught off guard and knocked flat onto his back, had a face full of pain. Although the impact had not actually injured him, and that wall had even seemed a little soft, anyone would still be in pain if a cart being pushed suddenly rammed into their stomach. Because of that, Percy Weasley was in so much pain that he could not get up right away. On the other side, when the twins saw their brother's miserable state, they first froze for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. Brilliant! Why didn't we think of this before? If someone wants to go in and we suddenly cast a spell to turn this into a wall, that scene would definitely be amazing to watch. As he spoke, George Weasley lowered his head slightly and glanced at his brother, who was still lying on the ground. No, I just thought of an even better idea. We can let someone go in first, then cast the spell when he's halfway through and get him stuck inside the wall. Then, smack. Before he could finish speaking, Fred got slapped on the head. At the same time, Mrs. Weasley's voice rang out by his ear. You're still laughing? Hurry up and help your brother up. If this draws a lot of Muggle attention, it'll be trouble. Hearing their mother say that, the Weasley twins hurried over and helped their brother to his feet. While pulling him up, George reached out and touched that wall. First, George only wanted to confirm whether there really was a wall there, but when his hand reached over, he found that it passed straight through the wall. In other words, that spell had most likely already disappeared. Normally, when someone casts magic, the caster stays nearby. Now that this wall had disappeared, that meant the caster was on the other side. Thinking of this, George got straight to his feet and charged at the entrance. The next second, thud, ow, a crisp collision rang out, followed by George's cry of pain. Who's messing with us? At this point, Mrs. Weasley also realized something was wrong. One time, she could still think of it as a prank by one of her son's classmates, but repeat it again and again was a bit too much. She could not help speaking up, and as she did, she pulled her daughter Ginny protectively behind her. However, after Mrs. Weasley said that, there was no movement at all around them. That made all 5 of them start wondering whether they were being overly sensitive, or whether the other party had really already left. What is going on? Seeing that nothing happened for a long time, Fred could not hold back anymore. He also walked over and reached out to feel for that non-existent wall. Just like George, his hand also passed through that non-existent wall. But after watching what had happened to his 2 brothers, Fred had gotten smarter. He did not recklessly charge forward like George had. Instead, he pulled his hand back and then fiercely slapped at that non-existent wall. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Fred felt as if he had slapped a lump of dough that was a little thin. But that was not what shocked him the most. What shocked him most was that after his hand hit that dough and stopped, when his hand continued moving forward from inertia, the dough was gone again. The moment he noticed that, Fred's eyes lit up. He excitedly told his family what he had discovered, and after some testing by the twins, they also figured out the properties of this wall. This non-existent wall did not stop them from entering platform 9 3/4. What it blocked was only wizards rushing toward platform 9 3/4 at speed. In other words, as long as you did not run in, this magic would not affect you. This magic is way too amazing. I have to find the person who cast it and make him teach us. Once George understood what was really going on, he immediately became unbelievably excited. But although they wanted to go find the person who had cast the spell right away, they were unwilling to miss the good show in front of them. So, whenever one classmate after another crashed into it and ended up with bruised foreheads, the Weasley twins would kindly remind them how to get into platform 9 3/4. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng watched through his divine sense as those underage wizards stopped running and instead properly passed through the corridor into platform 9 3/4. He nodded in satisfaction. In a crowded place like this, charging around wildly is dangerous, especially with so many little wizards who just started school. If they got hit, that would be pretty dangerous. I still can't change my habit of enjoying helping people. If Dumbledore found out, he'd definitely have to give me a helpful person award. Beside him, watching Feng suddenly laugh for no apparent reason, Harry had no idea why, but he felt a chill run down his back. Did you hear? Apparently the Weasley twins invented a really amazing spell. This spell can create an invisible wall to stop people. I heard too, but according to them, they didn't invent the magic. They were victims too. They also said that if anyone can provide information about that person, they're willing to pay a reward of 2 galleons. 2 galleons? Isn't that way too little? Just be satisfied. With the Weasley family situation, being able to take out 2 galleons is already a huge loss of blood. That actually sounds right. In just half an hour, the story that the Weasley twins had set up a spell at the station entrance had spread through the entire train. And at this moment, our scapegoat duo, the Weasley twins, were hiding in a certain compartment, trembling as they tried to avoid all the victims coming after them. But the compartment was only so big. Where could they really hide? So after less than half an hour, the 2 of them were dragged out. In the end, only after paying the huge sum of 2 galleons to buy quite a lot of snacks did their classmates finally let them off. At the same time, a boy with the same flame-red hair was lying against the door panel of Feng's compartment. Looking at Feng, he said, "Sorry, can I sit here? Everywhere else is full." Looking at that flame-like red hair, Feng smiled, because there was a black mark on the boy's face, and his clothes were a little dirty and messy. It was even possible to vaguely see some signs of being tugged and pulled. Of course. Please have a seat. Feng had not expected Ron to still find Harry just like in the original story. But right now, Ron looked much more miserable than he had in the story. The already old and worn clothes on him were even more tattered now, and Feng had no small part in all of that. It was precisely because he had slightly modified the effect of the entrance spell earlier that Ron had also gotten caught up in it after boarding the train with his brothers. And it was also because of that that he still had not found a seat even now, and looked even more pitiful than he had in the story. Thanks. After getting permission, Ron thanked him and then sat down beside Feng. As soon as he sat down, he immediately introduced himself. "Right, my name's Ron Weasley." Ron's arrival gave Harry someone to chat with. As for Feng, he really did not have much to talk about with Harry. After all, Harry knew even less about magic than he did. And for other topics, were you really expecting an 11-year-old kid from a completely different country from yours to have much in common with you? Of course. Even though Feng did not join their conversation, he did not make things awkward either. He put on a listening expression and would occasionally nod to show agreement with what they were saying. In that cheerful atmosphere, quite a bit of the snacks Feng had taken out were eaten. It was also at that moment that another figure appeared at the compartment door. "Hello, have you seen a toad?" A boy named Neville lost one. Hearing the voice, Feng and the others turned toward the door, and then they saw a cute girl with bushy brown curls and brown eyes. The girl was not as stunningly beautiful as Cho Chang, or rather, at first glance she even looked a little plain. But if you looked carefully, you would realize her features were actually quite good. Once she fully grew into them, and with a little care to keep her skin fair and soft, she would definitely be school beauty material, not much worse than Cho Chang. Of course, what really caught Feng's attention was not the potential hidden beneath that ordinary appearance, but the fact that, if he had guessed correctly, This girl should be the other main character of Harry Potter, Hermione. There was a saying in Harry Potter describing the three protagonists, Hermione and her two flaws. That line was not necessarily entirely fair, but it did show just how important Hermione was within the trio. So the moment Feng saw the brown-curled girl, his eyes lit up. If this really is Hermione, then the protagonist group is complete. If only I had a camera. While Feng was thinking, Ron, who was eating snacks, looked at Hermione and answered directly, no. Hearing that answer, Hermione looked a little disappointed. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Feng suddenly spoke. Maybe I can try. For example. Like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng pulled out his wand, gave it a light tap, and softly chanted at the same time, Neville's toad, Accio. As the final word fell, a flash of light shone from the tip of Feng's wand. Then, after the light faded, a huge toad dropped onto the compartment floor with a smack and let out a painful croak. Looking at the giant toad that had fallen straight to the floor and was practically rolling its eyes from the impact, Feng gave an awkward smile and said, sorry, it's my first time using the summoning charm, so I'm a little unfamiliar with it. You can have that boy named Neville come over and see if this is his toad. That's incredible. How did you do that? That's not one of those simple little spells. Actually, I thought about using that spell too, but I looked through a whole year's worth of charms textbooks and couldn't find it. Are your parents wizards too? Can you teach me that spell?
Hold on, miss.
Please don't get too excited. What we need most right now is to find this toad's owner. As for the summoning charm, if you're still interested once we get to school, you can come find me. I definitely won't keep it to myself. Hearing Feng say that, Hermione finally calmed down. About 3 minutes later, Hermione brought Neville to their compartment. The instant Neville reached the compartment door, he recognized his toad. He cried out and rushed over, squatting down to scoop up the giant toad, making Feng unable to stop himself from sitting straighter and leaning back a little. It was not that he disliked other people keeping such a big toad as a pet, but compared to a giant bumpy toad, he still preferred furry pets, like foxes that could transform, catgirls, and things like that. Since there was still space in Feng's compartment, and they were almost at their destination anyway, Hermione and Neville simply stayed there with them. Of course, she did not forget to remind Feng and the others to change into their robes. By the time all the snacks Feng had taken out were completely gone, and night had fallen and the sky had gone fully dark, the Hogwarts Express had reached their destination as well, the final stop, Hogwarts. Once the train came to a stop, a crowd of young wizards eagerly stepped out of the carriages and headed down. Feng, meanwhile, followed behind Hermione and the others at an unhurried pace as he got off the train. The moment they got off, Feng and the others heard a booming voice near the front of the train shouting for the first years to follow him. And when Feng saw that giant who was nearly twice their height, his eyes immediately lit up. It was not because Feng had recognized who the other person was, but because he had smelled a large number of other animal scents on him, and those scents were quite powerful. In other words, if Feng had guessed right, those scents should belong to magical creatures. With so much magical creature scent on him, this has to be Hagrid. This guy is a hidden rich man. As long as I can build a good relationship with him later, all the materials I need will have a source. While Feng stared at Hagrid with burning eyes, Hagrid seemed to sense it and looked in their direction. But his gaze did not land on Feng, because all his attention was drawn to Harry beside him. Looks like even if I don't want to follow the plot, I'll still have to build a good relationship with Harry. With Harry around, will I still have to worry about not being able to get the materials Hagrid collects from those magical creatures? All the young wizards in the back, hurry up and come over here to get on the boats. Watch your step and don't fall into the lake. Under Hagrid's call, the young wizards followed him to the lakeside one after another. Walking right behind Hagrid, Feng watched Hagrid lightly leap into a small boat that was barely big enough for him to sit in, and he really broke into a cold sweat for him. What surprised Feng a little was that although the little boat rocked violently when Hagrid landed, it unexpectedly did not capsize. This made Feng highly praise Hogwarts' boat-building skills, and he also jumped onto a boat with much more confidence. Seeing that even Feng had jumped onto the little boat, the other young wizards also gathered their courage and climbed aboard one after another. What surprised Feng a little was that Harry did not get onto the same boat as him, but instead went with Ron onto another one. But when Feng noticed that Harry and Ron looked at Hermione a little unnaturally, he understood. The two of them thought Hermione was too overbearing, so after Hermione boarded with Feng, they chose a different boat instead of squeezing in with them. Just as the boat gently swayed and was about to set off, Feng turned back for a look. That glance made him let out a surprised sound, because he saw that Neville still had not found a boat and was standing on the shore anxiously searching for something. Even though Feng had not finished the entire Harry Potter series, He still knew the great name of Gryffindor's Sword Saint. And compared to Harry, Feng actually admired Neville more, because Harry had always been arranged to follow in his parents' footsteps. And he himself also believed that was the right thing to do. But Neville was different. He was timid and cowardly by nature, yet for the sake of his friends, he still drew Gryffindor's holy sword without hesitation and faced Voldemort directly. Although in Feng's eyes Voldemort was not really that impressive, to the people of the wizarding world, he was a great demon king whose name alone could stop a child from crying. Under those circumstances, Neville was willing to stand up for his friends, proving that he truly possessed fearless courage. Unlike Harry, who at the beginning was only trying to escape his old environment and was pushed along all the way to follow his parents' footsteps. Of course, even being pushed into it, he still truly went and did it. That too was a kind of powerful courage, especially since from the very beginning he had been told that the scar on his forehead had been left by Voldemort. Because he liked Neville, Feng was willing to give this introverted and timid boy a hand. So Feng reached out and lightly pressed down on the little boat. In the next second, the small wooden boat that had already been rocking on the water, ready to follow Hagrid's lead boat forward, came to a direct stop. Neville, what are you still looking for? Hurry up and get on. Neville, who had been anxiously searching to see if there was an empty boat, or a small wooden boat carrying someone familiar or kind-looking, heard Feng's voice and his eyes instantly lit up. And when he looked in the direction of the voice, he immediately saw Feng and Hermione, who were almost hidden in the darkness. Feng, Hermione. A trembling cry with a faint sob in it rang out, and in that instant, Feng could not help but shiver. It was not because Neville sounded like he was about to cry, but because Neville had only called his name. On top of that, with that trembling voice tinged with sobbing, Feng instantly thought of those tragic scenes where the male and female leads call each other's names during life and death farewells. Looking at Neville, whose eyes were faintly glistening with tears, Feng forcibly held back the urge to turn around and leave. After Neville got onto their little boat, he immediately said, Neville, from now on you can call me Feng, Brother Feng, or Xiao Feng, but please don't call me Feng anymore, okay? WH. Why? Is that a custom where you're from? You can just treat it as a custom from where I'm from. As he spoke, Feng lightly rested his hand on the edge of the wooden boat, and the next second after his small hand touched the boat, their little boat rippled across the water and chased after the others from behind at a speed faster than the rest. The boat had already started moving, so Neville and the others did not continue asking Feng about it. At the same time, on the other side of the lake, that is, the little wizard Dumbledore took in from China, their wooden boat. Seeing that the boat, which had clearly fallen behind and should have had no power to move, quickly catch up to the main group, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, the cat girl watching through binoculars from the other side of the lake, had a face full of astonishment. As soon as Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall finished speaking, a white figure appeared from behind her and walked to her side. And when that white figure followed her gaze and looked over at Feng and the others, deep shock flashed through his eyes as well, as expected of a little wizard from that mysterious ancient country. I cannot even tell what kind of magic he used. It seems Hogwarts is going to become quite interesting from now on. Our little wizards will not be lonely anymore. After saying that, Dumbledore turned and walked into the Great Hall, leaving this place back to Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. On the other side, Feng, who had been curiously lowering his head to study the pitch-black lake surface outside the boat, seemed to sense something and looked up toward the entrance of the Great Hall. But after only a glance, he withdrew his gaze, because neither Dumbledore nor the cat girl Minerva McGonagall was as attractive to him as the thing currently following them in the lake. If Feng was not mistaken, the lake they were crossing right now should be called the Black Lake, and under normal circumstances, both the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest were strictly off-limits. The reason there was such a school rule, and why it was especially emphasized to newly enrolled little wizards, was actually very simple. For them, those two places were just a bit too dangerous. The Forbidden Forest being home to a large number of magical creatures was something many Harry Potter fans, and even people who were not fans, knew. And the reason the Black Lake was also off-limits was the same, except the Forbidden Forest had all kinds of land-dwelling magical creatures, while the Black Lake had all kinds of seafood. Gulp. At that thought, Feng could not help swallowing, which made Hermione, sitting right across from him, very puzzled, because she truly could not understand why Feng was so curious about this pitch-black lake surface, and why after staring at it for so long, he had swallowed. Hermione would bet on her intelligence that the mouthful of saliva Feng had just swallowed was definitely not because his mouth was dry or anything like that. He was definitely hungry and wanted to eat something, because she had seen that kind of gaze, expression, and movement more than once before, and even on the train. Earlier on the train, that Ron had looked pretty much the same when he saw the snacks in front of Feng, which meant, thinking of this, Hermione also looked in the direction of Feng's gaze, But unfortunately, without night vision, all she could see was the dark lake surface. Still, Hermione truly lived up to being the brains of the Harry Potter world. Her eyes merely shifted slightly before she came up with a good idea. Feng, is there something tasty in the lake? Hearing Hermione say that, Feng, who was fantasizing about all kinds of recipes, answered without thinking, yeah, such a huge squid. If we save it up and make teppanyaki squid. Then sprinkle on cumin and chili powder. Slurp. As he spoke, Feng could not help slurping back the saliva that had reached the corner of his mouth. And the giant squid following beneath their little wooden boat seemed to hear and understand what Feng said. Its massive body could not help trembling. And then it quickly dived into the bottom of the lake and disappeared. Watching the giant squid vanish, Feng withdrew his gaze with a little regret and sighed. What a pity I didn't bring my fishing rod over. Otherwise tonight's late-night snack would be settled. But that's fine. Once I have time, I'll make another one. Big squid, don't worry. I'll save you ashore very soon. The night breeze brushed gently by. As the little wooden boat moved forward, the faint mist over the lake slowly dispersed, and in the distance on the lakeshore, the brightly lit main structure of Hogwarts appeared before Feng and the others. Looking at that suddenly appearing, brilliantly illuminated cluster of spired castles, even Feng felt a trace of shock, while the little wizards on the other boats were so stunned that their mouths hung open. Maybe this is why Hogwarts has always kept the tradition of having newly enrolled little wizards cross the Black Lake by small wooden boat. The sight of suddenly seeing the brilliantly lit main Hogwarts building in the middle of the night really is shocking. Feng did not know whether this scene had left a deep impression in the hearts of these little wizards, but it had indeed left a deep impression on him. Perhaps many years later, his memories of Hogwarts would gradually fade, but this scene would still remain vividly fresh in his mind no matter how many years passed. Amid the shock of all the new students, the boats slowly reached the shore, and when the little wooden boats docked, the little wizards once again became lively. It was not because they were excited about reaching their destination, but because after getting off the boats, the small dock was pitch black with barely any lights, and there was only one winding path leading to the castle. If it had been daytime, maybe it would not have been a big deal, but this was night. So even without rain, walking along this overgrown little path while carrying an oil lamp that could only light up 1 or 2 meters in front of you was still full of difficulty. By the way, is Hogwarts that poor? Why can't they build a better road leading to the school? And even if they don't have money to build a road, they should at least have enough money to install a few more lamps, right? After getting ashore, Feng reached out to steady Hermione, who had slipped when she jumped down and nearly fallen into the water, and could not help complaining. Thank you. Hermione, still shaken after being steadied by Feng, thanked him and then added, I've read Hogwarts, a history. It says this is to let newly enrolled little wizards experience some of the hardships the 4 founders went through when they first established Hogwarts. So each year students walk the path they once walked when they enter the school. Though I don't know how hard things were for them back then, I really have experienced the hardship in it. While Hermione was joining in the complaining, Neville also successfully got off the little boat and onto the shore. Although Feng and the others had caught up from behind, they were still relatively near the back, so by the time they got off, everyone else had basically already come ashore and was waiting. Hagrid glanced around, and after seeing that no one had fallen behind, he lifted his oil lamp and loudly reminded the little wizards on the shore. Watch your step, the shore is slippery. Be careful and keep up. Don't fall behind. After saying that, Hagrid turned and started forward along the path without caring whether anyone had failed to hear him. The young wizards were a little flustered at the sight, but they all hurried to follow. The problem was that only a small portion of them were carrying lanterns, so a lot of people simply couldn't see the ground beneath their feet. If that were all, then walking a little slower behind the people in front wouldn't have been much of an issue. But the one leading them was Hagrid. The newly enrolled young wizards were generally around 11 years old. Even the better developed ones at that age were usually only about 4'4" or 4'7". But Hagrid? Even among adults, he was an extremely huge and towering presence. So when Hagrid strode forward in big steps, even Harry, who was following right behind him, had to jog now and then to keep up. That made the already panicked young wizards even more panicked. A miserable scream suddenly rang out from the middle of the group. When Feng looked toward the sound, he immediately grinned, because in the dark crowd, a blonde slicked-back head was lying on the ground. And judging from the footprints on his robes, the reason he screamed wasn't just because he had fallen. And when Feng saw Ron quickening his pace in the dark to catch up to Harry, a trace of understanding rose in his heart. With Ron's personality, secretly shoving Malfoy to the ground probably wouldn't go that far. But if he saw him fall and added a foot, that was very possible. And maybe, while thinking, Feng glanced at Harry, whose heartbeat was a little fast and whose breathing was slightly rushed, clearly showing that he had just done something rather exciting. For example, when passing someone because it was too dark to see clearly, and because he didn't have a good impression of that person. He didn't have time to pull him up and instead accidentally gave him an extra kick or something. Feng had night vision, so not only was he not frightened, he was enjoying the drama quite a bit. But this sudden incident gave Hermione beside him, who also couldn't see, a huge fright. On top of that, she had almost fallen into the water just now and was still a little shaken, so she instinctively grabbed Feng's robe. Feeling someone grab his clothes, Feng turned his head and saw it was Hermione. Knowing she must have been frightened, he pulled out his wand. Lumos, with the spell leaving Feng's mouth. A bright light flared from the tip of his wand, lighting up the road several yards ahead of them. That scene not only made Hermione, who was clutching Feng's robe in fear of falling, light up with delight, but also made the nearby young wizards cry out in surprise. After nodding thanks to Feng, they quickened their pace and chased after Hagrid's back. Actually, before school started, I carefully previewed our classes for this year too, so knowing a few small spells is perfectly reasonable. Very reasonable. Hermione was surprised, but when she thought about how she had also learned several small spells, she accepted it. At the same time, though, a competitive thought rose in her heart. She felt she still wasn't working hard enough. But now was not the time to think about that. They had to hurry and catch up with the group. With Feng's lumos lighting the road ahead, Feng and the others sped up quite a bit. Even though they had started at the very back of the group, they quickly caught up to Hagrid. With Feng's lumos providing light, even though the road really was hard to walk, their speed still improved a lot. So before long, they followed Hagrid out of the narrow path and into the brightly lit castle. Looking at the brightly lit building, all the young wizards were extremely excited. Feng was excited too, because very soon he would get to see the famous sorting hat and the ghosts wandering around the castle. I wonder if the sorting hat really can peek into a person's thoughts and judge their character. Come to think of it, should I loosen my mind defenses a little later? Otherwise, if the sorting hat can't detect anything at all, will it treat me like some Death Eater who sneaked in? As Feng was thinking, they arrived before a large door at the end of the stairs, and standing in the middle of the doorway was an old lady wearing a pointed witch's hat. The moment he saw the old lady, Feng's eyes suddenly lit up.
Cut.
Ahem, transfiguration really is amazing. I just wonder if it can be done only halfway. After all, cat ears are the true essence of a catgirl. If it can. As he muttered inwardly, Feng glanced at Hermione beside him. Too bad she's not blonde, but a brown-haired little catgirl doesn't seem bad either. Feng chose to temporarily remain silent on the topic of can transfiguration be cast only halfway, creating a half-human, half-beast form, because the only catgirl in Hogwarts was currently looking at him with a puzzled gaze. Welcome to Hogwarts. After staring at Feng for about 2 seconds, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall finally withdrew her gaze and spoke to the group of young wizards. All right, in a moment you will pass through these doors and join your fellow students. But before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses. There are Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. Each house has its own characteristics. During your time at school, your house will be like your home, and your classmates will be like your family. If you perform well, your house will earn points. If you break school rules or do poorly, points will be taken away. At the end of the year, the house with the most points will win the house cup. I hope all of you will do your best. All right, the sorting ceremony is about to begin. Follow me inside. With that, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall turned and walked through the doors. Just as Feng and the others were about to move, a little boy with slicked-back blonde hair and an arrogant expression stepped forward first. So what they said on the train was true. Harry Potter really did come to Hogwarts. The moment the name Harry Potter came out, the young wizards who hadn't known Harry was in the group instantly erupted into chatter. But Feng, who had long known Harry had come and had no interest in playing those kinds of schemes and mind games with them, acted as if he hadn't heard anything and simply lifted his leg and continued walking after the deputy headmistress. Hermione had still been a little interested in hearing the gossip, but when she saw Feng had already left, she could only give up on it and hurry after him. When Neville saw Feng and Hermione both leave, he had wanted to follow too, but after lifting his foot, he realized that everyone else was still standing where they were. Only Feng and Hermione were walking forward, making them look especially conspicuous. Neville was already quite timid and cowardly. Seeing that situation, he was frightened into stopping at once. At the same time, when the others saw that Feng and Hermione had actually ignored the famous Harry Potter, all of them immediately turned their eyes toward the pair. They also wanted to know exactly who these two were. However, when they looked Feng and Hermione over carefully, they found nothing unusual about them. In fact, no one even recognized either of them. In other words, either they themselves or their parents were not well-known figures in the wizarding world at all. Seeing that there was nothing remarkable about Feng and Hermione, the young wizards withdrew their gazes. Malfoy, who had been interrupted, felt that he had been ignored. To Malfoy, who had always considered himself a superior pureblood noble, that felt like a huge insult. So he abandoned Harry and Ron in front of him and strode after Feng and Hermione. "Stop right there." Malfoy's furious voice came from behind, but Feng acted as if he hadn't heard it at all, because his attention had already been completely drawn to the upcoming sorting ceremony. He also very much wanted to know whether the sorting hat really could pry into a person's inner thoughts. Of course, what he wanted to know most was whether the sorting hat could break through his divine sense defenses and peek into his thoughts. If it couldn't, then should he loosen his divine sense defense just a little? Otherwise, if the sorting hat couldn't probe anything at all, would it mistake him for a rock? Or maybe some kind of Death Eater? Feng pretended not to hear it. Hermione had heard it and turned back, but when she saw that Feng had no intention of stopping at all, she turned her head back and continued forward. Compared to bickering with someone, she was far more interested in Feng, who had already mastered several spells before classes had even officially started. Feng and Hermione ignoring him again completely enraged Malfoy, so he directly pulled out his wand, pointed it at Feng, and shouted, "Are you two deaf? Stop right there." This time, Feng finally stopped and turned to look at Malfoy. But when he saw that Malfoy had actually pulled out his wand, he immediately laughed. "You want to duel me? But forgive me for saying this, can you really cast magic with that wand in your hand when you only just bought it and haven't even warmed it up yet? Oh right, a friendly reminder. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. Are you sure you want to keep causing trouble and make Headmaster Dumbledore wait for you?" Malfoy, who had been fuming, and the little wizards who had been eagerly looking forward to the drama instantly changed expression when they heard Feng say that. Although in the story or in Feng's eyes, Dumbledore was just an ordinary old man, in the wizarding world, Dumbledore actually represented authority and unmatched power. So even someone as full of himself as Malfoy had no choice but to put away his pride when he heard Dumbledore's name. Frightened by a single sentence from Feng, Malfoy angrily strode past him and quickly headed inside. Feng smiled when he saw that, nodded at Harry, then turned and followed him in. Professor Minerva McGonagall, who had been walking at the front and had deliberately slowed down to keep an eye on what was happening behind her, immediately sped up when she saw the little wizards following again. Judging from the thoughtful look on her face, she had deliberately allowed Malfoy to stir up trouble just now. As for her purpose, perhaps only she herself or Dumbledore knew. No longer arguing and closely following Professor Minerva McGonagall, the little wizards quickly arrived at the Great Hall. After entering, Feng and the others realized that everyone else, including Dumbledore, had already arrived and were all seated neatly at the tables, waiting. But what attracted them most in the hall was not the students who had already been waiting, nor the motionless candles floating in the air, but the ever-changing night sky above. That isn't the real night sky. The ceiling has been enchanted to look like that. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. Perhaps noticing the confusion in Feng's eyes, Hermione explained with a bit of excitement. "Pretty good spell, but it's a little unfortunate. It'd be better if it were a real night sky. Sunlight could come in, but wind and rain couldn't. I think that would definitely be cooler." Standing on the platform, Dumbledore's brows lifted slightly when he heard the conversation between Feng and Hermione, but he said nothing, because Harry had also come in. Although Dumbledore was the headmaster, he didn't waste words. He only mentioned a few taboos like how the Forbidden Forest was off-limits, then announced that the sorting ceremony would begin. "When your name is called, come to the front. I will place the sorting hat on your head, and then it will determine which house you belong in. It's here, she's coming." As the saying goes, main characters come and go, but Hannah stands forever. I hereby announce that the winner of the Iron Throne of the Wizarding Worlds is Hannah Abbott. Under Feng's excited and expectant gaze, Professor Minerva McGonagall called out that much-anticipated name. "Hannah Abbott. Hannah Abbott." Hufflepuff. Oh, the moment the sorting hat spoke, loud cheers immediately erupted from the Hufflepuff side. Amid the cheering, Hannah Abbott, the Lord of the Iron Throne, smiled and walked toward them, then sat down at that long table. As one name after another was called, cheers rose and fell without end. And when the name Hermione Granger was called, Feng felt someone tug at his robe. "Don't be nervous. Stay calm. Just treat it like an ordinary shabby old hat." Maybe Feng's comfort worked, or maybe Hermione had calmed herself down. In any case, as soon as Feng finished speaking, Hermione took a deep breath, walked out, and sat down on the chair beside Professor Minerva McGonagall. Slightly different from the others, after Hermione put on the hat, the sorting hat fell silent for quite a while. With his keen divine sense, Yi Feng could feel Hermione's consciousness communicating with the Sorting Hat. And when the two stopped communicating, the Sorting Hat made its decision. Gryff. Inder. Yi Feng.
De.
What did I just hear? It slipped up. It definitely slipped up. It just said Gryffindor. Yi Feng wasn't speaking very loudly, but he had no intention of hiding it either, so his voice wasn't quiet. The people nearby heard him, and even Dumbledore, seated at the very top, heard him too because Dumbledore raised an eyebrow when Yi Feng said that. If Dumbledore heard it, then Professor McGonagall, who was even closer, and the Sorting Hat obviously heard it too. So, in the very next second, before the Sorting Hat had even been taken off Hermione's head, it loudly protested its innocence. No, I didn't say that. You definitely heard wrong. I have never said Gryffindor. The whole wizarding world knows that I, the Sorting Hat, am the most honest and never lie. It's exactly because you never lie that you're the most likely to lie, because once someone who never lies does lie, no one will think he lied. Sorting Hat. Damn, that actually makes so much sense I can't even refute it. No one had expected Yi Feng to silence the Sorting Hat with a single sentence. To avoid an awkward pause, Professor Minerva said, maybe the Sorting Hat spoke unclearly and you heard it wrong. After all, it's very old and already rather tattered, so it's normal for it to speak a little unclearly. Alright, that topic is over. Next one. No need to read the name. It's this little troublemaker. I want to see which house you'll be sorted into. Slytherin? Ravenclaw? Or maybe Azkaban? Azkaban? He must be sent to Azkaban. The instant Professor Minerva picked up the Sorting Hat and placed it on Yi Feng's head, it started shouting wildly. And the moment the name Azkaban came out, everyone except a few little wizards who truly knew nothing turned pale. Mr. Sorting Hat, are you really sure you want to send me to Azkaban? To everyone's surprise, when Yi Feng heard that the Sorting Hat wanted to sort him into Azkaban, he neither panicked nor got angry. Instead, he was a little excited. Yes, excited. In truth, although Yi Feng had cultivated immortality for 10 years, and since he had never fully used his strength, even he didn't know how powerful he really was, he had actually never properly seen spiritual entities like souls or ghosts. Of course, when people in the village passed away, he had seen their souls. But their souls quickly vanished into thin air, as if the moment they left the body, they entered another dimension directly. Even though his cultivation had already reached some success, and his primordial spirit could already roam in broad daylight, he still couldn't find where they had gone. So if he could see real ghosts, or even study so-called Death Eaters, Dementors, and the like, he wouldn't refuse. Therefore, when Yi Feng heard that the Sorting Hat was going to sort him into Azkaban, he truly wasn't worried. The reason the Sorting Hat wanted to send him to Azkaban was not because of what had been said earlier, nor because it was completely unable to probe his thoughts. Just now, he had not fully reined in his mind. Instead, he had waited a bit, and after realizing the Sorting Hat truly could not pry into his thoughts, he had deliberately loosened a sliver of his defenses. The Sorting Hat's reaction had been so intense probably because one of Yi Feng's tiny thoughts just now had scared it. Although he knew the reason and was not too opposed to going to Azkaban, Azkaban could be visited anytime, while Hogwarts was not a place he could come to whenever he wanted. So Yi Feng gave a light cough and defended himself. Mr. Sorting Hat, can you tell me why you want to sort me into Azkaban? Because you're a devil. You actually wanted to pull my soul out of my body, so that really was the reason. But this really is a misunderstanding. So please allow me to argue my case. While thinking that, Yi Feng spoke directly. Mr. Sorting Hat, you misunderstood. I never wanted to pull your soul out of your body. I just felt that using your talent only to sort young wizards into houses was a bit wasteful, a bit beneath your true value. Really? Then explain. Yi Feng's neither too soft nor too hard bit of flattery instantly made the Sorting Hat feel much better, and its tone softened as well. Seeing that, Yi Feng glanced up at Dumbledore. Dumbledore saw the question in Yi Feng's eyes and nodded, signaling that he could boldly speak his thoughts. After receiving Dumbledore's instruction, Yi Feng immediately felt much more at ease. Actually, my idea wasn't to pull Mr. Sorting Hat's soul out, but to forge a new body for you and install it on the main gate of Hogwarts. Of course, Yi Feng definitely was not going to say that after making the thing, he would still need to pull the Sorting Hat's soul out of the hat and stuff it into the completed object. Just imagine such a magical thing. As long as any person or object passes through it, all hidden schemes and evil will be detected. No matter how deeply a Death Eater is hiding, as long as they pass through this door, they will be exposed. If such a magical item were truly created, then Hogwarts would be able to keep all danger outside its gates. And Mr. Sorting Hat, you can distinguish good from evil and see through people's hearts. I don't think anyone could be more suitable for this position than you. After saying that, Yi Feng paused slightly, tilted his head, and looked at the Sorting Hat with an expectant face. He waited about 2 seconds before continuing, "Mr. Sorting Hat, what do you think of this proposal?" Perhaps the Sorting Hat had also been shocked by Yi Feng's astonishing proposal, because if such a magical device could really be created, the entire wizarding world would be shaken to its core, and those Death Eaters hiding in the deepest shadows would all be rooted out one by one. When Yi Feng made this proposal, Dumbledore, seated at the head, had already shown an unreadable expression. After Yi Feng finished, he let out a soft sigh and said kindly, "Then Mr. Feng Yi, what do you think this magical thing should be called?" Focused entirely on tricking the Sorting Hat into agreeing, Yi Feng had not noticed Dumbledore's change in expression at all. So he immediately said loudly, "I have decided to give this great item the name Security Check Gate. Dumbledore, I really shouldn't have had expectations for you. Mr. Yi Feng, your proposal is very good. My suggestion is that you should refrain from making suggestions in the future." After saying that, Dumbledore felt he should not crush a student's spirit of exploration. So he paused briefly and explained again, "The Ministry of Magic has clear restrictions on the use of items from the Muggle world. So Mr. Yi Feng, your proposal is very good, but the law does not allow it." Dumbledore's decision completely killed off Yi Feng's proposal. Of course, he was not really sorted into Azkaban either. Instead, the Sorting Hat was asked to examine him again and see which house he was suited for. "O little one, I admit I wronged you just now. Brave, steadfast, wise, upright, loyal. Heavens, I actually wanted to send such a good child with so many wonderful qualities to Azkaban. My sin is truly monstrous. Good child, to make up for my wrongdoing, I've decided to let you choose the house you like yourself."
Yi Feng, whew.
Although he had just opened a crack in his sea of consciousness and had slightly polished things a bit when letting the Sorting Hat peek at some of his thoughts, he still should not have reacted like this, right? Could it be this thing doesn't know which house to sort me into, so it's kicking the problem back to me? But that's not right either. Even if it didn't know, it could still discuss. Cough, cough. Thinking of this, Yi Feng gave a slightly awkward cough. It seemed that earlier, there really had been a faint strand of consciousness trying to enter his sea of consciousness through the gap he had deliberately opened, apparently to pass along some kind of information. But at the time, he had assumed it was something like Voldemort trying to probe his thoughts. So he had instinctively used the power of his divine sense to shred it apart. Gryffindor, then. After all, my good friend is also in Gryffindor. Oh! The moment Yi Feng made his choice, a huge cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, and while the Gryffindor crowd was celebrating, among the Ravenclaw students, an exquisitely beautiful figuresque expression dimmed for a moment, but right after that delicate little face bloomed once more into a bright smile. "Even though little brother didn't choose the same house as me, the fact that he made a friend his own age so quickly is still something quite worth being happy about. I just didn't expect my bargain little brother to be this outstanding. His luck with women definitely won't be weak. Looks like I, as his big sister, will have to screen things for him." As Yi Feng briskly walked toward the Gryffindor table, he seemed to sense something and swept his gaze around. At a glance, he spotted the girl who still stood out even among a crowd of people all dressed in the same black robes. When he saw that big sister with the brilliant smile, Yi Feng also showed a bright smile. At the same time, his lips moved slightly, though no sound came out. And Zhang Qiu clearly understood his lip movements. So her pretty face flushed faintly before she pulled back the gaze she had fixed on Yi Feng. Seeing Zhang Qiu lower her head with a faint blush, Yi Feng scratched his head in confusion, because all he had said was for Zhang Qiu to wait for him, and that he would go find her to hang out when he had time. After being puzzled for only a moment, Yi Feng tossed it to the back of his mind. After all, you could not expect an old lifelong single guy with barely any experience even talking to girls to suddenly become a master of emotional intelligence right after being reborn. Not long after Yi Feng sat down, it was Harry's turn. When Deputy Headmistress Minerva called out Harry Potter's name, the entire hall instantly fell silent. But in the very next second, discussion louder than before broke out, and nearly every conversation in the hall was about Harry Potter. So he's Harry Potter? He doesn't look all that special. Do you think there's really a Z-shaped scar on his forehead? It should be real. That's what the whole wizarding world says. I wonder which house he'll be sorted into. Looking at him, he probably won't be Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Most likely Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. I think it'll definitely be Gryffindor. After all, his parents were in Gryffindor. The wave of sound stirred up by the loud discussion made even the burning candles sway continuously. Seeing that Harry had stopped walking because of the uproar and had not sat on the chair, Dumbledore gave a light cough and said, "All right, that's enough discussion. Harry, don't worry. Step forward and just sit on the chair." Hearing Dumbledore say that, Harry instantly felt much more at ease. Following Dumbledore's instructions, He sat down on the chair, and at the same time Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat and placed it on his head. Gryffindor. As the name Gryffindor rang out, waves of cheers, even louder than the ones Feng had just received, erupted through the hall. The corner of Malfoy's mouth curled up slightly, because in his view, Harry was more popular than Feng. Feng should be feeling pretty upset right now, maybe even starting to hate Harry. However, when Malfoy turned his gaze toward Feng, who had already sat down, he nearly exploded with anger, because Feng was casually chatting with Hermione as if no one else was around, not even lifting his head, as though the cheers around him did not exist at all. There was none of the jealousy or envy Malfoy had expected. No way, he's definitely just hiding it. In his heart, he must already see Harry as a rival. At that point, Malfoy's eyes suddenly lit up, and he muttered excitedly, "That's right, it has to be. The reason he won't look at Harry, the reason he's pretending to chat with that girl, must be to hide his feelings. He must be furious by now, right? Humph, a mudblood like him has no right to be my opponent. Having Harry Potter is already enough. Looks like I should go win Harry Potter over later. That way I won't have to personally deal with that disgusting guy. Draco Malfoy." The moment Malfoy finished speaking, he heard his own name. He was in a great mood right now, and he believed with absolute certainty that he would be sorted into Slytherin, so he walked up confidently. "Look, it's that annoying guy. I hope he doesn't get sorted into Gryffindor." As Malfoy walked up, Hermione, sitting next to Feng, nudged him and gestured for him to look at the stage. The moment Hermione finished speaking, Feng could not help laughing out loud, because before Professor McGonagall had even placed the sorting hat on Malfoy's head, the hat had already loudly and urgently shouted the name Slytherin, as if there were something dirty on Malfoy's head. Originally, Hermione and Harry had not thought much of it, but after Feng laughed, they also caught on. Once Ron figured it out, he laughed even louder than Feng, because those two were practically born not to get along. The sorting ended without any more waves, and as Dumbledore tapped the goblet on the table and announced the start of the feast, a lavish spread of food suddenly appeared on the table. Although Feng had eaten plenty of delicious things before in this era back home, being able to eat his fill was already considered pretty good. So when he saw so much food on the table, he could not help swallowing. "It's been a long time since I've had such a rich dinner. Eat first. That's what matters." Seeing Feng bury his head in food, Harry and the others also found their appetites rising. But when they were about halfway through the meal, Feng suddenly put down the knife and fork he still was not used to using, because he sensed a special kind of power. "Ah!" Suddenly, Ron let out a scream and threw the chicken leg in his hand away. Then a transparent head popped out from the pile of food. "Hello there. How are you all doing?" "Ghost."
Feng.
"Headmaster Dumbledore, can I touch these ghosts?" Looking at the transparent ghost that had emerged from the pile of food, there was not a trace of fear in Feng's eyes. Instead, they were filled with excitement. This was not the first time Feng had seen a soul. 1 month after he had truly stepped onto the path of cultivation and cultivated his first wisp of immortal power, he had already seen a real soul. Feng still remembered that after cultivating his first wisp of immortal power and obtaining the method to awaken the spirit, he had impatiently opened his celestial eye, only to see nothing at all. Yet just 1 month later, without any warning, on his way home from school, he had suddenly seen a blurry human figure standing by the roadside, gazing longingly in a certain direction. But whether it was that first chance encounter or later, when he gradually grew bolder and deliberately went near homes where elderly people had passed away to study them carefully, he had never been able to find where those souls went in the end. None of them stayed for more than 1 day, and after disappearing, they never appeared again. Because of that, when he learned that this world had Hogwarts, Feng had been extremely excited, because this place had not only magic, but also all kinds of magical items and most importantly, ghosts, which he had never been able to find even the slightest trace of. Maybe the ghosts at Hogwarts can give me a satisfying answer, so... Smack! Just as the ghost that had crawled out from under the table had come out more than halfway and was about to fly off, a yellow paper talisman was slapped onto his body. That made the ghost, who had successfully pulled off his prank and was just about to leave with a grin, suddenly freeze. "Huh? Feng, why can you touch these ghosts? And what is that thing you stuck on him?" Full of curiosity, Hermione stretched out her pale little hand while speaking, about to peel off the paper talisman stuck to the ghost, or rather, the food talisman. "Don't. Oh, touch. Feng." Before Feng could even finish saying the word touch, Hermione had already peeled the talisman off. The instant it was removed, a piercing scream suddenly rang out, and the ghost, who had been frozen in place by the talisman and nearly scared to death, shrieked and vanished into the ceiling at incredible speed. "Hermione, sorry, I shouldn't have touched your things without your permission. But using something like that to freeze Mr. Ghost in place is actually really rude too. As she spoke, Hermione's voice grew softer and softer, and her little head slowly lowered. Seeing that, Feng sighed softly and comforted her. It's fine. I didn't explain it clearly to you beforehand. And you're right. I got too excited. I used a talisman to pin Mr. Ghost down without his permission. I'll go apologize to Mr. Ghost in a bit. Dumbledore, who had already walked up behind Feng with an unusually grave look in his eyes, flashed a trace of approval when he heard those words. Still, he said, Student Feng, it is good that you can think that way. This time, I will forgive your recklessness, but I hope there will not be a next time. And also, this Fu Lu, I will keep it for you for now. You have no objection, do you? Feng had said the word for talisman directly in Chinese, so Dumbledore's pronunciation was slightly awkward when he repeated it. Naturally, Feng had no objection to Dumbledore's suggestion. After all, although it was true that the ghost had played a prank and scared Ron, and although he had also asked permission from Dumbledore before taking action, these ghosts were not Hogwarts fixed assets. They were also living beings with self-awareness. So Feng directly using a talisman to pin the ghost down really was a little too much. But if you were to say it was some kind of serious wrongdoing, that would not really be accurate either, because all he had done was pin that ghost down. He had not even had the chance to do anything else yet. As for apologizing, Feng glanced around. Not to mention the ghost he had just stuck with the talisman, even the ones who had not been tagged had already fled by more than half. As for the one or two who were a little bolder, they were now floating high near the ceiling, staying far away from him, clearly ready to run for it the second anything seemed off. Dumbledore saw the situation too, but there was not much he could do about it. After all, Feng was only an 11-year-old child, so Dumbledore could not really say too much. He could only suggest that Feng not do this kind of thing again in the future. Of course, after warning Feng not to casually stick talismans onto the ghosts in the school again, Dumbledore also asked the question he cared about most, which was where exactly Feng's ghost-freezing talisman had come from. Faced with Dumbledore's question, Feng only thought for 1 second before giving an almost standard answer. This talisman was bought from a Taoist temple near our home. Cost me half a month of pocket money. Hearing Feng's answer, Dumbledore revealed a thoughtful look. After all, that country was considered quite mysterious even by the wizarding world, so it was perfectly normal for it to have some items similar to magical tools. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Dumbledore nodded and turned to walk back. Seeing this, Feng let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he also grew excited. If the spirit-binding talisman I drew myself works, then doesn't that mean the other talismans should work too? That was right. The talisman that had pinned down the ghost just now had been drawn by Feng himself. It was just that, because he did not have much pocket money, he could only afford a little yellow paper and cinnabar at most. So even though he had gotten quite a few talisman drawing methods from the system, because he lacked materials to practice with, even he did not know whether the talismans he drew would actually work. Of course, now that the most basic spirit-binding talisman had already been proven effective, the other talismans naturally should not be a problem either. The only issue now was the materials needed to draw talismans, because drawing talismans did not only require yellow paper and cinnabar. Some talismans needed other things added in as well. After Feng caused this scene, the part from the original story where ghosts ran around everywhere pulling pranks was directly gone. Without the ghosts' mischief, the young wizards in the same year as Feng were able to continue feasting to their heart's content. After that, nothing else happened. Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, their prefect led them back to the common room. On the staircase leading there, the prefect warned them that although this was the fastest route to the common room, the staircases here could move at any time, so they had to be careful, remember the path they had taken, and absolutely not get lost. After being led around by the prefect for a few minutes, Feng and the others successfully arrived in front of a portrait of the fat lady. So this is the legendary fat lady? But I seriously doubt a single painting can really stop a wizard. Although Feng had some doubts about how sturdy the portrait was, he had no intention of trying it out. After the prefect gave the password and led them into the common room, explained the situation and the various things they needed to pay attention to, they found their own dormitories and beds and prepared to rest. Feng was not assigned to the same dormitory as Harry and the others like the protagonists in those fanfics, but neither side had any desire to talk, so they quickly went to sleep. After all, classes would officially begin tomorrow. As for Feng, he was quite looking forward to tomorrow's lessons, because the first class would be transfiguration. And if his idea could really be achieved, then perhaps the wizarding world would gain many more animagi. Early the next morning, Feng opened those star-bright eyes as usual before the sun rose, while at this time, everyone else in the dormitory was still sleeping soundly. After getting up, Yi Feng walked to the window and fed a little meat to his little owl, whose pin feathers had fully grown in and was about to grow long feathers. Only then did he go wash up as usual. By the time Yi Feng finished washing, the sun was almost about to rise, but there were still barely any people awake in all of Hogwarts. Yi Feng was not someone who liked disturbing others, so after getting up, he had not planned to go out and do his daily routine of absorbing qi. Instead, he gently pushed open the door and window, but after opening them, Yi Feng discovered a rather awkward problem. Although Hogwarts was huge, and the windows in the students' dormitories would not be blocked, the directions they faced were definitely different. Unfortunately, the dormitory Yi Feng lived in just so happened to face away from the side where the sunrise could be seen. Ahem, this is a little awkward. Looks like I'll have to. While speaking, Yi Feng suddenly noticed that his dormitory was on the very top floor, which meant that he could actually climb out the window and make his way onto the roof. Although Hogwarts buildings had pointed roofs, and the sloped surfaces were steep enough that under normal circumstances they could not be climbed, Yi Feng was not a normal person. So a few seconds later, Yi Feng was already standing atop the towering spire. Inhale. As the sun rose, Yi Feng slightly opened his mouth, faced the rising morning sun, and took a long breath in. As that breath entered his lungs, a flash of purple light flickered through his eyes and vanished. When the sun had completely risen above the horizon, Yi Feng immediately stopped inhaling and closed his mouth. Gulp. With a slight movement of his throat, Yi Feng used the method of swallowing purple qi to consume the purple qi he had gathered, and only then did he slowly exhale. Of course, this time, to avoid what had happened last time, Yi Feng deliberately slowed his exhale a little, so it only looked like he had breathed out a long stream of white mist. At the same time, Dumbledore, who had finally brought Harry Potter into Hogwarts, stretched lazily and pushed open the window, preparing to breathe some fresh air. The weather today is definitely very... Dumbledore?
De. Y Fen, Sigma. De.
Headmaster Dumbledore? Good morning. Yi Feng had not expected Dumbledore to open the window at this moment, much less that the section of roof he was on would be slightly lower than Dumbledore's. So the rooftop happened to be level with the window of Dumbledore's room, and the fact that he had run onto the roof was seen immediately. Of course, although he was a little surprised, Yi Feng did not think much of it. After all, both cultivators and wizards could fly, and over the years Yi Feng had spent plenty of time in high places, so he simply did not realize there was anything wrong with running onto the rooftop. He even warmly greeted Dumbledore. Yi Feng did not think there was anything wrong with it, but the Dumbledore opposite him was so startled his liver almost trembled, because this was dozens of meters above the ground. If he fell from here, then they could basically have an owl sent to Yi Feng's parents to invite them to the funeral feast. Startled, Dumbledore did not hesitate in the slightest. He directly pulled out his wand and cast a levitation charm at Yi Feng. The instant Dumbledore pulled out his wand, the delicate little sword charm hanging at Yi Feng's waist trembled slightly, but it was only for a moment before it went still again. And when Yi Feng saw Dumbledore draw his wand, he instinctively reached back to grab his own. But after Dumbledore's magic was cast, Yi Feng stopped, because he knew Dumbledore meant him no harm. Sure enough, the instant he was hit by Dumbledore's magic, Yi Feng felt himself floating up uncontrollably. And when Dumbledore saw Yi Feng's motion of reaching for his wand, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes, because not to mention young wizards, even many adult wizards did not have that kind of reaction speed. Of course, admiration was admiration, but this kind of behavior of running onto such a dangerous rooftop so early in the morning to watch the sunrise was absolutely not allowed. So Dumbledore decided to make Yi Feng suffer a little. The hand holding his wand moved slightly, and as the wand moved, Yi Feng floated up and drifted outward past the edge of the roof. If it had been anyone else, they probably would have already been scared senseless by this scene. But Yi Feng, bluntly speaking, Dumbledore might not even have flown more times than he had, nor necessarily faster than him or higher than him. So when Dumbledore used the levitation charm to make him float out beyond the roof and into the sky dozens of meters above the ground, Yi Feng not only did not panic, but instead said with a face full of surprise, "Headmaster Dumbledore, is this the levitation charm? So amazing. If you could cast it on yourself and control it, then doesn't that mean wizards could fly without broomsticks?" Dumbledore, Day. Did I make you fly with the levitation charm so you could think about that? This is punishment. Punishment. Although Dumbledore was inwardly extremely exasperated by Yi Feng's reaction, he could not say it out loud directly. But this kind of behavior from Yi Feng was absolutely not allowed. So Dumbledore directly pulled Yi Feng back and made him fly in through the window into his room. Although Hogwarts school rules don't explicitly forbid young wizards from climbing onto the roof, what you did was far too dangerous. If you want to watch the sunrise, I know a better place. Since Hogwarts school rules don't explicitly forbid it, I 1T deduct points from Gryffindor this time. However, as punishment, I want you to copy out Hogwarts school rules once. Do you have any objections to that decision? Although Dumbledore's words were not harsh, they carried an unquestionable tone. And he really was thinking about Yi Feng's safety, so Yi Feng accepted the punishment. But he regretted it very quickly. First, Yi Feng thought the school rules might just be the few points Dumbledore had mentioned earlier, but when Dumbledore placed that rulebook in front of him, he knew he was wrong, and very, very wrong. In the end, relying on the incredible hand speed he had honed from staying single until now, Yi Feng managed to finish copying the school rules before class started. Unfortunately, he also missed breakfast, so he only had time to grab some ingredients from the kitchen before hurrying off to class. When Yi Feng ran into the classroom, it still wasn't tea time for class yet, but there was already a gray and black cat crouching on the podium. Yi Feng wasn't a cat person, so he didn't know much about cats and had no idea what breed it was, but he recognized at a glance that this cat was Vice Principal McGonagall in disguise. His eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly walked over, reaching out to pet it.
보이스 프린시팔 마크고나골, 기한濁点대 한濁点.
Under Vice Principal McGonagall's death stare, Yi Feng had no choice but to pull his hand back awkwardly. After all, she would transform back in front of everyone in a while. If he really had touched her, whether McGonagall would die of embarrassment or not was hard to say, but he would definitely be beaten to death by her. Seeing Yi Feng withdraw his hand, Vice Principal McGonagall also let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, a question rose in her heart. Had Yi Feng recognized her? Filled with regret, Yi Feng returned to his seat, which was beside Hermione. But unlike usual, after greeting her and sitting down, he ignored her and kept staring at the cat on the podium instead. Hey! Seeing that Yi Feng was actually ignoring her, Hermione gently nudged him. What are you thinking about? Why are you so out of it? I called you several times already. Sensing the faint resentment in the girl beside him, Yi Feng hurriedly replied, I was wondering whether transfiguration can really turn a person into a certain kind of animal. When he said this, Yi Feng didn't turn his head. He kept staring at the cat on the podium as if that black and white cat had some fatal attraction. Hermione felt a little jealous, so she spoke again. You seem to really like cats? I like cats too. I even have one at home. Her name is Crookshanks. Although Yi Feng was basically a complete beginner when it came to emotions, he could still catch the faint hint of jealousy in Hermione's words. And just now, when he had figured out the rough principles of animagus transformation, he had received a mission, so he pulled his gaze back from Vice Principal McGonagall. I really do like cats. They're elegant and composed, and their bodies are all soft and feel great to touch. It's just a pity that the cats my family used to keep were all pretty wild and not very affectionate. Really? That's such a shame. When I come back this time, I can bring Crookshanks with me. I'm sure you'll like her. Seeing that Yi Feng had finally pulled his attention back, Hermione also returned to normal. And at that moment, two flustered figures rushed in through the doorway. Seeing those two, Hermione couldn't help shaking her head. Although they still weren't exactly good friends, they had at least ridden in the same compartment together, so compared to everyone else they were a bit more familiar. That was why Hermione couldn't help shaking her head when she saw the two of them arrive late on the very first day. As for Yi Feng, he looked like he was ready to enjoy the show. When Ron and Harry rushed in and saw that no teacher had come to the podium yet, they immediately let out a sigh of relief. Ron even complained out of habit, good thing we're not late. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall's expression would be enough to scare someone to death. The moment Ron finished speaking, the cat on the podium suddenly leaped down. As it jumped, its body rapidly changed, and in almost the blink of an eye, the cat that had been crouching on the podium for so long turned into Vice Principal McGonagall.
Ron, Sigma, LL.
The instant he saw the cat turn into Vice Principal McGonagall, Ron's jaw dropped in shock. But he really was a Weasley. He recovered almost instantly and looked at Vice Principal McGonagall in admiration. That was amazing. Ron's reaction speed was fast, but unfortunately, Vice Principal McGonagall didn't buy that sort of thing. And transfiguration really was a very rigorous subject, because it was magic that completely turned one thing into another. In other words, if your studies weren't solid enough and you failed to remember some key point of knowledge, then after using transfiguration to turn into another animal, you might not be able to turn back. So Professor McGonagall's tone was extremely stern. After scolding Harry and Ron, Vice Principal McGonagall had them sit down. What disappointed Yi Feng a little was that because transfiguration was such a rigorous subject, Professor McGonagall did not teach them actual transfiguration in their first class. Instead, she spent the whole lesson explaining precautions and key points. Almost the moment Professor McGonagall announced class was over, Yi Feng's stomach growled too. Hermione, Ron, and the others sitting nearby all looked over at him in confusion. Yi Feng smiled awkwardly and said, I ran into Headmaster Dumbledore this morning. He invited me to sit in his office for a while, so I didn't have time to eat breakfast. You didn't eat breakfast? Hermione sounded shocked when she heard that, because when she got up, she had heard his roommate say that Feng had gotten up a long time ago, so she had assumed he must have already eaten. I should have saved you some. The dessert this morning was actually pretty good. Hermione's face was full of regret as she said this, while Neville lowered his head guiltily, because Feng was the person at Hogwarts who treated him the best, yet he hadn't even noticed that Feng hadn't eaten breakfast. Seeing that both of them felt a little guilty, Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. Before coming here, I already got something from the kitchen, so you don't need to worry." Hearing that, Hermione and the others felt much more relieved. But when they arrived at the potions classroom and saw Feng take out his cauldron, which was a little different from theirs, pour water into it, and then directly turn the small flame under it into a large fire, they were all stunned. Feng, we heard the potions teacher is very strict, and especially likes picking on Gryffindor students, so... Bang! Before Ron could finish, the classroom door was suddenly shoved open, and a black figure rushed in at full speed, stopping beside the podium. "So, Mr. Weasley, what exactly were you planning to do?" Gulp. Looking at Snape towering over him, Ron, who had just been caught red-handed talking behind someone's back, swallowed hard. But his reaction was still as fast as ever. "So, Professor Snape, I was going to suggest that classmate Feng shouldn't turn the cauldron flame up that high. That's very dangerous." Seeing Ron back down, Snape withdrew his gaze from him and shifted it away, preparing to see what exactly Feng was doing. But as his gaze moved toward Feng, a bespectacled figure completely captured his attention. After staring closely at Harry, or more accurately, at Harry's eyes for 1 or 2 seconds, Snape withdrew his gaze, walked behind the podium and began his opening speech. Of course, after the opening remarks, Snape didn't forget to put Ron's offense against him on the record and directly took a full 10 points from Gryffindor, without any extra nonsense. Perhaps because he was in a better mood after deducting points from Gryffindor, Snape immediately started teaching Feng and the others, and after finishing the explanation, he had them begin brewing potions themselves. Of course, this potion was meant to let Feng and the others get familiar with the brewing process, so the procedure was very simple, at least for Feng, who had refined pills in a rice cooker before. So in just 5 minutes, Feng finished brewing the potion Snape had assigned and bottled it up. But after finishing the potion Snape had assigned, Feng did not stop. He skillfully started washing the pot, then added clean water and turned the heat up to the maximum. From the platform, Snape watched Feng's practiced movements. Even though Feng was from Gryffindor, Snape could not help but nod. It was just that the things Feng was adding seemed a bit different from what he had instructed. What is star anise? Oh, so this thing really does have 8 points. That's pretty vivid. Cinnamon? What animal's skin is that? Huh? It's actually a piece of tree bark. Pepper? A kind of chili? But why are they little black fruits? How strange. Still, it looks pretty good. It's just a pity there's no magical fluctuation. This pot of potion has already failed. A few minutes later. Wait, I can understand the earlier ingredients, even if there were quite a few I had never seen before, but what does adding mutton mean? And why does it smell so good? As he muttered inwardly, Snape could not help swallowing. Glug glug. The broth in the cauldron, tinged with a bit of red, kept boiling. The moment Feng put the thinly sliced mutton into the cauldron, a rich meat aroma drifted out. Right then, Feng pulled out his wand. "I forgot to bring chopsticks, so I'll just make do with this wand for now." As he spoke, Feng casually wiped off his wand and stuck it straight into the cauldron, separating the mutton he had put inside. On the podium, the extremely confused Snape saw Feng actually using his wand to stir the potion in the cauldron and immediately flew into a rage, because potions was a subject he cared about deeply, and he would not allow anyone to mess around in his class. "Your name is Feng, right? Can you tell me what exactly you're doing?" Hearing the voice, Feng looked up and saw an unusually gloomy and terrifying face. The moment Hermione, Harry, and the others beside him heard the voice and looked over, they were all startled. Hermione, being closer, lost her grip and knocked over her cauldron. Tissus, the half-finished potion spilled from the overturned cauldron and let out a violent sizzling sound. A cloud of black smoke rose directly upward, frightening Snape so much that he immediately pulled out his wand and used a small spell to disperse it. Seeing this, the already angry Snape became even angrier. He stared fiercely at Feng and Hermione and said, "I think the two of you are not suited for potions class." Although Feng had not finished the entire Harry Potter film series, he still knew some of the more basic key points, so he had never disliked this old man who constantly targeted Hogwarts yet had secretly protected Harry all along. But when Snape said this, Feng got angry. Although Feng did not know what standard Snape was using to judge people, saying in front of all the students that Hermione was not suited for potions just because a cauldron had been knocked over, especially when she had been frightened, was absolutely wrong. So Feng directly picked up the test tube he had set aside earlier. Professor Snape, I know you don't like our Gryffindor house, but saying something so hurtful over such a small matter, I don't think that's what a qualified teacher should do. As he spoke, Feng shook the test tube in his hand. Seeing that Feng actually dared to talk back while he was already furious, Snape was just about to open his mouth and give him a harsh scolding, but before he could speak, he smelled a faint odd scent mixed into the meat aroma, causing him to suddenly look at the test tube in Feng's hand. This is a cure for Boyle's potion, and judging by the color and smell, the quality is quite good, almost at the level of what I brew myself. Snape fell silent as he looked at the potion in Feng's hand, because he had never seen a student so gifted in potions. He had to admit that even he absolutely could not have found the correct ingredients according to the book's requirements after hearing the instructions only once, then added them in the correct order and quantity and successfully brewed it. And Feng not only brewed it successfully, but the quality was also extremely good. It could even be said that this quality was already better than what some potions teachers could brew. At this moment, Snape was conflicted. He wanted to take back his words because Feng really was too outstanding, but as a teacher, he could not quite bring himself to do it, especially since Feng was a Gryffindor, and in front of Harry no less. In the end, Snape flicked his sleeve, turned, and walked back toward the podium, saying angrily, Mr. Feng, although you have brewed a potion of decent quality because you talk back to a teacher, Gryffindor will still lose 5 points. And also, can you explain to me this pot of potion you are brewing right now? I don't recall ever teaching you to add sliced mutton into a potion, let alone stir it with a wand. The reason a wand can function is because it is made from materials containing magical elements. To a certain extent, the materials used to make wands can also be used to brew potions. Mr. Feng, tell me, when you use a wand to stir a brewing potion, are you planning to treat the wand itself as an ingredient and add it in too? Seeing that Snape had backed down and was no longer pressing aggressively, Feng did not keep pressing the issue either and explained, Professor Snape, actually, you've misunderstood. I finished the potion a long time ago. The pot in front of me right now isn't a potion at all. It's my breakfast, and in our country we call this hot pot. Snape, who? After being silent for quite a while, Snape let out a long breath and said calmly, so what you're saying is that right now, you're using a cauldron to cook food, not brew a potion? Yes. Feng's answer was extremely crisp, because he had just copied Hogwarts school rules, so he remembered them very clearly. The rules did not explicitly forbid students from using cauldrons to cook food, and according to the principle that anything not forbidden is allowed, he had done nothing wrong. However, sometimes teachers do not need you to have clearly broken a certain school rule in order to punish you. As long as they think you're wrong, they can scold you. Snape was doing exactly that now. Very good answer. Gryffindor loses 10 points.
Feng, whew.
Seeing that Snape had actually picked up his quill and was about to make the deduction official, Feng's head filled with question marks, because this was a bit beyond his expectations, and he also believed those 10 points should not be deducted from him. So he directly spoke up in his defense, Professor Snape, may I ask why you're deducting 10 points from Gryffindor? Why? Hearing Feng say that, Snape was so angry he almost laughed. May I ask, Mr. Feng, what class are you currently in? Potions class. Oh, then are you brewing a potion right now? No. So if I deduct points from Gryffindor because of you, is there a problem? Yes. Snape. You. What did you say? In potions class, you're not brewing potions but cooking food instead. And there's a problem with me deducting your points? Hearing Snape's words, Feng said solemnly and seriously, Professor Snape, this morning I had just finished copying the Hogwarts school rules in Headmaster Dumbledore's office. I remember very clearly that the school rules do not state that students are forbidden from cooking food in potions class. What the rules do not forbid is allowed. Since the school rules do not explicitly ban it, that proves students are allowed to do it. So, Professor Snape, I did nothing wrong by cooking food in potions class. Besides, the reason I didn't get to eat breakfast was Dumbledore's fault. Feng said that last sentence a little softly, but at that moment, his was the only voice in the classroom, so even though he lowered his voice, everyone in the room heard it. Seeing that Feng had even dragged Dumbledore into this, if he kept pressing the issue, he believed Feng would definitely keep pulling Dumbledore out too. In other words, he had lost this clash. Sit down. Gryffindor won't lose points this time. Oh! The moment Snape finished speaking, loud cheers rang out through the classroom. Seeing this, Snape lowered his head slightly, his eyelids drooping, then continued, however, I will propose to Headmaster Dumbledore that students be forbidden from cooking food in cauldrons during potions class as soon as possible. After saying that, Snape glanced at Feng and noticed a slight shift in his eyes, A flash of inspiration struck his mind, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly before he added, "Oh, one more thing. Using something other than a cauldron won't be allowed either." Snape's proposal became reality the very next day. Dumbledore officially announced 3 new school rules. Students were not allowed to stir potions with their wands in potions class. Students were not allowed to cook food in potions class. And lower-year little wizards were absolutely not allowed to climb onto rooftops to watch the sunrise. And Yi Feng became a legend in the school. A legend who, by his own power alone, added 3 school rules in a single day. Because of one pot of hot pot, Yi Feng completely became a celebrity at Hogwarts overnight. And as the famous troublemakers of Hogwarts, the Weasley twins went straight to find Yi Feng, because they greatly admired this kind of bravery of his. As for Yi Feng, he was feeling miserable over his hot pot, which had been confiscated after only being used once. So he directly refused the Weasley twins' invitation. After all, once it was replaced with a cauldron made of the same material as everyone else's, he definitely wouldn't dare use it to cook anymore. He was afraid it would stunt his growth in the future. The rejected Weasley twins were a little upset, because in their view, Yi Feng's potential for pranks was absolutely enormous. If they could recruit him, their goal of dominating all of Hogwarts would take another step forward. Yi Feng wasn't interested in pranks at all. What interested him more was the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest. Unfortunately, because of his previous out-of-line performance, Dumbledore was keeping a stricter eye on him, so he could only temporarily give up the idea of exploring them. Of course, hunting in the Forbidden Forest and fishing in the Black Lake were out of the question for now, but getting up every morning to exercise was still possible. So, just before sunrise the next day, after washing up, Yi Feng left the dormitory and made his way all the way to the tower beside the Great Hall. Because the Great Hall was relatively large, its roof was not a conical spire but an arched dome, like a lid. The slope was much gentler. It wasn't flat like level ground, but it was enough for someone to walk freely on it. Of course, none of that was the most important part. The most important thing was that there was nothing around to block the view, so from here he could directly watch the sunrise. Thus, after arriving on the roof of the Great Hall, Yi Feng sat down cross-legged facing the direction of the rising sun. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully consuming purple chi for the day. Since the host has accumulated 3,600 days of purple chi consumption, you are specially rewarded with 1 set of All Heavens fishing rods. Please explore the detailed usage method yourself. Yi Feng. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Feng was startled on the spot. This wasn't the first time Yi Feng had encountered a reward from cumulative check-ins. So what shocked him was the reward itself. The All Heavens fishing rods. Anyone who had read novels knew that anything tied to the All Heavens was generally not low level. After all, if the level was too low, it couldn't connect to the All Heavens. More importantly, Yi Feng had been worrying about not having a good fishing rod for fishing, so this reward had truly hit right where he wanted it. As a result, Yi Feng impatiently took out the fishing rods. The instant he summoned the rods, dazzling light burst out from that set of 6 fishing rods. Fortunately, Yi Feng had experience with this already and immediately used his immortal power to set up a domain to conceal it. Otherwise, the Daily Prophet might have run a story the next day like, "Mysterious phenomenon occurs at Hogwarts yesterday, suspected Voldemort attack," or something similar. When the light slowly faded, a set of fishing rods with yellow, purple, cyan, blue, white, and black as their main colors appeared before Yi Feng's eyes. And when Yi Feng reached toward the rods floating in the air, one rod with yellow as its overall main color automatically fell into his hand. At the same moment that yellow rod landed in Yi Feng's hand, information about the rod flowed into his mind. The function of this set of rods was very simple. Their levels increased in order from yellow, purple, cyan, blue, white to black. The yellow fishing rod could only fish within this world. The purple fishing rod worked across the same type of All Heavens, meaning that as long as it was a Harry Potter world, it could be used for fishing. The cyan fishing rod went a step further, expanding the fishing range to magical All Heavens, including worlds with Western gods. Blue corresponded to martial arts worlds, white to cultivation fantasy, and black covered the entire Xuanhuan category. And when all 6 rods in this set became one, then there would be nothing in the myriad worlds of the All Heavens that could not be fished. This set of rods was indeed overpowered, because no matter what world it was, even the lowest tier yellow fishing rod could directly fish for karma and the flow of fate. The only difference was the range. And the reason the rods later in the sequence were higher level was not only because they covered broader worlds, but also because those worlds were farther away from here. Of course, no matter how overpowered this set of rods was, there was still a prerequisite. After all, there was a saying in the fishing world, bad students have lots of stationery. A good fishing rod did not necessarily mean you could catch fish, and the same applied to this set of rods. Using this set of rods required immortal power. the more immortal power put in, and the higher its quality, the farther the fishing line could be cast, and the more tempting the cast-out bait would be. The chances of catching good things would also become higher. Present. With the immortal power Yi Feng possessed, the yellow fishing rod could basically be used normally. But as for how far the line could be cast, Yi Feng tried pouring in his immortal power at full force and found that he could probably fish bluefin tuna from the Atlantic while staying within Hogwarts. In other words, he still couldn't fully use even the yellow fishing rod, so as for the others, he could forget about them for now. After roughly figuring out the rod's function, Yi Feng's eyes were nearly squinting shut from smiling. After all, he had already been craving the various seafood in the Black Lake for several days, and with this fishing rod, he no longer had to worry about the line snapping and losing the fish. But now was not fishing time yet, so Yi Feng put away the fishing rod in his hand. After putting away the rod, Yi Feng stood atop the dome and spread his stance. Then, as a brisk rhythmic beat began to sound, Yi Feng also moved with the wind atop the dome. "Hey Yi Feng, what are you doing? Practicing your amazing Chinese kung fu?" Just as Yi Feng was deeply immersed in his training, a shout suddenly rang out from behind and to his side. Hearing the voice, Yi Feng immediately stopped what he was doing, turned around, and looked in the direction of the sound. Then he saw two identical boys with flame-like hair sticking half their bodies out of the window behind and to the side, looking at him excitedly. Seeing that it was the Weasley twins greeting him, Yi Feng smiled, nodded and said, "That's right, but we call this morning exercises. The set I just practiced is called Rising Sun, also known as Eaglets Taking Flight. Besides that, there's the advanced version Vigor of Youth, also called The Times Are Calling, and the ultimate version, Dancing Youth or Letting Ideals Soar. So what do you think? Want to learn it? If you do, I can teach you. Want to learn? I can teach you." Yi Feng's words were like a devil-esque whisper, echoing non-stop in the Weasley twins' minds. So, a few minutes later, there were two more people on top of the dome, and the crisp rhythmic clapping grew much louder as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stretch exercise 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah! The air at the school today is as fresh and beautiful as ever. 5, 6 full body exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4. Before Dumbledore could finish speaking, bursts of extremely fast and bizarre rhythmic clapping reached his ears. And the instant he looked in the direction the sound was coming from and saw what was actually happening, he completely froze. Tage, what is that? Wait, that looks like the Weasley twins and Yi Feng.
Yi Feng.
Why did you run up onto the roof again? And you even brought the two Mr. Weasleys with you. Yi Feng and the others had been happily doing morning exercises and loosening up their bodies when they suddenly heard Dumbledore's voice and were startled badly. The Weasley twins yelped and shot off at once, but the moment they darted out, they stopped again. As for Yi Feng, his reaction was nowhere near as big as the twins. Although he was also startled, it was only because he had been immersed in teaching the Weasley twins the morning exercise routine and got scared by the sudden voice. So when he realized it was Dumbledore calling them, not only was he not afraid, he even flashed Dumbledore a bright smile. "Morning, Headmaster Dumbledore. I'm teaching the two Mr. Weasley's morning exercises. Doing morning exercises every day helps loosen up the body quickly and is very beneficial for physical and mental health. Headmaster Dumbledore, would you like to give it a try? It works for elderly people too. Maybe it could even make your body a few years younger." "A few years younger? Then maybe. LTR. No, that's not right, Mr. Yi Feng. Please don't change the subject. This is not a question of morning exercises or not. Why are you on the roof? Didn't I already publicly announce the new school rules in the Great Hall yesterday? Are you trying to violate the school rules, gentlemen?" Hearing Dumbledore say that, Yi Feng nodded very seriously and said, "Yes. If I remember correctly, the new school rule was, younger students are absolutely not allowed to climb onto the roof to watch the sunrise. But Headmaster Dumbledore, we are not watching the sunrise. We are doing morning exercises right now, so we have not violated the school rules." "Dumbledore? Is that so?" As he spoke, Dumbledore took out his wand and gave it a light tap. A thick book flew in front of him, and with another slight movement of his wand, the book rapidly flipped open by itself until it quickly reached the final page. On that final page, or rather, the last page with writing on it, there were clearly 3 school rules written in still fresh ink. And one of those 3 rules was exactly the same as what Yi Feng had said, word for word.
Epsilon. O. Psi.
Seeing that what Yi Feng said matched the school rule exactly, Dumbledore could not help but sigh. At last, he understood why Snape had been so furious yesterday, because this student he had brought in from that mysterious nation truly was different. "It looks like I'm going to have plenty of headaches in the future. I really don't know whether bringing this little fellow in was right or wrong." looking at the boy in the distance. His back to the morning sun and his smile bright enough to dazzle, Dumbledore rubbed his forehead in frustration. That same day, every wizard entering the dining hall for breakfast was told not to leave in a hurry after finishing, because Headmaster Dumbledore had something to announce to them. And when Feng heard the news, he guessed it was probably related to what he and the Weasley twins had done that morning. And that was indeed the case. After all the wizards finished breakfast, Dumbledore first lowered his head slightly and apologized, saying, "I'm very sorry. Because of some mistakes on my part, I've delayed everyone's time. However, this matter must be corrected as soon as possible, so I chose to keep all of you here to announce it. For certain reasons, one of the 3 school rules announced yesterday, I hereby officially declare void." After saying that, Dumbledore gave Feng a long, meaningful look, and all the wizards burst into an uproar when they heard him. A school rule got cancelled? Why? Wasn't it only announced yesterday? Which school rule is it exactly? No cooking food in potions class? Or no climbing onto the roof to watch the sunrise? Honestly, I never even thought of climbing onto the roof to watch the sunrise before. If I could invite Delia to watch the sunrise with me and then surprise her, maybe she'd agree to be my girlfriend. What is going on? Dumbledore isn't the kind of person to change orders overnight. It's only been one night. What exactly happened here? Whether students or teachers, after hearing Dumbledore's announcement, all of them could not help but start discussing it. Dumbledore didn't keep them waiting long. Only 5 or 6 seconds later, he raised a hand and pressed it downward, signaling for everyone else to stop talking and quiet down. Alright, no need to guess. The school rule I want to void is younger students are absolutely not allowed to climb onto the roof to watch the sunrise. No, I can't exactly call it voiding it. I think this rule still has a major loophole, so I want to revise it, and I was only able to discover this loophole thanks to student Feng. So, in light of student Feng's contribution, I have decided to award Gryffindor 20 points.
Y Fen, Sigma. De.
Hearing Dumbledore say that, Feng was instantly dumbfounded, while everyone else in Gryffindor, including the Weasley twins, erupted into excited cheers. Because those added points were not just 20 points but also a kind of honor. After all, getting points happened often, but making a contribution to the house and having it personally acknowledged by the headmaster was not something that happened much. Seeing this scene, the corners of Dumbledore's mouth lifted slightly. He gave Feng a meaningful glance before continuing, in light of student Feng's reminder, I have decided to revise this school rule to younger students and wizards who have not yet become proficient in the levitation charm and flying broomsticks are absolutely not allowed to climb onto the roof. Besides that, I have one more suggestion. Of course, it is only a suggestion. Mr. Feng, Mr. Fred Weasley, and Mr. George Weasley, if you want to do morning exercises in the future, I suggest you come down to the open space below the school to do them. That way it will be safer, and it won't disturb other people. What do you think of that suggestion? Since Dumbledore had already put it that way, what else could Feng and the others say? They could only agree. As for not being allowed onto the roof, the flying broomsticks class and charms class would be coming up shortly anyway. Once he learned how to control a flying broomstick and then bought one, then fine. If he couldn't go onto the roof, he just wouldn't. While Feng lowered his head in thought, some quick-minded people also gradually realized what had happened. So they looked at Feng with astonished eyes, and as some people quietly explained it to others, soon most of them understood roughly what had happened. That only made the looks they gave Feng even more curious. As expected of a Gryffindor. He has only been here a few days and he has already caused so many things. First, I'll see if I can become friends with him. If not, then he'll be a formidable opponent. And if he has an opponent, then I'll need to start preparing early. The looks directed at Feng from within the crowd carried all kinds of meaning, and as for Feng, the moment Dumbledore announced that the matter was over and they could go back and get ready for class, he slipped away at once. By now, he already counted as a big name. His fame in the school was only a notch below Harry Potter's, so if he got surrounded by that crowd, there was no way he would be getting away anytime soon. He had no interest in getting tangled up with them, especially since certain upper-class girls were far from well-behaved with their hands. Just taking the chance to come over and pinch his face was already them showing restraint. On the platform stood a short, bald figure atop a stack of piled-up books. He was the teacher for Feng's charms class today, Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. Although Phileas Flitwick was short, as the head of Ravenclaw, the gathering place of top students, his skill in charms was absolutely beyond question. If Harry had not gone to Gryffindor, and if he had not needed to stay in contact with Hagrid, then he definitely would have chosen Ravenclaw. Still, things were not bad as they were. After all, when it came to charms and the like, Phileas Flitwick would not hold anything back just because you were not from Ravenclaw, and many spells could also be found in books. Of course, there was still a big gap between teaching yourself from a book and being taught by someone directly, because many of Hogwarts spells required resonance with the voice. In other words, you had to speak the incantation out loud, and you could not pronounce it wrong, for your magic to resonate with it and take effect. Because of that, when Phileas Flitwick began teaching, not a single student below dared to zone out. If you failed to hear clearly and mispronounced even a single sound, then that spell would not come out. As for Feng, when Phileas Flitwick demonstrated, he focused with complete concentration on every detail, including the movement of his hands, his tone, his pauses, and so on. Of course, most importantly, he directly used his divine sense to observe the fluctuations and flow of magic power. Wingardium Leviosa. The moment Professor Phileas Flitwick finished speaking, Feng's voice followed right after, and as his words fell and he lightly raised his wand, the feather on the desk slowly floated up. The instant Feng saw it rise, his eyes lit up sharply, because he had thought of something. Since the levitation charm could make an object fly and even control the direction of its movement, then as long as he increased the magic power placed on the floating object, wouldn't he be able to control those objects to kill enemies? Holy shit! Isn't this telekinesis? The moment that thought hit him, Feng cursed wildly in his heart, then increased the output of his magic power. Unfortunately, modifying a spell was not such a simple thing. Otherwise, after so many years of development in the wizarding world, some smart person would definitely have thought of this possibility. But even now, the wizarding world still had no spell for directly controlling objects to attack, and that alone was enough to explain the problem. So without any warning, when the magic power Feng applied to the floating feather increased to a certain point, the feather burst into golden flames with a whoosh, and was almost instantly burned to ashes. Although the feather had been destroyed by the sudden flames, Feng was not discouraged, because he had discovered that his idea was correct. The only problem was that the feather could not bear the magic power he had poured into it, so it spontaneously ignited. This direction is right, but if I want to make a magic item that can withstand a large amount of magic power and still have enough killing power, I might as well just learn a decent spell directly. Maybe that's one of the reasons why no spell for controlling objects to kill has appeared after all these years. With that thought, Feng gave up the idea of digging further into it because he already knew how to use telekinesis himself. There was no need for him to spend extra effort researching a skill he already knew and had mastered to perfection. Although Feng's feather had burned up, there was no doubt that he had successfully cast the levitation charm. And Hermione truly lived up to being a top student who could still carry her teammates to godlike heights even in a 1-against-2 situation. She was only one step slower than Feng before casting the levitation charm as well, and her feather did not burn up. Seeing that both Feng and Hermione had succeeded, the others were also stimulated, especially Malfoy. But spells were the kind of thing that became harder to pronounce correctly the more anxious you were, so all the way until class ended, Malfoy still failed. That earned him a solid round of mockery from Ron, who had succeeded after practicing for over half the class. Feng did not know what was going on either. Those two were like a pair of natural enemies. Even though Feng had unintentionally drawn most of Malfoy's firepower just by not caring, they still clashed, and every few days they would start arguing again. It's just a levitation charm. What's so impressive about it? I was only going easy on you on purpose. Now let me show you the result of a whole class of practice. Wingardium Leviosa. As the words fell, Malfoy's wand pointed straight at Ron, and to everyone's surprise, the instant Malfoy pointed his wand at Ron, a beam of white light shot out of it and landed on Ron. When they saw that Malfoy had actually attacked Ron directly, everyone was terrified. Ron especially panicked and frantically patted himself all over to see whether anything had happened to him. When he discovered that nothing on his body had changed, and there was no bloody hole or anything, he instantly let out a sigh of relief. Only Feng's eyes burst with dazzling light. I've got it. Since ordinary objects can't withstand the magic power I apply, then I can completely change the target I'm applying that magic power to. For example, turning it into something like a human control technique would be pretty good. Of course, wanting to develop a human control technique was not that simple either. After all, dead objects and living people were still very different, so right now Feng only had the idea. As for the exact method, he would need to go back and think it through slowly. While Feng was considering the feasibility of a human control technique, Ron, who was being watched by him, suddenly felt a chill run down his back. That made him shiver and rub both arms. After confirming that Ron was fine, Phileas Flitwick dismissed class and warned Malfoy not to cast magic on his classmates casually, especially offensive magic. Classes at Hogwarts were still very relaxed, nowhere near as intense as back home. There were only 2 classes in the morning, and there was a fairly long break at noon, though they did not have a formal lunch break. Or rather, the school did not require students to take one. So after finishing their morning classes and lunch, The students all went off to do the things they liked. As for Yi Feng, he did not go to the library to study or anything, nor did he go bother Cho Chang. Instead, he left the school grounds and quietly ran to the edge of the Black Lake. In order to avoid Dumbledore's line of sight as much as possible, Yi Feng spent a full 2 noons before finally finding a fishing spot with a good view, plenty of depth, tree shade for cover, and even enough room for a lounge chair, a small table, and other things. Very good. The fishing spot has been cleared out. Giant squid, don't rush. I'm about to reel you up. I even brought cumin and iron griddle, chili powder, and all kinds of sisoni. Ahem, tasty things. Along with Yi Feng's muttering, a yellow fishing rod was skillfully set up by him, and then he skillfully pulled the line over, took the hook, skillfully baited it, and skillfully cast the bait and line out to a suitable distance. While Yi Feng was focused on fishing, Dumbledore, holding a telescope in the distance, could not help but let out a sigh. Minerva, go bring that little fellow back. Dumbledore, I think I understand now why you wanted to bring him back to the school. His talent is the highest I've seen in all these years. But Minerva did not finish what she was saying. But Dumbledore knew very well what she meant, because he was thinking the exact same thing at that moment. Yi Feng's talent truly was the highest they had seen in all these years, even higher than Voldemort's had been back then, so high that he had even reached the point of wanting to change the target of his cultivation to Yi Feng. But at the same time, this guy's troublemaking ability was so high that even he couldn't help getting a headache over it. Minerva, I'll have to trouble you to keep a closer eye on him. Perhaps. There is more than one possible future. I have seen another hope slowly beginning to light up. Mr. Yi Feng, Hogwarts school rules clearly state that fishing by the Black Lake is forbidden. Headmaster Dumbledore is already waiting for you in the headmaster's office. Yi Feng was completely focused on the float drifting on the water and hadn't noticed at all when Deputy Headmistress Minerva had come up behind him. So the instant she suddenly spoke, he was so startled that he jolted, and then his whole body stiffened. Yi Feng had spent a full 2 afternoons finding this perfect fishing spot and clearing it out, all to make sure the location was not only good enough, but also hidden enough. But he had only just started fishing in full concentration for less than half an hour. Dumbledore, are you a dog or what? You're watching me this closely? Why aren't you keeping an eye on your little Harry instead of staring at me? The moment Deputy Headmistress McGonagall exposed him, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Yi Feng's mind. Besides grumbling about Dumbledore, he also felt a bit regretful that he had withdrawn his divine sense just to enjoy the fun of fishing. Although Yi Feng wasn't some veteran fishing addict, he did really enjoy the fun of fishing, so he never used his divine sense to cheat while fishing. Otherwise, the moment he opened it, he would know exactly where there were fish and whether they had taken the bait. In that situation, as long as a fish swam past the hook, he could lift the rod and snag it directly. But the whole joy of fishing was in that waiting, then the moment the fish bit, then matching wits and strength with it before finally hauling it up and dropping it into the net. That was why Yi Feng never used his divine sense to cheat. A habit like Yi Feng's was obviously very much in line with the mindset of a true fishing addict. But it was also because of that he never noticed he had long since been targeted by Dumbledore. He only snapped awake after the enemy had already snuck up behind him and hit his home base. Vice Principal McGonagall, listen to my excuse, not explanation. Mr. Yi Feng, you don't need to explain anything to me. If you have something to say, you can tell Headmaster Dumbledore after we reach the headmaster's office. I believe he will give you a satisfactory answer. Yi Feng. Hearing that, Yi Feng felt a little helpless, but since he had been caught red-handed on the spot, there was nothing he could do. Just as he was about to reel in obediently and go take his punishment, the float on the water suddenly plunged straight down and completely disappeared beneath the surface, and at the same time, a huge force came from the fishing rod. Swoosh.
Yi Feng. Splash.
Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall was stunned as she watched Yi Feng get yanked straight into the air and then fall with a splash into the Black Lake. But she quickly reacted and immediately pulled out her wand to cast a spell. Far away at the window of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, who had been watching this side the whole time, was equally stunned by the scene. Although Harry was the chosen one of the prophecy in his eyes, the one who could defeat Voldemort and save the wizarding world, he had also seen Yi Feng's astonishing talent with his own eyes. So while he did not value Yi Feng as highly as Harry, Yi Feng still held considerable weight in his mind. Therefore, the instant Dumbledore saw Yi Feng get dragged underwater by something in the Black Lake, he apparat directly to Professor McGonagall's side, and the moment he appeared, his wand lit up. Just as Professor McGonagall on the shore and Dumbledore were anxiously trying to pull Yi Feng back up, Yi Feng, who had been dragged into the water, was actually extremely excited, because he had seen the big catch that had bitten the hook and pulled him under. What had dragged him down was not that giant squid, but a silver fish over 3 feet long. And judging from its long, powerful body, the texture had to be excellent. So Yi Feng gave the fishing rod a fierce yank, and his body also shifted in the water as he straightened up as if he were standing on land. The moment Yi Feng stood upright in the water, the fishing rod in his hand was suddenly bent into a huge bow, and the big fish that had been thrashing wildly was also forcibly checked, the speed dropping sharply at once. Seeing that he had already gotten the big fish under control, Yi Feng's thoughts moved, and the surrounding magic quietly responded to his will, directly supporting his body and lifting him up to float above the lake's surface. As Yi Feng held the rod and rose upward, the lake surface also churned continuously. Dumbledore and McGonagall, who had already flown over the lake, were just about to cast spells to pull Yi Feng out of the water, but in the next second, they were both stunned. Right in front of them, a thin fishing rod broke through the surface at high speed and kept swaying. The taut fishing line, stretched straight as a wire, even gave off a whining sound as it was dragged rapidly from side to side. But that wasn't what shocked them the most. What shocked them the most was that, after the fishing rod slowly floated up, a little kid with a serious face, controlling the rod and fighting that big fish in the lake, floated up from the water as well. The levitation charm? No wand, no incantation. How is that possible? Silent, wandless casting? Is this really a little wizard who just started school? This is a monster, isn't it? Yi Feng. Even if you're my headmaster and deputy headmistress, if you talk about me like that, I'm still suing you for slander. Of course, that was only what he was thinking. He definitely couldn't say that out loud. After all, he was currently a guilty man awaiting judgment. Whether he would be punished and how severely, all depended on the moods of these two. So Yi Feng wisely kept his mouth shut and instead fought hard with that fish, trying to drag it toward the shore. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had no idea what kind of thoughts were going through their minds. After seeing that Yi Feng was perfectly safe and even lively enough to keep fighting the fish, the two of them actually stopped moving. They simply stood by his side and watched quietly, until half an hour later, when Yi Feng finally dragged that exhausted fish onto the shore. I truly didn't expect you to be able to pull up such a large fish. It seems I still underestimated you. Strength far beyond ordinary people, even adults. Silent, wandless casting. Mr. Yi Feng, you really have brought me quite a few surprises. However, you did indeed violate the school's ban, so this fish will be confiscated.
Yi Feng. De no, Headmaster Dumbledore.
Punish me if you want, but please don't confiscate my fish. I'm willing to copy the school rules. If once isn't enough, then twice. 3 times is fine too, as long as you don't confiscate my fish. And headmaster, I can guarantee it. I guarantee that within 1 month, I absolutely won't cause trouble again. What was the greatest punishment for a fishing addict? It wasn't getting skunked. It wasn't having the rod snap. It wasn't even being banned from fishing. The greatest punishment for a fishing addict was letting the fish escape right after they had finally caught it and were just about to secure it. And the severity of that punishment was directly proportional to the size of the fish. If an ordinary fisherman lost a fish the size of the one Yi Feng had just caught, then when he was on his deathbed, he might still regretfully mutter, if only I'd been a little more careful back then. In the end, Yi Feng still failed to keep his fish. But the good news was that it would become one of the main ingredients for tonight's dinner. And as the price for confiscating this fish, Dumbledore did not hand down any extra punishment for him sneaking over here to fish. But in truth, that was already the greatest punishment of all. So when evening came and the students happily enjoyed the fish on the table, Yi Feng alone stared gloomily at the fried fish piece in front of him that was only about 2 fingers wide. Fortunately, tomorrow afternoon was flying broom class, and that made him feel slightly better. Humph, Headmaster Dumbledore. I'll make you regret the decision you made today. This month I'll make you understand what a cultivator is. My poor big silver fish, you died such a miserable death, but seriously it tastes pretty good. Is that Yi Feng? This is the first time I've realized Asians can be that cute too. What do? I suddenly kind of like him. Wake up. You're already a 16-year-old old lady, and he's still just an 11-year-old child. You two aren't suitable. Who said I wanted to be his girlfriend? I can be his big sister. If I can bring such a cute little brother home during summer break, I don't think my mom would refuse either. Only you Gryffindors would think he's cute. What I see is another Weasley twin. So what? Cute is enough. Besides, little Yi Feng's talent is that strong. Professor Dumbledore personally admitted it. He's a super genius who might even surpass him.
Yi Feng.
At first, when Yi Feng heard those upperclassmen talking about him, he was quite happy. After all, having his looks acknowledged was something worth being happy about. But the more he listened, the more he realized something was off. because he had absolutely no idea about Dumbledore personally admitting that his talent was even stronger. Although that noseless one was already half crippled, and even if he weren't, Feng still wouldn't be afraid of him. He had no interest in being pushed out for no reason to take the bullets. Besides, he wasn't the kind of person who liked showing off. Actually, deep down, he had a steady side to him. For example, he didn't like being too eye-catching. For example, he would try his best to hold back his own brilliance, not become the rafter that stuck out, but also not be dead last either. Just blend into the middle and quietly be the hidden one. Of course, none of that was the most important part. The most important part was that those upperclassmen were really going to put their hands on him. As the saying went, one female hooligan wasn't scary. What was truly scary was a whole group of female hooligans gathered together. So after Feng swallowed the fish in his mouth, he directly greeted Hermione, Harry, and the others, then slipped away. Seeing Feng quietly run off, Dumbledore, seated at the very top, smiled as he lifted his goblet and took a light sip. He was old now and his energy was limited. On top of that, he still had to keep an eye on Harry's side, so there was no way he could keep watching Feng closely. That was why he came up with a method. Shape Feng into a star just like Harry. It was just that even Dumbledore hadn't expected that after pushing Feng out into the spotlight, Feng would end up being so loved by those upperclassmen. That was an accident, but his goal had already been achieved. But honestly, after the food improved, Feng's originally skinny little face had slowly started filling out. That soft, pink, chubby look made even Dumbledore sometimes feel like going up and pinching it, so it was perfectly normal for those girls to like Feng. What was more, Dumbledore had also noticed that Feng carried a faint fragrance about him, something like the light natural scent of grass, trees, and flowers. Staying by his side gave people a sense of peace and calm. So it was only too normal for Feng to be liked by so many people, and for so many of them to fight over wanting to hold him. Feng didn't know about this, so no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't understand why so many girls suddenly wanted to hug him. As for the faint fragrance on his body, in truth, once cultivation reached a certain realm, the body would transform into an immaculate body, and he had long since reached that point. So he himself had no awareness of it at all. But even though he didn't know these things, he instinctively sensed danger. So while most people still hadn't finished eating, he ran off right away. There was no evening self-study at Hogwarts, so after dinner Feng slipped straight back to his dormitory. But the moment he returned, he heard a bright cry. Right after that, a little round ball only half the size of a fist landed soundlessly on Feng's shoulder and gently pecked at his neck. All right. I know you're hungry. I brought you a piece of fresh fish. Hurry and eat. As he spoke, Feng flipped his hand and took out a chunk of fish only the size of a thumb, then handed it to the little round ball on his shoulder. You guessed right. This little round ball that had come over to act cute and beg Feng for food was none other than his owl, Little Fat Chirp. Feng had never expected that the owl he bought, which he thought would grow very big, would actually be the smallest owl in the world, the elf owl, the kind that shouldn't have appeared here at all, with an adult body size of only 12 centimeters. But don't let Little Fat Chirp's tiny size fool you. All those pills Feng had refined before had gone straight into its stomach. So even though it had only just learned to fly, if it really got into a fight, even an eagle owl dozens of times bigger than it might not necessarily be able to beat it. After feeding his owl, Feng went to study his transfiguration, since he still had a system mission. By the time his roommates came back, he had already fallen asleep. Early the next morning, Feng, who had gone to bed early, also got up early. But this time he didn't run to the rooftop to absorb the purple chi. Instead, he planned to find a sunny window, and so, Headmaster Dumbledore, wake up already. The sun's about to roast your butt. Dumbledore? Dumbledore, lying peacefully on the bed in his pointed sleeping cap, was startled by the sudden knocking and shouting at the door. And by the time he sat up with a bewildered look on his face, Feng had already opened his door, casually walked to the window, opened it, and taken a deep breath. The air in the morning really is fresh. Open the window every morning and take a deep breath of the fresh air, and your whole body feels so much more energized. At the same time Feng said this, the sun at the horizon had just risen above it, and a trace of purple flashed through Feng's eyes. Gulp. Hoo. Along with a long exhale, a bright smile once again appeared on Feng's face. But when he turned around, Dumbledore was still sitting blankly on his little bed, completely at a loss. Morning, Headmaster Dumbledore. Do you need me to bring your clothes over? Sure. Just as he was about to say thank you, Dumbledore suddenly came back to his senses. Now he was completely awake. Student Feng, can you tell me how you got into my room? If I remember correctly, the door to my room was enchanted. Without my permission or the password, not even Voldemort would be able to enter. Hearing Dumbledore say that, Feng tilted his head, his face full of confusion, and asked back with utterly innocent sincerity, "Was it? I just knocked on the door like this, and it opened by itself. Then I came in." "Headmaster Dumbledore, could it be that you forgot to close the door last night? Why don't you think carefully? After you came in last night, did you maybe not check whether the door was closed?" Hearing Feng say that, Dumbledore also fell into deep suspicion because it seemed that he perhaps really hadn't closed the door. "Wait, I almost got fooled by this little brat. This is a magic door. A magic door closes by itself. It doesn't need someone to close it personally." Seeing that Dumbledore had reacted, Feng immediately turned and ran, shouting as he did, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I just remembered. Harry asked me yesterday to teach him morning exercises, so I can't be late. I'll head off first and come see you again tomorrow." Before the words had even finished, Feng was already gone without a trace. It almost made Dumbledore laugh from anger, but very soon he came back to his senses. This little fellow was probably even more of a genius than he had imagined. After all, although the spell he had placed on the door couldn't truly stop Voldemort, even ordinary Hogwarts professors might not be able to silently break it open in an instant. It seems this child is even more mysterious than I imagined. As expected of a little wizard from that land. I hope you can bring me even more surprises. If Dumbledore had known what would happen in the future, he probably would have slapped his current self hard across the face twice, because the surprises Feng brought him would far exceed his imagination. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 2 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. A cheerful beat rang out through Hogwarts, and under the light of the rising morning sun, an exquisite and adorable little boy, who looked about 11 years old, was leading a group of people through morning exercises with a serious expression, though their movements were clumsy. When Feng had said before that Harry had invited him to teach him morning exercises, he really had not been lying to Dumbledore. Maybe they were curious about this morning exercise that had made Dumbledore hurry to revise the school rules he had set the day before, or maybe the Weasley twins and Harry had dragged them out of bed. In any case, there were now a full 10 students standing behind Feng, doing the exercises with him. At the beginning, Harry and the others had felt that this set of movements was useless. Some of them had even been a little unwilling to do it because of some strange sense of embarrassment. But after following Feng halfway through, they suddenly realized their bodies felt much lighter, and there was a warm feeling flowing through them. Their eyes lit up at once. Feng had not changed the set of broadcast calisthenics at all, but this world had supernatural power in the form of magic. So when they followed Feng through this set of broadcast exercises, which was enough to get every muscle and joint in the body moving, the magical power inside them began to flow and nourish their bodies. Although this nourishment would not turn them into cultivators, if they kept at it over time, there would definitely be no problem with their bodies becoming stronger, younger, and healthier than other wizards. Feng had discovered this as early as the first day, when the Weasley twins had done morning exercises with him. But for the current Feng, this slight increase was basically the same as nothing, so he had not cared at all. Feng did not care, but Dumbledore, who had quietly followed over, was extremely shocked after discovering it. Although the daily improvement from doing it like this was pitifully weak, if it accumulated over a long period of time, it would still be a very considerable boost. More importantly, Dumbledore also discovered that while doing this set of movements, Harry and the others' magic power was also slowly increasing. So this is the reason why this little fellow is stronger than the others. What a mysterious and adorable little fellow. Something this precious, and he just teaches it without holding anything back. As he sighed, Dumbledore also quietly began swaying along to the rhythm Feng was setting. And when he felt that warm current rising inside his body, his somewhat stiff and awkward posture instantly relaxed, and his movements became much more standard. But how did that saying go again? You stand on the bridge looking at the scenery, while the people looking at the scenery are watching you from above. While Dumbledore was hiding upstairs, watching Feng and the others do the exercises and following along himself, Snape was standing in a corridor one level higher and a bit farther away, staring at him in shock. First, when he saw the highly respected Dumbledore making these kinds of movements, Snape had been shocked and unable to believe it. But he was not just an outstanding wizard. He was also an outstanding potions professor, and his perception of magical fluctuations was also quite sharp. Therefore, it did not take long for him to notice the magic on Dumbledore constantly rising and falling. And when he also tried moving along with Dumbledore's motions, he was completely stunned, because this set of movements could not only improve his physical condition, it could also increase the amount of magic his body could store, as expected of Headmaster Dumbledore. Unfortunately, I probably only learned a tiny part of this set of movements. If only I could learn all of it. With that thought in mind, Snape came back to the same place very early the next day. With yesterday's experience, he was no longer as shocked as before, which gave him more attention to observe other things. And then he discovered that Dumbledore was actually following someone else while doing this set of movements. So it's Yi Feng's morning exercises? No wonder Professor Dumbledore is so tolerant of him. If it were me, perhaps. Snape never finished those words, nor did he let them spread. But just like Dumbledore, he picked up a new habit. The only difference was that he got up on his own, while Dumbledore got up after enjoying Yi Feng's wake-up service. But as the saying goes, if you walk by the river often enough, sooner or later your shoes will get wet. If you go often enough, one day you are bound to be seen by students, especially since more and more students were coming to do the exercises with Yi Feng. So one day, a student who happened to pass by was shocked to discover that Professor Snape, who never smiled and whom many students secretly suspected could not smile at all, was actually secretly following along with Yi Feng and the others doing morning exercises. And judging from how practiced his movements were, this had clearly been going on for quite a while. Of course, that was all something that happened later. And it was precisely because of that one accidental discovery that the matter of morning exercises spread through the entire school. So under Dumbledore's lead, Hogwarts naturally gained a new tradition different from other magic academies and schools. Doing morning exercises. Yi Feng knew nothing about what would happen later. At this moment, he was making his way toward the open field in the middle of the school that was specially used for learning how to ride broomsticks, his face full of anticipation. Why say he was making his way rather than simply walking? Naturally, because he was a little too famous by now. On top of that, the people who had done exercises with him that morning had gone back and spread the word about the effects of following him. So now it was not just the pretty older girls, even the older boys had joined the blockade trying to stop him. So that afternoon, when all the first-year little wizards were standing neatly in two lines in the middle of the broom-flying practice field, the rather disheveled Yi Feng finally charged in like the wind. But when he saw that in front of them all were broomsticks with barely any twigs left, his anticipation instantly turned into disappointment. He had to know that just to make it to this class, he had gone in circles several times, using every trick he could think of against a whole crowd, feinting east and striking west, luring the tiger away from the mountain, almost exhausting every tactic before finally escaping the encirclement and getting here. Still, even if the appearance was a bit rough, they were still flying broomsticks and they were only for practice. Later they could buy new ones themselves. So Yi Feng swept his gaze over them, found an empty spot, and walked over. Honestly, while he did think that using this kind of broom with almost half the bristles already fallen off, for student practice was a little cheap, he could barely accept it. But when he saw the flying broomstick in front of him, its handle polished smooth from overuse and the twigs at the tail almost completely gone, Yi Feng still cracked on the spot. Yi Feng could accept that this kind of thing, specially used by the school for newly enrolled little wizards to practice with and pass down generation after generation, would be a little worn out. But at the very least, it should still have a complete corpse, right? But what about the flying broomstick in front of him? The thing in front of him now was less a flying broomstick and more a flying, heavily polished wooden stick. Sure, flying broomsticks are for flying, not for sweeping the floor, but this is way too full of historical flavor. Low EQ, worn out, isn't it? The moment Yi Feng said that, everyone looked at him, and when they saw the flying broomstick in front of Yi Feng, they all burst out laughing at the same time. Even the teacher instructing them in broom flying could not help turning her head away. Ahem, ahem, student Yi Feng, these are all the flying broomsticks our school has left that can still be used. Don't look at the fact that the bristles on the broomstick in front of you are almost gone, but it can still be used normally.
Yi Feng.
Professor Hooch, can you look me in the eyes and say that again? Even though he was grumbling inside, Yi Feng could only endure it. After all, who told him to arrive last? In order to avoid those enthusiastic older girls and make it over here for class, Yi Feng had spent a full half an hour circling around after leaving the dormitory. Although he did not end up late, he was still the last one to arrive. And as the last one there, he could only pick this leftover flying broomstick. All right, everyone, stand next to your broomsticks. Seeing that Yi Feng did not say anything else, Professor Hooch also gave a light cough to quiet the students down, then walked over to the broomsticks. Using a flying broom is actually very simple, because this thing is basically a fully crafted flying device. All a wizard needs to do is use their magic power to establish a connection with the broom, then control it and make it fly. As for the control, Yi Feng had just taken a look and figured it was probably similar to a balance scooter. It all depended on personal talent and practice. When the teacher taught them how to summon the flying broom from the ground into their hands, Yi Feng merely sat up softly, and the broom on the ground flew straight into his outstretched right hand, where he casually caught it. But looking at the bare broom in his hand, polished smooth by generations of students handling it, Yi Feng still couldn't help being speechless. because no matter how he looked at it, this thing didn't look like a broom at all. It looked more like a stick, and not even a very straight one. The people around him were quite shocked to see Feng call up the stick so easily, because in their eyes, this thing really was basically just a stick. Under those circumstances, the fact that Feng could still summon it so smoothly was indeed beyond their expectations. But the others quickly withdrew their gazes, because Feng was not the only one who could summon a flying broom in one go. Harry and Malfoy had both succeeded as well. Although the others couldn't summon their flying brooms on the first try, they could usually succeed after at most 5 or 6 attempts. Hogwarts was a school of magic, and everyone it accepted was a wizard. There was no such thing as needing to study or cultivate something before becoming a wizard, so summoning a flying broom that had already been made and was usable by almost any wizard was not difficult. Of course, not difficult was not the same as trouble-free. There were still small issues like Ron. He was too eager when summoning his broom, which caused it to shoot up too violently and smack him right on the head. This little incident did not affect Madame Hooch's class, so after she saw that all the students had summoned their flying brooms and were holding them in their hands, she directly told them to mount their brooms and take off one by one after hearing her whistle. Because Feng had arrived the latest and was standing at the very back, it was only natural that it should have been his turn last, so he was not in any hurry at all. He sized up the flying broom in his hand and wondered how those male wizards managed to sit on it so steadily without crushing their balls. Maybe add a cushion? Better yet, add a handle as a rudder, 2 foot pedals, and if possible, a guardrail too. Then it would be perfect. Tweet. In the middle of his thoughts, a sharp whistle rang out, and then Feng heard a burst of noisy commotion from the middle of the line. When he looked over, he saw Neville rise into the air while sitting on his flying broom. WOW. Didn't expect Neville to be this good. He can actually control a flying broom and take off right away. The words of surprise had barely left Feng's mouth when Neville cried out and shot away, and at that moment Feng realized that Neville probably couldn't control his own magic properly, causing the flying broom under him to go out of control. Neville hasn't learned wandless magic yet, right? Doesn't that mean he has no way to get off the broom by himself, and no way to control it either? Thinking of this, Feng directly tossed the flying broom in his hand onto the ground and stepped onto it. Whoosh! Along with the sound of air tearing, Feng stood on the flying broom and shot off through the air. Let alone the young wizards who had only just arrived like Feng, even Madame Hooch, who had taught broom lessons for so long, was stunned, because even she had never seen anyone use a flying broom like that. Cool. That's seriously awesome. Even though this isn't the correct way to use a flying broom, I have to admit it really is incredibly cool. Humph, just a clown trying to show off. In a moment, he'll pay for what he did and smash face first into the ground. He might even break a leg. How shallow. Feng is not that kind of person. I think he must be trying to save Neville, and I believe he can do it. While Hermione was refuting Malfoy, Feng had already caught up to Neville while riding the flying broom under his feet. But for the moment, he had no way to make a move. Because Neville's broom was completely out of control, his flight path was utterly unpredictable. Forget flying up, down, left, and right. He was even flying backward now, and spinning wildly in circles. So even Feng couldn't immediately reach out and save him. Whoosh! Suddenly, Neville's flying broom carried him at extreme speed straight toward the spear in the hand of the tall statue in front of them. Although the statue was not very large, only about the size of a normal person, for some reason Hogwarts had actually given the statue a real sharp spear, the kind you could take down and use directly. Although judging by Neville's flying height, he probably would not hit the spear directly. This was not the kind of thing you could gamble on. If he lost that gamble, the future Gryffindor sword saint might be gone. So Feng pulled out his wand. Holy crap. Whoos bang. Clang 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 clang. With a fierce sound of air being torn apart, the flying broom Neville was sitting on was directly pierced from behind by the wand Feng had thrown, and it exploded. And because Feng had thrown it with too much force, the wand did not stop after piercing through Neville's broom. Instead, it kept going forward and directly smashed apart the statue right in front of Neville. The statue holding the spear was blasted into pieces, and naturally the spear in its hand could no longer stay in place. It fell from the roof and made a loud clanging sound. As for Feng, he took advantage of the moment Neville's flying broom exploded and sent him flying into the air. He rushed over, grabbed Neville's clothes, and flew forward while carrying him the way one would carry a kitten. As he passed the shattered statue, Feng waved his hand and recalled the wand that had fallen onto the roof, then landed on the ground while carrying the still shaken Neville. Clap 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 clap. The moment Feng set Neville down on the ground, all the first-year wizards crowded around and applauded him. Even Madame Hooch did the same. But after confirming that no one had been hurt and the lesson resumed, when Ron and Malfoy copied Feng and started standing on their brooms to compete with each other, Madame Hooch's face immediately darkened. What do you think you're doing? Flying brooms are for riding, not for putting on the ground and standing on. But why can Yi Feng do it? Yi Feng he. That single sentence from Ron directly left Madame Hooch speechless, because she also could not understand why Yi Feng could stand on a flying broom and control it so smoothly through the air. The whole process had even been smoother than when she controlled a broom while sitting on it. You all saw what happened with Neville. Using a flying broom without following the rules is extremely dangerous. What Yi Feng did was just a one-time accident, so all of you will follow the rules. You too, Yi Feng. Hearing Madame Hooch's words, Yi Feng was a little unconvinced. If she wanted him to fly while straddling a flying broom that was nothing but a single stick, she might as well just kill him. As for not being allowed to stand on it, the school rules did not say that anyway. And even if they did, so what? If he couldn't stand on it, couldn't he just add things to it? Because of Madame Hooch's punishment, Yi Feng did not participate in the following practice, while Harry displayed astonishing talent in controlling a flying broom during the rest of the lesson. So while the others were still practicing, both Yi Feng and Harry were taken by Deputy Headmistress Minerva, who had been watching from afar, to meet the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Oliver Wood.
Potter, Yi Feng.
This is Oliver Wood. I found you two excellent seekers. Both of them have very powerful talent. You can try training them a little. Yi Feng, oh, all right, mister. Yi Feng, go ahead. Seeing Yi Feng raise his hand, Professor McGonagall signaled that he could speak. With Vice Headmistress McGonagall's permission, Yi Feng said something that surprised all of Harry and the others. To be honest, I'm not really interested in Quidditch. Harry can have the seeker position. Although Yi Feng had never taken part in Quidditch training, he really wasn't that interested in the sport. After all, Quidditch meant sitting on a flying broom and fighting over a ball and all that. Compared to the wizarding world, which didn't have much in the way of entertainment, Yi Feng had seen far too many different sports and all kinds of fun things. Although they felt it was a pity about Yi Feng's choice, McGonagall and the others still respected it and didn't force him, nor did they spread the matter around. But they had underestimated the ability of gossip lovers to dig up information. By the time classes ended the next day, the entire school was talking about Harry becoming a seeker. But that wasn't what people were discussing most intensely. The hottest topic was something else. Yi Feng turning down the chance to join Quidditch as a seeker. Yi Feng, why did you refuse to become a seeker? As far as I know, that's a dream come true for many wizards. After lunch, Hermione, who was following Yi Feng to find a place to review what they had learned that morning, finally couldn't hold back the question in her heart. Yeah, why? Ron, who had come out right after them, couldn't help agreeing, and Harry beside him couldn't help nodding as well. Looking at the eager eyes of the golden trio from the original story, Yi Feng let out a soft sigh and said, You really want to know? That's right. Times 3. 3 loud replies rang out at the same time, so loud that they even drew the attention of nearby students. It's actually very simple. Catching the snitch is just too easy for me. I'm not interested in things that are too easy. Hermione and the others were all stunned by Yi Feng's answer, but when they thought of the scene where he had saved Neville before, suddenly didn't seem that strange. After all, Yi Feng really was incredibly strong in this area. You could even say he was absurdly strong. I kind of can't understand that. Wouldn't he easier be better? Maybe then Gryffindor could win the Quidditch championship. Yi Feng didn't answer Ron's confusion. After walking a little farther, the two sides split up. Even if a poor student and top students could hang out together, there was still a bit of a generation gap between them. For example, Ron couldn't quietly settle down and study in his spare time the way Yi Feng and the others could. Harry wasn't exactly a bad student, but he wasn't the type who could really sit still either. What they didn't know was that the place where Yi Feng and Hermione went to study wasn't some quiet garden or anything like that. After leaving the classroom, the two of them headed straight out of the castle and only stopped when they reached the edge of the Black Lake. After arriving at the Black Lake, Yi Feng took out a set of table and chairs. Well, calling it a set was a stretch since there were only 2 chairs. After Yi Feng set them out, Hermione skillfully pulled one over and sat down, while Yi Feng smoothly took out a fishing rod, baited the hook, cast it out, and only then sat down. And so, beside the sparkling lakeshore, a young boy and girl sat quietly. The girl calmly flipped through the books on the table, occasionally reaching out to grab a little snack and pop it into her mouth, while the boy stared intently at the fishing float on the lake. Suddenly, the float on the water plunged down hard. The fishing rod in the young boy's hand bent like a full moon the instant the float sank, and the tremendous force of the pull yanked even the boy sitting in the chair sharply forward. Holy crap! I hooked a monster! Hermione, Sigma, looking at the fishing rod, stretched so tight it was nearly a full moon. Hermione widened her eyes in shock. One hand held a book, and the other had just picked up a French fry. She even forgot to eat the fry that had already been pushed into her rosy little mouth. This wasn't the first day she had followed Yifeng to the lake to fish. But for 2 days in a row, forget catching a big fish. Yifeng hadn't even caught a single fry. That was also why she had kept following him here. After all, quiet, shade, and snacks made for a pretty rare reading spot. Yifeng feels slightly offended. But today, Yifeng had actually broken the streak and finally caught something. And even though Hermione didn't understand fishing, she could still tell that the fish he had hooked was definitely not small. When Yifeng stood up, face full of excitement, and pulled on the rod while fighting the fish in the water, occasionally moving a couple of steps to change position, Hermione's mood as she watched from behind grew excited and nervous along with him. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the fishing line slicing through the air as it was yanked rapidly kept ringing out. Relying on the powerful rod in his hand, one that didn't fear the line being cut, Yifeng directly fought it head-on and forcibly dragged the big fish in the water steadily backward. As the huge fish in the water was gradually pulled up from the bottom, waves immediately rolled across the surface. And perhaps sensing danger, the fish started fighting desperately when it was about to break the surface. A huge force suddenly slammed into the rod, and the result of the fish's burst of power was that Yifeng was dragged forward nearly 1 meter. Ah! Let go, quick! Seeing that Yifeng was about to be dragged into the water, Hermione cried out for him to let go of the rod. But what kind of fishing addict would willingly let a fish get away? So naturally, Yifeng didn't let go. When Hermione saw that Yifeng hadn't obediently released the rod, and that he looked like he was about to be dragged forward again, she panicked too. She rushed up and hugged him from behind. After wrapping her arms around his waist, she pulled backward with all her strength. Hermione's thinking was simple. Since Yifeng refused to let go, and he couldn't hold that fish back by himself, then adding her weight should work, right? Unfortunately, Hermione had still underestimated the fish in the lake. Even working together, the two of them were still being slowly pulled toward the water. Luckily, the fish in the lake didn't have enough stamina. When they were less than 1 meter from the shore, the force coming through the rod finally began to weaken. The moment Yifeng noticed the force on the rod weakening, his eyes lit up. He shouted back and retreated while pulling the rod. Hermione was smart. She instantly understood what Yifeng meant, so the two of them pulled together. Half an hour later, the head of a gigantic fish, glowing with a faint bluish color under the sunlight, broke the surface. Holy crap, it's huge. Yifeng couldn't really be blamed for blurting that out in shock, because the fish they had pulled up had a head alone that was almost as big as both of them put together. And when they finally dragged the giant fish onto the shore, Hermione's rosy little mouth fell open in astonishment. Then she looked at Yifeng like he was some kind of monster, because the fish was a full 2 meters long. Yifeng was naturally very happy to catch such a big fish, but while he was happy, he also ran into a problem. The fish was just too big. None of the cooking tools he had on hand were large enough, so there was no way to cut it up. What am I supposed to do with this? I can't have the house elves in the kitchen handle it either, or Dumbledore will definitely use the chance to stir up trouble again. Wait, Dumbledore. There actually does seem to be a suitable dissecting knife I can use. As he muttered to himself, an image appeared in Yifeng's mind. An old, tattered hat with a sharp tongue. And that hat was currently sitting in Dumbledore's office. At that same moment in Dumbledore's office, the Sorting Hat suddenly felt a chill at its tip. I feel like I just sensed some kind of vague malice. Could it be that Voldemort is coming back? But whatever, let Dumbledore worry about it. Headmaster Dumbledore, are you there? Headmaster Dumbledore, are you in there or not? If you are, squeak once. If you don't squeak, I'm coming in? Squeak. Don't get the wrong idea. That squeak didn't come from Dumbledore. It was just the sound of Yifeng pushing open the door to Dumbledore's office while talking. Inside the office, both the Sorting Hat and Dumbledore's pet fox, the Phoenix, acted like they hadn't seen Yifeng at all, because they were long used to it by now. Yifeng was already quite used to this, so when he saw one bird and one hat without hearing a word from them, he was not surprised. He only glanced around, and after confirming that Dumbledore was indeed not there, he shifted his gaze to the Sorting Hat. Sorting Hat, Sigma de Winkyface. Why you? Why are you staring at me like that? I'm warning you, I am one of Hogwarts veterans. Even Dumbledore has to be polite to me on normal days. Don't you dare do anything reckless. But would Yifeng be afraid of that? Forget the Sorting Hat. Wouldn't he even scheme against Dumbledore when the time called for it? So Yifeng directly ignored the Sorting Hat's warning. Seeing that Yifeng had actually ignored its warning and was still walking toward it, the Sorting Hat was instantly frightened. Looking flustered, it said, Hey, Yifeng. Kid, I'm warning you. This is Dumbledore's office. and I am an indispensable veteran of Hogwarts. If anything happens to me, you will absolutely be expelled. However, as if he had heard nothing at all, Feng kept walking toward it, and when he reached the sorting hat, he directly raised his hand and grabbed at it. Ah, hat murder. Someone's trying to kill a hat. Dumbledore, hurry and come over. Someone is trying to murder the hardworking and highly meritorious sorting hat of Hogwarts. Feng. Day. Hearing the sorting hat's miserable screams, Feng's face filled with black lines, forcing him to speed up what he was doing. Who, as Feng picked up the sorting hat, reached his hand inside it, and pulled outward, a western one-handed sword flashing with cold light appeared in his hand. After pulling out the sword of Gryffindor, Feng casually tossed the still screaming sorting hat back, then held the sword of Gryffindor in front of himself and lightly flicked the blade with his other hand. Ding! A crisp humming sound rang out. Feng could clearly feel waves of joy coming from the holy sword. However, this sword did not have self-awareness like the sorting hat. Perhaps only because of that could it be hidden inside the sorting hat. As for why this sword had been hidden inside the sorting hat, and who had put it there, Feng did not care. The only thing he cared about was whether this sword was sharp enough. Swish! With a casual flick of Feng's hand, a black strand of hair appeared in the air. At that moment, Feng extended the sword in his hand, letting that strand of hair freely fall onto the edge of the blade. The instant that strand of hair landed on the sword's edge, a sound that ordinary people could never hear rang out, and then the hair was neatly split into two. But before those two halves could fall to the ground, a wisp of green smoke rose up. Feng had not forgotten that this world had things like curses, so his hair could not be left around carelessly. Still, the fact that this sword could so easily cut through a strand of hair he had just cut off and achieve the effect of slicing hair on contact was indeed a little beyond Feng's expectations. Good sword, as expected of the former sword of Gryffindor's founder. The only question is whether it'll feel smooth to use in a bit. Muttering this, Feng turned and walked out with the sword, quickly returning to the lakeside. Not long after Feng left, Dumbledore suddenly appeared in the office. Looking at the sorting hat, which had already returned to normal as if nothing had happened, he muttered, "Could the prophecy have been wrong? I didn't expect this little fellow to pull out the holy sword so easily. It seems I still underestimated this little fellow a bit. But how did he know the holy sword was inside the sorting hat? And what does he want to do with it?" With a trace of curiosity, Dumbledore followed the path Feng had just taken. The sword of Gryffindor could be said to concern the prophecy and even the future of the wizarding world. But this was still within Hogwarts, and as long as it was still within the school, Dumbledore was confident that nothing unexpected would happen. Because of that, he did not walk quickly along the way. But when he slowly followed Feng's trail all the way to the lakeside and saw what Feng was doing with the holy sword, he truly wanted to slap his earlier self because this guy Feng was actually using the sword of Gryffindor to kill fish. That was the sword of Gryffindor, the former sword of one of Hogwarts' 4 founders. It could be said that this sword was a treasure that ranked among the finest in the entire wizarding world. Even Voldemort, whose name struck fear across the wizarding world, had searched for it for who knew how long. And yet this priceless treasure desired by countless people was currently being held in one hand by Feng and used to kill fish. Judging from Feng's practiced movements, he had probably already been using it for quite a while and had completely gotten used to it. Feng, who had already drained the blood from the 2-meter-long fish, cut off its head, thrown away the unusable entrails, and was now breaking down the meat, was so startled by that angry shout that he shuddered violently. He was far too familiar with that voice. He had heard it every day for the past few days. "Oh boy, I'm done for." After hearing the voice, Feng paused for a moment, then pretended to stay calm as he casually put the sword of Gryffindor into his space ring. After that, he turned around, showed a brilliant smile, looked at Dumbledore, and loudly said, "Headmaster Dumbledore, what brings you here? Look, these are ingredients I prepared for the school's dinner tonight. Look at the texture of this fish meat. Beautiful, right? It will definitely taste great." Dumbledore almost laughed from anger when he heard Feng say that, and he already understood Feng quite well. If he followed Feng's words and kept talking, it was very likely that Feng would steer the conversation off course and muddle through it. So he did not respond to Feng's words. "We'll set aside for now the matter of you privately running off to the lakeside to fish again. First tell me, where did the sword in your hand just now come from?" Hearing Dumbledore say that, Feng felt a little guilty because when he had taken that sword, he had already known which sword it was. But he had still taken it out and used it because aside from the immortal sword given by the system check-in, everything else he had on hand was just ordinary kitchen knives. It was not that those knives were not sharp enough, but they still fell a little short in the end. They were not that convenient to use because this fish was really a bit too big. So that was why he had thought of taking that sword that might be the holy sword to butcher this fish. Of course, although he roughly understood what was going on, he definitely could not tell the truth, so he directly made something up. He picked up this sword from inside a shabby old hat. I thought the sword looked pretty sharp, so I used it to kill fish. What is it, Headmaster Dumbledore? Is there a problem with this sword? Dumbledore, this is far more than just a problem. This is a huge problem. This is the sword of Gryffindor. And you brat actually used it to kill fish. That was what he was thinking, but Dumbledore absolutely could not say it like that. So he could only shake his head and say, there is nothing wrong with this sword, but you're only 11 years old. It won't do for you to hold such a dangerous weapon. For now, hand it over to me for safekeeping. As for this fish, I will have the house elves come and deal with it. Seeing that Dumbledore had actually not used the opportunity to make an issue out of it, Feng was a little surprised. And when Feng saw the big fish he had spent nearly half the day working on, only to process less than half of it, he decisively took out the sword of Gryffindor and handed it to Dumbledore. Seeing Feng hand the holy sword back to him in total ignorance, Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief. But when he smelled the strong fishy odor from the spotless blade, he instinctively frowned. Hiss, this sword won't do. No, it can't be put back inside the sorting hat anymore. It's definitely not, because I think it's too fishy. It has to be moved to a safer place. Yes, that's right, a safer place. Dumbledore left, while Feng looked at the sky and felt that the time was about right. He tidied up with Hermione, washed his hands, cleaned off the fishy smell on himself, and followed the path back to the school. First add Angelica d'Hurica, then 3 flour. Ahem, the Sichuan peppercorns and dried ginger need to be stir-fried first. Just right. I happened to bring a small stir-fry pan. While stir-frying the Sichuan peppercorns and dried ginger, I can crush the black cardamom, green cardamom, nutmeg, cinnamon, and the rest first. Murmuring to himself, Feng handled each ingredient in an orderly way. It made Snape, standing at the podium, nod in satisfaction. The only flaw was that, because Feng was sitting a little too close to him, the smell from the stir-fried Sichuan peppercorns and dried ginger was a bit choking. A few minutes later, Feng crushed the stir-fried Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers together with cloves, star anise, fennel seeds, costus root, galangal, and the rest into fine powder. In the end, he mixed all of it together with the black cardamom, green cardamom, and the others he had prepared earlier. Smells great, but student Feng, what kind of potion are you making this time? Why is this potion in powder form? Are you planning to throw it out? Hearing Snape say that, Feng hesitated for a moment, but in the end he decided to tell the truth. After all, Snape had already agreed that as long as Feng could brew the potion he assigned, he could tinker with other things too, and could freely choose potions within a certain range. He could not just burn the bridge after crossing it. Professor Snape, this thing I'm brewing is called 13 spices. It really is used for sprinkling. Feng was not lying. This thing really was meant to be sprinkled. It just was not for attacking people, but for use as seasoning. Although the food at Hogwarts was actually pretty good, Feng still did not really like British food. He preferred Chinese food more, so he decided to make himself some special meals. But unfortunately, because of the difference in eating habits, the ingredients used for cooking were also very different. So before Feng could cook for himself, he had to first figure out how to make all kinds of seasonings. That was how this scene of making 13 spices in potions class came to be. At this moment, Snape still had not realized anything. After all, if no one told you it was a seasoning, who could guess what it was just from the name 13 spices? Snape was exactly like that right now, so he actually thought Feng had brewed a brand new potion. And so, oh, a brand new potion? Can you tell me what this potion does? Feng removes the gamey smell, improves flavor, increases freshness, adds aroma. Even Feng felt a little guilty when he listed the effects of 13 spices, because one look was enough to tell that these were not effects any proper potion should have. Snape, what effect? Can you say that again? Hearing what Feng said it did, Snape was full of question marks. Removes gamey smells, improves flavor, increases freshness, enhances aroma. It's especially suitable for marinating lamb. I strongly suggest that the house elves in the kitchen add a little when cooking lamb or other meats with a strong rank smell. Gulp. Ron, sitting on Feng's other side, looked at Snape, whose face instantly turned dark after Feng finished speaking, and could not help swallowing hard. His body also instinctively shrank toward Harry, putting a little more distance between himself and Feng. He admitted that the seasonings Feng made produced really delicious food. Just hearing what that so-called 13 spices could do was already enough to make him swallow. But judging from Snape's expression, he was afraid Feng might end up splattering blood all over him in a moment, so he felt it was better to stay farther away and be an unnoticed little background figure. You're certain the thing you described is a potion? Yes, I'm certain. Snape's tone was already extremely dangerous, but Yi Feng still gave a very firm answer, because he could not exactly admit outright that this was just a seasoning. Hearing Yi Feng's answer, Snape was so angry he laughed. And when Yi Feng saw Snape actually smiling, his scalp went numb. A visible layer of goosebumps rose on his arms. Very good. Very good indeed. Then tell me, why exactly does your so-called 13 spices deserve to be called a potion? A friendly reminder. If you can convince me, or refute me, not only will I not blame you, I will also give Gryffindor 10 points. And from now on, you may continue making this kind of potion in my class. But if you fail to convince me. Snape did not finish his sentence, but judging from his expression, if Yi Feng really failed to convince him or failed to leave Snape without a way to refute him, then he would probably lose a layer of skin. Although Yi Feng also felt that he might not escape disaster this time, he still wanted to make one more effort. So he took a deep breath and said, Professor Snape, what is your definition of a potion? Snape did not really understand why Yi Feng was asking that, but he still answered truthfully. A potion is a medicinal preparation made by brewing various magical materials so that they can produce some kind of special effect. Note: medicinal preparations are not limited to liquid ones. Powders, pills, salves, and so on can all be collectively referred to as medicinal preparations. Hearing Snape's answer, Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, Since Professor Snape, you also said that a potion is a medicinal preparation made by brewing various magical materials so they can produce some kind of special effect. Then why can't my 13 spices be a potion? At Yi Feng's question, Snape's gaze flickered slightly. He knew this little brat in front of him had caught the loophole in what he said earlier, so he directly added, a potion must produce magical effects. It can be used in combat, healing, and other such aspects. But your 13 spices only removes the gamey smell from meat. It is used as seasoning. May I ask, Mr. Yi Feng, how can a seasoning be called a potion? Even if its effect in removing rank odors is indeed extremely strong, it is still only a seasoning, not a real potion. No, Professor Snape. You can't deny that it belongs to potions just because it can be used as a seasoning. Why can't 13 spices be a potion? Every ingredient in it was selected from the materials you provided, and during the brewing process I also used magic to guide it. When it takes effect, magic is indeed involved as well, and its ability to remove rank odors even works on magical creatures. Whether from the process of brewing it, or from the process of it taking effect. This 13 spices fits your definition of a potion, Professor Snape. So Professor Snape, I believe the 13 spices I made is a potion. I just happen to be using it as seasoning. You can't deny that this potion called 13 spices belongs to potions just because I'm using it as seasoning. That's not right. Snape. Although he was speechless, Snape had to admit that Yi Feng really was extremely good at sophistry. And honestly, even though he clearly knew there had to be something wrong with that rebuttal, even he was still made a little hesitant by that whole line of reasoning. In the end, Snape, who was never good with words and even worse at arguing, had no choice but to acknowledge Yi Feng's rebuttal and admit that the 13 spices he had brewed counted as a kind of potion. After getting Yi Feng's permission, he also seriously copied the recipe into the complete encyclopedia of potions formulas. This was only an ordinary debate, but its outcome had an extremely far-reaching impact on potion making, because from that day on, the limits on the types of potions were suddenly opened up. In a short time, a large batch of new potions emerged, and among the very best of them was Yi Feng. Of course, in the process, Yi Feng also successfully made the school add several new rules. For example, students were not allowed to bring alchemy furnaces larger than 50 centimeters into the potions classroom to refine pills, and they were not allowed to simmer hot pot soup base in the potions classroom, especially spicy hot pot base. The news that Yi Feng had argued his way to victory against Snape spread through the entire school as fast as the wind. When Cho Chang and Ravenclaw heard the news, she was very happy, because her little brother was outstanding enough that she, as his big sister, naturally felt honored too. But when she heard that what Yi Feng and Professor Snape had been arguing about was whether 13 spices counted as a potion, she almost choked on her own saliva. How could other people not know what 13 spice was when she did? After all, that thing had already appeared during the Northern Song dynasty, and later developed many different formulas, so she definitely knew about this famous seasoning. But knowing was one thing. There was no way she would say it out loud. After all, that was her little brother. She could not possibly expose him herself. This guy was pretty well behaved at home. Who would have thought that after coming to school, he'd become this mischievous? It must be those guys in Gryffindor who led my little brother astray. Fortunately, Zhang Qiu only said that in her heart. If she had really said it out loud and it got passed on to Gryffindor, Harry and the others would definitely cry foul, because Feng did not need anyone to teach him that at all. Or rather, he was the type who loved stirring things up in the first place. You could say that in all of Gryffindor, he was the most troublesome one. Feng had no idea that Zhang Qiu from Ravenclaw felt unusually gratified after hearing that he had argued Snape into silence. After all, even though they were on the same campus, they were in different years and different houses, so unless one of them deliberately went looking, it was hard for them to run into each other. What was more, Zhang Qiu was in Ravenclaw, and Ravenclaws were all top students who loved studying. They would not run all over the place. Fortunately, Feng had not forgotten about this older sister of his. After successfully making 13 spice, Feng did not keep it just for himself. He immediately went to the kitchen to test it out. After discovering that it worked extremely well at removing fishiness and enhancing fragrance, he directly rolled up his sleeves and used the seasonings he had made over the past few days to prepare a grand meal. When Harry and the others saw the dishes Feng brought out, dishes that were different from what the house elves of the house made and even different from the dishes Feng had brought out before, yet smelled even more tempting and looked even better, even Hermione, who was usually rational, could not help swallowing. Feng, I love you to death. Ron, whose appetite had already been stirred up back in Snape's potions class, was the first to lose control. He cheered and pounced toward the dishes Feng had placed on the table, but in the next second, he let out a yelp and pulled his hand back. How many times have I said it? If you want to eat my food, don't rush, and definitely don't grab it with your hands.
Sit properly.
Hearing that, Ron awkwardly rubbed the back of his slightly reddened hand, but for the sake of the delicious food in front of him, he still obediently sat back down and picked up the knife and fork in front of him. But in the next second, he froze because he realized that the knife and fork he had always used so smoothly now seemed a bit useless. Watching Ron clumsily use a fork to stab up a piece of sweet and sour spare rib, Feng almost could not hold back his laughter. That thing was sweet and sour spare ribs. Although the outside was coated in batter and looked like a boneless piece of meat, it was in fact a rib, so trying to stab it up with a fork was not much different from stabbing a rock with one. Seeing Ron anxious because he wanted to eat but could not pick it up, Feng did not remind him. Instead, he nodded at Hermione and Harry, then pulled Neville, who was sitting on Ron's other side swallowing his saliva, over into his seat before turning and walking toward Ravenclaw's side. Although the Hogwarts Great Hall did not explicitly divide which area belonged to which house, because of personality or habit, students from the same house basically sat together when eating. It was rare, almost non-existent, for them to mix together. So when Feng left Gryffindor's dining area and walked toward Ravenclaw's, it was not just Harry and the others who put down their knives and forks and looked at him in confusion. Students from the other houses also stopped what they were doing and looked over. Faced with everyone's gaze, Feng did not care at all. He still walked forward steadily, and finally stopped beside a girl about his age with delicate features and the same complexion as his. Since everyone else had stopped, Zhang Qiu naturally was no exception. And when she saw Feng walking this way, she already knew he was definitely coming to find her. But for Feng to actually come over to her at a time like this made her heart pound wildly. Although her heart was pounding with nervousness, Zhang Qiu did not shrink back. In a gentle voice, she said, "Why did you come over? Is there something you need help with?" Hearing that, it would be a lie to say Feng was not touched. After all, whether in this life or his previous one, he had never enjoyed an older sister's care. So when Zhang Qiu's first thought upon seeing him come over was whether he needed her help with something, Feng was deeply moved. But unfortunately, Zhang Qiu had guessed wrong. At Hogwarts, Feng really could not think of anything he needed help from others with. And the reason he had come over at this moment was naturally because he had made a rich dinner and wanted to share it with her. So Feng shook his head and looked at the girl beside Zhang Qiu, whose face could score 90 points but whose figure could only score 70 points. Of course, this was not some Dolois world. What kind of figure could a 12-year-old girl even have? In a very gentlemanly tone, he said, "This beautiful lady, may I trouble you to move a little to the side?" Feng's great name was already thunderously famous at Hogwarts, and girls in Europe and America matured relatively early, both physically and mentally. So when Feng said that, not only did the girl not get angry, she even excitedly shifted to the side. Her desire to watch gossip and enjoy the spectacle was written all over her face. In fact, it was not just this girl. Everyone else looking over here had the same mindset. Even Dumbledore, who was sitting at the top eating, had the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he put on a look of watching the fun. The only one who was probably different was Hermione, sitting over in Gryffindor's dining area. At this moment, although Hermione still had an expression of watching the fun on her face, if you looked carefully, you could see that her smile was a little forced. Her small hands hidden under the table were tightly clenched together, and because she was gripping too hard, even her fingertips had turned white. And under everyone's watch, Yi Feng waved his hand and took away the food in front of Zhang Qiu, then waved again and released a large pile of steaming, fragrant dishes from his spatial ring. I made this myself. I don't know if the taste suits you. Oh! The moment Yi Feng said that, the entire hall erupted. The girls looking at Zhang Qiu were filled with envy, especially the girls from Gryffindor, because some of them had not only smelled the aroma of Yi Feng's cooking, some had even been lucky enough to taste it. Faced with all the shouting and the faint cries of get together, even Yi Feng could not help blushing. After placing the chopsticks he had just made onto the table and leaving behind the words, "Eat first. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day from now on," he ran off. And as Yi Feng ran back toward Gryffindor's dining area, a wave of booing rose up behind him. Actually, Yi Feng really was not afraid of booing. What he feared was these people misunderstanding and making a scene. That would be truly impossible to recover from, so he decisively ran. And when he got back to Gryffindor's table and found that Harry and the others still had not managed to eat the dishes, he directly squeezed in beside Hermione and sat down, saying, "Don't just sit there. Eat. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat it? Fine, watch carefully. I'll only teach this once." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng turned and reached inside Hermione's outer wizard robe to take out her wand. Then he casually took out his own wand as well, held them together, rubbed them against the table to align them, and directly used them as chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised spare rib that was still steaming hot. Learned it? This is how Chinese food is supposed to be eaten. Knives and forks don't work for Chinese food. You need chopsticks. But today I forgot to make 2 extra pairs. So just make do with wands for now. They're basically the same anyway. Learned it? This is how you eat Chinese food. Forks and knives are useless for Chinese food. You need chopsticks. But I forgot to get 2 extra pairs today, so just make do with wands for now. They're basically the same anyway. Watching Yi Feng use his own wand as so-called chopsticks and skillfully pick up a piece of braised pork rib and pop it into his mouth, Hermione, who had been a little distracted, instantly widened her eyes, and her delicate, adorable little mouth opened slightly on its own.
Yi Feng.
Sucking on the rib in his mouth, saw Hermione with her little mouth slightly open and thought she wanted some too. So he let out a puzzled little hum, then very naturally picked up another slightly smaller rib, one with more meat and easier to get off the bone, and took the chance to stuff it straight into her mouth. Hermione. Huh. So good. After the rib went into her mouth, the expression on Hermione's face kept changing. But once she instinctively bit into it and tasted how delicious the rib was, all that remained on her face was a happy, satisfied smile. Ron, who had been drooling beside them for quite a while, almost had saliva running down his chin when he saw this. He copied Yi Feng and pulled out his own wand, but unfortunately he only had one wand, so, Ron, Harry, the next second, both of them spoke at the same time. Ron, Harry, lend me your wand for a bit. Harry Potter. No chance. Don't be so stingy. At worst, we each get 1 pick. No, wands are for casting magic, not for picking up food and eating. Besides, you can totally borrow from someone else. Ron, who had been about to snatch Harry's wand by force, had his eyes light up when he heard that. Right? If Harry's won't work, I can borrow from someone else. And who says it has to be a wand? As long as it's 2 little sticks with the right length and thickness, it'll work. Thinking of this, Ron turned and ran outside. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Ron came back running with some straight branches about as thick as chopsticks. When Yi Feng saw the branches Ron had brought back, he remembered that he still had a pair of chopsticks in his spatial ring that he had used earlier to mix seasonings. So he took them out, cleaned them with a cleaning spell, and handed them to Hermione. Hermione should have been very happy to get the chopsticks, but for some reason, a faint trace of disappointment appeared in her heart. Still, that disappointment was quickly blown away by the aroma coming from the huge spread of food in front of her. It was nearly an hour later before Ron finally, with great reluctance, put down the chopsticks in his hand after picking the last piece of spicy chicken out from among the chilies, and Yi Feng also cleaned the wand covered in quite a bit of grease and returned it to Hermione. Although Yi Feng had made a lot of dishes, sharing was also a virtue, so all the food, enough to fill 6 grown adults, was completely eaten up. Ron was just greedier and bad at using chopsticks, so he ate until now, which meant that by the time they finished, everyone else had already left. I'm so full.
Yi Feng.
I don't think I can get up. Give me a hand. Yi Feng. Winky face. Even though his face was full of disgust, Yi Feng still reached out and pulled up Ron, who had collapsed into his chair and couldn't get up. And while Yi Feng was helping Ron up, Miss Granger quietly reached out her little hand, grabbed Yi Feng's robe, and borrowed the leverage to stand up as well. Harry wasn't quite that shameless. He had eaten a little less, so he just braced himself on the table and stood up. As for Neville, his personality was simply too timid, so he had already gone back halfway through the meal. When they left the dining hall, Harry and Hermione thought Ron had eaten too much, so they unanimously decided not to go back to the common room yet. They would walk around outside first to help him digest, and then they kept walking until it got dark. Although Hogwarts didn't have evening self-study, in exchange students also weren't allowed to leave the common room and wander around the castle at night, especially after dark. Someone would specifically patrol and catch little wizards out wandering at night and punish them. That person was Filch, and he had a cat that didn't catch mice and specialized in catching students who were out after hours. Because of that cat, many students sneaking around at night had failed to escape its pursuit. Harry and the others were brave enough, but they still didn't want to get caught, so they quickened their pace on the way back. But sometimes, the more anxious you are, the more likely something is to go wrong. Just as they stepped onto the staircase leading back to the common room, the staircases, which connected in all directions like a maze, started moving, forcing Feng and the others to speed up. However, when they took the chance to step off while the staircase paused during one of its position changes, they discovered that somehow, without even realizing it, they had arrived on the 3rd floor, the very place Dumbledore had warned students they were absolutely forbidden to go. Seeing that they were actually on the 3rd floor, Harry and the others started to panic a little. But Feng looked at the constantly shifting staircases with a thoughtful expression, because he had realized that no matter how they had gone just now, they would have ended up here. The purpose of the stairs moving had been to send them to the 3rd floor, right to the door of the room in front of them. Is it starting? Was this your doing, Headmaster Dumbledore? There's not much danger, but following it in to take a look isn't bad. Better than going back to sleep. While Harry and Hermione were arguing about whether they should open the door and go in, a soft meow sounded from beneath their feet. This is bad. It's Mrs. Norris. Seeing the fluffy, adorable little cat crouching on the ground and staring at them, Harry and the others' expressions changed drastically. Without a second thought, they shoved open the door that they had been avoiding like the plague just moments ago and rushed inside, running forward without stopping. No one knew how far they had run before Ron finally stopped, panting heavily, and said, "Ha, Harry, we should have shaken off Mrs. Norris by now, right? Meow." Ron, Sigma Day. Hearing the cat's cry practically right beside them, Harry and Ron and the others turned and ran without even looking back. But what made Harry and the others despair was that no matter how fast they ran or how far they went, Mrs. Norris's voice always stayed like a shadow, sounding from less than a meter behind them. "Harry, warehouse. Why have we been running for so long and Mrs. Norris's meow is still behind us? I don't know either. Maybe cats run faster." "Huh? You mean Mrs. Norris?" As he spoke, Feng reached out and stroked Mrs. Norris, who was being held in his arms.
Emaris Norris. Oh, meow.
Harry, Ron, Hermione. Day, Feng. X3. In the end, under Hermione and the others' condemnation, Feng reluctantly put Mrs. Norris down. Her fur was fluffy and soft, and the feel of it was unbelievably good. Mrs. Norris also meowed at Feng with great reluctance, because that boy smelled super nice, unlike Filch, who always had a musty, damp smell on him. After Feng put Mrs. Norris down, they quickly managed to shake her off. But now they were facing a very serious problem. They were lost. Feng naturally remembered the way back, but Dumbledore had controlled the staircases and sent them here precisely to get them into the secret room. So Feng didn't point out the way. Instead, he let Harry lead, and sure enough, they ended up in front of a locked door. Meow. Just as Harry and the others were hesitating over whether to look for another way out, Mrs. Norris's cry came from behind them, along with Filch's excited muttering. "Move aside. Alohomora." Seeing that Mrs. Norris was about to bring Filch over, Hermione couldn't care about anything else. She directly used Alohomora to open the lock, pulled the door open, and walked inside. Alohomora? Only after closing the door and letting out a sigh of relief did Ron remember that Hermione had just used Alohomora. So he looked at Hermione with a puzzled expression. Seeing the question marks all over Ron's face, Hermione explained, "It's in Chapter 7 of the Standard Book of Spells. Don't you ever read ahead or prepare in advance?" Hearing that, Ron immediately lowered his head, because Hermione was absolutely right. He really had never prepared in advance. You could even say that aside from what the teachers taught, he had never flipped further ahead in the book. Harry was a little better than him, but only by about 3 or 4 pages. As for previewing lessons, those words simply didn't exist in their dictionary. Sometimes boys would develop some completely inexplicable sense of pride. At that moment, facing Hermione's calm, matter-of-fact expression, Ron suddenly felt a strange realization well up in his heart. Something called unwilling to accept it. So he muttered in a low voice, "What's so great about that?" Feng probably knows it too. Although Ron spoke very softly, Hermione was right beside him, so she naturally heard his muttering. It made her feel a little hurt, but that discomfort, along with Ron's resentment, quickly disappeared, because they noticed that both Feng and Harry were quietly staring at that furry lump in front of them. So this is a three-headed dog? Other than being bigger, it doesn't really seem that. Before Feng could finish speaking, as the three-headed dog was awakened and slowly pushed itself up, 3 screams rang out beside him. Ugh! A threatening growl sounded, and then this three-headed dog, which Feng had judged as merely bigger and not actually ferocious, directly opened its middle mouth and bit toward Feng, because he was standing closest. Bang! Just as the dog's huge mouth was still about 1 meter away from Feng suddenly widened his eyes and clamped a hand tightly over his nose, while at the same time raising his other hand and swatting out fast. With a loud bang, before Harry and the others could react, that dog head they found terrifying slammed onto the floor with a thud. In that instant while they were stunned, Feng decisively turned around, grabbed Hermione's little hand, and in a bling-kinule miss-it, jingling speed dash ran outside the door, then casually shut it behind them. Holy crap, that was F-king terrifying. Good thing I ran fast or I'd definitely have been smoked to death in there. At this moment, behind their door, three-headed dog. Holy crap, what a terrifying human. Hagrid, I want to go home. I don't want to sleep here anymore. Hagrid, hurry up and save me.
Zeru deku.
In front of the three-headed dog. Harry, did something just whoosh past us? Ron, seems like that did happen. Wait, where are Feng and Hermione? Did they ditch us and run? Ron, Harry, exclamation marks, exclamation marks, exclamation mark, summation sign, open parenthesis, 25, capital D, 25, backslash, lowercase n, capital N, close parenthesis. Holy crap, the door's locked. Feng, Hermione, hurry up and open the door. Bang, bang, bang. Finally snapping back to their senses, Harry and Ron almost turned and ran at the same time, but when they tried to pull open the door, they discovered it had actually been locked. That made their souls practically leave their bodies on the spot, because the three-headed thing behind them could swallow them whole 1 bite each without even needing to chew. And Feng, Hermione, did we forget something? Hearing Feng say that, Hermione, who still hadn't fully recovered, replied blankly, did we? Probably not, right? Harry, Ron. Sure enough, your story doesn't have us in it. We're all irrelevant outsiders. Although Hermione hadn't recovered and had forgotten about Ron and the others behind them, Feng was still a bit more reliable. The moment he heard the pounding on the door, he immediately used Alohomora to open it again, and the instant the door opened, Ron, who had been scared into tears, and Harry, whose expression looked somewhat broken, rushed out at once. You too. All right? Seeing what they looked like, a trace of sympathy flashed through Feng's heart, so he spoke to comfort them a little, while casually shutting the open door behind them. When Feng shut the door, the three-headed dog behind it suddenly backed up 2 steps and stared at Feng in terror. When it saw that Feng was only closing the door, it instantly let out a sigh of relief, but still didn't quite dare approach the doorway. Even so, it didn't give up the secret room entrance beneath its feet. While the three-headed dog behind the door breathed a sigh of relief, Harry and the others did too. Heaven knew how terrified they had been when they realized they were locked inside with a three-headed dog behind them that could swallow them whole in 1 bite each. Even now that they had run out, their legs were still a little weak. So, after seeing that Filch had already left and that none of them had suffered any injuries, they unanimously decided to return to the common room immediately. Of course, even though they still didn't know the way this time either, they somehow magically made it back to the staircase. And after stepping onto the stairs and taking the route back to the second-floor common room, Harry and the others finally completely calmed down. What are they doing? Locking such a terrifying creature inside the school? Ron, who had been scared into tears, was the first to speak. For some reason, the moment she saw Ron open his mouth, Hermione wanted to snap back at him, so she directly replied without any politeness, "What are your eyes for? Didn't you see what it was standing on? I wasn't looking at its feet. I was only looking at all those heads. Didn't any of you notice? It had 3 heads. Ron wasn't one to just take it, so he immediately fired back. It was standing on a trapdoor. That means it wasn't standing there by coincidence. It was probably guarding something." Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, Harry quickly cut in as well. Guarding something? Maybe. But no matter what it's guarding, it's not something we can investigate. Our little bodies can't beat it. Three-headed dog, yeah, right. You can't beat me. Just now I accidentally slammed my own head into the floor, Definitely not because someone smacked me onto it with one slap. Hearing Yi Feng say that, the blazing spirit of adventure that had just flared up in Harry and Ron was instantly doused by a bucket of cold water, extinguishing more than half of it. But the reason protagonists were protagonists was because they possessed an incomparably powerful soul of courting death, crossed out, soul of adventure. So not long after parting ways with Yi Feng and Hermione and returning to the dormitory, the two of them, whose scars hadn't even fully healed yet, had already completely forgotten the pain and immediately huddled together to start discussing what exactly was under the trapdoor. Of course, Yi Feng's words still had some effect in the end, so although they discussed it, they didn't really have any intention of actually putting it into action. And this matter was quickly pushed to the back of their minds, because Harry was about to start Quidditch practice. As for Yi Feng, he had no real interest in Quidditch, so even though he, Cho Chang, and Hermione had all bought Nimbus 2000 broomsticks, aside from adding a few protective magic arrays to Hermione's and Cho Chang's broomsticks, he never touched a flying broom again. That was because he had now completely immersed himself in researching transfiguration, until one evening at dinner, when Quirrell came charging into the Great Hall shouting at the top of his lungs. Gay. With a loud creak, the Great Hall doors were pushed open from the outside, and then a man with his head wrapped up tightly in a turban, dressed very much like an Indian, rushed in shouting, "Troll in the dungeons. Small Tsu, 25, capital D 25, Small Tsu frightened. Troll in the dungeons. 0 DQ, fear with a hint of a sob. Troll in the dungeons. I thought I ought to let you know. Underscore open parenthesis vertical bar, 3, right double quote left angle bracket slash, underscore full stop." After saying that, Quirrell directly collapsed to the ground and flopped face down in the aisle in a full prostration posture. Seeing that Quirrell had actually fainted on the floor, and combining that with what he had said before passing out, the entire Great Hall instantly erupted into screams. But Yi Feng, who had watched Quirrell's completely unconvincing expression from beginning to end, remained expressionless. Still, while everyone else stood up in helpless panic, he stood up as well. Of course, unlike everyone else, who were at a complete loss and had no idea what to do, Yi Feng had a very clear goal. So 2 seconds later, a not so big but fairly long leg for someone his age stopped right beside Quirrell's head. Voldemort. Ha! Yi Feng lifted his foot. Voldemort. Day. Yi Feng, the raised foot came down. Voldemort. Don't come any closer. 0 to Q. Even though Voldemort, parasitizing the back of Quirrell's head, was furious beyond measure. For the sake of his bigger plans, he could only watch helplessly as that not so big but firm and powerful foot landed on his face. Even with the turban in between, Voldemort could still feel the grooves on the sole of that not so big shoe. Especially the sensation of those grooves pressing deep into his face. It was unbelievably clear. And he didn't know if it was just his imagination. But when that foot left his face, it seemed to grind against him a little. What is this? Why is it so hard on my foot? Voldemort. Grr. Don't let me find out who you are. When that foot finally left his face and walked away, Voldemort vaguely heard that infuriating line. Unfortunately, the owner of that foot left very quickly, and he had just so happened to be stepped on right in the eye. So by the time he recovered, that person was already far away. More importantly, Dumbledore on the stage had spoken. Seeing the chaos below him, with the little wizards in complete disorder, Dumbledore hurriedly shouted for them to stop and calm down. Silence. Please don't panic. Now, prefects, lead the students of your houses back to their dormitories. The teachers will come with me to the underground classroom. Dumbledore still carried enormous authority. Almost instantly, the frightened and chaotic little wizards calmed down, and under the guidance of the prefects, they headed back toward their common rooms in an orderly way. In the original story, Harry and the others left because Ron's earlier words had hurt Hermione, causing her to hide in the bathroom and cry all afternoon. So after hearing about the troll, Harry and Ron broke away from the group to find Hermione. But now, Ron hadn't said anything to hurt Hermione at all. So Hermione was quietly following behind Yi Feng and returning to the dormitory with the Gryffindor students. So Yi Feng was wondering whether Harry and the others would still leave the group. The facts proved that Yi Feng had underestimated the inertia of the plot. Halfway there, Ron suddenly clutched his stomach and started shouting that he needed to use the bathroom. Judging from the look on his face, he was not faking it. He had genuinely eaten something bad. Only then did Yi Feng remember that during dinner, the Weasley twins had given him a pumpkin lollipop, but since he didn't really like it, he had casually handed it to Ron. Those two guys couldn't have spiked that lollipop, right? The moment he thought of the Weasley twins, Ron's two older brothers, Yi Feng got a headache, because after failing to drag Yi Feng into joining them, those two had been trying to mess with him every few days. Unfortunately, he had never fallen for it even once. This time was probably the same as before, Except Yi Feng had instinctively sensed that something was off, so he had casually passed the lollipop to their dear little brother. By now, the result was already obvious. Let's go. Hopefully you can finish quickly, and hopefully the troll hasn't come out and is still down in the underground classroom. Even though the blame ultimately still lay with Ron's two brothers, the candy had still been handed to Ron by him, so Yi Feng felt he couldn't just leave Ron behind and go back to the dormitory by himself. More importantly, Yi Feng really wanted to see what this so-called troll actually was, for it to scare a Hogwarts defense against the dark arts professor that badly while none of the other teachers suspected anything strange. Maybe the Weasley twins had put in something really strong, or maybe Ron was afraid he might actually run into the troll. In any case, Ron was moving extremely fast. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't very good. No one knew whether it was some drifting smell or the sounds from here that had attracted the troll, but in any case, less than 3 minutes after Ron went in, a humanoid monster about 5 meters tall, with green skin all over and holding a huge wooden club, slowly walked toward them. So this is a troll? Feels kind of weak. It's not even as fierce as that 3-headed dog from before. And only now do I remember. Today's Halloween. Seeing the jack-o'-lantern under the troll's feet, Yi Feng finally remembered that today was Halloween. Come to think of it, isn't Halloween supposed to be about dressing up like ghosts and asking for candy? How about just a little bit of makeup? While Yi Feng was letting his mind wander and thinking nonsense, the troll was already less than 10 meters away from the bathroom entrance. Behind him, Hermione was desperately pulling him backward. At the same time, that slender, fair little hand covered Yi Feng's mouth, afraid that something shocking might pop out of it again and attract the troll. As for Harry, he was currently whispering to remind Ron that the troll was coming this way, telling him to hurry up and move faster. After all, this time the troll hadn't been locked up. When the troll was less than 2 meters from the bathroom, Hermione pulled Yi Feng into one of the stalls. Harry and Ron also hid themselves and made as little noise as possible, trying to stay hidden and wait for the troll to leave on its own. But the troll had been deliberately let in to begin with, so in the next second, a huge head poked down from above the bathroom and hovered right over Harry and the others. This was the second time today that Yi Feng had heard such a loud scream. The very next second after hearing Harry and the others scream, Hermione shoved open the stall door, rushed out and pulled out her wand. Unfortunately, although Hermione was extremely talented at magic and had studied far more spells after class than the others through sheer diligence, she was still only a first-year student. She simply hadn't learned any offensive or defensive magic at all. So when the troll raised the wooden club in its hand and was about to bring it down with all its strength, her mind went completely blank. But Hermione truly deserved her title as the IQ ceiling of Harry Potter. In just an instant, she thought of a solution. Wingardium Leviosa. Although she had never learned Expelliarmus. If used well, the levitation charm could also disarm an enemy. But even without the club, a troll was still a troll. So when it turned its head and looked over, Hermione's little face instantly went even paler. Just as Hermione was desperately thinking of a way to escape safely, a hand grabbed her and pulled her behind it. Stupefy. Boom! With a loud crash, the troll fell heavily to the ground. Hermione stared at the troll lying there unconscious after being knocked out by the club, her mind filled with question marks. This was Stupefy? Perhaps seeing the confusion on Hermione's face, Yi Feng withdrew the wand he had used to control the troll's club and explained. Stupefy actually comes in 2 versions. One is the more common magic version, which directly knocks the target unconscious. Mine is the physical version. It needs outside force to make the target lose consciousness. Of course, controlling the strength properly takes pretty deep experience. Otherwise, it's easy to send someone off for good. Looking at Yi Feng, who was seriously talking nonsense with a straight face, Hermione, whose nerves had been tightly wounded the whole time, burst out laughing. It was also at that moment that Harry and Ron pushed open the stall door and walked out. The troll is dealt with? In a lot of American movies and TV shows, the police or military always arrive long after everything is over. And at this moment, Professor McGonagall and the others also came belatedly only after Yi Feng and the others had already dealt with the troll. Oh my god. I hope you two can. Oh, Mr. Yi Feng and Miss Granger are here too. I hope you can give me an explanation. Hearing McGonagall say that, Ron's face instantly turned bright red, because he couldn't exactly say that he had eaten something bad, run off halfway to use the bathroom, and then run into a troll in the middle of it. Could he? That's how it is. I read about trolls in a book and got really interested in them, so I dragged Harry and the others out to look for a troll. Yi Feng could see Ron's embarrassment, and he couldn't escape responsibility for this either, so he took the matter onto himself. When Professor McGonagall heard Yi Feng say that, she showed an expression of just as I thought. Still, she knew a bit about Yi Feng's strength. This was the little rascal who had managed to trick Dumbledore multiple times even when Dumbledore was on guard. Whether he could fight a troll head-on was hard to say, but there was absolutely no problem with him protecting the others while retreating. So although Professor McGonagall's expression remained stern, her tone softened quite a bit. I hope you understand how serious this is. Even for upper-year wizards, facing an adult mountain troll is extremely dangerous. And because of your reckless behavior, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. Because Yi Feng and the others had not come to save anyone like in the original story, the points were not given back after being deducted. As for Quirrell, or rather Voldemort on the back of his head, the moment he saw Yi Feng, he became unbelievably agitated. Even with Harry right beside him, he did not spare him another glance. It's him. It has to be him. That bastard was the one who stepped on me just now. Quirrell, find a way to kill him. You must find a way to kill him. Listening to his master's furious roar echoing through his mind, even Quirrell, who had gradually gotten used to being possessed, felt dizzy. He had never seen Voldemort this enraged before. But thinking about what had happened when he pretended to fall earlier, Voldemort being this angry suddenly seemed pretty normal. At the same time, Yi Feng, who had his head lowered obediently while listening to Professor McGonagall's lecture, could not help frowning slightly. Voldemort's monstrous rage and killing intent were already spilling out. Even though he had suppressed 99.9% of his divine sense, he could still feel that intent. This Voldemort really is petty. I only stepped on you once. Was that really necessary? Besides, it's not even your body. It's Quirrell's body. While grumbling inwardly, Yi Feng was also wondering whether he should just get rid of Voldemort right now. After all, the guy did not even have a body at the moment. If he wanted to, one soul attack would be enough to send him on his way. Forget it. Better leave him alive. This is Hermione and the others' graduation exam. If I kill him early, they won't be able to graduate perfectly. Achoo! All of a sudden, Quirrell sneezed for no reason and shivered. Only then did Professor McGonagall remember that this place had just been attacked by a troll. The toilet faucet crushed when the troll fell was still spraying water nonstop nearby. All right, this troll has been dealt with, but we still can't be sure there aren't any others. You four, hurry back to your dormitory. Until you receive further notice, you are absolutely not allowed to come out again. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Seeing that Professor McGonagall had finally finished scolding them, Yi Feng and the others quickly agreed. But when they were almost back at the staircase to the dormitory, Yi Feng suddenly stopped and told Harry and the others to go on ahead. Harry, Hermione, you go back first. I still have something to do. The moment they heard Yi Feng was not going back yet, Harry, Hermione, and the others immediately said they would stay behind. But in the end, Yi Feng refused them all. Only after Yi Feng promised he would stay right here and would not go anywhere else did Harry and the others agree to head back first. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't really seem like he was about to cause trouble. After Harry and the others left, Yi Feng hummed a little tune as he started walking back. As he walked, he took out a small pinch of flour from his spatial ring and smeared it on his face, making his complexion deathly pale. Of course, this was only the first layer of disguise, because while he was smearing on the flour, Yi Feng's footsteps suddenly vanished. If someone had been lying on the ground, they would have seen that Yi Feng's feet were currently off the floor. It was just that the height was only about 5 centimeters, so it was hard to notice unless you looked carefully. Oh, stop right there, little fellow. Let me see which naughty little fellow is out wandering at night. Just as Yi Feng was using immortal power and divine sense to knead a piece of glue-like material, trying to shape it into a Voldemort mask, a voice suddenly came from behind and stopped him. Oh, so it's Sir Nicholas. May I ask, do you need something? When answering, Yi Feng did not turn around, but he discreetly put away the half-finished mask. Hey, little fellow, turn around at once and let me see who it is sneaking around on Halloween night. Don't you know that on this night, terrifying witches come out to snatch naughty children away? The sentence sounded fairly normal at first, but toward the end, the tone turned eerie, and the voice changed directly from a man's voice into a horsewoman's voice. Hearing that, Yi Feng did not feel scared at all. Instead, he found it a little funny. So after thinking about it, he spoke in a calm tone. Sir Nicholas, have you ever heard a story? In a distant land, they pass down a warning like this. When you are traveling alone at night, never casually call out to the person walking in front of you. Because, as he spoke, Yi Feng slowly turned around, smiling brightly at Nick. Ah! A shrill scream echoed throughout Hogwarts. The witches and wizards, already extremely uneasy because of the troll incident, all shuddered in fright when they heard that scream. Even Dumbledore jumped in shock. And the one who caused it all was naturally nearly headless Nick, and Yi Feng standing opposite him with a deathly pale face and the exact same features as Nick. That's right. At the very instant he turned around, Yi Feng used transfiguration to turn his face into Nick's face. And well, the effect was outstanding. Feng,
Hehehe. Seriously.
when it comes to pretending to be a ghost, acting like some vampire or whatever is way too weak. This is what really scares people. After scaring Nick away, Feng continued forward. He walked 20 or 30 meters, turned a corner, and had not gone even 2 more meters before he was stopped again. This time, the one who stopped him was not a ghost, but Quirrell, or rather Voldemort. Stop. You're Feng, right? So late, and you're still wandering around outside. Hurry up and come back with me. As he said this, Quirrell had already hurried up behind Feng and reached out to grab his shoulder. But the instant his hand landed on Feng's shoulder, the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. His hand on the other party's shoulder felt like it had grabbed a block of ice. Not only was it freezing, it was also extremely hard. Boom! Almost at the same moment, a thunderclap rang out in the sky. In that instant of light, Quirrell finally understood why the person in front of him had made no sound the entire way. It was because the other party had never been stepping on the ground at all. Gulp. Even though the most terrifying Dark Lord in the entire wizarding world was parasitizing the back of his head, even though Hogwarts was full of living ghosts drifting around every day, at this moment, endless fear still rose in Quirrell's heart. He remembered certain midnight legends from Eastern countries. Were you calling me? As he said that, Feng's head turned 180 degrees to look at Quirrell behind him. And when Quirrell saw the face of the person in front of him after it turned around, another shrill scream rang out through Hogwarts. Ah! Ah! The shrill scream rang out, and Quirrell, frightened by his own imagination, instinctively turned and ran, because he felt that he had most likely encountered one of the legendary ghosts. If you found an ordinary foreigner, they might not believe any of this was real. After all, they had never come into contact with the wizarding world, nor had they ever seen things like ghosts. But Quirrell was different. Every day he could see ghosts wandering around the school. It was precisely because he knew things like this existed that, when a terrifying being from the legends suddenly appeared right in front of him while he knew nothing about the place, fear instinctively surged up in his heart. A person's instinct when facing something terrifying was usually to run. The instant Quirrell was scared, he turned and bolted on instinct. And after Quirrell turned around, Voldemort on the back of his head looked at that figure, which was 80% similar to how he had looked after becoming Voldemort, and his scalp went numb too. Of course, Voldemort had once been the Dark Lord after all, so he had far more nerve than Quirrell. But when he saw that figure float up and follow after them, and while chasing them slowly turn its body back around, even Voldemort was badly frightened. Ghosts were nothing new to Voldemort. He had even dealt with Dementors plenty of times. But this kind of bizarre thing was truly his first time seeing. Still, Voldemort, as the former Dark Lord, was indeed very bold, and he was more observant than Quirrell. So he quickly noticed that the thing following behind them was actually just wearing a mask on its face. The moment Voldemort realized that, he was so mad his hair practically stood on end. Oh, Voldemort was bald and had no hair? Then never mind. In any case, thinking he had discovered the truth, Voldemort was furious beyond measure. He immediately told Quirrell to stop, and after hearing Voldemort's words, Quirrell forced down the fear in his heart, came to a stop, and pulled out his wand. A flash of green light shot out, and a noseless mask flew away. At the same moment the mask flew off. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and lit up the entire corridor. Under the lightning, a face exactly the same as Voldemort's when he was young appeared in front of Quirrell. But what made Quirrell's legs go a little weak was that the face was slightly pale, like a person who had been dead for several days. Of course, that was not what frightened Quirrell the most. What frightened him the most was that the familiar face now had a brilliant smile on it, and while young Voldemort smiled brightly, 2 lines of bloody tears slowly flowed from his eyes. Boom! An even closer bolt of lightning exploded with a deafening crash, and the huge sound made the glass beside Quirrell and the others rattle loudly. Such a bizarre scene instantly sent chills through Quirrell's whole body, and Voldemort, who was seeing all of this through Quirrell's eyes, could not help swallowing hard as well. Do you want to play hide and seek with me? The one who gets found has to become just like me. Hurry and hide. I'm gonna start counting now. Don't even think about running away. I will be watching you. As he spoke, young Voldemort made as if he was about to lean against the wall and start counting. But just before he was about to touch the wall, he suddenly stopped. With a flicker of light and shadow, he vanished directly from where he stood. When he appeared again, he was already behind Quirrell. He found you. Now, you're going to merge into one with me. The young Voldemort that had suddenly flashed behind Quirrell directly lifted the cloth on Quirrell's head and leaned in, staring fixedly at Voldemort. And when Voldemort saw that face, exactly the same as his younger self but with 2 trails of bloody tears and a twisted smile, His mind went completely blank. Young Voldemort looked at the older Voldemort parasitizing the back of Quirrell's head with that eerie smile. The instant their eyes met, the air itself seemed to freeze. In the next second, boom! Another deafening clap of thunder rang out, and in the next instant Voldemort, who was only a face parasitizing the back of Quirrell's head, shot out with a whoosh. A ghost. Yi Feng. Hey. No one had expected Voldemort to get so scared that he would whoosh right off Quirrell's head. It left even Yi Feng completely stunned. And at the same time Voldemort rushed out, Quirrell also let out a ghostly scream and ran off without even turning his head, at a speed Yi Feng could not hope to match. Watching the figure disappear almost instantly, Yi Feng scratched his head and said in confusion, "Was it really that scary? Or is Voldemort just cowardly to begin with?" Yi Feng had not expected his ghost act to work this well either. But now that they had already run off, and counting the time he should head back too, so he pulled out some tissues, wiped away the bloody tears on his face, and changed back to his normal appearance. Just as he turned a corner on his way back, he saw an anxious-looking Dumbledore striding quickly toward him. "Yi Feng, why are you here?" Professor McGonagall said you and Harry had already gone back, didn't she? When he saw Dumbledore, Yi Feng guiltily lowered his head and quickly used paper to wipe away the bloodstains and flour on his face. But Dumbledore might have been old. His eyesight certainly was not bad, so he naturally noticed Yi Feng's actions. Seeing what Yi Feng was doing and connecting it with the ghostly wailing from just now, a thought that was in fact the truth suddenly popped into Dumbledore's mind. That just now couldn't have been you pretending to be a ghost and scaring people, could it? Seeing that the truth was out, Yi Feng stopped what he was doing, raised that half-unwiped face with blood and flour mixed together into something rather eerie-looking, and said innocently, "Isn't today Halloween? I heard the tradition here is that on Halloween, children dress up as ghosts and monsters and go ask for candy. Did I remember it wrong?" Hearing that, Dumbledore looked utterly helpless. He let out a sigh and said, "There is such a custom, but we are at school right now, and a troll has also gotten into the school. The school is very dangerous at the moment. You should not be here pretending to be a ghost and scaring people. You should be staying in the common room and waiting obediently for the teachers to resolve the situation. Student Yi Feng, please go wash the paint and flour off your face and return to the common room. Otherwise, I will have to deduct points from your Gryffindor." Isn't this Professor Dumbledore? "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. But who are you talking to?" Dumbledore had not even finished speaking before he was interrupted, and the one who interrupted him was another Yi Feng, who had silently walked out from the darkness behind him. Dumbledore had been a little annoyed at being interrupted, but that very familiar voice made him turn around and glance behind him. And when he saw that familiar smiling face, his body suddenly stiffened, because at that very moment, less than 1 meter away from him, another boy with the exact same face was standing there, looking at him with a smile. "Who?" Letting out a long breath, Dumbledore forcibly calmed himself down. Although he had never seen a scene like this before, the wizarding world did have Polyjuice Potion, a magical potion that could completely turn someone into another person. So while he had been startled, Dumbledore could still keep himself under control. After steadying his emotions, Dumbledore looked at the Yi Feng who had come from behind and said sternly, "What year are you in? Polyjuice Potion is not something that can be casually brewed and used. You have already violated Hogwarts school rules." As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the Yi Feng standing beside him looked at Dumbledore in confusion and said, "Professor Dumbledore, are you talking to me?" "Children, I may never have drunk Polyjuice Potion myself, but I have seen Professor Snape brew it, and I have also seen people who used it. So this little act of yours is useless against me. All right, children, since you don't want to go back to your dormitory, then come back to my office with me. I prepared enough paper for you in my office." As he spoke, Dumbledore turned and started walking toward his office. But to Dumbledore's surprise, neither of the two Yi Fengs followed him. They only looked at him with smiles on their faces. "Looks like the two of you still won't give up. Then let me help refresh your memory. Wingardium Leviosa." As Dumbledore counted off with his right hand, 2 rays of magical light shot down like meteors and instantly landed on the two Yi Fengs. But what made Dumbledore's pupils contract was that both rays of magical light passed straight through them instead of truly landing on either of the two Yi Fengs. Boom! Thunder flashed across the sky. In the pitch-black night, with such a bizarre scene on top of it, even Dumbledore could not help breaking out in goosebumps. And when he saw that the Yi Feng beside him had no shadow, while the Yi Feng opposite him was not touching the ground, a chill instantly ran up his back. "Professor Dumbledore, were you talking to me?" At that exact moment, both Yi Fengs wore eerie smiles as they looked at him and spoke in unison. "Dumbledore. Shit. Even Dumbledore was scared into a cold sweat by this bizarre scene. For all his knowledge and experience, he had never seen anything like this before. But when Dumbledore noticed that the two Yifengs were only staring at him strangely and had not actually done anything to him, he slowly calmed down. If he had really run into one of those filthy things from the rumors, then the other party should have already attacked him by now. But since they had done nothing, there were only two possibilities. One was that the other party simply had no ability to harm him at the moment. There were already signs of that from how the previous person had been scared away rather than killed. The other possibility was even simpler. This was all just that damn little brat Yifeng's prank. No, that's not right. Actually, there is a third possibility. At that thought, Dumbledore suddenly pulled a yellow talisman paper from his pocket and, with a slap, stuck it onto the forehead of the Yifeng standing beside him, who was tilting his face up at him with a very eerie smile. Yifeng. Dumbledore. Looking at the completely unmoving Yifeng, both Dumbledore and Yifeng fell into silence at that moment, because the thing stuck to Yifeng's forehead was exactly the spirit-binding talisman Dumbledore had used earlier to immobilize Nick. Student Yifeng, it's time for you to explain what exactly is going on, isn't it? The moment the talisman landed on Yifeng, Dumbledore also noticed more details. For example, the magical elements around the Yifeng floating in the air were slightly more active. More importantly, the light there was a little dimmer. Of course, what truly confirmed for Dumbledore that Yifeng was behind this was that he saw a bit of flour still left on the face of the Yifeng who came out later, not fully wiped clean. It was because of that Dumbledore finally confirmed he had not run into some filthy thing at all. This was simply that little brat Yifeng causing trouble. Seeing that Dumbledore had already seen through his disguise and was about to grab him, Yifeng knew he could not keep pretending. So he directly withdrew his divine sense avatar, while his real body, the Yifeng who had washed his face clean before running over, turned around and ran at once. Good night, Professor Dumbledore. It's already very late. I'm going back to sleep. Before he had even finished speaking, Yifeng had already vanished into the darkness. Looking at Yifeng disappearing into the dark, Dumbledore also let out a sigh of relief, especially when the Yifeng beside him disappeared as well, and the talisman slowly drifted down to the ground. I really can't underestimate that little brat. He almost bluffed me, but I have to say, he really did look the part when pretending to be a ghost. Now I finally understand why I've never heard those friends from China talk about dressing up as ghosts during their ghost festival. This kind of Chinese-style horror is just too frightening. What if a real one actually got mixed in? At that thought, even Dumbledore could not help shivering. He involuntarily glanced around, raised his wand, and cast Lumos before hurrying back to his residence. Perhaps he had truly been frightened because the next day, Yifeng and the others' defense against the dark arts class was cancelled outright. The moment the news came out, the classroom instantly became lively, and then a certain well-informed redhead quietly shared the information he had dug up with Harry. I didn't expect it to be real. Real what, Ron? Where did you hear another piece of gossip? I heard it from some upperclassmen during breakfast this morning. They said Professor Quirrell seemed to have run into something terrifying last night and was scared badly. Headmaster Dumbledore and the others searched all night yesterday and still couldn't find where he was hiding. At first I thought it was just a rumor, but Quirrell really didn't come to class. That means this news is very likely true. Yifeng. Oh, Hermione, sitting next to Yifeng, glanced at him after hearing the news. When she saw the pleased expression on his face, she only had to connect it with the time Yifeng had returned to the dorm after they had gone back first last night to easily guess that there was an 80 to 90% chance he was the one who did it. Hermione was not a worm in Yifeng's stomach, but since she often played with him, she understood him quite well. She was sure this really was the kind of thing Yifeng could do. After all, for someone who could use the sword of Gryffindor to kill fish, Hermione felt that no matter how outrageous the thing he did was, she could accept it. Yes, after that day, she had developed a strong interest in the exquisite and unbelievably sharp sword Yifeng had used to kill fish. And whenever Hermione became interested in something, she always investigated it thoroughly. So after spending 2 days buried in the library, she successfully found information related to that sword. When she discovered that the sword was the sword of Gryffindor, Hermione's first reaction was also disbelief. But after confirming it again and again, and after asking Yifeng where he had found that sword, she had no choice but to accept that it really was the sword of Gryffindor that countless people had searched for over many years without success. Therefore, when Hermione saw the expression on Yifeng's face, she had already guessed most of the truth, but she would not expose it. After all, once something like this was brought into the open, the outcome would not be good for either Yifeng or Professor Quirrell. The discussion continued all the way until lunch, because during lunch, Harry's owl delivered him a broomstick, and the words Nimbus 2000 were written on it in an especially eye-catching way. Although the discussion gradually died down, Afterward, the incident evolved into multiple versions that were passed down from one generation to another, becoming a midnight legend. So much so that later on, every Halloween, no one at Hogwarts dared wander the halls at night anymore, and almost everyone would return to their dorm early to rest on that day. Of course, one important reason this tradition took shape was that the next day Dumbledore announced a new school rule. Students are absolutely forbidden from dressing up as ghosts and wandering around at night to scare people on Halloween, especially students from China. Of course, all that came later. Right now, everyone's attention had shifted because of the Nimbus 2000 in Harry's hands. The Nimbus 2000 could be said to be the strongest generation of broomsticks available at present, so the moment it appeared, a large crowd gathered around. As for the Nimbus 2000s Feng had bought for himself, Cho Chang and Hermione, they had not been delivered in public, so very few people had seen them. On top of that, they had not used them yet, so even Harry and the others did not know. Wow, a Nimbus 2000. Harry, with this broomstick, our chances of winning future Quidditch matches will go up by quite a bit. Hearing the commotion here, the two Weasley brothers, who always loved joining the fun, naturally would not miss it. Of course, it would have been even better if they had not been hiding some special seasonings in their hands when they came over. Hey Harry, can you let me borrow the Nimbus 2000 so I can take a look? You know our family doesn't have much money, so we can't afford good broomsticks, so... As he spoke, one of the Weasley twins directly squeezed up to Harry's side, even shoving Feng aside. Of course, although Harry was extremely famous and practically a celebrity within Hogwarts, he was actually very easygoing, so he directly gestured for the Weasley twins to pick up the broom and take a look. With Harry's permission, the two of them got even more excited. They immediately shoved Feng aside with a wiggle of their butts and sat down next to him, and while they were squeezing him away, a few specks of powder fell onto the food in front of Feng. Trying to mess with me again? Your persistence really is impressive, but... The Weasley twins' little move was very well hidden, but they were also considered old rivals, so Feng had been on guard against them the whole time. He noticed what they did right away, but he didn't expose them. Instead, while they were excitedly admiring Harry's Nimbus 2000, thinking they had succeeded, he quietly switched the food in front of him with theirs and evenly split it into 2 portions. 10 minutes later. Hiss, Fred. Do you suddenly feel like your stomach is a little off? George, you too. Crap. Feng. X2. Ah, can't you let us win just once? Even just once. Realizing they had already fallen for it, the Weasley twins wailed as they ran for the bathroom, because they were the ones who had brought that stuff. No one knew its effects better than they did. The facts proved that the Weasley twins had absolutely no self-awareness. They had severely underestimated the power of the seasoning they had cooked up, and they paid a terrible price for it. It wasn't until the Quidditch match began that afternoon that they finally came staggering out of the bathroom, pale-faced, looking like they had lost a whole circle of weight, their legs weak as they held onto the wall. In that condition, forget playing in a Quidditch match. Whether they could even stand steadily after letting go of the wall was a question. So they could only turn their eyes toward Feng. Feng, Gryffindor's honor is in your hands. Feng. Ha. Even though the team has a reserve beater, there's only one, and there's definitely no way to find a second replacement player today. So Feng, it has to be you. Don't worry, being a beater is simple. Just hit the ball away and don't let the other side get it. Leave the rest to your teammates. Although he was very unwilling, Feng was ultimately forced to become the beater for this Quidditch match. As for the rules, he only remembered one thing. Don't let the other side get the ball. As long as I don't let the other side get the ball? Sounds pretty simple. With his unique understanding of Quidditch rules, Feng was pushed onto the field, and at that moment, neither his opponents nor his teammates had any idea that something terrifying was about to happen. Listening to the massive noise outside the door, Feng's heart couldn't help but pound wildly. Although he wasn't particularly interested in Quidditch, to be honest, he hadn't experienced many scenes with this much attention on him either. So when he was forced to change into Gryffindor's Quidditch uniform and came with Harry to the entrance, his heart started racing uncontrollably too. Deep breaths. Don't be nervous. I just have to keep the other side from getting the ball. Just keep the other side from getting the ball. Just as Feng was psyching himself up, a girl of about 15 with slightly dark skin patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Student Feng, you don't need to be nervous. We've got everything covered. You just need to stay safe, dodge carefully, and don't get knocked off the field by the opposing beater. Feng. Huh? Oh, I got it. I just need to knock all the opponents off the field, right? Understood. Because he was a little nervous, Feng only heard half of what Angelina said. So when Angelina heard his reply, she immediately didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as she was about to explain that wasn't what she meant, the door suddenly opened, and Wood and the others at the front rushed out all at once. Seeing their captain charge out first, the others naturally followed by instinct. That rush directly cut off Angelina's explanation, and by the time she found Feng standing on his broom, ready to explain things clearly, both teams were already in position. Oh, so that Gryffindor Feng? Didn't he expect him to be pretty handsome? Even more handsome and cuter than that Harry. But he's actually standing on his broom. This ISNT broom flying class. He's going to suffer for that. True, but I heard he was dragged in at the last minute just to fill in. Apparently the reason is that the Weasley twins got food poisoning. Is that so? Looks like Gryffindor is going to lose this time. What a poor little guy. His first Quidditch match, and it's under these circumstances. Hope today doesn't turn into a nightmare for him. A nightmare? Wouldn't that mean he'll be really down after the match? Then, as his senior, should I go comfort this cute little junior? Maybe I'll even have a chance to. Hehehe. Seeing Feng's unusual way of entering, the stands immediately erupted into discussion. Quidditch truly deserved its reputation as the most popular and most sought-after sport in the wizarding world. Under these circumstances, even Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had no intention of pursuing the matter of Feng directly standing on his broom. As Madame Hooch opened the box, the bludgers the size of small watermelons and the golden snitch, smaller than an egg, flew high into the air. But none of that had anything to do with Feng, because that was what Harry, the Seeker, needed to handle. Right now, he only needed to watch the quaffle that Madame Hooch had not yet thrown out, because he was a beater, of course, because he had never practiced with the Quidditch team before. When Madame Hooch threw out the quaffle and a Gryffindor upperclassman immediately snatched it away, Feng didn't move. Like Harry the Seeker, he simply floated quietly over the pitch and watched. To be fair, Gryffindor's Quidditch players really did have some skill. In just 2 minutes, they scored 2 goals in a row, and their keeper, who was also their captain, blocked both of the opponent's shots. But perhaps because of that, the Slytherin players got anxious. They stopped playing by the rules and started getting rough. One of them went even further. He actually snatched the bat from a beater's hands and smashed a bludger toward their keeper, directly knocking him unconscious and sending him falling to the ground.
Feng,
who had been watching with great interest and learning the rules, instantly got angry when he saw this. He pressed down slightly with his right foot, and with that push, the broom shot forward with a whoosh. When they saw Feng rush out, the other players all let out a sigh of relief, because they thought he was going to save their teammate who was slowly falling toward the ground. But in fact, that wasn't it. Feng was going for the bludger that had been hit away, looped around, and had already flown behind that buck-toothed brat in green. Whoosh! Under Feng's full control, the speed advantage of the Nimbus 2000 was brought out to the maximum. Seeing this, Dumbledore in the stands instantly widened his slightly narrowed eyes, and when he saw Feng getting closer and closer to that bludger, he was so alarmed that he pulled out his wand. Boom! With an explosive bang, the small watermelon-sized bludger shot out like a cannonball leaving the barrel. If someone had eyesight sharp enough, they would have been able to see that the bludger created a sonic boom the instant it was struck. Crack! Ah! Almost the very next moment after the bludger was sent flying, a scream and the sound of something snapping rang out at the same time. After that, 2 guys in green Quidditch uniforms spun through the air, and in the end, they slammed into an unoccupied section of the stands with a boom. Dumbledore, who had long expected this, sighed and hurried over. When he found that the 2 Slytherin students had only broken a few ribs and passed out from the pain, with no danger to their lives, he immediately let out a breath of relief. Looks like this kid still knows where the line is. But this time, the little Slytherins are really in for it. While Dumbledore was checking the injuries of those 2 Slytherins, Feng was also staring closely at Madame Hooch, the referee. The moment Feng saw that Madame Hooch did not say he had broken any rules, his heart instantly settled. Looks like I understood it right. This is what a beater is supposed to do. As for scoring, Feng's take was, scoring? Why score? Wasn't Quidditch won by knocking all the opponents off? What was the point of points? So the originally intense Quidditch pitch directly turned into a brutal pursuit battlefield. As for the golden snitch and all that, hardly anyone was paying attention to it anymore. Holy crap, that's brutal. Wow, the spot that bludger hit. It hurts just looking at it. Damn, this junior is seriously fierce. He didn't even spare such a pretty upperclassman. But I like where he hit. Nice and bouncy, he. Isn't this way too savage? It's only been 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes and Slytherin is already down to only 2 players. And one of them is the Seeker. If even the Seeker gets thud, well then, the Seeker has fallen in battle too. Slytherin's last hope is gone. There's no way they can win this match now. Win? You still cared about who would win this matchup until just now. The nature of this match changed the moment Feng started chasing Slytherin's players through the air. Exactly. Winning and losing stopped mattering a long time ago. What everyone is watching now is whether the Slytherin players can dodge Yifeng's Huntan leave the field safely, and if not, how long they can last. But judging from how things look now, the last one won't be able to hold on much longer either. While everyone on the field was talking at once, an excited Yifeng was standing on his broom and continuously closing in on the Slytherin player ahead of him. The main reason that guy had managed to survive this long without being knocked down was that he was smart enough to keep avoiding the bludgers. But who said that without a bludger he couldn't make a move? After catching up, Yifeng did not do anything directly to that Slytherin Quidditch player. He simply approached quickly from the other boy's left rear. Then when the other party was about to change direction and flee the other way, he suddenly accelerated and turned right, pulling off a standard American-style interception, in other words, slamming straight into the side rear of the other party's broom. The moment the side rear of his broom was hit, Slytherin's last player instantly lost his balance and tumbled toward the ground. Fortunately, a wizard's physical condition was still pretty solid, and cushioning magic had also been cast over the field, so although this final player was knocked unconscious by the fall, his actual injuries were not serious. With Slytherin's last player already off the field, and with not even 1 point on their side of the scoreboard, the final result of this Quidditch match was naturally a Gryffindor victory. As for the process of the match, basically, aside from Slytherin, students from the other 3 houses all said that although only a few goals had been scored and the golden snitch had not been caught, that thrilling chase had still been incredibly satisfying to watch. Of course, when playing against them next time, it would be best not to do this again. One match like this was already more than enough. So that very evening after the match ended, Dumbledore announced a new Quidditch rule during dinner. In light of today's intense match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, I have considered the suggestions of multiple professors and made a final decision. We have decided to add a new rule to Quidditch. During a Quidditch match, a beater may send at most 2 opposing players off the field, and those 2 may not include the seeker. Aside from that, in view of Mr. Yifeng's improper and overly intense use of a broomstick, for everyone's safety, I am announcing a new school rule here. When using a broomstick within the school, it must be used in the proper way. If due to personal reasons or special circumstances this cannot be followed, personal safety must still be guaranteed as the prerequisite. Otherwise, the right to use a broomstick will be revoked. The moment Dumbledore announced this school rule, the entire hall erupted, because many people felt that Yifeng's way of standing on a broom was far cooler than flying while straddling one. Quite a few people had even already started practicing broom riding flight. But as the one who started all this, Yifeng did not care too much about this school rule, because there was a loophole in it. The school rule said, if due to personal reasons or special circumstances, personal safety must still be guaranteed as the prerequisite. In other words, as long as he could guarantee his own safety and provide enough proof, then not only could he stand on a broom and fly, he could even lie on it without any problem. So after finishing dinner and returning to his dormitory, Yifeng casually waved his hand and erased the broom's control magic array, then engraved a modified set of control runes onto it himself. The original control magic array on the broom required it to be controlled like riding a bicycle, except the handlebars were the broom head, while the seat and pedals were invisible. Now Yifeng had erased that set of magic arrays. He planned to add a control array more like a flying swords, but he quickly discovered a problem. When cultivators rode swords through the air, it was not the sword providing the power to carry them. Rather, they themselves applied power to the sword and controlled it to carry them in flight. So cultivators riding swords never had to worry about not being able to stand steadily and falling off, or not being able to control the sword beneath their feet. But what he was using now was not a sword, but a broom. And the proof he had to provide was for wizards like Dumbledore and the others. In other words, he had to make Dumbledore and the others feel that this thing was safe, not something that was safe but completely beyond their understanding. How about just modifying the broom a little? At that thought, Yifeng suddenly remembered a certain squirrel who was afraid of heights, got airsick on flying swords, and wanted to install guardrails on one. He felt that idea actually seemed pretty good when applied to a broom. So he immediately took out a large pile of materials from his spatial ring. Yifeng really did not have many magical or artifact refining materials, but he did have some ordinary materials. And modifying a broom did not require any precious materials. Ordinary materials were already enough. First, flying while directly straddling a thin little broom is way too awkward. We need to add a cool outer shell. And once there's an outer shell, we'll need a rudder to control direction. And if there's already a rudder, then we also need a gear system to control speed. Finally, for safety, we need brakes, and a safety device to keep people from being thrown off during sudden braking. Hiss. When I put it that way, there really are quite a lot of things to modify, but to avoid straddling a broom while flying, let's do it. And so, 1 hour later, Yifeng stared at the design blueprint on the table and fell into deep thought. Though it was still only in black and white and had not been colored, the flying motorcycle design was full of sci-fi style. Could this be the legendary idea that the end of theology is science? But this design is actually pretty handsome. The next day, word spread that someone had seen Dumbledore's office flashing on and off at night. At first, some people did not believe it. After all, that was Dumbledore's office, and in their eyes Headmaster Dumbledore had always been a very steady person, so he would never do something that boring. As for someone breaking into Headmaster Dumbledore's office, in their eyes, that was even less believable than the previous guess. But a week later, Dumbledore stared wide-eyed at the flying broom sitting in his office, filled with strange beauty and shock. A certain director from the Strategic Deception Bureau once said that when it came to weapons and equipment, anything that looked good was bound to be powerful too. Feng had taken aerodynamics, weight distribution, and other factors into account when designing this single-soldier aircraft. And anything that could meet those conditions and still blend together harmoniously was bound to conform to the laws of nature. And things that conformed to the laws of nature usually did not look bad. So the moment this thing was revealed, even someone as knowledgeable and experienced as Dumbledore was stunned. But after the shock passed, Dumbledore still honestly carried out the school rule he had personally announced earlier and said, "This is the result of your 1 week of work? Student Feng, I won't ask about the safety aspect for now. First, tell me, what exactly does this thing have to do with a flying broom?" Faced with Dumbledore's question, Feng was not flustered at all. Full of confidence, he pressed a button on the front of this highly sci-fi single-soldier flying motorcycle, and then the upper half of the vehicle directly opened up, revealing the modified Nimbus 2000 with its control magic array hidden inside. Looking at the flying broom lying quietly inside the single-soldier aircraft, Dumbledore fell silent. But when he noticed that the magic array on the flying broom had been modified, and modified extremely well at that, his eyes widened sharply. "You modified the control magic of the flying broom?" Hearing that, Feng glanced at Dumbledore and said, as if it were only natural, the original control magic had nothing to do with this outer shell, so of course it had to be modified. But in the face of this great invention that's enough to overturn the wizarding world, your focus is actually on this? Looks like you really are old, Headmaster Dumbledore. After saying that, Feng even put on a show inside, making Dumbledore almost unable to stop himself from hitting him. But Feng was right. This set of magic arrays paired with this bizarre shell really did have fatal appeal to young wizards. Not a bad idea, little one. But unfortunately you've overlooked one thing. A lot of people in the wizarding world can't even bear to buy a better flying broom. How could they possibly afford this new-style flying broom, which looks even more expensive than a Nimbus 2000? Was reality really as Dumbledore thought? Could only be said that the world was unpredictable. Even someone as experienced as Dumbledore could not truly read people's hearts. In fact, events developed in the exact opposite direction of what Dumbledore expected. The moment Feng's heavy armored flying broom appeared, it won over the hearts of most Hogwarts students. And with those Hogwarts students spreading the word, the entire wizarding world soon knew about it. The reason this heavy armored flying broom exploded in popularity was simple: safety and violence. Safety meant that compared to traditional flying brooms, it protected the user far better. With a helmet equipped, even if you crashed into the ground at full speed and rolled 10 or 20 times, you could still shake your head, climb back up, and keep flying. As for violence, that was another side effect. Because the materials were solid, the heavy armored flying broom itself weighed a full 200 G'n. Add to that an outer shell enchanted with the shield charm, and with that extreme speed plus its weight, you would not even need to cast magic against an enemy. You could just charge straight through. The impact was so powerful that it could kill even an adult mountain troll in one hit. Of course, all that came later. Now that Feng had successfully modified his legal flying broom, he immediately turned his attention to something else, because Christmas was coming soon. He had to think about what kind of gifts to prepare for his good friends Harry and the others, as well as for Cho Chang's family. Why not just give this flying broom away? Anyway, I've already fully tested the manufacturing process and materials for this thing. If I want to make another one next, it will take at most 1 day. In the end, Feng still did not give away this first heavy armored flying broom. After all, it was the first-generation prototype. Although he was very confident that nothing would go wrong, he could not be sure whether something might happen if it ended up in someone else's hands. So it was better to wait until he had tested it a few more times and confirmed there were really no problems. But then another problem came up. If he did not give away the flying broom, then he did not seem to have anything else to give. As for buying gifts, first-year little wizards were not allowed to leave the school, and online shopping had not developed yet in this era. So even if he had money, it was useless. Forget it, I'll just make them myself. But before preparing the gifts, I need to find some materials. The best place to find materials was naturally the Forbidden Forest. After all, It contained all kinds of magical creatures. Besides that, there were also quite a few herbs and other materials with special energy inside. But unfortunately, Feng could not go there. Of course, if he used the power of a cultivator, he still could go. For example, he could use a clone to draw Dumbledore's attention while his true body turned invisible and headed into the Forbidden Forest. But he was a dignified cultivator. If he had to sneak around just to get some materials from the Forbidden Forest, how boring would that be? If Feng wanted to enter the Forbidden Forest, he would do it openly and properly. That way, when he later pulled out materials that could only come from the Forbidden Forest, he could shut Dumbledore up completely and leave him with nothing to say. Since he could not directly enter the Forbidden Forest, there was only one way left. Thinking of this, Feng left Dumbledore's office, lightly ran to the edge of the Black Lake, and took out his yellow fishing rod. As everyone knew, anglers could catch anything except fish. So since Feng was also an angler, catching some magical materials that could only be found in the Forbidden Forest from the water was perfectly reasonable, right? Whoosh, with a flick of Feng's fishing rod, the hook without any bait dragged the line as it flew out. But this time was completely different from before, because the hook did not fall into the water. Instead, it directly pierced into the void and disappeared. At the same time as he cast the hook, Feng's divine sense also attached itself to the fishing rod. Through the cast hook, his divine sense could see the situation within half a meter around it. But because it was transmitted through the rod and the fishing line, the image was not very clear, a bit like looking at the scene outside through a window on a rainy day. Although the visible range was limited and the image was not very clear, that was already enough for Feng. After all, as long as it was something from the Forbidden Forest, once he pulled it back, he would definitely find a use for it. And if once was not enough, he could just try several more times. With that mindset, Feng controlled the hook as it drifted through the Forbidden Forest. To his slight surprise, when he guided the hook past a patch of woodland, it seemed to snag something. But through the hook, Feng did not observe anything nearby. Forget it, let's pull it back first. Anyway, I can still do this level of snag fishing more than 10 times today. I'll see first whether I got anything. While muttering that, Feng controlled the rod and reeled in the line. And only when the rod came back did Feng realize that this catch was actually not small. At this moment, on the retrieved hook, a strand of white long hair was fluttering in the wind. And the instant he saw that strand of hair, Feng knew what it was. It's actually unicorn hair, and quite a lot of it too. It should be enough to braid a bracelet. Smiling as he spoke, Feng put away the strand of horsehair, not knowing whether the hook had caught it while passing through a unicorn habitat during flight or while passing by an actual unicorn. Then he cast the hook out once more. This. So much unicorn hair. Just after casting the hook, Feng saw a large patch of silver-white hair fluttering in the wind. So without even thinking, he directly controlled the hook to fly over. At the same time, Dumbledore, who was reading in his office, frowned slightly. Then he felt something shoot right in front of him with a swoosh and tangle itself in his white beard. Dumbledore. Huh? The moment Dumbledore felt something get tangled in his beard, his mind instantly filled with question marks. He was Dumbledore. With him around, even the Dark Lord of the Wizarding World wouldn't dare casually invade Hogwarts. But now, someone actually wanted to tug on the tiger's whiskers. This absolutely wasn't. Dumbledore hadn't even finished the thought in his heart before intense pain cut it off. Then he watched helplessly as a large clump of his long, snow-white beard left him and quickly flew away, vanishing into the void. Who exactly is playing this prank? Feeling the stinging pain from his chin, Dumbledore, who hadn't been this angry in a very long time, shot to his feet. Sensing that its master was angry, Fawkes also perked up instantly. Its sharp eyes locked onto the surroundings, trying to drag out the one who had offended its master. It wanted to burn that person to ashes. While Dumbledore was flying into a rage, wand in hand, outwitting the air, on the other side, Feng sat by the lakeshore, looking at the white hair in his hand. It did indeed contain quite a bit of magic power, but it wasn't unicorn hair, and it somehow felt a little familiar. He sank into thought. Forget it, I'll put it away for now. I'll think about how to use it after I get back. As he muttered that, Feng cast out the fishing rod in his hand again. But this time his luck wasn't very good. 3 or 4 times in a row, all he reeled back were some useless things. Seeing that nearly half a day had already passed and he still had no sign of the materials he wanted, Feng got a little anxious. So after casting the hook out again, he directly poured all of his immortal power into it in one go. Almost the instant he poured all his immortal power into it, Feng discovered that the range he could see had expanded by more than 10 times. His field of vision went straight from the previous half meter to a radius of 7 to 8 meters, and the clarity also rose sharply. If the previous image quality had been 360p, then now it was at least 720p. Yi Feng was overjoyed, and when he saw a snow-white creature with a horn lying on the ground, his eyes lit up at once. This is a dead unicorn. The moment he saw the unicorn lying on the ground, Yi Feng was incredibly excited, because this kind of legendary creature that represented purity was treasure from head to toe. As for things like a unicorn's curse, Yi Feng could only say that compared to curses in cultivation systems and curses among witches, it wasn't even worth mentioning. So when Yi Feng saw this unicorn lying on the ground, still warm and not yet stiff, he didn't hesitate for even a moment. He directly controlled the fishhook to fly out and tie up the unicorn. To avoid waste, he even fished back all the soil stained with the unicorn's blood. Of course, Hagrid kept track of the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and he cared for them deeply, especially a creature as sacred as a unicorn. So the moment Yi Feng reeled the unicorn back, he immediately put it into his space ring. Very good. The materials are all ready. Next, I'll fish up some ingredients, and then it will be time to head back. Hogwarts was on holiday for Christmas. After all, Christmas in Britain was equivalent to the New Year back home. Although Yi Feng's family was in China, he didn't need to stay at school, because he was basically living at Zhang Qiu's home as a dependent now. So before heading back for the break, he needed to prepare the gifts. Of course, before leaving, he planned to celebrate Christmas with Harry and the others in advance. So after fishing up all the materials for the Christmas gifts, Yi Feng didn't leave and continued fishing by the Black Lake. While Yi Feng was working hard at fishing and preparing for tonight's grand feast, Dumbledore replayed the scene from earlier through magic multiple times and finally figured out what had happened. But he was a little unwilling to believe that this was the truth, because who would believe that someone had used a fishhook to reel away his beard? Though it's a little unbelievable, this is the truth. And I keep feeling that fishhook and fishing line look a little familiar. Could that be an illusion? Carrying deep doubts, Dumbledore found Snape as quickly as possible, because only Snape had the highest quality hair growth potion. After all, what he most urgently needed right now was not to find out who had done this, but to repair the large missing patch of beard that seriously affected his image. A few minutes later, Dumbledore arrived at Snape's potions room. But because he was in such a hurry, he didn't notice the two sneaky figures with shocked expressions following behind him. Sigma Day LLL. Seeing Dumbledore stride quickly into his potions room, Snape was also badly startled, because he saw that the snow-white long-beard Dumbledore always kept neat and tidy was now missing a large chunk right in the middle. Headmaster Dumbledore, what happened to you? Seeing the shock on Snape's face, Dumbledore didn't waste words. He directly recounted what had happened to him just now and also mentioned that he urgently needed hair growth potion. When Snape heard that Dumbledore's beard had been yanked away in his own office, his expression instantly turned grave. As Dumbledore's colleague, he had some understanding of Dumbledore's strength. But now, someone had managed to ambush someone as powerful as Dumbledore in his own office. The problem was a bit too serious. Headmaster Dumbledore, could it have been that person? Seeing Snape's mood turn grave in an instant, Dumbledore waved his hand and said, "No need to be nervous. I didn't sense any malice from the other party, and that person is much weaker now. With my understanding of him, he doesn't have the strength to do this yet, so you don't need to worry. As for who did this, I roughly have a guess. You don't need to concern yourself with it. I will handle this matter." Since Dumbledore had put it that way, Snape had nothing more to say. But he still became more alert and secretly decided that from now on, he had to pay even more attention to Harry's safety. After all, he was Lily's child. By the time Dumbledore came out of Snape's potions room, his beard had already returned to its thick fullness, though if one looked carefully, the difference could still be seen. After coming out of Snape's potions room, Dumbledore's beard was obviously a little longer and a little fuller than before, but unless someone had deliberately paid attention to those details, they wouldn't notice it without looking carefully. By coincidence, Yi Feng had carefully observed Dumbledore's beard before, so when he returned from the Black Lake loaded with a full haul and ran into Dumbledore, greeting him as usual, his heart immediately skipped a beat, because he suddenly realized what that clump of white hairlying in his space ring actually was. Gulp. Looks like I caused trouble again. No, wait. As long as I pretend I know nothing and destroy the evidence the moment I get back, then I can completely treat this as if it never happened. Anyway, no one saw it. Thinking that, Yi Feng put on a calm, unconcerned face and brushed past Dumbledore, walking toward the dormitory. Just as the two of them had passed each other and were walking in opposite directions for about 2 meters, and Yi Feng was already thinking about how to most safely destroy the evidence, Dumbledore's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Mr. Yi, have you already burned my beard to ashes and scattered it into the Black Lake?" Mr. Yi, have you already burned my beard to ashes and scattered it into the Black Lake? Dumbledore's words instantly froze Yi Feng in place. He had thought he had escaped disaster, but when he turned around and saw Dumbledore looking at him with an expression that clearly said, "So it was you after all," Yi Feng couldn't help swallowing. Gulp. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I can argue my case. No, I mean I can explain. I'm still just an 11-year-old kid. It's perfectly normal for an 11-year-old kid to like playing around, right? The only slightly different thing is that what I like to play with is different. I happen to like fishing. You also know that when you're fishing, standing on the shore means you can't see what's going on underwater. So what I'm trying to say is, I actually don't know what this is all about either. Do you believe me?" After Yi Feng finished speaking, Dumbledore didn't say anything. He just looked at him quietly with a smile on his face, and that made Yi Feng's scalp tingle a little. "Headmaster Dumbledore, believe me, I really didn't know how I ended up hooking your beard. I thought it was a horn. I only lifted the rod because I thought a fish had taken the bait. I really didn't know that was your beard. Headmaster Dumbledore, you know me. Even though I often do things that are different from other students, and sometimes even a little outrageous, I still respect you a lot. Even if I do occasionally disturb your rest, add chili peppers to your food, or spread mustard on the desserts you like, I'm not a bad student. It must have been the Black Lake. That's right, Headmaster Dumbledore. Just think about it. How could a first-year little wizard like me possibly master magic like apparition? So it had to be some water monster or something in the Black Lake causing trouble. That's right, it had to be Black Lake." At this moment, the Black Lake definitely felt wronged. After all, even though it was called the Black Lake, the lake water was actually very clear and not black at all. But now a huge black pot had been slapped directly onto it. If it couldn't clear its name, then the Black Lake really would become black. Looking at Yi Feng, who was trying with all his might to clear himself, Dumbledore suddenly smiled, because at that moment he suddenly figured something out. Before this, because whether it was Yi Feng's way of doing things or the way and angle from which he thought about problems, everything felt like an adult. Dumbledore had once suspected that Yi Feng was some old monster who had used some kind of magic to occupy this young body and was now using a false name. But at this moment, Yi Feng's childish way of shifting the blame completely dispelled that thought. Yes, Yi Feng's ideas and way of doing things really were different from little wizards his age, but in terms of temperament he was still a child after all. He was just more mature than others his age. Because he had seen through this point, although Yi Feng had somehow yanked out a big handful of his beard, Dumbledore was no longer all that angry, because in exchange for this tuft of beard, he had gotten such important information, and he felt it was absolutely worth it. The moment Yi Feng saw Dumbledore actually smile, every hair on his body stood on end. To be honest, Yi Feng wasn't afraid of Dumbledore getting angry or even punishing him, because no matter what the punishment was, as long as he was punished, it meant the matter was over. So he wasn't afraid of being punished. But after his explanation, Dumbledore had actually smiled, and that was a little terrifying. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I was wrong. Headmaster Dumbledore, please punish me. I promise that for the next month, I won't come to the Black Lake to fish again. Can you forgive me?" After saying that, Yi Feng carefully raised his head and looked at Dumbledore. Seeing Yi Feng scared like this, Dumbledore finally snapped back to his senses. He put away the smile on his face and said sternly, "Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to admit it so easily, although this does count as voluntarily confessing, considering that you've repeatedly refused to change and often run to the Black Lake to fish, and this time you even caused serious consequences. I have now decided to punish you by making you teach Harry and the others how to fish, but you yourself are not allowed to touch a fishing rod."
Yi Feng.
What was called stabbing someone right in the heart. For a fishing addict, this was exactly what that meant. Only now realizing that he had already blown his own cover, Yi Feng almost jumped up the instant he heard this punishment, because Dumbledore's punishment was just too vicious. But after the shock and anger, Yi Feng suddenly came back to himself. Didn't he really count as a proper fishing addict, did he? More importantly, he didn't need to come to the lake to fish. Because of that, after the shock and anger, Yi Feng quickly calmed down again. The speed at which his expression changed made even Dumbledore a little alarmed. Is this punishment for the little fellow a bit too light? It had to be said that Dumbledore really understood Yi Feng well enough. He knew very clearly that if he wanted this guy to become disheartened or lose all willpower from a punishment like this, that was completely impossible. This little brat had a strong ability to take hits. With just this little bit of a blow, he would probably be fully recovered by the time he walked back to the dormitory. But Dumbledore wasn't some kind of devil either. So he directly conscripted Yi Feng and ordered him to catch enough ingredients for all of Hogwarts dinner tonight within the hour before dinner, and also made him responsible for preparing tonight's meal. That kind of request might have been difficult for other people, but for Yifeng it was nothing at all. So only half an hour later, Yifeng successfully reeled in and packed up, leaving Dumbledore staring in stunned amazement. In the end, he could only sigh that his own experience had been too limited, while also marveling at how abundant the resources of the Black Lake were. Because he had to prepare tonight's dinner, during potions class that afternoon, Yifeng spent 10 minutes completing the charm potion Snape had assigned, then immediately started making all kinds of seasonings without pause. The result was that only half an hour later, he was kicked out of the potions classroom. As everyone knew, Chinese cooking used a lot of seasonings, and some of those seasonings were quite choking by themselves. On top of that, Yifeng didn't want to make trouble for himself, so he planned to turn tonight's dinner into a barbecue. That meant the seasonings he made were intensely spicy and pungent. Fortunately, making those seasonings didn't necessarily have to be done inside the potions classroom. So by the time night fell, Yifeng had finished everything. In the Great Hall, Dumbledore, seated in the main seat, saw Yifeng below nod at him, so he cleared his throat, then picked up his spoon and lightly tapped the glass in front of him. With Dumbledore's tap, a huge amount of processed ingredients and one charcoal brazier after another with blazing coals appeared on the tables in the hall. Dumbledore? Mr. Yifeng, can you explain why tonight's dinner is all processed raw ingredients? Hearing Dumbledore's question, Yifeng was also a little stunned, because something like barbecue shouldn't be that uncommon in Western countries either. But when Yifeng saw that the processed ingredients had been threaded into skewers, and there were even things like chicken feet and chicken wings, he suddenly understood a little. It's like this. This is called grilled skewers. You just take whatever you like and put it over the charcoal to grill. As long as you pay attention to the heat while grilling, brush on seasonings according to your own taste, then sprinkle on some cumin, you can eat it. It's really fragrant. They really weren't unfamiliar with barbecue, but this style of barbecue truly was their first time seeing it. However, when they followed Yifeng's example, grilled a skewer of the food they liked, and took a bite, the hall was soon filled with the sizzling sound of fat bubbling out. So good. I never thought chicken wings, which don't even have that much meat, would become this fragrant after being grilled. After cautiously taking a bite of the golden brown chicken wing that Yifeng had grilled and brought to him, Dumbledore instantly sank into the deliciousness. I've decided. From now on, Hogwarts will have barbecue once every month. Long live Headmaster Dumbledore. The moment Dumbledore announced this spur-of-the-moment decision, the entire hall fell so silent that a pin drop could be heard. But in the next second, cheers loud enough to nearly blow the roof off exploded throughout the hall. At that moment, barbecue from a mysterious ancient nation conquered all of Hogwarts, effortlessly accomplishing the great feat that none of the Dark Lords of the past had ever managed. As everyone knows, barbecue stalls are usually set up outdoors because when grilling, whether it's the fat from the meat itself or the oil brushed on later, it will eventually drip onto the charcoal fire. And when oil falls onto charcoal, there are generally two possible outcomes. If the dripping fat lands on charcoal that is burning strongly enough, then because the charcoal provides enough heat, the fat will ignite directly and be burned off quickly. The other possibility is that it falls onto charcoal that is not burning strongly enough. In that case, because the charcoal fire is too weak, it cannot reach the ignition point of the fat. Then the fat will not burn, but instead char and give off black smoke. Of course, whether the fat burns or not, it will ultimately produce oily smoke. And now the entire restaurant had hundreds of barbecue grills producing smoke. When that smoke mixed with all kinds of spices, chili powder being roasted and ignited, and that pungent smell, it really was not something an ordinary person could endure. So coughing broke out all across the restaurant. Yifeng had not expected the restaurant to look so large yet have such terrible ventilation. So when he saw this scene, he could not think of any good solution for a moment. But when he looked up and saw the ceiling reflecting the night, his eyes suddenly lit up. Since the roof was blocking the smoke from dispersing, then just get rid of the roof. I'm seriously too smart. Thumbs up for myself, O.D. With that thought, Yifeng handed the grilled skewers he had finished to Hermione, then gave up his spot and let Harry and Ron handle things themselves, while he walked straight through the lively crowd and headed outside. Dumbledore, who was eating quite happily at the main seat, raised his brows at once and paused when he saw Yifeng actually heading out. But just then, he heard a topic that made it impossible for him not to pay attention. As everyone knows, the atmosphere during a barbecue is usually pretty lively, and once things get lively and people start chatting, it becomes easy for all kinds of things to slip out. At that moment, George and Fred had gotten completely into the meal and were excitedly sharing some gossip they knew with the people beside them. Really, what we're saying is true. We saw it with our own eyes. A huge chunk of Headmaster Dumbledore's beard was missing. It was so shocking that we kept following behind and watched him go into Professor Snape's potions classroom with our own eyes. That's right. You have no idea how shocking Headmaster Dumbledore looked at the time. It's a pity we didn't have a camera with us. Otherwise, we definitely would have taken a picture and treasured it properly. That was an image of Headmaster Dumbledore no one had ever seen before. It definitely would have had tremendous collectible value. Dumbledore? Totally unnecessary. Hearing the Weasley twins' words, Dumbledore felt awful all over, and at the same time he was extremely glad those two had not had a camera on them at the time. Otherwise, before his lifelong reputation could be ruined by that brat Feng, it would probably have been destroyed by these two boys first. If it were someone else, they might not have done such a thing, but the two little troublemakers from the Weasley family were absolutely capable of it. When he heard they had not left behind any evidence, Dumbledore immediately let out a sigh of relief. But the next second he froze, because those two actually pointed at his beard and declared with absolute certainty that what they said was the truth. And they even pulled out a copy of the Daily Prophet. Look, this photo of Headmaster Dumbledore in the newspaper was taken a few days ago. Now compare it and see whether the beard in the photo is shorter and less thick than Headmaster Dumbledore's beard now. And if you observe carefully, you'll notice that the clump of beard in the middle is not only obviously denser than the sides, it's also a little darker.
Dumbledore,
You two, shut up. Having the details of his beard called out so directly, Dumbledore could not hold it together any longer. He picked up a skewer of chives, stuck it in his mouth, bit down and pulled it off. Originally, Dumbledore had only wanted to use that skewer of grass to cover up his beard a little, but he was instantly drawn in by the taste of the chives. And so, a scene appeared that left even the Hogwarts students and Professor McGonagall dumbfounded. There he was, seated at the head table, the always dignified Dumbledore now squinting his eyes and chewing on a skewer of grass like a goat. And from the pleased expression on his face, it was obvious that he liked that kind of grass quite a lot. While everyone else was still in shock, Feng had already arrived above the restaurant. But as he looked at the enormous roof in front of him, he felt a bit troubled for a moment. Blowing up the roof was not difficult for him. Blowing up the roof without affecting the people below was not hard for Feng either. The difficult part was destroying the roof without damaging the load-bearing structure of the building at the same time. As for problems like shielding from wind and rain after the roof was gone, those were actually minor issues for Feng. How about I just reinforce the main structure? That way, even if I blow up the roof, the area below won't be affected since it's been reinforced. Once he decided, he acted. Feng was the type to move fast, so he did not hesitate at all. After making up his mind, he immediately took out a paintbrush, then took out a small bucket. Reinforcement requires gathering quite a bit of earth element power. To withstand the impact, I also need to gather metal element power and the like, right? And to keep it from collapsing after just a few years, I also need to set up automatic energy replenishment. Hiss. Looking at it this way, I seem to need quite a lot of stuff. Looks like I'll have to spend a bit more. While thinking, Feng kept taking things out of his spatial ring. Cinnabar, mithril, earth element crystals, and so on, throwing in generous amounts of all of them. And after he had added about enough of those, he looked around and, after confirming that no one was watching, took out several large handfuls of dirt from his spatial ring and added that in too. The reason Feng had to be so careful about adding this dirt was because this was forbidden forest soil mixed with unicorn blood. In other words, the dirt from the spot where the unicorn had been lying when he had reeled it in before. Although he had not killed that unicorn himself, the thing had vanished outright, and even the dirt where the corpse had lain was gone too. If anyone found out all that stuff was with him, then even if he had 10 mouths, he would not be able to explain it clearly. So being cautious was for the best. Of course, it was not absolutely necessary to use unicorn blood, but at the moment, this was the only thing he had that could count as the blood of a spirit beast. So he had no choice but to use it. Once all the materials were ready, Feng thoroughly mixed them together, then set the brush on the ground and took out his wand. Of course, the wand was only for cover. What he was actually using this time was his divine sense. Under the control of Feng's powerful divine sense, the brush directly pulled out afterimages as it continuously moved throughout the entire building. Dumbledore in the restaurant had actually noticed that brush, but he had only assumed it was some kind of graffiti prank and did not pay it any mind. But if Dumbledore had known what it really meant, he definitely would have stopped it because, boom, just as Dumbledore was about to be unable to bear the oily smoke any longer and was wondering whether he should cancel the once-a-month barbecue from now on, a tremendous roar came from overhead, and the moment he looked up at the ceiling, he went completely blank.
Sigma.
Where's my ceiling? My huge, beautiful ceiling. Where did it go? Boom! With an ear-splitting explosion, the roof of the Hogwarts restaurant shot into the sky and quickly turned into a tiny black dot before disappearing. About 1 hour later, Azkaban's attack alarm went off, because it had been attacked by a roof. Of course, since Azkaban was guarded by Dementors, there were no losses. Meanwhile, looking at the restaurant with its roof blasted clean away while the main structure had suffered no damage at all, and was even sturdier than before, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. Next, I just need to set up the real starry ceiling and it'll be done. Yifeng muttered as he controlled the brush and the small bucket that still held nearly half a bucket of array drawing materials, starting work again. Blowing off the roof was only the first step. Next, he still needed to set up arrays and the like to seal the dome. Otherwise, wind and rain would affect the students eating below. This dome would probably be repaired by the next day anyway, so Yifeng had to install a layer of glass over the dome. This was very simple for Yifeng. He just needed to draw a few isolation arrays on the roof. That way, not only would the dome become a truly transparent starry ceiling, but it would also block rainwater. Light could come in, but wind and rain could not. But Yifeng had only just started working when a dark-faced Dumbledore appeared in front of him. Mr. Yifeng, can you explain what you're doing? If your explanation cannot satisfy Hogwarts, then you can repair the roof yourself. Seeing that Dumbledore's face had gone dark, Yifeng quickly explained, Headmaster Dumbledore, don't you think the Great Hall's ventilation is a bit poor? Our barbecue gathering has only been going for half an hour, and the smoke inside is already unbearable, so I'm ventilating it for everyone. Hearing Yifeng say that, Dumbledore's face turned even darker. You're saying you blew off the roof just for ventilation?
Yeah.
Yifeng answered as if it were only natural. After answering, Yifeng noticed Dumbledore's complexion showing signs of shifting from black to white, so he hurriedly explained again, actually, it's not entirely because we need ventilation. Besides that, I felt the original fake starry ceiling wasn't very good, so I planned to take off the roof and make a real one. But Headmaster Dumbledore, don't worry. The array is almost finished. Once it's done, not only will you have a real starry ceiling and be able to see the sky outside in real time, but you also won't need to worry about wind or rain. If there's an emergency, you can even fly straight out through the roof. Of course, as long as they're Hogwarts professors, entering the Great Hall directly from outside through the roof is also possible. Hearing Yifeng say that, Dumbledore's complexion, which had almost turned white, slowly returned to normal. It was also only at this moment that Dumbledore noticed the runes being drawn by that brush were incredibly profound. So profound that even he could only understand a little more than half of them. This shocked him beyond measure.
Yifeng,
Can you tell me where you learned what you're drawing now? I don't think any teacher in the school has taught you these things. The reason Dumbledore was so certain was that even he himself had never learned them, and if even he did not understand them, how could anyone else in the school? Looking at Dumbledore, whose expression had instantly turned serious, Yifeng said indifferently, I learned it myself in the library. Those things were pretty hard. Took me a full week to completely understand them. Dumbledore, 1 week? 1 week. Crack. After getting Yifeng's exact answer, Dumbledore's jaw dislocated because he had opened his mouth too wide. He even forgot that the books Yifeng mentioned were only in the restricted section, because all of this was simply too unbelievable. Back then, he had carefully studied for a full month before barely getting started and understanding a little. What a little monster. Yifeng had no idea of Dumbledore's evaluation of him, because those magic arrays really were not difficult for him. After all, he had previously obtained quite a few cultivation arrays from the system. Some of those arrays covered an area comparable to a super large city just in setup range alone. Compared with immortal cultivation arrays, these magic arrays really were child's play to Yifeng. Of course, although he had learned quite a few of those arrays, because he lacked all kinds of materials, at most he could currently set up a spirit gathering array. Any more than that, and his stockpile of materials would not hold up. So even though Yifeng did not look like a cultivator at all right now, he actually knew quite a lot. It was just that he was short on money, so there were many things he could not show. On top of that, this was a magical world, and many materials were different from cultivation materials, so he still needed to test them bit by bit before he could know how to use them. Dumbledore was so shocked that he did not know what to say for a long time, while Yifeng was busy carving the magic array, so the rooftop fell quiet for a while. However, Yifeng's drawing speed was still extremely fast, so after just a little over 1 minute, dazzling light quietly blossomed from the rooftop. All right, from now on, our Great Hall has a real starry ceiling. Hearing Yifeng say that, Dumbledore quickly turned to look at the empty roof, and when he saw the transparent roof, which was invisible but still faintly traceable, his eyes lit up. It seems next year Hogwarts will have one more feature to attract little wizards, and the monthly barbecue gathering 1T need to be cancelled either. Although Yifeng had blown off the roof, he had indeed repaired it as well. Even though this roof could no longer be seen, it did exist, so Yifeng was not punished. But the next day, when Dumbledore saw in the Daily Prophet that Azkaban had been attacked by a roof, his heart immediately skipped a beat. The moment Dumbledore saw the highly familiar-looking roof in the newspaper picture, several black lines appeared over his head. This guy really can cause trouble, but it's so far away, and it's not as if only Hogwarts has a roof like this. No one should be able to guess that this roof is from Hogwarts, right? How about I go ask around? In the end, still a little uneasy, Dumbledore decided to go gather some information. As for Feng, after eating and drinking his fill, he had returned to his dorm and was hard at work. Thanks to the inspiration he got earlier while drawing the array after blowing off the roof, Feng finally knew what gift to give Cho Chang's family and Harry's group. He currently did not have the materials to forge magic artifacts or immortal artifacts, and he also could not refine pills because he had not yet fully understood the properties of the materials and medicinal herbs. But talismans were no problem, so Feng planned to make some talismans for them. Of course, the talismans he was giving away could not be ordinary one-time talismans drawn on yellow paper. What he wanted to make were jade talismans, peachwood talismans, and other talismans that could be used multiple times. But Feng probably had no idea that because of this sudden flash of inspiration, Hogwarts would later gain a new school of thought, the Talisman School. Hermione is very smart, and her knowledge and magic reserves are both excellent, but with Harry and Ron, those two burdens around her, she'll inevitably run into danger, so I'll make her a protective talisman. As for the number of uses, I'll raise it to 10 times for now with one extra piece. Harry. This guy is incredibly curious, and he's pretty bold too. He really likes courting death. While he's not on the top student route academically, his grades aren't too bad either. Then I'll give him a 3-time certain death protection talisman. It should barely be enough. Neville. This guy is rather timid by nature. I may be able to help him for a while, but I can't help him forever. In the end, he still has to learn strength and resistance himself, so I'll give him a luck-gathering talisman. Hopefully his luck will be better in the future. As for Ron, that seems a bit troublesome. The others, even Neville S and even Dumbledore S, were easy enough to choose. But picking Ron's talisman really stumped Feng because this guy, just like Harry, also loved courting death and he had a fast mouth. He said whatever came to mind, the type who would be very easy to get beaten to death if he didn't have protagonist halo protection. Besides that, he was also a poor student, and the kind who still did not study much even with 2 top students, Feng and Hermione, by his side. So whether to choose a talisman to improve his academic performance, or a protective talisman like Harry S and the others, Feng was a little troubled for a moment. How about I just make him the same one as Harry S? Saves trouble. As for exams, leave it to fate. After thinking for a moment, Feng decided to make Ron a protective talisman like Harry's. As for Cho Chang and the others, Feng used fairly high-quality jade to carve 10-use protective talismans for all of them. He even deliberately shrank them down for easy carrying. So each jade talisman was only about the size of 2 pinky joints, small enough to be worn around the neck as a necklace. Very good. Next, it's the teacher's gifts. Other than Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape, Feng was not very familiar with the rest of the teachers. But since he was giving gifts, he had to treat everyone equally, so he prepared a gift for every single teacher. He did not even leave out Hagrid. It was only then that Feng suddenly remembered that although he could not go out and could not shop online, he could write a letter and ask Cho Chang's parents to buy things for him. Luckily, even though Feng's owl was small, its capabilities were definitely not to be underestimated. So the next day during breakfast, the Hogwarts students were shocked to see a tiny thing with a wingspan of only about 20 centimeters carrying a pile of items taller than an adult as it sped into the Great Hall. Whose general is that? How is it that fierce? The next day, after sorting out all the gifts, Feng went home with Cho Chang. When Harry and the others saw Feng following behind Cho Chang, their mouths fell wide open. You two are really together now? Thunk. The moment he finished speaking, Ron got whacked on the head. Harry hit him, because Ron had not noticed that Hermione's expression had turned very unpleasant when she heard Feng was going to Cho Chang's house with her. Cho Chang also realized something, so she spoke up to explain, Feng's mother and my mother were classmates, so he's temporarily staying at our house right now. Oh right, our family is half and half, so we live in the Muggle world. You're welcome to come visit us anytime. Feng and Cho Chang left, and on Christmas Eve that night, Harry and the others received the gifts Feng had given them. Of course, besides Feng's gifts, they also received gifts from other people. For example, Harry got back the invisibility cloak Dumbledore returned to him. With the invisibility cloak, Harry and Ron, who stayed at school, became unbelievably bold during their nighttime wandering. And while they kept sneaking around at night searching for information and such, Feng and Cho Chang arrived at Hermione's home. What surprised Feng a little was that Hermione's family was actually quite wealthy, much richer than Cho Chang's family. That was because Hermione's father was a dentist, and as everyone knew, In Western countries, dentists were among the highest earners in the entire medical profession. The only pity was that there was not much fun to do in that era, so after taking a look around, they returned to school. What surprised Feng was that just the second day after he returned, the Weasley twins came looking for him. Feng, Ron said you can make a kind of magical item. Can you make a few for us too? We can trade you some of our little toys for them. Feng. Hearing the Weasley twins say that, Feng's mind was full of question marks, because he did not seem to have made any magical items. So for a moment, he had no idea what they were talking about, until the two of them took out a shattered jade talisman about the size of 2 fingers.
Feng.
When Feng saw the jade talisman in George's hand that had cracked after its uses were exhausted, he was badly startled, because that was a jade talisman capable of blocking 3 fatal attacks. And if the attacks were not at the fatal level, it could even block nearly 10 attacks severe enough to cause grievous injury. Yet this protective jade talisman had shattered after only a few days because its uses had run out. Feng could not imagine what its owner had gone through these past few days. As for why Feng said its owner instead of Ron, that was because he did not know whether Ron had been carrying the jade talisman these past few days or whether the Weasley twins had it. Still, he leaned more toward Ron because his 2 older brothers did not seem to have stayed at school. Driven by intense curiosity, Feng did not agree to the twins' request. Instead, he asked them to take him to Ron first. And when he followed the twins and found Ron, he was completely dumbfounded, because Ron was lying on a hospital bed, practically wrapped up like a mummy. Beside him lay another mummy, Harry Brand. Feng, can you tell me how you managed to get hurt like this even while carrying the protective talismans I gave you? I'm extremely curious. Hearing that, Ron's eyes darted away and he turned his head aside. Harry sighed and explained helplessly when he saw that. It happened like this. After you left, Harry, found a book about the Philosopher's Stone in the restricted section. Originally, we were planning to wait until you got back before discussing whether we should go to the secret chamber. But Ron remembered the protective talismans you gave us. We tested them on the Whomping Willow and found they really worked, so then we went to find the 3-headed dog.
Feng.
He did not need Harry to keep talking. He already knew exactly what had happened. All he could say was that those 2 really were experts at courting death. Other people would use something like that to save their lives at a critical moment, but they had somehow used it as a shield. All he could say was, no wonder they were the 2 legendary burdens Hermione had to drag around. You too. What talents? Feng was already speechless. Hearing that, Ron immediately got anxious and hurriedly said, Feng, we know we were reckless, but if you gave us 2 more jade talismans, we definitely could get through it. 2 more? Do you even know how expensive that jade talisman is? Let me put it this way. Just the piece of jade used to carve that talisman was worth 500 pounds. I don't have any more jade talismans. But do you want paper talismans drawn on yellow talisman paper that can only block 1 attack? Yes. The moment Feng finished speaking, the 3 Weasley brothers and Harry shouted almost in unison. And at that moment, Feng finally realized that the talismans he could draw casually actually seemed to be quite valuable. Maybe I should sell some. There are plenty of materials in the Forbidden Forest anyway. And it's not just defensive talismans. Other talismans can be sold too. Vajra talismans, light body talismans, and swift step talismans can be sold to Quidditch players. Invisibility talismans, wall passing talismans, and even immobilization talismans can be sold to students who like sneaking around at night. As for Ravenclaw's top students, don't they like reading quietly? Then sell them clarity talismans and focus talismans. For underachievers like Ron, the 100 Eyes talisman that lets you read at a glance, paired with the Awakening Spirit talisman that lets the user remember everything they see for a period of time. That's basically a total stomp. Almost instantly, 1 talisman after another, along with different combinations, appeared in Feng's mind. And Hogwarts talisman cult was about to burst into existence in the middle of Feng's brainstorming. Hey, did you hear? That coward from Gryffindor got a Vajra talisman from Feng. And guess what happened? Spit it out. I hate people who only tell half the story and act mysterious the most. That's right. Riddlers get out of Hogwarts. I heard it. Well, I only heard it, okay? Apparently, there's someone in Hufflepuff who likes to stop halfway through what he's saying and leave people hanging. One day, just like always, he left one of his classmates hanging all day by only saying half of it. Then when he got up the next day, he spent the whole day walking with his butt clenched. They say whenever he saw male classmates, he'd cover his backside like a startled bird and absolutely refused to turn his back to them. The one trying to act mysterious instantly widened his eyes when he heard that. He felt a chill rise from between his butt cheeks, because he was from Hufflepuff. I'll say it right now. It's like this. You all should know that Malfoy from Slytherin likes picking on that forgetful kid from Gryffindor. And this morning, Malfoy was picking on that forgetful kid again like usual. And then guess what happened? That forgetful kid just happened to be carrying a Vajra talisman on him. And what happened next? TSK. It was downright brutal. Have you ever seen a speeding carriage send someone flying? The scene back then was probably about the same. I saw the school doctor carry them back with my own eyes. That scene was way too miserable. Especially that Malfoy. When they carried him back, his black robes were covered in blood. Even worse, he was still coughing up blood on the way back. You know, my father is a surgeon, so I know a little about this sort of thing. Judging from Malfoy's slightly sunken chest, he broke at least 3 ribs, and those broken ribs probably pierced his internal organs. With injuries like that, in the Muggle world without potions, he might have died before even making it to the hospital. You're saying they were all hit by that forgetful Longbottom? That's right, and I went to check the scene afterward. He probably only hit them once. Hissed the moment those words came out. Everyone listening around them sucked in a sharp breath, because if all of that was true, then the effect of the Vajra talisman was a little too terrifying. If this Vajra talisman is used together with the Swift talisman George, the Gryffindor Quidditch player, used before. Gulp, as soon as those words were spoken. Everyone around couldn't help swallowing. Then they exchanged looks and said in unison, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. A few minutes later, outside Yi Feng's classroom. Anthony, why are you here? I was about to ask you that. Wait, is that Wood? Is what he's holding that rumored talisman? Holy crap. It really is. That guy actually got here before us. We absolutely cannot let that slide. A few minutes later, after sending off several upperclassmen, Feng let out a helpless sigh. Thanks to the Weasley twins, in just 2 or 3 days his talismans had completely spread throughout Hogwarts. And because Yi Feng's products worked well, were affordable, and had plenty of repeat buyers while new customers kept increasing, his business was booming. With more buyers, the galleons in Yi Feng's pocket increased rapidly as well, but having people come to him one by one to buy was getting a little too annoying. And he wasn't short on galleons anyway, but every time he saw the hopeful looks in his classmates and upperclasswomen's eyes, he couldn't help softening. How about I just let Ron and the others sell them for me? That way I'll get a lot more peace and quiet, and if Dumbledore comes after me later, there'll be someone else to share the blame. Of course, the reason Yi Feng was considering letting Ron and his brothers help wasn't just because they already liked causing trouble and could take the blame for him. There was another reason too. Ron's family wasn't well off, so if he helped sell them, he could also earn a little extra to help support the family. When Yi Feng found Ron and told him this idea, Ron wasn't very willing, because in his view, taking his good friend's things and reselling them wasn't very honorable. Especially when Yi Feng told him to raise the price by 20% before selling them. Yi Feng hadn't expected Ron to refuse for that reason, but he was actually pretty pleased about it. Then he turned around and went to find their third brother, Percy Weasley. Originally, Yi Feng wanted to find the twins, but after thinking about their personalities, he suddenly hesitated, because he felt that if he handed those talismans to those two, they'd probably use them all up before the next day even came, and there wouldn't be any left to sell to anyone else. Percy Weasley was older in the end, more mature and steady, and he considered more things than Ron and the others. So after hearing Yi Feng's suggestion, he looked at Yi Feng with a somewhat complicated expression, but in the end he still agreed. Thank you. The Weasleys will not forget your friendship. The moment he heard that, Yi Feng knew Percy had seen through his other intention, but he didn't care too much. After all, this was only something done along the way. What happened next, however, was a little beyond Yi Feng's expectations, because Hogwarts' whole style had gone completely off track. No, it wasn't just off track anymore. The entire atmosphere had changed. There was a saying called the celebrity effect, and the Weasley family was quite famous in Hogwarts, or rather, in the entire wizarding world. So when Percy Weasley, the overly honest oddball of the Weasley family, started selling Yi Feng's talismans, it immediately triggered a buying frenzy, to the point that Yi Feng had to work overtime drawing talismans for 3 straight days just to barely keep up with supply. The result of supplying large amounts of talismans appeared very quickly. Now, when Yi Feng walked along the school grounds, he would suddenly see someone's figure flash and disappear. But every now and then he could still hear a pained yelp from some unknown corner. There was a very high chance that it was someone using a swift movement talisman who wasn't skilled enough at turning and crashed because they failed the turn. Of course, thanks to his good classmates, Yi Feng had been called to the office 3 times over the past 2 days. The reason was that every night, Filch was being pranked until dawn by Gryffindor students using invisibility talismans, and because those people had not only bought invisibility talismans but also wall-passing talismans, Filch simply couldn't catch them. But Filch wasn't the one having it the worst. The ones suffering most were actually the ghosts in the school. They had been so badly frightened by people pretending to be ghosts with invisibility talismans and similar talismans that they didn't even dare come out at night anymore. They even avoided certain darker places during the day. Snape was actually pretty angry too because over the past 2 days, students had been sticking talismans on themselves during potions class, and the bad students who originally couldn't understand what he was saying would suddenly be able to understand it. But that wasn't what made him angry. What really made him angry was that, after sticking them on, these students could answer everything flawlessly no matter what he asked in class. But the moment class ended and they peeled off the talismans, they started stalling again. Basically, they only remembered 1/3 of it. And when the Ravenclaw versus Slytherin Quidditch match started 2 days later, even Yi Feng himself was dumbfounded. Because have you ever seen a Quidditch match where a bunch of players slap Vajra talismans on themselves, stick swift movement talismans on their flying brooms, then charge around like missiles, completely ignoring the ball and only wanting to smash the other side off the field? As if a spring breeze arrived overnight, and pear blossoms burst across 10,000 trees. That was exactly how Yi Feng felt now. He never imagined that, in just 2 or 3 days, the whole atmosphere of Hogwarts would change, nor did he imagine that his talismans would completely integrate themselves into every aspect of Hogwarts within only a few days. Some people had even become too lazy to clean their rooms, because they only needed to stick up a dust-repelling talisman to keep the room spotless. If Yi Feng didn't know for sure that this was Hogwarts, he would have thought he had arrived in some cultivation world sect that specialized in talismans. And because the talismans were just too useful, and because Yi Feng was fairly conscientious, basically charging only cost price plus a little labor fee, the price of a single talisman was so cheap that it was only 1 sickle, just a little more expensive than buying a bag of snacks. So a lot of people liked using them for everything and didn't even really want to learn magic anymore. Seeing this situation, Yi Feng knew things were going to go badly. So after rushing out a large batch of talismans overnight, he decisively told Percy Weasley to make one more profit and then stop. But it was still a little too late. Percy Weasley's batch of talismans had only sold half before Dumbledore caught him. When Yi Feng heard this news, he wasn't panicked at all, because Percy Weasley had been the one selling them the whole time. He was just a heartless talisman drawing machine, disrupting the school and all that. What did it have to do with him? Facts proved that Yi Feng was still a little too naive, or perhaps Dumbledore simply understood him too well. Almost the very next second after seeing that tiny little stockpile of talismans Percy Weasley had, he nearly instinctively apparat straight to Yi Feng's dormitory. "Student Yi Feng, are you trying to destroy Hogwarts? Trying to destroy the future of the wizarding world?"
Yi Feng. Whew.
Hearing Dumbledore say that, Yi Feng's mind instantly filled with question marks, because what Dumbledore said was a little baffling. Sure, he had indeed caused Dumbledore a tiny little bit of trouble, but it wasn't enough to reach the level of destroying Hogwarts, right? Seeing the confusion in Yi Feng's eyes, Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, then grabbed him and apparat to the warehouse where Percy Weasley stored the talismans. And when Yi Feng saw those several large cabinets packed full of neatly sorted talismans, he instantly felt a little awkward. Did I really draw that many talismans? Headmaster Dumbledore, are you sure these are all talismans I made? I remember not drawing that many. Hearing Yi Feng say that in a way that did not sound like a lie at all, Dumbledore let out a helpless sigh and said, "At Hogwarts, who besides you even knows how to make these things? And Mr. Yi Feng, you have severely underestimated your own ability. These were really all drawn by me?" Although Dumbledore's words made perfect sense, Yi Feng still found it hard to believe, so he looked at Percy Weasley beside him. "Yes, you made all of these. Every day, I go to your dormitory once at midnight and once at dawn to move out the finished talismans. Otherwise, if I wait until the next morning, your dormitory will be piled full of the talismans you've drawn."
Y Fen. Sigma. LLL.
Did that happen too? No wonder I always felt like the number of talismans I drew every day was a little low, and the money you gave me, Percy, was a little. Before he could finish, Yi Feng hurriedly stopped himself, but he was still a bit too late. "So you admit it? Good. Since you've admitted it, then I need to have a proper talk with you about the serious harm this has caused the school. Let's put aside the matter of using talismans to prank Mr. Filch. Those were only pranks within an acceptable range. What has truly affected the school and even the entire wizarding world is that your talismans are too useful and too cheap. Mr. Yi Feng, do you know that because your talismans are so useful and so cheap, many young wizards have already started instinctively thinking about what kind of talisman to use whenever they run into trouble? That is a very bad sign because Hogwarts is a school of magic. If one day, when wizards run into problems, the first thing they think of is not using their own power to solve them, but borrowing external tools, namely your talismans, then it will be a terrifying disaster because in the entire wizarding world, only you know how to draw talismans." Hearing Dumbledore say this, Yi Feng understood as well. It was not that there was something wrong with wanting to use talismans for everything. The real problem was not that they wanted to solve problems with talismans whenever something happened, but that these people only knew how to use them and did not know how to make them. In other words, if one day Feng no longer wanted to sell talismans, then those wizards who had already developed a severe dependence on talismans would be completely lost, because they relied on talismans for everything. They had probably already forgotten most of their magic, or maybe had never really learned it in the first place. If that really happened, then when those wizards who had not learned magic properly or had already forgotten it suddenly had no talismans when trouble came, it would become a terrifying disaster, especially when facing danger. Realizing this, Feng also fell silent. And when Dumbledore saw that Feng had already understood the seriousness of the issue, he pulled out his wand and pointed it at the talismans in those cabinets. In an instant, one talisman after another flew into the pocket inside Dumbledore's robes, a pocket enchanted with the extension charm. Who? Looks like I tricked. Convinced this kid. Hurry and put away all these talismans. These are all gold galleons, and quite a few of them might play a very important role in the future. But it really isn't possible to keep letting this kid sell talismans in large quantities. Otherwise, these young wizards will truly become dependent on talismans, and that will affect their studies. Watching those talismans fly one after another into Dumbledore's pocket, Feng's heart was bleeding. He had painstakingly stayed up night after night to draw those one by one, meaning he left behind a strand of divine sense to control the talisman brush to draw by itself while he went straight to sleep. Those were all the fruits of his labor. Dumbledore, HM? Feng, they're just a few talismans. I can draw them all back in one night. It doesn't hurt at all. Whoa, I never thought you were this kind of person, Dumbledore. You actually embezzled the fruits of my labor. The materials I worked so hard to collect. Percy Weasley gone, all gone. My path to becoming head boy, my business empire, all gone. Feng. Dumbledore? Percy Weasley's words left both Feng and Dumbledore speechless. But everyone had their own pursuits, so neither of them said anything. And thanks to Dumbledore's timely rescue, Hogwarts' whole atmosphere finally returned to normal. Still, no matter how quickly it was corrected, traces of it were bound to remain. For example, certain poor students with the surname Weasley were now sticking talismans on themselves and spending all day in the library reading, because a terrifying monster called final exams was slowly drawing near. Of course, whether they could pass or not was up to fate, because Dumbledore had issued new school rules restricting students' use of talismans. That day, after Dumbledore took advantage of the situation to confiscate Feng's stockpile of talismans, he announced a new school rule. The rule clearly stated that no matter who it was strictly forbidden to sell or give away more than 3 talismans of the same type at one time on school grounds, and that within 1 month, one person could only sell or give talismans to the same person once. Although there were still loopholes in that rule, it did indeed limit the circulation of talismans on campus. And after talisman use was restricted, Harry and the others pulled their attention back and focused on another matter. For example, the secret chamber beneath the 3-headed dog, and for example, the Philosopher's Stone. Feng knew about the Philosopher's Stone, and he also knew how to get it, but he had no interest in it. Whether it was the Philosopher's Stone's ability to turn other substances into pure gold or its ability to produce the elixir of life, neither was of any use to him. Gold represented money, and as for money, if Feng wanted it, he could just casually take out something he had gotten from the system's check-ins and it would trigger a frenzy across the wizarding world. As for Muggle money, that was even simpler. He only needed to exchange some money and then go invest it. He did not know whether the 2 Moss still existed in this world, or whether they would still build those enormous business empires, but he knew their rise to power, or rather, the foundation of how they started. Knowing what would rise strongly in the future and having money in hand, he only needed to casually invest a bit in advance. And for the rest of his life, he would never need to worry about money again. So to Feng, money truly had no attraction. The enormous wealth represented by the Philosopher's Stone held no appeal for Feng, and the ability of immortality held even less appeal because he cultivated immortality and cultivators. As everyone knew, cultivation was a process of seeking immortality and pursuing the Tao, a process in which one's life level constantly evolved and grew stronger. But the road was difficult and long, so it required vast years. To gain anything, one inevitably had to spend a great amount of time. Therefore, once cultivators stepped onto the path of cultivation, the increase in lifespan started at no less than 300 years. In other words, barring any accidents, with Feng's current cultivation, as long as he did not court death himself, he could live until the day he no longer wanted to live. He had no need at all for any elixir of life. What's more, cultivators could also refine pills, and many medicinal pills had the effect of increasing lifespan. Some immortal pills could not only let you live forever and endure as long as heaven itself, but also grant you the mighty power to overturn rivers and seize stars and chase the moon. So although Feng knew where the Philosopher's Stone was and also knew how to get it, he did not tell Hermione and the others anything about it, and instead let them search for it themselves. Of course, he would also help search with them because this matter involved Hagrid. So if they wanted to learn more, they had to go to Hagrid. And Feng had been coveting that room full of materials of Hagrid's for a long time. Of course, since he had given Hagrid gifts before, and on top of that he had a pretty good relationship with Harry, Hagrid knew him. But that was all. If he wanted Hagrid to give him or trade him that many materials, he still had to go through Harry. So, when Harry put on the invisibility cloak and went to the library's restricted section to look for books related to the Philosopher's Stone, Feng also went out wandering at night for once. But unlike Harry, who had to carefully avoid Filch, Feng did not need to hide at all, because Mrs. Norris was actually pretty familiar with him. When Filch caught students sneaking around at night, besides listening for sounds and watching for lights, the most important thing was having Mrs. Norris help him. But Filch probably did not even know that Mrs. Norris loved a kind of tiny silver fish from the Black Lake that was only thumb-sized, and she could eat a full 5 of them in one sitting. Purr, 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 gently stroking Mrs. Norris in his arms as she rested contentedly after eating her fill and let out happy purring sounds. Feng quickly headed toward the 3rd floor, because he also wanted to see whether the mirror of Ariste could really show the deepest desire in his heart. While Feng happily petted the cat and searched for the mirror of Ariste, Harry on the other side was running all over the place, locked in a battle of wits with Filch. Because of the invisibility talismans Feng had provided, there were a lot more students sneaking out at night. It could be said that before the talismans were banned, there were basically 2 or 3 students out wandering every night, which gave Filch a great deal of experience in how to track down invisible students sneaking around at night. Unfortunately, Harry was far too confident in his invisibility cloak, so the moment he went out, he ran straight into Filch. As for the result, even though Mrs. Norris quickly followed the scent over to Feng's side, Harry was still being chased by Filch like a dog. Actually, Harry should have been glad that the oil lamps at Hogwarts did not have voice activation. Otherwise, if every place he passed lit up brightly, then he really would not have been able to escape no matter what. Come to think of it, should I suggest that Dumbledore make one? It could save the school quite a bit on lamp oil and candles. The other Gryffindor students. Let me say thank you to you. In the end, Feng gave up on that idea. After all, he was not some kind of devil. Better leave the other Gryffindors a way to survive. Oh, so this is the mirror of Ariste? While thinking, a full-length mirror about the height of a person suddenly appeared in front of Feng. It really had appeared out of nowhere, and Feng was certain this thing definitely had not been here before because this was a corridor. As long as someone walked just a little farther in, they would be able to see it. So, it wants to see what I desire most in my heart. Perfect. I am curious too, so let's have a look. Feng knew this had to have been placed here by Dumbledore, but he did not care. After all, the whole reason he came out tonight was to find this mirror of Ariste. Holding Mrs. Norris, Feng stood in front of the mirror of Ariste, which showed nothing at all, and scratched his head. After casually setting Mrs. Norris down on the floor, he muttered, "Do I need some kind of activation spell? Ahem, mirror, mirror, tell me who is the fairest in the world." Sorry, wrong script. Let me try that again. The moment Feng finished speaking, his image quietly appeared in the mirror of Ariste, which had been blank until then. But what surprised Feng a little was that it was not his current self, but himself about 15 or 16 years older. What does this mean? My greatest desire deep down is to grow up? Is this thing broken? Should I get Dumbledore to come fix it? As soon as Feng finished muttering, the image inside the mirror of Ariste quietly gained a lot more details. This time, a delicate little face appeared, one that could look either angry or delighted. This girl looks really familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere.
No.
Before Feng could finish speaking, several more girls rapidly appeared in the mirror of Ariste and surrounded him. Though each of them had her own unique charm and stunning looks, they all shared one thing in common. The way they looked at him was filled with love. TSK. So this is the deepest desire in my heart. Though I guess that makes sense. Since I do not know whether I can ever go back, I might as well just enjoy life properly. Besides, the road to immortality is long. I have to find some companions along the way. Finding a few Dao companions really does seem like a pretty good choice. Of course, that was only what he was thinking. Whether he would actually do it was still uncertain. After all, he was only 11 years old. Even if people abroad were more open and puppy love was more common, there were still a few years left. He would just wait and see for now. While Feng lowered his head in thought, Dumbledore, hiding behind him, had a face full of shock. I never thought this little fellow's deepest desire would actually be tea. No. Before Dumbledore could finish his inward mutter, he was startled, because the image inside the mirror of Ariste was changing rapidly. What the mirror of Ariste showed was the thing a person desired most in their heart, and if it was truly their deepest desire, then naturally it should not change in a short time. But now the image in the mirror had changed, and the picture after the change made even Dumbledore unable to hold back his anger. In the original image, Feng had been surrounded by beauties, but now all those women had disappeared. With a single transformation, he had become the mature and steady headmaster of Hogwarts, while Dumbledore himself, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, had actually become Feng's assistant in the image. Is this brat trying to turn the world upside down? Just as Dumbledore was so angry that he wanted to rush out and grab Feng by the ears and give him a good scolding, Feng, on the other hand, looked rather unimpressed with the mirror of Ariste. TSK. So this is the so-called mirror of Ariste that can peer into the deepest desires of the heart. I already released my soul sense and still could not detect my own thoughts. It still needs me to actively think and simulate them before it can show anything. How weak. But speaking of that, I just thought of a pretty fun idea. Because of that fun idea Feng had, in the next half hour Dumbledore used up all the shock he would experience in his entire life. By the end, he had even started to go numb. The reason was simple because Feng directly treated the mirror of Ariste like a television that could project and display his thoughts. During that half hour, Feng imagined some grand and boundless scenes from novels, then had them directly displayed through the mirror of Ariste. And so, inside the mirror of Ariste, Dumbledore saw scenes of several people with tomo patterns in their eyes piloting Gundams and blasting each other, changing the landscape completely with every gesture. He saw scenes of some muggles piloting things similar to airplanes, shouting "Advance 4," and then firing a beam of light that blew up a sun. He saw a group of immortal-looking people standing on swords, using stars like glass marbles and flicking them around for fun, along with all kinds of absurd scenes beyond belief. Are these scenes some kind of prophecy, or fantasies extended from real things that little fellow once saw? Dumbledore left carrying endless shock, and after the mirror of Ariste started smoking and could no longer display any images, Feng finally let it go in satisfaction and went back to sleep. But this night was destined to leave someone sleepless. Feng could not care less whether anyone would lose sleep tonight. Since someone had hidden behind him and peeked, then they had to bear the consequences that came with peeking. Anyway, after finding a new way to amuse himself, Feng slept quite well that night. The next day, as usual, Feng pushed open Dumbledore's door as if no one else was around, then opened the window in Dumbledore's room and completed his daily absorption of purple chi. But just as he was about to turn around and wake Dumbledore up, the system suddenly popped up a notification. Congratulations on successfully checking in at Dumbledore's residence for 150 days. In view of the host's unremitting and persistent perseverance, the system specially rewards 1 mu of portable immortal field. May the host keep up the good work and ascend to immortality soon.
Fen, Sigma, Tsde. Tsu.
The moment he heard the system prompt, Feng was instantly stunned. He was shocked both by the system's generosity and by the fact that, without even realizing it, he had already checked in at Dumbledore's residence for a full 150 days. This is the best surprise of the day, so, Headmaster Dumbledore, stop sleeping. Get up and party. Day. Ghost. The instant he turned his head, Feng shot onto the windowsill with a bayou, because less than 1 meter behind him stood a ghost in a white robe, hair hanging loose, eyes bloodshot, dark circles thick under them, staring straight at him. Dumbledore, my fists are hard. If I didn't have to maintain my dignity as headmaster, I'd have already given you 2 solid punches. Looking at Feng, who had whooshed onto the windowsill from being scared by him, Dumbledore's fists really did harden. He didn't even stop to think about who exactly had caused him to look like this in the first place. You actually took me for some scary ghost. That's too much. Even though he was furious inside, Dumbledore had no choice but to maintain his dignified image as headmaster. Even if that dignity had long since vanished somewhere in Feng's eyes, he still suppressed the anger in his heart and said as calmly as he could, "It's me, Dumbledore. Mr. Yi, the windowsill is dangerous. Please come down." Only after hearing Dumbledore speak did Feng realize that this silent floating ghost that had appeared behind him was actually their headmaster, Dumbledore. The shock to Feng's heart was enormous, because Dumbledore's current appearance was completely different from how he usually looked. Dumbledore, and who do you think I have to thank for looking like this? Although Feng had already confirmed from the voice that this old man with messy hair and beard, red eyes, and dark circles was Dumbledore, he still crouched on the windowsill and examined him carefully before slowly climbing down. Headmaster Dumbledore, you stayed up late last night? Staying up late is bad for your health, and at your age it's even harder to recover. You really should go to bed earlier in the future. After saying that, Feng suddenly thought of something. Before Dumbledore could respond, he smacked his forehead, flipped his hand, and pulled out a small red item in a jar from his spatial ring, then handed it to Dumbledore. Taking the jar Feng handed over, Dumbledore asked with a puzzled expression, "This is..." "What? Red raisins?" The moment he heard that question, a bright smile instantly appeared on Feng's face. "This is called goji berry. It's a nourishing medicinal herb. As the saying goes, when a man reaches middle age, he has no choice but to soak goji berries in a thermos cup. Drinking a little of this in warm water every day is very good for the body, especially for that aspect of a man." Dumbledore? Oh? With his head full of question marks, Dumbledore watched as Feng directly slipped away, and the next day, a very strange scene appeared in Hogwarts. Their kind and dignified headmaster Dumbledore, who had always been meticulous, for some unknown reason was now constantly holding a thick transparent glass cup in his hand. Inside the cup were small red berries soaking in water. Many students saw their headmaster walking along, then opening the cup in his hand, gently blowing aside the red berries floating on top, and contentedly taking a sip of the steaming hot water inside. As for Feng, while Dumbledore was distracted by those magical little red berries, he moved the mirror of Eriste back to the Gryffindor common room. That evening, when everyone had finished dinner and returned to the common room, Feng clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Feng was already quite well known, and although he often caused trouble, his grades in every subject were among the very best. So even students who had been about to head back and rest couldn't help but stop and look over when they heard the commotion. Seeing that everyone had turned to look at him, Feng nodded in satisfaction, placed a hand on the mirror of Eriste, and said, "You must all be wondering why I brought a mirror here, but what I want to tell you is that this is not an ordinary mirror. This is the mirror of Eriste, ×2. Interrupted in unison by Harry and Ron, Feng let out a sigh. He gestured for the two of them not to speak anymore, then nodded and continued, "That's right. It is the mirror of Eriste, the one said to let people see what they desire most in their hearts. But what I'm introducing today is not its ability to reveal inner desires. It's another, even better ability." Feng did not continue explaining what that ability was and instead got straight to it. Of course, not everyone was Dumbledore. Other people couldn't see the visions reflected in the mirror for others, so a small revealing charm was needed. After Feng cast the revealing charm on the mirror of Eriste, the content he had imagined appeared within the mirror. To make it easier for them to immerse themselves, Feng chose a battle scene between wizards. When that dazzling magical battle sequence, only a little over 10 seconds long, finished playing, everyone was so shocked that they remained unable to recover for a long time, even though there had been no sound. Feng had no choice but to clap his hands and snap them out of it. "The scene you just saw was something I imagined. In other words, as long as you can clear away distractions and focus on imagining something, the mirror of Eriste will display it. And that is the even better ability of the mirror of Eriste that I was talking about. Just imagine it. If each of us polished up some of our old fantasies a little, what we'd end up showing would be one incredible movie after another. And as long as each of us takes one night in turn, then from now on we'll never have to worry about having nothing to do at night again." The moment Feng said this, all the little wizards' eyes lit up. Some of them were already considering whether they could add more functions to the mirror of Eriste to perfect this ability even further, such as synchronized voice transmission. With Feng's instigation, more than half the students came up to give it a try, and the results were extremely good. After some of the students' imagined scenes were displayed, even Feng secretly praised them in amazement. Thus, the mirror of Eriste brand television officially powered on in the Gryffindor common room. And while the many little wizards were excitedly watching the silent scenes inside the mirror of Eriste, Dumbledore stood in the empty corridor, utterly blown into disorder by the wind. "Where's my mirror of Eriste? Where's my huge mirror of Eriste?" It had to be said that in this world, where entertainment was scarce and the magical world's entertainment was even scarcer than the Muggle world's, the mirror of Eriste brand television had an unimaginably huge attraction for the little wizards. So much so that by the next day's classes, Gryffindor had quite a few more pandas. Seeing this, Feng decided he had to put some limits on it, because staying up all night really was bad for the body. Their beloved headmaster Dumbledore was a perfect negative example. Those heavy dark circles under his eyes had only slowly faded after drinking goji berry water for a full 2 days. Naturally, the Gryffindor students were unwilling to accept Feng's decision to limit the usage time of the mirror of Eriste. But without Feng, they had no way at all to use the mirror's projection function. And if they just entertained themselves alone, the people beside them would never be willing to stand there and watch dryly. So in the end, they could only compromise. But what Yi Feng had not expected was that because the time was limited, the things these people imagined became more and more outrageous and more exciting. Not only did the number of participants not decrease, it actually kept increasing. And when Yi Feng saw Cho Chang following a Gryffindor girl into the Gryffindor common room, he finally realized something. But as the saying goes, joy shared with others is better than joy enjoyed alone. So Yi Feng didn't say anything. And because of differences in personality, the scenes imagined by people from the other houses belonged to entirely different styles, and the effect was even better. They had even invented a way for two people to use it together, resulting in a split-screen effect. Thanks to the matter of the Mirror of Erist, Harry and the others had become so absorbed in it that they even temporarily threw the Philosopher's Stone out of their minds. But everything has its limits, and the Mirror of Erist was no exception. On this day, the Weasley twins suddenly had the idea to use the Mirror of Erist like a game console and play magical battles with it, and the results were quite good. After the twins were done, Malfoy proposed an idea that sounded reasonable but was actually unfair. He wanted to use the Mirror of Erist to compete with Yi Feng in various areas of magical skill, and the loser had to admit in public that he was inferior to the other. Almost everyone in Hogwarts knew that Yi Feng's grades in every subject were exceptionally good even compared to students from past generations. Whether it was charms, potions, or transfiguration, he was better than them. Could be said that in any area, Malfoy would be the one getting completely beaten. However, the Mirror of Erist did not require you to understand everything. As long as you knew it and could imagine it, it could present it. So for Yi Feng, this was actually quite unfair because Malfoy was a pureblood wizard. He knew far more spells than Yi Feng did. When Yi Feng heard Malfoy propose this challenge, he was stunned on the spot because it really was very unfair. Of course, that unfairness was for Malfoy. After all, Yi Feng was someone who had lived in the age of information explosion. People from the information age might not have any advantage in intelligence, but the sheer amount of random knowledge they possessed would absolutely crush them. So when it came to imagination, Yi Feng could be said to fear no one from this era. Thus, when Yi Feng started imagining one world-destroying forbidden spell after another crashing down during the match, not only Malfoy, but even the people watching from the side were stunned. But the Mirror of Erist had one drawback. It had no built-in mechanism for judging victory or defeat. So even though everyone could tell that Malfoy had already lost, as long as he stubbornly refused to admit it, the scene would continue. And with what Yi Feng was doing as a reference, the scenes Malfoy imagined also started becoming outrageous. At first, there was no real problem. Even with something to reference, imagining it still took a certain amount of difficulty. But as time passed, Malfoy became more and more skilled. So the battle scenes grew grander and grander, more and more complex, and then the Mirror of Erist started smoking. Ah! It's on fire. It's on fire. Run. Oh! The moment someone shouted that it was on fire, almost everyone panicked. But when they saw that it was only the Mirror of Erist smoking, they calmed down again. Hey, it's not on fire. It's just the Mirror of Erist smoking. Oh, so it's not on fire? That scared me. Wait, what did you say? The Mirror of Erist is smoking? Yeah, the Mirror of Erist is smoking. About 2 or 3 seconds later, the Mirror of Erist is smoking. The people who suddenly realized what that meant instantly exploded into chaos. Because over the past few days the Mirror of Erist had brought them endless joy. If it broke, their happiness would be gone too. So absolutely nothing could happen to the Mirror of Erist. In truth, Yi Feng had noticed the moment the Mirror of Erist started smoking. But even though he withdrew his divine sense in time, he was still a little too late. It seemed unable to withstand such a complex and grand scene. It had broken. But Yi Feng was not too worried, because the magical runes inside the Mirror of Erist had a certain self-repair function. The last time he had played it into breaking, the slightly damaged magical circuits inside had repaired themselves after just one day. In other words, as long as they left it here for a couple of days, it would be usable again. So Yi Feng was not too worried. After explaining it to them, he told them to head back first. After everyone else left, Dumbledore, who had realized something was wrong, also came over. But the moment he saw the Mirror of Erist, he froze, because with one glance he could tell that the Mirror of Erist was completely broken. The Mirror of Erist did indeed have self-repair abilities, but those abilities also had limits. And without question, that dazzling battle between Yi Feng and Malfoy had directly burned out the Mirror of Erist's CPU. In other words, this thing could no longer repair itself. Someone had to replace its core magical runes. Student Yi Feng, can you explain to me exactly what happened here? This is the Mirror of Erist, a magic mirror that shows the deepest desire of a person's heart, and yet you moved it into Gryffindor's common room. You truly have disappointed me too much. Harry, who had not yet left, could not help stepping forward to explain for Yi Feng when he heard Dumbledore say that. Headmaster Dumbledore, it's not like that. Feng only moved the mirror of Erised back because we didn't really have any entertainment at night. Next, Harry told Dumbledore everything that had happened over the past few days. And as Harry spoke, Dumbledore's mouth slowly began to open wider, and it never closed again the whole time. You're saying you used the mirror of Erised as a television? Yes. Dumbledore?
I'm tired.
Let it all be destroyed. Whoever wants this headmaster position can have it. After hearing Harry's explanation, Dumbledore was speechless for a long time. In the end, he said nothing and silently took the mirror of Erised away. But that very night, all the teachers were called to the headmaster's office for a meeting. Feng and the others had no way of knowing what was discussed at the meeting. But the next morning, while eating breakfast, Dumbledore announced a new school rule. After discussion among all Hogwarts professors, we have made the following rule. The mirror of Erised is a relatively dangerous magical item, so it is absolutely forbidden to move the mirror of Erised into the common room and use it as a television. In addition, students from China are strictly forbidden from using the mirror of Erised without permission. When announcing this new school rule, Dumbledore gave Feng a somewhat weary glance. Feng was slurping meat porridge as if nothing had happened, completely carefree. But the longer Dumbledore looked, the more distracted he became, because Feng's expression looked far too satisfied. That porridge cooked with minced meat mixed into it looks like it tastes quite good. How about tomorrow morning I ask the house elves to make me a bowl too? Albus? Headmaster Dumbledore? Headmaster Dumbledore. Sorry, I got a little distracted just now. I have nothing more to say now. Only after hearing Dumbledore say that did everyone below withdraw their gazes. And at that moment, Dumbledore suddenly said something that nearly made Professor McGonagall choke. Minerva, how about adding some Chinese dishes to our menu? A balanced diet is healthier. The children can't keep eating fried food all the time. Hearing Dumbledore say that, Professor McGonagall stared at him blankly for quite a while. Her mouth opened several times, but in the end she said nothing and simply nodded, accepting Dumbledore's suggestion. And so the students of Hogwarts discovered that some new dishes appeared on the dining tables every day. Sigh, this is so boring. Why did Headmaster Dumbledore take away the mirror of Erised? Now there's nothing to watch, and it just feels like something is missing inside. It had only just gotten dark, and Ron, who had already returned to the common room, started grumbling as he looked at the place where the mirror of Erised had originally stood.
Feng,
who was reading a book and studying transfiguration, looked up and glanced at him when he heard that, then said, "Have you found any records related to the Philosopher's Stone?" Sigma ALLL, the moment Feng said that, not only Ron, but Harry and Hermione also shot to their feet. Oh, we were so busy watching the mirror of Erised that we forgot we were supposed to ask Hagrid about the Philosopher's Stone. With Feng's reminder, Harry and the others finally remembered they still had something to do. But by then, it was already dark, and once the sky went completely black, Filch would start wandering outside and catch any students who hadn't gone back to their common room on time. So, what did that have to do with them? They were Gryffindor students. And if a Gryffindor student didn't go out at night, could they still be called Gryffindors? So they didn't even think about it and ran straight. But halfway there, both Harry and Hermione seemed to think of something and suddenly turned back, leaving Ron standing there alone in complete confusion. "What are you doing?" Hearing Ron shout, Harry yelled back without even turning his head, getting the invisibility cloak. Hermione was even more direct. She rushed to Feng's side, snatched the book out of his hand, put it on the nearby table, then grabbed his hand and pulled him to his feet. "Aren't you always collecting all kinds of magical items? Hagrid is the keeper of keys and grounds and takes care of magical creatures. I think you'll definitely like what he has there." Feng hadn't expected Hermione to turn back just to drag him along, and he definitely hadn't expected her to notice that he had been collecting all kinds of magical items all this time. It made his heart feel warm. He really hadn't misjudged Hermione. She really was a good girl who valued loyalty and friendship. Sneaking around at night was already second nature to Feng and the others. On top of that, Feng had long since gotten familiar with Mrs. Norris, and with the invisibility cloak and invisibility talismans, slipping out of the castle was no trouble at all for them. Hagrid was Hogwarts keeper of keys and grounds and also took care of magical creatures, and magical creatures were generally in the Forbidden Forest, so he lived right by the edge of it. But the creatures in the Forbidden Forest normally didn't come out, so there wasn't really any danger to worry about. As for Feng, when he looked at that little hut, his eyes were full of excitement, because that short, plain little house contained unbelievable wealth. In the wizarding world, unicorn hair was basically sold by weight in tiny amounts. It could be said that even a clump of unicorn hair only the size of a finger was worth at least 1 galleon. Yet something that was practically impossible to buy on the outside market was being used by Hagrid to weave rugs. Feng suddenly felt like he understood why Hogwarts could keep running even though it didn't charge tuition, and why the students' meals were so good. With a treasure vault like the Forbidden Forest in hand, there was no way they would be short on money. Knock 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 knock. While Feng was thinking, Harry, who had run out in front, had already knocked on Hagrid's door. But what surprised both Feng and Harry's group was that Hagrid, who should have been happy to see them, didn't step aside and let them in after opening the door. Sorry, don't blame me for being rude. I don't have time to play with you today. Hearing Hagrid say that, a thought flashed through Feng's mind. The dragon egg Hagrid got. It hasn't hatched yet, has it? Feng couldn't really be blamed for thinking that. After all, because of his ridiculous move of treating the mirror of Erist like a television and carrying it back to the Gryffindor common room, Harry and the others had come to see Hagrid much later than in the original story, at least a week later. While Feng was thinking about that, Hagrid finished speaking and directly shut the door. Seeing that, Harry immediately shouted, "We know about the Philosopher's Stone." Hearing that, Hagrid let out a startled sound, opened the door, and turned to walk inside. Harry followed right behind him and said, "We think Snape wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Even though, because of Feng, the Quidditch match incident where Snape had clearly been saving Harry but was mistaken for trying to hurt him no longer happened, Snape had still always targeted Gryffindor, targeted Harry, and targeted Feng. So Harry and the others still immediately put Snape at the top of the list of suspects for trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry and the others didn't know, but as the person who had retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts, Hagrid knew very well what was going on. So he directly denied Harry's guess and told him that Snape was one of the professors protecting the Philosopher's Stone. Hearing that, Harry's whole worldview felt a little shattered. He never would have thought that Snape, who had always targeted them and whom they had suspected for so long, wasn't trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone at all, but was actually protecting it. "Harry, I suddenly have an idea. Do you think maybe Snape started targeting you because what happened when you tried to break into the chamber guarded by that three-headed dog was found out? Oh, my heavens. You've been near Fluffy? Little Harry, you weren't hurt, were you? Fluffy may be adorable, but he's really a bit too dangerous for ordinary wizards." As he spoke, Hagrid grabbed Harry by the shoulders, turned him around, and checked him over to see if he had any injuries. After seeing that Harry wasn't hurt, Hagrid finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Hey, listen, don't ever go looking for Fluffy again. Other than me and Dumbledore, nobody knows the way." The moment Hagrid said that, the three of them instantly turned to look at Feng. They had once again remembered that incredibly thrilling scene from that day. Just then, the metal bucket hanging over the fireplace flames let out a series of clanking sounds. Hearing it, Hagrid, wearing heat-proof gloves, walked over and took out a dull gray egg, then placed it on the table. At that moment, Feng turned his head and glanced toward the window. "Mr. Malfoy, does Slytherin also have a tradition of sneaking out at night?" Feng's words gave everyone there a huge fright, and when they heard hurried footsteps quickly retreating, their hearts immediately tightened, because if Malfoy told anyone about what had happened here, they could be in serious trouble. As if seeing their worry, Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry. The moment Malfoy got to the window, I called him out. He didn't see anything, and he didn't hear anything." As he said this, Feng also glanced at the oval object on the table that was constantly making knocking sounds from the inside. Hearing that, Hagrid immediately let out a sigh of relief, and his gaze toward Feng was full of gratitude. "Thank you, Feng. Hagrid, will repay you." Hearing Hagrid say that, Feng smiled. Wasn't this exact line the whole reason he had followed Harry and the others out here? Ha ha ha, tremble. With the materials here at Hagrid's place, Feng, am finally about to rise up. Crack. With a cracking sound, the blackened dragon egg that had been roasted over the fire burst open with a bang. And then Feng saw a winged lizard looking at the dragon in front of him, only a little bigger than a fist and looking 90% like the pterosaurs from movies and TV. Feng was speechless. Even though he knew dragons in all kinds of Western films and shows looked like this, he had still felt that a real dragon should be more majestic and a lot cooler. Unfortunately, reality slapped Feng hard across the face and directly woke him up. A Western dragon was still a Western dragon. Even with the title of a dragon from the magical world, it still looked extremely similar to a lizard. There was a huge gap between that and the majestic, handsome, overwhelmingly imposing dragon Feng had imagined. I won't even hope for the kind of Western dragon loaded with movie special effects anymore. You could at least have a little bit of visual effect, right? After seeing the so-called Norwegian ridgeback that Hagrid had roasted out with fire, Feng completely gave up on the idea of raising a dragon. But although he was deeply disappointed by the dragon's appearance, he still picked up one of the eggshell fragments and asked Hagrid, "Hagrid, can I keep these eggshells?" At that moment, all of Hagrid's attention was on the newborn dragon, still covered in bits of egg fluid. Right now, even if Yi Feng had said he wanted to empty the whole place out, Hagrid would have agreed without hesitation, because he couldn't even hear what Yi Feng was asking. So he nodded on instinct. Take them. This kind of thing is useless anyway. Only after answering Yi Feng's question did Hagrid suddenly react. As he reached out with an auntie-like smile to stroke the little dragon's head, he looked at Yi Feng and said, "Do you need eggshells? There are quite a lot of different eggshells in the Forbidden Forest. If you need them, I can bring you more in the future." Hearing that, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Without question, anything Hagrid would notice had to be the eggshells of magical creatures. And magical creatures were magical beings. Their eggshells had stayed in their bellies for so long. Then after being laid they were incubated for so long, so no matter what, they would be stained with quite a bit of magical power. And those were exactly the kinds of things Yi Feng needed most. So Yi Feng immediately nodded hard and said loudly, "Then thanks a lot, Hagrid. Once you've saved up a bit more, I'll come get them. But I won't take them for free. Next time I'll bring some feed that magical creatures can eat." Wow. The moment Yi Feng finished speaking, Hagrid cried out in surprise, because his little dragon directly gave him a mouthful of dragon fire and burned off half his big beard. But he did not care at all, and still looked at the little dragon with a doting gaze. Seeing this, Yi Feng, who had originally wanted to buy Hagrid some materials, tactfully chose not to disturb him anymore. After picking up all the dragon eggshells, he left with Harry and the others. And judging by Hagrid's appearance, he would not have the spare attention to deal with them for a while. As he left Hagrid's hut, Yi Feng gave one last reluctant look at the dragon rubbing its head against Hagrid's fingers. What a pity it's too small. Can't give much blood. De wave. Maybe it heard Yi Feng's mutter, or maybe it sensed the malicious intent in the dark. The little dragon Yi Feng was looking at suddenly stiffened, then slowly turned its head to look at him. When Yi Feng saw it turn around to look at him, he revealed a bright smile. 0 to Q, whoosh. The moment it saw Yi Feng's demon-like smile, the little dragon shot behind Hagrid in a flash and hid there. Seeing that, Yi Feng turned around rather regretfully and left with Harry and the others. But in his delight at getting the eggshells, Yi Feng forgot one thing. Although Malfoy had not seen the dragon, he knew Yi Feng and the others had come out, so, "Good evening, Professor McGonagall." Looking at Professor McGonagall, who was blocking their way with a candle in hand, the hearts of Harry and the other three instantly sank halfway. Professor McGonagall was a rather strict professor. As long as you made a mistake, she would deduct points accordingly whether or not you were from Gryffindor. Just as they were wondering why Professor McGonagall was waiting for them halfway, Malfoy walked out smugly from behind her with a grin. There was an unspoken school rule in Gryffindor. If you were out at night and were not caught on the spot, then it did not count as breaking the rules. All the teachers actually knew this unspoken rule, which was why even when they clearly knew students were roaming at night, and even knew who they were, they pretended not to know. But the premise was that you had not been caught. Unfortunately, Yi Feng and the others, who had spent all day hunting geese, finally got pecked in the eye. They never imagined that they would be reported by Malfoy, who had also been out at night. So at this moment, the four of them, along with Malfoy, who still had no idea what was about to happen and was still feeling pleased with himself, were all brought by Professor McGonagall to the front of the classroom platform. No matter what, I repeat, no matter what, students are not allowed to wander around the school grounds at night without permission. Therefore, as punishment, 50 points will be deducted from you. 50 points? Ron could not help crying out the moment he heard that deduction. Yes, 50 points each. And in order to prevent you from doing it again, all 5 of you will also have detention. Malfoy. De. Wait, Professor McGonagall, I didn't hear that wrong, did I? That is correct, Mr. Malfoy, you did not hear wrong. Although your starting point was good, you also violated the school rules, so you must accept punishment as well. Hearing Professor McGonagall's extremely certain words, Malfoy instantly could not smile anymore. But as the saying went, a smile does not disappear, it only transfers. When Yi Feng learned that the school had already changed its policy and no longer locked students in the basement, but instead had Hagrid take them into the Forbidden Forest, the corners of his mouth nearly twisted with delight. You should have said earlier that getting caught out at night would get you sent into the Forbidden Forest. If you'd said that earlier, why would I have used dried fish to bribe Mrs. Norris? Why would I have used invisibility talismans to hide from Filch? I would have waited every single night for you to come catch me. If you couldn't find me, I would have gone to find you and delivered myself right to your door for you to catch. Yi Feng had been eyeing all kinds of magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest for a long time. It was just a pity that he had never had a proper reason to go in. After all, strictly speaking, the Forbidden Forest counted as part of Hogwarts property. So without permission, Yi Feng could not just do whatever he wanted. But now it was different. He was not running into the forbidden forest on his own. They were being punished by being sent in, so that could not be blamed on Yifeng. As for point deductions, Gryffindor was not called Gryffindor for nothing. It could be said that no matter how much Yifeng and Harry messed around, or how many points got deducted in the middle, when the final count was done, the House Cup champion would still be Gryffindor, because Dumbledore had made it clear he would step in. When Filch escorted Yifeng and the others to Hagrid's hut, compared to Harry and the other four, who were nervous and uneasy, Yifeng was full of excitement. And when Hagrid came out, Yifeng did something that left everyone dumbfounded. Yifeng. Wave takes out a net. Yifeng, why are you taking out a net? You're not thinking of using that net to catch werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, are you? Hearing Malfoy's words, Yifeng looked at him as if it were the most natural thing in the world and said, yeah. Is there a problem? Too bad there aren't any adult dragons in the Forbidden Forest, or I'd definitely catch one to study. The moment Yifeng said that, everyone laughed. But only a certain dragon hiding inside Hagrid's hut, one that had been born less than 2 hours ago, knew that the man was telling the truth. He was not joking. Forbidden Forest. Here I come. The Forbidden Forest was a forbidden zone that Hogwarts strictly prohibited students from entering, because it contained many dangerous magical creatures, and among the more famous ones were werewolves. So after hearing all sorts of terrifying legends about the Forbidden Forest since enrolling, Harry and the others were extremely uneasy after following Hagrid inside. Yifeng, on the other hand, was completely different. As for how strong he was, even Yifeng himself did not know. But using cultivation side methods, beating 1.5 Dumbledores with one hand should not be much of a problem. Even using magic side methods, while Dumbledore was hard to say, ordinary adult wizards could still be defeated with ease. So after entering the Forbidden Forest, Yifeng was incredibly relaxed. While Hagrid led a somewhat trembling Harry and the others forward, Yifeng alone looked around as if he had come home, checking here, digging there, and occasionally even using the levitation charm to float up to the treetops to see whether the birds in the trees were sleeping properly. For example, when Yifeng saw a chubby little bird with a red beak and gray-white feathers not resting beneath its parents' wings, but stubbornly sticking itself out and raising its butt, for the sake of its safety, Yifeng poked its tail with his wand. Chubby little bird. De Sigma, De. Chirp. A ghost. Chubby little bird's parents. Chirp. Chubby little bird. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp chirp. Mom. Just now an invisible ghost poked me. Chubby little bird's mom. Chirp. Ghost. Chirp chirp chirp. Chirp 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 chirp. Go to sleep. As long as you hide under the wings, ghosts can't hurt you. Chubby little bird. Chirp 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 chirp. So scary. From now on, I'll never stick myself out from under the wings while sleeping again. 0 to Q. Looking at the chubby little bird burrow back under its mother's wings, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. I really am a kind person. I couldn't even bear to let a chubby little bird get cold. Yifeng, where are you? We're about to split into groups and start exploring. At that moment, Yifeng heard Hermione calling for him from below, making him reluctantly pull his gaze away from the little chubby bird. Coming. Only after landing on the ground did Yifeng call back to Hermione. But when he reached Hermione and the others, he noticed a large pool of thick liquid on the ground that looked like mercury. This is unicorn blood? Hearing that, Hagrid could not help turning to glance at Yifeng and said, That's right, this is unicorn blood. A few days ago, I found a dead unicorn. The injuries on this little darling probably aren't light either. We have to find it as soon as possible. A unicorn was an extremely pure magical creature, but its blood had a miraculous effect. It could grant eternal life to whoever drank it, but the price was that they would be cursed for the rest of their life and turn into a monster. Because of that, although many people knew that drinking unicorn blood could grant eternal life, basically no one would do such a thing. But once someone actually did it, that proved they definitely were not a good person. Still, in order to find the injured unicorn as quickly as possible, and because Hagrid knew this place extremely well and was sure they would not run into any real danger here, he only gave a brief explanation before directly splitting Yifeng and the others into groups. After thinking about it a little, Hagrid put the slightly more reliable-looking Yifeng into Harry and Malfoy's group, while he himself took the relatively weaker Hermione and Ron. But when Hagrid saw Yifeng holding a net in one hand and a wand in the other, he knew he had guessed wrong. With the way Yifeng looked, Hagrid would have believed him if Yifeng said he was here for a picnic. That made Hagrid feel a trace of worry about Harry and the others' safety, but when he remembered that many races in the Forbidden Forest knew Harry, and some of them were even quite friendly toward him, he felt much more at ease. Of course, before they separated, he still gave them a warning. There are many dangers in the Forbidden Forest. Remember this. If you run into danger, don't hesitate. Run. Run while shouting as loudly as you can. I'll rush over as fast as possible. Harry and Malfoy both nodded seriously when they heard Hagrid's words. Yi Feng also nodded, though whether the ones running later would be Yi Feng's group or the other creatures in the Forbidden Forest was another matter. People always said nighttime was when wild animals came out, and that was indeed true for ordinary wild animals. But for magical creatures it was not the same, because their strength and intelligence generally far surpassed normal animals, so they did not need to use the cover of darkness for hunting. Still, that made things much more convenient for Yi Feng. This is a wild vine containing fire-attributed energy, and it's 100 years old? No idea what species it is, but I'm taking it. There's actually a tree snake living on it the same color as the vine, and it's fire-attributed too. What an unexpected bonus. While muttering to himself, Yi Feng stretched out the net in his hand. Huh? Yi Feng, what are you do? Hiss, get lost. Before Harry could finish speaking, a snake the same color as the vine, as thick as a young boy's arm, hissed and lunged down from the vine, startling both Harry and Malfoy who had come closer. Harry was scared, but he knew that although Yi Feng sometimes did things that left people completely confused, he was actually still very reliable. So even though he was frightened, he only took half a step back. As for Malfoy, when he saw such a huge snake pouncing down from above, he screamed and dropped flat onto the ground. Whoosh! A net slightly bigger than a washbasin swept through the air, and that ferocious tree snake was scooped right up. After catching the snake, Yi Feng deftly twisted the net to seal the opening, then took out a thick white cloth bag. Holding the mouth of the bag, he gave it a flick and scooped some air into it to blow it open. Then he stuffed the net into the cloth bag, and just like that, the snake was packed inside. With a quick shake of the cloth bag, he stunned the snake inside and let it drop to the bottom of the bag, then casually tied a knot to seal it up and put it away. Only then did Yi Feng turn to look at Harry and the others and ask, "Did you need something?" Gulp. Watching Yi Feng's smooth, flowing series of movements, Harry and Malfoy, who was still sitting on the ground, looked at each other and swallowed in unison. Then they spoke at the same time. "Nothing. We just came to tell you that Feng seems to have found something." Feng was a big dog raised by Hagrid, notable for being rather timid. But a dog's vision at night was far better than an ordinary person's, and its sense of smell was also extremely sharp. So while Yi Feng spent the whole way digging this and picking that, occasionally netting some little animals that were fast asleep, Feng successfully found the unicorn's trail. Hearing that, Yi Feng used his divine sense to scan the little mountain of unknown medicinal herbs already piled up inside his spatial ring, then nodded. "Then let us go." Finding the unicorn comes first. A dog's nose really was impressive. After walking forward about 100 meters, Yi Feng and the others saw a black shadow crouched over a white horse. But because they were still a little far away, and their only light source was the oil lamp in Malfoy's hand, they could not see clearly, so they moved a bit closer. Maybe they had gotten too close, or maybe the other party heard the sound of their footsteps. When they got close enough to clearly see what it was, less than 10 meters away, the black shadow raised its head. "Oh." The moment the black shadow raised its head, Malfoy, who was holding the oil lamp, and Harry, who was right behind him, were both frightened out of their wits. The next second, another scream rang out, and at the same moment Malfoy screamed, Yi Feng's eyes lit up and he charged forward with his net. "Black shadow? Huh. They." The black shadow, after seeing Yi Feng clearly, turned and ran without the slightest hesitation. But he was still just a little too slow. A giant net had already come down right over his head. "Harry, come quick and look what I caught. A wild Voldemort. His nutritional value is 10 times that of beef. As long as you twist off the head, then."
"ハリー、ボールデモート、基半濁点で半濁点."
"Harry, come quick and look what I caught. A wild Voldemort. His nutritional value is 10 times that of beef. As long as you twist off the head, then." In the dim forest, Yi Feng's voice, full of excitement, made everyone there, including Hagrid and the others who had just arrived, turn ice cold all over because of that name, and because of what Yi Feng's words implied, because that was Voldemort. Of course, the one even colder than them was Voldemort inside the net. Voldemort already had psychological trauma the moment he saw that face, and now he was trapped inside a net woven from some unknown material, completely unable to escape. So when he heard Yi Feng say that, not only did his body turn cold, his heart turned cold too. Just listen to that. 10 times the nutritional value of beef. Twist off the head. Were those really things that could come out of the mouth of an 11 or 12-year-old little boy with delicate, doll-like features? Angry, cold, trembling. When would he, Voldemort, ever? Oh, sorry, wrong script. Cross that line out. While Voldemort continuously cursed in his heart and tried every possible method to escape, Hagrid, Hermione, and the others also walked up to Yifeng. The moment Hermione arrived in front of him, she carefully looked him up and down, and only after confirming that nothing had happened to him did she let out a sigh of relief. Ron did not say anything, but Yifeng could still see a trace of worry in his eyes. Of course, there was even more curiosity there because that was just how the Weasley family was. They almost always had an intense curiosity. So Ron first glanced at Yifeng, then shifted his gaze to the net in Yifeng's hand. The one who was completely different from the others was Hagrid. With a serious expression, he quickly walked up to Yifeng and looked gravely at the net in Yifeng's hand. More accurately, he was looking at the pitch-black unknown thing inside the net. In an extremely solemn tone, he said, "Are you sure the thing inside the net is Voldemort? This isn't something you can joke about." Yifeng glanced at the black thing struggling nonstop inside the net, frowned, thought for a moment and said, "I can't really be sure either. Logically speaking, Voldemort is the Dark Lord. He shouldn't be weak enough to get caught by me with a single net, right?" A sound like a blade piercing through something rang out from deep within the soul, and then Yifeng noticed that the mysterious thing in the net stopped moving, as if it had broken. Broken? Didn't die, did it? Seeing the thing in the net go motionless, a huge question mark seemed to pop up over Yifeng's head. And then,
Why Fen? O, poke.
Voldemort. To me.
Yifeng. Omega, no poke again.
Voldemort. Yifeng. Still pretty fierce. Very lively. Looks like it won't die anytime soon. Hagrid, Harry, and the others. There is no way this thing could be the legendary you-know-who Voldemort. At that moment, everyone in Harry's group had that same thought rise in their hearts. But somewhere in the dark, another voice seemed to be telling them that this really was the legendary you-know-who Voldemort. After taking quite a while to recover, Hagrid was the first to come back to his senses. No matter what this thing is, it really did kill the unicorn. It's dangerous. I need to hand it over to Dumbledore to deal with. The Voldemort inside the net panicked the moment he heard Hagrid say he would hand him over to Dumbledore. It was not because he was worried about being taken out by Dumbledore, but because Dumbledore would definitely recognize him. He was the current Dark Lord, the terrifying figure of legend who could stop children from crying. If Dumbledore recognized him and found out he had been caught by a child with a single net, how was he supposed to go on living? How was he supposed to keep showing his face in the wizarding world after that? So Voldemort began struggling frantically. But no one knew what the net was made of. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. Even worse, all of his magical power had been sealed. Right now, he was like a moth trapped in a spiderweb. Yifeng, it looked so pitiful. How about you let it go? Voldemort. No. I, the great Voldemort, actually one day, had to rely on my own nemesis to beg someone else to let me go. What? Irony. The moment Harry said that, Voldemort went completely motionless. At first, Yifeng thought it was just like before and that he was tired from struggling, so he poked it with a stick again. But what surprised Yifeng was that no matter how much harder he poked, that pitch-black thing still showed no reaction at all, as if it had really died. What is going on? Full of doubt, Yifeng pulled the net back, brought it in front of himself and peeked inside. After noticing something was off, he directly reached his hand into the net. Wait, don't. Be careful. Several anxious voices rang out almost at the same time. Hagrid, who had been standing beside Yifeng in case anything happened, had his pupils suddenly contract at the sight. He reached out to stop Yifeng, but he was just a little too slow. Yifeng's finger had already poked into that mass of black matter. Whoosh! The instant Yifeng's finger touched that black thing, the black clump that had originally condensed into a tangible form went whoosh and turned into black mist, then dissipated, startling everyone there, including Yifeng. It died? Its mental fortitude is way too bad. It actually committed suicide. What a pity. I had originally wanted to see whether I could take it back and raise it.
Hagrid, 奇反濁点で反濁点.
Absolutely not. If even Hagrid, who treated creatures like dragons and acromantulas as little cuties, found that outrageous, then Yifeng's idea really was outrageously absurd. So after thinking it over for a bit, Hagrid carefully said, I know a very cute magical creature called a puffskein. They're round and fluffy too. You could try buying one to raise.
Yifeng.
Yifeng only felt that it was a bit of a pity for Voldemort's soul fragment to dissipate just like that. He did not actually want to raise a Voldemort. So when he heard what Hagrid said, Yifeng was a little speechless. Still, Hagrid meant well, so he shook his head and said, no need. I already have a Xiao Hui Hui. Xiao Hui Hui was the name Yifeng had given his owl. Originally, Yifeng had wanted to call it Xiao Tuanshuan. Maybe it was because it ate too well or flew too little, or maybe its feathers were just too fluffy. But the little thing had now turned into a round, pudgy little furball. The reason Yi Feng got chased down by so many older girls and girls in his year was that Xiao Hui had contributed a huge part to it. Hearing Yi Feng say that, Hagrid, who had originally wanted to recommend even more cute magical creatures to him, felt a little disappointed. But it was not good for him to say anything more, and the unicorn had already been found, although it was already cold. Oh no, that was not right. The unicorn on the ground still had some warmth. It was still warm after all, its blood was still flowing out. But it really had already stopped breathing, and its heart had stopped beating too. Most likely it could not be saved. Once I bury this unicorn, we'll head back. The Forbidden Forest isn't safe anymore. Hearing Hagrid say that, Yi Feng glanced at the unicorn lying on the ground and said, how about letting me try? It's already dead anyway, so there's nothing to lose by letting me test it. But what if it can be saved? Hearing Yi Feng say that, Hagrid's eyes lit up, but then quickly dimmed again, because as a keeper of keys and grounds and someone who looked after magical creatures, he knew very well that this unicorn could not be saved. So he shook his head. No need. Let it rest in peace. No need. Let it rest in peace. Seeing Hagrid refuse, a trace of disappointment flashed through Yi Feng's eyes. He had wanted to test the healing effect of the 100 fragrance honey-dew pill he had refined 2 days ago using 49 kinds of Chinese herbs. This was an upgraded version of the good stuff he had fed to a certain round-faced fat chicken that had already ascended to heaven before he came to Hogwarts. A certain round-faced fat chicken, you're really something. So noble of you. Although it was a little regrettable, Yi Feng's gains tonight were still quite good, because the Forbidden Forest really was rich in materials. And a lot of things, whether the magical creatures in the forest or the wizards, did not know how to use, which made things cheaper for Yi Feng. Even in the outer area of the Forbidden Forest, he had gathered quite a few good things, or at least what seemed like good things to Yi Feng right now. So when Hagrid buried the unicorn and suggested going back, Yi Feng did not object. But what Yi Feng did not expect was that, after they returned to the common room, Harry brought up again that Snape wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I think that thing Yi Feng caught in the Forbidden Forest earlier really might have been Voldemort, because at the time, the scar on my forehead hurt like it was burning. I think that was some kind of warning. But if that really was Voldemort, how could Yi Feng have caught him so easily? And with an ordinary net.
Ye Feng no raising hand.
Quick interruption. That wasn't an ordinary net. To keep it from being torn apart, I added some mithril and some fairly sturdy alloy to the materials I used to make the net. In theory, it could keep even an elephant from breaking free. And while making it, I also attached a few anti-magic spells and runes. Hermione. Harry. Ron. Voldemort didn't die unjustly. Yi Feng's words completely interrupted Harry's train of thought when he wanted to refute Hermione. It took him a long while to remember what he had wanted to say, and then he said, that explains it. Voldemort is already so weak that he needs to drink unicorn blood to stay alive. So it makes sense that he was caught by the net Yi Feng specifically targeted at him. As for why Snape wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, it was to make the elixir of life to help Voldemort recover so he could make a comeback. But if that really was Voldemort, then he should already be dead. Right there in front of us. The moment Ron said that, everyone fell silent, because he had pointed out a fact all of them had overlooked. Voldemort had died in the Forbidden Forest, and he had died right in front of all of them. He had just turned into black smoke and dispersed. This time, Harry did not stay silent for long. After only 3 or 4 seconds, he said with absolute certainty, no, I have a feeling Voldemort isn't dead. He has to still be alive. I don't know what method he used to survive, but I'm sure of it. He is definitely still alive, and somewhere not far from Hogwarts. Even Yi Feng had to admit that Harry truly deserved to be Voldemort's destined nemesis. Even after seeing Voldemort turn into black mist and dissipate right in front of him, even without knowing what a Horcrux was, he was still able to judge by instinct alone that Voldemort was alive. Perhaps Harry's attitude had rubbed off on them. Ron and Hermione also chose to believe Harry, but they still found it hard to believe that Snape would steal the Philosopher's Stone. Compared to Harry's anxiety and worry, Hermione and Ron were not worried that Voldemort would hurt them, because they firmly believed Dumbledore could protect them. Besides, even if Dumbledore was not at school, they still had Yi Feng. If Yi Feng could catch Voldemort once, then he could catch Voldemort a second time. Under Yi Feng and the others' comfort, Harry gradually calmed down. More importantly, final exams were coming, and they did not have the spare attention to think about other things. For top students like Yi Feng and Hermione, final exams were completely stress-free. As for Harry, he was still quite talented in magic. So even though he often ran around at night with Ron and messed around everywhere, even more than Ron, taking exams was still not a problem for him. As for Ron, Yi Feng could only say he had already done everything he could to help. He had even carved talismans that helped with studying, like focus talismans, onto peach wood for him, If he still could not do well after that, then there was nothing else to be done. The facts proved that Ron was actually pretty smart. With the help of Yi Feng's talismans, he unexpectedly did quite well on this exam. And judging from the smiles on the other students' faces, they had done quite well too. After all, although the use of talismans had been heavily restricted, who would not prepare a few more of something as useful as a clear mind talisman, something that could save your life at a critical moment? Fortunately, Hogwarts graded exams by whether your score passed the line. If it had been graded on a curve, then slackers like Ron and the others would have been crushed by the competition even with Yi Feng's talismans. After all, there was a saying for that. If everyone has it, then it's the same as no one having it. Only when others don't have it and I do, does it really count? Maybe I should recommend this excellent exam system to Dumbledore? Yi Feng felt that Hogwarts' academic atmosphere, aside from Ravenclaw, was just a little too laid back. They needed a tiny bit more motivation. Unfortunately, Dumbledore had received a letter from the Ministry of Magic and left, so Yi Feng was unable to recommend it to him in time. The other Hogwarts students, please be human. Just let us go and let yourself go too. Okay. Just as Yi Feng was wondering whether he should write to Dumbledore when he got back, Harry looked at Hagrid, who was sitting at the door of his hut preparing dinner for the dragon he was secretly raising, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, don't you think it's strange? Hagrid wants a dragon more than anything, and it just so happens that he runs into a stranger with a dragon? Think about it, who would carry a dragon egg around all day? What is so strange about that? Cater to someone else's interests and use that to get information out of them. That kind of trick has been used to death. But no matter how old it is, people still fall for it. It's perfectly normal that Hagrid got tricked too. Harry, Hermione, Ron. What? You figured it out a long time ago? Harry looked at Yi Feng in complete disbelief. Yeah. That kind of setup is way too low level. Even I wouldn't bother using it. If it were me, I wouldn't even need to hand over the dragon egg. Hagrid's mouth isn't tight to begin with. Just have a couple drinks with him and chat a little about magical creatures. You wouldn't even need to fish for information. He'd spill everything on his own. Oh. The moment Yi Feng said that, Harry and the others were so shocked their mouths fell open. Then, after recovering, they silently moved half a step back in perfect sync, looking at Yi Feng as if he were some kind of monster. You knew? So why didn't you tell us? Harry looked at Yi Feng in total disbelief. Yi Feng answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You didn't ask me. I thought all of you had already figured it out. The trick was just way too low level. Harry, I feel like you're insulting me, but I have no proof. Feeling insulted, the three of them decided to drop the subject. They quickly headed for Hagrid's hut in unspoken agreement, and Yi Feng smiled when he saw that. He really had deliberately chosen not to remind Harry and the others. After all, he was not their babysitter. He might guarantee their safety when danger appeared, but if they wanted to clear the level, they still had to work for it themselves. Of course, to avoid getting bored, Yi Feng would also find a little fun for himself now and then. For example, almost scaring Voldemort to death on Halloween, and then actually scaring Voldemort to death in the Forbidden Forest. Among Harry Potter fans, there was one thing everyone knew well. Hagrid's mouth was the tightest. So when Harry asked him how he had gotten the dragon egg, Hagrid immediately and excitedly told Harry that he had revealed the secret weakness of the three-headed dog, that it would fall asleep when it heard music. Seeing Hagrid reveal it without the slightest hesitation, even Yi Feng began to wonder whether Hagrid was secretly wise behind a simple appearance and was deliberately telling Harry the three-headed dog's weakness. But this secret really was supposed to be deliberately told to Harry. The one who arranged it, however, was not Hagrid but Dumbledore. There was no way Yi Feng would believe Dumbledore did not know what Hagrid was like. He clearly knew Hagrid could not keep secrets and was extremely easy to pump for information. Yet he still chose to have Hagrid retrieve the Philosopher's Stone and arranged for Hagrid to put that three-headed dog in charge of guarding the entrance to the underground chamber. So if this was not intentional on Dumbledore's part, then who would believe it? Therefore, when Harry went to Professor McGonagall and told her about the Philosopher's Stone, but Professor McGonagall only told them to return to their dormitory and rest instead of getting involved, and Snape, who happened to overhear bits and pieces outside the door, also came over to warn Harry for his safety. Harry immediately decided that tonight he would enter the underground chamber beneath the three-headed dog's feet. It had to be said that Harry really did have a rebellious streak in him. The more you told him not to do something, the more he wanted to do it. And because this matter involved himself and Voldemort, he made the decision on the spot without even asking for Yi Feng's opinion. When Harry made that decision directly, bypassing Yi Feng without discussing it with him, Ron only hesitated for a moment before firmly standing by Harry's side. Hermione lightly bit her red lip, then quietly looked at Yi Feng and handed the choice over to him. Yi Feng had no real interest in the Philosopher's Stone, but if he chose to refuse this time, then cracks would definitely appear in their relationship later. So Yi Feng nodded and said, I don't object to going down and seeing what's under that trapdoor, but does any of you know how to play an instrument? Or do you want to experience the joy of being a ball again? The moment Yi Feng said that, the long-forgotten memory in Harry and Ron's minds instantly surged up from the depths of their thoughts. It made them all shudder, but they really did not want to stay in the dorm waiting for the final result like this, so they looked at Yi Feng with pitiful eyes. Don't look at me like that. My family is poor too, poor enough that it jingles, so there was no money to learn any instruments at all. But think on the bright side. Maybe someone has already solved this problem for us? Yeah. If Fluffy is already asleep when we get there, that proves someone already went in. If not, then Snape probably hasn't had time to go in yet. If that's the case, then that's great. We can stand guard and wait for Dumbledore to come back. Clinging to that naive idea when night fell, Harry took the lead and rushed straight toward the room guarded by Fluffy, the three-headed dog. But the way things developed left Harry in a terrible mood, because the door to that room was standing wide open just like that. Through the open doorway, they could see that Fluffy was not asleep, and by its feet was a harp that had obviously been damaged by someone. Looks like we ran into the worst-case scenario. Yi Feng, it's all up to you now. Yi Feng had not expected them to run into a situation like this either, and going by the settings of the four of them, it would already be pretty good if they could scrape together one person who was actually in tune. As for instruments, out of the four of them, one was the boy who stayed under the stairs at his aunt's house, one had two working parents but they were just rural teachers, and one was pureblood but came from a famously poor family in the wizarding world. Which of those identities had anything to do with music? The only possible one was Hermione. Her family was actually pretty well off, but whether in the original story or during this semester Yi Feng had spent with Hermione, he had never heard that she knew how to play any instrument. So now they only had one option left. Brother Fluffy, Hagrid is our friend, a very, very close friend. So could you maybe turn a blind eye and pretend you didn't see us, and let us go down? Harry, Ron, Hermione. Yi Feng's outrageous move left Ron and the others speechless, because they never could have imagined Yi Feng would pull something like this. But, three-headed, literally turn one eye open and one eye closed dog. Yi Feng, you really did turn one eye open and one eye closed. And also, since you're already doing that, then close the eyes on the middle head too. Seeing the three-headed dog actually acting cute, Yi Feng was so annoyed he instinctively took a step forward, wanting to smack it. The moment Fluffy saw Yi Feng suddenly step forward, it was so frightened that it instantly jumped back a big step. Harry and the others did not know what had happened last time, but as the one that had taken a slap, Fluffy knew very clearly. So when it saw Yi Feng take one step forward, the scene of Yi Feng slapping it flat onto the ground surfaced in its mind again, and out of fear it instinctively stepped back. The moment Harry saw Fluffy retreat, his eyes lit up. With a whoosh, he shot forward. At the same time, Fluffy sensed Harry's intention, forcibly suppressed the fear in its heart, moved forward half a step, and pressed its paw firmly onto the trapdoor beneath it. Be good, little pup. Move aside. When we come back, I'll catch that giant squid from the Black Lake and roast it for you. Drip. Hearing that Yi Feng was going to roast squid for it, Fluffy opened all three mouths at the same time. Its tongues drooped down from greed, and foul-smelling saliva poured down in streams, almost dripping onto Harry, who had barely managed to stop in time. But even though it desperately wanted to eat the roasted squid Yi Feng was talking about, Fluffy had not forgotten the task Hagrid had given it. Even though it had already failed that task once, that was exactly why it would never fail a second time. So its outstretched paw remained firmly pressed on the trapdoor. Seeing this, Yi Feng let out a soft sigh. As he pulled out his wand, he said with feeling, I suddenly remembered that it's been a long time since I last had dog meat. I've almost forgotten that fragrance. Looks like I'll have to eat some tonight to refresh my memory.
Fluffy, 0 DQ.
Thud. The instant Yi Feng pointed his wand at Fluffy, it dropped on cue. And when Yi Feng looked at the paw that was still resting on the trapdoor even after it had collapsed, Fluffy, with its eyes narrowed to a slit, pretended to twitch and pulled its paw back, revealing the trapdoor Harry had been longing for. Seeing that the path was clear, Harry excitedly turned back to glance at Yi Feng, pulled open the trapdoor with a creak, and jumped down. Only after Harry and the others had all jumped down did Yi Feng quietly raise a hand and give Fluffy a thumbs up before following them down. As for Fluffy, after seeing Yi Feng and the others all go down, it immediately acted as if nothing had happened, put its paw back on the trapdoor, and resumed snoring away. A piercing scream came from Ron, who had jumped first, but it stopped abruptly very quickly, because they had been caught by dense, tangled vines and had not fallen to the ground. Oh, thank goodness these plants broke our fall. The moment Ron finished speaking, the vines beneath them began rustling and moving, binding them at an extremely fast speed. It was then that Hermione recognized the vines, so she shouted, "Don't move. This is Devil's Snare. The more you struggle, the faster you'll die. You have to relax."
Die faster?
Then I can't relax even more. While Ron was panicking badly, Hermione had already relaxed in time and dropped down. As for Feng, his eyes were practically shining as he looked at the Devil's Snare. Tough, self-binding, and its growth ability is pretty impressive too. Good stuff. Realizing the benefits of the Devil's Snare, Feng's eyes lit up. He directly freed a hand, pulled out his wand, and cast Lumos. Devil's Snare was afraid of light, so the moment Feng cast Lumos, it immediately shrank back. After Feng was released, he did not drop down with the others. Instead, he floated in midair, staring intensely in the direction the Devil's Snare had retreated. Found it. When the Devil's Snare withdrew to a certain point, Feng's eyes suddenly brightened, because he had seen where its roots were. So he put away his wand and pulled out a shovel instead. Clang! The sound of the iron shovel striking stone rang out, and sparks bloomed in the darkness. Below, Hermione and the others stared at Feng's actions in shock, mouths slightly open and eyes wide.
Hey, Feng.
What are you doing? Seeing the puzzled looks from the three below, Feng said in a somewhat apologetic tone, "Sorry, seeing this Devil's Snare made my hands itch a little." "Wait a moment. 2 minutes will do." As he spoke, Feng sped up the movements of his hands. With that increase in speed, chunks of stone and shovelfuls of dirt kept falling, and very soon the thick roots of the Devil's Snare appeared before him. Crack! The shovel rose, the vines fell. As Feng swung the shovel in his hand, a Devil's Snare root as thick as an embrace was dug out. The instant it was uprooted, Feng waved his right hand and directly stored it in his spatial ring. After putting the Devil's Snare root into the spatial ring, Feng did not waste the severed roots either. He stored all of those cut roots in the spatial ring as well, because this Devil's Snare, or rather Devil Vine, also contained abundant magic power, so it should be excellent material for brewing potions or refining pills. Alright, let's go. After putting everything away, Feng called for Hermione and the others to get moving. But when Hermione and the others looked at the huge empty patch in the Devil's Snare above their heads, they were so stunned that they did not come back to their senses for a moment. "What is it? I'm done here. Let's go already, or we won't catch up to that guy ahead." Seeing that Harry and the others had not moved, Feng reminded them again. This time, Harry and the others finally snapped out of it and followed behind him with blank expressions. After following Feng through the passage where the Devil's Snare was, they heard a strange sound. What sound is that? It sounds like wings flapping. It's coming from that door ahead. Let's go take a look. Creak. When the heavy door was pushed open, the dense buzzing sound grew even louder. And when they looked up toward where the sound was coming from, even Feng was a little shocked, because above the space they were in, there were countless winged keys flying everywhere. Oh my god. Don't tell me we're supposed to find the one key that can open the door on the other side from all of these? I think so, Ron. Your cursed mouth. Even Hermione felt a headache coming on when she saw the densely packed keys, while Feng's eyes were shining at the sight of them. If these were turned into flying swords. Oh, just imagining it was enough to make Feng's eyes glow. So he pulled out his net, but after taking one look at the number of keys, he hesitated for a moment, then took out 3 more nets and handed them to Hermione and the others.
Hermione, Sigma, LLL.
Ron, Harry? Huh. Feng, we're supposed to find the key that opens that door. Why are you giving us nets? We can't possibly try them one by one, right? There are way too many. No, we don't need to catch all of them. We just need to catch the one with the injured wing, because only its color matches that door. Harry's right, but I think that isn't what Feng meant by giving us the nets, right? Hearing Hermione say that, Feng nodded in great satisfaction and said, "That's right. There are close to 1,000 keys here, but we also have 4 nets. Each person only needs to catch a little over 200 keys. Alright? I told you before, didn't I? My nets are specially made. Once this kind of key gets caught in one, it can't escape. You just need to dump them into this basket." As he spoke, Feng took out another basket from his spatial ring, one big enough to fit a person inside, and placed it in front of the 3 of them. I think this is definitely not the normal process because Snape doesn't have such sturdy nets. So I think he definitely rode the broomsticks over there, caught the key and opened the door. Feng, winky face, it's just a little over 200 keys. Watch me catch them all in minutes. One sideways glance from Feng instantly made Ron lose his nerve. Grabbing the net, he howled and rushed off to catch keys. Seeing that they were all ready, Yifeng slightly bent his knees, and then, whoosh, standing beside Yifeng, Harry, Ron, and the others only felt a gust of wind brush past them, and then Yifeng vanished from right in front of them. But in the very next second, Hermione cried out and pointed with her pale little hand to where Yifeng was. Over there. Following Hermione's finger, Ron and the others saw that Yifeng had somehow appeared in midair and already had the old key with the injured wing in his hand. But in the next second, they understood how Yifeng had gotten into the air, because they saw him stomp fiercely in midair and shoot straight at them like a human cannonball. Run! Wait! Catch him! Seeing Yifeng smash toward them like a cannonball, Ron and Hermione shouted two completely different things. As for Harry, although his legs were trembling slightly, he did not step back. Even Ron, who had shouted for them to run, did not move his feet either, instead instinctively reaching out as if to catch Yifeng. But obviously they were overthinking it. Just before crashing into them, Yifeng suddenly flipped over and landed lightly in front of them, then pulled out his net. Quick! Those keys are about to charge over here. We can't let them get away. These are excellent materials for crafting. Dumbledore, hiding in the dark. Huh! Meow meow meow. Holy crap, you can't catch those. Seeing Yifeng and the others scooping up the winged keys one netful after another and dumping them into the basket, Dumbledore's heart was bleeding. Those were key birds Hogwarts had accumulated over many years. At critical moments they could be quite useful. But now, Yifeng had wiped them out in one sweep. I can see it now. This kid didn't come here to stop Voldemort from taking the Philosopher's Stone at all. He clearly came here to stock up on goods. The huge nets kept swinging, and the winged keys were harvested at high speed and dumped into the basket on the ground like moths flying into a flame. As for Yifeng, his eyes were full of delight as he looked at the highly spiritual keys in the basket. Very good. These keys themselves already have pretty good spirituality. Once I get back, I just need to add some materials and refine them a bit, and they'll become flying swords. Even though their killing power and sturdiness can't compare to genuine flying swords, there are a lot of them, and they come with spirituality and wings built in, so they don't even need anyone controlling them. This is seriously nice. In the original story, Harry caught the key, then threw it to Ron and the others so they could open the door and run straight through. But now they did not need that at all because in just 2 or 3 minutes, all the keys that had left quite a few cuts on Harry in the original plot had been completely caught. That's it. We're done? I haven't even had enough yet. When Ron swung his net again and did not catch a single key, the net suddenly feeling light and empty, he finally stopped in a daze. Only then did he realize that they had already caught every last key. Let's go already. Don't forget what we're here for. Seeing that Ron still looked eager to keep going, Harry quickly reminded him that they were here for serious business. Only after hearing Harry say that did Ron reluctantly hand the net back to Yifeng. Yifeng, do you have any more of these nets? Just as Yifeng reached out to take the net back, Ron suddenly spoke up. Yifeng? Ha! Although Ron did not say it outright, Yifeng heard 2 terrifying words. Freeloading. Ron actually wanted to freeload one of his nets. First, Yifeng wanted to refuse him outright, but after thinking about how he had messed with Ron quite a few times lately, and since they were already pretty good friends, and making a net had not cost that much material or effort, Yifeng said, we still don't know what might happen next. These nets might not do much else, but they're definitely tough enough. You can keep them for protection. Hearing Yifeng say that, not only Ron but Harry and Hermione as well all had their eyes light up. And Dumbledore, hiding behind them, was practically drooling after hearing that, because that thing really was ridiculously useful. He figured that if it were made a little bigger, it could probably even be used to catch dragons. Unfortunately, Yifeng clearly had no intention of giving him one. What an inconsiderate little brat. No sympathy at all for an old man like me. Looks like next time I'll have to go remind him. And if I remember right, that kid's fishing rod and keep net were both pretty impressive too. Could they also have been woven from this kind of material? At that moment, Yifeng, who had already followed Harry into another room, suddenly felt a chill run down his back, as if something hidden in the dark had its eyes on him. Voldemort is here? That shouldn't be right. In his current near-dead state, anyone could finish him off in seconds. There's no way Voldemort could give me this kind of pressure. No, I keep feeling like some old bastard is trying to set me up. Looks like I need to get the little flying sword made sooner. While he was thinking, Yifeng and the others all entered the new room, and then, the room was empty. What? This room was supposed to test their friendship and courage with wizard chess? Yifeng's response was that even a thing? All he saw was a pile of unwanted puppets, and to avoid waste, he could only pack up all those unwanted puppets and take them away. Dumbledore, following behind them, was completely speechless when he saw Yifeng's practiced movements. But after seeing enough things, you got used to them, so Dumbledore had already given up. And just like that, Feng and the others reached the end of the chamber without a scratch. Completely different from the original story where almost everyone was injured and only Harry made it to the Mirror of Erist. It's the Mirror of Erist. I didn't expect Dumbledore to hide it here. Wait, why is it you and not Snape? Compared to Ron being shocked that the Mirror of Erist was actually here, Harry was more shocked that the one trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone was not Snape, but Quirrell. Yes, he really does look more like the bad guy, doesn't he? With him around, who would ever suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? By the end of that sentence, Quirrell had switched to the timid, stammering tone he usually used in front of others. To Harry it was full of mockery. But, idiot, stop explaining things to him. You're not his teacher right now. Hurry up and make him come over and take out the Philosopher's Stone. Just as Quirrell still wanted to clear things up for Harry, Voldemort, who was parasitizing the back of his head, directly opened his mouth and cursed angrily. Judging from Voldemort's emotions, Feng felt that the Voldemort he had caught in one net scoop earlier was probably the same Voldemort he had scared off before. Otherwise, the Voldemort in front of him would not dare face him so directly. Hearing Voldemort's voice coming from the back of Quirrell's head, Harry, Ron, and the others were already terrified. Hermione even took half a step back and hid behind Feng. But Feng did not say anything, because he also wanted to see what the legendary Philosopher's Stone actually looked like. Although the Philosopher's Stone did not really attract him since he was already here, not taking a look would be too much of a loss. And in the original story, this thing seemed to have been destroyed. So Feng thought that if it was useful, he might as well take it for himself. Destroying it would be a bit too wasteful. So he watched as Harry was threatened by Quirrell into walking up to the Mirror of Erist, and then,
Dumbledore, Sigma. De.
Voldemort, Quirrell. He just took it out. Like that? At the moment Harry walked up to the Mirror of Erist, something happened that shocked everyone. Feng raised his hand before Harry did, and after raising it, he directly reached into the Mirror of Erist. When he pulled his hand back, he was holding an irregular transparent brown crystal. So this thing is the Philosopher's Stone? It doesn't seem all that special apart from having pretty pure and abundant magic power. You can't use it directly to refine artifacts. You can't use it directly to make pills, and it can't even raise a person's magic storage limit. Trash. Toss. Clang. Rattle, rattle. De. Philosopher's Stone, you're amazing. Full HD even. Looking at the Philosopher's Stone that Feng had taken out of the Mirror of Erist and casually thrown away, the whole group petrified on the spot. But the next second they all reacted. The moment Harry came back to his senses, he dashed forward. He felt that he absolutely could not let Voldemort get the Philosopher's Stone, so even if it cost him his life, he had to snatch it and take it out. He absolutely could not let Voldemort recover with the Philosopher's Stone. As for Quirrell, his reaction was even faster than Harry's. The instant the Philosopher's Stone hit the ground and rolled to a stop, he moved. So he was one step faster than Harry. By the time Harry rushed out, Quirrell had already bent down to pick up the Philosopher's Stone. Ron and Hermione naturally reacted as well. Hermione directly pulled out her wand, intending to attack Quirrell with a spell. That reaction fit the wizarding world perfectly. Ron, on the other hand, was a bit outrageous. He directly grabbed the net bag Feng had given him and was about to charge forward. But one person was faster than him. The moment Quirrell rushed out, Feng had already grabbed his net bag. And when Quirrell bent down, Feng's net bag, 2 sizes bigger than the one in Ron's hand, was already whistling down. Voldemort. For some reason, this suddenly feels weirdly familiar. The huge net bag came down over his head. Voldemort, on the back of Quirrell's head, watched helplessly as he was scooped up in one net like some bug. For someone as inherently proud as Voldemort, that instantly sent his rage through the roof. But the next second, Voldemort panicked because he realized he could not move. Quirrell, who had already gotten his hands on the Philosopher's Stone, was the same, and he could clearly feel that the magical power inside his body had been sealed. He simply could not move. Feng. Look, I caught another wild Voldemort. Smack. Why can a picture make a sound? Oh, almost instantly. After hearing Feng say that, Harry and the others, along with Dumbledore hiding behind them, all could not help but slap a hand to their foreheads at the same time, because the scene was just too familiar. None of them had expected that this terrifying existence, whose very name was enough to stop magical children from crying at night, would fall into the hands of the same person 3 times and both times in exactly the same way. For some reason, I suddenly feel like this generation's Dark Lord is a little pitiful. Is that my illusion? Looking at Quirrell, who was trapped in Feng's net bag and wriggling non-stop on the ground like a maggot, Dumbledore suddenly felt a trace of sympathy. Ah, who exactly are you? After trying every method he could think of to break free and failing completely, Voldemort roared in fury. He had always viewed mixed-blood wizards as insects, and he had never imagined that one day he himself would be caught like a bug in a net bag. To him, this was undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation, so Voldemort wanted to know exactly who had caught him. Don't tell him Feng was just an ordinary new Hogwarts student. What kind of wizard could just enroll and then casually catch him? An existence powerful enough to dominate the entire wizarding world. An existence whose name alone could stop magical children from crying at night. With a net bag? So Voldemort absolutely did not believe Feng was merely a newly enrolled first-year wizard. Faced with Voldemort's hissing demand, Feng did not answer him. Instead, he pulled out his wand. Although a wand was optional in his hands, he was still, after all, a Hogwarts student. So he had to show at least a little respect to the wand he had bought with the huge sum of 7 galleons. That was why Feng still took out his wand and made a gesture with it. Legilimency? Day? Or soul stripping? Day or maybe soul extraction? Every time Feng said one of those terrifying terms, the expressions on Dumbledore and the others' faces changed again. As for Voldemort, trapped under the net bag, he was already petrified and starting to question his entire life. Because of the things Feng mentioned, he seemed to know only a small part of them, and some he had never even heard of at all. You couldn't be the next Dark Lord, could you? Filled with deep confusion, Voldemort asked the question he most desperately wanted answered. At the same time, it was also the question Hermione and the others really wanted to know. Feng, dead you people really have no sense of humor at all? I was just trying to scare him a little. Voldemort, why do I feel like you're not joking? Are you actually serious about this? While Voldemort's mind was running wild, Feng's wand directly touched the huge face of Voldemort, parasitizing the back of Quirrell's head. The moment Feng's wand touched down, Voldemort's face instantly froze, and Quirrell's whole body began trembling non-stop. After touching down, Feng did not keep the wand there for long. He lifted it again after only 2 seconds. As Feng lifted his wand, Quirrell's trembling turned into convulsions, and the convulsions grew stronger and stronger, his movements more and more violent, because when Feng raised his wand, a pitch-black mist was connected to the tip of it. The moment Dumbledore saw that strand of black mist, his pupils shrank sharply. He did not even bother dodging and charged out directly, launching a flying kick that sent Quirrell, who was still covered by the net, flying away. At the same time, he swung the wand in his hand and with a smack struck Feng's wand. Feng, humph. Having his spell interrupted, Feng could not help frowning. But when he saw that it was Dumbledore, he could only helplessly curl his lips, because he saw the anxious look in Dumbledore's eyes. Feng, where did you learn this magic? After interrupting Feng's spellcasting, Dumbledore looked at him with a grave expression and asked, looking at Voldemort's soul, which had already been pulled out halfway and was slowly dissipating in the air. Feng let out a helpless sigh in his heart and said, I saw it in the restricted section. I thought that if Voldemort's soul was pulled out of Professor Quirrell, then maybe he could return to normal. Hearing Feng say that, the expression on Dumbledore's face instantly softened quite a bit. But Quirrell, lying on the ground, roared loudly, don't even think about it. Don't even think about separating me from my master. Do you see, little Feng? Your idea is a good one, but Quirrell's soul has already fused with Voldemort's soul. Voldemort's influence on him runs too deep. Even I have no way to separate them. He is already beyond saving. After saying that, Dumbledore let out a long sigh. Actually, he had known Voldemort would send someone to infiltrate Hogwarts. Otherwise, he would not have had Hagrid bring back the Philosopher's Stone as bait. But he never could have imagined that Voldemort would personally come by parasitizing Quirrell. If he had known that, he definitely would have acted as quickly as possible. In that case, maybe Quirrell could still have been saved. Hearing Dumbledore say that, Harry and the others all lowered their heads in disappointment, because in their eyes Dumbledore was almost omnipotent. Now that even Dumbledore said there was no way, then maybe there truly was no way. Professor Quirrell. Since he can't be saved, then kill him. Harry and the others had only just begun to feel sad when Feng strangled it with a single sentence. That made them instantly look at Feng with disbelief. Feng? Ha! Why are you all looking at me like that? Since Professor Quirrell has been so heavily affected by Voldemort that he can't be saved, then keeping him alive will be a huge hidden danger. And with Professor Quirrell fused with Voldemort's soul right now, is he still really Professor Quirrell? I think the real Professor Quirrell died the moment Voldemort parasitized him. The current him is nothing more than an empty shell. So I think Professor Quirrell's spirit in heaven would also want us to do this, to kill Voldemort and avenge him, and let his body be freed, right? As soon as Feng finished speaking, the way Dumbledore, Ron, and the others looked at Quirrell instantly changed. Feeling the change in their gazes, Quirrell, lying on the ground, instantly had his hairs stand on end and began struggling frantically. No, Dumbledore, you can't really believe this brat-ass words. Can you? I am Quirrell. I've never changed. Dumbledore, you can't kill me. I should be punished by the laws of the wizarding world, not killed by you. You can't. MMPH. MMPH MMPH. Shut up already. A dead man shouldn't he keep yapping. Wouldn't it be better to rest in peace? As he spoke, Feng grabbed Harry's hand and directly pressed it onto Quirrell's head. After being pressed by Harry's hand, Quirrell suddenly stopped moving, and almost instantly, a large number of cracks appeared all over his body. In just a few seconds he turned directly into ash. What a pity. I originally wanted to catch a wild Voldemort and study him. No matter what, he is the Dark Lord. Even if he is crippled, he should still have some research value. Maybe I could even publish a few papers for some bonus money, like on the differences between the Dark Lord's body structure and that of ordinary people or something. Dumbledore. Give me back the emotion I felt just now. I suddenly think Voldemort had a bit of a point earlier. You really do have the potential to become a Dark Lord. Feng. I'm not, I didn't. Don't slander me. A Dark Lord or whatever is weak as hell. Voldemort died again, and Feng and the other school year also came to an end. When it was time to leave school for the holiday, Feng thought to himself that, with the way Voldemort had died this time, he had no idea whether the soul fragments he split off could last until Harry and the others graduated. When they boarded the train leaving school, bright smiles were hanging on almost everyone's face. The reason it was almost everyone was because one of our protagonists, Harry, did not have a smile on his face. For everyone else, leaving school meant going home to reunite with family, but for Harry, leaving school meant returning to a cage, because his family did not treat him very well. Whether they were affected by Voldemort's mark or were just that mean to begin with, in any case, Harry's uncle's family did not treat him well. Could even be said that they abused him, so he did not want to return to that so-called home. Unfortunately, Hogwarts did not have the option of staying over the holidays, especially for first-year little wizards, so no matter how unwilling they were, they still had to go back. As Harry's friend, Ron could see that Harry was weighed down by heavy worries, but he did not know what Harry was troubled about. So although he wanted to comfort Harry, he did not know how to begin, and Harry's uncle's family were Harry's legal guardians. Without their permission, there was nothing they could do. Actually, Feng felt that Ron and Harry in the original story were still a bit too rigid. You are wizards in the magical world. Although the Ministry of Magic clearly stipulates that underage little wizards cannot casually use magic outside school, if you're already being bullied right to your face and you still have to endure it, then what's the point of learning magic? You might as well just be a muggle who knows nothing about magic. So after thinking it over, Feng directly said, how about you just move out? Harry? Even though you're still underage, you're already a wizard. Logically speaking, you can completely move to live in the magical world. And since your uncle's family aren't wizards, they can't enter the magical world. Hearing Feng say that, Harry's eyes lit up, but right after that the light in his eyes quickly dimmed again, because although what Feng said was true, his understanding of the magical world was limited to Hogwarts. He had no idea where he could move to, and the Ministry of Magic would not allow him to live alone in the magical world either. Seeing the light in Harry's eyes quickly fade, Feng seemed to see through what he was thinking and continued. Actually, Gringotts doesn't just let you exchange muggle money for galleons. They like it even more when you exchange galleons for muggle money. Hearing Feng say that, it was as if Harry suddenly understood something, and his eyes instantly became incomparably bright. Then Feng gave him another shot in the arm and said, if you're worried that even with money you still won't be able to rent or buy a house, I can ask Cho Chang's parents or Hermione's parents to help. I think they'd be very willing to help. With Feng saying that, a smile finally appeared on Harry's face. However, he did not immediately agree. Instead, he said with a smile, I'm looking forward to the day that comes. If possible, I hope that when I open the window of that house, I can see the sun. It would be even better if it were near your home or Hermione's. But right now, I need to go back to my uncle and aunt's house first. I need to make things clear with them and bring all my luggage back. Those are my things. Hearing Harry say that, Feng didn't say anything else. After all, Harry's uncle might have looked fairly well off in the story, but to Feng, no matter how rich or powerful you were, it was useless. The Ministry of Magic might be able to forbid him from using magic, but could they forbid him from using spells and immortal arts? Besides, even though there was no magic in the Muggle world, it still ran on strength above all else. It was just that this strength wasn't about how strong your combat power was, but how much money you had and how much power you held. In Western countries, money often represented power, and as it happened, money was something Feng did not lack very much. In fact, if he wanted to, He could use gold to smash a major country's economy into collapse within a few days. Yes, he didn't have much gold in his hands right now, but he knew artifact refining. And artifact refining involved dealing with metal all the time, so knowing a few large-scale alchemy formations was perfectly normal, right? For example, an alchemy formation that, once deployed, could cover dozens of miles and refine all the gold within that area in a matter of minutes. Or a jade-nurturing formation that, once inscribed, could continuously gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth nearby and nurture top-grade jade infused with spiritual energy. In other words, as long as Yi Feng wanted to, he could become the richest man in the world in a short time. So if Harry's uncle's family really refused to let Harry leave, he would show them what money power really meant. After Yi Feng talked things through, everyone happily went home. But when they got out of the car, Hermione saw Cho Chang grabbing Yi Feng's hand and running toward a young Chinese couple. A trace of grievance visibly appeared on her pretty little face, but it quickly disappeared, because she saw her own parents coming to pick her up. That was how young people's emotions worked, coming fast and going fast. So after everyone wished each other well, the group cheerfully went their separate ways. But what surprised Yi Feng a little was that evening, while they were eating, or rather almost done eating, Cho Chang's parents looked at Yi Feng with doting eyes. "Xiao Feng, are you planning to go back to China for the holiday, or stay here? Even though we'd all really like you to stay, I still think you should go back. After all, it's been almost a year since you last went home. It's about time you went back and saw your parents." Hearing Cho Chang's parents say that, Yi Feng thought about it and realized it was true. After all, in this era, trying to call back to China from overseas and reach his parents in the village was no less difficult than asking Voldemort to come solo Yi Feng right now. So after staying for 2 days, Yi Feng went back. But this time, he wasn't going back alone. There was a little tail following behind him, because Cho Chang also hadn't gone back to China to visit her paternal grandparents and maternal grandparents in a very long time. On the morning of the next day, outside the quiet and peaceful little mountain village, a boy and girl of about 12 years old, like a golden boy and jade girl, stepped into the village entrance facing the morning sun, accompanied by the chirping of birds. Inhale still the same familiar smell. "Now I, Hu Han-san, am back. A woo run. Woof 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 woof. Why has that dogs hate for being more dog than dogs come back again? Woof 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 woof. Who knows? I'm planning to hide at Xiaohua's place in the next village for 2 days. What about you? Woof woof woof. You're really a dog." As Yi Feng shouted, the village dogs instantly started a conference, and the villagers were all awakened by the outraged sounds of the dogs. That's little Yi from the Yi family back, right? Still full of energy. Now that he's back, the village is going to get lively again. But honestly, even though a lot of the things he messes with aren't even fit for dogs to eat, every now and then he still manages to make something good. Urwa from Erdiozi's family at the end of the village was saved by something he made. Yeah, Erdiozi had already gone to prepare a coffin for his Urwa back then, but after he swallowed that pill, he immediately started jumping around full of life again. That's right, I remember he jumped around for most of the day. 3 grown men couldn't even hold him down. Listening to the familiar barking, Yi Feng walked toward his home with a bright smile. Cho Chang, following behind him, vaguely felt that something was a little off as the barking grew farther and farther away. But when she saw that the fellow villagers they passed all showed them bright smiles and warmly greeted them, she let go of those doubts. "Oh my, what a pretty little girl. Xiao Yi, where did you kidnap her from?" "Third uncle, she's my classmate. She's here to visit my house, not someone I kidnapped. Kidnapping people is against the law. If you get caught, you'll be beaten to death on the spot." Hearing that, third uncle, whose body was stooped from years of working in the fields despite being covered in solid muscle, nodded seriously and said, "That seems true enough. Last month, a group of child traffickers went into the next village to snatch people and got discovered. By the time the authorities arrived, only one of them was still breathing." "Exactly. I heard that one who was still breathing kicked the bucket halfway to the hospital too. There was basically no entertainment in the village. So during the slack farming season or after lunch in the evening, many people liked to gather under the shade of trees and chat about anything and everything. Once this topic came up, in just a few minutes quite a crowd had gathered there. If you ask me, those child traffickers deserved it. Before they made their move, they should have asked around. That next village was a big village where even the authorities didn't like going in when there was nothing important going on. For that bunch of traffickers to dare go there and snatch people, wasn't that just lighting a lamp in the toilet looking for shit, meaning death? In just a few short minutes, with each person adding a sentence here and there, an incident that was rare after the 2000s, but very common in rural areas during the 80s and 90s, especially in some remote and backward places, was vividly painted out, leaving Cho Chang, who stood behind Yi Feng, dumbfounded. Seeing Cho Chang standing there with her little mouth slightly open, looking adorably blank, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. But when he saw the topic drifting farther and farther off course into things that absolutely could not be aired, Yifeng quickly said his goodbyes and pulled Cho Chang away. Not long after Yifeng and the others left, as the cooking smoke slowly faded, the crowd also quickly dispersed. In the countryside, it was perfectly normal to work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Now that the sun was already up, the villagers also needed to hurry and eat breakfast while the sun had not yet climbed high and the sunlight was not yet so harsh. Then go do a round of farm work. As for Yifeng, following the simple, unlayered fragrance of food drifting through the village, they walked on and soon stopped in front of a small villa. Yifeng had contributed a little to this small villa too. After all, even for a double-income household, building a small villa in this era was extremely difficult, even in the countryside. But now, something awkward happened to Yifeng. He had forgotten that today was not the weekend. In other words, his parents were still at school and not home at all. Sigh, looks like I'll have to break the school rules a little. Open sesame. Cho Chang. Looking at the gate slowly opening as Yifeng finished speaking, Cho Chang's little face was full of confusion. Wait. Shouldn't it be Alohamara? Hearing that, Yifeng walked inside while explaining, or rather making things up. Alohamara opens foreign doors, but this is China. Obviously, using a foreign unlocking charm on Chinese doors doesn't work. So in China, open sesame is the real unlocking spell. Looking at Yifeng's completely serious face, Cho Chang felt that there was something not quite right about his explanation, but it also somehow made a little sense, so she nodded blankly and followed him inside. That evening, when Father Yi and Mother Yi came home and saw the wide-open gate, they were shocked. Dear, did thieves break into our house? A burglar? That can't be, right? Our family's relationship with the neighbors is pretty good. If they saw something, they definitely would have stopped it. Could it be that you didn't close the door when you left? No way. I remember very clearly that I closed the door when I left. Could it be your parents came? I remember they seemed to have a key to our house. That's possible. How about this? Go back and buy 2 gin of meat. If it really is our parents, we can't exactly let them eat last night's leftovers. Can we? Alright, you head back first. I'll turn around and go back into town to buy 2 gin of meat. As he spoke, Father Yi planted one foot on the ground and suddenly pulled hard on the bicycle handlebars with both hands. With a clack, he turned the bike around and started riding back, while Mother Yi walked toward the house full of curiosity. Then she saw a head poke out from around the corner. Mom, you're back. Did you miss your dear son? Mother Yi. Mother Yi turned her head. Kid's father. No need to buy it. It's not our parents who came. Little Yi came back. Father Yi, who had already ridden some distance away after turning around, heard Mother Yi's voice, braked the bicycle, turned back, and shouted loudly. What? You mean it wasn't he our parents who came, but little Yi came back? Alright then. There were still quite a lot of leftovers from yesterday. Let him eat more and we should be able to finish them tonight. Yifeng. Did Uncle and Auntie come back? Just then, a small figure somewhat flustered ran out from behind Yifeng. Mother Yi. Kid's father. Tonight, you have to buy enough meat for at least 4 dishes. If the market doesn't have enough, even if you have to borrow from someone, you'd better borrow enough for me. Hearing how drastically Mother Yi's words changed before and after, Father Yi grew very curious. And since he was only a few steps from the doorway, he didn't turn around right away, and instead kept riding toward the entrance. But when he got back to the door and saw Zhang Qiu behind Yifeng, he instantly jolted. Our family's pig. Couldn't he have already learned how to root up cabbages, right? Hello, Uncle and Auntie. My name is Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu? Suddenly, a flash of realization went through Mother Yi's mind, and the next second she cried out, so you're Zhang Qiu? Never would V thought it. Really never would V thought it. That dark and skinny girl back in school actually gave birth to such a beautiful daughter. Zhang Qiu. Saying bad things about my mother right in front of me somehow felt pretty exciting. After all, that mother in other people's eyes was someone she had never known. Following Mother Yi's exclamation, Father Yi also came back to his senses. He nodded very seriously and said, Wife, don't worry, I'll go buy the groceries right now. Before he even finished speaking, Father Yi had already turned the bike around, but just as he swung the bicycle over, he suddenly thought of something. Oh right, son. The old hen in the chicken coop hasn't laid eggs for several days now. Kill it and clean it up in a bit. And don't forget that passion pill or whatever. Without that stuff, the soup from stewing an old hen always feels like it's missing a bit of flavor. Yifeng, case closed. He was definitely their biological son, because only a biological son would get this kind of treatment. As for Zhang Qiu, the uneasy and nervous Zhang Qiu had already been pulled over by Mother Yi and seated on the sofa in the living room. And after seeing Yifeng still standing there stupidly in a daze, Mother Yi immediately turned her head and glared at him. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you see Zhang Qiu's hands are empty? Hurry up and pour her something to drink. Yifeng. I really was born to work. Time to get moving. With a soft sigh, Yifeng went to pour Zhang Qiu a drink. Looking at the helpless expression on Yifeng's face, Zhang Qiu somehow felt much less nervous. Maybe it was because she had experienced a scene like this before. Zhang Qiu's arrival made Yifeng's home even livelier, and under Yifeng's parents' strong insistence, Zhang Qiu stayed at Yifeng's house for more than half a month. And during that half-month, she successfully stole away all of Yifeng's favor, including that of the villagers. Of course, both Yifeng and Zhang Qiu understood very clearly that the reason she was so doted on was entirely because of Yifeng. And during this half-month, Zhang Qiu finally understood why Yifeng was so favored in the village, and why his magic talent was so high. During this half-month, what Yifeng did every day was basically fixed. After getting up in the morning, he started cultivating, ate breakfast, then went for a walk, and finally returned home to tinker with his various things. Of course, what Yifeng cultivated was not magic, but another kind of power very similar to the immortal arts from Chinese legends, because she had personally seen Yifeng breathe out a sword-shaped stream of white mist during his morning practice. Even though Zhang Qiu had not lived in the country all the time, she still could not resist the temptation of such a thing. Yifeng also saw the longing and curiosity in Zhang Qiu's eyes, so he first tried teaching her the most basic qi guiding art he had obtained from the system. Although this qi guiding art was only the most ordinary cultivation method, basically equivalent to a modern person's cell phone, something almost anyone could buy, it had one advantage because its level was so low and so basic. If you trained it to a certain point and then didn't want to continue and wanted to switch techniques, it could transition seamlessly. However, unfortunately, perhaps because the meridians and such of people in this world were not very suitable for the cultivation system, although Zhang Qiu could sense the energy hidden inside her body, no matter how hard she tried, that energy refused to follow the guidance of the qi guiding art. It had to be known that the qi guiding art was already the most basic cultivation technique. Now that even this most basic and least exclusive technique could not be cultivated, there was even less need to mention other techniques. Still, Yifeng was not too surprised, because he had once let his own parents try cultivating too. As for the result, despite all his efforts to persuade them otherwise, after only 2 days he had almost been strung up and beaten as a lunatic by his parents, because they had not felt any so-called qi at all. Looks like you're not suited for cultivation. Hearing Yifeng say that, a thick look of disappointment flashed through Zhang Qiu's eyes, because her younger brother might already be an immortal, and although she was also a witch, the gap between a witch and an immortal could no longer be measured. Just eternal youth alone was enough to utterly captivate Zhang Qiu. No need to feel down. Even though you're not suited for cultivation, this world does have supernatural power. I worked out a set of spiritual guidance methods. Training with this guidance method can continuously strengthen your spiritual power, and more importantly, it can let your magic constantly promote its own evolution. You could count it as a kind of cultivation too. Zhang Qiu was not stupid, otherwise she could not have become Ravenclaw's top student. So it only took Yifeng half a day to get her started. But what surprised Yifeng a little was that after getting started, the magic power inside Zhang Qiu's body surged quite a bit, and she was already not much weaker than an adult witch. And after Yifeng taught Zhang Qiu, this girl followed him around all day. She even insisted on following him when he went for his walk. Actually, calling it a walk was not quite accurate, because what he was really doing was wandering around the village to see whether any of the village elders had health problems, whether the chickens, ducks, cats, dogs, and so on kept at home were sick, and whether there was anything he needed to help with. Of course, he was not doing this for free either, because just having learned and memorized some things was not enough. You still had to personally get your hands dirty and test them out. And the livestock and poultry of this entire village were his best practice targets. It was precisely because of this that whenever anyone in the village had some kind of issue at home, as long as he was still there, they would have him come over and take a look. The reason Yifeng came back this time was partly to see his parents. Another reason was to collect some medicinal herbs he had asked the villagers to help plant, and also to commission a batch of pill furnaces. Before, he had worried that taking out too much money too suddenly would make his parents worry and bring them unnecessary trouble, so he rarely used immortal methods to make money. But now things were different. No matter what, he was now a little wizard with a legal identity in the wizarding world, so having a bit of money was completely understandable. So, when Yifeng reluctantly set off on the journey back to Hogwarts with Zhang Qiu, who had just returned from her grandmother's house, his spatial ring was stuffed with enough various alchemy furnaces to fill a 3-story, 100-square-meter villa. Oh woo, that dog everyone hates is finally leaving. Tita, it really wasn't easy. Woo, yeah, we survived another death tribulation. Woo woo woo, sigh poor Xiaofeng. In the end, she still couldn't hold on. Woo, Xiao Feng? Woo 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 woo, she's fine. I saw her in Ling Tu village yesterday, and there was even a dog following beside her. Suddenly, the two dogs fell silent. After exchanging a glance, they immediately hugged their heads and burst into tears. We're both fallen dogs at the edge of the world. How about the two of us just make do and live together? Dogs like us don't need to work, and we don't need to earn money to build a house either. Because of Yi Feng's departure, the village became especially lively. The cats and dogs he had tormented the most looked like they were celebrating New Year. There was even a cat and dog that normally fought to the death whenever they met, but because they were so happy, they were already hugging each other. Yi Feng was leaving, and just like when he came back, it had to be loud and grand on the way in, and just as lively on the way out. Of course, Yi Feng had not spent this vacation just wandering around. He had also gained quite a lot. First of all, the human control art he had envisioned earlier had already been successfully developed. And the most impressive thing about this human control art was that it was not an immortal technique, but magic. In other words, Zhang Qiu and Harry and the others could learn it too. Besides that, he had also completed the transfiguration task the system had released earlier. After an entire vacation of friendly exchanges with the village cats and dogs, Yi Feng had completely figured out the key barrier of transfiguration. Now, he could flawlessly transform into any cat or dog in the village. He also did not know if it was because his divine sense was too powerful, but even after transforming into a cat or dog, his consciousness was not affected at all. He could even freely control his transformed body, which meant that after transforming, he could move just like the animals in cartoons, without being affected in the slightest. The moment Yi Feng completed the task, he received a rather astonishing reward. It was precisely because this reward was too shocking that even now, Yi Feng still had no clue how to cultivate it, because the system had rewarded him with the 108 transformations of Tiangang and Disha. In other words, he had now collected both the 72 transformations and the 36 transformations. The only regrettable thing was that the system had only given him the cultivation method without teaching him how to practice it, so he still had to figure it out himself, just like the rewards he had received before. 2 days later, at platform 9 3/4, Yi Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the girl who followed Ron's family indirectly, looking even more delicate and adorable than in the movie. Don't misunderstand. It was not that he had taken a fancy to Ron's little sister, Ginny. After all, Zhang Qiu was also countless times prettier than in the movies. The reason he was staring at Ginny was because he had discovered this term's final exam question. Another wild Voldemort has shown up. This time, I absolutely can't let him die that easily again. I need to study him properly. Just like how the graduation exam for the disciples taught by a certain guy who clashed with the heavenly court was to wreak havoc in heaven, the final exams for Harry and the others in the Harry Potter world were also very similar every school year. The only difference was that instead of causing chaos in heaven, they were killing Voldemort. Unfortunately, both final exams from the previous school year had been stolen by Yi Feng, so Harry and Ron and the others had failed to complete their exam. This time, Yi Feng felt like giving them a chance, so with shining eyes, he walked up to Ron's family and, Harry, Mrs. Weasley, Miss Ginny, good morning. Oh, and Harry, the 3 Weasley brothers. What about us? ×3. Oh, and the 3 of you too. The 3 Weasley brothers. Hello. While Yi Feng was greeting the Weasley family and Harry, Zhang Qiu also walked over and gave them a greeting. When they saw Zhang Qiu, the Weasley family, including Harry, all looked obviously a little awkward. Since Zhang Qiu had spent most of the summer at Yi Feng's house, not only had Father Yi and Mother Yi taken very good care of her and fed her well, but she had also eaten quite a few pills that Yi Feng had personally tested and confirmed to be beneficial to the body. As a result, not only was her complexion rosy, but her skin was exceptionally fair and delicate. Even without makeup, she looked unusually bright and moving, perhaps noticing Harry and the others' awkwardness. Zhang Qiu smiled after everyone briefly introduced themselves. You all chat. I'll head off first. Several seconds after Zhang Qiu left, the group finally snapped back to their senses. As soon as Ron recovered, he exclaimed, That was Zhang Qiu? Why does it feel like she's become a completely different person? As he spoke, Ron glanced at Yi Feng, and the probing meaning in his eyes was not hidden at all. Other than Harry and Ginny, the others almost instantly understood what Ron meant, so the way they looked at Yi Feng became somewhat teasing. Seeing that, Yi Feng rolled his eyes. What are you all thinking? The reason Zhang Qiu has changed so much is mainly because I taught her to cultivate immortality. Cultivate immortality? What's that? A kind of magic? No, it's a kind of mysterious Eastern power. It would be very troublesome to explain. Hearing that, Ron and the others immediately took it as Yi Feng making excuses. And when Yi Feng saw their expressions, he knew they did not believe him. That made Yi Feng unable to stop himself from sighing. He was clearly telling the truth. Yet no one believed him. But the reason Zhang Qiu was so eye-catching also had to do with the fact that she still did not really understand how to restrain her spiritual power. The main reason Zhang Qiu drew so much attention was that after cultivating the modified spiritual guidance method Yifeng had given her, her spiritual power had surged by a huge amount in a short time. And that surge in spiritual power had also driven a major increase in her magic power. This caused her to temporarily be unable to properly control and restrain those two kinds of power, which was why this situation had appeared. However, this situation would not last too long. Based on Zhang Qiu's talent, she only needed about a week to recover. As for Yifeng, he had long since reached the state of returning to simplicity, where his immortal power and divine sense were completely hidden within. Yifeng and the others did not chat for long, because Ginny was a new student enrolling this term, and the train was about to depart, so they had to go in and find seats. After exchanging a few words, the Weasley twins hurried off. But just as they were pushing their cart and were about to rush into the entrance to platform 9 3/4, they suddenly thought of something and slammed on the brakes. That was close. We almost forgot this entrance has a spell cast on it. We almost crashed into it like last year. As he spoke, George carefully pushed the cart into the entrance, and Fred behind him also let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the two of them like that, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley exchanged a glance, and a trace of relief appeared on their faces. Our children have finally become a little sensible. Of course, that was only what they were thinking and they did not say it out loud. Otherwise, Yifeng beside them definitely would not have been able to stop himself from rolling his eyes. If they wanted those two troublemakers who were famous at Hogwarts to become steady and reliable, would that not be even harder than making Voldemort give up invading Hogwarts? Of course, Yifeng instinctively ignored the fact that the outrageous things he had done alone added up to even more than what the Weasley twins had done together. Let's go too. We should find Ginny a better seat. After seeing the twins go in, Mrs. Weasley nodded to Yifeng and also took her things and walked forward. From this alone, it was clear that Ginny's status in their family was quite high. After all, Ron had not received this treatment back then. Yifeng remembered it very clearly. Back when they brought Ron to school, not only did they not help Ron find a seat or carry his luggage, Mrs. Weasley, who was with Ginny, did not even enter the platform. Seeing that Ginny and the others had already gone in, Yifeng, who like Cho Chang had put all his luggage into a space ring and was empty-handed, also turned to head for the platform. But just as he was about to turn, he sensed something. His brows lifted slightly, and without drawing attention, he stepped back a little and cleared the way, letting Ron and Harry go first. Although they did not know why Yifeng had stepped aside, time was indeed running short, and if they wanted to talk, they could do it on the train anyway. So they did not think much of it and pushed their trolleys forward. And then, bang! The sound of a metal trolley slamming into the wall rang out. But because of the magic array Yifeng had set up earlier, even though the two of them were moving quickly, they had not actually broken into a run, so the impact was not that strong. Still, getting jabbed in the stomach by the trolley so suddenly made them hunch over like cooked shrimp. TSK. That's brutal. As expected of Harry's house elf. When it screws over its master, it does it clean and fast. Yes, this was not Yifeng's doing. It was someone else. And the reason he had not stopped it was naturally because this house elf had no malicious intent toward them and was just here to watch the fun. So he had simply watched the two of them crash into the wall. Of course, just because Yifeng was enjoying their misfortune did not mean he liked this particularly ugly house elf. On the contrary, he disliked it, because he had never liked forcing his own will onto others. By the same logic, he also disliked others forcing their own will onto him, even if it was out of good intentions. But this is a good opportunity, a perfectly justified chance to race flying broomsticks. As a near second-year student at a magic school, it was perfectly reasonable that he could not break a house elf's magic, right? What? You say I'm not an ordinary near second-year student? Fine. Then right now we're outside platform 9 3/4 in the Muggle world rather than the magical world, right? Since we're in the Muggle world, then as good students, it is only reasonable for us to follow the Ministry of Magic's rules and not use magic in the Muggle world, right? And so, after the entrance was sealed shut by the house elf Dobby, Yifeng and the others quite naturally missed the train to Hogwarts. Just as Harry and the others were panicking and at a loss, Ron thought of his father's modified magical car. But when there was clearly a better means of transportation, why choose an old, slow, uncomfortable car and give up using flying broomsticks instead? So when they left the station and found Ron's father's flying car, Yifeng spoke up. Ron, your suggestion is good, but if you just drive off in your father's precious treasure like this, aren't you afraid he'll find out and beat you to death? Besides, I have a better suggestion. As he spoke, Yifeng raised a hand and took out his flying broomstick. All right, I made a few extra during the holiday. Want them? Or are you planning to drive? Yes. Harry and Ron answered almost at the same time. After all, between a cool, futuristic flying broomstick and a shabby old car, anyone with a brain knew which one to pick. So, a few seconds later, 3 handsome flying broomsticks dragged long white trails as they shot into the sky, and the future broomstick racing competition began from that moment. What is a man's romance? Is it brilliant explosions? Or towering mecha? Or perhaps ultimate speed? Actually, all of those are right, but also not entirely right because they are only part of it. After all, every person is different. But there is one thing beyond dispute. Machinery, or rather large machinery, truly has a deadly attraction for men. For men or boys, staring at beautiful women for a whole day might make them feel tired. But if you let them watch an excavator, they really could watch it all day without getting bored, even if the excavator is just repeating the same digging motion over and over. And now, Harry and Ron also could not resist Yi Feng's technology-styled flying broomsticks, especially after Yi Feng taught them how to fully master the controls. That feeling of the broom suddenly shooting forward the moment they twisted the throttle was incredibly addictive. Compared to the first generation of flying broomsticks, Yi Feng had added quite a few side thruster assist devices to the ones they were using now. In other words, this generation of flying broomsticks could perform more complicated maneuvers, and they were also faster. More importantly, Yi Feng had added a magic power input array to this generation of broomsticks. In other words, these broomsticks had an additional energy input circuit whose output could be controlled freely according to the rider's will. To put it another way, if you felt the broomstick's own output power was too low and the speed still was not fast enough, you could actively pour your own magic into the broomstick to accelerate it. The visual effect was that when using this mode, a streak of white mist would spray from the rear. That was the broomstick operating at full power, absorbing moisture from the air to cool the energy circuit and expelling it as steam. Of course, basic magic like muggle-repelling effects, or rather invisibility, was definitely included. In other words, ordinary people could not see these flying broomsticks now. All they could see were those 3 vapor trails that dispersed into the air after 1 or 2 seconds. Cool. So cool. Yi Feng, did you really make this by modifying a flying broomstick? This is practically a miracle. Although Yi Feng brand flying broomsticks had already started appearing in the magical world, because they were a little complicated to make and a bit expensive, and because the magical world was rather conservative, this thing was still not mainstream. So Ron and Harry had never actually gotten their hands on this kind of flying broomstick before, but boys all tended to like similar things. So after only a few minutes, Harry and Ron had completely fallen in love with it. After circling around a few times, Ron in particular became completely attached to this flying broomstick that could freely control its speed and pull off all kinds of cool moves, and so, Yi Feng, are these flying broomsticks for sale? If they are, how much is one? It was obvious that Ron really liked this flying broomstick, and Yi Feng was also very happy that something he had made could be accepted and liked by others, so he smiled and answered, "This thing isn't really worth much. It just takes a bit of time to draw the magic arrays and add the enchantments. The only thing in it with any real value is probably the Nimbus 2000 inside." Ron? Sorry to bother you. The Nimbus 2000. The moment Ron heard Yi Feng say that the core of this thing was actually a Nimbus 2000, he instantly gave up on the idea of buying one, because if their family wanted to buy one of these, they would probably have to live on dirt for at least a year or 2 to save up enough money. Yi Feng knew about Ron's family situation, and this thing really was not worth much to him, because he was now cooperating with the workshop that made flying broomsticks. And because he had previously improved the manufacturing techniques and process a little, he could now be considered one of the shareholders, even though he did not even know where his flying broomsticks were being made. Therefore, if Yi Feng needed flying broomsticks, he did not need to pay for them. He only had to write a letter and ask them to send some over. He could even get his hands on the latest experimental models that had not yet passed inspection at any time. So when he saw how much Ron liked this flying broomstick, Yi Feng directly and generously said that he would give these 2 broomsticks to the 2 of them. Harry, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Did Yi Feng just say he was giving these 2 flying broomsticks to us? Yes, Ron, you heard right. Ha ha ha. Thank you so much, Yi Feng. If I were a girl, I'd definitely fall in love with you. Yi Feng. Hearing Ron say that, Yi Feng rolled his eyes at him, but Ron's next words nearly made Yi Feng lose control of his flying broom and plunge headfirst out of the sky. Oh right, Yi Feng, isn't your country polygamous? What do you think of my sister? Yi Feng, Sigma Ro Winky Face. Harry. Oh. Ron's words instantly stunned both Yi Feng and Harry into silence. Neither of them could have imagined Ron would say something like that. But Ron had actually thought it through carefully before saying it, even if that thinking process might have only lasted a few seconds. In Ron's view, although Yi Feng was an Easterner, even by his standards of beauty, Yi Feng counted as pretty handsome. That much was obvious from all the older girls and girls in their year at school who kept blocking his way. Of course, Ron was not that shallow. Besides looks, he cared just as much about everything else, and as for those other things. Although Feng often did some pretty outrageous things and could seem a little unreliable, after spending a full school year together, Ron understood him quite well. He was someone with a very good personality, and he was extremely dependable. Sure, he would occasionally mess with Ron and Harry a bit, but overall his character was solid. Besides his character and looks, Feng was also very rich. Even though Feng had never openly shown off his wealth, throughout the previous school year, all kinds of snacks and all sorts of novel little items had never stopped appearing for them and in Feng's dorm room. As for those expensive potions with so many zeros at the end that just looking at them made Ron dizzy, Feng would buy them whenever he wanted without even blinking. A perfect future brother-in-law with character, looks, money, and an incredibly good temper like this, who would willingly let him slip by? Of course, more importantly, if Feng became his brother-in-law, then his brother-in-law's money would become his sister's money. And if it was his sister's money, then wouldn't it be perfectly reasonable for her brother to borrow a little bit? That was exactly why Ron, after some simple thinking, blurted out a line like that. As for Feng, he had no plans to get a girlfriend for the time being. Even though Ginny really was a pretty and adorable little girl, he did not answer Ron's question and instead changed the subject. Let us have a race and see who can get to school first. The moment Ron and Harry heard that, they instantly threw the previous topic out of their minds. Then, at Feng's command, 3 explosive booms rang out one after another. It was the sound of their flying brooms breaking the sound barrier. A few minutes later, inside a train car racing along the tracks, several boys and girls were sitting in a compartment chatting when one of them happened to glance outside. Whoosh! No. Did you see that? There was just a big black rat that went whoosh and then whoosh whoosh. Before he could finish speaking, 2 more black shadows shot past the window. This time, it was not just him. Quite a few people saw them too, because those 3 shadows were not exactly quiet when they flew by. That was Feng and Harry. What are they riding? That is way too cool. Compared to that, taking the train back to school is just lame. I know what that is. It's the newest model of flying broom. I heard it was modified from the Nimbus 2000, but its speed, safety, comfort, and price all far surpass the normal Nimbus 2000. The newest flying broom? Even more expensive than a Nimbus 2000? But with that cool look and that speed, even if it costs more, I can accept it. I have to buy one. At that moment, the idea of buying a newest model flying broom took root in the hearts of many students. At the same time, this scene laid a solid foundation for the flying broom competition that would come later. As for Dumbledore, who had secretly followed along on the train because he was worried that someone might cause trouble on the way back to school this time, he rubbed his brow with a headache. This guy really never lets people relax. In the sky, 3 flying objects trailing faint streaks screamed into the clouds, and beneath them stretched endless open wilderness. Farther behind them, a steam-belching train was clattering along the tracks. This speed is just too fast. At this rate, we'll probably get to school in at most 2 hours. That's way faster than the train. Fast? You think this is fast enough already? This is only the starting point. It is still far from this thing's true top speed. Do you want to experience its ultimate speed? Twist the throttle all the way while concentrating and pouring your magic into it, and you'll get to feel the thrill of your soul leaving your body. Feng's words sounded like the devil's whisper in Harry and Ron's ears. Somehow, they followed his instructions, and then, my mo. Duck. 0 to Q. A long scream rang out from the sky, sounding about 70 to 80% like someone talking in front of an electric fan. And maybe it was just an illusion, but in the instant Harry and Ron, with absolutely no experience or preparation, dumped all their magic into the throttle and their flying brooms shot forward, Feng seemed to see a faint shadow appear behind each of them. Feng called this the true definition of, the person flies ahead while the soul chases from behind. Feng had not expected them to max out the magic input in one go. On top of that, they had not been prepared at all, so that burst of extreme acceleration instantly knocked their souls right out. TSK. Looks like I still overestimated a wizard's physical constitution a little. They might be able to handle the top speed, but if the speed gets pushed to the limit instantly, there's no way they can take it. The 3.6 second speed ramp-up limit still seems a bit too fast. I should lower the acceleration a little and make it smoother. While muttering to himself, Feng directly maxed out his acceleration and shot past the 2 of them in an instant. After all, Feng was a cultivator. With his current physique, he would not dare say he could tank a nuclear bomb, but if a full-speed high-speed train slammed into him, he could still take it without making a sound. So this level of acceleration was nothing to him. Actually, from Feng's perspective, Both the flying broom's instant acceleration and top speed were still a little weak. Because when he flew on a sword, he was much faster than this. His starting speed was already 2 or 3 times the speed of sound. And if he used escape techniques, reaching more than 10 times the speed of sound was not a problem. So just when Harry and Ron had finally gotten used to this extreme speed and were about to enjoy the thrill of leaving Feng far behind, in the very next second they saw a black object shoot past them with a whoosh. And after that shadow passed them, it dragged out a long white trail and instantly turned into a tiny black dot before disappearing from their sight. Harry, Ron. After about 2 or 3 seconds of silence, the two looked at each other and nearly spoke at the same time. Feng, is he really still human? They had personally experienced the crushing pressure brought by that sudden burst of speed. That soul-leaving the body feeling of seeing their own bodies was not something they wanted to experience a second time anytime soon. But Feng's instant acceleration just now had absolutely surpassed theirs, which meant he had to endure even greater force than they did. They had only endured what was maybe less than half of the force Feng took, and that was already enough to make their souls fly out. Yet Feng had withstood a force far greater than theirs in that instant and was completely fine. In fact, thinking back on it, they realized Feng seemed to have even waved at them as he passed by, which was just way too ridiculous. In the end, Harry and Ron could only chalk it up to Feng doing morning exercise from childhood, so his physical condition was better than theirs. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why they could not handle that instant gravitational acceleration while Feng took it so easily. Meanwhile, on the train, Dumbledore, holding a telescope, watched Feng turn into a tiny black dot and vanish in the blink of an eye, and he too fell into a long silence. This flying broom actually seems pretty fun. Should I ask the little guy for 2 and give them a try? Oh. While Dumbledore was wondering whether he should ask Feng for 2 flying brooms, and what method he should use to get them, Grindelwald in Ermengarde thoughtfully raised his head and looked in the direction of Hogwarts. Albus, are you thinking about me? Half an hour later, by the shore of the Black Lake. Ah, so comfortable. Days without anyone watching me are just awesome. Time to get to work. Plop. A ball of ground bait bigger than Feng's head was hurled into the Black Lake with all his strength. As soon as it entered the water, it quickly spread out an irresistibly tempting scent for fish, and as it sank, it kept releasing tiny crumbs into the water, rapidly filling the nearby lake water with that alluring smell. I spent a whole week mixing this ground bait with a full 60 kinds of ingredients. This time, I can definitely hook that giant squid. 1 hour later. Why still no bites? That makes no sense. I carefully selected and prepared this ground bait. There's no way it wouldn't attract fish. While Feng was wondering why no fish were biting, a giant squid was guarding the ball of ground bait he had thrown in, happily using its tentacles to grab the big fish that came over to eat and stuffing them into its mouth. Giant squid. What a good person. Truly such a good person. So much delicious food. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying feast. Another hour passed. Feng. Something's off, seriously off. Normally, even without chumming the water, I should have gotten a catch by now. There's no way there'd still be no movement at all. At the bottom of the lake. Burp. The giant squid, full and satisfied, let out a contented burp. Just as it was getting ready to sleep happily after eating its fill, it suddenly remembered the good person above. So after thinking about it, it casually grabbed a fish that had swum over to check things out and tied it to the fishing line. Of course, when it took the line, it didn't forget to remove the bait and toss it into its own mouth. After all, even it found the smell coming off that thing so tempting that it had the urge to eat it. And now everything was perfect. It had eaten the bait, and it had tied on a fish too. Next, all it had to do was give the good person above a signal so he could pull this fish up. Thus, Feng, who had already started questioning life on the shore, suddenly saw the float jerk downward, and the fishing rod instantly bent into a full moon. Feng. A big one. A super big one. Seeing the rod bend into a full moon in an instant, Feng was beyond excited. He hurriedly started reeling in, trying to pull the big catch up, and what delighted him even more was that this big catch was incredibly strong. Several times, it almost dragged him into the lake. After nearly an hour of fierce struggle, Feng finally pulled the exhausted big catch up to the surface. But when he saw the person floating on the water with a long fish tail, he froze on the spot. Sigma, Su de, Su, a mer person? Although mer people look kind of human, their name still has the word fish in it. If it has fish in the name, then it counts as a fish, so this doesn't count as getting skunked, right? While muttering to himself, Feng dragged the completely exhausted merperson to the shore. But after dragging the merperson onto land, he looked at this merperson with female characteristics and then at his fishkeeper that wasn't even 1 meter long, and fell into deep thought. About 2 or 3 seconds later, Feng's eyes lit up. He had a very good idea. And just as Yi Feng made up his mind and started recalling the layout of Dumbledore's office, Dumbledore, far away on his way back to school, couldn't help sneezing. Who's thinking about me now? First, we need 6 huge pieces of glass, then add just a tiny bit of stone, seaweed, and so on for decoration. After that, prepare just a tiny bit of small fish. Finally, put it all together and add water, and the fish tank is done. Looking at the fish tank in front of him, which was already enormous by fish tank standards but still looked too small for raising a merperson, Yi Feng sank into thought again. How about adding a few extension charms? At that thought, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. About half an hour later, a huge fish tank with beautiful patterns was freshly completed, and quite a few pinky-sized fish were swimming inside it. Of course, if someone leaned in and looked carefully, they would see that one of those small fish was different, because her upper body looked very similar to a human's. Of course, only similar because by human standards of beauty, this thing was honestly a bit too ugly, as shown below, but that was normal. If this merperson had been breathtakingly beautiful, then Yi Feng would have kept her in his dorm room himself. There was no way he would have thought about giving her to Dumbledore, that old lifelong single dog. So about half an hour later, Yi Feng pushed this huge fish tank to the outside of Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore, Headmaster Dumbledore, do you want a wife? Want a mermaid or not? Yi Feng loudly shouted Dumbledore's name while shoving the huge fish tank into the office, acting completely like he owned the place. What surprised Yi Feng a little, though, was that Dumbledore, who should have been waiting in his office for the new students to arrive, wasn't there at all. Only his phoenix lazily lifted its head and glanced at Yi Feng. But after just one look, it tucked its head back under its wing and went back to sleep. Fox was already very familiar with this energetic human cub. After all, as long as this cub was still at school, he would come every single day right on time, to wake up its master, even more punctual than an alarm clock. Fox had long since gotten used to it. In fact, if one day Yi Feng didn't come wake them up, they would actually feel a little unaccustomed. Fox was used to Yi Feng, and Yi Feng was actually used to Fox being around too, so he started clearing space for the fish tank in Dumbledore's office as if no one else was there. And relying on his understanding of Dumbledore's office, he spent only 10 minutes placing the fish tank properly, perfectly blending it into the office as if it had been there from the very beginning. After finishing all that, Yi Feng clapped his hands, took out a bag of roasted bamboo seeds, and poured them into Fox's food cup. As soon as Fox smelled the roasted bamboo seeds, his eyes lit up, and he unceremoniously stuck his beak into the cup and started pecking away happily. According to legend, a phoenix will not rest except on parasol trees, will not eat except bamboo seeds, and will not drink except from sweet springs. Although Fox was not a phoenix from Chinese legend, he was still a phoenix, so he should also like eating bamboo seeds. Even if these bamboo seeds were a bit small and not really fruit, they still did grow on bamboo. Seeing Fox eating so happily, Yi Feng reached out and stroked his back twice. And just as Yi Feng was about to withdraw his hand, he suddenly noticed that one of Fox's tail feathers was slightly messy. So he reached out and tidied it a little. And that little tidying immediately caused a problem. While Yi Feng was smoothing it out, one of Fox's tail feathers fell out. Yi Feng. No. Fox. Fox. If I said I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? As he spoke, Yi Feng quietly stuck the tail feather he had pulled out back in. But well, once some things fall out, they fall out. You can't just stick them back so. Scree. Fox's furious cry rang out from Dumbledore's office, and then Professor McGonagall, who rushed over after hearing the noise, saw Yi Feng running out of Dumbledore's office in a complete panic. After Yi Feng ran out, a large bird wreathed in blazing flames followed close behind. Only then did Professor McGonagall notice that Yi Feng was still clutching a red feather tightly in his hand. Professor McGonagall. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall finally understood just a tiny bit what Dumbledore meant by mental exhaustion. She was extremely grateful that she was only the head of Gryffindor and the deputy headmistress. Dumbledore was still above her to handle things. Otherwise, with Yi Feng around, she would probably lose several years off her life. Forget it. The way these two look, they're obviously just messing around. Better wait until Dumbledore gets back to deal with it. Muttering to herself, Professor McGonagall turned and walked back, while Yi Feng's eyes suddenly lit up the moment he saw her. Professor McGonagall, save me. Fox is trying to kill me. McGonagall had already seen through the fact that these two were just fooling around, so she had no interest at all in paying Yi Feng any attention. She simply acted like she hadn't seen anything and walked off directly. When Fox saw Professor McGonagall leave, his eyes also suddenly lit up, and the flames on his body instantly burned even fiercer. Holy crap. You're serious? Feeling the scorching heat from behind him, Yi Feng let out a weird yelp and took off running, even faster than before. More than 10 minutes later, the panting fox stopped on a corridor railing. Looking at Yi Feng standing less than 5 meters away from him, not sweating and not even breathing hard, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. This guy was basically a little monster. His physical condition was even stronger and more outrageous than creatures like them. So after resting for a bit, he went straight back. Today's exercise quota has been met. Time to go back and rest. Dumbledore should be back soon too. After finishing today's training, Fawkes slowly flew back to Dumbledore's office. Once Fawkes left, Yi Feng looked over the phoenix tail feather in his hand, then left in satisfaction as well. The fire attribute power in this thing really is strong. It's pretty forced if I use it to refine a magic artifact. But if I use it to modify a flying broom for acceleration, then it's actually pretty good. Thinking of this, Yi Feng hummed a tune and walked lightly back toward his dormitory. By the time Yi Feng came out of the dorm after installing that tail feather onto his modified flying broom, successfully giving it 2 extra jet boosters, Harry and the others had finally arrived as well. Looking at Harry and Ron descending from the sky, Yi Feng's face was full of confusion. Given the flight speed of the flying broom he had modified, they should have arrived by noon at the latest. But now it was already afternoon when they got here. That should not have happened at all. Perhaps noticing the confusion on Yi Feng's face, Harry couldn't help explaining. It's like this. After you left, we figured there was no way we could catch up to you, so we weren't in a hurry along the way. And what? Yi Feng asked Harry directly. And we stopped by the train in the middle and rested a bit. So that's why we came so slowly. Hearing Harry say that, and then looking at the expression on Ron's face, Yi Feng had already roughly guessed what had happened in the middle. If he had guessed right, then while they were resting on the train, a lot of people had probably already gotten to experience this new type of flying broom. And that was exactly what happened. Because of that, after the new student sorting, before dinner had even ended, Yi Feng was surrounded in the Great Hall by the male students of Hogwarts. The dense crowd layer upon layer left the newly arrived younger boys and girls completely stunned. They exclaimed that the older students were all rich people, and it also made them thoroughly remember the name Yi Feng. At Hogwarts, what everyone probably looked forward to most was the first day of every new school year. Because although today was the day school resumed, it was also the day they got to meet the younger students. Of course, strictly speaking, they didn't really want to meet these younger students. What they actually wanted was to see which house they would be sorted into and tease the newly arrived younger boys and girls a little. Yi Feng didn't have that kind of bad taste, but he was still a little curious about this year's students, because another Hogwarts school beauty had arrived in this class, and that was Ginny. Speaking of this, Yi Feng couldn't help wanting to complain a little. The casting in the Harry Potter movies was somewhat out of line with what Harry Potter fans wanted. More accurately, it didn't really match the wishes of original novel fans, or rather domestic fans, because in the original work, school beauty level girls like Cho Chang and Ginny somehow didn't look as good on screen as Hermione, who was described in the original as plain looking. Luckily, this was a real world. The world's corrective force made it so that, even though the two of them were still young, they still displayed astonishing beauty. So when Ginny's name was called and she walked onto the stage, quite a few people's eyes lit up. Of course, their eyes only lit up for a moment. After all, Ginny was only 11 years old. If anyone had any ideas, they would be sent to Azkaban to pick up soap with the Dementors. And Ginny's surname was Weasley. Don't be fooled by how Harry seemed like a celebrity at Hogwarts, or even in the entire wizarding world, in the movies with people recognizing him wherever he went. But if you randomly pulled out 2 people and asked them to identify Harry and Ron, the probability of Ron being recognized first would be extremely high, because they had that very distinctive flaming orange-red hair. Of course, aside from Ginny, there was another girl who attracted quite a bit of attention as well. More accurately, she caught Yi Feng's attention, because that girl had a pair of silver eyes. But that wasn't what drew Yi Feng's attention the most. What really caught his attention was actually her voice. A voice that sounded like the soft song of a lark even though she was only speaking normally, along with that natural charm that instinctively made people trust her and want to open up to her. So this is Luna, the one people call crazy? Didn't expect her spiritual power to be this strong. Too bad she doesn't know how to guide or use it. If someone taught her with this inborn powerful spiritual strength, if she were thrown into a high magic world, she'd at least be a demigod. While Yi Feng was observing Luna, as if sensing something, turned her head and looked toward where Yi Feng was. This spiritual power really is ridiculously strong. She actually sensed my gaze that fast. Though part of it is because I didn't hide it, it's still pretty outrageous. While Yi Feng was marveling, the sorting hat also announced the house Luna was about to be placed in. Gryffindor. Yi Feng. And no. Shouldn't it be Ravenclaw? Congratulations, little one. You'll be studying in Gryffindor from here on. I hope you get what you wish for. As it said this, The sorting hat glanced in Yifeng's direction, and its tone was also filled with a faint trace of schadenfreude. Hello, may I sit here? When Luna walked over to Yifeng's side and said this, almost everyone revealed meaningful smiles. I know you. Even though the Daily Prophet doesn't record any of your deeds, my father is the editor of the Quibbler, so I know some things about you. I think we should be able to become very good friends. Although he didn't know why Luna had been sorted into Gryffindor, and although he didn't know why Luna was paying attention to him, Yifeng still nodded like a gentleman and invited Luna to sit down. Only after Luna sat down did they discover that the food at their table seemed to be a little different from everyone else's. So this is the legendary Chinese food? I've only heard of it before and never eaten it, but I think it should taste very good. As she spoke, Luna somehow magically pulled out a pair of chopsticks from inside her robes. De. Seeing Luna's action, everyone else, including Yifeng, was stunned. It was also at this moment that they somewhat understood what Luna had meant earlier. They really might become very good friends. Luna might have been an accident, but as students were sorted into their respective houses one after another, that feeling was quickly diluted and forgotten. And because of the natural charm that made people trust her, Harry, Hermione, and the others soon became familiar with Luna as well. Ginny, who was in the same year as her, became her good sister almost immediately. But they soon retreated, because more and more people were gathering around Yifeng. By the end, the crowd had even surrounded them completely. If Ginny and Hermione hadn't left early, they probably would have been stuck in the middle and unable to get out by now. Yifeng actually wanted to run too, but unfortunately he failed because all the people crowding over were there for him. And the reason was simple. They wanted to buy flying broomsticks from him. Although Yifeng was also happy to have money coming in, since free money was free money, once the number of people signing up reached a certain point, this stopped being a good thing and turned into a disaster. So he cast a pleading look at Dumbledore on the stage. Dumbledore had noticed the commotion here a long time ago, but he didn't move right away. Instead, he slowly finished the egg tart in his hand before putting down his knife and fork to look at Yifeng, then raised 4 fingers. Yifeng, you're taking advantage of me in the middle of a crisis. You're the one asking me to save you, not the other way around. 2. At most, I can give you 2 flying broomsticks. Deal. Sigma de. Did I ask too high a price? Seeing Dumbledore agree so readily, Yifeng instead became uncertain. But it was only 2 flying broomsticks. For him, that was just a matter of writing a letter, so Yifeng didn't care much. And Dumbledore, after getting the flying broomsticks he wanted, didn't slack off either. He immediately picked up a spoon and tapped the cup in front of him, drawing everyone's attention. All right, gentlemen, it is dinner time. Whatever it is, can it wait until tomorrow? Let's not frighten our newly arrived little wizards. Since Dumbledore had spoken, no matter how unwilling those people wanting to order flying broomsticks were, they could only disperse. Yifeng also took the chance to break free from the crowd and leave quickly. After Yifeng left, the banquet soon ended as well, and Dumbledore returned to his office. After returning to his office, Dumbledore kept feeling that something was a little off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what, so he teased Fawkes a little, then casually grabbed a handful of fish food from the desk and sprinkled it into the fish tank. Wait, the fish tank. Yifeng, it must be that fellow's doing again. But this fish tank is actually quite. Before he could finish speaking, Dumbledore noticed that something about the fish tank was slightly wrong, because the fish inside were a little off in size. He couldn't quite say what was wrong, but just looking at them gave him a strong sense of disharmony, until Dumbledore saw a merperson the size of a pinky finger and the line of small words on the fish tank. To the respected Headmaster Dumbledore, with a beautiful mermaid lady by your side every day, you will never be lonely again for the rest of your life. From your cutest student, Feng Yi. My dear student Yifeng, you really did give me a rather unexpected back-to-school gift. Professor McGonagall, could you help? Forget it, I'd better go myself. What a completely troublesome fellow. But that extension charm was indeed quite astonishing. It even startled me. Perhaps I should ask this little fellow exactly how he did it. Even Dumbledore sounded like he was gritting his teeth a little when he said ask. At the same time, just as Yifeng was preparing to return to the dormitory, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. He sensed a thick wave of malice, so he decided not to go back to the dorm for the time being. At Hogwarts, if someone didn't want to return to the dormitory at night and also didn't want Filch bothering them, then the best place was naturally the rooftop. Because the rooftop was beyond Filch's reach. The reason was that he was a squib, meaning someone who possessed magic power but could not cast magic. So under normal circumstances he couldn't get up onto the roof. But unfortunately, this time the one coming to catch him wasn't Filch, but Dumbledore. So just as Feng was secretly setting up a barbecue grill on the rooftop, An old man with a white beard arrived uninvited. When Yi Feng saw that white-haired, white-bearded figure, he wasn't surprised at all, nor did he panic. Instead, he calmly laid out all kinds of prepared skewers. And while Yi Feng was arranging them, Dumbledore also leisurely walked over to sit opposite him, lightly tapped his wand, conjured a chair and sat down. Although he had come to settle accounts with Yi Feng, he had to admit that this kid's barbecue skills were genuinely excellent. The dinner earlier had mainly been traditional dishes in order to accommodate the new students, and he hadn't eaten his fill. So Dumbledore decided to eat first and settle accounts with Yi Feng afterward. It had to be said that Yi Feng's cooking really was excellent. Just a few minutes later, a golden, oil-dripping grilled chicken wing was handed to Dumbledore. Looking at this steaming hot wing giving off an enticing aroma, the little anger Dumbledore had to begin with instantly faded by more than half. As for the tiny bit that remained, it quickly disappeared as well when Yi Feng pulled out something called Happy Water. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, or rather barbecue, Dumbledore, now about 70% full, slowed down his eating and looked at Yi Feng as he casually said, "The Black Lake really is rich in species. It even has creatures like merepeople. Sigma de Winkyface." The moment those words came out, Yi Feng instantly became alert. But he still pretended nothing was wrong, stuffing a roasted kidney skewer into his mouth and mumbling, "Merepeople? You mean the legendary mermaids that are supposed to be incredibly beautiful?" Dumbledore. This little guy's gotten smarter. Not so easy to fool now. He actually didn't take the bait. Dumbledore was a little surprised that Yi Feng hadn't fallen for it. But did he really think refusing to admit it would be enough? How naive. Actually, that's not just a legend. In warm waters, namely around the Caribbean, the mermaids are youthful and beautiful, and their temperaments are very gentle. They're also extremely loyal in love, loving only one person for their entire lives. But the mermaids over there are also rather conservative. Compared to others, they live more isolated from the world. If you don't understand their language, they won't come out to communicate with you. And I just so happen to know a little of the merpeople's language. Yi Feng. Coach, no. Professor, I want to learn. You want to learn? Fine. After classes tomorrow, I'll first teach you some basic words and phrases. Once you're familiar with them, just find a merperson to practice with. Alright, I'll definitely be in your office on time tomorrow. Dumbledore. The little black paw has shown itself, hasn't it? Explain yourself. Where did that merperson come from? If Yi Feng still hadn't realized by now that he'd been tricked by Dumbledore again, then he would be far too hopeless. So he immediately began to argue, "Headmaster Dumbledore, this really has nothing to do with me. You know me, I usually like fishing, so after returning to school this time, I ran straight to my old spot to fish. And then, old dang you are. My respected headmaster, you have no idea. The moment I got back to school today, I threw down the bait mix I had refined with 49 kinds of materials and spent 81 days making, just to start the swim." Hearing Yi Feng's obviously exaggerated words, Dumbledore nodded for him to continue. He knew Yi Feng liked fishing, and after realizing the Black Lake wasn't really dangerous for him, Dumbledore had mostly stopped interfering. Sometimes, when the mood struck, he would even come over and cast a few lines himself. When Yi Feng saw that Dumbledore had believed him, he immediately began pouring out his grievances. "Headmaster, you know my skill when it comes to making ground bait. Once the bait goes in, maybe it won't draw every fish in the entire Black Lake over, but it will definitely pull in a huge school. There's no way I'd come back empty-handed. But do you know what happened? Just today, I fished for more than half the day, and the float didn't move even once. More than half a day." Hearing that, Dumbledore looked at Yi Feng with a trace of pity and disbelief, because he actually agreed with him. This kid really was exceptionally skilled at preparing bait and lures. Anyway, whenever he used Yi Feng's bait, he had never come back empty-handed. Usually, he could fill his catch within 1 hour. So when he heard that Yi Feng had actually been skunked, he found it rather unbelievable too. But hard work pays off. Just when I was thinking of catching a few snails to take back and stir-fry, the float suddenly went under. After a whole hour of struggling and pulling, I finally dragged that ugly, terrifying merperson up. Dumbledore. At first, Dumbledore had been listening just fine, but by the end, he started feeling that something was off. He couldn't help frowning. "So you built a huge fish tank, sent that merperson to my office, and even wrote that line on it? Ahem, Headmaster Dumbledore, don't you think Hogwarts' daily life is a little too plain and boring? So at the very start of term, you gave me such a great gift? I truly thank you for it." Dumbledore did not gnash his teeth when he said this. His tone was quite calm and gentle, and that made Yi Feng let out a breath of relief, because if Dumbledore were truly angry, he would not look like this. So Yi Feng immediately took advantage and pressed on. "Exactly. Don't you think having a fish tank like that in the office is very pleasing to the eye? When you have free time, you can even feed the fish to relax and ease your mood a little. It's killing multiple birds with one stone. Hearing that, Dumbledore imagined it for a moment and suddenly realized it did seem pretty good. And other than Quidditch matches, their school really did not seem to have any other activities. So he looked at Yi Feng thoughtfully, signaling for him to continue. With Dumbledore's permission, Yi Feng instantly grew excited and said, "Headmaster Dumbledore, you have no idea. Before this, when the four of us went to protect the Philosopher's Stone, we almost failed to get past Fluffy's test just because none of us understood music. You have to know, our school is the benchmark of the wizarding world, but aside from magic, our students don't know any other things like music, painting, and so on. If that got out, wouldn't that be way too embarrassing? Even Muggle schools have all kinds of interest clubs and stuff, so I think our school should also develop the students' other interests and let them grow in a well-rounded way. Your idea is not bad. I will consider it carefully. But you must personally return that merperson to the Black Lake yourself. She is also a highly intelligent life form, and under wizarding law, their kind is classified as part of humanity. So do not give me a reason to deduct points from Gryffindor." Yi Feng, although his initial goal of getting clubs started and setting up a broom club had been achieved, he still had not managed to dump the blame for the merperson onto someone else. But neither Yi Feng nor Dumbledore had expected that, during this barbecue, the outline of a major competition that would one day rival Quidditch had quietly taken shape. Quiet down for a moment. Everyone, today, I have an important announcement to make. The moment Dumbledore spoke in the Great Hall, the noisy room instantly fell silent. The younger students who had just arrived, having never experienced a scene like this before, looked at Dumbledore on the platform with serious expressions, waiting for what he would say next. The experienced older students, however, after quieting down, all turned to look toward where Gryffindor was seated, or more precisely, where Gryffindor's Yi Feng was seated. Yi Feng, seeing nearly all the students from second year and above either turn around or glance at him from the corners of their eyes, Yi Feng felt a little annoyed. What kind of person were they taking him for? It wasn't as if every time Dumbledore announced something on an occasion like this, it had something to do with him, though this time it actually did have something to do with him. But being annoyed was useless, because there were just too many people. Even Harry and Hermione beside him were looking at him with questioning eyes. Only Luna's silver eyes had turned bright and sparkling, as if she were looking forward to something. Yi Feng, what a bad judge of friends. Not a single one of you is willing to believe me. I've decided that later, when I sell you the parts for modifying flying brooms, you'll only get a 5% discount. Everyone else gets broken bones. While Yi Feng was lamenting to himself, Dumbledore spoke again and announced this event that would be enough to go down in wizarding history. After discussion with the professors last night, we have decided to add all kinds of interest groups to the school. Students may join them according to their interests, or even barge into whichever interest groups they like. Of course, this is entirely voluntary and carries no element of force. Still, I suggest that everyone give it a try. Mastering one more ability besides magic is quite a good thing. After all, even a wizard's life does not necessarily have to consist of magic alone. That is all I have to say. If you are interested, you may register with the prefects later. The prefects will gather the numbers and submit them to me. If necessary, I will then discuss with the heads of house whether to assign activity rooms to you, as well as purchase various supplies. Long live Headmaster Dumbledore. The moment Dumbledore finished speaking, a cheer rang out. With that first voice taking the lead, the others quickly reacted and started shouting along as well. As a result, the words "Long live Headmaster Dumbledore" echoed throughout all of Hogwarts, making the portraits of the past headmasters feel sour with envy. What's so great about that? He only announced a few more school rules than we did. If I were still alive, I could do that too. That was what they said, but in truth, they still rather admired Dumbledore. After all, if it were really up to them, none of them had the confidence to keep a troublemaker like Yi Feng under control, even though the little fellow had never actually done anything truly outrageous. After Dumbledore announced that all kinds of interest groups and clubs could be established and developed, in just one day, the number of clubs of all sizes with more than 5 registered members had already exceeded 100, and there were as many as 11 clubs whose membership had reached 50. Among these 11 clubs with 50 members, aside from the 5 academy clubs, there were the Quidditch Club, the Broom Club, the Potions Club, the Charms Club, the Cat Petting Club, and the Food Club. Yi Feng was involved in 2 of these 6 clubs. One of them had even been founded by him personally. They were the Broom Club, which he had joined and served as an instructor for, and the Cat Petting Club, which he had founded himself. The 2 vice presidents of the Cat Petting Club were the Weasley twins, because the cat they were petting was Mrs. Norris. Not everyone was like Yi Feng, unafraid of Filch and unafraid of Mrs. Norris. So when Gryffindor students went wandering the halls at night, 99% of them would avoid Filch. But Yi Feng was different. He insisted on going against the current, so he directly founded a cat petting club. Its purpose was to win Mrs. Norris's favor through feeding her, and then turn Mrs. Norris into the club's beloved mascot. Once they achieved that goal, then when members of their club went out wandering at night, they could not say with 100% certainty that Filch would never catch them, but they could pat their chests and say that as long as they did not run straight into Filch or a professor, they were confident they could get away safely. If this were the Flying Broom Club, then Yi Feng believed that 99.9% of people would never guess who founded it because that person's name was, of all things, Dumbledore. That's right. As the highly respected headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore had actually stepped in personally and founded the Flying Broom Club. And when the club members saw Dumbledore take out a heavy machine, Yi Feng's general term for this model of flying broom, and skillfully swing himself onto it, everyone except Yi Feng was so shocked their mouths hung wide open. Still, the effect of this advertisement was undeniably powerful. In just a single day, their Flying Broom Club had become the biggest club in Hogwarts, and almost everyone joined. And that almost everyone naturally included the teachers as well. Even Snape joined. It was just that when Snape came to Yi Feng to buy a heavy machine model flying broom, it happened to be at night, and Yi Feng was so surprised he failed to record it in time. Otherwise, Snape's awkward and embarrassed expression would definitely have made the front page of the Daily Prophet. Of course, not everyone was happy about this. For example, their new defense against the dark arts professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Dumbledore's Flying Broom Club had completely stolen everyone's spotlight, turning the heavy machine into the true star of Hogwarts. As a result, when he tried to promote his books, basically no students were willing to listen, and no one discussed his books either. But what did that have to do with Yi Feng? At this moment, he was busy preparing the first Flying Broom Tournament. The Flying Broom Tournament Yi Feng was organizing was different from traditional flying broom competitions, because it was not simply about speed or broom riding skill. What it tested was how you modified your flying broom. As long as your modifications were good enough, your flying broom could fly faster. Even if your piloting skill was 0, you would still have a chance to win the championship. Of course, speed was not the only valid direction for modification. Other kinds of modification were also allowed. For example, you could attach a few interference spells to your broom so your opponent could not fly fast, or was even forced out of the match entirely, letting you claim victory in the end. You could even ride your heavy machine flying broom while attacking your opponent and blasting them out of the air. It could be said that flying broom modification had absolutely no restrictions. During the competition, aside from attaching a substitute death talisman to every contestant, there were no rules at all because the only rule of flying brooms was this: whoever reached the finish line first was the champion. As for the process, it did not matter. When the members of the Flying Broom Club heard the rules Yi Feng had set, not only were they not afraid, they were eager to try. Even Dumbledore later borrowed quite a lot of modification materials from Yi Feng. And while Yi Feng was enthusiastically preparing the competition, a certain former Dark Lord in Nurmengard had already modified his flying broom into a cool dark-style version. Dumbledore, just wait. I will definitely make you understand that I am stronger than you. And while everyone else was sharpening their blades, the current Dark Lord hiding inside a blank diary was trying to bewitch a cute little girl. The things the two generations of Dark Lords were doing now formed a striking contrast. It could only be said that even Dark Lords were different from one another. What did it take to hold a grand competition? Without question, funding. Because without funding, you could not set up the venue. Without funding, you could not establish attractive prizes and bring in more participants. At the same time, without funding, contestant safety would be very hard to guarantee. On top of that, whether it was Yi Feng's no-rules flying broom tournament or a Quidditch match, the injury and death rate probably would not be low, so compensation, survivor payments, and treatment costs for contestants or even spectators also had to be considered. Of course, Yi Feng did not need to worry about any of that, because the largest flying broom specialty shop in the wizarding world, which was also the broom shop Yi Feng had bought into, immediately said after hearing the news that they would cover all costs generated during the competition. Their only request was that they be allowed to run an advertisement when the competition began. That small request was no difficulty at all for Yi Feng. But when he saw people from the specialty shop hauling cart after cart of materials and flying broom parts into Hogwarts and saying they could all be tried for free, Yi Feng realized his vision had been too limited. They were clearly aiming to use this competition to promote things across the entire wizarding world. So, under the strong promotion of the flying broom specialty shop, not only Hogwarts but the whole wizarding world became lively. Large numbers of wizards began looking forward to the competition, and quite a few people had already started buying the heavy machine model flying broom. And the moment it began, it was like opening Pandora's box. In just 1 month, Heavy machine sales surpassed the annual sales volume of ordinary brooms. Of course, most of the people buying heavy machines were not doing so for modifications or anything like that. They were buying them entirely because of the heavy machine's speed, comfort, and safety, all far beyond ordinary flying brooms. After all, someone had tested a heavy machine at full power and managed to send a Dementor flying dozens of meters away and scare it off on the spot. Not to mention anything else, that point alone was already enough to make wizards in the magical world by one. After all, Dementors were known as one of the most terrifying magical creatures, and now a single flying broom could deal with them. That was more than worth it. As for Feng, he was wholeheartedly focused on designing and building the racetrack. Although the competition itself was already quite entertaining and difficult, Feng felt it still was not exciting enough, so he personally designed a complex racetrack. Parts of it even ran through the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake, and Feng also set up quite a few surprises. After being busy for a full 1 month and 7 days, Feng's racetrack was finally completed. And at that same time, a certain Dark Lord hiding in a diary had finally succeeded in bewitching a certain cute little girl, guiding her to open the Chamber of Secrets left behind at Hogwarts by the first head of Slytherin House on this dark and windy night. Ooh, ha. Having spent the entire afternoon finishing the track completely before returning to the house, Feng let out a huge yawn. Preparing all kinds of surprises for the track had truly cost him quite a bit of effort and materials, but it was all worth it. Just as Feng was walking back to the dorm, while imagining what kind of expressions those little cuties would make when they encountered the surprises he had specially prepared during the competition, a tiny figure with flame-red hair flashed past before his eyes. That was Ginny. Although students of Gryffindor were all very adventurous, and especially now that night wandering had become normal after Feng introduced his invisibility talismans, it could be said that if you had not snuck out at night more than 3 times in a school year, you would be too embarrassed to call yourself a Gryffindor. But it was still rare to wander the castle alone at night, especially for a girl. No, something's off with that girl's state. She has been bewitched and controlled? Although Ginny had only flashed past him for a moment before disappearing, Feng could still tell at a glance that something was wrong with her condition, so he followed her directly. Because of his cultivation, although Feng did not have any special technique for hiding his figure and aura, bewitched and controlled Ginny still could not detect him, so Feng very smoothly followed Ginny into the abandoned bathroom. When Feng saw Ginny speaking in a strange voice, and after she finished, the sinks and everything in the bathroom suddenly began shifting non-stop, he roughly guessed what was going on. Smack. Seeing this, Feng smacked his forehead and said with a helpless smile, "I've been so busy I got muddle-headed. I actually forgot all about Voldemort. Although the basilisk I sent really dangerous, and in the original story it didn't cause any deaths, it would still create quite a bit of unrest in the end. The broom race is about to begin, and the students who signed up are all enthusiastically modifying their own flying brooms right now. I can't let you come out and make trouble at a time like this." As he muttered softly, Feng's figure flashed. The next second, he appeared in front of the chamber entrance revealed after the sink moved aside, and directly reached out to pull Ginny into his arms just as she was about to jump into the entrance. A split second before he caught Ginny, Feng had already snatched the diary from her hand. Ginny! Hand. The moment Feng took the diary away, he naturally dispelled Voldemort's bewitching control as well. In other words, it was basically the same as Ginny waking up from a dream and discovering that she had appeared in a strange place, and was even being held from behind by someone. It scared her so much that she shivered. Fortunately, Feng had considered this, so while bringing Ginny back to her senses, he also whispered, "Don't be nervous. It's me. Ginny? Omega." The moment she heard Feng's voice, Ginny, who had still been panicking a second ago, instantly turned shy. After all, although they knew each other and were fairly close, they had never had this kind of intimate contact before. Usually, at most, they just ate together or handed things to each other. There was almost no physical contact at all. So when Ginny realized it was Feng holding her little face instantly turned red. And Voldemort. His plan had clearly already succeeded by more than half, and the chamber had even been opened, yet someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere halfway through and snatched away the little girl he had spent so long bewitching. Voldemort instantly flew into a rage. But when he saw who had cut in, for some reason, he instinctively felt a tiny bit of fear. Although he instinctively sensed that something was wrong, things had already progressed this far, so there was no way he would stop. Voldemort directly launched a mental attack at Feng in an attempt to take Ginny back, and he even called out to the basilisk inside the chamber. As long as he summoned the basilisk up, this guy who had appeared out of nowhere would become the first sacrifice of his plan. But in the next second, Voldemort was terrified, because Feng glanced at him. Feng! Voldemort, 0 to Q. With just one look, Voldemort had the illusion that he was about to explode and die. Truly, one more glance and he'd explode. It was only a simple glance, but Voldemort discovered that the mental attack he had launched melted away like thin snow under the blazing sun. Even more terrifying, under that gaze, the soul residing in the diary felt like it was about to explode and turn to ash. It scared him so badly that he instantly became as meek as a quail and didn't dare move again. Seeing that Voldemort had quieted down, Feng waved his hand and restored the bathroom to normal. Only then did he realize that he was still holding Ginny. So he quickly let her go and said, "What happened tonight is a secret between us. I hope you won't tell anyone about it." Okay. The reason Feng didn't want Ginny to talk about it was naturally because he wanted to leave the final exam for Harry and the others to farm. But Ginny probably wasn't thinking the same thing. As for what exactly she was thinking, no one but Ginny herself likely knew. But ever since that day, as long as Ginny was alone with Feng for a little while, her face would turn red. It left Feng completely confused, but since Ginny was a girl, he thought it was normal and never thought too much about it. As for that diary, after sending Ginny back to her dorm, Feng casually tossed it into his own dorm room. But for some reason, maybe because the size and height were just right, Little Gray directly dragged it away and used it as a dining table. After eating its fill, it even liked to grind its beak on it a little. Voldemort. Plate. Feng. Voldemort. Of course, it wasn't as if Voldemort had never tried to bewitch and control Little Gray while Feng wasn't around. But you had to know that besides fresh chicken breast, what Little Gray ate the most every day was all kinds of pills. Don't forget that when Feng came back after break, he had brought back a full set of alchemy furnaces, and in order to understand the characteristics of each furnace and the heat control for each one, Feng had opened furnaces and refined pills quite a lot. Although the success rate of these experimental attempts was generally not very high, the sheer number was there. And Feng's alchemy wasn't like certain trash where one furnace only produced one pill. As long as the refinement succeeded, there would be at least 9 pills. If the furnace was bigger and he put in more ingredients, then it would start at 36 pills, and if there were a lot, could reach 81 or even 108. So these past few days, Little Gray had been treating pills like candy beans. And for Voldemort's incomplete strand of spiritual power to try and bewitch and control an owl that clearly had already mutated and treated pills like candy beans, there was no difference at all between that and courting death. Feng knew this very well, but he wasn't worried in the slightest because back in the village, he had often fed the pills he made for practice to the village cats and dogs. Although in the beginning, those cats and dogs had often vomited and had diarrhea after eating them, and some had even had their souls come out. As Feng became more and more skilled, that kind of situation became less common. It was just that Feng liked to innovate, so although quite a few of those pills had excellent enhancement effects on the cats and dogs, as for the process, the nickname "Even Dogs Hate Him" that spread through the dog pack was enough to explain it. Of course, although Feng was called "Even Dogs Hate Him" by the dogs in his village, if anything happened to Feng or his family, they would definitely be the first to rush forward. That was because someone had once gotten rich, then arrogantly returned to the village with a so-called fighting dog, and to show off, he ordered his dog to bite a local big yellow dog from the same village. As for the result, that night, the nouveau riche who came back from outside treated several neighboring families to dog meat, and the owner of that big yellow dog was even an honored guest. According to that man, the rich guy had offered 50,000 to buy Big Yellow, but Big Yellow's owner refused, because he had been there for that fight too. If it were you, would you sell your own Big Yellow after seeing it slap a bulldog flat to the ground with one paw so hard it couldn't even get back up, and then happily run over to act cute with you? Even if 50,000 yuan was absolutely a huge sum of money in that era. And later, when they saw that such a mighty Big Yellow could only be considered middle tier among the village dogs, and that no matter what kind of dog or cat it was, they would tuck their tails and run the moment they saw Feng. Feng's status in their hearts rose by a huge margin without anyone noticing. Just a few of Feng's pills could produce that kind of effect on animals, while Little Gray treated the stuff like candy beans. So forget Voldemort with just a strand of split soul. Even whether Voldemort at his peak could beat Little Gray was uncertain. So Feng simply wasn't worried about Little Gray's safety at all. With Voldemort no longer causing trouble, the flying broom competition quickly drew near, and as the competition approached, the atmosphere inside Hogwarts clearly became tense, to the point that even Harry and Ron, who usually liked wandering around at night, could no longer be seen outside in the evenings. They had also begun pouring all their energy into modifying their flying brooms. Modifying a flying broom was not as simple as just replacing a part or something. While modifying it, you also had to consider whether the added magic would conflict, whether the modified magical materials suited that kind of magic array, whether the added materials would conflict with the original magic on the components and cause explosions or failure, and so on. So during this period, the library was often packed. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that no one in all of Hogwarts objected, and even Snape had joined in. And this time, aside from Dumbledore, the main opponent in the competition was Snape because he was the potions professor, a famous potions expert in the wizarding world, and the broom race did not forbid the use of props. Just imagine it. When Dumbledore used magic to force everyone back and was about to leave them all in the dust to take first place, Snape would wave his hand and fill the sky with potions. Even Dumbledore, hailed as the #1 wizard in the magical world, would probably feel his scalp go numb at that sight. As for Feng, his modifications were much simpler. He had only added a tiny bit of weaponry. He also helped modify the brooms of Cho Chang, Hermione, Luna, and Ginny, but the modifications on theirs were mainly focused on defense and safety. Participation was what mattered. For example, on Cho Chang's broom, besides attaching enchantment arrays like Indestructible, Rebound, and Force Dispersion, Feng also stuffed in a high-grade spirit stone as an energy source to power a Sure Dake-style headlight, so she could light the road ahead. Tony style. You're worth it. Hermione's basic setup was the same, except the headlight had been replaced with 2 buff emitters that could amplify the power of magic by 20 times. Luna and Ginny had probably just arrived and still felt a little restrained, thinking this kind of thing seemed a bit unfriendly, so both girls asked to be made as inconspicuous as possible. So Feng gave them an array that lowered their presence. The effect was roughly like this whoosh. Was that Gryffindor that just rushed past? B. Someone just went by? Don't think you can distract me with that kind of topic. The champion of this competition is definitely me. B. Dream on. The champion is mine. As for Harry and the others, Feng's response was, I'm already giving you a 5% discount on modification materials and only charging cost price for engraving spells and magic arrays. That's already plenty of face. And you still want me to help modify them for you? Dream on. It would already be polite of me not to rig them to explode. After all, this competition isn't a team event. It's an individual event. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Hogwarts' first flying broom competition officially began. As Hogwarts headmaster and also a contestant, Dumbledore naturally became the one to open the ceremony and deliver the speech. Today is the day of the first flying broom competition. I hope that all contestants and spectators alike can enjoy themselves. Of course, there is one thing both contestants and spectators must pay close attention to, and that is safety during the competition. If possible, I hope all contestants will stop short of going too far and not strike too heavily at the other contestants. I do not wish for anything unpleasant to happen on what should be a joyful day. As he said this, Dumbledore glanced in Feng's direction and also toward the specially approved off-campus contestant group. Yes, because the flying broom competition had been promoted so widely, other schools and quite a few adult wizards had jointly applied to participate. Originally, Dumbledore had refused, but the Ministry of Magic directly applied pressure, and other magic schools also put up very valuable prizes, so in the end Dumbledore said they had given too much pressure, so he was forced to reluctantly agree. Of course, Dumbledore strongly condemned the fact that a certain remnant of the old era had also slipped in among them, but the latter said he did not accept the condemnation, so Dumbledore had no choice but to pretend not to see it. As for Feng, after sensing Dumbledore's threatening gaze, he immediately declared that he promised not to be the first to use large-scale or high-power magic. But if someone used it on him first, then they couldn't blame him for not holding back. Of course, Feng also stated that he reserved the right to interpret what counted as large-scale and high-lethality magic. But in order to keep the competition interesting and suspenseful, Feng would not use non-magical abilities. Otherwise, with his strength, he could casually use an escape technique and everyone else would only be left desperately fighting for second place, because there would be absolutely no suspense over first place. Only after seeing that Feng had understood what he meant did Dumbledore withdraw his gaze and loudly say, "That is all I have to say. Now, please welcome Professor McGonagall to host the competition, because I am also one of the contestants." The moment Dumbledore said this, everyone below the stage smiled in good humor. Even those from other schools did the same. Only one sharp-looking short-haired man looked at Dumbledore with eyes full of fighting spirit. "Albus, this time I will completely defeat you. Take your positions." At McGonagall's call, the contestants quickly mounted their brooms and came to the starting point. Since broomsticks flew in the air, there was no need to divide them into front and back rows or separate lanes. Everyone just had to wait at the starting line. There was no height limit, so all of them could fit. And so, a magnificent and shocking scene appeared. It was like the kind of shot in TV dramas or movies used to show an army battle with arrows so numerous and dense that they filled the sky. Above the starting line floated a vast mass of people riding heavy bike broomsticks, and from a distance, it looked like a black wall. Of course, if you zoomed in, you would find that these black dots looked quite distinctive. After all, everyone's tastes and style were different, And this was the wizarding world. Did you really expect people who used magic to study fluid dynamics or aerodynamics? So naturally, they modified them however looked good and however felt unique. Because of that, you could see broomsticks whose outer shells had been modified into giant roos. Chickens, some transformed into winged pegasi, and also, a carriage? What the hell? When Yi Feng saw that broom modified into the shape of a classical carriage, he almost lost it because that carriage really was just a carriage. There was nothing pulling it in front, and the driver. Yi Feng no longer knew what to say, because that guy was actually sitting on top of the carriage holding the reins. Of course, besides freakish things like that, quite a few were relatively normal. Harry and the others' brooms, for example, were pretty normal. Aside from some different colored paint jobs, they only had a few extra attachments. As for Yi Feng, although by the original style of the heavy bike his current design should have been the most normal, this was the wizarding world, not some futuristic sci-fi setting. So even though all his modifications and mounted equipment looked extremely natural and full of technological beauty, among the contestants here he was absolutely the odd one out. As for the reason, the two magical gatlings on either side of his front end, spinning at 3,600 rounds per breath, could already be considered relatively ordinary among all his equipment. And that was also why Dumbledore had specifically warned Yi Feng, because from that monster Yi Feng had modified, Dumbledore had smelled the scent of death. The implications of that did not need much explanation, did they? Of course, under normal circumstances Yi Feng would not use those things, because they were never meant for competition in the first place. Quite a few of them were still in the experimental stage, so their power might be a little ridiculous, and he did not have good control over the force either. So Yi Feng would not use any function that Dumbledore had sensed was powerful enough to threaten him. But that did not mean Yi Feng had become less threatening. On the contrary, it was exactly because of that his threat to everyone else had actually increased. Because who knew what kind of bizarre stuff Yi Feng would come up with to obstruct his opponents once he could not directly injure them. Thus, Dumbledore, making takeoff preparations on the track, had listed Yi Feng as his #1 rival. But with more than half of his attention focused on guarding against Yi Feng, Dumbledore failed to notice that more than half of the contestants were looking at him in a very strange way. Hey, I just saw you two huddled together talking. What were you muttering about? Oh, we're discussing how to gang up on Headmaster Dumbledore in a bit. Random student A. Day. Teach this, is that exciting? Count me in. Random student B. Aren't you pretty respectful toward Professor Dumbledore? And if I remember right, you're from Ravenclaw, aren't you? But that Dumbledore. Chances to compete on the same stage as Dumbledore don't come around whenever you want, let alone in a relatively fair setting like this. And what if we actually beat Headmaster Dumbledore? Just think how impressive that would sound when we tell people about it. And I'm sure I'm definitely not the only one thinking that. As he spoke, Random Student A desperately jerked his chin, and Random Student B quickly looked in the direction he was indicating. Then they saw the Weasley twins secretly plotting, and farther away, Snape staring at Dumbledore with blazing eyes. Hiss. Even Professor Snape is ready. Right at that moment the command rang out. That single shout drew everyone's attention over. And then, begin. That's right, Professor McGonagall didn't do a countdown. She just directly shouted for the start. That was how unconventional she was. The whole point was catching everyone off guard. Whoosh. Holy crap. There wasn't even a countdown. What just happened? Did the match already start? Did I miss something? Also, what were those two pitch-black things that shot out in a flash? With Professor McGonagall's 2 words, begin, a lot of confused and at a loss wizards appeared on the field. But while there were many people left bewildered, it wasn't like there were none who reacted fast and immediately caught on. Of course, there were also beings who seemed almost able to foresee the future, like a certain shameless Mr. Albus. The moment Professor McGonagall finished the word begin, Dumbledore charged out in the lead. By the time the other students reacted, Dumbledore had already rushed over a dozen, nearly 20 meters away, and Snape, who had been staring at him the whole time, followed closely behind. That sharp contrast was something most people found hard to accept. Rigged. This is absolutely rigged. You started without even doing a countdown. You definitely planned this together. The moment they saw this, the headmasters from the other schools in the stands immediately couldn't sit still anymore, and even the Hogwarts students found it a little hard to accept. Professor Dumbledore A. While everyone else was upset and grieving, Yi Feng and Harry, who were half a beat slower, also set off right after them. But they all tacitly chose not to chase too close and instead kept some distance, because sometimes competition isn't about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and social tact. Of course, once they entered the real course, meaning the track set up with all kinds of traps and devices, Then it would be time for everyone to show their own skills and reveal what they were really capable of. So after the match began, Dumbledore and Snape immediately surged ahead and left everyone else far behind, while right behind those two were Feng, Harry, and the others. Their reaction speed wasn't slow, and the performance of their flying broomsticks was also excellent, making up for any deficiency in reaction speed with better specs. Behind Feng and the others were those students whose reaction speed was also quite good. They had reacted in time, but their flying broomsticks, especially in acceleration, couldn't compare with Feng's group, so they were just a bit slower. Of course, not everyone who reacted in time could keep up, like Malfoy. That guy's reaction speed really wasn't bad. He reacted almost at the same time as Harry and got his flying broomstick going too, but well, you could tell just by looking at his last name. As a pureblood wizard family in the wizarding world that advocated the superiority of pureblood nobility, Malfoy and his father were both extremely arrogant, especially disdainful toward wizards of mixed blood, and in their daily behavior they were also extremely conceited, so the flying broomstick he modified. From Feng's point of view, the flying broomstick he modified couldn't even be called a pile of crap, because calling it a pile of crap would be an insult to crap. The only goal in a flying broomstick race was stay alive and reach the finish line, so most people focused their modifications on speed, defense, or attack. Even the conservative types who pursued balance would still have a priority, like making speed a little faster or something. But Malfoy's flying broomstick? That thing couldn't even be called a flying broomstick anymore. During the modification process, although speed and defense and the like had been considered a little, it leaned much more toward luxury and nobility. So the original shell of the heavy machine was directly removed, and after that the thing was turned into something like a throne. Of course, that still wasn't the most outrageous part. The most outrageous part was that Feng didn't see the control system he had added for better handling of the flying broomstick. Instead, he saw a section of broomstick head. Although that section of the broomstick head had been deliberately hidden, it could still be seen from above. To Feng, Malfoy right now was basically like someone flying a jet fighter who thought the canopy was too annoying and not breathable enough, so he just ripped the canopy off the plane. So then, the instant Malfoy controlled the flying broomstick and shot out, he experienced what it meant for the cold wind to cut like knives, and what it meant to get slapped hard across the face out of nowhere. Though Malfoy refused to accept it and wanted to force himself through the fierce gale to catch up to Feng and the others, there were just too many flashy, useless decorations on his flying broomstick. As for Feng and the others, theirs looked plain, but almost every piece of equipment had been built for the race. So in just 2 or 3 minutes, Malfoy could only watch helplessly as Feng and the others turned into black dots and disappeared before his eyes. Damn it! Why are Feng's flying broomsticks so fast? Did they deliberately hide the faster ones and refuse to sell them to us? Seeing that he couldn't even catch sight of their backs anymore, Malfoy was absolutely furious, but unfortunately all his fury could do was turn into completely useless rage. And furious Malfoy failed to notice that a flying broomstick fitted with a rooster shell was whistling straight toward him. Fast. Boom! Following some strange unknown sound, the two heavy machine broomsticks slammed violently into each other. The instant the two machines collided, Malfoy's heavy machine, which had abandoned Feng's design because of the prejudice in his heart and focused only on luxury and nobility, was smashed apart on the spot. The Nimbus 2000 inside it, serving as the core, was blown out in the crash as well. As for Malfoy, he should be grateful that he hadn't been stupid enough to throw away the defensive substitute death talisman handed out before the match. At the moment he was knocked unconscious, Malfoy saw a gigantic rooster crush passed above him, and amid the wreckage it rolled over. A 99.9% new Nimbus 2000 spun as it flew away. So, the manual didn't lie to me. Those core components really can't be removed. As one of the highly regarded seeded contestants, Malfoy getting smashed out of the competition right at the start instantly caused an uproar on the field. But that only made the audience even more fired up, because if it was already this thrilling from the very beginning, then wouldn't the middle and later stages of the race be even more exciting? This is what a man's romance looks like. When the next tournament comes around, even if I have to sell everything I own, I'm joining. Although many people only watched with excited expressions, that sentence voiced what most of the people in the stands were thinking, to the point that when they took out their old model flying broomsticks, their eyes were full of disgust. There were no giant screens in the wizarding world for watching the race live, so if they wanted to keep watching the rest of the match, they had to follow behind the contestants. And to make it easier for the audience to watch when designing the course, Feng had included plenty of loops and circling sections, so they wouldn't have to keep chasing behind the racers the whole time. But even so, those people were still a bit too slow, or rather, Feng and the others were simply too fast. By the time they reached the first viewing point, Yi Feng and the others in the first and second groups had already driven their heavy bikes straight into the obstacle zone. Even the third group had already started accelerating to fight for the order of entry into the obstacle zone. But once they got in, they regretted charging in without any preparation, because they were very lucky to run into a water curtain. What Dumbledore and Yi Feng, who was right behind him, ran into was thick smoke. There might have been boulders or large trees hidden behind the smoke, but with the heavy bike's own mass, they could still smash through even without any protection. The water curtain was different. Even though it was only about 5 or 6 meters wide, once the speed reached a certain level, crashing straight into the surface of the water was basically no different from crashing straight into the ground. So if they did not use magic to clear a path, then even if the heavy broom itself was sturdy enough to take it, the rider inside definitely would not be able to. As a result, in just a few seconds, the third group was almost completely wiped out. TSK, that's miserable. Especially that tough old man with the short hair. Even though he forced his way through, looking at him now, I'd believe it if you said he'd just been kicked around by a gang of hooligans. Dumbledore, who was competing with Snape for first place, faintly heard the voice coming from behind and could not help turning around for a look. And when he saw the state of the tough old man Yi Feng had mentioned, he was so shocked he almost fell off his heavy broom. G. Grindelwald. Yi Feng. The instant he heard that name, Yi Feng burst out laughing. And Snape, who was right behind Dumbledore, had his footing slip and staggered, nearly losing control of his heavy broom and crashing into Dumbledore's. Younger wizards might never have heard the name Grindelwald, or maybe they had heard it without knowing what it meant, because it was the name of the previous Dark Lord. And in the minds of modern wizards, the title Dark Lord basically meant Voldemort. But Snape knew. So when he heard Dumbledore shout out the identity of that bruised and battered old man, he was so startled he shivered. As for Yi Feng, he had heard before that this man was Dumbledore's old lover, so he directly let go of the throttle and slightly angled his bike toward Grindelwald. "Excuse me, former Dark Lord, may I interview you for a moment?" Grindelwald. Hearing Yi Feng say that, the little bit of goodwill Grindelwald had felt because Yi Feng looked clean-cut and because the heavy bike had come from him vanished instantly. But Yi Feng had no self-awareness at all. He completely failed to notice the displeasure on Grindelwald's face and directly moved right up beside him.
Mr. Grindelwald.
I heard that back then you and Dumbledore sat at the same table and slept in the same bed, so close you were basically. As close as brothers. Is that true? Grindelwald.
Dumbledore, X, Y Fen, Sigma, LLL.
Hiss. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my back? Did I not wear enough clothes? But it isn't even autumn yet. After sighing like that, Yi Feng still had not realized the danger closing in and kept on courting death. Should I take that as a default yes? Hiss. Yi Feng sucked in a breath. Then continued, I never thought Dumbledore was that kind of man who starts something and then abandons it. And after abandoning you, he even coldly locked you up. TCH. Scumbag. Path cleared by fiendfire. Stupefy. Almost at the same moment, two voices rang out in perfect sync. Looking at the two attacks shooting toward him like lightning, Yi Feng let out a strange cry and twisted the throttle. In the next instant, his heavy bike turned into a blurred afterimage with a whoosh and vanished from Dumbledore and the other sight. Professor Snape. Save me. Dumbledore and the former Dark Lord are teaming up to silence me. The moment Yi Feng's voice lingering in the wind sounded out, both Dumbledore's and Grindelwald's faces darkened instantly. And Snape, who had been silently slacking off and eavesdropping the whole time, was so startled when Yi Feng suddenly mentioned his name that he nearly jumped out of his skin. Holy crap, if you're looking to die, don't drag me into it. I don't want to be sent to meet my deceased classmates just because I know too much. Dumbledore? Grindelwald. While Snape was desperately trying to play the ostrich and lower his presence, both Dumbledore and Grindelwald turned their eyes onto him. Snape. Being stared at by these two big shots, Snape felt endless pressure. His mind spun wildly as he searched for a way out. Just then, he suddenly saw Harry and the others, who had wisely accelerated out of the area and were already chasing after Yi Feng, and inspiration struck. Yi Feng. The Flying Broom Competition Championship absolutely cannot fall into the hands of a brat like you. As soon as he said that, Snape twisted the throttle all the way down and pushed his magic output to the limit, and that was not all. He was a potions master, so the functions he had added to his flying broom through modification were basically all potion-oriented. So after twisting the throttle to the max and pouring his magic output to the max, Snape pulled out a bottle of potion and shoved it directly into the fuel tank, which had been modified to store potions. Boom! The instant the potion was inserted into the slot, the two exhaust pipes behind Snape's flying broom blasted out two long streams of flame with a boom, sending his flying broom shooting off at a speed no slower than Yi Feng's just now. disappearing in an instant and leaving behind only a long white trail of smoke. Dumbledore, I never thought you would tell these little brats about what happened between us. I imagine you must have felt very proud and pleased when you talked about it, right? After all, the one you defeated was the Dark Lord. A faint sneer hung on Grindelwald's face as he spoke. Hearing that, Dumbledore let out a soft sigh and said, "Believe it or not, I truly did not tell anyone else about what happened between us. As for how this little fellow found out, I do not know either. But one thing is certain. This little fellow from the east is extremely mysterious. Even though he has already been here for a year, I still cannot see through him." The moment Grindelwald heard Dumbledore say that, his interest was instantly piqued. He looked with great interest toward Feng, or rather, the direction where Feng and the others had vanished, and said, "Can you tell me more? I can't believe there's actually a little fellow in this world that even you can't see through. Of course, but don't you think we've already fallen too far behind? Those little ones behind us have already." Boom! Before Dumbledore could finish speaking, a huge fireball flew up from the ground and engulfed him, as he had turned his head to talk to Grindelwald and was completely off guard. Grindelwald, who had kept his eyes fixed straight ahead the whole time, instantly swung his bike aside and dodged another fireball. "Who is it?" Seeing Dumbledore get attacked, Grindelwald flew into a rage instantly. But when he saw what had attacked them, he froze on the spot because the ones attacking them were actually several strangely shaped plants. These plants had thick roots and 2 oversized leaves, and at the top of a branch as thick as a human arm grew a flower with only 3 petals. The fireballs attacking them were generated from the flower core inside those 3 closed petals. This is a new magical creature? No, that's a magical construct that little fellow made with transfiguration. The original form is a little thing about half a meter tall that can shoot fireballs. Its destructive power isn't strong, but it looks very scary. Grindelwald. Hearing the voice suddenly come from beside him, Grindelwald was so startled he almost jumped right off his heavy bike. Fortunately, he reacted instantly and realized the voice belonged to Dumbledore. And when he turned his head and saw what Dumbledore looked like at that moment, he burst out laughing with a puff. At this moment, Dumbledore was covered in soot. Nearly half his beard had been singed off, and even his robes had several burnt holes in them. He looked even more miserable than Grindelwald. "You'd better be careful from here on. That little guy spent more than a month working at full tilt to build this track for the tournament. According to him, even he doesn't know what you'll run into after entering this section. Grindelwald, don't tell me you're going to get taken down by tricks set up by a second-year kid. That would be hard for me to explain to the people outside. Why a second-year student could defeat the Dark Lord that made the wizarding world tremble, even if it's only the former Dark Lord. I think you're the one who should be more careful. Don't end up getting defeated in front of everyone by magical traps set by your own student and make a fool of yourself. If Feng were here, he definitely would not be able to stop himself from burping from being fed too much, because although the two of them looked like they disliked each other and were taking jabs at each other, the concern and warning in their words could not have been more obvious. At this moment, the Feng they were talking about was also feeling his scalp go numb as he looked at the dense mass of winged flying swords. Damn, this luck is really something else. I actually triggered the 10,000 swords piercing the heart trap. No, this thing was reforged and enhanced by me. If it's just me using magic alone, I definitely won't be able to charge through it. I need to drag 2 people down with me. While muttering, Feng saw Snape speeding toward him. Good person. Good person. The moment he saw Snape, Feng's eyes lit up with dazzling excitement. Snape, however, seemed to have foreseen it. When he was still dozens of meters away from Feng, he stopped, because he knew this guy's nature far too well. This guy might look refined and handsome, and even give off an air that made people trust and believe in him, but Snape knew very well that this was absolutely not someone willing to take a loss. So the instant he saw Feng stop, Snape became alert. The moment he saw the vigilance in Snape's eyes, Feng immediately understood what was going on. So, without the slightest hesitation, he charged straight into the sea of flying swords. But he did not blindly rush forward. Instead, he moved all around the area, circling with a large group of winged flying swords behind him. Seeing that Feng had already rushed in, Snape remained wary, but he mistakenly took these flying swords for some kind of obstacle on the track. So with a guarded expression, he also plunged in. The ones who arrived after Snape were not Harry and the others, who had been following Feng earlier, but Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who had caught up from behind. It had to be said, these 2 old men were truly fierce. The magical traps Feng had set up along the way simply could not stop them. Even the enhanced bludgers and quaffles that chased after people and slammed into them were casually shaken off by them. By contrast, Harry and the others were not so lucky. They successfully triggered the protagonist buff, meaning they ran into one of the 3 major checkpoint bosses Feng had set up, the random maze. The core of the random maze was exactly what its name suggested. Randomness. Because of that, even Yi Feng himself did not know where you would be teleported the next second after flying forward inside the maze. If you were lucky, you might get teleported outside the maze before you even realized what happened. If you were unlucky, then even after hitting the guaranteed minimum of 90 teleports before being kicked out of the maze, you might still be in the same spot. Harry and the others were not very lucky. Even though they had ceiling-level intelligence among them, it was still useless here because the whole point of this thing was randomness. The interval between teleports was completely random, and the destination was random too. So less than 20 seconds after triggering the trap and being teleported into the maze, they were all scattered apart. That was also why Dumbledore and the others managed to overtake them from behind, and even the Weasley twins had caught up from far back. Of course, the Quidditch players were also biting tightly at their heels with their solid flying experience. Although they were in another group, the distance between the two sides was only 100 or 200 meters, and that kind of gap was really nothing more than the blink of an eye. So, right behind Snape, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald also plunged headfirst into the already activated 10,000 swords piercing the heart trap. And when they saw Yi Feng circling around with a sword dragon behind him, they immediately knew they had been tricked. Hi there, Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Grindelwald. We meet again. Fiendfire. Expelliarmus. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Snape launched attacks at Yi Feng. But unlike Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Snape did not use magic. With a flick of his hand, he directly scattered a large area of uncorked potion. Holy crap! You people have no martial virtue. Watch my lightning 5-hit. Shift the disaster eastward. Before he even finished speaking, the prepared Yi Feng suddenly yanked up the front of his bike and climbed sharply upward at high speed. As a result, all of Dumbledore and the others' attacks landed on the sword dragon behind him. Originally, because Yi Feng was the one who triggered this trap, even after Dumbledore and the others charged in, these flying swords would not attack them, because when designing the sword formation, Yi Feng had set it to treat the triggerer as the enemy by default. However, these flying swords were sentient. And for the sake of fun, Yi Feng had not set any restriction like only attacking the triggerer. So the instant Grindelwald and the others' attacks landed on these flying swords, the dense mass of swords, including those that had only been circling without joining the chase against Yi Feng, all began to tremble. Gulp! Looking at the overwhelming swarm of flying swords, even Dumbledore and the others could not help swallowing hard. And the moment these flying swords switched their target to Dumbledore's group of 3, Yi Feng pressed a certain red button on the front of his heavy motorcycle. Bitsetsetset, bitsetsetset, bitsetsetset chip. After a brief charging sound, in the next second Yi Feng's heavy bike transformed into a phoenix wrapped in blazing flames, trailing a long line of fire as it shot into the distance. In almost an instant, he took advantage of the gap while the flying swords went after Dumbledore and the others and charged out of the trap's range. Shit. X3. When they saw Yi Feng instantly flee into the distance, the 3 people trapped inside the trap all could not help cursing out loud. But in the next second, every hair on their bodies stood on end, because the overwhelming swarm of flying swords directly gathered into a single mass and rushed straight at them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense flying swords slammed onto Dumbledore and the others like a torrential downpour. Before that rainstorm arrived, the 3 of them exchanged a glance and tacitly gathered together, beginning to split up the work. Fiendfire. Full body bind curse. Snape. Potions. Potions. Clang, clang, clang. If Dumbledore and the others had been facing wizards, then with the 3 of them working together, no matter how many enemies came, they probably still would not have been their match. But unfortunately, what they were facing now were sentient flying swords, and Yi Feng had arranged them into a formation. So as the fight went on, Dumbledore and the others discovered that not only did the flying swords show no sign of decreasing no matter how much they fought, they themselves were actually being drawn deeper and deeper in. Dumbledore, now I believe what you said earlier. This little guy really isn't simple. If it were another wizard who came in here, their broom would probably have been destroyed by these little flying swords long ago, and they would have been eliminated. Could only be said that these 3 truly deserved their fame in the wizarding world. In the face of the relentless assault of thousands upon thousands of flying swords, they still had the leisure to chat. But that also had something to do with Yi Feng not fully releasing the power of this sword formation. Otherwise, this thing would still end up breaking. Although these flying swords had all been reforged by Yi Feng, their base materials were still only ordinary copper and iron. The limits of the material itself were right there. So even after Yi Feng reforged them, they were still far from being comparable to true flying swords. Which meant if Dumbledore and the others got serious, these flying swords really might not be able to hold them back. Could only be said that both sides had held back. Yi Feng hadn't set this up to actually kill anyone. These traps were meant to trap people and cause trouble. That was all. So after Dumbledore and the others held out for a few minutes, they were released. But judging from their even more tattered robes, even without truly going all out, it hadn't been easy for them either. As for Feng, he had brought this on himself. Why did I even make this trap? The moment Dumbledore and the others came out of the trap, they saw Feng, his voice trembling, shooting straight up like a rocket and spiraling into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a star and vanished into the air.
Ha ha ha, you brat too.
Whoosh! Seeing Feng's miserable state, Grindelwald was laughing heartily, but he didn't notice that the tip of the tree in front of him had one leaf that was a little greener than the others. So when he roared past on his black heavy bike, the gust he stirred up naturally swept that leaf into the air, and then it was like he had chewed Zuanmai, shooting off with thunderous speed and plunging headfirst into the forbidden forest with a whoosh. Ah! You little bastard, I'll... Boom! Before Grindelwald could finish speaking, a huge explosion rang out, followed by a mushroom cloud slowly rising. Clearly, he had been unlucky enough to trigger another trap when he charged into the forbidden forest, and the audience in the stands all wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads in relief. Phew, good thing I didn't join. The traps on this track are way too brutal, aren't they? Half the contestants have already been blown over, and this is only halfway. It had to be said that Feng's arrangement of the track was extremely fair, leaving absolutely no way out. He hadn't even let himself off, and those one after another magical traps had the audience shouting in excitement. As for the contestants, well, they were having quite a thrill too. Anyway, the people in the race all said they hadn't known their hearts could actually beat this fast, this hard, and still be fine. And inside a huge pit in the forbidden forest, a dazed Grindelwald was sitting blankly on his heavy bike. Even the former Dark Lord was stunned after crashing from such a height and then getting blown up again. But he truly was worthy of being the former Dark Lord. In just a moment he had recovered, but in the very next second he froze again, because he saw a meteor rapidly flying toward him. D. Dumbledore. Boom! The freshly recovered Grindelwald instantly saw stars again, and even worse than before, because a meteor named Dumbledore had fallen from the sky and slammed directly into him. What? 2 or 3 seconds later, a retching sound came from the forbidden forest, followed by Grindelwald's disgusted voice. Hey, Dumbledore, get off me. If you're going to throw up, then don't freaking puke on my bike, you. Bleg. Before Grindelwald could finish, the sound of vomiting rang out again, and then an exasperated voice followed. Scourgify, Scourgify, Scourgify. Several Scourgifies sounded in succession, enough to show just how disgusted the speaker was. And after those repeated Scourgifies, the now clean Grindelwald and Dumbledore quickly returned to the skies above the forbidden forest. But at this moment, both of them looked up at Feng, who had spirals in his eyes with murderous intent. It turned out that after Grindelwald got hit, Dumbledore had also run into a leaf drifting up from the forbidden forest. But unlike Grindelwald's, Dumbledore's trap was called Spiral Ascension Meteor Fall, meaning he would first spiral upward at top speed and then crash down like a meteor. Very unfortunately, falling Dumbledore happened to crash right into Grindelwald, and even threw up all over him. That made the two of them directly develop a killer heart toward Feng. So after using Scourgify to clean themselves up, the two decided to join forces. Very quickly, with a smack, Feng, who was in the lead, discovered that 3 lifeless old men were chasing behind him. The fastest of the 3 had short silver hair. On either side of him were Dumbledore, with the same white hair but long and accompanied by a long beard, and Snape, whose beautiful hair flowed in the wind like it was in a shampoo commercial. Feng, De. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Legilimens. 3 ahem. Expelliarmus. Whoosh. Seeing the 3 murderous old professors, how could Feng dare delay? He immediately twisted the throttle all the way, lifting the front of the bike, and just as Feng accelerated upward, the 3 attacks brushed past him in a triangular pattern. Holy crap, 3 against 1. You people have no martial ethics. Little Feng, did you forget? We're wizards. We use magic. We don't practice martial arts. So isn't it perfectly normal for us to have no martial ethics? Why waste words? Shoot him down for me. Impedimenta. Petrificus totalis. Crucio.
De. Ahem. Instinct.
Relax. You did that on purpose. You rotten old man are wicked as hell. Feng, who had nearly been hit because Impedimenta blocked his view of the incoming spell, couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, because one of those attacks had been Crucio. If that had really hit, it would have been no joke. But after dodging those attacks, Feng laughed, because a dense forest appeared ahead of them. Since you have no martial ethics, then don't blame me for not showing you any face. As he spoke, Feng directly pressed a yellow button on the front of the bike. And as he pressed it, the underside of his flying broom quietly opened up. TSS, TSS, TSS. As the underside opened, several round objects trailing thick smoke were dropped. The smoke released by these objects instantly covered an area of more than 20 meters around them, causing Dumbledore and the others to lose sight of Feng. But they were in the sky, and Dumbledore and the other two were all top figures in the wizarding world, so something like this couldn't stump them. Of course, Feng hadn't expected this little bit of smoke to stop them either. The smoke was just a feint. His real move was something else. After the smoke bombs, several can-like cylindrical objects were also dropped. And the moment the smoke was dispersed, with a not particularly loud sound, a flash even brighter than sunlight burst out. Dumbledore and the other two, who were staring wide-eyed as they searched for Feng, got hit by it head-on. Ah, my eyes! Don't panic, hold formation, use defensive magic. That little brat definitely has more tricks coming. Could only be said that Dumbledore was indeed Dumbledore. He understood Feng extremely well, because behind the flashbangs came a large number of concussion grenades, all meant to blast Dumbledore and the others out of the sky. But Feng had still underestimated Dumbledore and the others a little. Although they had been blinded by the flashbangs and couldn't see, their senses for danger were still extremely sharp. So even though they didn't know what was ahead, they instinctively used shifting magic and threw everything in front of them behind themselves. Boom, boom, boom. A chain of explosions rang out, and the blazing firelight nearly lit up that entire stretch of sky. And very unfortunately, Harry and the others, who had just gotten out of the trap, happened to arrive together with the third wave of contestants, so get out of the way. Those are Feng's bombs. As long as you get close, they will. Harry's warning came a little too late. Before he could finish speaking, the concussion bomb had already exploded. So this group of people, who had just happened to charge straight into the minefield, got caught in it too, and in the firelight they came rustling down like hail. Save them, quick! Seeing the people traveling with him dropping one after another like dumplings into a pot, Harry instinctively moved to save them. Harry's actions directly infected the contestants who hadn't been caught in the blast, and the reason they were willing to do this was probably because they felt for each other in shared misery. After all, they had all been blown up the whole way here. It hadn't been easy to make it this far. As the saying went, many hands made light work. There really was strength in numbers. In just a little over 10 seconds, the dazed contestants who had been blown up were rescued, and the people who had been saved looked at the four dirty, disheveled companions with a trace of grief flashing across their faces. Are we really going to get blown up all the way to the finish line? Well, if there were a choice, who'd want to get blown up? Then do you want revenge? Revenge? Revenge on who? Didn't you see Dumbledore and Professor Snape joining forces? With their strength. If we go up against them, we're just serving ourselves up. No, no, no. Not Headmaster Dumbledore and the others. If we're getting revenge, of course it should be on the person who made this track. You mean Feng? That's right. Him. Yep. That guy made us suffer this badly. And in the end he ran off to the front by himself without a scratch. We have to let him have a taste of the broom race fun too. With everyone chiming in, the alliance to punish Feng quickly took shape, and Harry and the others somehow became the leaders. So when Dumbledore and the others saw Harry and Cho Chang charging over with a huge crowd behind them, all wearing excited expressions, they were startled on the spot. And when they realized Harry and the others weren't here to attack them, but to help them attack Feng, brilliant smiles instantly appeared on their faces.
He he he.
Feng, prepare to die. Feng de. Petrificus totalis. Expelliarmus. Avada Kedavra. Love spell. Immobulus. Just now, it felt like something weird got mixed in there. Spells filled the sky as they shot straight toward the frail figure ahead like swallows returning to their nest. But obviously, these wizards didn't have much experience with aerial combat. So all their magic was aimed straight at the figure in front, and when they tried to block him off, they only blocked the sides and the front and back. Anyone who had played FPS games knew one saying, "Cops don't look up." And the result of not looking up while clearing an area was often disastrous. At best, you got hit from behind. At worst, it was a total squad wipe. Right now, Harry and these wizards had made a similar mistake. They had forgotten that in the air, besides dodging forward, backward, left, and right, you could also dodge up and down. So just as the countless spells were about to hit him, Feng suddenly dropped hard downward. Then everyone else watched in shock as Feng's heavy machine plunged down like a meteor. And while they were still stunned, Feng directly swung the front end around. At the same time, the two magic gatlings mounted at the front of his machine began to spin. Oh! The moment they saw Feng's bright smile, everyone including Dumbledore was startled all at once. Then, without anyone needing to remind them, Everyone scattered and fled in a panic. But how could they possibly escape? To maintain enough firepower to keep Feng pinned down, they had stayed barely more than 1 meter apart from each other in pairs. Now, with dozens of people crowded together, how could they possibly spread out in an instant? So the tragedy had already started before Feng even launched his attack. To avoid the incoming attack, almost everyone instinctively dodged to the side. But this wasn't an open area. At this moment, they were surrounded by people on all sides. So the moment they dodged, it turned into a domino effect. One crash led to another, and in just 2 or 3 short seconds, a third of them had been knocked over and fallen from the sky. But very soon, they would learn that the people who had been knocked down and fallen were actually the luckiest, the happiest ones, because the muzzles of those strange weapons spinning at the front of Feng's heavy machine lit up with dazzling light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the light reached a certain intensity, Feng pressed the firing button that controlled the machine guns, and dazzling beams of light erupted from the muzzles. Then, with a slight adjustment of the front end, wave after wave of light directly poured over the contestants who were already in complete chaos. Mwahaha! Mortals! Tremble beneath my bullet hell. Seeing Dumbledore and the others getting beaten into fleeing with their heads covered by the dense magical bullets, Feng directly stood up with his hands on his hips and laughed wildly. Damn it, this brat is way too arrogant. We have to crush that arrogance. Although the magical bullets fired by Feng's magic gatlings were extremely dense, their damage wasn't that high. Even if you got hit without any defense, at most it would hurt badly and leave a few bruises. It wouldn't be too serious. So people like Dumbledore and Cho Chang, whose modifications were relatively good, could take it even without using magic to defend themselves. Therefore, when they saw Feng acting so arrogantly, they were instantly so angry they laughed. Hermione and Cho Chang even exchanged a glance and revealed meaningful smiles.
BZZZ.
A faint charging sound rang out, and the Stark-style headlight at the front of Cho Chang's heavy machine grew brighter and brighter. Pew! Just as Feng was enjoying the exhilarating feeling of overwhelming suppression brought by superior firepower, a dazzling beam arrived in an instant and directly blasted one of the magic gatlings off the front of his vehicle. Then, in the very next second after Feng was startled by this sudden attack, the other magic gatling was also blasted away by a spell that only appeared when it had already reached close range. Feng, Day. Feng had personally helped modify Cho Chang and Hermione's brooms, so he knew their methods of attack very well. But precisely because of that, he was unbelievably shocked, because he had never expected the 2 girls to join the team punishing him as well. You too. With the magic gatlings destroyed, Feng looked at Cho Chang and Hermione in the distance with a face full of disbelief. But Cho Chang and Hermione didn't flinch at all and met his gaze directly. Cho Chang even said with a teasing look, "My dear little brother, your big sister here is one of the mortals you were talking about too. Are you going to make me tremble as well?" Gulp. Looking at Cho Chang's face full of teasing, Feng knew he had said the wrong thing just now. But it was already too late to say anything now, and the broom race was an individual battle, so he absolutely would not surrender. So what if you're my sister? Sooner or later I'll make all of you trem. Before he could finish, Feng realized those words didn't sound very good, so he stopped on the spot. But he was fast, and someone else was faster. Stupefy. Almost at the exact moment Feng cut off the second half of his sentence in time, Dumbledore and Grindelwald appeared out of thin air, one in front and one behind, directly surrounding him. And what made Feng's pupils quake was that when these 2 old men shouted "Stupefy," they simultaneously raised club-sized wooden sticks as thick as a child's arm and swung them at him. Day. You forced me to do this. Harry. Accio.
D.
Harry, who had been watching the show from the distance, vaguely heard Feng shouting his name. Then in the next second, his mind went blank. When he came back to his senses again, he saw his beloved headmaster Dumbledore gripping a wooden club only slightly thinner than Harry's own arm and swinging it in a full arc straight at his head. At that instant, Harry felt as if he could see his parents waving to him. Dad? Mom? Thunk. A crisp knocking sound rang out. In Harry's eyes, his parents turned into the beloved headmaster Dumbledore, and a thick wooden club directly smashed his parents apart. But he didn't scream or anything because in the very next second, his eyes rolled back, everything went black, and he cleanly passed out. The effect of Dumbledore's true stupefy strike was indeed remarkable. With just one hit, Harry was taken down. On the other side, Grindelwald stared at the wooden club in his hand, now snapped into 2 halves with splintered, ragged ends, and fell into deep thought. This club is fake, right? Grindelwald, I'm crying. He would rather believe the wooden club in his hand was fake than believe that Feng's head was actually so hard that it shattered his club. Oh! Seeing that Grindelwald had smacked him with a club and ended up stunning himself instead, Feng furiously frowned. Just as he was wondering whether to return the favor with a stupefy, that group of people who had been beaten into running around with their heads in their hands had also recovered. Especially Cho Chang and Hermione. The excitement on their pretty faces wasn't hidden at all. Just wait until the match is over. Then you'll see how I deal with you. That's something to talk about after the match ends. Right now the match isn't over yet, so we're opponents. Student Feng, prepare to die. Charge. With Hermione's command, the Gryffindors and the Slytherin students all let out loud howls and pounced toward Feng. Even Feng felt his scalp go numb at the sight of it. More importantly, a lot of the weapons carried by his heavy-duty broom had already been smashed up. You all are ruthless. I'll remember this. Seeing things were going badly, Feng turned and ran without hesitation. But his luck wasn't very good. That one hit from Cho Chang had directly crippled his heavy-duty broom by half. So if he only used his magic side abilities now, he really couldn't beat 30 or 40 screaming lunatics who looked ready to throw their lives away. Boom, boom, boom. When everyone in a competition starts targeting you, treating you as the target to be hunted instead of paying attention to the competition itself, then no matter how strong you are, you still can't confront them head-on. That was exactly Feng's situation right now. So he stopped thinking about turning around and killing the other contestants chasing him. Instead, he started using all kinds of traps to block the enemies behind him while rushing toward the finish line at top speed. Whoa! As Feng roared past on his heavy-duty broom and smashed through a scrub tree as thick as a forearm, a train belching scorching steam came rumbling out with its whistle blaring. Feng also didn't know what the trap would be before it was triggered, but all the traps had been set by him, so the moment he sensed the fluctuation of one activating, he could roughly guess what it was. Therefore, at the instant the magically enlarged toy train rushed out, he pulled upward. But the people behind him weren't so lucky. Because they were chasing too closely, the speeding train howled right across their faces. Quite a few heavy-duty brooms were smashed apart on the spot. Seeing that a whole section of his pursuers had suddenly disappeared, Feng let out a temporary sigh of relief. But very soon, he had no choice but to twist the throttle all the way again. Because while he had been tied down by these people, Dumbledore and the others had gotten ahead again. That forced him to change his route. Because even if he managed to break through, he would still have to pay a considerable price. At last, amid wave after wave of magical explosions and flashing lights, the pack of contestants chasing and fleeing from one another rushed out of the Forbidden Forest area and entered the Black Lake area. And once they got past the Black Lake area, the finish line would be right in front of them. Whoosh! Feng, who was in the lead, charged toward the Black Lake first. And at the same moment Feng entered the Black Lake race zone, the mere people at the bottom of the lake also began to move. Boom, boom, boom. Columns of water shot into the sky one after another. Many wizards, caught completely off guard, were struck by the water columns and blasted down. And these water columns weren't aimed at the flying brooms at all, but directly at the wizards riding on them. As a result, quite a few wizards were knocked flying and then hit by a second wave of water columns before they even had time to pull out their wands. Fortunately, before the match, Feng had handed out protective talismans to everyone. So although some of them were blasted away and some even passed out from the powerful impact, their injuries were at worst light. But if they were allowed to fall into the Black Lake, whether any danger would come later was impossible to say, because these water column attacks were not arranged by Feng. Feng was so certain of this because not only had he never been involved in setting them up, but more importantly, over half of these water columns were aimed at him. And even worse, quite a few of them were mixed with sharp harpoons. Holy shit, are you trying to kill me? After dodging one harpoon, Feng couldn't help but shout. And after shouting, he saw a huge fishtail flash by beneath the water. Mere people, didn't I already send that merperson I caught back? And I even compensated them with quite a few gifts and pills. That merperson was all smiles and full of gratitude when leaving, so why have they suddenly turned hostile now? Filled with deep confusion, Feng quickly climbed higher. Otherwise, if this kept going, he would definitely be shot down. After all, his flying broom had already been battered beyond recognition after several rounds of brutal encounters. It was basically only a shell at this point. But the mere people in the water had no intention of letting him leave just like that. Boom! A towering water column shot into the sky. But that wasn't the most important part. The most important part was that after these water columns rose, they didn't fall back down like before. Instead, as if they were alive, they turned into giant tentacles and came sweeping toward him. Boom! Almost at the exact moment Feng dodged one of those lake water tentacles, a water column even thicker than both him and his flying broom combined slammed down savagely. The torrent it kicked up when it struck the lake surface nearly flipped Feng over. By the time Feng came back to his senses and stabilized his flying broom, he discovered that he had already been trapped by a dense mass of water columns and tentacles, completely separated from everyone else. The outer ring of water columns was currently blocking Hermione and the others, who were desperately trying to charge in and save him. They were trying so hard that even Dumbledore and the others couldn't break in for the moment, and Yi Feng's eyes turned cold. You people really want to fight me to the death? Looking at the ugly mare people slowly surrounding him from beneath the water, Yi Feng's tone was icy. Humph, you're nothing but a lowly and fragile human. What right do you have to fight us to the death? If you know what's good for you, hand over the rest of the potions and the method for refining them. Maybe then I'll show mercy and leave your corpse intact. Oh right, I have some gillyweed here. If you're willing to eat it, become my slave and brew potions for us, I can also consider sparing your life. Yi Feng, looking at that male merperson who was talking big, with a pale gold tail that was obviously different from the other mare people, Yi Feng was extremely speechless. At one moment, he genuinely wondered whether this male merperson had water in his brain and broken it. But through this male merperson's words, Yi Feng also roughly understood what was going on. Most likely, the effects of the pills Yi Feng had given that returning merperson earlier had been discovered by this male merperson, and the effects were probably extremely good for mare people. Otherwise, there was no way this guy could have brought so many mare people to surround Yi Feng in one go, or gotten the other mare people to willingly hold back Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Although mare people lived underwater, Dumbledore was one of the top powerhouses in the wizarding world. Without enough profit, these mare people probably wouldn't have risked being settled with by Dumbledore afterward just to gang up and kill Yi Feng. But they seemed a little stupid. Why did they think that someone who could casually give away pills capable of helping them increase their strength would be weak enough for them to surround and kill at will? I really don't know what to say about you people. You live in the Black Lake, and the Black Lake is part of Hogwarts property. Doing this, is it really a good idea? These merfolk might be a bit dumb and a bit ugly, but after taking his pills they could still be optimized. Maybe after a few generations, they might even give birth to the kind of mermaids from fairy tales. So Yi Feng decided to give them a chance. Unfortunately, not everyone could seize an opportunity. The male merfolk with the pale golden tail took Yi Feng's offer of a chance as a weak threat and warning. So he said disdainfully, "So what? Once we get that magical potion, we only need 1 month to completely digest its power. By then, forget Dumbledore, even if his Dark Lord companion Grindelwald comes too. We're confident we can defeat them." Yi Feng genuinely did not know what to say anymore. This guy had planted his flag with terrifying accuracy, so Yi Feng decided to let him try his luck again. Expecto Patronum. Yi Feng had actually learned the Patronus charm a long time ago, but since he had never really had a chance to use it, he did not know what his Patronus was. Now he finally had a proper chance to use it openly. Woo! A long cry like whale song rang out in the minds of every living thing within the range of the Black Lake. The next second, the waters of the Black Lake surged apart to both sides, as if some colossal creature was about to burst out of the lake. And in fact, a colossal creature really was about to burst out of the lake. As the long cry faded, an abyssal giant mouth over 100 meters wide silently opened and swallowed all the merfolk surrounding Yi Feng in a single gulp. In the moment they saw that abyss-like giant mouth, the name of this soul-shaking creature naturally surfaced in their minds. And when Yi Feng realized what kind of Patronus beast he had summoned, he was stunned too, because he had never expected that he would summon a Kuin from myth and legend. In the Northern Sea there is a fish, and its name is Kuin. The Kuin is so huge that, no one knows how many thousand li it spans. When it transforms into a bird, its name is Peng. The back of the Peng, no one knows how many thousand li it spans either. When it rises in fury and flies, its wings are like clouds hanging from the sky. This was Zhuang Zhou's description of the Kuin in Free and Easy Wandering. Naturally, the Kuin summoned by Yi Feng with the Patronus charm could not possibly be that large. What he summoned was only a miniaturized phantom. If he really summoned the actual Kuin, whether the Black Lake could even contain it would still be an open question. But even just a miniaturized phantom was not something these merfolk could resist. So with one bite from the Kuin, all these merfolk clocked out and collected their lunch boxes. And as the Kuin's phantom disappeared, Yi Feng also received quite a bit of information. The main reason he was able to summon the Kuin's phantom was because he spent all day squatting by the lake fishing, and among all fish, the biggest was naturally the Kuin. So when he used the Patronus charm, he directly called out the Kuin. Still, this thing could not be summoned casually. After all, no matter how you put it, the Kuin was still at the divine beast level, and the Harry Potter world, a lost magic world in the age of ended Dharma, clearly could not support its rank. In other words, Yi Feng could summon the Kuin's phantom at most once a month. Any more than that, and this world would instinctively reject them. When that happened, forget summoning the Kuin, he might not even be able to use the Patronus charm. But with Yi Feng's strength, as long as he did not go looking to die himself, there probably was not anything in the Harry Potter world that could truly harm him anymore. So after the Kuin's phantom faded, Yi Feng did not care too much. He simply patted his butt, sat back down on his broomstick and continued running, because the race still had to go on. Seeing Yi Feng keep charging forward like nothing had happened, everyone else was stunned for a moment. And Dumbledore, who had just been desperately trying to figure out how to save Yi Feng, was so angry at the sight that he laughed instead. At a time like this, you're still thinking about the race, and you still haven't forgotten to run. I really don't know whether to call you persistent or thick-headed. That was what he said. But his movements were not slow at all. Seeing Yi Feng shoot off into the distance, he immediately twisted the throttle all the way and chased after him, shouting as he flew, "What are you all standing around for? The race isn't over yet." The moment they heard Dumbledore say that, the surviving contestants instantly got excited. They rode their broomsticks with a whistle and continued chasing after Yi Feng. While in the grass by the lakeshore, a small house elf was crouching there, trembling. Dobby wants Harry to go home, but can Dobby really make Harry go home? Those magics are far too powerful, even Dobby is scared. But Harry wasn't scared at all. He was actually very excited. The wizards, whose attention was all on the race, never noticed that a house elf had just tried to scare Harry away from Hogwarts with a method called retreat in the face of difficulty. But when that house elf came here, he discovered that the people of Hogwarts were far more terrifying than he had imagined. And those methods he had thought could scare Harry away, those little tricks of his, were like the light of a firefly compared to the bright moon in front of Yi Feng's racetrack. As a result, Dobby was scared stupid before he even had the chance to act, and did not even dare get close. As for Yi Feng, while being hunted by a whole group of people, he charged through a huge number of traps. In the end, just before his Nimbus 2000 fell apart, he finally crossed the finish line. And after crossing it, the Nimbus 2000 under his feet finally could not hold on anymore. With a crack, it broke into 2 pieces, ending its life at 2 months and 3 days old. What no one expected was that Harry, who had been knocked unconscious by a single strike from Dumbledore, actually came from behind and snatched 3rd place. 2nd place went to Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who had been chasing right behind Yi Feng at the same time. As for Cho Chang and the others, after Yi Feng was attacked by the merfolk, the 4 girls had stayed tightly behind him the whole time and stopped attacking him. So they also got pretty decent rankings, taking 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place. Although there had been a small accident in the middle of this competition, overall it was still a complete success. Both the contestants and the audience were extremely satisfied with this race, because the supplier of the broomsticks announced that everything used in the previous modifications would be free of charge. It was basically all given to them for free. On top of that, the top 10 were each given a complete set of modification parts for free. Of course, that was only the broom supplier's reward. What truly excited them was still the reward from the competition itself. Because he had brought over the pill furnace and had also collected quite a lot of materials from the Forbidden Forest, Yi Feng was especially generous this time. Each of the top 10 received 1 low-grade spirit stone and 1 Ningxian pill. A low-grade spirit stone might indeed be a bit too shabby if it were in Yi Feng's hands, but if it were thrown into the wizarding world, it would absolutely trigger a mad scramble, because whether it was absorbing the pure power inside it to increase one's own magic reserves or simply wearing it on the body, it was extremely useful. And as for the Ningxian pill, this thing was absolutely a massive killer for wizards. Do not be fooled into thinking that the wizards in the Harry Potter world only needed to chant spells to cast magic, because chanting was not actually mandatory. It was only a way for wizards to focus their attention and mobilize their spiritual power. And once a wizard's spiritual power became strong enough, there would be no need to chant spells or even to use a wand. For example, Dumbledore and Grindelwald did not need to use wands or chant spells when casting magic. The reason they could do that was because their spiritual power was stronger than that of other wizards. This Ningxian pill was a pill used to increase spiritual power. Because of this, when the prizes were brought onto the stage and their respective functions were introduced, even Dumbledore's breathing became a little hurried, because things like this were absolutely the kind of treasures that would make the entire wizarding world fight over them. It was precisely because he understood this that, after Yi Feng brought the prizes onto the stage and finished explaining what they did, Dumbledore directly squeezed Yi Feng to the side and said, "Mr. Yi Feng has already explained the functions of these items very clearly. I believe you all understand perfectly well what they mean to wizards. Yes, these 2 things can shape someone into at least a professor-level wizard in a very short time. You could say that if we had a bit more of them, even if the Dark Lord returned to the wizarding world, there would be no need to worry. Unfortunately, from that mysterious ancient Eastern nation, I only found this much. Because the quantity is simply too small, there is absolutely no way to divide them fairly. so I decided to take them out and use them as the prizes for this tournament. Of course, those who did not get them this time should not be discouraged. While these things are few, I still have some left. As long as your performance is outstanding enough, they can also become your prize. Hearing Dumbledore say this, some of the people below the stands who had been itching to make a move instantly calmed down. If these things had belonged to that child called Feng, they would have had countless ways to get their hands on them. But now that such miraculous items were in Dumbledore's hands, things became a lot harder. On top of that, they had discovered something even more frightening. The former Dark Lord, Grindelwald, was at that very moment standing below the stands. If it were only Dumbledore, at most they would merely be wary of him. But if Grindelwald was added to the mix, then even if they were given another dose of courage, they still would not dare get any funny ideas because this man truly would kill people. As for Feng, looking at Dumbledore who had squeezed him aside, his heart felt warm, because the reason Dumbledore had taken it upon himself to say those things belonged to him was simply to protect him, even though he did not need it. Maybe. This is why so many people are willing to follow Dumbledore. I've decided, from now on, when I come wake you up, I'll bring you breakfast on the way too. Just not sure whether you, old dang, can get used to youtiao and soy milk. The broom racing tournament threw the entire wizarding world into a frenzy. On the very day the Hogwarts competition ended, someone came to Feng, wanting him to serve as the track supervisor for the broom racing tournament, but Feng refused, because those guys had actually rejected his proposal to help build it himself. If the track he supervised did not carry his own signature style, then what was the meaning of him being the supervisor? So Feng refused without the slightest hesitation. The broom racing tournament was over, and Hogwarts returned to its usual peace. It was also at this moment that Feng finally remembered something. Voldemort's diary was still lying in his room where he had tossed it. When Feng finally remembered that the diary containing Voldemort's mental power was still thrown in his dorm room and went back to look, he was directly stunned into silence by the scene before him. That diary was standing upright at the moment, flipping its pages non-stop, and every page had a different picture on it. Chiu, seeing Feng return, Xiao Hui tilted its head and looked at him, and the moment Xiao Hui turned back, the diary stopped flipping. It's fine, you keep watching. We can talk about my business later. Chiu. Having received Feng's permission, Xiao Hui turned its head back again, and at that moment the diary began flipping rapidly once more. However, the diary was not very thick, so it ended after only a few seconds. Xiao Hui, did you come up with this way of looking at pictures yourself? Hearing Feng say that, Xiao Hui nodded happily and put on an expression that clearly said, hurry up and praise me, which made the look in Feng's eyes toward the diary fill with sympathy. Just how long had it been trained by Xiao Hui to develop the ability to display a complete picture on paper almost instantly? But what did that have to do with him? So Feng rather dotingly rubbed Xiao Hui's little head and casually took out an orange-flavored pill and fed it to him. Oh right, Xiao Hui. When you watch pictures this way, it feels like the pictures are moving. How about we call it cartoons? Chiu. The moment Feng said that, Xiao Hui became incomparably excited, because it felt the name Feng had come up with was just too fitting, while the real cartoon itself, namely the diary possessed by Voldemort, was practically smoking. Although Voldemort had basically always lived in the wizarding world, he still knew what cartoons were. After all, that thing had already been invented in the 19th century, and now it was already the end of the 20th century. How could he possibly not know? In other words, the child in front of him had directly treated him as a toy for entertaining a pet. Although he did not have memories of himself after becoming Voldemort, even back in his school days, Tom, who later became Voldemort, had already been an extremely arrogant existence. So he was furious beyond measure. So furious that the diary itself began to smoke. Feng? Voldemort? 0 to Q. Yes, everything you say is right. I'm a cartoon. A cartoon used to amuse a little pet. With just a single glance, the anger in Voldemort's heart was extinguished instantly, as if several fire extinguishers had been sprayed on it at the same time. And when Feng saw that the smoke had visibly thinned out, he felt that leaving it here all day was not really a solution. So after a quick thought, he said, smoking? Is it about to catch fire? Better throw it away. Wouldn't he want it to burn this place down? As he spoke, Feng casually grabbed the diary and tossed it out the window as if he were throwing away some insignificant piece of trash. Ow! Feng. Although Feng did not see the owner of that pained groan, the voice sounded quite familiar. It seemed like the Weasley twins? Roughly guessing who the diary had hit, Feng silently observed a second of mourning for Voldemort. He only hoped that after discovering the diary's magic, those two would not come up with too many bizarre ideas. As for bewitching and controlling them, It was not that Yi Feng looked down on this fragment of Voldemort's mental power inside the diary, but while the Weasley twins' mental power might not be the strongest among the people Yi Feng knew, their resistance to bewitchment-type magic was absolutely the strongest, because the two of them were complete prank-loving chaos gremlins. And if you used bewitchment on people like that, then in the very next second they might show you exactly what fun really meant. The Weasley twins loved all kinds of pranks the most, so if this fragment of Voldemort truly wanted to bewitch and control them, the result would most likely be that the two of them treated it as some kind of prank. And when faced with a prank, they generally had two kinds of reactions. One was that it genuinely scared them, in which case they would be more than happy to study the matter or the item, because that would let them gain more prank experience. The other was that it did not scare them at all, in which case they would probably toss it to the back of their minds right away. In other words, after studying the diary for a while, they would very likely just throw it away. The next morning. Knock, knock, knock. Headmaster Dumbledore, wake up already. If you don't get up soon, the sun's going to come up and roast your butt. Dumbledore, although Yi Feng came to knock on his door and wake him up every day, and he had already gotten used to it, anyone would be a little irritated if they were hurried out of bed by knocking first thing in the morning. But when Yi Feng pushed open the door, walked in, and placed a tray of things on the table, the anger in Dumbledore's heart vanished instantly. Sniff, sniff. What is that? It smells amazing. Yi Feng did not even need to call him. Just following the smell, Dumbledore got out of bed, and after seeing Yi Feng open the window as usual and face the direction of the sun, Dumbledore very naturally sat down by the table and lifted the cover off the tray. When the tray was still covered, Dumbledore had only caught a faint fresh fragrance. But the moment the lid was lifted, saliva instantly flooded into his mouth, because that smell, not heavy but enough to fill a person with appetite, rushed all at once into his nose. Looking at the meat congee in the tray, glistening with tiny dots of oil, then at the fluffy white bread that gave off the natural fragrance of wheat, and then at the white. Wait, what is this? The moment Yi Feng turned his head, he saw Dumbledore pointing at that bowl of snowy white, tender sweet douhua. Oh, that defuno handmade from scratch. Other than here, it's basically impossible for you to find it anywhere else. Of course, if you don't like sweet, I can also make savory defuno. If your taste is heavier, I can even try spicy, stinky tofu flavored, river snail rice noodle flavored, durian flavored, or even canned herring flavored. Stop, stop, stop. Sweet is fine. Although Dumbledore had never even heard of the various flavors of defuno mentioned afterward, judging from how seriously Yi Feng introduced them, those flavored defuno definitely weren't simple at all, so it was better to just go with sweet. At least it didn't look scary. Gurgle. Although the bowl of defuno in front of him looked crystal clear, tender, and delicate, after hesitating for a moment, Dumbledore still chose to move it a little farther away, because it was called defuno. Who knew what kind of animal brain Yi Feng had used to make it? That was what Dumbledore thought, and that was exactly what he asked. While slurping the steaming hot porridge, he asked, what kind of animal's brain is this tofu brain made from? Is there some kind of animal in the world called tofu? Yi Feng. Hearing Dumbledore ask such an adorable question, Yi Feng could not help revealing a bright smile. What? Did I say something wrong? Seeing the smile on Yi Feng's face, Dumbledore knew there was probably something wrong with his question, but he did not care. After all, even though he was highly knowledgeable, he could not know everything, so he was not angry when he said that. He was sincerely asking Yi Feng a question. Of course, he was also a little traumatized, because could you believe that among those deliciously fragrant grilled skewers, there was actually some kind of animal whip? So to avoid getting hit again, Dumbledore had no choice but to ask first. You could not blame Dumbledore for asking like that, because in their eyes, Easterners really did eat everything, and not only did they eat everything, they could also come up with all kinds of different ways to make all sorts of things. The scariest part was that they all tasted pretty good, so that was why Dumbledore asked. Hearing that, Yi Feng was stunned for a moment before smiling and saying, Defuno isn't made from any animal's brain. It's made from soybean milk ground from yellow soybeans. It's just called that because it looks snowy white and tender. Only after hearing that did Dumbledore turn his gaze back to the bowl of defuno, and just as he was hesitating over whether to taste it, a firm voice came from outside the door. Smells great. Albus, what are you eating? Dumbledore. Sigma, hand. Oh no, it's over. The moment he heard that voice, Dumbledore, at a speed that left even Yi Feng dumbfounded, gulped down the still steaming meat porridge in the bowl, while his other hand grabbed one of the mantu and stuffed it into his mouth. But although he was fast, he was still not faster than the footsteps of the person outside. Well, Albus, you're actually eating alone. And you even want to finish everything without leaving me any. As he spoke, Grindelwald rushed straight to the table and snatched away the last mantua from the plate. When he saw the bowl of defuno, he did not even think before picking it up, copying Dumbledore by holding the bowl in one hand and the mantua in the other as he started eating wildly. Yi Feng. Watching the two of them eat so boldly, Yi Feng secretly wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, then tiptoed lightly toward the door. Since this young couple was flirting and bickering here, there was no need for him, the third wheel, to stay and be an eyesore. So Yi Feng made a clean escape, but almost the exact moment he reached the door, Dumbledore and Grindelwald's voices rang out at the same time. Wait. The moment he heard that, Yi Feng froze on the spot. I didn't see something I shouldn't have, and now they're gonna silence me, right? With that thought in mind, Yi Feng slowly turned around. Is something the matter? Today's breakfast tasted quite good. Don't forget to bring it tomorrow. Bring an extra portion. Especially this. Sweet and smooth. Albus should like it a lot. Bring more tomorrow. Did you hear that? Same breakfast as today. Bring 2 portions tomorrow. More defuno. Phew. Hearing the two of them, Yi Feng let out a sigh of relief. As long as they were not planning to kill him to keep him quiet, it was fine. As for if it really came to that, whose mouth would end up being silenced in the end, who knew? Still, something like that probably would not happen. After all, neither Yi Feng nor Dumbledore was the bloodthirsty type, and their relationship was actually pretty good. No matter how you looked at it, it should not come to that. With a head full of messy thoughts, Yi Feng officially made his escape, and after he left, faint arguing could be heard from Dumbledore's room. If someone got close enough, they would probably vaguely hear things like that. Mine. Take your dirty hands off, and don't touch my youtiao. And as the instigator of all this, Yi Feng was humming a tune on his way back. Because he was now the captain of Hogwarts School exercise supervision team. In a bit, he had to go supervise the students doing their morning exercises, so he needed to head back, feed Xiao Hui Hui, and put on his armband and stuff. A little over 10 minutes later, a sound especially familiar to Chinese students rang out across Hogwarts Square. The 4th set of broadcast gymnastics, Times Are Calling, now begins. March in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stop. First movement, stretching exercise. Looking at the young wizards in the square doing the exercises in neat unison to the rhythm, Yi Feng's heart was full of accomplishment. What do you call cultural export? Proud face leaning back. This is cultural export. There should be an image here. What a pity. Back in college I picked Sanda and volleyball. Otherwise, I could even gotten you all to practice Tai Chi. As he muttered that, Yi Feng's face was full of regret. The Hogwarts students. Plate. Yeah. Thank you so very much. Yi Feng still had a bit of a conscience. Otherwise, they would not just be doing morning exercises. They might even have had to do a 5-kilometer group run. Of course, it might also have been because there was not enough time. After breakfast and morning exercises, it was almost time for class, and Yi Feng also hid for a while, only heading to the classroom after the older and younger girls had all left. First period today is actually Professor Snape's potions class. Perfect. I've got a small question I want to ask him. Just as Yi Feng was muttering under his breath, Snape came hurrying in with quick steps to the podium. The moment Yi Feng saw Snape, a bright smile instantly appeared on his face. Good morning, Professor Snape. Your hair's gotten even oilier again. Snape. Plate. In the span of just 3 seconds, Snape's face went through 2 intense changes. Down below, Hermione and the others saw the shift in Snape's expression and instantly let out a pft before hurriedly covering their mouths, because they were worried that if they did not, they would burst out laughing on the spot. In fact, someone really did fail to hold it in and laughed out loud. Ha ha. Ha. Ron, who could not help laughing out loud, instantly drew Snape's terrifying gaze. At that moment, Ron would swear that there was no look in this world more frightening than Snape's right then. Is it funny? Mr. Weasley, because of your rudeness, Gryffindor loses 10 points. Oh right, Mr. Yi Feng, my hair being shiny with oil really is quite embarrassing, isn't it? May I ask if you have any opinions on that? For Yi Feng to make the usually taciturn Snape become like this, so aggressive, his ability was plain to see. Snape was not weak, but since Yi Feng was the one who had trained him into his current state, he was naturally no ordinary person either. Yi Feng directly said, Here's the thing. I know a shampoo. After washing with it, your hair goes duong duong, like it's got special effects added. Want to give it a try? So here's the thing. I know a shampoo. After you use it, your hair goes duong duong, like it has special effects added. Want to give it a try? The moment Yi Feng said that, the whole room fell silent. The expression on Snape's face froze on the spot. But in the next second, the one whose expression froze became Yi Feng instead, because Snape said something. What you said. Is it true? After washing, The hair really can go duong-duong? Yifeng. Snape. Seeing the shocked look on Yifeng's face, Snape revealed a brilliant smile, even happier and brighter than when deducting 100 points from Gryffindor, because he had finally won one round back, even if he had done it by using his own prestige. However, once class officially began and Yifeng brought out a cauldron half a man's height tall, Snape could no longer stay happy because no matter how he looked at it, this thing did not look like it was for brewing potions, much less for refining some special Chinese potions, elixirs. Mr. Yifeng, could you please tell me what this giant cauldron is for? Faced with Snape's question, Yifeng did not even raise his head. He dumped a large bag of olive kernels into the cauldron and started stir-frying them while answering Professor Snape, I'm trying to make a magical potion. Oh, can you tell me what kind of potion it is? Hearing that, Snape became interested too, because Yifeng really did have quite a few strange and clever ideas, and those ideas had given him plenty of inspiration. That was also one of the reasons why he was so tolerant of Yifeng in potions class. The potion I'm preparing has extremely strong cleansing power for a certain kind of object, but that's not the main point. The key is that it must contain nutrients that are very easy to absorb, so that certain plants with unstable roots can absorb them and regain their vitality. Oh, a nutritional potion? That's a very good idea. Professor Sprout should like your idea very much. Professor Sprout? Hearing that name, a trace of confusion appeared on Yifeng's face, because he did not understand what the potion he was preparing had to do with Professor Sprout, who taught herbology. But Yifeng did not dwell on it. He quickly poured the fried olive kernels, now giving off an enticing aroma, into a pressing container. Then, with a sudden hard press, oil mixed with tiny white bubbles flowed out from the hole below. After estimating that he had gotten enough oil, Yifeng stored it away. But just as he was about to move on to the next step, he suddenly thought of something, so he looked up at Snape and asked, Professor Snape, may I ask what kind of fragrance you like? Fragrance? Hearing that, Snape clearly fell into thought. From the wistful look that flashed through his eyes, it was obvious he was recalling the past. So Yifeng did not interrupt him and waited until he came back to himself. About 5 or 6 seconds later, Snape withdrew his thoughts and said, I like Lily of the Valley. It gives off an elegant fragrance that is not overpowering. Lily of the Valley? That's a little troublesome, but luckily I still have some in stock. Snape? Omega, is he planning to give me a pot of Lily of the Valley? Should I give him something in return? I never thought I'd also receive something from a student. Hearing Yifeng's words, Snape's face rarely turned a little red, because forget flowers from students, he had hardly even received a few gifts in his life. However, his inner thoughts were forcibly cut off halfway through. Yifeng directly pulled out a large handful of fresh Lily of the Valley petals from his spatial ring and stuffed them into the giant cauldron. That scene of Yifeng ruthlessly destroying flowers gave Snape such a fright that he nearly jumped, but Yifeng himself had no idea at all. He still focused intently on stirring the petals in the cauldron with his wand. Snape, this wand's length really is perfect for stirring pot. Wait, a wand? Student Yifeng, may I ask where your wand is right now? Yifeng? Hearing that, Yifeng casually picked up the wand he had placed on the table and said, It's right here. Is there a problem, Professor Snape? Oh, so that's not your wand. Then there's no. Wait, your wand is here. So whose wand are you using to stir the Lily of the Valley petals in the cauldron? As soon as Snape said that, Yifeng smiled and replied, You mean this? I just grabbed it off the table without thinking. I have no idea whose wand it is. Snape. Hearing that, Snape frowned and swept his gaze around the room. But then something strange happened, because he found that every little wizard in the classroom had their wand by their side. In other words, the wand in Yifeng's hand did not belong to any of his students. How strange. Let me take a closer look. Muttering to himself, Snape checked again more carefully, but he still did not find anyone missing a wand. He just did not know why, but he felt that the wand Yifeng was using to stir the potion looked a little familiar. Professor Snape, you're here. Just as Snape was puzzled, Harry, whose forehead had tiny beads of sweat on it and who was being tugged by Ron while swallowing hard, softly reminded Snape and pulled open his robes to point at the place inside where a wand was usually kept. Mr. Potter, before speaking in class, please raise your hand first. You may only speak after getting my permission. Also, don't mumble weakly when you talk. Speak louder. Gulp. Hearing that, Harry swallowed, and right at that moment, Malfoy raised his hand high with a smug expression on his face. See? Just like Malfoy. Understand? All right, Malfoy, put your hand down. Stand up and say what you want to say loudly. After getting Snape's permission, Malfoy shot to his feet and loudly said, Professor Snape, What Harry Potter wants to say is that the wand Yifeng is using to stir the potion is yours. Snape, that's my wand. The moment Snape heard Malfoy's words, it was as if he had been electrocuted. He could not help but shudder. Goosebumps instantly erupted all over his body. Every hair stood on end, and that electric feeling shot straight to the top of his head, making his scalp go numb. He practically exploded on the spot. Yifeng. Well, no, Professor Snape, listen to my Sophie's explanation. I really didn't do it on purpose. You were the one who casually put your wand on my desk first, so I just casually picked it up and used it as a stirring stick. But seriously, your wand feels really nice for stirring. Later, I'm definitely gonna make a matching stirring rod. Snape. Gryffindor loses 1,000 points. Gryffindor loses 1,000 points. Snape's furious voice rang through the entire Hogwarts. Not only did it attract the attention of the students in the classroom next door, it even drew Dumbledore over. Professor Snape, what happened? Did some Gryffindor student offend you? If so, then let me apologize to you on his behalf first. Even Dumbledore had never seen Snape this angry, so at this moment even he did not dare speak carelessly. Instead, he first asked what had happened, rather than immediately asking why Snape had deducted 1,000 points from Gryffindor. But Dumbledore regretted those words as soon as he finished speaking, because he saw that Yifeng was currently holding Snape's wand, and quite a few bits of Lily of the Valley were still stuck to the tip of Snape's wand. Come with me. Dumbledore didn't even need to ask what had happened to know it was definitely Yifeng causing trouble again. So he directly told Yifeng to follow him to the headmaster's office. But when he saw that Yifeng actually looked unwilling and refused to move, and was even still holding Snape's wand, he was so mad he almost laughed. Hurry up and give Professor Snape his wand back. Oh. Only after hearing Dumbledore say that did Yifeng snap out of it like waking from a dream. He handed Snape the wand in his hand, still dotted with bits of blue lily petals, and when Snape looked at the wand Yifeng was offering back, still stained with those blue lily petals and faintly carrying that light blue lily fragrance, his temples started throbbing. Smack. After confirming that his wand was indeed undamaged and had even somehow picked up a trace of fragrance, Snape snatched it back in one motion. But if he was really asked to open his mouth and curse Yifeng out, he truly couldn't do it. Although Yifeng would do things from time to time that made his blood pressure shoot through the roof, this guy had also genuinely made him smile more in these past 2 years than in the combined 10+ years before that. He was the kind of guy you both loved and hated, who, letting out a long breath to calm the anger in his heart. Snape flicked his wand and shook off the flower petal fragments, then snorted coldly. You have 10 minutes to finish brewing this potion and then report to the headmaster's office. Otherwise, Gryffindor will lose 20 points because of you. The moment he heard Snape say that, Yifeng knew most of his anger had probably already faded. He had no idea how it had faded, but he definitely wasn't going to miss this chance. So, under Dumbledore's and Snape's eyes, Yifeng swiftly used magic to extract the fragrant essence contained within the blue lilies in the cauldron. Then he quickly poured olive oil, the essence, soap base, a thickening potion, a nutrient solution beneficial for hair care and easily absorbed by hair or rather the scalp, crushed ginger, Polygonum multiflorum, and other ingredients into the huge cauldron. Snape? Dumbledore? Seeing what Yifeng was doing, both Dumbledore and Snape showed puzzled expressions, though the two were a little different. Snape had a vague guess about what kind of potion Yifeng was making, but he didn't quite dare believe that guess, so his confusion carried a trace of irritation. As for Dumbledore, he truly had no idea what Yifeng was doing, so he was simply curious. Just as Yifeng was continuously mixing and stirring the ingredients in the cauldron, Grindelwald arrived late. When he saw what was in the cauldron, he first showed the same puzzled expression, but the next second he suddenly realized it and said, "Isn't this just shampoo from the Muggle world? I've used it before in the Muggle world. Not gonna lie, the washing effect is actually pretty good."
Sigma,
The moment Grindelwald said that, everyone except Yifeng was stunned, because they had never expected Yifeng to really be making shampoo. But when Harry and the others recalled the things Yifeng had said before making his move, it suddenly felt somewhat reasonable. Of course, the one with the most complicated expression was undoubtedly Snape, because if he hadn't guessed wrong, then this cauldron of potion shampoo Yifeng was brewing had been prepared for him. While everyone's thoughts were running wild, a faint golden light began radiating from the cauldron Yifeng kept stirring, shocking everyone, because they had never seen a brewed potion actually glow before. And Yifeng, when he saw this pot of shampoo giving off a faint golden light, was instantly overjoyed, because that meant his magic-infused shampoo had succeeded. Seeing that the shampoo was finished, Yifeng quickly took out the bottle he had prepared in advance to store it. But after taking it out, he looked at the bottle, which was only about the size of a mineral water bottle, then at the cauldron, which was more than a size bigger than an ordinary bucket, and fell into deep thought. Extension charm. After thinking for only 1 second, Yi Feng cast an extension charm on the shampoo bottle. Although this extension charm wasn't permanent, it was enough to last until Snape finished using the bottle of shampoo. But he seemed to have underestimated the cauldron's capacity. When he filled the shampoo bottle that had the extension charm cast on it, there was still 1/3 of the shampoo left in the cauldron. Kid, this shampoo of yours is very interesting. Can you give me the rest of it? Grindelwald only glanced at Dumbledore before speaking directly, and when Dumbledore heard that, he immediately let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile appearing on his face as well. His hair was still pretty full and thick, and it wasn't as greasy as Snape's, but he was older than Snape. And once people got older, hair loss was definitely unavoidable. It was just that he had taken good care of himself and often wore a hat, so he hadn't noticed it. So when Yi Feng brewed this pot of shampoo, Dumbledore had been tempted. Yi Feng was still young, and Cho Chang, Luna, Harry, and the others were all still in their youth, so they didn't really need shampoo for the time being. On top of that, since he could successfully brew it once, he could brew it a second time. So he directly nodded and let Grindelwald take the remaining shampoo away. As for why Grindelwald could openly appear here, it was naturally because he had now become a teacher at Hogwarts. It was just that since the defense against the dark arts position was already taken, the subject he was temporarily teaching was magical world insights. The reason this course had been created was actually also related to Yi Feng, because Yi Feng's vast range of knowledge made Dumbledore realize that Hogwarts students couldn't just bury themselves in studying magic. They should also learn more about the magical world and other things as well, which was why he had kept Grindelwald here. Of course, as the former Dark Lord, his understanding of dark magic exceeded that of anyone at Hogwarts, so he had actually already discovered Voldemort's diary. He even knew that the diary had previously been with Yi Feng and had later been taken out by Yi Feng. But he didn't make it public and instead quietly observed from the shadows. Even Dumbledore didn't know that. So while Yi Feng had been summoned to the headmaster's office and was burying his head in copying school rules, Grindelwald appeared to be studying the shampoo Yi Feng had brewed, but in reality, he was more focused on observing Yi Feng, because he was far too curious about this little fellow who was even more mysterious than Dumbledore had described. He possesses great power yet can control it with ease, and he hasn't been bewitched by that power just because he has it. When facing beings far weaker than himself, he can treat them equally, and because of age and other reasons, he can even sincerely respect Dumbledore, whose strength may not even match his own. What a mysterious and naive little fellow. At that moment, Yi Feng, who was miserably bent over copying the school rules, vaguely felt a chill on his back. HM? Hey. Why do I feel like someone's talking behind my back? Forget it, I'll finish copying first. Damn it, it's all Dumbledore's fault. How long has it even been? The school rules have already increased by so much, and every single one is aimed at me. This is way too much. There was probably nothing more painful in the world than watching other people eat barbecue while you could only watch and not eat, and on top of that still had to copy a book. If there was anything even more painful than that, it was having to hand copy the book without being allowed to use magic. Finally done. Time to go back and sleep. Having finally finished hand copying the Hogwarts school rules 5 times as punishment from Dumbledore, Yi Feng yawned and listlessly walked toward the dormitory. Creak. When Yi Feng reached the portrait of the fat lady, before he could even say tonight's password, the painting automatically moved aside to reveal the doorway behind it. This was a privilege belonging only to Yi Feng, a privilege even Dumbledore didn't have, because Yi Feng had once tried to pull the fat lady out of her portrait and turn her from a 2-dimensional being into a 3-dimensional life form. The result was naturally a failure because he only had that little bit of usable stuff in his hands. It still wasn't enough to truly revive a remnant soul that didn't even have a body, so not only did his attempt fail, it had almost pulled out the fat lady's spiritual power, or rather the soul residing in the portrait, and turned her into a ghost with a physical form, something like Nye Shaoqian. Although becoming a ghost didn't seem too bad, the ghosts at Hogwarts could generally only move around within Hogwarts, while portraits could go visiting other places, so the fat lady naturally didn't want to become a ghost. From that day on, the way almost all the paintings in Hogwarts looked at Yi Feng became a little off because in their eyes, Yi Feng was an even more terrifying monster than the Dark Lord. After all, not even the Dark Lord had a kind of magic that could yank them out of their paintings. Of course, after that day, Hogwarts school rules gained one more clause as well. Students were forbidden from placing offerings and burning incense in front of portraits, or throwing talismans at them in an attempt to revive the people inside the paintings. It could be said that Yi Feng's experiment that time had practically made him the natural enemy of the portraits. Even the gatekeeping portrait would let him through without needing his password. But today, because he had spent more than half the day copying books, Yi Feng was mentally exhausted, so he didn't notice this at all. But just as he stepped through the entrance to the common room, his spirits suddenly lifted, because he smelled the aroma of barbecue. Back already? Come eat something. We brought quite a lot back for you. It might be a little cold, though. At the same time, Zhang Qiu's voice came from inside the common room. Hearing the voice, Yi Feng looked up and saw that Harry, Luna, and the others were all there. In front of them were not only plenty of barbecue, but also some drinks that had obviously been chilled. Seeing this scene, it would be a lie to say Yi Feng wasn't touched at all. And when he bit into the still warm barbecue, he immediately felt that these friends were worth making. The next day, Yi Feng went to wake Dumbledore as usual. But this time, he didn't give Dumbledore a chance to react. After facing east for breakfast, absorbing purple chi, and finishing his check-in, he slipped away at once. By the time the groggy Dumbledore got up almost on instinct, sat down by the table, and slowly regained his senses, Yi Feng had already run to a corner of the square. From above, the entire square looked like a lush expanse of green. But if someone went to the corner where Yi Feng was now, they would find that a roughly 60 square meter area had actually already been cultivated. The green growing there wasn't grass at all, but melon seedlings. It had to be said that some fruits overseas were truly expensive, but that wasn't even what annoyed Yi Feng the most. What annoyed him most was that for quite a few fruits, you couldn't buy them even if you had money, so Yi Feng had been forced to do it himself. Originally, Yi Feng had planned to clear a patch of land by Hagrid's hut, next to the Forbidden Forest, to grow things. But because it was too close to the Forbidden Forest, several batches of melon vines had grown very well and had even flowered, only to be eaten by animals from the forest. After carefully inspecting the place, Yi Feng finally chose this large square inside the school instead. It had to be said that the soil in this square really was fertile. Yi Feng didn't even need to fertilize it. He only came by every day to water it a little, and the melon vines grew extremely well. The strongest one had already branched and flowered, and small melons had even started appearing at the newly grown tips of the vine. At this rate, in about 2 more months, I should be able to eat melons until I'm full. Really looking forward to it. While Yi Feng was full of anticipation, herbology class officially began. Today we're repotting mandrakes. Can anyone tell me what the roots of a mandrake have? Professor Sprout stopped before she could finish, because whether it was her imagination or not, she felt that a few of the mandrakes in front of her looked a little off. Student Yi Feng, could you help me poke the mandrake in front of you? Yi Feng, Omega winky face. Hearing Professor Sprout say that, a trace of cold sweat quietly slid down Yi Feng's forehead, but he still reached out and carefully poked that mandrake. Sprout. Student Yi Feng, could you pull out the mandrake in front of you and let me take a look at its roots? Hermione. Oh. Miss Granger, go ahead. Seeing Hermione raise her hand, Professor Sprout temporarily let Yi Feng off and let Hermione speak first. With Professor Sprout's permission, Hermione said excitedly, Professor Sprout, mandrakes or mandrake roots can restore petrified people to normal, but they are also very dangerous because hearing a mandrake's cry can be fatal. So Professor Sprout, I don't think it's right for you to have student Yi Feng pull the mandrake out directly. Hearing Hermione's words, Professor Sprout nodded in satisfaction and said, very good. 10 points to Gryffindor. Miss Granger has already told you the characteristics of mandrakes. Now I'll teach you how to distinguish them. Mandrake leaves are large and broad. At the end of the leaves, there are 2 indentations that look very much like the letter W, and the leaf surface is smooth, with very clear white veins. But the leaf surfaces of those few mandrakes in front of Mr. Yi Feng are wrinkled, and although the main veins are also clear and white, they are quite thick. In other words, those few pots in front of Mr. Yi Feng are not mandrakes at all. Student Yi Feng, can you tell us what kind of plant those pots in front of you are? Yi Feng, Omega, LL. Seeing Professor Sprout walking over his way, Yi Feng let out a soft sigh and said, yes, Professor Sprout, these pots are not mandrakes. More accurately, they are not grass at all, but a kind of vegetable. We call it lettuce. Sprout. So you're saying you pulled out my mandrakes and replaced them with lettuce? Seeing Professor Sprout's gaze turn dangerous, Yi Feng hurriedly explained, no, Professor. These pots of lettuce were planted in the empty pots after I used those mandrakes to brew potions. I didn't pull out the mandrakes and replace them. Hearing Yi Feng say that, Professor Sprout immediately became interested, because she knew Yi Feng had extremely high accomplishments in potions, so she motioned for him to take out the potion he had brewed. Under Professor Sprout's strong insistence, Yi Feng reluctantly took out a small bottle of potion, about the width of 2 fingers, contained in an exquisite glass vial. The instant the potion was taken out, Professor Sprout faintly heard a familiar crying noise. Can you tell me what this potion does? Of course. As he spoke, Yi Feng directly reached out to open the potion's cap. Wait, That crying sound is, don't. Wah! A sharp and familiar wailing sound rang out, and the next second, everyone in the herbology classroom except Professor Sprout and Yi Feng, whose face was full of excitement, rolled their eyes and collapsed to the floor. This potion is called Banshee's Scream. This effect is very simple. As long as you open the cap, anyone whose spiritual power isn't strong enough will faint. Sprout. Thank you, that doesn't need explaining. I may have almost gone deaf, but I'm not blind. I can see that. Although the sound produced by the Banshee's Scream Yi Feng brewed was a bit piercing, and unless your spiritual power had reached a certain level, even the user would be attacked indiscriminately. Just say whether the effect was strong or not, and whether it worked fast or not. Setting aside its indiscriminate attack effect, this Banshee's Scream really was quite a good potion. And it wasn't like there was no way to avoid being attacked. As long as you stuffed in earplugs before using this thing and lowered its sound to a certain level, you could weaken the effect. But clearly Professor Sprout did not see it that way, because she realized that every second-year student except Yi Feng had gone down. In other words, for this class, she had no students left to teach besides Yi Feng. But Yi Feng. It was not that Professor Sprout was being modest. It was that Yi Feng had a unique understanding of all kinds of herbs, or rather, all kinds of things that could be used to brew potions. In fact, there were even many things she needed to ask Yi Feng about, and the only area where she was stronger than him was that she knew a few more herbs and similar things. So if only Yi Feng was left, it was hard to say who would be teaching whom. So, faced with the situation where every student except Yi Feng had been knocked out by a single bottle of Banshee Scream, Professor Sprout could only go find the school medical staff to check on the students and hand the task of repotting the mandrakes over to Yi Feng. The moment Yi Feng heard Professor Sprout assign him the task of repotting the mandrakes, his eyes lit up at once. While Professor Sprout was away finding someone, he quickly harvested the few pots of lettuce that were already growing well enough to be picked. Of course, once the lettuce was harvested, the pots could not be wasted. So after pulling out the roots, he scattered 2 or 3 seeds into the holes left behind, covered them with a thin layer of soil, and then watered them thoroughly until the soil was completely soaked. By the time Professor Sprout returned with help, Yi Feng had already moved those flower pots to a spot by the window with better ventilation and sunlight, and had started repotting the mandrakes. So before the people Professor Sprout brought had even entered the greenhouse, they could already hear the mandrakes' distinctive crying shrieks from afar. Wah! Wah! Hearing that familiar crying sound, Professor Sprout was suddenly startled, because she had thought of something terrifying. If I remember correctly, when I came out, the students who had fainted were not wearing earmuffs. Gulp. The moment Professor Sprout said that, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, who had hurried over after hearing that the second years had all been taken down by 1 bottle of Yi Feng's potion, both swallowed hard. Perhaps next we can start a research topic called on whether wizards knocked out by potions made from mandrakes are still affected by the crying of mandrakes. Dumbledore, what do you think? Grindelwald, who had come along to watch the excitement, was also the kind who loved chaos, so naturally he brought up exactly the worst possible thing. The instant Dumbledore heard Grindelwald say that, his face turned black. Snape, however, who had been dragged over because this involved potions, revealed a thoughtful look after hearing it. Judging by his expression, he was clearly a little tempted. Stop causing trouble for me. Hurry and check on the kids, and also, get Yi Feng to stop right now. By the time Dumbledore and the others hurried over, Yi Feng, with earmuffs on, was already repotting the second mandrake. This mandrake successfully proved Grindelwald's guess from just now, namely that people knocked out by Banshee Scream were not affected by the cries of mandrakes while unconscious. Why say that? The reason was simple. Almost at the exact moment Dumbledore and the others reached the doorway, Harry, whose mental strength was a bit stronger, happened to regain consciousness. But by sheer bad luck, at that exact moment, Yi Feng had just pulled out a mandrake with a crisp snap. So, thud. Harry had just sat up and had not even had time to get to his feet when he heard that sound. His eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he crashed headfirst right back onto the ground. Dumbledore and the others happened to see the whole scene, but because Yi Feng was moving far too fast, they had no chance to stop him and could only watch helplessly as Harry fell back to the floor. Mr. Yi, please stop for a moment. Scritch. Before Professor McGonagall had even finished speaking, Yi Feng had already made another swift, clean move and pulled out yet another mandrake. The mandrake's wail completely drowned out Professor McGonagall's voice, making her frown slightly. Mr. Yi, please stop what you're doing. Though a little annoyed, Professor McGonagall still called out again patiently, and this time she shouted even louder. But the only response was still the mandrake's crying, while Yi Feng was like an emotionless weed-pulling machine. Scritch, pull. Wah! Puff, 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 burying soil. Scritch, pull. Wah! Pulling, repotting, covering with soil. The whole process was smooth and clean without the slightest delay. His movements flowed naturally in one unbroken sequence. If you ignored the loud crying of the mandrakes, the scene would have been quite pleasing to the eye. And the one at the center of it, Yi Feng, seemed like a completely emotionless repotting machine. His utterly unresponsive attitude even added a trace of coldness to him, until, smack, Yi Feng. Yi Feng, who had been fully focused on repotting a mandrake, was suddenly patted on the shoulder by someone. The shock made him shudder violently, and he casually threw away the mandrake he had just pulled out before shooting 2 or 3 meters away with a whoosh.
Dumbledore, D. Dumbledore, Epsilon, O, Psi.
Letting out a faint sigh, Dumbledore looked at the still-shaken Yi Feng and said helplessly, Mr. Yi Feng, when repotting mandrakes, you need to wear earmuffs to block out the mandrake's cries. I assume you didn't forget that, did you? Seeing Dumbledore's mouth moving, Yi Feng quickly picked up the mandrake from the ground, patted the dirt off it, then casually stuffed the bawling mandrake into a bigger pot and rapidly covered it with soil. Only then did he take off his earmuffs. Mandrake! Thank you, really, because of you. So it's Headmaster Dumbledore and the others. You scared me half to death. Do you all walk without making any sound? McGonagall. Day. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. I'm not mad at all. Day, Mr. Yi Feng, it is not that we walked without making any sound, but that you were wearing earmuffs just now. Also, when repotting mandrakes, you need to wear earmuffs to block out the mandrake's cries. I assume you didn't forget that, did you? Seeing that Yi Feng truly had not heard them at all just now, Dumbledore had no choice but to repeat himself. I remembered. Didn't I just take the earmuffs off? Oh, since you remembered, then why didn't you put earmuffs on the other students too before repotting the mandrakes? Yi Feng. I, just now, started repotting the mandrakes. Without putting earmuffs on everyone else? In shock, Yi Feng swallowed hard and slowly turned his head to look at Harry and the others lying on the ground. When he saw that their heads were completely bare, with no earmuffs at all, his whole body instantly froze. It's over. I'm barbecued. It's over. I'm barbecued. Seeing his classmates lying all over the floor without earmuffs, Yi Feng went completely numb. Just now, he had been so busy harvesting and planting that he had actually forgotten to put earmuffs on his dear classmates before starting work. Now he could only hope that no one had woken up halfway through, because otherwise, wait, these mandrakes aren't mature yet. Even if someone hears their cries directly, at worst they'll just sleep for 7 hours. In other words, they should wake up around dinner time, which means they won't have to attend any classes today. Holy crap, this is practically the ultimate class-skipping tool. While thinking, Yi Feng glanced at Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall and the others, and his hands, resting on the mandrakes, began to itch with temptation. Student Yi Feng, if I remember correctly, Professor Sprout said earlier that when you used Banshee Scream, you were not wearing earmuffs either, right? Yi Feng, Sigma Day.
Yeah.
I wasn't. Why? According to Professor Sprout, that Banshee Scream is a bit stronger than a Mandrake S, so student Yi Feng, you understand what I mean, right? Gulp. Hearing Dumbledore say that, Yi Feng swallowed hard, pulled his hand back from the Mandrake, and nodded.
You understand? You understand.
As he spoke, Yi Feng quickly went to help Hermione up. As for the others, the medical staff and Dumbledore's group would take care of them. A few minutes later, everyone who had been knocked out by the Banshee Scream except Harry had regained consciousness. After Hermione and the others heard the full story, they fell silent for a moment, then felt it was perfectly normal because Yi Feng was exactly that kind of person. When danger was around, staying by Yi Feng's side was the safest place to be. Sometimes they even had the illusion that even if Voldemort returned to his full strength and came charging over right now, as long as they were beside Yi Feng, there was nothing to fear. But this was where the but came in. When there was danger, Yi Feng's side was the safest place. But when there was no danger, Yi Feng himself was often the biggest danger. Because who knew if he would suddenly come up with some brilliant idea in the next second and decide to try it out. Although many of Yi Feng's brilliant ideas were later proven to really be brilliant and highly valuable, well, for the people involved at the time, they might not feel so wonderful. Something Yi Feng thought was fun and completely harmless when applied to them was not necessarily something they could handle. For example, once Yi Feng thought that using flying brooms to pull sleds across the frozen surface of the Black Lake in winter for a race was extremely exciting and fun. And in fact, for him, it really was both fun and completely safe. But when other people tried to copy it, that was absolutely not the case. Even someone like Harry, an excellent Quidditch seeker, got launched into the air several times while skimming across the lake because he was going too fast to avoid every bump and uneven patch on the ice. There was no need to mention the people whose eyesight and reflexes were inferior to Harry's, so on the train home for Christmas break that year, quite a few students had band-aids on their faces. Of course, some unlucky ones were hurt more badly and had to go back with casts and arms and slings, But no one blamed Yi Feng because the sport really was fun and thrilling. It even became a benchmark for testing courage for a while because of its unpredictability, until Dumbledore was reported to several times by the medical staff about the sheer number of injured students and ended up creating a new school rule to ban the sport. It was precisely because they had such rich experience that when Hermione and the others heard how they had passed out, and why Harry still had not woken up yet, they were only a little surprised before tossing it to the back of their minds, because to them, this was simply too normal. Seeing how calm Hermione and the others were, even Dumbledore felt a little speechless. But thinking about it, that made sense. For these few little ones to stay by Yi Feng's side and still keep living happily and energetically without a scratch until now, it really would be hard to explain if they did not have something special about them. Still, feelings were one thing, punishment was another. Punishment was still due. But when Dumbledore and the others got ready to punish Yi Feng, they froze, because although Yi Feng really had taken down the entire class, he seemed to have genuinely broken no school rules at all. Even that bottle of Banshee Scream had been something Professor Sprout told him to bring out. As for not putting earplugs on the other students when repotting the mandrakes, at most that counted as negligence, not an actual wrongdoing because neither Yi Feng nor Professor Sprout, who was teaching the class, had any obligation to put earplugs on the students. At most, they only had the duty to remind them, not the duty to help them put them on. In other words, through the whole process, Yi Feng had done nothing wrong at all. If anything, he even deserved credit, because he had been helping Professor Sprout repot the mandrakes the entire time. Dumbledore, iota. After realizing this, Dumbledore felt extremely speechless, and Yi Feng's final handling was quickly decided. This time, he had only hidden the fact that he was helping Professor Sprout repot the mandrakes, so it was treated as negligence rather than wrongdoing. In the end, his merit from helping with the repotting cancelled it out, and he received neither reward nor punishment. Because of Yi Feng's incident, the morning classes were basically cancelled. But one of the morning classes had been History of Magic anyway, and that class was a bit dull. The professor just read straight from the book, so a lot of students were quite happy they did not have to attend it. As for the afternoon class was Transfiguration. For witches and wizards who liked it, Transfiguration was a very interesting subject. But for those who did not like it, the class was a form of torture because it was a little like math. Of course, saying it was similar did not mean there were some monsters who could do whatever the teacher taught, do whatever the teacher had not taught, and still do it all just fine even if they slept through class. What it meant was that if your pen dropped during class and you bent down to pick it up, then when you looked back up, whatever the teacher was explaining next might already be beyond your understanding. Yi Feng obviously did not belong to the group being tortured. He belonged to the group that quite liked Transfiguration because if not for the fact that he was still too young, had not graduated, and could not register as an animagus yet, he should already have been a licensed animagus by now. Of course, even without a license, there was no problem with Yi Feng's Transfiguration. It was just that his animagus form might be different from Professor McGonagall's and the others because after transforming, he was not affected by the biological instincts of whatever animal he turned into, and the number of animals he could turn into was just a tiny bit absurdly large. Other than the more common cats, dogs, rats, and owls, he could also turn into mosquitoes, tigers, unicorns, and even trees. As for things like Kuenping, dragons, phoenixes, and Qilin, he still could not transform into those with animagus magic. But with the 108 transformations of Tiangang and Disha, he could. Still, because he had never seen the real things, he could only imitate the shape, not the true essence. Of course, the main reason Yi Feng was still willing to attend Transfiguration was that his half-transformation spell, the one that could transform only half of a person, was still only half completed, so he still needed to recharge here with Professor McGonagall. Yi Feng, get up already. Class is starting. Because of habits from back home, Yi Feng was used to taking a short nap after lunch. Little by little, that habit had spread to Hermione and Harry as well, and now even Dumbledore and the others had started taking a short nap in the afternoon. Oh! Yi Feng, woken up by Hermione, yawned with a blank look on his face. Still half asleep, he got up, walked over to the faucet, and turned it on. As the cool tap water splashed onto his face, Yi Feng shivered sharply and instantly woke up. Phew, I'm alive again. After waking up fully, Yi Feng casually wiped his face and was just about to head out when, as he passed a flower pot by the door, a patch of emerald green inside it caught his eye and made him stop. I didn't expect this thing to grow so lush in just 2 days without me paying attention. I'll pick some and make tea with it later. As he spoke, Yi Feng reached into the pot and snapped off several green leafy stems. Only after stuffing the snapped stems into his pocket did Yi Feng walk to the door. Hermione gently twitched her nose and said, "It smells so nice. What are you carrying?" "Mint. We can brew it into tea later. It can disperse wind heat, clear the head and eyes, soothe the throat, help rashes break out." and relieve liver stagnation while promoting the flow of qi.
Hermione, Sigma.
Hearing that, Hermione was instantly stunned. She never would have imagined that the grass Feng had always kept just inside the doorway in that flower pot actually had so many uses, so she asked Feng for a little of it. With Mint tucked away, the two of them arrived at the classroom. By the time they had both taken their seats, Professor McGonagall appeared at the door right on time, and the moment she appeared there, she could not help lightly twitching her nose. Professor McGonagall, who had twitched her nose, caught a strange fragrance spreading through the air. For some reason, that scent seemed to carry a kind of intoxicating magic. Of course, the feeling was very slight. She only steadied herself a little before recovering and starting the lesson. About half an hour later. Alright, I've already explained the key points and the things you need to pay special attention to. Next comes the practical part. Who wants to try first? The moment Professor McGonagall finished speaking, Hermione shot her hand high into the air. Among students of the same year, Hermione's learning ability was only slightly below Feng's, and her grasp of spells was also only slightly below his. She was also quite active, unlike Feng, who would never step forward unless someone called on him. Because of that, Professor McGonagall thought highly of Hermione, so she nodded at her, signaling for her to give it a try. As Hermione lightly waved the wand in her hand and loudly recited the spell, her owl turned into a cat with a bang. For some reason, Feng felt like the cat looked a little familiar. Don't you think we've seen this cat somewhere before? Ron and the others hadn't thought much of it at first, but after hearing Feng say that, they all started to feel that the cat Hermione had produced with transfiguration really did look familiar. For a moment, though, none of them could remember where they had seen it before. As for Professor McGonagall, her expression became a little unpleasant. I remember now. It's Professor McGonagall. Feng had just put mint leaves into his freshly brewed tea to enhance the fragrance and improve the taste. The instant he heard Neville say that, he spat out the tea in his mouth. Hearing Neville's words and then seeing Feng's reaction, Professor McGonagall's expression turned even worse, because she had never expected that Hermione had learned bad habits too. She had actually used transfiguration to turn her owl into the form of Professor McGonagall's animagus, and it was extremely similar. That just showed how closely Hermione usually observed her. With Neville's reminder, everyone else instantly remembered as well. The cat Hermione had made with transfiguration really was the same as the cat Professor McGonagall had turned into before. That made the way they looked at Hermione change slightly. Perhaps this is exactly what that old Chinese saying means. What saying? Stay near vermilion and you turn red. Stay near Yi and you turn dark. Feng. Hermione naturally heard all that discussion too, and she immediately grew a little anxious. If this had been the Hermione from before she met Feng, she might already have been so upset by this kind of talk that she cried. But now, although she was anxious, she was not too angry, nor did she panic. She stood up at once and explained, "That's not it, Professor McGonagall. The reason the cat I transformed looks almost exactly the same as the cat you turned into is simply because the only animagus I've ever had the chance to observe is you. Professor, didn't you say that transfiguration is a very serious magical subject? I've always kept that in mind, so when you use transfiguration, I observe especially carefully. Maybe that's exactly why the cat I transformed ended up taking the form of your animagus." Hearing Hermione's explanation, Professor McGonagall's expression immediately looked much better. The others also nodded thoughtfully. Only Feng didn't care much, because he had already mastered animagus transformation long ago. Still, he believed Hermione's words. After all, in order to practice transfiguration well, Hermione had often asked him to teach her hand in hand before. The only pity was that Hermione strongly resisted the idea of Feng using transfiguration on her to turn her into a catgirl, so Feng had only done it to Hermione once. Because of that, his research into a half-transformed animagus spell had still not succeeded even now. Using transfiguration on someone else and using it on yourself actually had a fairly big difference. When someone else uses it on you, there is a time limit. Generally speaking, the transformation only lasts from a few seconds to a few minutes, and the length of time is closely related to the magical power of both the caster and the one affected. Also, it does not truly turn you into that thing. Once the time is up, you change back on your own. Overall, using transfiguration on someone else is basically the same as using your own magic power to control someone else's body. Once the magic power is exhausted, the spell is lifted as well. But animagus transformation is different. If this thing turns you into a cat, then you really do become a cat. Whether it is your body structure or your mental activity, both will move closer to the animal you transformed into. And once animagus transformation is used, if you want to change back, you can only do it through a specific counterspell or by changing back on your own. In other words, one kind remains in effect permanently, As long as you do not lift it yourself or have someone else lift it for you, it can be maintained indefinitely. The other kind is temporary and only lasts a few minutes. So Feng still hoped that one day Hermione and the others would be able to turn into cute catgirls by themselves. Just as Feng was looking at Hermione and feeling it was a pity, Professor McGonagall said with satisfaction, "Hermione is right. Transfiguration is a very serious subject. During class, all of you must be careful and then even more careful. You absolutely must not cast transfiguration lightly. Alright, next I'll show you how an animagus turns into an animal. Watch carefully. Also, pay attention to the important part. You should remember the spell and the use of magic power during my transformation. Not stare at what I turn into and details like that." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall directly used the transformation spell and, in a flash, turned into a tabby cat. The moment Professor McGonagall became a tabby cat, Feng's eyes lit up, and with one hand he pulled out the catnip from his pocket. Feng had wanted to pet a cat for a very long time, but unfortunately Professor McGonagall had always been on guard against him, so he had never managed it. He had not expected the opportunity to suddenly appear now, and it caught him a little off guard. Omega and meow. Cats generally have no resistance to catnip. That is decided by their physical structure, not something you can overcome just by having strong willpower. Although Professor McGonagall was an animagus and not a genuine cat in the strictest sense, the whole point of an animagus animal form was realism. So at this moment, whether in body structure or habits, Professor McGonagall was no different from a real cat. As a result, the tabby cat McGonagall pounced straight toward the handful of catnip in Feng's hand. Looking at the tabby cat pouncing toward him, Feng revealed a bright smile. This time, he was finally going to get to pet a cat. But when the flying tabby cat saw the hand Feng stretched out, a trace of anger appeared in its eyes, and then, bonk. At the exact moment the tabby cat reached Feng, Professor McGonagall recovered her senses through sheer willpower. And in that instant, many things were already decided. Obviously, Professor McGonagall made the most correct choice. She directly cancelled her animagus transformation and returned to human form. Borrowing the force of that leap, she charged right in front of Feng, raised her hand, and with a bonk gave him a hard knock on the head. Feng zeroed a cue. The cute kitty had suddenly turned into a stern, furious old lady and directly smacked him on the head. It left Feng with a huge psychological scar. Perhaps from now on, he would never again have the thought of hugging the cat Professor McGonagall turned into and petting it properly. Doing something that insulted a professor like this during class naturally meant Feng could not possibly get away with nothing. Even though all he had done was take the catnip out of his pocket, and it was not premeditated, he was still punished. Of course, this time it was no longer copying school rules because copying school rules was no longer much of a punishment for Feng. So this time, Dumbledore directly took away all of Feng's Chinese lunch, leaving only one Western meal for him. To be precise, it was one serving of mashed potatoes and vegetable salad. Feng, who was used to all kinds of carefully cooked dishes, simply could not get used to a meal like that. Especially when everyone else was eating things like sweet and sour pork tenderloin and braised spare ribs, dishes that had excellent color, aroma, and taste and went perfectly with rice. It became even more of a torment. In the end, Hermione, sitting beside him, couldn't stand it anymore and quietly passed Feng a rib. Only then did it slightly soothe his wounded heart. Dumbledore on the stage naturally saw all of this, but he didn't say anything. After seeing that everyone had arrived and was almost done eating, he stood up directly. "Everyone, please quiet down for a moment and listen while you eat. I have something to say. Something happened in the second-year transfiguration class today. Although it didn't cause any serious consequences, the impact was extremely bad, so after our collective discussion, we made a decision. From now on, absolutely no students or professors are allowed to bring catnip into the classroom during transfiguration class, nor are they allowed to place self-grown catnip by the door or on the windowsill, especially a certain second-year student." Feng, hearing Dumbledore's warning, which was basically just short of calling out his name, Feng naturally wasn't happy. But there was nothing he could do about it. Thinking back on it, he really had gone a bit too far. If Professor McGonagall hadn't reacted in time, then all of her dignity as head of Gryffindor would have been gone, and she might even have become the laughingstock of the entire wizarding world. Realizing all this, Feng had gone to apologize to Professor McGonagall right away, which was also why Dumbledore had let Hermione pass food to Feng. But when he saw Hermione handing Feng food for the third time, he still couldn't help coughing lightly. Even though Feng had already apologized, punishment was still punishment. So when Dumbledore saw the bones piled into a small mountain in front of Feng, while Hermione was still continuing to bring him food, Dumbledore couldn't help reminding Hermione not to go too far. "TCH, fine, if I can't eat then I won't eat. It's not like I care anyway." "Humph." Feng, who had only barely eaten to about 70% full before being stopped, let out a light snort to express his dissatisfaction with Dumbledore. But Dumbledore didn't care at all and continued savoring the delicious food that should have belonged to Yifeng. In the end, Yifeng couldn't bear to watch his favorite food get eaten up by Dumbledore little by little. He left the table halfway through dinner in anger, which made Dumbledore on the stage reveal a bright smile. "Kid, you think I can't handle you?" Watching this child sulking against an old child, even Professor McGonagall, the person involved, couldn't help shaking her head. Still, this version of Dumbledore was something she had only seen in the past 2 years. How should she put it? Although Dumbledore now was completely different from how he used to be in her mind, she actually felt that the current Dumbledore was better, because the old Dumbledore had carried too much on his shoulders, and it was rare to see that kind of radiant smile that came from the heart on his face. But now it was different. Although his face showed more anger and annoyance, McGonagall could tell that Dumbledore was truly happy, so Professor McGonagall was still very pleased. Of course, it would be even better if Yifeng caused a little less trouble. But unfortunately, Professor McGonagall's hope was ultimately just wishful thinking, because after Yifeng returned to his dormitory, a rich, numbing, spicy fragrance drifted out from his window. Sadly, Yifeng's dorm was a little far from the dining hall, and the smell was drifting upward, so Dumbledore and the others didn't catch it. Dumbledore and the others didn't smell it, but Harry and Ron, who had already woken up, faintly caught an unusual scent because in their minds, Yifeng was not someone who gave up that easily. Based on his usual habits, he shouldn't have obediently left the table. He should have been trying every possible way to bring out something even better and win the round back. But this time, Yifeng had retreated, and Harry and the others vaguely remembered that during herbology that morning, there had been several pots of lettuce in front of Yifeng. But according to Hermione and the others, when they woke up and continued on to class, all the lettuce was gone, and even the pots had been replanted with something else. So based on all the evidence, Harry and the others guessed that Yifeng had most likely run back to make something even tastier. As a result, not long after Yifeng left, they also ran back after him. Sure enough, before they even entered Yifeng's dormitory, the moment they stepped into the common room, they smelled a heavy spicy aroma. And if they weren't mistaken, there was basically only one thing that could give off that smell. Hot pot. Realizing something, Hermione and the others rushed into Yifeng's room as fast as they could, and when they pushed open the door to his dorm, the scene before them did not disappoint. In the middle of the small table in the dorm sat a little pot of red broth, bubbling away, and around the pot was a circle of prepared ingredients in all kinds of varieties. The most eye-catching of them were the fresh green lettuce leaves and the sliced lettuce pieces, tender enough to look like they would drip with juice. Gulp. Seeing the scene in the room, Hermione and the others all swallowed hard in unison. Then, without waiting for Yifeng to invite them, the group very naturally sat down around the table and surrounded the bubbling little pot. At the same time, in a certain first-year Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Luna picked up a chopstick full of sliced gonkai and placed it into the bubbling hot pot as she introduced it. This is called gonkai. It's made by peeling a kind of long-stem lettuce and drying it. It's crunchy and very delicious. You should try it too. Of course, Yifeng definitely wouldn't forget his good big sister when it came to something this good. It could even be said that his good big sister was the one who knew quality best. Of the secretly dried gonkai he had made, 2/3 had been offered up to this good big sister of his. Looks like I'll have to open up another vegetable patch and grow more gonkai. I worked so hard on it, and in the end I didn't even get to eat much myself. Watching Harry and the others all reach their chopsticks toward the gonkai after tasting it, Yifeng sighed helplessly. On the banyan tree by the pond, the cicadas keep calling out summer. In the melon patch by the playground, the watermelons are all big and round. In the dorm, with no fans or air conditioning, the students are really dying from the heat, waiting for the melons to ripen, waiting to eat melon, waiting for a beautiful summer. As the last class ended, Yifeng hummed a song that almost everyone back home would find familiar as soon as they heard the opening, and walked out with light steps. And if someone who had heard this song before listened to the lyrics he was humming, they would realize it had been hilariously altered. Of course, it was basically impossible for anyone here to have heard this song. Never mind hearing it, Hermione and the others hadn't even learned Chinese, so they had no idea what Yifeng was humming. They only felt that the melody was quite lively, until, Feng, look over there. What is that patch? After following Yifeng for quite a long way, Hermione suddenly cried out in shock as she stared at the patch of green, round melons ahead. Hearing Hermione suddenly shout, Yifeng was so startled that he instantly turned around and covered her mouth with one hand. "Sho, don't shout. If other people find out, we're finished. These are watermelons I've worked hard growing for a long time. They're almost ripe now, so we absolutely can't let anyone discover them." Hearing Yifeng say that, Hermione quickly nodded. Only after seeing that she understood did Yi Feng let go, then led her on a slight detour and entered the melon patch from another direction. After all, Yi Feng had been eating melons for many years. Whether a watermelon was ripe or not, he could tell with one cut and one pat. So Hermione watched in shock as Yi Feng carefully avoided the vines in the field, then went from one round, tempting-looking watermelon to another, patting them one by one. Thup thup thup. This one isn't ripe. Next one.
Donk donk donk.
This one seems ripe. Maybe I'll pick this one. As he hesitated, Yi Feng saw that there were still quite a few watermelons in the field that were even bigger, rounder, and greener than the one in front of him, so he wavered again. How about picking a bit more? While muttering that, Yi Feng went back to knocking on the watermelons, leaving Hermione, who was standing beside him, completely confused. Yi Feng, what are you doing? Are you worried these melons won't behave? Yi Feng, de crack. Hermione's words made Yi Feng freeze for a moment, and in that moment of distraction, the force in his hand grew a little stronger on its own. Then, naturally, the watermelon under his hand split right open. But when Yi Feng saw the bright red flesh inside the cracked watermelon, looking especially tempting, a brilliant smile instantly appeared on his face. It's you. Hope you don't disappoint me. While muttering, Yi Feng deftly picked the watermelon he had already cracked, carried it to the side, set it on the ground, and then pulled out his wand. Chill quickly. Split apart. TSS. As the spell landed, the already cracked watermelon split again. But this time it did not crack open randomly. Instead, it separated evenly, as if it had been specially cut with a knife. Gulp. For some reason, when Hermione saw the bright red flesh with pale red juice dripping down, she swallowed unconsciously. Yi Feng smiled at the sight, picked up a piece with fewer seeds, handed it to Hermione, and said with a smile, give it a try. The first batch of watermelon this year. Not sure if it's sweet enough. Hermione, who had already been tempted beyond endurance, did not stand on ceremony. She took the watermelon Yi Feng handed over and bit into it right away. The moment the sweet and juicy watermelon entered her mouth, Hermione felt as if her whole body had been wrapped in overwhelming happiness. So good. Maybe the watermelon really did taste that good. Or maybe it was because she had never eaten watermelon like this before. After one bite, Hermione could not help blurting out Chinese. Though her pronunciation might not have been very standard since she had not learned for long, it was still enough to show how excited she was at this moment. Seeing Hermione's reaction, Yi Feng picked up the two irregular pieces of watermelon, whose rinds he had cracked with his patting, one in each hand, and took a bite as well. His eyes lit up too, because the watermelon really did taste excellent. Not only was it sweet enough, it was also full of juice. On top of that, he had chilled it with magic just now, so one bite instantly drove away the summer heat. Looks like the first batch is ready to harvest. I'll pick a batch first. While thinking that, Yi Feng finished the two pieces of watermelon in just a few bites, then spat out the seeds with a few puffs, clapped his hands, and walked toward the melon field. Hermione, stay here and eat slowly. I'll go pick all the ripe ones first so they don't get overripe. Hearing Yi Feng say that, Hermione, who was busy burying her head in eating watermelon, nodded vaguely. And by the time Yi Feng had picked out and harvested all the ripe watermelons and stored them in his space ring before returning to the edge of the field, he discovered that Hermione had already finished off the soccer ball-sized watermelon from earlier all by herself. Burp. Looking at Hermione sitting on the ground without any regard for her image, holding her round little belly, Yi Feng could not help smiling. When Hermione saw the smile on Yi Feng's face, her delicate little face instantly turned bright red, and even her earlobes were nearly glowing red. She looked adorably embarrassed. Chilled watermelon is delicious, but don't eat too much at once. Otherwise, there won't be any room left for dinner later. Yi Feng's words suddenly reminded Hermione that tonight's dinner seemed to be barbecue, and Yi Feng had promised them he would make a roast suckling pig. Gulp. The moment she thought of the roast suckling pig Yi Feng had described, Hermione could not help swallowing, even though her little belly was already stuffed round. But when she looked at her slightly bulging stomach, she instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, because she had already eaten too much. Seeing Hermione like this, the corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly, but he still explained, it's fine. Watermelon flesh is basically all water. By the time we eat dinner, it should be mostly digested. But can you still walk right now? Want me to carry you? Hearing that, Hermione's eyes flickered, and an obvious trace of temptation appeared on her face. But after thinking it over, she still gave up on the idea and instead asked Yi Feng to stay here and keep her company while she rested for a while. If it had been not long after school started, she definitely would have agreed. But now she was very close friends with Luna, Cho Chang, and Ginny. If something like this made them misunderstand anything and affected their friendship, she would never forgive herself. Feng did not think too much about it. The only reason he had made the suggestion was because he had experienced eating so much that even walking felt uncomfortable, so he thought Hermione might be the same. Since she did not need it, he was not going to insist. So the two of them lay side by side on the grass, watching the sunset slowly sink down. When night fell and the lights of Hogwarts lit up, Feng and Hermione also slowly walked toward the Great Hall. Not long after they left, Dumbledore looked in the direction the two had come from, his gaze flickering slightly. In the end, after hesitating for a moment, he still resolutely headed toward the patch of thicker grass behind them, where even the tallest parts rose higher than his knees. Even if both of you are a bit mentally mature for your age, you're still too young. Please don't go sneaking forbidden fruit at such a young age. Even if both of you are a bit mentally mature for your age, you're still too young. Please don't go sneaking forbidden fruit at such a young age. With a trace of worry, Dumbledore pushed through the dense grass that was slightly higher than his knees. But after walking forward about 5 or 6 meters, his view suddenly opened up. The thick grass disappeared, replaced by a lush watermelon field full of healthy green growth. This is watermelon? Looking at those round, plump watermelons that were so temptingly well-grown, Dumbledore found it hard to believe what he was seeing. The growth of this whole patch of watermelons was simply too good. More importantly, these watermelons were unlike any he had eaten before. Though they were a little smaller, they were rounder and a fresher green color. Suddenly, Dumbledore noticed a patch of grass that had clearly been pressed down by someone. Judging by the shape of the flattened grass, Feng and Hermione had probably been lying there just now. The moment he saw the flattened grass, Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat, because Feng and Hermione had been alone together for quite a long time just now. And as someone with experience, he could still tell that Hermione had a bit of interest in Feng, so his heart instantly rose into his throat. But very quickly, Dumbledore's suspended heart settled back down, because he saw watermelon rinds on the grass, mostly hidden by wild weeds, along with a few scattered watermelon seeds that could still vaguely be seen. So these two little ones really did come here to sneak some food. Never mind not calling Harry and the others, but with something this good, they didn't even share it with us elders first. After figuring out what had happened, Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief, but very soon he became indignant. With something this good, Feng had actually kept it to himself instead of sharing it. That was simply too outrageous. Dumbledore absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. So, while Feng was humming a tune and roasting the suckling pig, Dumbledore was bending over in the watermelon patch, checking one watermelon after another to see if they were ripe. And to be fair, Dumbledore really did have some skill. After spending a full hour checking them one by one, he actually found a few overlooked melons. Though his back was nearly broken from the effort, Dumbledore felt quite accomplished. So by the time Feng and the others finally brought the roasted suckling pig to the table and cut it open, Dumbledore and the others had also started a watermelon feast. It had to be said that Feng's skills were really quite nice. Whether it was roasting suckling pig or growing watermelons, everyone who tasted them ate until their bellies were round. Of course, besides Feng's group, Cho Chang and Luna, as well as the third-year Ravenclaw girls and the first-year Gryffindor girls, also got to taste the sweet watermelon. It was only then that they finally understood what true extravagance looked like, because both Feng and Zhang Qiu ate watermelon by cutting it straight into halves, then holding one half and scooping it out with a spoon. Unlike them, who not only sliced it open but also cut every piece very small, worried that if the chunks were too big, they would finish it all at once. Good things were popular no matter where they were placed, and Feng's watermelons were extremely popular among the Hogwarts students. Especially when paired with a cooling charm, they were basically a summer divine item, the kind you would not trade away no matter how much money was offered. Unfortunately, Feng only picked a little over 20 melons from the first batch. After dividing them all among acquaintances, each person only got 4 or 5 at most. Selling them was impossible, at least not for the next 2 days. Once a large number of melons ripened, maybe he could share some with others. But very soon, they stopped envying Feng and the others because 3 days later, before dinner, Dumbledore announced something that made everyone incredibly excited. There would be a fruit feast tonight. Although they were wizards, to be honest, crops in the wizarding world were not all that high yield either, so fruit, especially tasty fruit, was something even Hogwarts students only got to eat a few times per term. But now Dumbledore had actually announced a fruit feast. That news was far more exciting than hearing there would be some grand banquet. So after Dumbledore finished speaking, almost everyone felt like the food in front of them had lost its appeal. Quite a few people even put down their knives, forks, and bowls after finishing what they were holding, and stared eagerly at Dumbledore. Sensing the students' enthusiasm, a bright smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. He did not keep them in suspense and simply clapped his hands to directly announce the start of the fruit feast. With a light wave of Dumbledore's wand, all the food on the tables vanished without a trace. Then he waved his wand again, and in an instant, the empty tables were covered with all kinds of fruit. Apples, bananas, grapes, and other common fruits naturally did not need mentioning. Not only were they all there, but there was plenty of them. But what drew the most attention was not those. It was a round, glossy, giant watermelon. Yi Feng? How strange. Why does this watermelon look kind of familiar? Let me look again. While muttering, Yi Feng reached out and lightly patted the big watermelon on the table. The moment that familiar feel came back from the melon, his heart skipped a beat. Wait, this can't be. Thinking of that terrifying possibility, Yi Feng grew even more uneasy. Even the slice Hermione handed him after it had been cut no longer tasted sweet. Professor Dumbledore, may I ask where you bought such delicious watermelons? While Yi Feng was feeling deeply uneasy, a Ravenclaw student raised a hand and asked Dumbledore about the origin of these watermelons. Hearing this question, Dumbledore looked at Yi Feng with a radiant smile, then replied, I picked up these watermelons in a patch of grass in the square that basically no one ever visits. I have no idea what variety these watermelons are. To think they grew this well in a wild grassy area with no one taking care of them. At this point, Dumbledore seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly added, Oh right, I almost forgot. Such excellent watermelons must be preserved properly. So after you finish eating them, keep the seeds and store them well. This concerns the serious issue of whether we will have watermelon to eat next year.
Why Feng? Sigma.
Hearing that, Yi Feng could not stay seated any longer. He did not even ask Dumbledore a single question before springing to his feet and rushing outside in a panic. A few minutes later, a miserable scream echoed through all of Hogwarts. No! Music! Start. Looking at the melon field in front of him, still lush and green but with sparse melons and thick vines, Yi Feng felt his vision go black and nearly collapse to the ground. Gone, all gone. The watermelons I worked so hard to grow for so long. Gone. Looking at the scattered melons left in the field, Yi Feng's eyes lost focus. Like a man who had lost his soul, he walked back woodenly. That devastated appearance even brought a trace of pity to Dumbledore's face. At that moment, Grindelwald, while eating watermelon, suddenly said, Feeling bad now. Think about the herb greenhouses that are almost stripped bare and all turned into vegetable sheds. Then think about where that melon field was.
Dumbledore, Sigma, LLL.
Right, I almost got fooled by that kid. That melon patch was in the square where the students do morning exercises, and that kid practically treated the school's herb greenhouses as his vegetable garden. He really does need a bit of a warning. And don't forget, we only picked the first batch of melons. There are more to come later. We just have to wait a few days. Grindelwald's words successfully strangled off that little bit of pity in Dumbledore. And at this moment, Yi Feng had already cried himself unconscious in the bathroom, because for the next week, he could forget about holding and eating chilled watermelon again. The next morning, in the Great Hall, the greenhouses on the Hogwarts campus are used for growing all kinds of magical herbs, not vegetable gardens. So starting now, it is strictly forbidden to grow vegetables in Hogwarts herb houses. In addition, the square on the Hogwarts grounds used for exercises is also not to be privately reclaimed for growing vegetables or fruit, especially by students from China. Remember this, you are students. Loving labor is fine, and I do not object to that, but you cannot simply turn the school's grassland into farmland. Understood? Yi Feng. Oh, got it. Can't reclaim the exercise ground into farmland, but other places are fine. So the Quidditch pitch that basically no one ever steps on. 1 week later, Dumbledore stared at the Quidditch pitch, which had almost been turned over completely and planted full of not very normal plants, and fell into a long silence. Did I not explain myself clearly? Looking at the Quidditch pitch that had already become farmland, Dumbledore began to question life. Actually, it was not that Dumbledore had failed to explain clearly. Yi Feng had done it on purpose. He was doing this to get back at Dumbledore for directly picking all his watermelons before, so he directly cast magic on a hoe and had it turn over all the soil on the Quidditch pitch overnight and plant it with sunflowers. Well, calling them sunflowers might still not make some people realize what they are, but basically everyone has eaten their seeds because once the seeds fall off the flower head, they are called melon seeds. In other words, Yi Feng had directly planted an entire Quidditch pitch full of melon seeds. Looking at the once lush green Quidditch pitch that had turned into yellowish-brown soil, Dumbledore's blood pressure shot up. But after thinking carefully, he realized he really could not do anything to Yi Feng, because both the place Yi Feng chose and the crop itself perfectly avoided the school rules he had set. Because sunflowers were neither vegetables nor fruit. This guy always manages to strike back in the most unexpected ways, and leaves us completely unable to do anything about it. I really do not know whether bringing this fellow into Hogwarts was the right decision or the wrong one. In the end, looking at the endless field ridges, Dumbledore gave up. The seeds had already all been sown here. He was not a stubbornly rigid person. When something was already settled, he would not insist it had to be restored to how it was before. Besides, other than Madame Hooch when starting a Quidditch match, no one really landed on the pitch anyway. Besides, this was an entire field of the same crop, which meant that once it grew, the color would be uniform as well. Maybe when the time came, it might even give him a surprise. Dumbledore's thinking was correct, because this Quidditch pitch really did give him a huge surprise. Especially after the sunflowers bloomed. Even he could not help coming over to admire that sea of flowers whenever there was no Quidditch match. But when the sunflowers came in with a bumper harvest, and the students were taught by Feng how to roast sunflower seeds, Dumbledore started getting headaches again. Even though the seeds came in a huge variety of flavors and tasted ridiculously good, to the point that even he couldn't help grabbing a handful to crack open in his spare time, that was exactly why he had a headache. Have you ever seen students in the hospital wing cracking so many sunflower seeds that their lips split from dryness and their throats turned red and swollen from the heat? Yet the moment they saw more seeds, they still couldn't stop reaching for them? Have you ever tried speaking while a crowd below you all held sunflower seeds, cracking them noisily one by one while looking up at you? Dumbledore would get to experience all of that later. So after that year, Hogwarts gained another school rule. Every Hogwarts student could eat at most 1 liang of sunflower seeds per day, and after eating them, they had to drink more water, preferably the herbal tea from the school's special summer water dispensers. Oh right, the herbal tea was something Feng came up with after eating too many sunflower seeds himself and getting internal heat. So he grabbed some medicinal herbs and brewed it. Because the effect was so good, Dumbledore traded a year's usage rights to the Quidditch pitchland for the recipe. The condition, however, was that Feng couldn't plant the whole place with sunflowers anymore, because Dumbledore had truly been traumatized. But Dumbledore had still underestimated Feng a little. Did he really think Feng was the kind of person who only knew how to use the same old tricks? So that year, he planted the entire Quidditch pitch with peanuts. This time, not only did he boil and dry the harvested peanuts into all kinds of flavors, he also shelled quite a few and pressed them into peanut oil, successfully replacing the oil used in the dining hall with peanut oil. Of course, all that was in the future. Right now, after filling the Quidditch pitch with sunflowers, Feng could finally be considered to have vented some anger. The only pity was that his watermelons had already been picked, so if he wanted to eat any in the short term, there was no way. Besides that, he had also secretly planted quite a lot of vegetables in the greenhouse. Now that Dumbledore had directly made a school rule and cut off his retreat, he had to move all that stuff out as quickly as possible. After all, quite a few of those fruits and vegetables were superior varieties he had cultivated using spiritual energy and spiritual liquid. Even if they were put in the future world, they would still crush others of the same class. He absolutely couldn't let Dumbledore keep ruining them, because he was focused on moving his fruits and vegetables. Feng was basically nowhere to be seen except during class. That made a certain little cutie hiding in a diary feel like an opportunity had arrived. So after a period of careful planning, on a certain cloudy night, a figure quietly arrived at the abandoned bathroom. Hiss-has-say as a low, snake tongue-like sound rang out inside the bathroom. The Chamber of Secrets that had been sealed for decades within Hogwarts was opened once again. Along with Voldemort's call, a massive serpent, the monster basilisk from the movies, awoke from its slumber and quickly slithered toward the chamber entrance. At the same time, after a whole day of work, Feng had finally transplanted all the fruits and vegetables to the area beside Hagrid's hut, and asked Hagrid to help look after them. Dragging his exhausted body and mind, he slowly made his way back toward the dormitory. I'm exhausted. Just let it all burn. One person does all the work, but a whole crowd does the eating. This can absolutely never happen again. Looks like I need to develop Harry and the others in a full all-around way. Morality, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor. After working for several straight days and finally finishing, Feng was mentally drained beyond words. Thankfully, now that it was done, all he had to do next was slowly train Harry and the others. That way, later on, he wouldn't have to do every bit of work alone. As for right now, even if Harry and the others wanted to help, Feng honestly wasn't sure he would dare let them. Even though plants weren't actually as fragile as people imagined, the things Feng planted were a bit too mixed, so it was better not to let them touch anything. Otherwise, everything might get planted in a mess, the pollination would get messed up too, and the fruits and vegetables produced wouldn't be what he wanted. That would be the real trouble. Of course, complaints were still complaints, but what surprised Feng a little was that when he was almost back at the dormitory, he vaguely heard something whispering. But when he listened carefully, he couldn't hear anything at all, which left him rather speechless. Forget it. I've already been tired out for several days. Whatever it is, who cares? If something really happens, Dumbledore will deal with it. Why should I worry so much? While muttering to himself, Feng walked straight through the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. And after Feng entered the Gryffindor common room, a pair of large yellow eyes and a person wrapped up entirely in wizard robes both let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Almost got discovered by that demon. Looks like from now on I need to avoid coming back at the same time as that demon. Feng, you're the demon. Your whole family are demons. Voldemort. Yes. I really am a demon, but the rest of my family isn't. The next morning, Feng got up early as usual. But what surprised him was that when he pushed open the door to Dumbledore's room, he found Dumbledore wasn't inside, while Fawkes's food bowl had been filled with a big pile of food. He went on a long trip. The moment Feng saw that pile of bird feed, he knew Dumbledore had gone out. He just didn't know whether Grindelwald had gone too. Alright, looks like they left together. When Feng pushed open Dumbledore's window, absorbed the purple chi, and casually glanced next door, he knew Grindelwald had left too, because the window to his room was shut and the curtains were drawn. By normal logic, villains or villain-type characters liked hiding in the dark and belonged to evil and darkness. But Grindelwald, the previous Dark Lord, was different. Whenever he was in his room, he liked pulling open the curtains and opening the windows, letting sunlight flood in freely and letting the wind come and go as it pleased. Now that his window was shut, it meant they had most likely left Hogwarts. TSK. Didn't expect those two to leave at a time like this. Hopefully what I heard last night was just my imagination. Otherwise, things are about to get interesting. Even though Dumbledore had left, life still had to go on. But what surprised Feng was that an accident happened that very night. Harry, who had been dragged off by a certain blowhard who only knew memory charms to get a signature and ended up returning to the dormitory very late, suddenly heard some voices, and when he followed the sound all the way forward, he found a warning written in blood. Paint. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Because it still wasn't time to return to the dormitory, Feng and the others, after hearing the commotion, rushed out very quickly. And when they arrived, what they saw was that line of writing and Harry standing beneath the petrified Mrs. Norris. Seeing this scene, almost everyone was utterly shocked. Malfoy glanced at the line on the wall and immediately said with a trace of mockery, "Enemies of the air, beware." The moment he finished saying that, Malfoy instantly put away the smile on his face and said expressionlessly, "Next it's you mudbloods." As he spoke, Malfoy looked directly toward Feng and Hermione's direction. And Feng knew that the one he was looking at was him. As for the word mudblood, that deeply insulting term, with the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, Feng looked at Malfoy and smiled. "Do you know? Back in China, only pets talk about bloodlines and chase after so-called pure blood." The moment Feng said that, not only Malfoy, but those pureblood followers from Slytherin also instantly turned furious. But very quickly, they lowered their heads because the one who had said it was Feng. If it had been someone else, then even if that person were Harry Potter, they wouldn't have cared, because even Harry was only a bit more outstanding, plus the added halo of surviving under Voldemort's hand. But Feng was different. Not only could Feng get almost the best grades in every class at Hogwarts, but what was even more outrageous was that he knew some spells and magic that even the professors didn't. More than that, he could even cast them silently. Yes, while everyone else was still working hard to learn spells and magic, Feng was already capable of silent casting. That alone made it impossible for them to even muster the desire to catch up. When someone is only a little stronger than you still think about catching up. But when that person is so far ahead that all you can see is their back, or you cannot even see their back anymore, the desire to catch up turns into awe. Of course, aside from that, Feng had really done quite a few things at Hogwarts that they did not even dare imagine. On top of that, Feng treating Dumbledore's office like his own home and going in and out of it as part of daily life meant that ordinary people really did not dare say much. Fortunately, Filch arrived at that moment. And when he saw Mrs. Norris hanging there, already petrified, he immediately treated Harry, who was standing closest to her, as the cat-killing culprit. So he directly grabbed Harry by the collar and roared that he was going to kill him. "Filch, calm down. Mrs. Norris has only been petrified. Mandrix can save her." Hearing Feng say that, Filch instantly calmed down. After all, Feng's words did carry some weight with Filch, because Filch also knew that Feng often fed Mrs. Norris. After all, Mrs. Norris had not only gotten noticeably fatter, but her fur had also become glossier and smoother. It would have been strange if Filch had noticed nothing at all. So when Feng spoke, Filch quickly calmed down. It was also at this moment that Professor McGonagall and the others arrived, and they hurriedly told the prefects of each year to take the students of their respective houses back to the dormitories. Of course, Yi Feng and Harry's group were kept behind because even if they were not directly involved, they were still people who knew about what happened. What made Yi Feng's blood pressure rise a little was that when Professor McGonagall asked Harry whether he had heard anything, he hid the fact that he had heard that mysterious voice, just like in the original story. Is this some uniquely Western plot-pushing routine? I have information, but I just want to play around. I just will not say it. I just have to go courting death and search for the truth myself? Seeing this scene, Yi Feng's blood pressure rose a little, so he directly raised his hand. Professor McGonagall, I have something to report. Harry! The moment Harry heard Yi Feng say that, he was so startled he nearly jumped, and Professor McGonagall and the others immediately turned their eyes toward him. It's like this. Right when Ron noticed Harry had not come to dinner and was about to come out to look for him, I heard some sounds. Although it was not very continuous, the meaning was still quite clear. It sounded like someone was saying he smelled the scent of blood, that he was going to kill someone, tear someone to pieces. Harry! Hearing Yi Feng say that, Harry instantly went from shock to delight, because he realized the voice Yi Feng heard was exactly the same as the one he had heard. In other words, he was not the only one who had heard that voice. Sometimes fear comes from the unknown, from knowing something the rest of the world does not. So when Harry realized he was not the only one hearing that kind of voice, that he was not the most special person there, he was actually quite happy. The moment McGonagall saw Harry's expression, she knew he had probably heard that voice too. As for why Harry had not said anything, she did not ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets, so she did not press him further. Unfortunately, even with the information Yi Feng provided, they still had no way to find the culprit, because they had only heard the voice and had not seen the attacker. So they could only let Yi Feng and the others return first. And what happened that night cast a shadow over Hogwarts, until one early morning. Cock-a-doodle-doo, a loud cry rang out through Hogwarts as the first ray of morning sunlight broke through the sky. That ringing cry seemed to carry a kind of magic. Even if your windows were shut and your head was covered with a blanket, you still could not block out that loud crowing. Cock-a-doodle-doo day. O-W. The loud, highly penetrating crow rang through all of Hogwarts. A large number of people were jolted awake from their dreams, and when they saw that it was still gloomy outside and nowhere near dawn, they instantly got angry. So just a few minutes later, a large group of bleary-eyed people walked out of their dormitories and started searching everywhere for where the sound was coming from. And when they saw that colorful rooster standing on one leg atop the pointed roof, their anger immediately faded, because as the brightly colored rooster let out its loud crow, a shaft of golden light broke through the darkness and fell upon it. Teach this. What kind of magical creature is this? Roosters were not something unique to China. Foreign countries had roosters too. But this rooster in front of them was obviously not the kind they usually saw in their own country, because this rooster's feathers were much more brilliant and beautiful, especially under the sunlight, where it looked even more dazzling. So beautiful. It would be great if I could raise one. Beautiful things are something everyone longs for, so when that majestic rooster appeared before them, naturally some people wanted to keep one. But very quickly, that wish was shattered, because after finishing its crow, the gorgeous rooster flew straight onto a windowsill they all recognized. Day. So it really is you again, Yi Feng. While the crowd was furious after being woken up by the rooster's crowing, Yi Feng, who had already returned to his dormitory, casually grabbed a handful of rice and scattered it onto the windowsill extending outside the window. But this scene instantly darkened the face of one person in the crowd, because the basilisk's only weakness was the crow of a rooster. A basilisk possessed powerful magic. As long as you met its gaze, you would die. Aside from that, its scales were somewhat similar to dragonhide. Not only were they extremely tough, to the point that ordinary blades could not cut them, but they also had a certain resistance to magic. Ordinary spells basically had no effect on them at all. Could be said that basilisks were extremely formidable magical beasts. However, although basilisks were very powerful and ordinary wizards had no way to deal with them, they also had one fatal weakness, and that was the crow of a rooster. The moment they heard a rooster crow, they would die immediately. So when Voldemort saw that Yi Feng had somehow gotten hold of such a brilliantly colored rooster, he nearly ground his back teeth to pieces. Damned mud blood. Yi Feng. The instant the person under Voldemort's control muttered that curse under his breath, Yi Feng seemed to sense something and cast a glance toward the crowd. And that single glance scared Voldemort, who was hiding among the crowd, so badly his soul nearly flew out of him, because his memories from when he was still inside the diary had already become a severe psychological shadow for him. So much so that even now, just seeing Yi Feng still made him a little afraid. Of course, aside from fear, he was also quite excited, because if his plan really succeeded, then once he revived and regained an even more vigorous body, he would become incomparably powerful. By then, if Yi Feng was not strong enough, his revenge might not even be satisfying. This little farce quickly came to an end, but before long they realized things were actually not that simple, because they discovered that under normal circumstances, that rooster's crow was not nearly that loud. Even from the high rooftop, it could not truly spread through all of Hogwarts, much less reach their ears when they had their doors and windows shut and their heads covered with blankets. However, once that rooster flew onto the roof, its crow would become incredibly loud and highly penetrating. This made them suspect that it was some magical creature they had never seen before, rather than an ordinary rooster. But when they went to ask Hagrid, they got a conclusion that left them deeply disappointed. That rooster really was just an ordinary big rooster, at most a little sturdier and with more brilliant feathers. Person A, if it is not the rooster's problem, then could it be the roof's problem? Person B, the roof? That should not be possible, right? Person A, not possible? If it were anyone else, maybe really not. But that person is Yi Feng. Person B. After several seconds of silence, Person B looked at the towering roof and let out a quiet sigh before saying, "How about we go up and take a look? Then let's go. I really don't want to keep getting woken up before dawn every single day after this." A little over a minute later, the two of them fell silent as they looked at the roof that had obviously been enchanted. I can only say, as expected of you. Sound amplification magic, penetrating magic, resonance magic, and these two should be weather shielding spells. He really thought this damn thing through. Even though this guy really doesn't do human things, I have to admit his way of combining and fusing different kinds of magic is truly unique. Just this move alone. Let alone us, even if those seniors who already graduated came back, they might not be able to pull it off either. True. No wonder those lower year little guys worship him so much. No wonder even after causing so much trouble, Professor Dumbledore and the others have never really punished him. The professors are probably planning to train him up to carry the banner against you-know-who. Their discussion gradually faded into the distance, while at this moment our protagonist Yi Feng was seriously holding a fair little hand and gently stroking it. Around him, besides Hermione, Cho Chang, and the others, there was also a whole crowd gathered. "Junior, your lifeline looks a bit rough. When you were 10, did you run into a life-or-death crisis and almost die once?" That's right. When I was 10, I was playing on the road and got hit flying by an out-of-control car. Luckily, I was athletic / that. Luckily, my dad is a doctor and my mom is a nurse. After they found out, they immediately treated my wounds and sent me to the hospital, so I survived. Feng Yi, this counts as a right fortune-telling. If this fortune-telling is so accurate, can you tell my love fortune? As she said this, the little girl looked at Yi Feng timidly, her eyes full of expectation. Yi Feng. After a brief silence, Yi Feng sighed and said, "Junior, you're still young. Love isn't as wonderful as you imagine. It's like a fruit. If you taste it too early, all you'll get is bitterness. Is that so? But I still want to see." Yi Feng. "No, Junior. Why are you so stubborn? Do I really have to say it that clearly? You too. There will be no result. Give up early. TT. Really not even a sliver of hope, senior?" Looking at the girl's young yet sincere face, Yi Feng suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt. What a sin. Sure enough, being handsome is a kind of crime, and I've clearly become beyond redemption. Seeing the helplessness on Yi Feng's face, Cho Chang quickly spoke up to save the situation. Palm reading fortune-telling is just a pretty general method of fortune-telling in our country. It doesn't really count. We usually just treat it as a bit of fun. Junior, don't take it to heart. How about we have Feng take a look at your wealth luck instead? The moment Yi Feng heard that, he was so moved he could cry. Big Sis was still the best, unlike the others who only knew how to watch the show. "Come on, put your hand here. I'll take another look at your wealth line. HM?" Just as that junior put her hand back into Yi Feng's hand again, Yi Feng's brows suddenly furrowed and he abruptly looked toward the classmate who had just passed by. He stretched out his other hand, grabbed the other person's robe, and loudly said, "This classmate, don't go yet. I see darkness on your brow and purple on your lips. This is a sign of great misfortune. The Voldemort being grabbed. Are you FNG done or not? Oh, mouth-mad winky face oh. Oh, mouth-mad winky face oh." Looking at this dark-faced classmate, Yi Feng's expression was extremely serious. That instantly made the student Yi Feng had grabbed, namely the student bewitched by Voldemort and carrying Voldemort's diary, turn deathly pale. "Student Yi Feng, is what you're saying true? I really haven't been resting well these past few days. This morning when I got up, I even found that the position of my shoes had changed for no reason at all. Have I been haunted by something strange?" Yi Feng. Hidden inside the diary, Voldemort's heart instantly skipped a beat when he saw the changing expressions on Yi Feng's face. He hadn't been doing nothing these days. He had carefully learned about what had been happening in Hogwarts over the last few days, and because of that, the moment he saw Yifeng's expression, his heart immediately sank. This guy isn't about to start causing trouble again, is he? Facts proved that Voldemort's sixth sense was indeed very accurate, because in the next second, Yifeng pulled out an exorcism talisman from his pocket and solemnly introduced it. This is an exorcism talisman. With it, evil influences will definitely not invade you, and it will help you get through this bloody disaster. That's great. Thank you, student Yifeng. As he spoke, this excited first-year Gryffindor boy reached out to take the exorcism talisman from Yifeng's hand. Yifeng's brows faintly furrowed, and with a flip of the hand holding the talisman, he pulled it right back into his palm. Senior Yifeng, this is. Seeing Yifeng do that, this little junior was completely dumbfounded, his head full of question marks. Seeing that the boy really didn't understand, Yifeng sighed softly and said, "Fortune-telling in our country is considered a method of peeking into heavenly secrets. If this method is used too much, it will shorten the user's lifespan, so." At that point, Yifeng saw that the boy still wasn't getting it, so he shook his head helplessly and spoke again. Have you ever bought talismans before?" Hearing Yifeng say that, the little junior finally woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly started digging through his pockets. In the end, after turning out every pocket he had, he only managed to scrape together 1 galleon. Yifeng, clatter. Seeing that this little junior really couldn't pull out any more money, Yifeng sighed helplessly, swept up all the coins on the table in one go, then placed the folded exorcism talisman into his hand and solemnly instructed, "Remember this. Keep it on you at all times. Don't let it be more than 1 meter away from you under any circumstances, or it won't work." Seeing the seriousness on Yifeng's face, the little junior's expression also turned serious. He carefully put the exorcism talisman into his innermost pocket, then picked up the diary housing Voldemort's memory and pressed them tightly together. Voldemort. Day. At first, when Voldemort saw how serious Yifeng was, he thought that talisman really possessed some mysterious and powerful force. After all, he had seen what talismans could do before, so at the beginning he was quite frightened. But when the diary he inhabited pressed against that talisman, his mind filled with confusion because he didn't feel any discomfort at all. So he cautiously extended a tiny bit of his consciousness to touch the talisman, and then discovered that it was just a piece of paper covered in incomprehensible scribbles and contained no other power. But was that really the case? Perhaps only at the very end would anyone know whether that talisman really was just a piece of paper covered in meaningless scribbles and nothing more. After sending that little junior away, Yifeng continued reading palms and telling fortunes for the other students and such. Of course, they were basically all girls, because boys had a hard time squeezing in, and Yifeng also didn't like holding male classmates' hands to read their palms. Of course, the reason so many people gathered around Yifeng wasn't just because of his popularity and his handsome, cute appearance. He really did have some genuine skill. After all, he was a cultivator, and cultivators were beings who struggled against the heavens by nature, so knowing a few methods for seeking advantage and avoiding harm was perfectly reasonable. Because of that, calculating things that had already happened was nothing to him at all. As for what would happen in the future, everyone had luck that belonged to them, and Yifeng just so happened to have a few little tricks that let him see a person's luck and short-term fortune. Through that, it was very easy for him to infer whether these people were about to run into bad luck or not. Of course, there generally wouldn't be any danger in studying at Hogwarts. Or rather, the unluckiest person had just been sent away by him. As for everyone else under normal circumstances, as long as they didn't follow Harry and stayed far away whenever they saw him, there basically wouldn't be any danger. And because Yifeng's readings were so accurate, he quickly attracted even more people to come to him for fortune-telling. Could be said that in just a little over a week, Yifeng had basically touched the hands of nearly all the girls in the school. This led him to one conclusion. The girls from Ravenclaw had more slender, longer, and softer hands. The girls from Slytherin, while their hands weren't quite as long, had fairer skin. As for the rest, the girls from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were a bit lacking in comparison, but their hands were also stronger. The girls. Actually, Yifeng wasn't some shameless pervert, but these upperclassmen and underclassmen just loved asking him to read their palms. He couldn't even refuse, so after doing it enough times, he naturally came to that conclusion. But actually, he was also very suffering from it. Every day, he had to touch hands and read the palms of more than a dozen girls. But that kind of suffering ended today, because Dumbledore and Grindelwald had returned. Especially Dumbledore. When he saw Yifeng, surrounded by a crowd of girls, looking serious while taking advantage of them, his worldview was a little shattered. Could it be that the scene in the mirror of Eriste back then was real? This guy really is a little pervert? Carrying deep confusion, Dumbledore quietly moved closer, and then his expression turned into this. Your lifeline is very long. If you take good care of yourself, living another 100 years without dying won't be a problem. It's just that your love line is a little bumpy. Judging from the twists on this love line, you'll have to go through at least 2 more passers-by before you find that true love who can stay with you until the end of your life. Of course, life is not unchanging and fate is not fixed forever, so this can only be used as a reference. You don't need to care too much about it. Just keep following your heart. 2? That doesn't sound like that many. Oh right, Junior Feng. Do you want to become your senior sister's first man? The kind where you don't have to take responsibility. As she said this, that senior girl, whose looks could score 88 points and whose figure could score 90, winked at Feng with a flirtatious expression, and when she pulled her hand back, she scratched his palm. Feng, Sigma Day. Oh. Feng admitted that, in that instant, his body felt a tingling numbness, as if he had been electrocuted. He admitted that, for that brief moment, his heart had stirred. But the next second, he pulled himself together, because a fair and slender hand had already landed on his waist. Ahem, senior sister, I'm a decent person, and I'm still young. If you tempt me like this, you'll end up in jail. Ahem, senior sister, I'm a decent person, and I'm still young. If you tempt me like this, you'll end up in jail. That one sentence from Feng completely stunned the senior girl, who had both good looks and a good figure. But when she saw Zhang Qiu's little hand pressed against Feng's waist, she instantly understood why he had said that. That made her laugh so hard her whole body trembled, and the boys beside them stared with their eyes wide open. Dumbledore, who had already been squatting nearby and listening for quite a while, let out a light cough to remind Feng and the others that their headmaster was right there beside them. But unfortunately, Dumbledore's cough might have been a little too quiet, so Feng and the others inside didn't hear it at all. When he saw that Feng and the others hadn't heard his cough at all, and then another girl quickly sat down in front of Feng and proactively placed her fair little hand into his, Dumbledore couldn't help coughing again, and this time he deliberately raised the volume quite a bit. This time, the people on the outside finally noticed that Dumbledore had somehow appeared behind them, and Feng on the inside finally noticed that the cough sounded a bit familiar. But when he turned and saw that it was Dumbledore, he only glanced at him once before withdrawing his gaze and continuing to hold the cute young lady's hand in front of him while reading her palm. Student Feng, please stop what you're doing with your hands for a moment. Feng, being interrupted by Dumbledore again, instantly annoyed Feng. He inwardly complained that Dumbledore had no sense of romance. But since Dumbledore was still the headmaster of Hogwarts, he had to give him at least this much face, so he could only helplessly let go of that senior girl's hand. Headmaster Dumbledore, may I ask what you need? Is your throat uncomfortable? I have a medicine called Golden Throat that's quite good for soothing the throat and stopping coughs. If you're not used to drinking that, I can also make you some loquat syrup. Pear paste works too. Dumbledore, although Dumbledore knew that this kid Feng was deliberately changing the subject, he was still rather speechless. But to be fair, even though Feng was changing the subject, what he said really did pique Dumbledore's interest quite a bit, because he knew very well that this boy truly was extremely talented when it came to potions. Of course, asking about those potions could wait a bit. Right now, what concerned him most was the matter of Feng taking advantage by holding that young girl's hand just now. So he said with a serious expression, we'll talk about that later. Right now, I want to ask, what exactly were you doing when you were holding Miss Alana's hand just now? Professor Dumbledore, do you want to ask about this? This is called palm reading. It's a mysterious form of Eastern divination. By looking at the palm lines in a person's hand, you can divine the future development of their love life, career, and lifespan. Before Feng could even speak, a girl standing beside Dumbledore with a few freckles on her face excitedly explained it all for him. Dumbledore? Oh? It would have been better if the little girl hadn't explained. Once she did, Dumbledore's head was instantly filled with question marks, because he had never heard of anyone being able to predict a person's fortune or misfortune just from the lines on their palm. That made him extremely interested, so he directly walked up to Feng and sat down in front of him. Come on. I'm very curious about this palm reading. Can you read mine too? Feng, Sigma A. Looking at Dumbledore, who had sat down in front of him, rolled up his sleeve and held out his hand, Feng was completely dumbfounded. But very quickly, his face filled with visible disgust, because although Dumbledore had taken pretty good care of himself, he was still old in the end. Most importantly, he was also a man, so Feng was a little disgusted. Dumbledore, seeing the visible disgust on Feng's face, Dumbledore was furious inside. This made him even more certain that this kid was using this method to take advantage of the girls at school. So his eyes narrowed slightly. What is it? Student Feng? Is there some difficulty? Hearing Dumbledore's obvious words of urging, Feng helplessly sighed and placed his hand flat on the table, preparing to read his palm. But just as his other hand rested on Dumbledore's, it happened to touch Dumbledore's pulse, and Feng's brows lifted. After pondering slightly, Feng spoke. Professor Dumbledore, have you been feeling a bit overheated these past few days, with frequent night sweats when you sleep and also becoming prone to insomnia? Dumbledore? Day. Feng's words directly stunned Dumbledore, because he really did have all those symptoms. So he nodded instinctively. Yes, that's right. You saw all that through palm reading? That's really a bit unbelievable. But what does night sweats mean? Feng, Omega winky face, when he heard Dumbledore say that, 2 drops of cold sweat slid down Feng's forehead, and he quickly explained, no, palm reading doesn't look at that. I figured it out by taking your pulse. As for night sweats, that's a condition where you sweat abnormally after falling asleep, and it stops immediately after waking up. Come on, open your mouth and stick out your tongue so I can take a look. Dumbledore? Day, what did I just do? After hearing Feng's words, Dumbledore had instinctively opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Only afterward did he realize what a shocking thing he had just done in public. As for Feng, he looked completely unfazed. He nodded and calmly said, that's right. This is a typical case of kidney heat, Professor Dumbledore. You need to cool off a bit. As he said this, Feng gave Grindelwald, who was following behind, a teasing glance. Then he casually pulled out a brush and paper and started writing a prescription. Of course, even though he called it a prescription, it was really just a very ordinary herbal tea recipe for clearing internal heat, the kind anyone could drink. As for why he used a brush, of course it was because using a brush gave it more of a ceremonial feel. So when Dumbledore received that prescription, with its flowing yet neat handwriting and still wet ink, he was completely dumbfounded. About 2 seconds later, Dumbledore finally came back to his senses, and then he said something that nearly made Feng collapse on the spot. Student Feng, even though I don't understand this writing, I can still tell your calligraphy is very impressive, but can you switch it to English? I can't read Chinese. Dumbledore's words instantly turned what had become an extremely serious scene because of his arrival into a cheerful one, and when Feng saw Dumbledore's utterly serious expression, he immediately felt a deep sense of defeat. It was the first time he had done something so seriously. He had even taken out the brush he had not touched in ages, yet in the end, all it got him was a line like that from Dumbledore. Feng felt deeply frustrated, so he listlessly switched to a quill and swiftly rewrote a cooling and detoxifying herbal tea prescription for Dumbledore. Dumbledore was from the British wizarding world, so it was pretty reasonable that he did not understand Chinese, right? Feng. Reasonable my ass. Why would the great headmaster of Hogwarts, the pillar of the wizarding world, Dumbledore, who can come all the way to China to recruit students and has plenty of friends in China, not be able to read Chinese? Even though he was extremely annoyed inside, Feng had no choice but to accept this fact. After Dumbledore carefully folded up both prescriptions and put them away, he once again stretched his hand out in front of Feng. All right, let's continue with the palm reading. Feng, fine. Since you insist, Professor Dumbledore, I'll reluctantly read it for you, but I can't guarantee whether it'll be accurate or not. Of course, divination is a method of exploring the unknown through the mist to begin with. Getting it wrong is normal. Just look and just say whatever you see. Hearing Dumbledore say that, Feng immediately felt relieved and said, with you saying that, I'm at ease now. What would you like to see? Fate, love, or career? Hearing the 3 choices Feng offered, Dumbledore pondered for a moment before slowly saying, career. At my age, I've long since come to terms with fate. As for love, at this point, Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald before continuing, love is something beautiful and desirable. I once had the chance to have it, but in the end, I lost it forever. Let it be. Feng. Listening to Dumbledore's insincere words, Feng was utterly speechless. But what could he do? He could not exactly expose the relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald directly. If he did, Grindelwald would definitely hunt him down for at least 3 days and 3 nights, and Dumbledore would probably have to step down from the position of headmaster as well. Although Dumbledore had punished him plenty while serving as headmaster and had made no shortage of school rules to restrain him, to be fair, the old man had treated him pretty well. He was not as gentle and tolerant with him as he was with Harry, but he still regarded him as one of the younger generation, so Feng would never do something that immoral. So Feng gave a light sigh and said, career, right? Let me take a look. As he spoke, Feng lowered his head and looked at Dumbledore's palm, and the moment he saw Dumbledore's career line, his eyes lit up. Headmaster Dumbledore, judging from your career line, your career path has had quite a few twists and turns. And before long, there'll be a fairly major fluctuation. From the way this line changes, there's a good chance you'll be removed from office. When he said this, Yi Feng's eyes were sparkling. He stared fixedly at Dumbledore and said in a voice full of temptation, Headmaster Dumbledore, judging from your career line, in a few days, there's a chance the board will remove you from office for certain reasons. I assume you definitely don't want to hand Hogwarts over to outsiders to manage. So I have a very good idea. Do you want to hear it? Dumbledore, go on. The moment he saw Yi Feng's expression, Dumbledore knew the boy was definitely up to no good, but he still decided to hear him out. As for the matter of being removed from office, Dumbledore did not really doubt it, because the school board had long wanted to dismiss him. They simply had never found the opportunity because his prestige was too high and they had no legitimate reason. As for the opportunity to remove him, while he had said nothing and done nothing on the surface, as a leading figure of the wizarding world, and with the former Dark Lord Grindelwald at his side, how could he possibly have failed to notice that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, or failed to notice that notebook carrying Voldemort's spirit? So when Yi Feng said he might be removed from office, Dumbledore had already roughly guessed what was going on. In fact, from another perspective, Voldemort's reappearance was also the result of his tacit allowance, because if they wanted to truly defeat Voldemort, Harry had to grow stronger, and that kind of growth could never be achieved by simply studying obediently at school. Of course, things were now a little different, because Dumbledore felt Harry was not the only hope for breaking the deadlock. In fact, another choice might even be better than Harry. The only problem was that this fellow was far too good at stirring up trouble. Dumbledore had no idea whether he would live to see that fellow grow to the level he hoped for before being angered to death. Yi Feng, don't ask, just passing by, not interested. Yi Feng had no idea that Dumbledore was treating him as another hope for defeating Voldemort. Right now, he was still thinking about a certain major matter, so when he heard Dumbledore say that, he immediately said with an excited look on his face, from your career line, Professor Dumbledore, you're going to be removed from office very soon, right? Dumbledore, that's right. If you didn't read it wrong, then it should be so. Yi Feng, Headmaster Dumbledore, the reason you're going to be removed is because you're the headmaster of Hogwarts, right? Dumbledore? Yi Feng's words made a huge question mark pop up over Dumbledore's head, but after thinking about it, he felt that Yi Feng was not wrong in the slightest, so he nodded and tacitly agreed. Yi Feng then continued, since you can only be removed because you're the headmaster, then what if you're not the headmaster? Wouldn't that mean they can't remove your headmaster status anymore? Dumbledore? Dumbledore had been able to become the headmaster of Hogwarts because his mind was quite sharp, so after only freezing for a moment, he understood what Yi Feng meant. And once he understood, he was directly shocked, because this guy's idea was just too wild, too fresh and unconventional. You people want to remove my headmaster status and kick me out of Hogwarts? Fine, no need for you to remove me. I'll stop being headmaster myself. Let's see how you're going to remove me then. Of course, things were far from that simple, because being the headmaster of Hogwarts was not such an easy job. You had to be able to win people over and you also had to earn his trust. Otherwise, if someone took office and immediately started messing around, turning Hogwarts into a complete mess, then he'd have to learn the Cruciatus Curse from Grindelwald. But it wasn't like there were no candidates. Professor McGonagall, for example, was quite reliable. Still, he couldn't just say that directly, so Dumbledore looked at Yi Feng and asked, who do you think could become the headmaster of Hogwarts after I step down? Grindelwald. Yi Feng said Grindelwald's name without even thinking. The reason he didn't say McGonagall wasn't because McGonagall wasn't suitable, but because Yi Feng was very unclear on whether that person would just be pushed out as a scapegoat, and then once the basilisk came out and petrified someone, they could use him to take the blame and bring Dumbledore back. As for why he chose Grindelwald, aside from Grindelwald's relationship with Dumbledore, the most important reason was that Grindelwald had once been the Dark Lord. Don't be fooled by how Grindelwald was just a kindly old man at Hogwarts now. This guy was also someone who killed without blinking, and more importantly, he didn't have Dumbledore's sense of restraint. He was also the type who loved chaos. In other words, if Grindelwald became the headmaster of Hogwarts for a few days, then he could work with Grindelwald to do a lot of things beneficial to Hogwarts, including but not limited to renovating Hogwarts, trimming the Forbidden Forest, mortgaging Hogwarts to Gringotts, adding a dark arts class, and so on. Maybe feeling that this was a bit too eager, after bringing up Grindelwald's name, Yi Feng hesitated for a moment and then added, of course, if you don't mind, I actually think I'm pretty suitable to be headmaster too. Dumbledore, get lost. Dumbledore, get lost. Yi Feng. Well, right then, so you're sure you want to step down and let Mr. Grindelwald temporarily take over as headmaster, right? Dumbledore, day. For some reason, at this moment Dumbledore sincerely felt exhausted. It gave him the strange thought that maybe listening to Yi Feng and temporarily handing the position of headmaster of Hogwarts over to Grindelwald wouldn't be such a bad idea. But he quickly pulled himself together because no one knew Grindelwald better than he did, and no one at Hogwarts knew Yi Feng better than he did either. He dared to say with certainty that if he really stepped down and handed the headmaster position to Grindelwald, then it would be over. Voldemort wouldn't even need to show up. Just those two alone could finish off Hogwarts. After all, Grindelwald was a firm revolutionary, and his greatest wish was for wizards to rule over muggles. If those two troublemakers got together, Hogwarts would definitely be turned upside down. So even though Yi Feng's suggestion was tempting, Dumbledore still rejected the idea. Compared to the safety of Hogwarts, that little temptation was nothing worth mentioning, so Dumbledore refused directly. When Yi Feng saw Dumbledore reject him, he was extremely disappointed. So he left Dumbledore behind and went to find pretty girls to read their palms again. After all, Dumbledore was nowhere near as appealing as pretty girls. Dumbledore? Fine. Then, watching Yi Feng turn back around to read the palms of the girls at school again.
Dumbledore sighed.
Then the next evening at dinner, Dumbledore announced a new school rule. Given that some students have been taking advantage of girls under the pretense of palm reading, and quite a few girls have already been deceived, the school has decided after discussion to prohibit students from reading palms or telling fortunes for other students. Of course, palm reading and fortune-telling can also be considered a kind of magical method. We do not forbid students from learning or even practicing them, but they must first obtain permission from a teacher. Aside from that, after my investigation, I have found that traditional Chinese medicine is a remarkable field, but it requires considerable experience. So after discussion, we have decided that unless a student's medical skill is recognized by the school healer, students are forbidden from taking each other's pulses and diagnosing illnesses, and they are absolutely not allowed to prescribe medicine recklessly. As he said this, Dumbledore gave Yi Feng a meaningful look. As for why, both he and Yi Feng knew perfectly well. After being glanced at by Dumbledore, Yi Feng guiltily turned his head away and whistled, because in the herbal tea prescription he gave Dumbledore, he had swapped in one herb with basically the same medicinal effect, but with a slightly insignificant side effect. Actually, the side effect wasn't that serious. It was just that, after drinking the herbal tea when going to the bathroom, the urine would be rather yellow, and the smell would be very strong, the kind where even pinching your nose it could still nearly knock you over. The facts proved that the herbal tea Yi Feng prescribed worked very well. Dumbledore was no longer suffering from internal heat, though the effect might have been a little too good. In the future, he probably wouldn't get another chance to help pretty girls read their palms and so on. But who said palm reading was the only thing he knew? Aside from knowing a little about palm reading, he had also dabbled a bit in character divination, bone reading, massage, bone setting, cupping, horoscopes, tarot cards, and so on. Especially massage. His skill was so good that every single time, he could massage the village's big yellow dog until its whole body twitched. So, the next day, Dumbledore saw Yi Feng set up a little stall. On the blanket were several tarot decks and a crystal-clear crystal ball, and the number of girls gathered around him was even greater than the past 2 days. There were even quite a few boys who shamelessly squeezed their way in. Last time, besides Yi Feng, there had also been some quick-witted people who took advantage of the situation and got quite a bit of benefit. So this time, when they saw Yi Feng bring out a new divination method, naturally they didn't want to miss it. But this time they were disappointed, because tarot divination was not quite the same as palm reading. To use this set of tools for divination, you first had to understand what each tarot card represented. And you also had to be able to flexibly come up with a reasonable and convincing explanation based on each card, because quite a few people in the West knew about tarot. Of course, this was nothing for Yi Feng, but for the others it was a bit difficult. More importantly, aside from tarot, Yi Feng also occasionally threw in things like horoscopes. So when they saw Yi Feng chatting fluently with the girls who came for divination, they were incredibly jealous. Of course, what they were most jealous of and most wanted to learn was still the massage Yi Feng had demonstrated a little before. Just from that little bit, those old perverts had already realized that this thing was a god-tier move for getting intimate. Unfortunately, before Yi Feng could demonstrate much more, he was interrupted by the arriving Cho Chang. But they were destined never to learn it, because just as Yi Feng handed over the tarot cards for a girl to draw one, Dumbledore walked up behind him. Yi Feng, come with me to the office. Half an hour later, Yi Feng returned to class with little interest, because Dumbledore had repeatedly warned him not to cause trouble during this period. Besides that, he also told him to lock up that free-range rooster and send it to Hagrid for a few days, because with that rooster around, Voldemort and the basilisk didn't dare come out. Yes, because the big rooster Yi Feng raised was not kept confined. And since Xiao Hui might have gotten tired of eating pills, it tossed any pills that didn't suit its taste to that big rooster instead. The result was that the rooster not only became even more mighty-looking, but its daily routine was also starting to match Xiao Hui's. As everyone knew, owls slept during the day and only came out at night. Although Xiao Hui Hui had already become quite different from ordinary owls after being fed so many pills by Yifeng, it still kept some of its habits. At night, it liked to go out for a stroll before coming back to sleep, and as its little brother, the big rooster naturally couldn't fall behind. Therefore, one day when Voldemort, who was determined to rule the wizarding world, released the basilisk and planned to have it kill 2 half-blood wizards, a colorful rooster that had been silently following behind a certain little one scared them half to death on the spot. The basilisk in particular hid for nearly 3 days before it finally recovered enough to dare come out again. However, whether they had picked the wrong time or were just unlucky this time after coming out, before they could even find the half-blood wizard, they ran straight into Little Gray and its follower Rooster. And so, that was how Dumbledore ended up telling Yifeng to lock the rooster up first and send it to Hagrid's place to be raised for a few days. Forget it. Christmas seems to be coming soon anyway, so I'll let Voldemort enjoy the holiday in peace for now. I'll go get this year's Christmas presents ready first. Wait, in another 2 days it'll be the winter solstice, right? How about celebrating the winter solstice first? As he muttered to himself, Yifeng remembered the tangyuan his mother made for them every year on the winter solstice, the kind that could knock De Huang senseless if thrown at him. Gulu. Maybe. Forget it. At that moment, far across the ocean, a certain dog named De Huang, who was standing watch, could not help sneezing. Achoo, it's not even the winter solstice yet, and it's already this cold. This is killing me. I better get back to my den. If I stay out any longer, I'm really going to freeze into a dog. 2 days later, the Gryffindor common room. Hermione. Yifeng. What is this round thing? Is this really good? Luna. This is called tangyuan. In China, it carries the beautiful wish of reunion and togetherness. You can put all kinds of fillings inside it and choose whichever filling you like. Once it's wrapped, you boil it in soup, and the taste is just incredibly delicious. Ron. Can you put anything inside? Then I'm putting a chicken drumstick in mine, preferably salt-baked. That one has a nice chew to it. Everyone. Ron effortlessly killed the conversation this time. After saying that, he looked at the tangyuan Yifeng had already wrapped, then thought about the chicken drumsticks he usually ate and fell silent as well. But was he the kind of person who would give up that easily? Obviously not. So, look, my salt-baked chicken drumstick tangyuan is done. Just a few minutes later, Ron shouted excitedly. When everyone turned to look, they were instantly petrified, because in Ron's hands was a tangyuan that was even a little bigger than Hagrid's fist. Ron, that isn't called tangyuan. That's a lump of dough with chicken drumstick filling. And a giant lump of dough. After a long silence, Hermione was the one who finally broke it. But Ron firmly believed that what he had made was tangyuan. It was just slightly big. Yifeng. It really is only a tiny bit big. Just one of them can fill an entire pot, that's all. In the end, Ron still insisted that his was tangyuan and refused to wrap it again. Yifeng and the others respected Ron's choice, so they prepared a separate pot for him and let him cook it himself. And when Yifeng and the others had finished wrapping theirs and they were almost done cooking, Dumbledore and Grindelwald followed the smell over. Yifeng. Are you dogs or something? Those noses of yours. We already shut the doors and windows, and you still managed to follow the smell here this fast. Hearing Yifeng's heavily sarcastic words, Dumbledore did not mind at all. As he greeted Grindelwald and sat down, he said, "Thank you for the compliment, but mainly, it's because the young lady's cooking is good enough. The fragrance of this tangyuan is so wonderful that no obstacle could keep it from spreading." Cho Chang, Ginny, and the other girls, Omega, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Grindelwald, please have a seat first. The tangyuan will be ready very soon. With just one sentence, Dumbledore put bright smiles all over the girls' faces. As for Yifeng, although he did not particularly like these 2 uninvited guests, he could not exactly drive them out, so he could only pinch his nose and accept it. But what surprised Yifeng a little was that less than 3 minutes after Dumbledore and Grindelwald arrived, Professor McGonagall and Snape showed up too. Oh, I didn't expect Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Grindelwald to be here too. Looks like you received the invitation as well, though I suppose that makes sense. With your relationship, how could Mr. Yifeng possibly not invite you over for tangyuan?
Dumbledore, Sigma. De.
You were all invited too? When Snape heard Dumbledore say that, he gave him a strange look and said, "Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. Didn't you receive the invitation?" TCH. The sound of an arrow piercing straight through the heart rang out in Dumbledore's mind. After hearing Snape's words, Dumbledore had the urge to clutch his chest. And right at that moment, the person Dumbledore least expected stabbed in with another blow and delivered him the finishing strike.
Grindelwald. Who?
Albus, you didn't get the invitation? I thought you came with me because you'd received an invitation from the little ye fellow. TCH. Dumbledore. As the saying went, The most powerful knife always came from the one closest behind you. Grindelwald's blow went straight through Dumbledore's heart, and Yi Feng, watching the scene before him, was enjoying the drama immensely. As for any invitation cards, of course there were none. It was just the winter solstice, not a wedding banquet or anything like that, so naturally there were no invitation cards. But he had indeed asked Harry and the others to invite Professor McGonagall and the rest over for Tangyuan. Judging from the current situation, though, there had been a slight accident somewhere in that process. Maybe Harry and the others thought Yi Feng was already close enough with Dumbledore that he had told him himself. Or maybe the person who went to invite them happened to see Grindelwald, so after informing Grindelwald, they came back without telling Dumbledore. After all, everyone at school knew that if you saw Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Grindelwald was definitely somewhere nearby, and vice versa. As for why Grindelwald had not told Dumbledore, Yi Feng had no idea. In any case, he was having a great time watching the drama unfold. Looking at Dumbledore's deeply wounded expression, Yi Feng was absolutely delighted, and even the corners of Snape's mouth could not help but lift slightly. In the end, Professor McGonagall was the one who could not bear to watch anymore. Albus, you don't need to be upset. We actually didn't receive any invitation cards. Harry came to tell us there would be Tangyuan today and asked us to come to the Gryffindor common room at this time. Harry also said they had already informed you, so that's why I came. Dumbledore, you mean I was included among the invited people too? At that point, Harry finally snapped back to himself and hurriedly said, Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. I thought Professor Grindelwald would tell you, so I didn't come to tell you personally. Dumbledore, de Grindelwald.
Mr. Grindelwald.
Can you explain to me exactly what is going on here? Grindelwald. Ahem. I didn't tell you? Then I was probably too busy and forgot. But didn't I already bring you here? Come, the Tangyuan are floating now, so they should be done. Hurry and eat them while they're hot. As he spoke, Grindelwald picked up a bowl and the ladle for serving the Tangyuan, preparing to scoop some out. Seeing the steaming hot, round, plump, tempting Tangyuan come out of the pot, Dumbledore could no longer be bothered with all that. After all, he loved sweets. Just the sweet fragrance in the air had already made it hard for him to resist. So he took the Tangyuan Grindelwald handed over, ignored the heat, scooped one up with a spoon, blew on it, and was about to put it into his mouth. Just as Dumbledore felt it was about right and was preparing to eat the Tangyuan, Yi Feng finally spoke. I suddenly remembered. When I was wrapping the Tangyuan, I prepared a few little surprises. For example, completely cleaned galleons, spirit stones, chili peppers so spicy they make people breathe fire, bitter melon so bitter it makes your whole face scrunch up, and earwax-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Dumbledore, Harry, Yi Feng, you're joking, right? Yi Feng. Nope. I really did wrap it in. As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, Luna excitedly picked up where he left off. I can testify to that, because I saw Yi Feng wrap a magic bean into one of the Tangyuan with my own eyes. But I thought one might not be noticeable enough, so I helped add 2 more. Everyone, Sigma, Day. Are you a devil? With just those 2 sentences, what should have been a happy scene of everyone eating Tangyuan turned into a test of courage. Before someone else found that mine, no one dared to dig in properly. While carefully tasting their Tangyuan, they also had to keep their eyes and ears open to see whether anyone had already stepped on the trap. Suddenly, Harry, who had been silently tasting his Tangyuan, let out a shout. Then everyone saw him desperately looking for water. While searching for it, his fair little face turned bright red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and as his face reddened, sweat instantly poured out from his forehead. Oh, looks like you got the chili-flavored Tangyuan. Pretty lucky. That means everything from here on out will be booming and prosperous. As he spoke, Yi Feng quietly put the Tangyuan, which he had taken a small bite from, back into his bowl, then silently picked up Hermione's bowl beside him and took a big gulp of the sweet soup inside. Hermione. Their relationship was quite good. They were not boyfriend and girlfriend, but they were closer than ordinary classmates or friends, so Hermione did not feel resistant at all about Yi Feng drinking the sweet soup from her bowl. She was just curious why Yi Feng would suddenly do something like this in front of so many people. But she quickly found out, because after finishing the sweet soup in her bowl, Yi Feng picked up Cho Chang's bowl across from her and did the same thing. And when Luna thoughtfully handed her bowl over, Yi Feng did not stand on ceremony and accepted it directly. Only after finishing the sweet soup in Luna's bowl did Yi Feng sit up straight again. But when Ginny, blushing, pushed her bowl over too, Yi Feng hesitated for a second, pressed his lips together, and in the end silently took the bowl away as well. At first, everyone else's attention was on Harry, whose face had turned red from the spice as he ran around looking for water, so they did not notice what was happening over here. But Dumbledore had been paying attention to Yi Feng the whole time, so when Luna voluntarily handed her bowl to Yi Feng, he noticed it. First, Dumbledore was only a little puzzled and thought Yifeng might just like drinking sweet soup, because he had not seen Yifeng pick up Hermione's and Cho Chang's bowls. But when he saw Yifeng take Ginny's bowl, he started to suspect something. And when Yifeng put down Ginny's bowl, then silently picked up Hermione's bowl and went to the pot of Tangyuan soup, Dumbledore became certain of his guess. Student Yifeng, you wouldn't happen to have fallen for it, would you? Yifeng, Sigma Day. Yifeng, who was ladling sweet soup from the pot where the Tangyuan had been boiled, stiffened all over when he heard Dumbledore say that. But he quickly recovered and said, "How could that be? I just like drinking sweet soup." Dumbledore? Oh, really? I don't believe you. Oh. Dumbledore's words successfully drew everyone else's attention over as well. Even Harry, whose ears were practically starting to smoke from the spice, could not help but turn his head. But how could Yifeng possibly admit it? So he directly filled Hermione's bowl to the brim with sweet soup. Then with a slurp drank more than half of it in one go. Believe it or not, after saying that, Yifeng raised the bowl again and drank the remaining small half bowl of sweet soup, then filled it up once more before leisurely walking back. Since you say you like drinking sweet soup, then why is there still more than half a bowl of sweet soup and Tangyuan left in your own bowl that you are not eating? Yet you insist on using Hermione's bowl? So, at this point, Dumbledore reached out and pushed up his glasses, lowered his head slightly, then suddenly raised it and looked at Yifeng. The truth has only one answer. Yifeng, you ate the bitter Tangyuan, didn't you? Just a little joke. Go easy on me if you don't like it. Dumbledore, Yifeng, 0 to Q. After Dumbledore exposed him, Yifeng could not hold it in anymore. His calm, indifferent little face instantly scrunched up, because Dumbledore had guessed right. He really had fallen for it. That Tangyuan so bitter it could make a person cry was currently lying quietly in his bowl, and he had already taken a small bite out of it. Even though it was only a small bite, he had to admit that the ingredients he had found himself were truly top tier. Just that tiny bit entering his mouth had already made even a great cultivator like him, who could slap Peak Voldemort to death with one hand, unable to bear the bitterness. If he had really swallowed it in one gulp, then he definitely would have cried today. Everyone else, ha 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 ha. Seeing Yifeng like that, even Hermione and Luna, who were sitting beside him, could not help but laugh along. When Yifeng saw everyone else laughing, the expression on his face turned even more miserable. Ha ha ha, this is what they call harming others and ending up harming yourself, right? Never thought you'd have a day like this too. Seeing Yifeng suffer such a setback made Dumbledore incredibly happy. So, delighted, he scooped up a Tangyuan with his spoon and stuffed it into his mouth, and then, the expression on his face froze. Yifeng almost instantly guessed what had just happened. At that moment, he suddenly felt like the bitterness in his mouth had faded quite a bit. Under Yifeng and the others' gaze, after pausing for a brief moment, Dumbledore casually began chewing the Tangyuan in his mouth and swallowed it expressionlessly. Of course, what made Yifeng feel horrified was that after swallowing the Tangyuan, Dumbledore actually nodded as if nothing had happened and said, "Not bad. The girls' phones are really quite good." Yifeng de ruthless. Yifeng had to admit that when it came to being ruthless, he was far inferior to Dumbledore. At the very least, he could not chew and swallow a Tangyuan stuffed with 3 earwax-flavored magic beans with a blank expression. The spicy, bitter, and earwax-flavored Tangyuan had all already been found, so the remaining Tangyuan were nothing but surprises. Hermione and the others finally relaxed and boldly started eating Tangyuan. But the facts proved that sometimes, just because there were no more mines did not mean it was truly safe. Just 1 minute later, Ron let out a pained groan. Then Yifeng and the others saw Ron cover his mouth and spit out a deformed galleon. With Ron as a precedent, everyone else, especially Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and the 4 professors became much more careful, because there were still Spirit Stone Tangyuan inside. A galleon was at least more than 80% gold, so it was still relatively soft. If you really bit down hard on it, generally it would only hurt for a moment. But Spirit Stones were different. They had tested those before. That stuff was even harder than steel. If any of them accidentally bit into one without warning, then from that point on they probably really would only be able to eat soft food. In the end, it was Ginny who found the Spirit Stone Tangyuan, and that made her extremely excited, because she had already heard from her brother about how valuable this thing was. With the Spirit Stone, her family might not instantly become wealthy in the wizarding world, but at the very least their future life would no longer be so tight, and they could finally spend money without worrying so much. Of course, if Ginny had calmed down and carefully thought back to the scene when the Tangyuan were being served, she would have realized that that Tangyuan was exactly the one Yifeng had deliberately nudged in front of her while serving. Yifeng had not deliberately looked for the spicy and bitter Tangyuan, so those really were random. But that spirit stone Tangyuan was different. Even with all his divine sense shut off, Yifeng could still feel the rich spiritual energy contained within it. So Yifeng deliberately sent it to Jinny, and the reason he did that was naturally because among the girls, her family was the poorest. In the end, everyone was very satisfied with that meal of Tangyuan, especially Jinny and Ron because they had gained the things they lacked most at their current stage. While Yifeng and the others were happily eating sweet rice dumplings, Voldemort was searching over and over on the other side. In the end, he finally confirmed that the damned rooster had really been locked up, and not only locked up, but even its crow was no longer so loud. Even if someone held their breath in the school and listened carefully, they still could not hear it anymore. Which meant his basilisk could finally be released to cause chaos and drive Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. That was right. Voldemort's real goal in releasing the basilisk was not to kill people, but to prove through the basilisk's attacks that Dumbledore was unable to protect Hogwarts' safety, so that the Hogwarts Board of Governors would pressure him into leaving. Voldemort knew very well that as long as Dumbledore was still at the school, even if he revived, he still might not be able to defeat Dumbledore. More importantly, if Dumbledore remained inside the school, then his plan to revive through the diary had a very high chance of failing. Although failure was not something he could not bear, if success was possible, then of course he still wanted it to happen. Besides, whether this plan succeeded or failed was tied to whether he could wash away his humiliation and kill that hateful little brat and that disgusting feathered beast. So Voldemort felt that no amount of caution was too much. So when Yifeng and the others arrived the next day, they discovered that something incredibly shocking had happened at Hogwarts. More than a month had passed, and after Mrs. Norris had already been cured with a potion made from mandrakes, another petrified victim appeared. And this time, the one who had been petrified was no longer an animal, but a non-pure-blood wizard. Yifeng had some impression of this petrified person because he was from Gryffindor, and he was also Harry's little fanboy. He liked carrying a camera around and taking pictures everywhere, and when he was petrified, he was still holding up the camera in a pose as if he were about to take a photo. A bit regrettably, although he had already raised the camera, he was still just a little too slow. He failed to photograph the thing that petrified him before it happened. But that did not matter, because the mandrakes were already mature now, so it would take at most 2 days to prepare the potion to remove petrification. In other words, after 2 days, they would be able to learn the truth from this unlucky guy. Of course, they actually had another faster way to learn the truth, and that was to go find Moaning Myrtle, because that female ghost who stayed in the bathroom all the time was the victim from the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, if Feng remembered correctly. Of course, she had not seen the full basilisk either, because when she opened the bathroom door and came out, she looked directly at the basilisk face to face and died on the spot. But even that was enough to infer a lot. Perhaps Dumbledore already knew back then. No, he definitely knew what was going on because if Feng remembered correctly, Dumbledore could understand Parseltongue, which meant he could actually understand snake language. He just could not speak it. Being able to understand Parseltongue proved that Dumbledore could also hear the basilisk's voice, and Voldemort had been driven out of the school by Dumbledore back then as well. A man who could understand Parseltongue had probably guessed who was causing trouble, and had driven that person out of Hogwarts, yet had not gone to ask Moaning Myrtle what exactly had happened. There was really only one possibility for that, and that was that he actually knew everything. Perhaps that also explained one thing. Even though the setting said the basilisk ate people, not a single person in the story had been eaten. Even the cat had only been petrified and not eaten. So after someone at the school was petrified, Dumbledore did not really do anything. He only told the students to go back and not leave their common rooms at night to wander around. He did not even investigate deeply into what exactly was going on, nor did he seem to want to stake things out and catch the culprit who had petrified a student. It could be said that everything happening inside Hogwarts was under Dumbledore's control, so he was not flustered at all. Feng was not flustered either, because he knew very well what was going on, and in his eyes the basilisk was really just a slightly bigger snake. It could be said that if this were not Hermione and the others' final exam, then that basilisk, which could be lured away by Harry with a rock after going blind and then stabbed to death in one hit with a sword by a kid who was complete trash in close combat, was not even worth another glance from Feng unless it looked fat and juicy enough. But just because Feng was not panicking did not mean everyone else was not panicking. For example, a certain house elf who had been hiding in Hogwarts for quite a while was panicking badly. Back at the start of term, Dobby had tried to stop Harry from coming to Hogwarts, even though he had clearly seen how much unhappiness Harry suffered at his uncle and aunt's house. And even though he had seen how happy Harry was when Ron came to pick him up, Dobby still did it because he thought he was helping Harry. So after failing to stop Harry from coming to Hogwarts, Dobby followed him there as well. And during the flying broom match earlier, He had even tried to make Harry's broom go out of control to force Harry to go home, even though the consequence of that might have been Harry dying on the spot. Yes, Dobby did all of that just to force Harry to go home, to keep Harry away from the dangerous place called Hogwarts. As for what methods he used in the process, how serious the consequences of those methods might be, or whether Harry would be happy after going home, none of that was within Dobby's range of consideration. From Dobby's point of view, he really was saving Harry because in his understanding, Hogwarts was an extremely dangerous place. As long as Harry stayed in Hogwarts, he would definitely be targeted by Voldemort, so he had to make Harry leave this dangerous place. So after discovering that someone at Hogwarts had been petrified again, Dobby immediately panicked, because he knew this had to be Voldemort causing trouble. So he directly went to find Harry. He felt he could not keep using other methods to force Harry to go home anymore. He had to meet Harry directly and tell him why he was doing this. And then he successfully went to the wrong dormitory. With the sound of a finger snap, a decorative one-handed sword on the bookshelf quietly rose into the air. Then with a whoosh shot straight toward the figure sleeping soundly on the bed. Boom! When the sword was still half a meter away from the person on the bed, an incomparably sharp aura suddenly exploded outward. In almost an instant, that sharpened one-handed sword carrying endless killing intent turned into flying ash and silently dispersed. And as for Dobby, the instigator of all this, he had already been scared stupid. While Dobby was scared senseless by that terrifying aura, the owner of the bed groggily opened his eyes. But because he had not fully woken up yet, he could not quite open them for the moment, so he rubbed them again. And at the same moment the person on the bed opened his eyes, that terrifying aura quietly vanished. Yi Feng. Dash. Oh. Dash. Is it morning already? At the same time, on the other side, Dumbledore sensed that terrifying aura and was so frightened that he shot upright out of bed even in his sleep. 0-QWH. What happened? Was it an earthquake? The facts proved that when an aura became strong enough, it really could cause tremors. For example, right now, the fleeting flash of Yi Feng's aura had nearly shaken Hogwarts to the point of collapse, and Dobby, the one who caused it, was already scared stupid. Yi Feng. Looking at the pitch-black night sky outside the window, then at Dobby frozen in place, Yi Feng's mind filled with question marks, because he did not understand why, after waking up, there was suddenly such an ugly thing in his dorm room. It wasn't that Yi Feng looked down on house elves as a species, but from a human aesthetic perspective they really were ugly. Not only were they short and bald, but their skin was all wrinkled, and on top of that, their clothes were ragged like a beggar's, which made them look even uglier. So, Yi Feng, who had just woken up and was still a little groggy, was directly scared half to death by the elf. The holy shit, a ghost. Dobby, was that really necessary? Even if I do look a bit outside human standards of beauty, did you have to react so dramatically? As for the confusion in Dobby's heart, Yi Feng's answer was, yes. Hey, what demon is this pretending to be ghosts and monsters here? Reveal your true form at once. Great mighty heavenly dragon. Great Luostaff, Prajnapermitha. Huff. Along with Yi Feng's roar, the soft velvet blanket flew up from the bed into the air, and then the stunned Dobby saw several talismans glowing with golden light slap onto his body. Explode. Boom. A massive explosion rang out. The door to Yi Feng's dorm was blown clean off, and that small figure naturally wasn't spared and was sent flying as well. At this moment, Yi Feng himself was still a little dazed after doing all that, because most of that string of actions had been based on instinct, the subconscious instinct of someone who had just woken up and gotten jump-scared by something ugly. Of course, even if it was instinct, he had still retained a bit of awareness. Otherwise, what had stuck to Dobby wouldn't have been a few of the lowest-grade talismans drawn on ordinary yellow paper, but the flying sword at his waist that everyone else always mistook for an ornament. That little sword looked extremely delicate, almost like a decorative accessory. Zhang Qiu and Hermione had even played with it before and taken it back with them, but that thing was a genuine immortal sword. According to the system, if he could bring out even 1/10 of its power, then the incandescent lamp hanging in the sky during the day could be cut down at will. It was only because when Dobby had used magic just now to control that one-handed sword on the wall and tried to give Yi Feng a hit, there had truly been no killing intent in his heart. On top of that, that sword's power couldn't even break through the protective immortal aura around Yi Feng. Otherwise, Hogwarts would already have become a field of ruins by now. It was precisely because he hadn't sensed any killing intent from Dobby that although Yi Feng had been startled by how ugly he was, he had still kept a trace of clarity in his half-asleep state and hadn't gone for the kill. He only meant to teach the other side a lesson. After all, in his subconscious, aside from a certain Voldemort that he had caught twice with a net, basically no one in Hogwarts would truly want to harm him. There was no need to kill them, beating them half to death was enough. So after Dobby was blasted flying, several more talismans followed him out. And at the same time Feng threw out a few more talismans. Dumbledore, who had been completely jolted awake by the explosion, was rushing over at top speed. The reason was simple. He could tell that the explosion had come from Gryffindor Tower, the dormitory where Feng and the others lived. Of course, the reason Dumbledore was rushing there at full speed wasn't because he was worried about Feng's safety, but because he was worried that if he got there any later with this kind of commotion, the Gryffindor common room would turn into ruins. Snap! A finger snap rang out, and the talisman papers Feng had thrown were frozen in midair. This made a trace of surprise flash across the face of the now fully awake Feng. Oh, you actually dare resist? In that case, go. Following Feng's shout, his suitcase in the dorm suddenly opened, and then talismans filled the sky as they flew out of it. This scene made Dobby, who was already terrified out of his mind, widen his already huge eyes even more, and then he turned and ran without the slightest hesitation. House elves really did have magical talent, and because of that talent, they didn't need wands or incantations to cast magic, so they could cast very quickly and use that to freeze the talisman papers that Feng had casually thrown out. But that did not mean he could freeze the talisman papers that were obviously different this time, not thrown out but activated and sent forth. There was a difference between throwing out talismans and sending them forth with power. Throwing them out was simply using technique to toss out already activated talismans. What actually took effect was only the power of the talisman itself. There was no extra power from the user added on top of it, so however powerful the talisman was when it was made, that was how powerful it was after being thrown out, and it couldn't precisely track anything either. But sending them forth was completely different. The user infused their own power into the talismans and thereby controlled them. Although the consumption was greater this way, the advantage was that the power was also greater, and they could be controlled at any time. Dobby didn't understand the mystery behind it, but he could feel that the power of the talismans flying toward him the two times was clearly different. So he turned and ran on the spot without a trace of hesitation, and not only did he run, he directly turned invisible too. If it had been any other Hogwarts student, Dobby's invisibility trick might very well have worked wonders and let him escape, but unfortunately, the one he had woken up was Feng. There was no need to open heavenly sight or use divine sense or anything like that. Just by listening to sounds to determine position and using his keen sixth sense to feel subtle changes in the air, Feng could easily tell where Dobby was. You could say that this kind of invisibility, which only made someone disappear from human sight, was completely useless against Feng. So, just after turning invisible and before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, Dobby discovered that the sky full of talismans was still flying straight at him. That made him run even faster. It was also at this moment that Feng finally remembered that in the original story, Harry did seem to have a house elf, and it looked a tiny bit like this one in front of him. Could this thing be that idiot who went crazy at the platform 9 3/4 entrance at the start of school, made the bludger lose control and chase Harry in the story, and then made Harry's broom lose control and almost got him killed? Dobby. That's right. It is I. Realizing what this thing was, Feng quickly understood what that sword earlier had been about. It had definitely been this brainless house elf using his own method to protect Harry. A way to make Harry go home. As for why he hadn't gone to Harry and had instead inexplicably run into his dorm, with that level of intelligence, Feng felt there was no need to think too hard about it. He had definitely gone to the wrong dorm. To be honest, with everything Dobby had done in the first 2 books, Feng really couldn't bring himself to like him. Even if he truly had done it for Harry, it was like parents saying, "I'm doing this for your own good, what do you know, and you'll understand when you grow up," except even scarier because Dobby was genuinely trying to kill him. So after realizing this house elf might be Dobby, Feng's mind stirred, and he made the talismans fly even faster. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions rang out one after another. That made Dumbledore run even faster, his shoes practically smoking, and he finally arrived before Feng could completely tear apart Gryffindor's common room. And the moment Dumbledore arrived, Dobby's eyes lit up and he immediately ran behind Dumbledore. At the same moment Dobby ran behind Dumbledore, Feng's eyes also lit up, and then those dozens of talismans seemed to lose control and shot straight toward Dumbledore at even greater speed. Feng. Dobby, I forgive you on Harry's behalf. Dumbledore, Day. Protego tot alum. Invulnerable Vajra. Boom, 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 boom. Crack. Splash, splash. Explosions. Thunder. The sound of torrential rain crashing down, and all kinds of other noises mixed together and completely woke up all of Hogwarts. The corridor and stairs, which had taken more than half the power of those talismans, directly exploded into fragments scattered across the floor. This made Grindelwald, Snape, and the others who had rushed over after hearing the commotion not dare approach carelessly. Mr. Feng, What exactly happened? What are you attacking? Hearing Professor McGonagall say that, Yi Feng's eyes lit up and he shouted loudly, Professor McGonagall. I was sleeping just now when I was suddenly attacked. If I hadn't pasted a tiny bit of protective talismans on my bed, I might already have become a ghost. Now that I've caught the attacker and he can't get away, professors, hurry up and attack and take him down. When Professor McGonagall and the others heard that Yi Feng had actually been attacked in his sleep, they were greatly shocked. But after hearing what Yi Feng said, they quickly let out a sigh of relief, then silently observed a second of mourning for that attacker. Yi Feng was the entire Hogwarts talisman supplier. If one day someone told them that Yi Feng had blown Hogwarts into the sky with the talismans he had stockpiled, they would not be surprised at all, because they knew very clearly that when Yi Feng said a little, he really meant a hell of a lot. Although the school could no longer sell talismans in large quantities, at some point Diagon Alley had quietly gained a talisman specialty shop called Fu Duo Duo. This shop did not have many high-end talismans, but when it came to talismans made from ordinary yellow paper, the quantity was truly massive. For commonly used explosion talismans, for example, the warehouse stock was measured by the ton. So when Yi Feng told them to make a move, they were actually a little puzzled. After all, with Yi Feng's talisman reserves, they were not even sure they could confidently say they would definitely beat a Yi Feng who used only talismans. Of course, things had already reached this point, and they really had seen a figure in the firelight. Also, if Yi Feng kept blowing things up, Hogwarts would have to be renovated all over again, so they all made their moves. Expelli Armis, Petrificus Totalis, Sectum Sempra, Crucio, Dumbledore, Day, Grindelwald, Yi Feng, everyone else. Sigma LLL, why do I feel like I just heard Professor Dumbledore's voice? Yi Feng, how is that possible? You definitely heard wrong. Professor Dumbledore cares about me so much, so how could he possibly come attack me in the middle of the night? So don't stop. Hurry up and use all your strength to defeat this attacker. Grindelwald. Winky face, the others might still have had some doubts, but Grindelwald was certain that had absolutely been Dumbledore's voice just now. As for why Dumbledore was being attacked by Yi Feng's talismans, and had actually been trapped without using apparition or some other movement magic to get out, he was not too sure about that. However, as the person in the school who might understand Yi Feng even better than Dumbledore did, there was one thing Grindelwald knew very clearly. Dumbledore had definitely been set up. And he was sure Yi Feng had already prepared an excuse. Otherwise, there was no way he would dare use talismans like this to bombard Dumbledore. The reason Grindelwald was so certain, aside from Dumbledore's furious shout, was another point. Even now, the talismans Yi Feng was using were still the lowest grade ones, the cheapest kind, the kind mass-produced by magically controlling a quill. Not a single expensive or more powerful talisman had appeared. If the person inside really were the attacker who had ambushed him and nearly gotten him killed, then Yi Feng would absolutely not be attacking with only these talismans that looked intimidating but could actually be blocked as long as your Protego was practiced well enough. He would have used higher-level talismans that could break through Protego. Therefore, after putting all the information together, Grindelwald arrived at the final answer. There might really be an attacker inside, but Dumbledore was definitely in there too, and he had even protected that attacker. In fact, if Grindelwald had not guessed wrong, that attacker was precisely the reason Yi Feng dared to use talismans to bombard Dumbledore. If Yi Feng knew what Grindelwald was thinking, he would definitely give him a huge thumbs up, because Grindelwald had guessed everything correctly. But at this moment, even after guessing everything right, Grindelwald not only did not stop, he actually cast spells even more enthusiastically. Of course, if one looked carefully, it would become clear that although Grindelwald looked like a war god right now, firing off 3 spells a second like a magical machine gun, the spells he was releasing were actually all minor spells. Their power was not that great. Against someone at Dumbledore's level, at most they could only serve as a bit of interference. But that was already enough, because Snape and Professor McGonagall were right there beside him. More importantly, although Yi Feng's lowest grade talismans were not very powerful, he had enough of them. While it was still not enough to cause a qualitative change, blowing the people inside into a filthy, miserable state was no problem at all. However, Professor McGonagall and Snape were not fools either. After continuing the attack for a few more seconds, they realized something was wrong, because in the entire wizarding world, there were only a handful of people who could withstand the combined assault of the two of them, the others outside, and Yi Feng's talismans, even if they were not actually going all out. It could be said that there were only a very few people in the entire wizarding world who met those conditions. Adding that to the earlier shout that had sounded like Dumbledore, as well as Grindelwald's change in attitude, they were already several parts convinced that the person inside was Dumbledore. Although they did not know what exactly was going on, they felt it was better to stop first. So they immediately stopped and also told Yi Feng to stop. Seeing that everyone had realized something was wrong, and with Yi Feng having already bombed to his heart's content, He pretended to stop very unwillingly. When everyone ceased attacking and the firelight and smoke from the explosions slowly dispersed, revealing the people inside, everyone looked at each other in dismay, because the people inside were a little beyond their expectations. Doesn't he look like Dumbledore? Feng, Grindelwald. At this moment, the one person and one house elf standing on the only patch of floor still intact were both covered in dust and grime. That person in particular had it especially bad. Not only had the hat on his head been blasted off and part of his fluffy black hair been singed, even his clothes were tattered, with a small section of his slightly muscular chest exposed. Dumbledore. Dish. I'll deal with you later. When he said this, Dumbledore first swept Feng with a glance, then let his gaze fall on Grindelwald. The latter showed not the slightest fear and even raised an eyebrow, which made Dumbledore, seeing that the students had noticed the battle was over and were already gathering around, hurriedly grab the completely stunned Dobby and disapparate. Seeing Dumbledore leave in such a sorry state made Feng incredibly happy. As for Dobby, the instant he hid behind Dumbledore, Feng had already forgiven him, and had also forgiven his earlier recklessness on Harry's behalf. So afterward, Feng had not actually targeted Dobby. Otherwise, with that bit of strength, even with Dumbledore protecting him, he would have been finished long ago. To be honest, judging by what he had done at this stage, Feng really did not like this house elf very much. Although he meant well, he had indeed turned good intentions into bad results and caused huge trouble for Harry. And he had never considered Harry's thoughts at all. From another angle, he was basically just moving himself, completely self-centered, without the slightest regard for Harry's feelings. It was the kind of behavior where someone imposes his own will on someone else. Maybe to outsiders, Dobby really was doing it for Harry's own good and trying his best to help Harry. But from Harry's perspective, this was completely the behavior of a villain who ignored his feelings, forced his own will onto him, and used extreme methods to pressure him into submission. Of course, maybe Harry did not think of it that way, but Feng definitely did. Maybe this had something to do with the fact that what he mainly cultivated was immortality, not magic. After all, the pursuit of immortal cultivation was great freedom and great ease. They did not like forcing their own will onto others, and naturally did not like others forcing their will onto them either. It was also because of this that after discovering that the one who had ambushed him was Dobby, he did not stop. Instead, he directly made a move and gave him a solid lesson. As for explaining the situation and telling him that Harry would not be in danger, so Dobby would give up on continuing to use extreme methods to force Harry to leave Hogwarts. Feng's response was, how could that possibly work faster than beating him up once? And now the fight was over. Dumbledore would handle the scolding and explanations next. All he had to do was sit back and wait for the show to begin. The only pity was that there was no watermelon right now. Otherwise, he definitely would have brought out his little table, set out sunflower seeds, peanuts, watermelon, and some happy water, and enjoyed the show while snacking. But before the show started, there was still one thing he had to do, and that was prepare the annual Christmas gifts. And this year, the number of gifts he had to prepare might be a little more than in previous years, because aside from Harry, Cho Chang, and the others, quite a few older and younger girls had also prepared Christmas gifts for him. So, with only 2 or 3 days left before Christmas break, everyone else was full of envy, jealousy, and resentment, because Feng received at least 3 gifts every day. But what they did not know was that Feng was actually troubled, because he could not just accept gifts without giving anything back. So right now, he was worrying over what kind of return gifts he should prepare. First, Feng had planned to give the same kind of return gift to everyone except people like Hermione and the others, who were closer to him. But after opening those gifts, he gave up on that idea. Some of those gifts were quite valuable. Some were cheap but clearly handmade by the giver. Some were only a little more expensive than ordinary gifts, but it was obvious they were mass-produced store-bought items. The people giving those gifts were clearly the kind who just wanted to take a shot and see if anything came of it, so giving everyone the same return gift no longer seemed appropriate. In the end, Feng thought it over and picked out all the gifts that clearly belonged to the just trying their luck category. Of course, it was not that he was not giving those people return gifts. It was just that they would all receive the same kind of gift. Beauty pills, from a single batch he had refined. As someone from the 21st century, Feng knew very well that there were 3 kinds of people whose money was the easiest to make, and those 3 were the elderly, children, and women. And among those 3, women were the easiest of all. No brains required. For the elderly, you might still need to package it properly and tell them these things were great for maintaining their health, making them believe that after using them, their backs would stop aching, their legs would stop hurting, and they would go straight back to being 18. Children were about the same. You needed to make the parents believe that if their kids used these things, they would become more outstanding than other people's children. Only then would they obediently open their wallets. But women were different. You only needed to tell them that using this thing could enhance beauty, nourish the skin, make their skin fair, tender, and smooth, improve their figure, and make them look even prettier. Then not only would they empty their own wallets, they would empty their boyfriends' wallets too. So after discovering that unicorn blood could replace moonlight grass juice in refining beauty pills, Feng immediately tried refining a batch. The result was actually quite good. He succeeded on the first try and refined more than 300 pills. That made Feng feel like he could earn some pounds and improve his holiday lifestyle a little. He was not lacking gold galleons now, but Cho Chang's family was not actually well off, and his own family really did not have much money either. So after this batch of pills came out, Feng packaged them in exquisite jade bottles and gift boxes, 3 pills per set, and mailed them back for Cho Chang's parents to help sell. Publicly, they were marketed as an ancient beauty-preserving formula. Facts proved that Feng had underestimated both the effectiveness of the beauty pills and women's determination to pursue beauty. In just a little over 1 week, all 300 beauty pills sold out, and Cho Chang's family became a legend throughout Britain, because they had created the myth of becoming multimillionaires in 1 week. Now, that pile of gifts from the older girls successfully reminded Feng of this matter, and also reminded him of the dozen or 20 beauty pills that he had no idea where he had tossed. Of course, if there were beauty pills, then naturally there were better pills too, like beauty-nourishing pills and youth-preserving pills. But those pills were a bit more advanced. So Feng did not have many of them on hand. For example, the beauty-nourishing pills were meant as return gifts for those whose presents were more valuable or handmade. As for Hermione and the others, Feng had long since prepared a full set for them. That full set included marrow-cleansing pills, bone renewal pills, chi and blood pills, and beauty-nourishing pills. With a set like that, not only could it completely clear out the toxins and other buildup in their bodies and thoroughly remold them, it could also replenish their chi and blood in time and further improve their physical condition. Of course, it would also preserve their bodies as much as possible in the peak condition they would reach after that complete transformation. It could be said that Feng had put a fair amount of thought into these return gifts. But sometimes what you imagine and reality are pretty far apart, especially when you want to give someone a surprise and do not tell them what these things actually do. So, after Feng gave everyone else's gifts out and took the remaining 4 gifts to find Cho Chang and the other 3 girls gathered together, he was immediately met with disdain because the set of pills he gave them was simply packed in ordinary white porcelain bottles labeled 1, 2, 3, and 4. Looking at the 4 girls receiving the porcelain bottles with obvious disgust on their faces, Feng actually started questioning life a little. In the end, Hermione was the one who felt the most sorry for him. Seeing the confusion written all over his face, she stood up, gave him a hug, leaned close to his ear, almost biting it, and whispered, "Feng, compared to these precious pills, what girls actually hope to receive more at Christmas are roses." After saying that, Hermione let him go, stepped back, and said with a smile, "Even if it isn't the gift I want most, I think this gift is definitely very suitable for us, and very precious too. So, student Feng, thank you. I like it very much." Seeing that Feng still looked completely lost, Hermione and the other 3 burst into laughter. What a fool who understands nothing at all. But that's exactly what makes him even cuter, and makes us like him even more. 2 lifetimes as a person, 2 lifetimes single. It had to be said that Feng was both lucky and miserable. Lucky because he had obtained an opportunity beyond ordinary imagination. Not only had he transmigrated to another world, he had also obtained a system. Miserable because across both lives, he had lived for more than 30 years in total and was still single, because he had no experience interacting with girls. Feng did not understand at all why Hermione and the others were acting like this. So after giving out the gifts and receiving 4 hugs in return, he simply hummed a little tune and headed back, carefree as ever. There was still one important thing he had not done yet. As for romance between men and women, how could that possibly be more important to Feng than having fun? Besides, he firmly believed that with his strength and good looks, there was absolutely no way he would stay single in this life. The girls of Hogwarts. Ah yes, of course, you definitely won't stay single. How could someone who turns the roses blushing pretty older girls gave him into rose cakes, and then praises the roses for being perfect quality and especially suitable for making pastries, possibly stay single? Today is a good day. Inside the dormitory, Feng was holding a brush and writing to his heart's content. Before long, a piece of calligraphy, graceful and elegant yet still bold and imposing, was completed. But Feng did not stop. He set the finished masterpiece aside to dry and kept writing, not finally stopping in satisfaction until evening. Phew, finally finished. Tomorrow I'll give everyone staying at school a huge surprise. Yes, this year's Christmas holiday, Feng, Cho Chang, and the others were all staying at school. The reason was simple. Harry did not want to go back to that oppressive home of his. As for Ron and Ginny, their parents had gone out shopping because they had money now. They said they were going to completely renovate the house and buy some new furniture and things like that, so their home was currently uninhabitable. They could only stay at school. Hermione's reason was even simpler. Since all her friends were staying at school, she stayed too because she wanted to experience what it felt like to spend Christmas at school with friends. As for Yi Feng and Cho Chang, their reasons for staying were honestly kind of absurd. Before this, Yi Feng had refined a batch of beauty pills, and it had instantly made Zhang Qiu's family and Yi Feng's family rich. Then, well, they made plans to go on a trip around the world. Yes, you read that right. Zhang Qiu's parents and Yi Feng's parents had gone off on a world tour together, using Yi Feng's money. When Yi Feng found out about this, his head was buzzing. But then he thought about how, in this era, there really did not seem to be much fun in the Muggle world anyway, and that made him feel a lot better. Otherwise, during the holiday, his parents would be out having fun while he was still locked up in school and unable to go anywhere, and on top of that, they would be spending his money. That would have felt awful. It was exactly because of that Yi Feng, wanting to find something to do for himself, came up with an absolutely brilliant idea. So, when Dumbledore, who had been woken up by Yi Feng the next day, finished breakfast and walked out of his residence, he kept feeling that something was off. But although he could feel the whole way that something was not quite right, if you asked him exactly what was wrong, Dumbledore could not put his finger on it for a moment. It was not until he arrived at the dining hall and saw the two huge red paintings on the main doors, along with the red banners with black characters on both sides of the entrance, that he finally understood. When he saw the huge paintings and banners on the dining hall, Dumbledore finally remembered what had felt so wrong. Starting from his own door, everywhere he had walked, every door had a red banner with black characters over it. Some places, like courtyard gates and the main doors to the Great Hall, had more than that. There were banners not just above the doors, but on both sides as well, and there were even two red paintings pasted onto the doors. And as Dumbledore recalled all the scenes he had seen along the way, he realized something even more outrageous. Even the magical portraits that had originally been hanging on the walls around the school seemed to have turned red back too. Yi Feng. No need to ask, no need to think. In all of Hogwarts, there was only one person who would do something like this, and only one person capable of doing it. And that person was, without question, Yi Feng. Yi Feng. Sitting next to Zhang Qiu, Yi Feng heard Dumbledore's voice, stretched his neck to look in Dumbledore's direction, and raised the wine glass in his hand. Headmaster Dumbledore, you're here? Want a drink? This homemade sweet wine. Sweet like juice, basically no alcohol at all. The kind you can drink as much as you want and never get drunk on. Dumbledore. Really? You actually know how to brew wine? Then let me.
Sigma, de.
No, wait, what am I thinking? That brat almost talked me past it again. Forget that for now. Tell me, what exactly is all this? Yi Feng. So that's what you wanted to ask about, Dumbledore? Those are called door gods. And the ones on both sides of the doorway are called Spring Festival couplets. In our Huaxia, these are things we put up on the day before the Spring Festival, our biggest traditional holiday. They symbolize saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new. Of course, they also help ward off evil, keep people safe, and add to the festive atmosphere. Alright, do you still want the sweet wine? Dumbledore. Pour me a glass, thank you. Dumbledore. Are you done yet, you brat? But that sweet wine really does seem pretty good. Harry and the others are already drinking it and they seem to like it a lot. I kinda want to try it too. Letting out a long breath, Dumbledore calmed himself down before speaking again. Set the sweet wine aside for now. What I want to ask is, why have you covered Hogwarts with door gods and Spring Festival couplets? As far as I know, your Huaxia New Year has not arrived yet. Hearing that, Yi Feng suddenly understood and smiled as he replied, Oh, I thought it was something serious. In our Huaxia, the Spring Festival can be said to be the biggest holiday of all. Since it is the first day of the new year, we usually put up Spring Festival couplets and door gods the day before. Even though it is not Spring Festival yet, I figured Christmas is basically the biggest holiday over here, so rounding it off it is kind of like New Year too. So I prepared a lot of Spring Festival couplets, door gods, and foo characters. Even though I rushed to make them all last night, I still only managed to put up half. Professor Dumbledore, after breakfast, do you want to join us? Dumbledore. Oh, so that's how it is. That does make sense. My foot. Yi Feng's answer made the veins on Dumbledore's forehead throb violently. He took several deep breaths, calmed himself down again, and then spoke once more. Student Yi Feng, in Britain we do not celebrate the Spring Festival, so there is no need to keep putting up Spring Festival couplets and door gods. Other people may not necessarily like them. Yi Feng? Not like them? No way. They all think it's great, And in a bit, they're even going to help me put them up. Right, you guys? That's right. The thunderous, perfectly synchronized reply nearly knocked Dumbledore over right there at the doorway, and it left him in deep doubt. The students did not object and even found it fun. The school rules also did not explicitly forbid it. Dumbledore had no reason to stop them, so he could only watch helplessly as Hogwarts, which had originally been gray-black and rather solemn, slowly turned into a festive red. At noon, standing atop a tower with Grindelwald, Dumbledore looked at the now red Hogwarts and could not help but close his eyes. This is really a sin. As ruthless as it sounded, what was not forbidden by law was allowed. That was simply the truth. So although Dumbledore did not particularly like it and did not particularly want Hogwarts to turn red, the school rules did not explicitly forbid putting up spring festival couplets and door gods, or hanging red lanterns and red silk on Christmas Day at Hogwarts. So as Hogwarts gradually turned red, Dumbledore, though pained by it, could only watch. As for the attached Voldemort, he had already hidden back inside the diary and was cursing furiously. These spring festival couplets and door gods had all come from Yi Feng's own hand, and Yi Feng's brush had previously been used to draw talismans. In other words, the brush he used to write the couplets and paint the door gods was actually a talisman brush infused with immortal power. Using a talisman brush infused with immortal power to write spring festival couplets and paint door gods meant to guard the home and ensure peace was basically a perfect professional match. Because of that, both the couplets and the door gods contained a trace of evil-dispelling power. Although Yi Feng had only written and painted them for fun, and had not intended for them to possess the power to suppress demons and drive away evil, they still ended up carrying a sliver of that power. Originally, that sliver of power was actually very weak and would have naturally dissipated after a few days. But Yi Feng had written and painted far too many of them. As the saying went, quantity led to qualitative change. So after the spring festival couplets and door gods were put up, Voldemort suddenly realized that the moment his spiritual form left the diary, it felt as if he had been thrown into blazing fire and was being burned alive. There was no helping it. After trying several times and getting the same result every time, he could only hide away. And as more and more door gods and spring festival couplets were put up, the feeling only grew stronger. Later on, even while hiding inside the diary, he could still feel a burning sensation. In the end, it forced him to have the person he was controlling throw the diary outside the school before he finally felt a little better. Of course, Voldemort was not the only one who felt this. The ghosts in Hogwarts actually felt it even more strongly than he did. So they went to Dumbledore to complain, and the moment Dumbledore finished listening to their complaints, his eyes lit up at once. Looks like I won't be celebrating the Spring Festival this year. Spring Festival is nice, and it is lively, but I still prefer Christmas. As he murmured this, the corners of Dumbledore's mouth curled up slightly, and he led the ghosts toward the liveliest place in the school. Although they did not know where Yi Feng was, they were not worried at all. Because based on Dumbledore's understanding of Yi Feng, when it came to this kind of thing started by him, there was no need to deliberately search for him. You only needed to head for the liveliest place. 9 times out of 10, Yi Feng would be there. Dumbledore knew Yi Feng pretty well, so when they rushed to the busiest place in the school, the Great Hall, they saw Yi Feng directing the students as they decorated it. By the time Dumbledore and the others arrived, the original long tables had all disappeared and been replaced with round tables, and red tablecloths had already been laid out.
Dumbledore, Sigma, Zontac.
So fast? It's almost finished already. Looking at the Great Hall, which was already nearly fully decorated, even Dumbledore couldn't help being startled. Still, he raised a hand and pressed it downward as he loudly said, "Everyone, stop what you're doing for a moment and quiet down." Although his dignified image had probably already collapsed over the past 2 years thanks to Yi Feng's various outrageous antics, Dumbledore's words were still as effective as ever. So the moment he spoke, everyone stopped what they were doing. Seeing everyone stop and look at him, Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, although this news may be a little cruel, you can temporarily stop what you're doing now." "Why, Headmaster Dumbledore, we just wanted to decorate the Great Hall according to our own preferences to welcome this year's Christmas. Is that not allowed?" Yi Feng hadn't even spoken yet before an older student had already stepped forward, because they were long tired of the same unchanging Christmases from past years. Now that there was finally something new, and something this interesting, they were unwilling to miss it. Dumbledore had originally felt uncomfortable seeing Hogwarts turned into something unfamiliar and had been eager to restore it to how it was before. But after hearing that, and then seeing the confusion and disappointment in the students' eyes below, Dumbledore suddenly felt that maybe he really had made a mistake this time. Dumbledore was not the kind of person who stubbornly refused to admit fault. On the contrary, if he was wrong, he was quite willing to accept it humbly and correct it. So after thinking for a moment, he directly said, "Actually, I don't oppose these decorations of yours." As he said this, Dumbledore swept his gaze over the round tables, the red lanterns in the Great Hall, and the rest. After looking over all that and then at the students below, he spoke again. "However, we also can't hurt others just because of our own preferences. That would be wrong." Yi Feng. Ha! Hearing that, Yi Feng was a little unhappy, because all he had done was put up some spring festival couplets and door gods, then redecorate the Great Hall in the style of a Chinese banquet hall to make it feel more like the New Year. So Yi Feng directly said, "Headmaster Dumbledore, we only pasted up some paper and redecorated the Great Hall a little. That shouldn't hurt anyone, right, Dumbledore?" It seems. That really hasn't hurt anyone. However, even if you haven't hurt people, you've hurt the ghosts. Mr. Yi Feng, don't forget your ability. You can use some strange symbols to turn a sheet of paper into a powerful kind of magic. Now you've written these similar symbols all over red paper and plastered them across the entire campus. The ghosts have nowhere left to go, because these post-it calligraphy and paintings have already injured them.
Y Fen, Sigma, LLL.
Really? But I only used the most ordinary ink and paint. I didn't even add any magical materials, and I didn't use any power while writing and drawing them, so that shouldn't be possible. Could it be that the ghosts are just too weak to withstand even this? Everyone, the ghosts hiding outside the Great Hall and eavesdropping. Let me say thank you, because of you. Dumbledore hadn't expected Yi Feng to give such an answer, but Yi Feng's words also made Dumbledore fall into deep suspicion, because he believed Yi Feng was telling the truth. After all, although Yi Feng liked causing chaos, that was all he liked doing. Lying was not his style. Could it really be that these ghosts are so weak they can't even bear the imposing, baleful aura shown in the paintings? While Dumbledore was also sinking into deep doubt, Yi Feng walked out of the Great Hall half believing and half skeptical, and then he discovered the truth. The truth was that these ghosts really were too weak. Of course, it wasn't entirely their fault for being weak. Yi Feng was also to blame because, in order to save himself effort, the materials he had used to make the talisman brush were a bit too high grade, so much so that even though the ink, paint, and paper he used were all the most ordinary kind, they still carried traces of spiritual resonance. A mountain is not famous for being high, but for having immortals. Water is not spiritual for being deep, but for having dragons. Although Yi Feng had not yet become an immortal, he was still a cultivator no matter what, and rounding that up, that basically made him an immortal too. So even the door gods he drew with the most ordinary paper, brush, and ink still carried a faint trace of spiritual resonance. Only that spiritual resonance was truly very, very faint, so faint that Yi Feng could ignore it completely if he didn't look carefully. A single sheet alone would have no effect on the ghosts at all, so Yi Feng had never noticed any of this, and that was what led to the current situation. The moment he realized this, Yi Feng thought of a way to break the deadlock. So with a sweep of his hand, he pulled out his talisman brush and wrote an edict in the air, directly granting pardon to the ghosts of Hogwarts, which was basically the same as telling these door gods that those ghosts were one of us. These spring festival couplets and door gods had all been written and drawn by his own hand, and the paintings had gained spiritual resonance because of him, so this was something Yi Feng could indeed do. Thus, the moment the edict was issued, the ghosts outside discovered that the paintings which had originally looked incomparably imposing and terrifying had become ordinary, and they no longer emitted that faint golden light that harmed them. After that, once the ghosts realized this, they quickly sent out one ghost to test it out. After confirming that there really was no problem, they returned to normal, happily entered the Great Hall, and started touching this and looking at that, completely casting Dumbledore aside. Seeing that the ghosts had returned to normal, Yi Feng turned back to the students who were still standing there at a loss and said, "All right, the ghost problem is solved. Let's continue decorating the Great Hall." "Oh,
Dumbledore, Sigma, D.
no, wait. You solved it just by waving your brush around in the air? You're not even going to take any of that stuff down? You could at least remove the red lanterns." Of course, Dumbledore didn't dare say any of this out loud. No matter what, he was still the headmaster of Hogwarts. He still needed to preserve at least this much face and dignity. So when he saw all the students become busy again, and his hope of restoring Hogwarts to how it was and having a proper Christmas was shattered, he let out a soft sigh and left with a dim expression. As for Yi Feng, he naturally saw what Dumbledore looked like. But just because he had turned Hogwarts into a sea of red and changed the Great Hall from Western style to Chinese style, Dumbledore became so heartbroken and dejected? Was that even possible? If that got out, even the dogs in Yi Feng's village would probably laugh their teeth off. So Yi Feng didn't feel even the slightest bit guilty or apologetic. Instead, he directed everyone to work with even more enthusiasm. After taking a few slow steps outward, The heartbroken and dejected Dumbledore quietly glanced back at Yi Feng. When he discovered that not only Yi Feng, but even everyone else, didn't spare their headmaster another glance and was instead working even harder under Yi Feng's direction, he was furious. Do you people not have even a little of the virtue of respecting the old and caring for the young? Can't you see that an old man like me is already heartbroken and dejected? Yet not a single person came to comfort me. You wouldn't even spare me one extra glance. Enraged by this scene, Dumbledore humphed, stomped his foot, and left in quick steps, while Yi Feng, seeing the indignant Dumbledore leave, let the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. Humph, we're both 1,000-year-old foxes, so why are you playing strange tales with me? On the other side, after walking straight to the corner outside until Yi Feng and the others were completely out of sight, Dumbledore still hadn't sensed any movement behind him. He put away the anger on his face, sighed, and muttered, "They've grown up. I actually failed to fool them even with that. Looks like bringing Yi Feng back really was the right decision. If only that guy could be a little less noisy. Are you sure? If that little guy ever stops causing trouble one day, that's probably when you'd really start worrying, right? After all, even though this kid stirs things up all day long, he really has made Harry and the others and even all the students at Hogwarts grow faster. Even you and I are no exception. So, are you really willing for that little guy to settle down?" The moment Dumbledore finished speaking, a firm voice came from beside him. Dumbledore showed no surprise at the sudden appearance of that voice. Clearly, he knew who had come. Yeah, would I really be willing? But that little guy really can cause trouble. He's far more troublesome than we ever were when we were young. I just don't know whether, when he graduates and leaves Hogwarts, he'll be a blessing or a disaster for the wizarding world. Tisk. Hearing Dumbledore say that, Grindelwald let out a direct scoff and said, "Albus, stop flattering us. Compared to that little guy, when we were young we were practically obedient babies, and the stupid, clumsy kind at that." "Dumbledore, that really hit me, old Gellert. It's enough to know that kind of thing in our hearts. You didn't have to say it out loud." Yi Feng had no idea that, in Dumbledore and the others' eyes, he was a catfish, one that kept the sardines in Hogwarts from stagnating and forced them to keep charging forward. At that moment, he was directing the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen to cook, and right beside him was Dobby, who had already changed into new clothes. There was only one way for a house elf to gain freedom, and that was for their master to hand them a piece of clothing. Dobby was a little special, though. It didn't specifically have to be clothing. Anything worn by his master would do. In the original story, Harry had tucked his own sock inside a book and given it to Lucius Malfoy. Lucius, completely unaware, had casually passed the book with the sock inside to Dobby, and that was how Dobby gained his freedom. And now, although Dobby still hadn't gained freedom, after going through that earlier barrage and Dumbledore's guidance, in Dobby's eyes Yi Feng was basically no different from his master. His status in Dobby's heart might even have been a little higher than the Malfoy father and son. After all, he still dared to resist the Malfoys, but when facing Yi Feng, he couldn't even bring himself to think that way. So after Yi Feng discovered that Dobby was also in the kitchen, he directly had Dobby relay his orders and direct the house elves in the kitchen to prepare all kinds of dishes according to his ideas. In other words, the legendary New Year's Eve dinner. Calling it a New Year's Eve dinner, but really it was just a lot more lavish. Some of the more famous dishes from before were all there, like boiled cabbage in superior broth, Buddha jumps over the wall, Dompa pork knuckle, chopped chili fish head, white cut chicken, and squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. So when night fell and everyone had taken their seats, Dumbledore looked at the dishes being placed one after another onto the round table, and from that moment on, he had no complaints left about Yi Feng turning Christmas into Spring Festival. I originally thought that while Chinese food is delicious, 1 year would basically be enough to try everything once. I didn't expect I was so shallow. I actually haven't eaten most of these dishes before. While Dumbledore was still sighing in admiration, Grindelwald had already started eating, and the first thing he targeted was that unbelievably tender and sticky soft Dompa pork knuckle that had already made Dumbledore swallow hard repeatedly before it was even brought to the table. Holy shit. Stop right there. That's my knuckle. Hick. An hour later, Dumbledore slumped in his chair with a look of complete satisfaction and absolutely no regard for his image. But he wasn't worried about that at all because it wasn't just him. At this point, even Yi Feng had completely lost any image too. The dishes on this table were simply too fragrant and too delicious. Their dignity had already vanished back when they were fighting over food. Yi Feng had also never expected that these house elves, ugly cute as they were, would actually be this skilled. He had only described once how to handle the ingredients, how to cook them, and roughly what the finished result should be like, and they had really made all these dishes. The taste was actually pretty damn good too. So good that he had eaten until he was stuffed. Fortunately, Hogwarts truly wasn't short on money, and all kinds of ingredients were abundant. So even though all these dishes were extremely delicious and everyone had eaten too much, there was still enough to go around and even leftovers. That made the table look a lot less messy. This meal could be said to have left the entire Hogwarts, even the owls, eating to their heart's content. Of course, one exception was the current Dark Lord, who had been shut out by the door god and was still outside Hogwarts blowing in the cold wind. So when the spiritual charm on the door god began to dissipate on the third day, Voldemort immediately returned to Hogwarts, and on the very night of his return, he had the basilisk go destroy the greenhouse where the mandrakes were being grown. Voldemort understood very clearly that petrifying Hogwarts students was already the limit of what Dumbledore could tolerate. If a student really died, Dumbledore would absolutely investigate to the bitter end and drag him out. That was not what Voldemort wanted to see, so he didn't have the basilisk actually kill anyone. He only had it petrify people. Originally, his plan had been to petrify a few people first, throwing Hogwarts into panic without making Dumbledore truly enraged. Under that panic, the Hogwarts Board of Governors would believe that Dumbledore couldn't protect the students and would remove him, and that had been his real goal all along. Voldemort had not released the basilisk to kill people. His purpose was to use the basilisk to drive Dumbledore away, then revive himself in a Hogwarts without Dumbledore. But because of a certain person whose name he no longer even wanted to mention, this plan had been forced to delay again and again, and the time for the mandrakes to mature had also been shortened by a huge amount. That created an extremely awkward situation for Voldemort. He would use the basilisk to petrify people at night, and then the very next morning they would drink the potion to undo petrification and bounce right off to breakfast. There was no panic at all. Some thrill-seeking idiots were even discussing going out at night to look for the basilisk and experience what being petrified felt like. That made Voldemort lose all face. That was a basilisk, for God's sake. A terrifying magical monster that made the wizarding world tremble at the mention of it. But now, this terrifying monster was practically about to be reduced to a tool for those filthy mudbloods from the house he hated most to seek excitement. So, to keep that from becoming reality, the first thing Voldemort did after returning was have the basilisk destroy the mandrake greenhouse. Without the mandrakes there as support, those people definitely wouldn't dare remain as reckless as they were now. However, the very next night, Hydra, do you think we'll run into that monster that can petrify people tonight? No idea, but there's still a pretty high chance we will. After all, it only came out last night to destroy the mandrake greenhouse, so there's a good chance it'll come out again tonight. That's great. I've been preparing for this day for a long time. I paid a huge price for these 10 protective talismans. I almost lost my innocence over them. You should be satisfied. I spent a whole month doing odd jobs for upper year seniors just to stockpile these 2 sets of attack talismans. But as long as we can catch that basilisk, or even just injure it and collect materials from its body, then it'll all be worth it. Voldemort. Hiding in the shadows, Voldemort was instantly dumbfounded when he heard this conversation. He never could have imagined that these 2 students, who were clearly only first years, would actually be bold enough to come and try to catch his basilisk. That was a basilisk. Even if you only made eye contact with it through something, you would still be petrified. If you looked at it directly, you would die on the spot. It was that kind of terrifying creature. And yet not only were these students not afraid, they were actually thinking about catching the basilisk. Was he hallucinating? While Voldemort was doubting his entire existence, a few more students crept out with light steps. And when Voldemort saw clearly which house they belonged to, he froze on the spot. Because those students were not from Gryffindor, the house he hated most, but from the one that should have appeared least on any list of students sneaking out at night. Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw? How is this possible? Under Voldemort's disbelieving gaze, those Ravenclaw students sneaked forward furtively. But from their movements, it was obvious they were out wandering at night for the first time, so nervous that the slightest disturbance made them jump and look around wildly. Yet what they said petrified Voldemort once again. Are we really going to look for the basilisk? That SA legendary basilisk. Even though we all have protective talismans and attack talismans, what if something unexpected happens and we use up all our protective talismans, or they suddenly fail, or they don't activate in time? As soon as Ravenclaw finished speaking, Ravenclaw pushed up his glasses and said in a low voice, "Didn't we come out precisely to experience things beyond books? Being petrified would also be a brand new experience. We could write down what being petrified feels like. If possible, I'd like to use that as an opportunity to research another way to undo petrification." Ravenclaw that's right. Didn't Feng say it before? What S in books is ultimately just what S in books. Only what you've personally experienced and verified is the true standard of testing. If you just bury yourself in books without applying anything, then no matter how much you've learned, it's all fake. Ravenclaw exactly. And even if we get petrified or even if there's an accident and we get killed, so what? Yi Feng already guaranteed it. As long as there was a problem with his talismans, then as long as the corpse hasn't started rotting, he can bring us back. At that moment, the only girl in the group who had not spoken until now, suddenly said gloomily, yeah, so be careful later. Even if you die, protect your corpse. Yi Feng only said that as long as the corpse hasn't rotted, he can save us. But he never said he could save us if there's no corpse left. Hiss! The moment the girl said that, the others all sucked in a cold breath, contributing a bit to global warming because based on their understanding of Yi Feng, that was extremely possible. After being reminded, the Ravenclaws became even more cautious. Not only did they check whether the protective talismans in their pockets were intact, they also moved forward carefully with a wand in one hand and a talisman in the other. Judging by how extremely alert they were, if the corridor windows rattled in the wind right now, they would probably fire off a few spells at them. And Voldemort, hiding in the dark, had already cried himself unconscious in the bathroom. TMD, why are you everywhere? Why don't you just die already? TMD, why are you everywhere? Why don't you just die already? At this moment, Voldemort broke down. No matter how hard he thought, he could not understand why that guy was clearly not here, yet somehow seemed to be everywhere. Because of that, a plan that should have been very easy for him to complete still had not made the slightest progress. But even that was not the part that made him collapse the most. What truly made Voldemort collapse was that aside from taking away the body he was possessing, or his main body, and making it serve as a tool for his owl for a while, Yi Feng had never directly stopped any of his plans. Yet every single time his plans failed, when Voldemort reviewed them afterward, he always found that it was connected to Yi Feng in countless ways. But that was not even the most infuriating part. The most infuriating part was that, after investigating, he discovered that, although all of this was tied to Yi Feng in countless ways, that guy had actually never even thought about sabotaging his plans, because that guy probably did not even know what his plans were. All of it was passive. And that was what made Voldemort the most furious, even drove him crazy, because Yi Feng clearly had not been targeting him, yet every time he got targeted, he could always find some point related to Yi Feng. In other words, Yi Feng had ruined many of his plans without even being seen. That TM was the most infuriating thing of all. Damn it, didn't you want to catch my basilisk? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Maddened with rage, Voldemort glared at the students standing around the school in twos and threes, his eyes red. At this moment, he was ready to go all out and let the basilisk come out and start slaughtering. But, Yi Feng, who was walking at the very front holding a windproof oil lamp, yawned and said, seriously, I already told you not to eat so much. See? Now you're stuffed. It's already the middle of the night, and you're so full you can't sleep, so you have to come out for a walk to digest. Voldemort? Day. The moment he saw Yi Feng, the hot-blooded fury surging into Voldemort's head made him want to rush out and fight Yi Feng on the spot. But the slightly cool night wind quickly calmed him down, because he had not truly resurrected yet. Right now, he was only a spiritual entity using the diary to possess some unlucky child's body. If he rushed out now, he would absolutely be slapped to death in one hit. Deeply aware of the gap between them, Voldemort instantly calmed down. He buried his anger deep in his heart and waited for the right chance. As for tonight, he would let these people off for now. After all, there would always be a time when Yi Feng was not out taking a walk, and when that time came, these people would pay the price. So on the next night, Voldemort looked at the blazing bonfire outside the castle by the Forbidden Forest, and at the Hogwarts teachers and students gathered around it, eating barbecue, drinking sweet juice, all with bright smiles on their faces, and fell into deep thought. Can't you TM just stay quietly in school or go out wandering at night alone? Today is already the 5th day after Christmas. The 5th day already. Can't you TM settle down a little? Voldemort had completely gone mad. He truly could not understand why these people could keep making a scene from Christmas Eve all the way until now. Of course, if he asked Yi Feng would definitely tell him something even more collapse-inducing like, this is nothing. Back in our hometown during the New Year, we celebrate from the Spring Festival Gala all the way until after the Lantern Festival. Fortunately, Voldemort did not dare ask. Otherwise, he might really have gone completely insane and smashed himself to death against the basilisk. As for why he did not go fight Yi Feng instead, Voldemort still had at least that much self-awareness. Without being fully resurrected and without getting his wand back, he could not even deal with any somewhat capable wizard with the little power this spiritual body had. And any wizard with just a bit of experience could tell that his true main body was actually that diary. As long as the diary was destroyed, he too would vanish. So although Voldemort was furious and wished he could rush up and bite Yi Feng to death right now, sadly, he did not dare. Thus, he could only return dejectedly to Hogwarts Castle and wander around aimlessly. How did that saying go again? Life is full of ups and downs, and then more downs, and more downs. Ever since meeting Yi Feng, Voldemort had been falling nonstop. But no one could stay unlucky forever. This time, Voldemort finally got lucky for once. While wandering aimlessly, he suddenly saw a person alone, and that lone person was not one of Yi Feng's group. Although the clothes that person wore were not from Gryffindor, and he could also smell the scent of pure blood on him, he could no longer care about that much, because if he did not hurry and carry out his plan, then the mental strength of the little wizard he was possessing would be completely drained by him. Yes, if Voldemort's spiritual body wanted to grow stronger, it had to draw on the mind of the person he was possessing. And when the mind of the person he possessed was completely drained by him, he would also fully resurrect. But he did not dare. The reason was simple. Dumbledore was still at Hogwarts. If there was one person Voldemort feared most in the wizarding world, it was definitely Dumbledore. Because Dumbledore's strength was such that even after becoming the Dark Lord, Voldemort still might not be able to defeat him, let alone now, when he was only a spirit with the memories of his younger self. So Voldemort, worried that the moment he revived he would be discovered by Dumbledore or even killed, simply did not dare revive while Dumbledore was still at the school. He had to drive Dumbledore out of Hogwarts before he dared truly come back to life. That was why, during this time, he had been restraining himself from absorbing the mental power of the wizard he was possessing. But he was Voldemort after all. As long as he remained attached to that person's body, that person's mental power would be continuously absorbed by him. Even if he restrained himself, he could not stop it completely unless he left and switched to someone else. However, switching to someone else was not so simple. Bewitching and completely controlling a new target would be much harder, and it would also be easier to expose himself. So with no other choice, even though the person he had encountered was from Slytherin, Voldemort still did not want to let him go. He decided to petrify him first and deal with the rest later. Could be reversed afterward anyway. So the next day.
Ye Feng. De.
What did you say? Malfoy was petrified? When Yi Feng heard the news, he was absolutely stunned. Malfoy was a well-known figure in Slytherin, and his father was one of Voldemort's most loyal followers. Logically speaking, no matter what, Voldemort should not have targeted him. But when the truth was right in front of him, when Malfoy, frozen with a look like he was desperately holding in his pee, his petrified pose showing that he had been about to pull open a door, was carried into the hospital wing. Yi Feng had no choice but to believe it was real. Then he pulled out his camera. What a joke. Even though he did not see Malfoy as some kind of mortal enemy, the guy kept coming to make trouble for them from time to time, and he was always throwing around the word mudblood. So now that he had a chance to make this guy embarrass himself, Yi Feng naturally would not let it pass. He circled around Malfoy with his camera and took a full set of 10 photos. Oh, if I develop this set of photos and mail them to the Daily Prophet, I wonder how many galleons they'd pay me. Gulp. Even Ron, who had always been at odds with Malfoy, could not help swallowing when he heard Yi Feng mutter that. Dumbledore, who was examining Malfoy's condition, even raised a hand and wiped away sweat that did not exist from his forehead. Could you act like a human being for once? Malfoy's petrification directly caused huge panic at Hogwarts, because according to the rumors, the basilisk only attacked impureblood wizards, but Malfoy was a genuine pureblood. That meant the thing attacking them was very likely not a basilisk. Or the basilisk had already gone out of control. The basilisk from before had been scary, but it had still been controllable. And as long as it was controllable, the danger was limited. But now it had started attacking pureblood wizards too. That was terrifying. It made all the students at Hogwarts start fearing for themselves, including the Slytherins, who had previously remained extremely calm. Slytherin had always been the stronghold of purebloods, but now even the model pureblood had gone stiff, cooled down, and turned cold. How could they not be afraid? As a result, a rumor quietly began spreading among the wizards. Have you heard? They say Slytherin's heir is Harry Potter from Gryffindor. Harry Potter? No way, right? He's from Gryffindor. How could he be Slytherin's heir? Why not? Harry can speak Parseltongue. And Parseltongue. The moment those words were spoken, the area instantly fell into dead silence, because anyone who knew even a little about Hogwarts history knew that Slytherin was a Parselmouth, and it had also been revealed that only a Parselmouth could control the basilisk. If it were only a matter of both Slytherin and Harry knowing Parseltongue, they might still have had some doubts. But once you added the fact that only a Parselmouth could control the basilisk, it basically nailed down the conclusion that Harry was Slytherin's heir. As for why Malfoy had been petrified, that was even easier to explain. After all, everyone in Hogwarts knew Malfoy did not get along with them, so the fact that Malfoy, a pureblood, had also been taken out received the perfect explanation. But that did nothing to ease the panic in Hogwarts. Instead, It got even worse because the next day someone else was petrified. The reason the panic did not ease but instead grew worse was simple, because the person petrified that day was none other than Filch, who was on night patrol. Logically speaking, Filch was just a squib, someone with magic but unable to use it. In the eyes of the wizards in the magical world, someone like that might not even be as good as a muggle, because at least a muggle could live well in the muggle world and be no different from other muggles. But a squib could not, because they possessed magic. They did not belong to the muggle world. But because, despite having magic, they could not cast it, they also could not integrate into the magical world and become real wizards. In other words, they were beings abandoned by both worlds. It could be said that if Filch were not the caretaker, the young wizards at Hogwarts probably would not even spare him a second glance, much less Voldemort. And there was no way the basilisk would ignore so many young wizards just to attack a squib. That meant that barring any accidents, Filch should have been the safest person in all of Hogwarts, because he was neither pure blood nor mixed blood. He was not a wizard at all, so he should not have been attacked by the basilisk. But now, the one person least likely to be attacked had been petrified. At that moment, he was lying in the bed right next to Malfoy's in the hospital wing, and judging from his posture, when he was petrified he had been holding up an oil lamp, trying to see clearly what was ahead of him. Filch's petrification completely confirmed that the basilisk had gone out of control. That made every young wizard at Hogwarts fear for himself. Even these bold, reckless Hogwarts students no longer dared wander around at night as they pleased, because who knew whether Yi Feng's talismans could block a basilisk that had already gone out of control. The students' panic, the petrifications one after another, and especially Malfoy's petrification caused serious dissatisfaction from the Board of Governors. So the day after Filch was petrified, Malfoy's father rushed to Hogwarts, bringing with him an order from the board temporarily removing Dumbledore from his position as headmaster. Dumbledore was dismissed and taken away for investigation, and Grindelwald, because of his identity, also temporarily hid himself, otherwise Dumbledore's situation would have become even more troublesome. As a result, Malfoy's father naturally took over Hogwarts for the time being. What surprised everyone was that after taking over Hogwarts, the first thing Malfoy's father did was not to find the basilisk or save his son, but to go after Yi Feng and directly try to expel him. That move left not only Yi Feng but everyone else at Hogwarts dumbfounded, because they could not understand what reason Malfoy's father had for targeting Yi Feng so aggressively. And Malfoy's father's reason for expelling Yi Feng was very simple. Just one, repeatedly violating school rules. Yes, after taking over Hogwarts, he directly used the excuse that Yi Feng repeatedly broke school rules and refused to correct himself to expel him. Caught everyone off guard, and his attitude was unbelievably firm. Even though the overwhelming majority of the students and teachers opposed it, he still insisted. Then he got beaten up. Do not misunderstand, it was not Yi Feng who hit him. Yi Feng was not that crude. The ones who beat him were the ghosts of Hogwarts. It was just that the thing the ghosts used to beat Malfoy's father had a tiny little bit to do with Yi Feng, because what they used were the door gods pasted on the doors. Even Yi Feng had never expected that these door god paintings, each containing a trace of spiritual charm, could actually become vessels for those ghosts he had acknowledged. What surprised him even more was that, after inhabiting them, they absorbed the spiritual charm that should have dissipated and gained some authority similar to that of door gods. In other words, if someone not acknowledged by them or by Hogwarts wanted to enter Hogwarts, they could merge with the paintings, use the form of the door gods to turn from illusion into substance, and walk out of the paintings. Originally, the spiritual charm contained in a single door god painting was nowhere near enough to do this. But now, almost every door in Hogwarts had one pasted on it, and these ghosts themselves were part of Hogwarts, so they could directly borrow the momentum of the entire Hogwarts castle, and then... Anyway, that night, the screams from Draco Malfoy's father were pretty loud. As for why Draco's father didn't fight back, come on. These ghosts had borrowed the momentum of the entire Hogwarts. In that situation, let alone Draco's father, even if Dumbledore himself came, he would have to turn and run before the time limit on the ghost fusion ended because these ghosts simply could not die. Ghosts were originally the product of people dying. In other words, ghosts were already dead, and you couldn't exactly kill something that was already dead, could you? So as long as the fusion time limit had not ended, even if they were blown apart, those ghosts could simply walk out again from the next door god painting. So on the second day, Malfoy was still stubbornly insisting that he absolutely would not change his mind and would definitely expel Yi Feng. But on the third day, when he found himself somehow appearing deep inside the Forbidden Forest, his tone loosened a little, and he said they could discuss it. By the fourth day, Draco's father never brought up expelling Yi Feng again, because after being thrown out of Hogwarts, he simply could not step through Hogwarts gates again. It did not help even when he brought those board members with him, because the ones blocking the entrance were Hogwarts ghosts, and even portraits of the previous headmasters. After being thoroughly taught a lesson by Hogwarts ghosts, Draco's father completely gave up on the idea of expelling Yifeng. Then the next day, he came to find Yifeng again, but this time it was not to threaten him, though his attitude still was not very good. Looking at the Lucius Malfoy standing before him, arrogant and carrying himself like he was above everyone else, Yifeng could not help frowning. Headmaster Lucius, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving first. I still have class to get to. Honestly, Yifeng had no good feelings toward Malfoy or his father. The reason was their attitude, acting as if they were naturally above others. Although they were indeed so-called pureblood wizards, and their family was quite wealthy and influential, just as Yifeng had said before, in China only pets cared about so-called pure bloodlines. As for money and power, in the eyes of a truly strong person, those things were little more than passing clouds. And unfortunately, Yifeng was exactly the kind of person who could ignore such things. So when Lucius appeared before Yifeng with that superior attitude, Yifeng immediately frowned, because he disliked the way the man carried himself, and he knew perfectly well that anyone coming to find him like this was definitely up to no good. And that was exactly the case. After stopping Yifeng, Lucius saw Yifeng's attitude and instantly frowned as well. Looking at him with obvious displeasure, he said, "This is how you treat your headmaster. Although I admit I made a slight mistake regarding expelling you, don't forget, I am still temporarily the headmaster of Hogwarts." When he said the words headmaster of Hogwarts, Lucius deliberately stressed them, which made Yifeng curl his lip in disdain. Yifeng might respect Dumbledore and even seem a little afraid of him, but the title of Hogwarts headmaster itself really held no intimidation for Yifeng. The real reason Yifeng was willing to obediently accept punishment from Dumbledore was Dumbledore's age and what he had done. After all, Yifeng had watched the original story. Although he had not finished all of it, he still knew quite a bit about Dumbledore, so he respected him greatly. Because of that, when Dumbledore punished him, as long as Dumbledore could give a reasonable explanation, Yifeng was willing to accept it. But Draco's father, Lucius? What the hell was he supposed to be? So when Lucius tried to use the headmaster's identity to pressure Yifeng, Yifeng's face was full of contempt as he said, "First, Hogwarts headmaster is Dumbledore. You're only temporarily managing the school while Dumbledore isn't here. Second, you can go ask around about what I've done at Hogwarts. And also, we have an old saying in China, a good dog doesn't block the way." Note, the protagonist says this line in Chinese. "I'm going to class now. If your obstruction makes me late, I think Professor McGonagall would be very interested in hearing why you stopped me." When he heard Professor McGonagall's name, a trace of awkwardness flashed across Lucius's face. Although his status in the wizarding world was quite high, and he was currently Hogwarts acting headmaster, Professor McGonagall was the real deputy headmistress. Her standing in the wizarding world was no lower than his. As for inside Hogwarts, his position as acting headmaster had even less authority. If he truly offended Professor McGonagall, then he would not be able to keep this game going either. After all, McGonagall did not have nearly as many concerns as Dumbledore. But he was not going to back down just because of a single name, so Lucius decided to switch tactics. His tone softened as he said, "I apologize. My tone just now was a bit harsh. But Mr. Yifeng, you should try to understand. My dear child has been petrified and is still lying on that cold bed in the hospital wing, so I have been a little anxious. If Yifeng really were just a 12 or 13-year-old child, he might actually have been fooled by Lucius's act. But unfortunately, Yifeng was not, so he did not buy it at all and said bluntly, 'Spit it out. There are still 5 minutes left.'" Seeing Yifeng act like this, a flash of killing intent passed through Lucius's eyes. But when he thought about how the Mandrake greenhouse had already been destroyed, and replanting them and waiting for them to mature would still take at least 1 month, while the only ready mature mandrakes were in Yifeng's hands, Lucius had no choice but to suppress the killing intent and rage in his heart. "It's like this. I heard you have mature mandrake roots. You should know that Malfoy is my son, and he has been petrified for several days now. I need mandrake roots to brew a potion to cure his petrification. So name your price." Hearing Draco's father say that, Yifeng smiled. Then he raised one finger. 1 galleon per plant? Very fair price. I'll take them all." Seeing Yifeng hold up one finger, a faint smug smile appeared on Lucius's face. He thought this guy who had been acting tough the whole time had finally given in. Otherwise, he would not have named such a price. But what left Lucius stunned was that Yifeng shook his head and said, "No. Although the price is indeed 1 galleon, it's not per plant, it's per gram. 1 galleon per gram and no splitting sales. You must buy the whole plant." Lucius. Huh? Hearing Yifeng's reply, Lucius felt like he must have heard wrong just now. So he asked with a face full of confusion, "What did you just say? 1 galleon per gram of mandrake?" Are you sure it's per gram and not per plant? Faced with Lucius's question, Yi Feng nodded very firmly and said, That's right. 1 galleon per gram. Buy it or don't. Why don't you just rob people? After getting Yi Feng's confirmation again, Lucius exploded in anger. But faced with the furious Lucius, Yi Feng tilted his head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Then said, Rob people? Why would I do that? This is much faster than robbery and safer too. Legal. Lucius. What he's saying makes too damn much sense. Lucius, who had almost coughed up blood from a single line by Yi Feng, finally gritted his teeth and decided to buy a mandrake. Malfoy was his only son. If something really happened to his son just because he couldn't bear to spend this little bit of money, then he would regret it for the rest of his life. Besides, his money was not that easy to take. After thinking it through, Lucius prepared to pay without hesitation. When Yi Feng saw that this boss was actually willing to buy, the impatience and disdain on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a brilliant smile. Come, boss, over here. The light is better here. And I'm not bragging, but my mandrakes are absolutely the freshest and most nutritious. As he spoke, Yi Feng flipped his hand and pulled out several mandrakes. But the moment Lucius saw the mandrakes Yi Feng had taken out, his whole body froze for a second, because Yi Feng's mandrakes really were fresh and nutritious. How could they not be fresh? Forget the leaves on their heads. Even the damp soil on their bodies hadn't been cleaned off yet. More importantly, each one was directly twice the size of other people's mandrakes. Have you ever seen a mandrake whose upright leaves and root stem stood taller than a 12 or 13-year-old child? Lucius had, right at this moment. So, a few minutes later, Lucius left with a wooden expression on his face, while Yi Feng put the 1,000 galleons back into his spatial ring, then flicked the IOU for 9,000 galleons in his hand, personally written by Lucius and with the ink still wet, before heading toward the classroom in satisfaction. That's right. Even though Lucius had picked the smallest mandrake in the end, once it was weighed, it still exceeded 10 kilograms. Yi Feng was kind enough to see that there was still a bit of soil on the mandrake and that the leafy parts had not been removed, so he rounded off the fraction. Otherwise, even 10,000 galleons would not have been enough. As for why Lucius still bought this mandrake and even wrote an IOU for it, Yi Feng would absolutely never say that. When he saw Lucius hesitate, he had put on an innocent face and said, The Malfoy family can't possibly be unable to afford even a single mandrake, right? Yi Feng left satisfied, and Lucius also beat someone up to his satisfaction. As for whether Malfoy was satisfied, Yi Feng had no idea. Anyway, according to Ron, Malfoy had swollen up on the spot and then used recovering from injuries as an excuse to run back home. As for why Malfoy's petrification could be lifted so quickly, that had to do with another deal between Yi Feng and Lucius. At Hogwarts, Snape was not the only one who could brew a potion to lift petrification using mandrakes, but he was absolutely the best choice. More importantly, Snape was Malfoy's godfather, so after Lucius bought the mandrake, he naturally went to Snape for help. And then, according to the retelling of a student who happened to be present at the time, the conversation went like this: Lucius, Professor Snape, I've already brought the mandrake. Please brew the potion to lift petrification as soon as possible. Snape, brew a potion to lift petrification? Sorry, I'm very busy right now and don't have time to brew it. And why should I? Lucius. Snape, what do you mean by that? You're Malfoy's godfather. Snape? I know, but what does that have to do with this? Lucius. How does it have nothing to do with it? You're Malfoy's godfather. Do you really want to see him lying there the whole time? Snape. Stop. I'm very busy and don't have that much time to waste. Malfoy doesn't either. So why don't you go buy it from Yi Feng? As far as I know, he should already have some potions for lifting petrification prepared, because mandrakes of this quality. At this point, Snape glanced at the mandrake that was still half a person tall even after its upper leaves had been removed, then continued, I'm afraid only Yi Feng could grow something like this.
Lusas, Sigma, Side.
C.
D.
When Lucius learned from Snape that Yi Feng might already have a prepared potion for lifting petrification, he was furious. After all, the mandrake in his hands had not been cheap at all, and if this one mandrake were used to brew a potion for lifting petrification, it would probably be enough to make one bottle for every student in an entire year. In other words, he, Lucius Malfoy, had truly been made into a complete sucker this time, spending a huge sum on a mandrake he had absolutely not needed to buy. Although he was furious, and although he wished he could go strangle that hateful little brat right now, Voldemort in the chamber nodded in agreement and gave you a like. But in order to save his son, Lucius still had no choice but to pinch his nose and go find Yi Feng again, then spend 100 galleons to buy a bottle of potion that could lift petrification. When he heard that the potion for petrification relief contained in an exquisite crystal vial and looking less like a potion and more like a work of art. Only cost 100 galleons. Lucius almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, because from Yi Feng's expression, this was already considered a rather high price. 100 galleons.
10,000 galleons. 100 galleons, 10,000.
After getting the potion, Lucius left muttering under his breath. He looked at the potion in his hand, then at the mandrake root stem in his arms, his eyes somewhat vacant as he staggered toward the hospital wing. Soon after, Malfoy's miserable howls rang out from there. TSK, TSK. How tragic. After the Malfoy father and son left, Hogwarts returned to normal, but the gloom that the Malfoy family had briefly scattered soon covered Hogwarts once more. 100 galleons was not something just anyone could produce, and as for asking Yi Feng to contribute it for free, they were not that shameless. Yi Feng was also a student at Hogwarts. Although those mandrakes had come out of the greenhouse, Yi Feng had paid for everything himself, whether it was the seeds or the pots and such, so they had no face to ask Yi Feng to hand them over directly. As for why the school did not spend money to buy Yi Feng's mandrakes and brew the potion, but instead chose to regrow them themselves, perhaps it was because Dumbledore was not there, and Hogwarts lacked someone who could make the final decision. Of course, it was also possible that they simply felt there was no need. After all, being petrified only meant they could not move. There was no danger to their lives or anything, so waiting a little longer was not a big deal. Amid this panic, Harry and the others finally followed all sorts of clues and found the information that the chamber and Tom from back then were connected. Unfortunately, the trail ended there. They could not find where the chamber might be. The teachers had not been idle during this time either. They had almost turned the whole school upside down, but still could not find the chamber. At this point, Voldemort felt the timing was about right, so he controlled the person he was possessing to throw the diary to Harry. Of course, it was tossed directly into Harry's dormitory while Yi Feng was away. Otherwise, Voldemort was worried that certain someone would take him back again and make him into a toy for that damned owl. With Voldemort's diary, Harry finally learned the truth, because in Voldemort's memory, it was Hagrid who had opened the chamber. But Harry did not really believe Hagrid had done it, so he wanted to find Hagrid and ask him clearly. Unfortunately, because of this matter, Hagrid had also been taken away. After all, back then Hagrid had been the biggest suspect, so now that the basilisk had appeared again, he naturally became the biggest suspect once more. Of course, before he was taken away, Harry and the others had used the invisibility cloak to question Hagrid, and as for Yi Feng, originally, Yi Feng had not planned to go, because he knew very well where the chamber was and exactly how it was opened, so whether he went or not was not important to him at all. But by now, Harry's group of three had already deeply realized that Yi Feng was a thick thigh they could cling to, so how could they possibly let him off? After the method of dragging him by force failed, Harry and Ron actually encouraged Hermione to use a honey trap on Yi Feng, with the sole purpose of making absolutely sure Yi Feng would go with them. Although Yi Feng wasn't a Lillicon, when a cute, tiny, delicate-looking little brown-haired girl grabbed his hand and acted spoiled with him, he still couldn't quite take it. Goosebumps rose all over his skin. As for whether Yi Feng was electrified by Hermione or just got stunned silly, probably only Yi Feng himself knew. In any case, he ended up going with them. He didn't squeeze under Harry and the others' invisibility cloak, though, because as for invisibility talismans, he had more than enough. So in the end, Yi Feng and Hermione used invisibility talismans, while Ron was too stingy to use one and squeezed under the invisibility cloak with Harry. Just like that, the four of them arrived at Hagrid's hut. Just like in the original story, before Hagrid could tell them anything, Lucius arrived with a group of people and took Hagrid away directly. No one knew if it was because Yi Feng had set him up twice in a row, but Lucius actually developed a strange instinctive feeling. As he was taking Hagrid away, he glanced toward where Yi Feng and Hermione were hiding, yet seemed completely oblivious to Harry and Ron, who were even closer to him. Before leaving, Hagrid seemed to be trying to clue Harry in. Looking toward the doorway as if no one else was around, he said, "If anyone wants to find something, they only need to follow the spiders. Then they can find what they want." When Harry heard that, he didn't react much, but Yi Feng's eyes lit up first, because he suddenly remembered something. A colony of acromantulas lived in the Forbidden Forest, and their silk, venom, even their fangs were all pretty good materials. Of course, that wasn't the most important part. The most important part was that there were thousands upon thousands of them. In other words, during the chase later, if 100 or 2 acromantulas happened to go missing, that should be perfectly reasonable, right? People always say Harry Potter is really the story of Hermione and her 2 deadweight sidekicks. But in truth, Harry and Ron each had their own shining points. And Harry was actually pretty quick-witted. Hagrid had only nudged him a little, and he immediately thought of following the spiders. Hermione was fairly opposed when Harry made that decision. After all, it really sounded far too unreliable, especially when she saw that the spiders were heading into the Forbidden Forest. But neither Ron nor Feng objected. Hermione thought it was unreliable, but she didn't insist any further. Besides, with Feng there, they still had a certain level of safety even in the Forbidden Forest. So in the end, Hermione went along too, though when they walked, she stayed a little too close to Feng. Feng had been to the Forbidden Forest more than once, and Harry and the others had also come with Hagrid before, but this was the first time with just the four of them. On top of that, they only had a dim oil lamp in hand, so when the wind blew through the treetops it was still pretty terrifying, and then it became daylight. Why are so many people afraid of walking at night? The reason is actually simple. At night, everything around you is pitch black, and you have no idea what might be hiding in that darkness. And the unknown is what truly scares people the most. Since darkness and the unknown caused fear, then just drive away the darkness. That way there would be nothing to fear. So Feng pulled out the ultimate Lumos Matrix Converged light device he had originally tinkered together just for fun out of curiosity. In plain language, it was a magical version of a super high beam flashlight. As everyone knows, 1 Lumos can light up a room. So if 10 Lumos spells were fused together and then reflected and focused into a beam with lenses and the like, how large an area could it illuminate? Now Feng had given the answer. A 50-meter radius as bright as day. The instant that pillar of light reaching the heavens tore through the night sky over the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort, who had just finished feeding Harry information and had already fled out of worry that Feng might notice him, along with Lucius and the others who hadn't yet managed to leave Hogwarts, all felt their hearts skip a beat. Fortunately, the pillar of light only flashed once before disappearing. And in the Forbidden Forest, Harry and the others were already dumbfounded as they stared at the wooden stick in Feng's hand. Only 2 fingers wide and about 20 centimeters long, yet capable of releasing dazzling light. What is that thing? Why can it release such strong and blinding light? Facing Ron's confusion, Feng answered as if it were only natural, a flashlight. You can also call it a high-beam flashlight. I made it by referencing the principles of Muggle flashlights and combining over a dozen Lumos spells together. Didn't expect the effect to be pretty good. Pretty good? Looking at the Forbidden Forest ahead that was bright as day, Harry and the others no longer knew what to say. And under the path-opening light of that high-beam flashlight, Feng and the others quickly followed those spiders to the Acromantula's nest. In the original story, when Harry and Ron entered this nest, they only had a dim oil lamp in their hands. With that tiny bit of light, being able to see the path beneath their feet was already not bad. So at first they hadn't noticed the large number of spiders hanging above them at all. But this time was different. With Feng's powerful flashlight, they saw from far away the densely packed acromantulas hanging from the trees, and even Feng's scalp tingled a little, because there were simply far too many of them. Of course, Feng's scalp wasn't tingling because he was scared, but because there were just too many of these things. They were packed so densely that one glance couldn't even see where they ended, and every single one of them was enormous. It could be said that everywhere the eye could see, there were nothing but these things. Harry and the others were different. They were genuinely terrified. After all, even though they were wizards, they were only second years. Leave aside how little magic power they hadn't mastered many spells or much magic either. So even Harry, who was determined to pursue the truth, had weak knees at the sight of this. Ha! Harry? We should go back. Ron, who was already somewhat afraid of spiders to begin with, was so scared by the sight that he could barely speak properly. Hermione directly pressed herself against Feng and clutched him tightly, because only that gave her even a little sense of safety. Harry also felt his scalp go numb and his legs weaken at the sight, but he remembered that Hagrid was the one who told them to come here, and Hagrid would never harm them. So Harry gritted his teeth and decided to take the gamble. And even if he lost the gamble, at that thought, Harry turned his head and glanced at Feng. Although there were a lot of acromantulas here, and they were huge and terrifying, they also had someone to rely on. They knew a bit about how many talismans Feng had in stock. And while they liked courting death, they weren't doing it without any preparation. Their pockets were always stocked with all kinds of talismans too. So even if things went wrong in the end, and these acromantulas gave Hagrid no face and attacked them, they were still fairly confident they could run away. They didn't have spatial rings, but inner pockets expanded with the undetectable extension charm were standard gear for them as well. After all, heavy-duty broomsticks were a bit too large to keep in the dormitory, so they always carried them with them. And that was their confidence. So Harry took a deep breath to steel his courage, gritted his teeth, and directly stepped forward with the stride of someone marching bravely to his death toward the acromantula nest. Hello? We're Hagrid's friends. Is Aragog here? Harry had only taken a few steps before suddenly remembering they had come looking for someone, so he shouted loudly. Though if there hadn't been so much trembling in his voice, he definitely would have sounded more fearless. Aragog, are you there? We're Hagrid's.
Sigma,
Halfway through shouting, Harry suddenly realized something. He had only heard his own footsteps and hadn't heard Ron's or Yifeng's at all. Startled out of his wits, he spun around sharply, and then he saw Yifeng and the others still standing where they were, not following him forward at all.
Harry, de.
0 to Q. Seeing this, Harry nearly burst into tears. Fortunately, at that moment Ron finally overcame the fear in his heart and shakily stepped forward, while Yifeng also finally came back to his senses.
Mine, almine.
Hermione pressed tightly against Yifeng. Hermione heard his low mutter and her mind filled with question marks. But she quickly understood what he meant because while following Ron forward, Yifeng pulled out the net bag he had used to catch Voldemort twice. Yifeng isn't planning to use that net bag to catch these spiders, is he? While Hermione was still uncertain and alarmed, a gigantic spider 3 or 4 times larger than the acromantulas hanging in the webs on the trees crawled out from behind the roots. Are you Aragog? We're Hagrid's friends. He told us to come find you. Hagrid's friends? He has never sent anyone to walk to us before. Has he run into trouble? Yes. They say Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the basilisk just like 50 years ago. I think you can give me some information. After all, you were there at the time. Aragog. No, wait. Why do I feel like I can't understand what you're saying? Hagrid released the basilisk. And just like 50 years ago? 50 years ago, didn't they say I killed that girl? How did it become a basilisk? Hearing Harry's words, Aragog was stunned. But after hearing Aragog's words, Harry was stunned too, because this did not seem quite the same as the memory he had seen in that diary called Tom. Memories were supposed to be unchangeable, but if those memories had been artificially recorded into some object, then altering them became very simple, especially when someone was immersed in those memories. Because the petrification potion had already been brewed long ago. The fact that the monster coming out of the chamber was a basilisk had already been exposed as well. That forced Voldemort to slightly revise things when showing Harry the memory from back then, and so when the two sides compared notes, they discovered the story did not line up. The moment Harry realized things did not match, he immediately understood that there was something wrong with that diary. So after getting the information he wanted, he said goodbye at once and prepared to leave, because the acromantulas all around them had already surrounded them. If they did not run now, they would be completely encircled. Harry and the others wanted to leave, but the acromantulas did not want to let them go. After all, acromantulas ate people. Aragog did not eat people because Hagrid had raised him, so for Hagrid's sake, he never ate humans. And because Hagrid had raised him, and even found him a wife, he had also ordered his children never to harm Hagrid. But that was the limit of it. Aside from Hagrid, other people had nothing to do with him, so even though Yifeng and the others were Hagrid's friends, Aragog did not stop his children from surrounding them. As he put it, he had no reason to stop his children from enjoying meat delivered right to their door. Even Harry panicked when he heard Aragog's words, because he had never imagined that this acromantula would not give Hagrid any face at all. But by then the spiders had already closed in, and no matter what they said, it would not help. So they all pulled out their wands, while only Yifeng excitedly raised the net bag in his hand. Yifeng's net bag was woven from alloy wire, and quite a few spells had been added to it. Voldemort had been trapped by that net twice already, so these acromantulas were naturally no big deal. So while Harry and the others used the spider-repelling spell and released the heavy-duty flying broom from a pocket enchanted with an extension charm, Yifeng's net bag was almost swinging so fast it left afterimages. Originally, with their legs spread, each of those acromantulas was about the size of a small round table, around 1 meter across. But whenever Yifeng's net bag swept over them, those acromantulas all turned finger-sized and were easily scooped away by him. First, Aragog only vaguely saw Yifeng and the others moving around, with one spell after another bursting out, and thought they were struggling desperately. But slowly, he realized something was wrong, because he suddenly discovered that the number of children he could sense was continuously decreasing. At that moment, Harry and the others, already mounted on the heavy-duty broom, stared blankly at Yifeng. Wielding his net bag like an overlord, with no spider able to withstand even one exchange, he swept through the area, clearing out acromantulas wherever he passed. What is Yifeng doing? Move! Move! Compared to Harry and Hermione's shock, Ron only wanted to leave as fast as possible. Yifeng was catching spiders very quickly with the net bag, but there were simply too many acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. Even if one swing of the net could catch several, it still could not make up for the overwhelming advantage in their numbers. At this rate, they would still be surrounded sooner or later. Yifeng understood this very well, But he was not anxious at all. The reason was simple. He was actually deliberately controlling the speed at which he caught the spiders. Otherwise, with his real speed, if he went all out, even if there were truly over 10,000 acromantulas here, it would not be enough for him to catch for even 1 minute. But Feng could not keep catching them for much longer, because just because he was not afraid did not mean Hermione and the others were not afraid. So when the spiders had nearly completely blocked off their escape route, Feng told Harry and the others to close their eyes. Although Feng was sometimes extremely unreliable, when danger came, he was still very reliable. So when they heard his words, they did not hesitate at all and immediately shut their eyes. The very next second after they did, a dazzling light several times brighter than sunlight suddenly burst forth. Screech! A sudden burst of such blinding light in the middle of the night was extremely effective. So even acromantulas, whose eyesight was not very good to begin with, were instantly flashed. Quite a few of them fell straight from the trees and slammed into the ground with loud crashes. Go! One boosted superlumos directly blinded most of the spiders. Seizing that chance, Feng took out the heavy-duty flying broom, twisted the throttle, and shot straight into the sky. Hearing his shout, Hermione and the others did not hesitate at all and followed right behind him. By the time those acromantulas recovered, Feng and the others had already returned to Hogwarts. The moment Feng and the others got back to school, they heard Professor McGonagall's voice. When they followed the sound, they learned that Slytherin's heir, in other words Voldemort, had left another sentence on the wall. That sentence was very simple. It told the people of Hogwarts that the basilisk had taken someone away. When he saw the sentence on the wall, Feng could tell Voldemort was in a hurry. But that was hardly surprising. He had run into far too many unexpected changes and was terrified that things would drag on and create more problems, so the moment Dumbledore left, he immediately pushed forward with the plan he had prepared for a long time. He could not wait even one more moment. So another school year is about to end. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. I'm about to turn 13. Looking at the line on the wall, endless emotions surged in Feng's heart. As for why he felt that way, it was naturally because Harry and the others' final exam had officially begun. At this point, the next process was nothing more than Voldemort issued a challenge, Harry Potter accepted Voldemort's challenge, Voldemort gained the upper hand. Oh! Student Harry turned the tables and killed him instead. Match over, and our student Harry once again claimed victory from Voldemort's challenge. Of course, the truth was definitely not that simple, but there was probably not going to be any accident, because Hermione had not been petrified by the basilisk like in the original story. In other words, the brain of the trio was still there. Yet many things in this world were just like that. The moment you thought nothing unexpected would happen, that was exactly when the unexpected happened. According to Feng's thinking, he did not want to get involved in the trio's final exam, because he was worried that if he showed up, Voldemort would run. But after Feng returned to his room, he instantly decided to join this exam, because while they had been away, someone had lured Xiao Hui away and thoroughly searched through the luggage Feng had left in the dorm. A lot of Feng's more important things, especially anything related to cultivation, were kept inside the spatial ring he always wore. But some talismans he casually tinkered with or drew on a whim were just tossed around his room, and now quite a few of them were gone. To Feng, those things might have just been little gadgets he casually made for fun, but in someone else's hands, they would be a completely different story. They could very well become terrifying killing weapons, like a certain magic card that had a spell called Flame Domain compressed inside it. The spell compressed into that magic card was something Feng came up with while researching magic and trying to modify it into a cultivation method that would let Cho Chang and the others train and reach the level of a high magic world. Its power was not that great, really. It could only turn the entire Hogwarts into a sea of fire. And there were quite a few things like that. Good thing Dumbledore and the others did not know about it, or no one knew how many more school rules Hogwarts would have ended up with. Dumbledore, let me say thank you. Some things are just inconspicuous little toys in certain people's hands. For example, a drone worth around 1,000 yuan domestically is just a slightly expensive toy. As long as you're willing to spend money, anyone can buy one, and some tech experts can even build one by hand. But put those same things in certain war-torn or third-world countries, and they instantly become high-tech equipment, the kind that amounts to a dimensionality reduction strike. With just a little modification, like hanging a big watermelon under it or something, it would immediately become a miniature bomber. A lot of the little gadgets in Feng's hands were exactly that kind of thing, so when Feng discovered that many similar items he had thrown in his dorm were gone, he immediately decided to go with Harry and the others. Otherwise, he was worried that by the time Dumbledore came back, what he would see would be the ruins of Hogwarts. As for Harry and the others' safety, there was no need to worry about that. After all, they were Feng's close friends, so they naturally had some good life-saving items on them. More importantly, they often came to Feng's dorm to hang out, and while playing around, If they saw anything interesting or fun, they would ask Feng for it. In other words, although Harry and the others did not know it, each of them was actually carrying enough stuff to blow Hogwarts over 10 times. They simply had no idea and just thought they were some fun little toys. Of course, after spending enough time with Feng, they were not truly clueless either. So even though they did not know the true power of those little toys, they still had a rough idea. They knew very well that if they ever ran into danger one day, throwing out one of those things might help them get through it. And that was also a major reason why they dared to recklessly court death everywhere without fear, because he knew very clearly that there was an extremely thick thigh behind him. With Feng backing them up, Harry and the others, whose courage had grown several times bolder, fearlessly arrived at the abandoned bathroom. After asking Moaning Myrtle a few questions, Harry confirmed that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was here. In truth, neither Harry nor Ron was stupid. Hermione was simply too smart and had completely strangled any chance for them to show it, which was why they seemed dumb. So once they confirmed this was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, Ron immediately reacted. To open the entrance, they might need Parseltongue. This was actually a very easy conclusion to reach. The Chamber of Secrets left behind by Slytherin had existed for many years. It was inside Hogwarts, and its existence was 100% certain, yet the Hogwarts professors had searched the entire castle and still failed to find it. That already explained one thing: the chamber could not be opened by ordinary means. What was the most distinctive ability Slytherin had? One that others could not easily master. Naturally, it was Parseltongue. So if they wanted to open the chamber, they had to use Parseltongue. Coincidentally, Harry knew it. So after Ron reminded him, Harry gathered himself and casually said a sentence in Parseltongue, and the sinks in the bathroom immediately began to shift with a series of clicks. Almost at the exact moment the bathroom sinks began to change, Voldemort inside the chamber raised his brows, and excitement instantly filled his face. They're here. Finally, they're here. Harry, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I hope you won't disappoint me. While Voldemort was waiting in excitement, Feng and the others leaped straight into the entrance of the chamber. But the entrance was a little different from what they had imagined, because it was neither a staircase nor a vertical passage. It was a massive circular pipe. Maybe this is why Hogwarts professors searched for so long and still couldn't find the chamber, because the real chamber is hidden deep within Hogwarts' dense pipe system. It is completely surrounded by that crisscrossing network of pipes. Could only be said that Hogwarts really was rich. Even though no one had maintained the inner walls of this pipe system since it had been built, they were still smooth and sturdy. But thinking about it, that was normal too. After all, this was a world with magic. So it was perfectly reasonable that they had added some magic or formations during construction to stabilize the foundation and the like. And so, after jumping into the entrance, Feng and the others fully enjoyed the fun of a giant slide. The only not-so-wonderful part was that there was no cushioning at the end. If you did not want to end up eating dirt, you could only rely on your own ability. The moment you shot out of the pipe, you had to control your body and steady yourself instead of tumbling out. Harry and the others proved with facts that doing that was actually quite difficult. As for Feng, the instant he slid out of the pipe, he snapped his waist, leaned forward a little, and almost the moment he left the pipe, his body straightened. The posture was a bit like standing up, so when he landed directly on his feet. He only wobbled once before steadying himself. Yeah, perfect landing. Thud. The smile on Feng's face had only just bloomed when a petite figure shot out of the pipe behind him and slammed into him. Then he went down on the spot, sprawled flat on the ground in a full-body prostration. Feng. I got careless. I didn't dodge. Feng was full of regret after Hermione knocked him straight to the ground from behind. Just now, he had been too busy showing off to Harry and Ron, who had landed in a rolling mess because of his own safe landing, and had completely forgotten there was still a torpedo behind him. So he got blasted flat. And Hermione. At this moment, Hermione, who was sitting on top of Feng, still felt a little dizzy. Her mind was full of questions. Why was the floor of the chamber so soft and springy, just like classmate Feng's body, which looked slender but was actually quite sturdy and full of elasticity? Hermione. Omega. The moment she thought of that, Hermione's pretty face instantly turned red, because classmate Feng's feel was really, no, I can't keep thinking about it, but classmate Feng's slightly baby-fat cheeks really feel super good. I kinda want to bite them. Feng. Hermione, can you get off me first? You're not very heavy, but if you keep pressing on me like this, it's still a little hard for me to get up. Hermione. Only after hearing Feng say that did Hermione suddenly snap awake as if from a dream, and she hurriedly got off him. By the time Feng got up from the ground and patted the dust off himself, Harry had also found the glasses he had dropped while rolling, and together with a dazed Ron, the two of them supported each other and stood up. Hiss. So this is the Chamber of Secrets? It really lives up to the name. Not only is it dark, it's deep too. It almost smashed my butt into 8 pieces. The moment he stood up, Ron could not help but start complaining. Hermione, meanwhile, the first thing she did after coming back to her senses was pull out her wand, because she realized the ground beneath their feet was covered with dried bones. Yes, right where they landed. The ground beneath their feet was covered in a thick layer of white bones. They were scattered enough that it was hard to tell whether they belonged to humans or animals, but whether human or animal, this pile of remains proved one thing. This was not a safe place. They needed to stay 120,000% alert. As for Feng, he glanced in a certain direction. I hope a certain guy who hasn't gone bald or lost his nose yet won't get too curious. I don't want Harry and the others' final exam to suddenly disappear for no reason. Yes, those little trinkets of Feng's were very dangerous. And not just to people other than the holder, but to the holder too. It was like a certain nuclear shell once researched by the polar bears. A range of 5 kilometers, but an explosion radius of 10 kilometers. Crazy fierce. Completely unaware that danger had already quietly descended, the two groups were walking toward each other. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dumbledore, who had no idea at all that his school might be blown into the sky at any moment, was leisurely drinking tea with Grindelwald, just like 2 retired old men. In truth, Dumbledore had seen Feng's little trinkets before. He had even asked Feng for some. But Feng had put safeguards on the truly dangerous ones. So the ones he gave Harry and the others to play with were not actually that dangerous. Dumbledore had some of those little trinkets too. Feng had basically given them all to him. But Dumbledore was no fool. Aside from holidays, would that guy Feng ever give them things for free? In his dreams, that boy was sharp. So Dumbledore had thrown most of the things Feng gave him over to Grindelwald. Although afterward Grindelwald would always excitedly tell him that the little trinkets Feng gave him were very fun and had given him plenty of inspiration. Judging by the fact that Grindelwald would occasionally come back looking dusty and battered, those things were actually still in the experimental stage. In other words, even Feng himself was not too clear on what exactly those things would do. To put it bluntly, they were basically lab rats. It was just that under normal circumstances, even if there were a few small accidents, they would not really get hurt, so Dumbledore had never bothered with it. Of course, because Dumbledore had never personally used any of the little trinkets Feng gave him, he actually did not know that those little trinkets had already been upgraded many times. They had now reached the level of forbidden curses, in other words, city-state level, enough to blow all of Hogwarts into the sky. And precisely because of that, Dumbledore could still sit there drinking tea so calmly. As for Grindelwald, although he knew the true power of those little trinkets, why would he say anything? Anyway, based on what he knew of Feng, even if something of that level exploded in battle, Feng could handle it easily and would not let the students be put in danger. So if Hogwarts got blown up, then it got blown up. It was not his after all. And so, while no one else knew what kind of terrifying thing was buried beneath them, Harry and the others' final exam began. As for Feng, the moment he entered the chamber, he had already used the talismans and similar items Voldemort had taken to pinpoint his location, and he quietly muttered a spell. This spell did not do any damage. Its only effect was to cause certain specific items to undergo certain uncontrollable changes. For example, it could turn the activation incantation of a talisman sealing a compressed forbidden curse into a self-destruct incantation. Or for example, it could change a magic item's targeted effect into a random one. Of course, that spell avoided the things on Hermione and the others, because he was not the kind of jerk who screwed over his own teammates. But Harry, walking in front, did not know any of this. Only Hermione, who was behind and just 1 body length away from Feng, barely caught a little of it. But because Feng had not lowered his voice at all while chanting, even Hermione did not hear much. Come on, this way. At that moment, Harry's voice came from up ahead, making Feng and the others quicken their pace. Oh, come look at this. Harry had only taken a few more steps before stopping, and at that moment Feng saw that the passage ahead was covered with a massive snakeskin. The instant he saw that snakeskin all over the ground, Feng's eyes lit up. A big reason he had been willing to come down with Harry and the others was because of this. A basilisk was considered a top-tier magical creature even in the wizarding world. Its skin even had properties similar to dragon hide. Could be said that every part of it was treasure. But after Harry killed the basilisk and rescued Ginny in the story, there was never any mention of how the basilisk had been dealt with. So, with the principle of not wasting anything, Feng felt that as Harry and the others' good friend, he had a duty to help them properly deal with the trash they left behind. No, that's not right. I'm not here for the basilisk's corpse. I'm here to prevent those talismans Voldemort took from causing damage to Hogwarts or whatever. I'm definitely not drooling over the basilisk's corpse or anything. Right, that's it. Even as Feng kept defending himself in his heart, his hands were not slow at all. While Harry and the others were still marveling at how huge the snakeskin was and how terrifyingly enormous the basilisk had been, Feng had already taken away most of the snakeskin, although this was only the skin shed by the basilisk, and the magical elements inside it were far inferior to living basilisk skin, and its toughness was nowhere near comparable. It still had its uses, so Feng directly stored it away. Harry and the others had long since gotten used to Feng's strange collecting habit, so they only glanced at him before pulling out their wands and attack talismans, then cautiously continued forward. It had to be said that Harry and the others really had grown a lot. At the very least, they would not be like in the story, seeing danger ahead and still just blankly walking forward without even drawing their wands, though with the dangers he had encountered in the story, pulling out a wand would not have helped much anyway. After passing through the space with the huge snakeskin, Feng and the others arrived before a sealed iron door carved with several snakes. This time, Harry did not need anyone to remind him how to open it. As Harry's parseltongue rang out, the snakes on the iron door quickly began to move, and when those snake carvings stopped moving, the sealed iron door automatically sprang open, as if inviting Feng and the others inside. Since they had come down here to save someone in the first place, and had already reached this point, there was no way they could stop now. So Harry, with a wand in one hand and a talisman in the other, took the lead through the sealed iron door and walked down the small stairway into the true chamber. After entering the chamber and seeing the huge space before him, Feng could not help curling his lip and thinking, this chamber was really built by that so-called pure-blood noble? This overwhelming sense of poverty is just too embarrassing. I won't even ask you to fill such a huge chamber with treasures for future generations, but at least you could have added some better decorations, then put in a few bookshelves and leave some powerful magic or useful magical items for your successors. You actually just carved a few basilisk statues and one giant head, and that's it. The most valuable thing in here is probably that basilisk, right? Because Feng was grumbling in his heart. Hermione and the others did not hear it. Otherwise, they definitely would not have been able to stop themselves from rolling their eyes, because not everyone in the wizarding world was as good at making money as he was. Even Hogwarts right now did not actually have that much money. Or rather, there were actually only a few truly rich people in the entire wizarding world, because the wizarding world itself was not that large. On top of that, with magic existing, wizards were mostly self-sufficient in many ways, so naturally there were not many ways to earn gold galleons. It could be said that the gold galleons Feng had earned over the last 2 years were already enough to place him among the wizarding world's great tycoons. Even the Malfoy family might not be as rich as Feng was now, though he himself had no awareness of that. And while Feng was mocking Slytherin for being poor, Voldemort over there already had his eyes widened like copper bells, because he had seen the person he least wanted to see.
Voldemort, Feng. De.
The moment Voldemort saw Feng, he was absolutely furious, and at the same time his heart instantly went cold by half, because even though he wanted nothing more than to bite Feng to death, eat his flesh, and drink his blood, he also knew very well that Feng's destructive ability was genuinely terrifying. Not to mention anything else. Just that guy's endless strange ideas were enough that even Voldemort had to admit he was far inferior. And if it weren't for this guy repeatedly ruining his plans, Voldemort actually would have been quite willing to recruit him as a subordinate after his revival. Unfortunately, that was already impossible. Feng had ruined too many of his plans, making Voldemort deeply wary of him, and that wariness could be said to be second only to Dumbledore. It was precisely because of that wariness that, after driving Dumbledore away and once Feng and the others entered the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort immediately lured Little Grey away and entered Feng's room to search through it, all to see if he could find Feng's weakness.
Voldemort, Sigma, De.
That's right. I almost forgot about this. I found quite a few talismans in that guy's room. Those talismans aren't sold on the market at all, or are only sold very rarely. They must be extremely powerful. The moment he thought of this, Voldemort instantly calmed down, because his revival was already close to completion. In just a few more minutes, he would be able to completely drain the unlucky fool on the ground of his spiritual power and revive fully. What's more, besides getting quite a few talismans from Feng, he also had a basilisk. A basilisk was no ordinary magical creature. Not only did it have an enormous body, but its eyes also possessed deadly killing power. As long as someone made direct eye contact with it, they would die instantly. Although those students had previously relied on their protective talismans while shouting about capturing the basilisk, who knew whether those protective talismans could really block the basilisk's power? If they really could, then why had Malfoy and the others still been petrified? Besides, even if the petrification ability was gone, the basilisk still had its massive body. With that gigantic size alone, it could ram these skinny-limbed kids to death. So, after calming down, Voldemort directly used Parseltongue to control the basilisk and had it crawl out from the mouth of the giant human-faced wall carving on the stone wall. Yi Feng, de. When he saw the giant statue's mouth slowly open, and then a basilisk thicker around than they were tall crawl out from the statue's mouth, Yi Feng instantly got goosebumps all over. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of snakes or anything. It was just that seeing the basilisk crawl out of the statue's mouth gave him a strong sense of déjà vu and discomfort. After all, plenty of horror movies like Alien had scenes of parasites bursting out of the bodies of the people they infested. Even though this scene didn't have blood and gore, Yi Feng had watched plenty of those horror movies before, so the sight in front of him made old memories replay one by one in his mind. That made him instinctively want to raise his hand, and the instant his hand twitched slightly, the exquisite little sword accessory at his waist trembled. Voldemort. Dash. At the exact moment Yi Feng's fingers twitched and he was about to raise his hand, Voldemort suddenly felt a chill down his back, which left him extremely puzzled. Logically speaking, he was still just a memory. Although absorbing the spiritual power and life force of that guy on the ground had already given him a semi-corporeal form, he had not truly revived yet. So in theory, the outside environment should not have been able to affect him. Could it be because I'm about to revive successfully? Wonderful. I can finally feel the beauty of this world again, instead of hiding inside this diary as nothing but a memory. Thinking that it was because he was about to revive successfully, Voldemort's face showed no real change. But inside he was already overjoyed. Meanwhile, the basilisk, which had already crawled halfway out, froze on the spot. But because that feeling only lasted for an instant before disappearing, it only paused for a moment before moving again. And when the basilisk crawled out from the statue's mouth, Harry and the others' bodies also stiffened for a moment, though that had nothing to do with Yi Feng. They were completely frightened by the basilisk's enormous size. And then, Petrificus totalis, Serpensortia, Expelliarmus. Oh. The moment Ron's spell came out, everyone else, including Voldemort, froze for a second. Even the basilisk, which was already close to fully crawling out, was stunned. Then they all looked at Ron with the kind of expression used to look at an idiot. Ron? Seeing everyone else look at him, Ron was also extremely confused, so he touched his face and asked in puzzlement, "What? Is there something on my face?" Yi Feng. Ron's reaction left Yi Feng speechless. In the end, his good bro Harry couldn't hold back and reminded him, "Ron, the basilisk doesn't have a weapon." Ron? Hearing Harry's reminder, Ron was still a little dumbfounded, because he still couldn't quite understand why Harry said that. "I know the basilisk doesn't have a weapon. It's just a snake, not a person. It can't hold any." At that point, Ron suddenly understood why Harry had reminded him like that. But his thick skin had already been trained up little by little, so after figuring it out, he directly acted as if nothing had happened and casually waved the wand in his hand, continuing to cast other spells. After all, the basilisk was a magical creature chosen by Slytherin to purge the mixed-blood wizards from the school, so its strength was still very formidable. Their spells landing on its body had no effect at all. They couldn't even stop it from crawling out. Seeing that magic wasn't working, Harry and Ron panicked a little. And Hermione, who had always served as the brain of the team, finally played the role she should at this moment. Key! A clear, sharp shout rang out through the spacious chamber, and then a talisman crackling with electricity flew from Hermione's hand and shot toward the massive basilisk like a bolt. The instant Yi Feng clearly saw the pattern on the talisman Hermione had thrown. He used magic at lightning speed to seal his own ears, and reached out to cover Hermione's ears as well. Boom! Blazing thunderlight burst out in the dim chamber, illuminating the entire room. And the instant the lightning flashed, a huge explosion followed with it. Caught completely off guard, Harry and Ron were directly stunned senseless by the blast, standing there dumbly with their wands in hand, unable to recover for a long while. Of course, although Hermione's thunder talisman had slightly screwed over Harry and Ron by being used in this kind of semi-enclosed space, its effect was also very good. The enormous basilisk was blasted until its skin split and flesh tore open, and because there was water right at the exit, this strike also inflicted a direct stagger. As everyone knew, when a target was staggered in a game, that was the best time to deal damage, and Yi Feng had no intention of missing this chance. So he pulled out a shabby old pointed wizard hat. Hermione.
Sigma. De.
The sorting hat. Sorting hat. Who understands this family? I was sleeping perfectly well in the office today, and then a handsome guy just picked me up and stuffed me into his pocket and carried me off. Not the slightest concern for the feelings of an old man like me. If there was anything especially famous at Hogwarts, then the sorting hat was definitely one of them. But if you were talking about combat power, the sorting hat probably wouldn't even reach 5 on a battle power meter. Hermione didn't know what a battle power meter was, but she was very clear about the sorting hat's strength. Could only be said that it wasn't completely useless, since if you wore it on your head, it could at least help curse people out while you fought. It wasn't just Hermione. Everyone else also thought the sorting hat was the type with no combat ability. Aside from talking and sorting young wizards into houses, it seemed to have no other use. So when the sorting hat appeared, not only Hermione but even Voldemort on the other side was utterly confused as to why Feng had pulled this thing out at a time like this. But they quickly found out why Feng had taken out the sorting hat. After pulling it out, Feng raised the sorting hat and waved it at the basilisk. And then,
No suro.
ah! Hat murder. Someone is murdering the sorting hat. In midair, the sorting hat that had been thrown out let out a huge scream. That enormous scream instantly drew the attention of the basilisk, which had only just recovered a little. Then Feng casually pulled out an ice talisman with his backhand. At this moment, the basilisk, with half its body submerged in the water, was still stuck in post-electrocution stiffness. But Harry and the others had also been dazed by that thunderstrike. In gaming terms, they had been stunned, which meant both sides were temporarily unable to move. At a time like this, it was all about who recovered first. And it just so happened that Feng and Hermione had not been stunned. On top of that, the basilisk's body was still in the water right now. Feng was definitely not going to miss such a perfect crowd control opportunity delivered right to his door. So, while the basilisk stared in shock at the sorting hat flying high in the air and screaming, an ice talisman shot out like lightning and plunged directly into the pool beneath it. Basilisk! Ha! The basilisk had already experienced the power of those little slips of paper, so it knew very well that although they looked tiny, they were incredibly powerful and posed a fatal threat to it. That was why when it caught sight of that little slip of paper flying out from the corner of its eye, it was horrified inside. But what left it utterly baffled was that the little slip of paper had missed and had not landed on its body. Instead, it fell into the pool below it, which made it confused and at the same time extremely relieved. But very soon it realized something was wrong, because it suddenly discovered that the part of its body in the water had turned incomparably cold, and that coldness was continuously spreading toward its head. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of water freezing into ice and crushing the edges of the pool into fragments rang out nonstop. Harry and Ron, who had only just come back to their senses, watched as that enormous basilisk was frozen at incredible speed into an icy giant python. Ugh! At the sight of this, Harry and Ron's eyes instantly lit up. The two of them chuckled and directly pulled out a thick stack of talismans. But Hermione moved even faster, because she had not been stunned at all. So while Harry and the others were just coming back to their senses and pulling talismans out of their pockets, she had already activated the talismans in her hand and thrown them out. This time, with the experience from last time, Hermione did not use the talismans at random and instead made a slight selection. When Feng saw the talisman Hermione had thrown out, he nodded in satisfaction, because the talisman she threw was also an ice talisman. But when Feng saw the talismans in Harry and Ron's hands, his pupils instantly shook. Holy crap! 5 Thunder Talisman. Wait! Activate! Before Feng could finish the words meant to stop him, Ron had already thrown out the 5 Thunder Talisman in his hand. And the reason Feng's pupils shook was very simple. The 5 Thunder Talisman was a little different from the Thunder Talisman Hermione had used before. When a Thunder Talisman was used, the power inside the talisman directly turned into a bolt of lightning that fell and blasted the target. But the 5 Thunder Talisman was different. This talisman did not directly attack the target the moment it was activated. It was really just a trigger used to guide heavenly thunder into launching an attack. So when Ron threw out the 5 Thunder Talisman and stuck it onto the basilisk, the frozen basilisk and Ron's group were all a little confused as to why nothing was happening. And while they were confused, they did not see the winds and clouds surging above Hogwarts. In an extremely short time, the sky over Hogwarts had gathered a thick layer of thunderclouds. Rumble. A low peal of thunder traveled down through the pipes and into Feng and the others' ears, leaving Ron and the others puzzled. But Feng, who looked up at the ceiling of the chamber, swallowed hard, because at this moment the sky above Hogwarts was covered with thunderclouds, with lightning serpents rolling endlessly inside them. Crack. Boom. Blinding lightning lit up the entirety of Hogwarts. Then, with a terrifying roar, a massive bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck into Hogwarts. The power of nature was terrifying. After that bolt of lightning came down, it directly blasted through the abandoned bathroom. But that was as far as it went, because the chamber where the basilisk was located lay beneath a thick layer of earth. So although the first heavenly thunder drawn down by the 5 Thunder Talisman was astonishingly powerful, a single strike still could not blast through that thick layer of soil. However, The reason it was called the 5 Thunder Talisman was because the heavenly thunder it drew down was not 1 bolt, but 5. And each bolt was stronger than the last. So after the first heavenly thunder came down, not only did the thunderclouds not disperse, they instead became even more terrifying, while the thunderclouds continued to gather on the other side, 100 miles away. Boom! Why is it thundering? Hearing the faint rumble of thunder in the distance, Dumbledore, who was drinking tea, raised his head in confusion. And when he saw that the direction in which the thunderclouds were gathering was exactly where Hogwarts was, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if something bad was happening. As for Feng, he looked at the continuously gathering thunderclouds and swallowed hard. If the remaining 4 bolts come down when Dumbledore gets back, will he kill me? Feng was the one who had drawn the 5 Thunder Talisman, so he had a rough understanding of the power of the remaining 4 bolts. If all 4 remaining bolts came down, they might not blast the entire Hogwarts into ruins, but completely destroying all the buildings above this chamber and splitting open the layer of soil was definitely possible. In other words, if the remaining 4 bolts fell, Hogwarts would end up with a small thunder lake in the future. Although Feng also really wanted to see whether the 5 Thunder Talisman could split open the soil layer and kill the basilisk. The moment he thought of the consequences of letting the lightning fall freely, he hurriedly shook his head. And in the very next second after Feng shook his head, the thunderclouds that had been continuously gathering in the sky slowly calmed down. 2 or 3 seconds later, those suddenly gathered thunderclouds dispersed as quickly as they had formed. Of course, Ron and Voldemort and the others knew nothing about this. They were only confused about why one talisman had not taken effect, and then they threw out the next one. Fortunately, Ron did not have many talismans like the 5 Thunder Talisman. Harry and Hermione also knew to take a look before using theirs, so Feng did not have to worry too much. Thus, by the time Feng dispersed the thunderclouds, the basilisk had already been blasted into such panic that it fled into the water and did not dare come back out. Seeing that the basilisk he had pinned such high hopes on was actually this useless, Voldemort let out a resentful snort and said, "Don't think you're the only ones with talismans. Feng, next, have a proper taste of the power of the weapon you worked so hard to create yourself." As he spoke, Voldemort directly waved a hand, causing 7 or 8 talismans to float in front of him, and activated all of them at the same time.
Feng. Huh.
Ha! Feng. When this expression appears on my face, it means the problem isn't with me. It's with you. As everyone knows, energy is conserved. For example, a smile never really disappears. It just transfers from one person to another, especially when watching funny videos. Although using talismans did not consume magic power, and activating them was basically instant, that did not mean they truly required no cost at all. It was just that their cost was indeed very small, and what they consumed was mental energy, something ordinary wizards would basically never notice. That was why it gave people the illusion that using talismans had no cost. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the talismans they were using were all relatively low level, because the consumption required to activate a talisman was tied to its level and power. The higher the talisman's level, the greater its power, and the more mental energy it generally required. And now, quite a few of the talismans piled up in front of Voldemort were on the same level as the 5 Thunder Talisman. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was that Voldemort had actually activated so many talismans all at once, which meant, Voldemort. Huh?
Sigma. De.
After the pile of talismans in front of him was activated, Voldemort's expression changed several times in just 2 or 3 seconds, like a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. And when those talismans were fully activated and flew out, Voldemort was instantly drained of mental energy and collapsed to his knees, utterly withered. The current Voldemort was already far from his peak state. He wasn't even truly alive. At most, he could only be considered a mental parasite existing by relying on someone else's mental energy. So the mental energy consumed by activating several talismans at once directly drained him dry. What exactly did you do? Why? Do I feel like my body has been hollowed out? I don't have any strength left at all. Kneeling on the ground, Voldemort was filled with confusion, but Feng had no time to pay attention to him, because at this moment those talismans had already been activated, and because Feng had tampered with them earlier, even he didn't know what effects they would have after activation. He had to stay on guard. While Feng kept his guard up, the pool beside them suddenly exploded with a bang, and the basilisk Harry and the others had blasted away earlier suddenly charged back out, appearing not far from Feng and the others. Its huge yellow vertical pupils stared fixedly at Feng, because in its beastly instincts, Feng was the most dangerous. At that very moment, one of the talismans Voldemort had activated suddenly shot straight in front of Feng. Seeing this, Feng immediately reached out, pulled Hermione into his arms, and closed his eyes. Just then, Ron and Harry saw the basilisk appear and glare fixedly at Feng, so they happened to turn their heads back.
Harry, Ron, Sigma.
Thanks for the meal. I'm full already. Just as Harry and the others were in total shock and had already made up more than a dozen blush-inducing romance dramas in their minds, that talisman suddenly exploded and burst out with an incomparably dazzling light. Ah, my titanium alloy dog eyes. The next second, Harry and Ron couldn't help but scream, because that blinding light had practically turned them into blind men in an instant. At this moment, their world was left with only a vast sheet of white, with no other color at all, even though they had already shut their eyes. Feng hadn't expected Harry and the others to turn back at exactly that moment, so he didn't even have time to warn them. Hermione, whose heart was thumping wildly, saw the chamber suddenly become as bright as day and heard Ron and Harry's screams behind her, and instantly realized she had misunderstood something. But this feeling really was wonderful. It wasn't that Hermione had smelled some so-called fragrance or anything. After all, they spent time with Feng often, so even if he really had some scent on him, they would have gotten used to it long ago. What truly fascinated Hermione was that solid sense of safety from being protected. That grounded feeling made her want to stay in Feng's arms like this for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, although the person in front of her wasn't some dense blockhead who understood nothing, how high of an EQ could you really expect from someone who could turn roses given by a beautiful upperclassman into rose pastries? So although Feng also felt that Hermione was fragrant and soft and very comfortable to hold, and it was a little strange that she wasn't resisting and was just letting him hold her. Once the intense light faded, he immediately let go of Hermione and opened his eyes.
Sigma.
Oh, the moment he opened his eyes, Feng immediately grinned, because the intense flash not only temporarily blinded Harry and Ron, it also blinded the basilisk, whose eyesight was absurdly good and whose killing power mainly relied on its eyes. That's right, the basilisk that had been glaring at Feng with its eyes wide open had been directly blinded by the talisman that had suddenly shattered and released that dazzling light. At this moment, with its eyes shut, 2 lines of bloody tears were slowly flowing down, while Voldemort, kneeling on the ground, was instead barely affected. Thinking about it, that made sense. That guy was just a spiritual entity. The way he perceived the world was still somewhat different from that of a normal living person. So although he had also been flashed, he hadn't gone blind because of it. But his good luck ended there, because one of the talismans had somehow stuck itself onto his back. That one is a bad luck talisman? The moment Feng saw that talisman clearly, he looked at Voldemort with pity. He really didn't know whether to call Voldemort lucky or unlucky. If you said he was unlucky, then out of so many talismans, he had drawn the only one whose effect hadn't been altered by the earlier spell. But if you said he was lucky, then this talisman whose effect hadn't been altered just happened to be a bad luck talisman. As the name implied, a bad luck talisman was a kind of talisman that gathered bad luck and caused the person it was attached to suffer constant misfortune. In other words, under the effect of the bad luck talisman, everything Voldemort did from here on would go wrong. He might even trip over his own left foot with his right and faceplant on flat ground while just walking. And so, crack,
Boom. BZZZ.
buzz. A series of sounds rang out through the chamber. The activated talismans were almost all digested by Voldemort himself. But for some reason, whether Voldemort was lucky or unlucky, those talismans basically failed to display their proper effects. They had more or less all fizzled out. Of course, no one could really stay unlucky forever. These talismans hadn't all truly failed. One of them still took effect. It was just that its aim had been a little off. When the talisman activated and locked onto its target, one that had originally been meant for Feng somehow turned into Harry instead. So, having finally recovered a little, Harry opened his eyes and immediately saw an Eastern dragon made of sword chi flying at him with bared fangs and claws. Heck! The instant Harry saw the sword dragon, he didn't even think before turning around and running for his life. If he hadn't seen wrong, this should be the sword dragon produced after the Myriad Swords talisman was activated. As for why he knew so clearly, it was simple, because he had once used this talisman to blast fish in the Black Lake. Feng also hadn't expected Voldemort to randomly pull a Myriad Swords talisman, and by sheer coincidence, the power of the Myriad Swords talisman wasn't something 1 or 2 ordinary protective talismans could withstand. And the upperclassman lying on the ground, whether he was a 3rd year or a 4th year, was already about to be drained dry. If they dragged this out any longer, Voldemort really would revive. So he pulled out his wand. "Sigh, looks like it'll still have to come down to my moves. Harry, no matter what happens in a moment, don't panic. Just listen to my instructions. Understand?" Hearing Feng's words, Harry, who was desperately running forward and preparing to dash into the pipe, had no reason to refuse and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Seeing Harry nod, Feng waved the wand in his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Human control technique. Human cannonball. Human control technique. Human cannonball." Harry? Huh? Oh, Feng, what did you do? Why can't I control myself anymore? Harry was so frightened by suddenly discovering he had lost control that even his accent came out. Of course, this was translated. His real accent definitely wasn't exactly like this, but to Feng it sounded something like that. But Feng didn't answer Harry's question, because at this moment, the sword dragon behind him was just about to catch up to his butt. So Feng gave the wand in his hand a slight flick, and as Feng's wand moved, Harry also shot out with a whoosh like a torpedo. Ah! In an instant, Harry's screams echoed through the entire Chamber of Secrets. They were so loud and non-stop that the sound even traveled all the way through the pipes. And so, the multi-layered beaten-up version of Harry's scream was born. Not gonna lie, that multi-rhythm echo actually sounded pretty exciting with a bit of a reverb feel to it. And while Feng used the human control technique to make Harry weave freely through the air like a fish, dodging the sword dragon behind him, Voldemort quietly raised his head, and the basilisk also lifted itself up and listened carefully, trying to find Feng and the others' location. But although Feng was controlling Harry, he was not only controlling Harry, he was still keeping track of the whole battlefield. So when the basilisk straightened up, Feng suddenly flicked the wand in his hand. Along with a sharp scream, Harry suddenly made a familiar-looking swallow return turn and doubled back, skimming low over the water in a dive straight toward the sorting hat lying on the ground not far away. "Oh, we're going to crash. Turn. Hurry and turn." Looking at the stone wall getting closer and closer, the fear on Harry's face was incredibly vivid. But Harry really was a Quidditch seeker. His eyesight was genuinely sharp, and his ability to adapt to high-speed flight was genuinely strong. In just this short time, he had already started getting used to it, and with one glance he spotted the exquisite sword beside the sorting hat. When did that appear? Although he did not quite understand what was going on, Harry more or less understood why Feng was controlling him to fly this way. So although he still could not help screaming, his eyes became focused. Swish the instant he swept over the sorting hat, Harry made his move, borrowing the momentum of the high-speed dive. At the moment he passed over the sorting hat, Harry reached out and directly grabbed the hilt of the sword on the ground. And when Harry flew away with the sword in hand, the sword dragon behind him followed close behind and swept past the sorting hat, only then realizing that the sword on the ground was gone. Although the sorting hat could be a bit of a chatterbox at times, it was actually very smart. So after noticing that the sword of Gryffindor had been taken, it did not make a sound. Instead, it silently twisted its tip a little and looked toward Voldemort in the distance. Even the sorting hat saw that Harry had gotten the sword of Gryffindor, so how could Feng, the one controlling Harry, not have seen it? Therefore, at the very moment Harry got the sword, Feng raised his other hand and formed a sword finger sign. Second stage human control technique, human and sword as one. Charge. Harry! Along with Feng's shout, Harry seemed to realize something. He turned and nodded at Feng, and at this moment, his eyes were filled with determination. Having already made up his mind, Harry turned his head back, gripped the sword with both hands, and raised it straight above his head. And because Harry's body was currently horizontal, parallel to the ground, while flying at high speed, Harry seemed to merge into one with the sword of Gryffindor. But that was not the end of it, because just as Harry completed human and sword as one, the sword dragon behind him also caught up and swallowed Harry into its mouth. And right when the sword dragon was about to close its jaws, Feng's sword finger sign changed, and the wand in his other hand trembled. The sword dragon then suddenly shot upward as if it were being controlled, and after that dove straight down. Oh! A sword cry like a dragon's roar rang out. The white sword dragon plunged downward, and at that exact moment, the basilisk, which had already raised its body upright, suddenly twisted its head and then rammed directly toward the direction the sound had come from. There was no violent collision. The sword dragon, which was half the size of the basilisk, pierced straight through the basilisk's hard skull without slowing down at all and flew out from the back of its head. But the sword dragon was not completely unharmed either. After passing through the basilisk's head, Harry, who had originally been held in its mouth, was exposed again. And if one looked carefully, they would see that on the tip of the sword of Gryffindor, which Harry was still holding perfectly straight, there were a few specks of blood. But in only an instant those specks were blown away by the wind.
Voldemort, Sigma. De.
Seeing the basilisk vanish almost in an instant, Voldemort, who had been preparing to launch another wave of attacks, froze on the spot. And this time Ron finally got his own shining moment. Expelliarmus. With that loud spell, The stack of talismans in Voldemort's hand was instantly knocked flying. But because Voldemort himself was only a spirit body, Ron's magical attack did not manage to blast him away. It only made his body twist and distort for a moment. Seeing all the attack talismans in his hand get knocked away, the young Voldemort simply gave up resisting. But his face was still full of smiles, because although the basilisk was dead and the talismans and other things he had found in Yi Feng's room had all been sent flying, meaning that he no longer had the ability to fight back, his plan was about to succeed. The reason Voldemort had hypnotized and controlled that Hogwarts student lying on the ground, and the reason he had made him open the Chamber of Secrets and release the basilisk to attack Hogwarts students, was actually very simple. It was to cause panic and drive Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. And the reason he wanted to drive Dumbledore out of Hogwarts was not because he truly wanted to inherit Slytherin's will and command the basilisk to wipe out all the mixed-blood wizards in Hogwarts. The most fundamental goal behind everything he had done was only one thing: resurrection. And now, that unlucky guy on the ground had almost been completely drained of both mental strength and life force by him. And when the last trace of that unlucky guy's mental strength was squeezed dry, he, Voldemort, would rule once more, and do so in a young, vigorous form. Therefore, facing Harry and the others as they slowly closed in on him, Voldemort not only did not panic in the slightest, he instead revealed a confident and appreciative gaze, then raised his hand and started clapping. Clap, clap, clap. I didn't expect Gryffindor these days to still have so many outstanding young wizards. But sadly, everything is already settled. I, Voldemort, will no longer be just a memory. I will revive in a young and vigorous form, and you. Crack, huh? Voldemort had not even finished speaking before he was interrupted by a cracking sound. And when he turned his head to look, he happened to see Yi Feng putting a venomous Feng, which he had completely pulled out from the basilisk's mouth, into his spatial ring.
Yi Feng.
Why are you all looking at me? Go on, don't mind me. I'm just picking up some trash first. I'll be over in a bit. Why are you all looking at me? Go on, don't mind me. I'm just picking up some trash first. I'll be over in a bit. Fine. Then, even though Voldemort was about to revive, he was still a little wary of Yi Feng. So after realizing that Yi Feng was only breaking off the basilisk's teeth, he directly acted like he had seen nothing, turned his head back, and prepared to continue what he had been saying. As for Harry, Hermione, and the other two, they already understood Yi Feng quite well. They knew very clearly that Yi Feng had a strong collector's habit when it came to this kind of weird stuff, so they were not surprised by Yi Feng breaking off the basilisk's teeth. As for whether Yi Feng might accidentally get scratched by something while breaking off the basilisk's teeth, they had personally seen Yi Feng get sent flying several meters by a fish 2 or 3 meters long that he had hooked out of the Black Lake, only to spring back up with a zip like nothing had happened, grab the fishing rod, and forcibly drag the fish that had jumped back into the lake onto shore again. So they were extremely confident in Yi Feng's physical condition, because in their minds, if the basilisk's teeth really touched Yi Feng, it was hard to say who would end up injured. And so a bizarre scene appeared. One soul and 3 people turned their heads to glance at Yi Feng, then prepared to continue the previous topic. But after being interrupted by Yi Feng like that, Voldemort had somewhat forgotten where he had gotten to, so he looked at Harry and the others. Where was I just now? Oh, you were saying you'd revive in a young and vigorous form, and you were just about to talk about how you'd deal with us. Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
Yi Feng.
All right, then let us continue. I will be reborn in a young, vibrant form, and you all will. Crack. Voldemort. I'll endure it, and you all will. Crack. Voldemort. I'll endure it again, and you all will become my. Crack.
Voldemort. De.
I'll endure it again, and you all will become, after my resurrection. Crack, crack. Voldemort. Are you done yet? There was only so much he could take. After being interrupted several times in a row, Voldemort finally couldn't endure it anymore. He suddenly turned to look at Yi Feng, while Yi Feng, who was putting the basilisk's second-to-last Feng into his spatial ring, turned his head and looked back at Voldemort with a puzzled expression. Are you in a hurry? Wait a bit. There's only one left to pull out. Looking at Yi Feng's innocent little face, Voldemort completely exploded. He raised the wand handle in his hand without caring about anything else, opened his palm toward Yi Feng, and shouted with a twisted expression, Avada big melon bite. Crack. As Voldemort's words fell, a green light shot out from his palm almost at the exact same moment as the crack of the basilisk Feng being pulled free, heading straight for Yi Feng's back as he had already turned around and was seriously pulling out the basilisk's last Feng, preparing to put it into his spatial ring. This sudden turn of events made Harry and the others' expressions change drastically. Hermione's face turned incomparably terrified in an instant, because the moment Voldemort spoke the incantation, She knew what spell it was. It was one of the 3 unforgivable curses of the wizarding world. The killing curse. Watch out.
Ye Feng.
Although Hermione had already warned him as fast as she could, it was still a step too late. Almost at the exact same moment she shouted her warning, the green light hit the completely unguarded Feng, while after hearing Hermione's warning, Feng put the basilisk Feng into his spatial ring and turned his head to look at them with a puzzled expression. Feng, are you okay? Seeing Feng get hit by the killing curse, Hermione's mind trembled violently. She directly left Harry and the others behind and ran to Feng as fast as she could. She grabbed him and looked him over from head to toe, and while checking, she directly started feeling him up to see if he was hurt. Although Hermione's little hands were soft and fragrant, what kind of behavior was it to just grope him wildly in public? So Feng directly grabbed Hermione's hand and stopped her. Stop, stop, stop. What could happen to me? I was just pulling a few basilisk fangs. Is there really any need to make such a fuss? Alright, I think I just heard someone say they wanted to bite a big melon. Is one of you hungry?
Kaba.
At this moment, Harry seemed to hear the sound of something dislocating, while Feng, after grabbing Hermione's wandering little hand to stop her, pulled her back to Harry and the others. Although he had only collected the basilisk's teeth and there were still a lot of other things left uncollected, the guy lying on the ground was about to stop working and ascend, so he could only temporarily put those aside and come back to clean up the mess first. So you were the one who got hungry and wanted to bite a big melon just now? After pulling Hermione back to Harry and the others, Feng let go of her little hand, tilted his head slightly, and looked at Voldemort with an innocent expression. But when Voldemort saw Feng's innocent and kind smile, he only felt a chill rise from deep in his heart, reaching straight into the depths of his soul. Gulp. Not answering. Is that your default? Looks like Mr. really is hungry. Did you skip dinner today? If you didn't eat, then take one of my Avada big melon bite. Mr. At this moment, only the word Mr. echoed endlessly in Voldemort's mind. Even when the green killing curse landed on him, he felt nothing at all, because the damage brought by Avada Kedavra was far less than the damage caused by the word Mr. Looking at the blank-faced Voldemort, Feng was also quite puzzled, because although he had learned the spell from the killing curse Voldemort had just cast, this was his first time using it, so he didn't have good control over it and had intentionally lowered its power. In other words, this strike would at most make Voldemort feel awful, but it definitely would not kill him. But now this guy looked completely dumbstruck, and it seemed the degree of his injury had far exceeded the power of that killing curse shot, so Feng was quite confused. Thus, he reached out and poked the dazed Voldemort. Feng. Poke. Feng poked Voldemort once and saw no reaction, so he withdrew his hand and thought, no reaction? Don't tell me he died? How about dragging him out and burying him?
Voldemort. 気反濁点で反濁点.
Voldemort had only just come back to his senses from hearing Feng's words when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he lowered his head, he saw that at some point Harry had already taken out the diary that had originally been held in the arms of that unlucky guy on the ground and placed it on the floor. But that was not the main point. The main point was that Harry was still holding the sword of Gryffindor. And right now the sword of Gryffindor was stabbed straight through the middle of the bleeding diary. Stop. Seeing Voldemort panic, Harry revealed a brilliant smile. So I guessed right. This diary is your real body. The figure in front of us is nothing more than a projection of your memory, used to fool us. Right now, I don't care whether you're Voldemort or Riddle, just go to hell. After saying that, Harry raised the sword of Gryffindor in his hand and stabbed down again with all his might, making Voldemort's eyes split with fury. No! Sizzle. As Harry stabbed down with another sword strike, the diary let out a sizzling sound and spurted a jet of crimson blood, while Voldemort's body, made purely from mental power, also showed 2 abnormally bright areas. TSK, that's really miserable. He was already about to resurrect successfully. The notebook had already started transforming toward a flesh and blood body. As long as he absorbed all the life force of the old guy on the ground, he could have truly resurrected. But instead, his true body got pierced by a sword. That really is. Falling short at the final step. Harry Potter. I'm going to kill you. In the original plot, after Voldemort was stabbed once by Harry with a basilisk Feng, he could barely move anymore. When Harry stabbed him a second time, it was obvious he had already lost the strength to resist and could only wait for death. When the third strike came down, Voldemort directly exploded and was done for. But this time, after Harry stabbed him twice with the sword of Gryffindor, Voldemort could not only still move, he even still had the strength to resist. That made Feng a little curious, so he took out a basilisk Feng, closed the diary on the ground, and then stabbed it straight down with a sizzle.
Voldemort. De, epsilon. Ye Feng. De.
Neither Yi Feng nor Voldemort had expected the dramatic scene in front of them, and Hermione and the others hadn't expected it either. So when they saw Voldemort weakly drop to one knee on the ground, staring at Yi Feng in shock and resentment, they were all dumbfounded too. This basilisk venom Feng is kind of amazing. While everyone was still stunned, Yi Feng said something that left them all speechless. But after being speechless, they still had to admit that Yi Feng was right. Just now, Harry had stabbed the diary twice with the sword of Gryffindor, and the diary had sprayed blood high into the air, yet Voldemort could still move. But when Yi Feng used the basilisk venom Feng and stabbed it just once, Voldemort couldn't move anymore. That showed the basilisk really did have some substance, even if not much. Voldemort, who had already been badly wounded by Harry, took another hit from Yi Feng, and his entire spirit body began to radiate dazzling light. But Voldemort still refused to give up. After all, if someone could live, who would want to die? What was more, he was only half a step away from success. So even though the spirit body was already on the verge of collapse, Voldemort still did not give up. He took a direct step forward and reached out to grab Yi Feng. Poochie. Just as Voldemort's hand stretched out, a small hand, pale, slender, soft, yet incomparably firm, grabbed Yi Feng's hand and lifted it up, then drove it down hard into the diary on the ground once again. Ah! Along with Voldemort's cry, the Voldemort who had still held the tiniest shred of hope completely burst apart and turned into sparks that scattered away. Yi Feng looked at the girl crouching in front of him, holding his hand and firmly, powerfully delivering the final blow to Voldemort, and swallowed, as expected of the future Minister for Magic. Decisive and ruthless indeed. She may look delicate and cute, but when she strikes, she doesn't hold back at all. Although Yi Feng sighed inwardly at Hermione's decisiveness, he did not feel fear toward her or anything like that, because she was his friend, and the reason she had done this was only to protect him, even though he did not need it. With Hermione's final stab, Voldemort was officially declared out of the game. As for Yi Feng, after Voldemort was declared finished, he went back to dealing with the basilisk lying on the ground. After all, the basilisk's body was still enormous, and if he wanted to cut out all the valuable materials, it would still take a bit of time. So the sword of Gryffindor gloriously became a carving knife. And when Dumbledore, who had been notified, rushed back and came down into the chamber, what he saw was an empty chamber. Well, it could not really be called empty. At least there was still blood there. After all, with a basilisk that huge, there was no way Yi Feng could take away all of its blood, so quite a lot had still been left behind. Dumbledore, looking at the huge pool of blood in the chamber, Dumbledore was truly speechless. He knew Yi Feng definitely would not let this chance go, but he had not expected Yi Feng to clean up so thoroughly. Forget the basilisk's corpse. He had not even left him a single scale. That habit of stripping even the feathers off a passing goose really is just like you. After examining the scene and confirming with the school governors that the basilisk had truly been killed and Voldemort's diary had also been destroyed and could not possibly come back, Dumbledore left the chamber with a smile alongside Grindelwald. As for the destroyed bathroom, now that the basilisk had been dealt with and the school's crisis had been completely crushed, shouldn't the governors cough up some money for repairs? Of course, because the bathroom had been destroyed, Myrtle, who had always lived there, naturally refused to let the matter rest, since she had nowhere to go. But after Dumbledore promised to build her an even more comfortable and prettier bathroom, Myrtle immediately beamed with joy. Thus, the world where only Voldemort got hurt had been achieved. And with Lucius and Dumbledore both back, he naturally slunk away in disgrace. Worth mentioning was that after staying at the school for so many days, Dobby was naturally discovered by him. But when he learned that Dobby had attacked Yi Feng earlier, been chased all the way for it, and had only been saved by Dumbledore, he did not hesitate for even a second. He directly threw the white glove he was carrying to Dobby and gave him his freedom. What a joke. Who was Yi Feng? He was the kind of person who could sell a single mandrake for 10,000 galleons. If he found out Dobby was a house elf of the Malfoy family, Lucius would probably have to bleed again. So, in order to keep that from happening, Lucius directly gave Dobby his freedom. The condition was that Dobby could never say that he had once been a house elf of the Malfoy family, because Lucius had truly been scammed by Yi Feng into fear. Humans were very strange creatures. Some people could get scammed again and still never wake up. Even knowing full well it was a pit, they would still jump right in without hesitation. But some people, after being scammed just once, would become like someone bitten by a snake who feared ropes for 10 years. Even the slightest sign would make them crush it immediately and never let that kind of thing happen to them again. Lucius was exactly that kind of person, so he directly set Dobby free. Then Harry gained an extra house elf. Actually, Dumbledore had originally wanted Dobby to follow Yi Feng, but Yi Feng flat out rejected him. If the house elves in Harry Potter's world had been elegant, beautiful elf girls, Feng probably would have found a way to get one back as a maid immediately. Sadly, there were no ifs. The elves in Harry Potter's world were just that ugly, including the merfolk. So catgirls are still better. Too bad my transfiguration is still a little short, but it's almost there. Once I work out the magic side cultivation method, it should be about enough. While muttering to himself inwardly, Feng looked toward Hermione and Zhang Qiu in the distance, who were sharing this adventure with their close friends. Voldemort was done for, and Harry and the others' final exam had also ended in perfect success. But it was not over yet, because although they had successfully rescued the classmate who had been taken away by the basilisk and foiled Voldemort's plot, they had also broken at least 20 school rules. Yes, at least 20. And among those at least 20 school rules, at least half were related to Feng. For example, no using talismans or magical items with huge destructive power inside the school. Absolutely no studying, much less using dark magic. No casually entering the forbidden forest, much less capturing magical creatures inside it, and so on. Of course, although Feng and the others had broken a great many school rules, and according to those rules alone they had more than earned expulsion, because they had foiled Voldemort's plot, defeated the terrifying basilisk, and saved Hogwarts, not only were they not expelled, they were instead awarded the honor of a special contribution award. As for the result, all that could be said was that Gryffindor would always be Gryffindor. Feng and the others had broken so many school rules that their points had nearly been deducted into the negatives. But after Dumbledore gave them a wave of extra points, Gryffindor's score was forcibly pushed into first place among the 4 houses. In the original story, just the special contribution awards given to Harry and Ron alone had let Gryffindor win the House Cup. Now there were a full 4 people receiving that honor, so although the term had not truly ended yet, the House Cup had already been killed off in advance. With that many points added, unless the other houses could find at least 2 Voldemorts to kill, there was absolutely no way they could catch up. With Voldemort gone, Feng suddenly felt a little lost about what to do, because Hogwarts without Voldemort was so peaceful and tranquil. As for the final exams arranged by the school, those meant absolutely nothing to Feng. Even though because of his talismans, the difficulty of the school exams had been raised by far more than 1 level, it was still the same. So on only the 2nd day after receiving the special contribution award issued by Dumbledore, Feng turned into a salted fish. During class, he could not muster any interest at all because with final exams approaching, even a top student like Hermione was working hard at review, and no one would waste time on eating, drinking, and having fun. So boring. Can't someone come fight me? Racing on flying broomsticks would be fine too. Unfortunately, Feng's grumbling was destined to go unanswered, because everyone else was busy reviewing. But Feng was ultimately not an ordinary person. In just 2 days, he had completely adjusted himself back. If no one would play with him, then he would just play by himself. Besides, he had only researched his magic grimoire to about 70 or 80%, and there was still a bit of distance before it truly entered the experimental stage. So while seriously revising the grimoire, he also thought back on where Voldemort's next Horcrux was. That's right, Feng had set his sights on Voldemort again. And the reason he had targeted Voldemort once more was not because he had a grudge against him, but because for this matter only Voldemort really fit. As everyone knows, Voldemort had several Horcruxes, and as long as not all of them were destroyed, he would not truly die. In other words, theoretically, as long as all of Voldemort's Horcruxes were not destroyed, Voldemort would never truly die. What a pity these Horcruxes can't regenerate. Otherwise, that would be even better. Thinking of this, Feng felt regret over Voldemort's Horcruxes not being able to regenerate, because he needed Voldemort to help test whether the magic tome he had researched was really cultivatable. And when it came to choosing someone with talent, aside from Voldemort having several lives, the more important point was that he was talented enough. Without question, Voldemort was absolutely a genius. Otherwise, he could not have learned so much dark magic, much less become the Dark Lord. A magic genius, with several lives, so he was not afraid of being messed around with, and with ambition great enough. Who could be more suitable than Voldemort to become the first test subject, lucky one to cultivate the magic tome? What a pity I still haven't finished watching the Harry Potter film series. That diary from before needed the sacrifice of a Hogwarts student to revive him, otherwise I could have let him try it. Forget it. Why bother overthinking it? I haven't even finished creating this magic tome yet. Maybe by the time it's perfected, that guy will jump out on his own. With that thought, Feng recovered his usual vitality again. But while Feng had regained his vitality, Dumbledore could not help but let out a mournful wail, because he had only enjoyed 2 days of peace where the whole school was quiet. No one broke the rules, and no one caused trouble that needed him to solve. The next day, Dumbledore, who had only been at leisure for 2 days, was indeed drinking morning tea with Grindelwald. But before they had even finished one pot, they were interrupted by Snape, who came rushing over in a hurry. The reason Snape had come was very simple. Malfoy had been beaten up. Yes, Malfoy had been beaten up. That big shot of second-year Slytherin, the pure-blood noble Malfoy who had first regarded Feng as his rival, then after realizing he truly could not beat him, settled for treating Harry as his rival instead, had been beaten. And the person who beat him was none other than Feng, who had regained his vigor. When Dumbledore arrived, he saw Feng looking at Malfoy with the kind of gaze one used on a mentally challenged person. Across from him, Malfoy was lying on the ground clutching his face, staring at Feng in utter disbelief. When Snape, who had brought Dumbledore over, saw that Malfoy was still lying on the ground, he was instantly furious. He shouted, "Get up at once. How long are you going to lie there? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Malfoy, 0 to Q.
Bro.
Professor Snape, while you were away, he attacked again. Not only did he hit us, he even used magic on us, and he stole our galleons.
規範濁点で反濁点.
Hearing Malfoy's words, not only Snape but even Dumbledore got angry, because although Feng liked causing trouble in the past, he had never bullied other students, much less robbed them of their things. So when Dumbledore heard this, he was truly quite angry. "Mr. Yi, this time you really went too far." Although Dumbledore's words were not especially severe, anyone familiar with him would know that Dumbledore like this was genuinely angry. However, facing the truly angry Dumbledore, Feng merely gave a disdainful click of his tongue and said, "Why don't you ask why I hit him, why I used magic, and finally why I took his galleons?"
Sigma. De.
That's right, why? Hearing Feng say that, they also came back to their senses. Feng had always been very measured, so logically speaking, he would not do something so out of line. It was just that, when they saw Malfoy's miserable state and heard his complaint, they got a little worked up for a moment. Now Feng's one sentence pulled them back, so Snape and Dumbledore, having calmed down, turned to look at Malfoy. Seeing both Snape and Dumbledore staring at him so closely, Malfoy immediately became extremely nervous. He could barely speak properly. Seeing that, Feng let out a mocking laugh and said, "Since you're too embarrassed to say it, I'll say it myself. Actually, the cause of this matter was very simple. It was just that the Malfoy family owed money and refused to pay it back." Well, Feng's words caused an uproar. This included the crowd gathered around watching the drama, because even they did not know the actual full story. All they had seen was Feng calling Malfoy out. In the end, Malfoy had arrogantly thrown back a reply with his nose in the air, and then in the blink of an eye, they discovered Malfoy lying on the ground. So when Feng said that the Malfoy family owed money and refused to repay it, they instantly got excited, because this was huge gossip. As everyone knew, the Malfoy family held considerable status in the wizarding world, because they were not only an ancient pureblood family related by marriage to many other pureblood families, but also extremely wealthy. They were basically one of the great noble families of the wizarding world. But today, they had actually heard that this family they had always looked up to owed money and refused to pay it back. That was a bit beyond what they could comprehend, because with the Malfoy family's wealth, it was impossible and should have been unnecessary for them to owe anyone money, much less refuse to repay it. Forget ordinary students. Even Snape and Dumbledore were surprised when they heard this, so they both looked at Malfoy. "Can you explain what exactly happened?" Although Dumbledore said this very calmly, there was an unquestionable pressure in his tone. This left Malfoy, who very much did not want to bring up what had just happened, with no choice but to speak. "It was like this. I had just gotten up today when he blocked the entrance to the Slytherin common room and told me to repay the money. But I never borrowed any money from him, so naturally I wasn't going to repay him, and I certainly wasn't going to admit I owed him money. And then what? Anyone who was not an idiot knew that the "and then" was the key part, so when Malfoy started hemming and hawing, Dumbledore directly urged him to continue quickly. Even someone as proud and confident as Malfoy did not dare refuse Dumbledore's urging, so he gritted his teeth and loudly said, "Then he took out an IOU written by my father, but whose mandrake costs 10,000 galleons apiece. So I refused to acknowledge the legality of that IOU, and I refused to repay the money." "Oh, just that?" Dumbledore looked at Malfoy with suspicion, because based on his understanding of Feng, if that were all, Feng absolutely would not have hit anyone. He would have gone straight to Malfoy's father Lucius to collect the money. So Dumbledore was certain there had to be something else involved. It could only be said that Dumbledore's authority built up over so many years was no joke. Under Dumbledore's stare, Malfoy guiltily lowered his head. But even after lowering his head and no longer looking at Dumbledore, he still could not hold out for more than a few seconds. "When I refused, my tone was a little bad, and my wording was a little inappropriate."
Feng. Tejeh Kovard.
Seeing Malfoy cower from just one look from Dumbledore, Yi Feng's face was full of disdain, because if it were him, not only would he not lower his head, he would lift it and stare Dumbledore right in the eye, firmly telling him, yes, that was all that happened. At this point, the truth was basically clear. This whole matter had been brought on entirely by Malfoy himself. But hitting someone was still wrong in the end, so after hearing Malfoy's account, Dumbledore decided to deduct points from both Gryffindor and Slytherin, and because Yi Feng had hit someone, he was to be given detention. However, just as Dumbledore announced this decision, before Yi Feng could speak, someone else could not hold back anymore. The twin stars of the troublemaking world, Hogwarts kings of pranks and chaos second only to Yi Feng, the Weasley twins made their move. Professor Dumbledore, we believe this is entirely Malfoy's responsibility. Student Yi Feng was only helping Malfoy fulfill his wish, so Headmaster, you shouldn't deduct points from Gryffindor, much less punish student Yi Feng. You should reward him instead. Dumbledore? Hearing the Weasley twins' words, Dumbledore's head filled with question marks. But what puzzled him even more was that the people who had arrived earlier and were watching from the side were all nodding one after another. That instantly piqued Dumbledore's interest, so he gestured for the two of them to continue. Does your Weasley family have to go against our Malfoy family no matter what? Malfoy couldn't hold back anymore when he saw this, because if the Weasley twins really told Dumbledore exactly what had just happened, then the Malfoy family's image in front of Dumbledore would be completely ruined. But these were the Weasley twins. Before Yi Feng arrived, they had been the biggest rule breakers at Hogwarts, the type who feared neither heaven nor earth and treated sneaking out at night like eating and drinking. So would they be scared? What a joke. Not only were they not afraid of Malfoy's threat, they got even more excited. They jumped right in front of Dumbledore, each taking on a role and started acting it out on the spot. George. Knock knock knock, open up. Slytherins, stop sleeping in. Hurry up and get someone out here to open the door. Fred. Who is it? Why aren't you sleeping this early in the morning? George. Debt collector. Open the door now, or I'll have the house elves serve Slytherin breakfast 10 minutes later today. Fred. Less than a minute after Yi Feng said that, the door to the Slytherin common room opened, and not long after, Malfoy came out. Fred, playing Malfoy, so it's a Gryffindor mudblood. Instead of going to keep your mudblood friends company this early in the morning, what are you doing here in Slytherin? George, playing Yi Feng, oh, our noble pureblood stud horse. Malfoy is finally willing to get out of bed? When he said this, George copied Yi Feng's teasing expression filled with heavy sarcasm, deliberately dragging out the sound and directly using the word horse to piece together Malfoy's name. Dumbledore, who needed to stay serious, only had the corners of his mouth twitch slightly but still held it in. But Grindelwald, who was following behind him, had no such concerns, so he directly burst out laughing, making Snape beside him unable to stop the corners of his mouth from twitching wildly as well. But Grindelwald's laughter didn't interrupt the Weasley twins. They only gave this man who had been following Headmaster Dumbledore around a curious glance before continuing.
Fred. D. HMPH.
A lowly mudblood only has this much class. Go on, what do you want, barging in and waking us up this early? If it's nothing important, we're about to go have morning tea. Oh, do you even know what morning tea is? It's an activity passed down among nobles. Mudbloods like you would never understand it. George. Oh, having a little morning tea makes you a noble now? Nobles really aren't worth much then. No wonder you'd refuse to repay a debt? Fred. What do you mean? When have I ever refused to repay a debt? No, wait. When has our Malfoy family ever owed anyone money? At that, Fred paused for a moment, then pretended to suddenly realize something and continued. Oh, I get it. You saw our family has money, so you came to extort me? Then you've miscalculated. Of course, if you really are short on money, I can also hand out a few galleons to you. Of course, if you're willing to be my servant and serve me tea, pour water, and wash clothes, I can give you 10 galleons a month. George, idiot. Dumbledore? George's half-baked Chinese national curse directly left Dumbledore stunned, and everyone else was also baffled. They could guess it wasn't a good word, but since they had never learned Chinese, they had no idea what it actually meant. Chinese was a language full of charm, but at the same time, it was also one of the hardest languages in the world to learn. Yi Feng was very glad that Chinese was his native language, so he knew it naturally. Otherwise, it would have killed him to learn it. Dumbledore had once considered learning Chinese too, but after Yi Feng showed him how many different ways there were to express the simple act of picking something up, Dumbledore completely strangled that thought. Who knew why simply picking something up could be expressed with so many different words? And that was only for picking up one thing. What about everything else? Was it the same too? Even Dumbledore had given up the idea of learning Chinese, so how many Hogwarts students could understand it? They simply had no idea what that word meant. so Yi Feng very gentlemanly explained its meaning to them. The meaning of this word is very simple. It describes a person as very stupid. Of course, it also carries strong personal emotion. In short, it has a heavy sense of contempt. Oh, got it. George, you two continue. Once Yi Feng explained it like that, everyone else instantly understood. As for Malfoy, when he thought of the look in Yi Feng's eyes back then, his face turned red on the spot, from anger. And the Weasley twins, having gotten Dumbledore's permission, eagerly started acting again. George, playing Yi Feng idiot. Grindelwald behind Dumbledore burst out laughing again, because this time George shouted it while looking straight at Malfoy. That made Malfoy, who was already red with anger, have his face turn dark immediately. Fred, playing Malfoy Humphrey Mudblood is still a Mudblood. You don't even know how to insult people? George. Fred, what? Not convinced? You're not thinking of hitting me, are you? Come on then. Hit me right here.
George, Sigma, LLL.
Smack.
Fred, 3A.
Why you actually dared to hit me? I'm definitely going to tell Professor Snape and have him deduct 100 points from Gryffindor and expel you. Ha ha ha. Watching the Weasley twins' vivid performance, Grindelwald finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Seeing that, Dumbledore turned back and shot him a sidelong glance, telling him to rein it in a little. After all, he was still a teacher. Leaving aside Dumbledore and Grindelwald's eye contact, Yi Feng was also dumbfounded over here, because George's slap had been real. It was just a bit lighter than the one Yi Feng had used at the time. Still, the two of them really did have perfect coordination. The moment George struck, Fred went down to the ground with it, just as if he had truly been knocked flat. What talents! If the Oscars don't give you two a little golden statue, that'd be absurd. Of course, neither Grindelwald's loud laughter nor Yi Feng's stunned expression interrupted the dedicated Weasley twins. They continued performing all the same. George, pulling out a piece of paper and unfolding it for Fred to see this? This is an IOU personally written by your father. So, Mr. Malfoy, when exactly do you plan to repay these 10,000 galleons? Fred, springing to his feet, why don't you just rob someone? And besides, the IOU clearly says my father only owed 9,000 galleons. Why should I pay back 10,000 galleons? George, truly father and son. Your father asked me that same question too. I already answered him back then, so now I'll generously answer you again. How is robbery faster than this for making money? And this is safer too. Legal and compliant. As for why it turned into 10,000 galleons, that's obviously interest. Have you ever seen someone lend money to a stranger without charging interest? All right, questions answered. Now give me your answer. Draco Malfoy, are you paying back the money or not? Or do you want to be a deadbeat like your father and refuse to pay? Of course, if you don't have that much money on you right now, you can also write your father a letter to remind him. It's only 10,000 galleons. The Malfoy family can't possibly be unable to pay, right? Fred, you.
D. HMPH.
A taunt? Useless. Forget 10,000 galleons, even if I had it, I still wouldn't pay you back. If you've got the guts, go to my house and ask my father for the money. Oh right. If I'm not mistaken, that IOU of yours doesn't have a clear repayment date written on it. Does it? And it doesn't specify the interest either. In other words, we can drag this out and never pay. As for interest, if there's no clearly written rate, then the Ministry of Magic's default rule is no interest. Of course, we won't be paying any interest, but we will return the money. As for when, that depends on our mood. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll write my father tomorrow and have him send you the money. If I'm in a bad mood, maybe I'll forget all about it in a little while. And then how long you'll have to wait will be a different story. Maybe 1 year, maybe 2 years, maybe even 100 years. When he said that, Fred's face was full of that vile, smug expression of a petty winner. That look, that attitude, it was uncannily vivid. Aside from their different appearances, he and Malfoy looked like they had come out of the same mold. Fred. So, going to beg me? If you beg me, maybe I'll be in a good mood and help you write to my father. Oh right, I still have 10 galleons here. These 10 galleons should be enough for mudbloods like you to live on for several months, right? As he said that, Fred reached into his pocket and fumbled around. But although his family had a bit more money now and was no longer as strapped as before, they had gotten used to being frugal, so he still couldn't actually pull 10 galleons out of his pocket. Seeing this, Yi Feng, who had already been laughing so hard he could barely contain himself, directly pulled out a handful of galleons and put them into Fred's hand. Fred and George's eyes lit up instantly. If Yi Feng hadn't stopped them, the two of them would have knelt down and thanked him on the spot. At this point, Dumbledore and Snape both felt that was enough. As for what happened after that, one look at Malfoy's expression was enough to tell. Although Yi Feng wasn't the type who liked bullying his classmates, no one could have held back after being insulted like that. But the truth was the exact opposite. The one who struck first wasn't Yi Feng, but Malfoy, because after Malfoy said all that, Yi Feng only replied with one casual sentence. That petrification potion you drank earlier was specially made. Malfoy? When I was brewing it, I added a little extra ingredient. A bit of a traditional medicinal herb called Yi Mingsha. When drinking traditional medicine, don't go randomly searching things up. Just boil it and drink it. This is for your own good. People who didn't know what Yi Mingsha was might not think much of it, but Malfoy had studied potions, so he knew very well what that stuff was. He immediately couldn't stop himself from retching. And then, well, he pulled out his wand. In the wizarding world, when you pull out your wand at someone, it basically means you're about to attack. So the moment Yi Feng saw Malfoy pull out his wand, he fired off an Expelliarmus without a second word, then followed it up with Quietus, making the Malfoy who had been blasted into the air slam straight to the ground face first. After understanding the whole thing, forget Snape, even Dumbledore was speechless. In the end, he only gave Yi Feng a warning and let the matter pass. As for paying back the money, that was a private grudge, and Hogwarts would not interfere. But judging by Yi Feng's temperament, even Snape could only tell Malfoy to pray for himself. Yi Feng was not someone who nitpicked over every little thing. On the contrary, he was actually quite generous. A lot of the time, he was happy to share his things with the people around him, like the watermelons he grew himself, the talismans he made, the various foods he cooked, and so on. But sometimes he could also be very stingy. For example, when it came to the galleons the Malfoy family owed him, he was rather stingy. Even though 10,000 galleons meant basically nothing to him now, and he could take that amount out any time. And so, a strange phenomenon appeared at Hogwarts. Almost every day at noon, during that little break after lunch, no one would hurry off after finishing their meal. Instead, everyone stayed in the Great Hall because before long, a good show would begin. And the stars of that show were, without question, Yi Feng and Malfoy. Normally, Hogwarts did not allow students to use magic privately, much less duel with magic, because without a teacher present, that was actually a very dangerous thing. If someone got too heated and lost control, could easily lead to casualties. But the problem was, neither Malfoy nor Yi Feng was an ordinary student. There was no need to say anything about Yi Feng. Going to Dumbledore's headmaster office was like going back to his own home. And who even knew how much trouble this guy had caused over the years? Yet no one had ever really seen him get punished. On top of that, he had come up with quite a few things that benefited the students and had greatly improved their meals, so even though the male students envied his luck with girls, they still couldn't bring themselves to hate him, which led to his popularity being absurdly high. So even if Yi Feng really did do something wrong, the Hogwarts students would basically turn a blind eye, and sometimes even the teachers did the same. As for Malfoy, even though in the story and now he was always the one being bullied, in all of Hogwarts he still had quite a bit of status. So when the two of them applied to duel after meals, almost no teacher would refuse them, not even Snape or Dumbledore. The reason they did not refuse was actually very simple. Based on what Dumbledore and the others knew of Yi Feng's magical level, letting him graduate immediately would basically not be a problem. So in ordinary duels, there was usually no risk of him making mistakes or hitting too hard. And Malfoy, it wasn't that they looked down on him. Malfoy's magical talent was actually pretty decent. He studied fairly seriously and had mastered quite a few spells. If you really compared him with others, he ranked near the top of the entire third year. Some weaker fourth years might not even be able to beat him. But unfortunately, the opponent he chose was just too monstrous. Well, it couldn't really be said that he chose Yi Feng because in truth, every duel was started by Yi Feng. And the method was very simple, just one sentence. As the sole heir of the Malfoy family, do you not even have the courage to duel with a mudblood like me? Once those words came out, even after suffering for it before, Malfoy still had to grit his teeth and step up. Because if he refused Yi Feng, then it would prove that he really was cowardly, that the Malfoy family lacked the courage to accept a challenge. And if that point was established, then the Malfoy family's prestige and status among the pureblood families would plummet. Of course, there was an even more important point. If he dared refuse, then his father would probably come charging over the very next day, drag him home, and let him experience what fatherly love really meant, and what family rules really were. And so, Expelliarmus, Protego. Oh, so today you actually know to put up a shield instead of trying to trade attacks with me? You've improved a little. But sadly, you're still lacking. Stupefy.
Incendio.
Wingardium Leviosa. Quietus. Stupefy. Thud. TSK you even tried to block with Protego? Didn't you even look at where I was? The enemy was already right in your face and you still didn't know to dodge. Pathetic. After knocking Malfoy out with one punch, Yi Feng looked at Malfoy lying spread eagle on the ground with his eyes rolled back and shook his head. The students watching from the side, including some upperclassmen. Couldn't he help rolling their eyes when they heard that? You think everyone is a freak like you? Yes, only a second year, and he can already use multiple different spells non-stop. The fact that Malfoy was even able to react in time and use Protego to block the first two was already incredibly impressive. If it were me, I might not even be able to do that. Zhang Qiu, who had been standing at the very front the whole time out of worry that something might happen to Yifeng, directly said what everyone else was thinking. That even included Malfoy himself, who was now unconscious on the ground, because Yifeng cast spells way too fast. And the most ridiculous part was that he could throw out combinations without even needing to think. From the way Yifeng had been using magic over the last 2 days, they had also realized something. Yifeng did not use magic the way they did, where they thought of whatever was suitable and could be used the fastest, then cast it right away. A lot of the spells he used looked completely reckless from the perspective of traditional wizarding experience, but only afterward did you realize that there was actually a pattern to it. For example, this duel with Malfoy. The first two were choices any traditional wizard would make at the start, but that third spell, Leviosa, was something wizards normally would absolutely never use. Because even if you levitated your opponent, as long as they did not panic, they could still cast magic back at you. So normally, they would press the advantage and continue using offensive spells. But Yifeng used it anyway, and right after that, he followed up with a spell that was not offensive at all, directly slamming the magically levitated Malfoy onto the ground and using that fall to break through Malfoy's Protego. Of course, they all guessed that the final stupefy had been deliberate on Yifeng's part, because that slam had already left Malfoy thoroughly dazed. There was no need to add another hit. He had already won. But Yifeng still did it anyway. Still, even though this was what most people were thinking, none of them dared to say it out loud. Yifeng was generous, and he normally did not hold grudges. But that did not mean he would not mess with you. After all, he was a prankster who gave Dumbledore even more of a headache than the Weasley twins. Most of his pranks were not aimed at specific people, but that did not mean he would never target someone personally. There were still all kinds of rumors going around Hogwarts about the Christmas supernatural incident, with multiple different versions still circulating. Of course, that was only the first day, because on the second day, Yifeng went looking for Malfoy again as usual. And once the duel started, both Dumbledore and Snape became noticeably more serious. He still opened with Expelliarmus, and what followed was the same as yesterday, but when Yifeng cast Leviosa, Malfoy actually dodged it with a quick movement before the spell could hit him. Even Yifeng gave him a sidelong glance at that. Not bad. You actually dodged my Leviosa, and your speed-casting Protego is half a second faster than yesterday. That's some pretty amazing progress. But you don't think you're the only one improving, do you? While speaking, Yifeng casually strolled around and avoided Malfoy's counterattack spells. The tiny bit of pride that had just appeared on Malfoy's face instantly vanished, and then Yifeng showed him what real despair looked like. Fire. Stone. Bind. Levi. As those words came out one by one, Yifeng's raised wand was almost like a laser baton. All kinds of spells burst forth in an almost non-stop stream and directly drowned Malfoy. This is abbreviated casting. That move from Yifeng truly gave Dumbledore and the others a fright, but Yifeng himself seemed completely unaware of it. After blasting Malfoy away, he only gave him a calm glance, tossed out a sentence, and left directly. As long as your Malfoy family doesn't repay the money, I'll challenge you to a duel every single day, until either you or your father pays it back. Because of that sentence, and because Yifeng really did keep doing it afterward, a saying started spreading around Hogwarts. Eat, sleep, beat Malfoy. Eat, sleep, beat Malfoy. No one knew just how much bitterness and suffering was contained in that simple sentence. But when the term ended, Malfoy himself was stunned, because he realized that his level of magic was already no weaker than that of most fourth-year students. And with certain spells like Protego, he had even unconsciously reached the point of casting them non-verbally. It had practically become instinct. As soon as he raised his wand, Protego would naturally be released. Because of this discovery, Malfoy, who had originally planned to have his father pay Yifeng back immediately as soon as he got home, hesitated instead. Even though dueling Yifeng had brought him plenty of pain, mockery, and cold looks, the gains had been real. Maybe this isn't so bad. Yifeng had no idea what Malfoy was thinking. Right now, he was packing his things, because the school year was already over and vacation had begun. And when the school year ended, there was no staying at school, since the break was fairly long. But Yifeng had already made up his mind. Once he got back, he was going straight to the Malfoy Manor to collect the debt from Malfoy's father. Though beating up Malfoy over the past few days had felt pretty satisfying, endlessly stomping a weak opponent was not all that interesting. Even if Malfoy was improving quickly, that little bit of progress meant nothing to Yifeng. So while it looked like Yifeng was just crushing Malfoy, in reality, He was also acting as Malfoy's sparring partner. Having someone whose magical attainments had already reached the level of a professor, or even surpassed ordinary professors and reached Dumbledore's level, serve as your daily sparring partner was not something you could hire for just 10,000 galleons. So Malfoy had actually profited greatly from this. Feng had no intention of letting Malfoy take advantage of him like that, so after finishing with this easy target, he was preparing to go have a talk with Malfoy's father. Of course, collecting the debt was only the excuse on the surface. Feng's real purpose in going to the Malfoy home was to see whether they had any items that belonged to Voldemort, or perhaps some of Voldemort's other Horcruxes. After all, his grimoire was down to the very last bit of finishing work. It was about time to find a suitable person to test it on. Unfortunately, Feng did not know where Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes were, so he could only wait slowly. Fortunately, he had plenty of time, and as long as he stayed at Hogwarts, Voldemort would eventually deliver himself right to his door. After all, the saying that Hogwarts had to sacrifice one Voldemort every school year was no joke. Partings were always sad. The school year was over, and Feng and the others all had to go home. Fortunately, they all knew where the others lived, so if they really wanted to see each other, it would be quite convenient. The only troublesome one was still Harry, because he was still living at his uncle's house. Speaking of that, Feng could not help complaining a little. Harry was only 13 now, and according to both Ministry of Magic Law and Ordinary World Law, he was not allowed to live alone. But in truth, he could completely work around that restriction. After all, whether it was Feng or Ron and the others, any of them could help him buy a house and let him move out. If he wanted, he could even move straight into Ron's house. Ron's family home had already been expanded, so let alone one extra Harry, even another 3 to 5 people could still fit. And Harry was not short on money. On the contrary, he was quite rich. So if he felt bad about it, he could completely pay rent to the Weasley family and contribute to food expenses. That way, not only would he have a better place to live, but the issue of guardianship would be solved too. Unfortunately, Harry felt that even though his uncle's family did not treat him very well, they were still his relatives in the end. So after a full school year had softened his feelings, he thought he could give it another try, and decided to go back to his uncle's house again. As for Feng, his parents and Zhang Qiu's parents were still traveling around the world, so this year only the two of them would be at home. Fortunately, neither Feng nor Zhang Qiu was the kind of useless person who could not do anything for themselves, so having only the two of them was not a problem. Underage wizards were not allowed to use magic in the Muggle world, but there was no rule saying they could not use arts and techniques. And talismans had already been included in that category before, though protective talismans were not included, because those were meant for self-protection. So when Feng took out some ingredients he had brought back from the wizarding world, Cho Chang not only didn't find it strange, she even took the initiative to help process the ingredients. But after the food was cooked and served on the table, the two of them started to feel a little awkward. Back at school, although they were often together and had quite a few chances to be alone, this was really the first time it was just the two of them sitting at one table for a meal with no one else around, because Hogwarts had a great hall setup, and everyone ate together in the dining hall at the same time. But this couldn't really be blamed on Feng, because although Cho was only 14 or 15 at the moment, she had kept up with nutrition and exercised every day, so she had already grown into a graceful young girl. Her figure had not fully matured yet, but she was already tall and slender, very pleasing to the eye. As for Feng, although he still looked a bit young, he already counted as a handsome teenage boy. And in terms of height, he was nearly a whole head taller than Cho, who was a year older than him. On top of that, with Hermione, Luna, and the others influencing him all day long, it would be a lie to say he had never let his thoughts wander. Of course, that strange atmosphere did not last long before Feng directly broke it by using his chopsticks to place a piece of fish with all the bones picked out into Cho's bowl. And when Cho looked at that piece of snow-white fish in her bowl, the corners of her lips lifted slightly. Could even be said that at school she basically never ate fish with bones, but that did not mean she disliked fish. On the contrary, she actually liked it very much. It was just that she had once gotten a fish bone stuck in her throat, so she did not really dare eat fish with bones anymore. She had never told anyone else about this, but Feng seemed to know, and for her, that was enough. Her little brother had not grown distant from her just because he had made other friends. Knowing that was enough. It was a very happy meal, but when it was time to sleep that night, Feng was almost scared into jumping right off the rooftop by Cho, because Cho was actually afraid of the dark. So naturally, she hugged her pillow and blanket and walked straight into Feng's room. Cho slept especially sweetly that night, while the next day Feng unusually got up late. He even broke his daily practice of absorbing purple chi, which he had kept up for more than 10 years. And when Cho asked him why he had a pair of panda eyes, Feng could not help rolling his eyes. Yi Feng had never expected that a girl who looked as quiet and gentle as Cho would sleep so restlessly at night, to the point that he really had not slept at all last night. It was only when the sky started getting light that he managed to doze off for a little while. Ah, what a sin. After Cho went to wash up, Yi Feng sighed, then decided he could not be the only one suffering. So after breakfast, while Cho went to catch up with her muggle friends she had not seen in a long time, Yi Feng hugged the watermelon-sized grenade he had made and set off on the road to the Malfoy family estate. Damn it, if you don't pay back the money today, I'll blow this thing up and take you all down with me. I'll go home and you'll be gone clean. The Malfoy family was fairly well known in the wizarding world, so it was not hard to find out where they lived. On top of that, the wizarding world had the Floo powder network, so only half an hour later, Yi Feng knocked on the door of the Malfoy estate. Knock knock knock. Less than a minute after the knocking started, Lucius came out with his son Malfoy. Although the Malfoy family was pretty arrogant, for the sake of keeping up appearances, they could not very well shut the door on a visitor who had come in person. As for deliberately making things difficult for Yi Feng and leaving him waiting outside, that kind of trick did not exist either, because Yi Feng was not someone easy to mess with. After suffering a loss before, Lucius had done his homework on Yi Feng as well, so Lucius knew very clearly that Yi Feng actually held a very high place in Dumbledore's heart. On top of that, with so many contributions Yi Feng had made at school, Lucius had no choice but to reassess how important Yi Feng was, especially after learning that Yi Feng was the person behind the heavy machine broom and the talismans that had sold out everywhere. At that point, he regretted even more the terrible impression he had left on Yi Feng. As for why he still had not paid back the money even though he clearly knew Yi Feng had beaten Malfoy so many times at school, the reason was naturally that he needed to use Malfoy's hand to help Yi Feng vent his anger. After learning that Yi Feng was the one who had created the heavy machine broom and the talismans, Lucius understood that Yi Feng actually did not lack money at all. In fact, it was very likely that Yi Feng alone had more wealth than their entire Malfoy family combined, because in the current wizarding world, even those stubborn old fossils all had 3 or 4 talismans in their hands. With the per capita ownership rate of talismans already far exceeding that of wands, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Feng to be short of money, which meant that the reason his mandrakes had been sold at such an outrageous price was not because he cared about that little bit of money at all, but because he wanted to deliberately mess with him or his son Malfoy. As an old hand, how could Lucius possibly not understand that? So he deliberately did not repay the money in order to give Yi Feng a reason to beat up his son and vent his anger. What's more, his son had actually gained quite a few benefits in the process, so he was even less in a hurry to pay it back. Lucius's guess and his approach were not really all that wrong, but unfortunately, his vision was still a little too narrow. With Yi Feng's current strength, beating up Malfoy was no longer much fun for him. And on top of that, things had not gone according to plan and Yi Feng had slept badly all night, so he came straight to the door and had no intention of playing with them anymore. So when Lucius saw Yi Feng knocking on their door while carrying a round big iron ball with a skull and 2 crossed bones drawn on it, Lucius immediately kicked open his son's bedroom door and dragged him to the entrance as fast as possible. He had bought quite a few of Yi Feng's talismans, especially the high-level ones. He had basically bought one of every type and had even tried out quite a few, so he knew very well how powerful those talismans were. And precisely because he knew how powerful those things were, Lucius did not dare hesitate in the slightest. Who knew what other things someone capable of making talismans might be able to make? And on top of that, there was an obvious danger warning symbol drawn on it, so Lucius dared not be careless. After all, those talismans that could blow up an entire room with a single one did not have any sort of danger warning text or symbol on them. Yet this thing actually did, and Yi Feng had personally carried it over himself. So Lucius felt it would be better to be a coward. Otherwise he feared tomorrow's daily prophet would run the news that their manor had been reduced to flat ground. So after the door opened, right in front of Yi Feng's stunned eyes, Malfoy directly gave him a 90-degree bow, then loudly started apologizing to him. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used insulting words to curse at you before. Please forgive my rudeness, classmate Yi Feng. If classmate Yi Feng still doesn't feel satisfied, you can beat me up again. This time I guarantee I absolutely won't resist, and I definitely won't fight back. Yi Feng." Seeing Malfoy like this, Yi Feng was so startled that he nearly jumped. But from Malfoy's expression and demeanor, Yi Feng could also tell that although this guy was apologizing loudly, observing all the proper manners, and making it sound very nice, neither the expression on his face nor the look in his eyes was very willing. In other words, this was not his own idea or intention at all, but something his father Lucius had forced him to do. But since Malfoy had already gone this far, who cared whether he was willing or forced? Yi Feng accepted the apology, although he felt that the matter of Malfoy cursing at him had actually already been settled long ago. "Please come in. I truly didn't expect classmate Yi Feng to honor our humble home with your presence at this hour. It really brings glory to the Malfoy family. Judging from these polite formalities, Lucius really had done his homework, but unfortunately, as Yi Feng listened to Lucius while walking inside, he nodded and said, "Your house really is pretty shabby. Probably hasn't been renovated in decades, right? It really does have that humble abode vibe." Lucius and the Malfoy father and son. What do we do? I really want to beat him up. Actually, the Malfoy father and son had wronged Yi Feng a little, because he wasn't mocking them. He genuinely thought that, because their house really was old, and a lot of things were already badly worn. Of course, Yi Feng was also too blunt. He should have been more tactful and said that their house had a stronger sense of age, rich historical charm, and a lived-in atmosphere. But being blunt was good too, because Yi Feng was so direct that Lucius immediately lost all interest in showing off and simply brought Yi Feng straight to their study, full of historical charm, which saved Yi Feng a lot of time. I wonder what guidance student Yi Feng has for gracing our Malfoy family with your presence today? Lucius had actually roughly guessed why Yi Feng had come, but he didn't really want to pay back all the money right now, so he pretended not to understand. As the saying went, if both sides were old foxes, then playing strange was a bit shameless. So Yi Feng didn't stand on ceremony at all and got straight to the point. "I'm here to collect a debt. See this thing? It's called a friendly side magic grenade. Its yield is equivalent to 10 kilograms of TNT, plus a little more." Oh, you probably don't understand TNT yield. Let me put it this way. If this magic grenade explodes, your entire Malfoy manor will be flattened on the spot. Not even a complete section of wall foundation would be left. So if you don't want the Malfoy family to appear in tomorrow's daily profit, then pay up already. Lucius and Malfoy, the moment Yi Feng said that, the expressions of the Malfoy father and son changed instantly. Their bodies, which had been sitting rather casually and slightly slouched, immediately straightened and even leaned back a little, instinctively wanting to get farther away from Yi Feng. With just one sentence, Yi Feng had scared the famous Lucius family of the wizarding world into this state. It had to be said that Yi Feng's fearsome reputation had indeed spread far and wide. But only a moment later Lucius's eyes lit up. If he had heard correctly, Yi Feng had just said that the thing he was holding was powerful enough to blow their entire manor flat. And the Malfoy manor covered an area no smaller than a standard football field in the Muggle world. In other words, if this thing could be mass-produced, or if they could get the method to make it, then the Malfoy family could even recreate the glory of Voldemort's era. And it might even be possible to go a step further and directly rule the entire wizarding world. Thinking of this, the way Lucius looked at Yi Feng was like he was looking at a peerless treasure. Yi Feng got creeped out by Lucius's burning gaze, so he directly raised the magic grenade in his hand and hooked his finger through the pull ring. "Lucius. Calm down. Student Yi Feng, calm down. I'll go get your money right now. It's only 10,000 galleons. Our Malfoy family can still afford that. And to show our sincerity, I'm willing to spend another 10,000 galleons to buy the magic grenade in your hand." Yi Feng. 10,000 galleons? This is the only finished product I managed to make after spending a huge amount of effort and time. Do you know how much risk I took and how many school rules I broke to make this? 10,000 won't do. You need to pay more. Sigma, hearing Yi Feng say that, Malfoy and his father Lucius were both stunned. They had never heard such a fresh and refined reason for asking for a higher price. But Lucius truly coveted the magic grenade in Yi Feng's hand, so after hesitating only a little, he agreed to Yi Feng's condition and raised the price by 5,000 galleons to take it. However, unlike his son Malfoy, Lucius didn't think it was expensive at all. Instead, he felt it was more than worth it. And when Yi Feng placed the magic grenade on the table and began explaining how to use it, its power and its functions, the father and son suddenly exchanged a look and felt that they had made a huge profit on this deal. Let me tell you, this magic grenade is the newest model I made during the last few days of the final exam period. It was innovatively equipped with a never-before-seen friend or foe identification function. Lucius and Malfoy. Oh, we don't understand it, but it sounds amazing. Yi Feng. TSK. Talking to people like you who never even went through compulsory education is such a hassle. Let me put it this way. As long as you add someone to the friendly unit list, then even if you're holding that thing when it explodes, you won't be hurt in the slightest. You know what a friendly unit is, right? Lucius and Malfoy. Oh. Yi Feng. Oh, sigh, forget it. I'd better explain it to you. In simple terms, a friendly unit means your own people, your teammates, the companions fighting alongside you. As long as before using this magic grenade you add the people you don't want it to hurt into the friendly unit list, then after it explodes, it will automatically identify friend and foe. It only blows up enemies and doesn't hurt teammates. Got it? Of course, if you still don't think that's safe enough, This thing also has a timer function. And to prevent it from being blasted away by an opponent's magic or even knocked back after being thrown, once activated, the magic grenade can also automatically detect magical attacks and dodge them on its own, ultimately landing exactly where you want it to and exploding. So, after hearing about all these functions, don't you think this magic grenade is absolutely worth the price? Lucius and Malfoy, amham. The Malfoy father and son had already been completely captivated by the functions of the magic grenade Feng described. Their eyes were left with nothing but that round, gleaming magic grenade. When they heard Feng say that, both of them nodded wildly without even lifting their eyes, which made Feng very satisfied. As expected of the famous rich people of the wizarding world. Not only do they have plenty of money, they're also dumb enough and easy enough to fool. I sold them a magic grenade that only cost 10 galleons to make for 15,000 galleons, and they actually think it's more than worth it. They might as well have stupid and rich come quick pasted on their foreheads. Of course, Feng only said that in his heart, because whether it was the 10,000 galleons Lucius owed him or the 15,000 galleons for selling the magic grenade, he hadn't gotten any of it yet. So after letting the two of them stare at it for another 3 or 4 seconds, he directly took the magic grenade back and said calmly, "Back in Huaxia, there's an old saying called paying with one hand and delivering the goods with the other, so..." At that point, Feng raised his other hand, the one not holding the grenade, and rubbed his fingers together. The moment Lucius saw that gesture, he understood instantly. After nodding, he clapped his hands and then began waiting quietly. Waiting was always long. They waited a full minute before a short house elf dragged a leather suitcase into the study. And with just one glance at the way the house elf dragged the case, Feng estimated that the little suitcase contained at least 30,000 galleons. Sure enough, Feng's eyesight was still extremely accurate. With a snap of Lucius's fingers, the suitcase on the floor flew onto the table and opened automatically. As it opened, Lucius said with a smile, "There are 30,000 galleons here. 25,000 galleons are to repay your debt and purchase this magic grenade. The remaining 5,000 galleons represent the friendship of our Malfoy family." If it had been anyone else trying to buy his friendship with 5,000 galleons, Feng would have slapped those 5,000 galleons right in their face without hesitation. But now it was the Malfoy family trying to buy his friendship with 5,000 galleons, and that was a different matter. Lucius could be said to be a die-hard Death Eater, in other words, one of Voldemort's most loyal lackeys. And as for the relationship between Voldemort and Feng, anyone who saw the previous 2 semesters would know. So there was no reason not to take these 5,000 galleons. Taking them was basically taking them for free. So Feng didn't stand on ceremony at all. He shut the box with a snap, casually put it into his spatial ring, then placed the magic grenade in his hand onto the table and pushed it toward Lucius, saying, "Money and goods are settled. As for the friendship of the Malfoy family, I'll remember it." After saying that, Feng pressed a hand on the table and was about to get up and leave. Seeing this, Lucius quickly stopped him and said, "Mr. Feng, since we're friends now, why not stay for lunch before you go? I think there are many areas where we can cooperate." Feng, huh. Though he was a little puzzled, Feng also wanted to see what Lucius was really up to, so he accepted Lucius's invitation. When Lucius's wife, Narcissa, came in with a girl of about 14, already quite mature-looking, whose appearance was slightly inferior to Hermione and Cho Chang, but whose figure was far hotter and more alluring, and had her sit beside him while repeatedly throwing flirtatious looks at him, Feng more or less guessed what was going on. Are they planning to use a honey trap on me? Wonder if they've taken a fancy to my potential or to those businesses of mine. Still, this girl who's supposedly the daughter of the Malfoy's older female cousin is pretty high quality. I'll flirt with her a bit and see if I can get some information out of her. With each harboring their own thoughts, the group finished this lunch that wasn't all that tasty. And judging from the girl's behavior, she was quite satisfied with Feng. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept asking the Malfoys about him after Feng left. As for why Lucius thought so highly of Feng and even wanted to turn him into one of his own, the reason was actually very simple. Whether it was the flying broomsticks or the talismans in Feng's hands, both were absolutely insanely profitable. But Lucius felt Feng was completely wasting his talent, because if he focused on researching just those 2 things, making them reach an even higher level in the wizarding world would be no problem at all. Of course, Feng's business ability was even more of a complete mess. Both flying broomsticks and talismans had already become famous throughout the entire wizarding world, yet he still hadn't seized the chance to establish his own business. He was still relying on others to sell them, just handing over more than half the mora to other people for nothing.
Sigma. De. Crap.
I exposed myself. If it were him, he would only need 1 month to make those 2 things create at least twice their current value. So he picked out the girl in the Malfoy family who was closest to Yifeng in age and had the best looks and figure, with the goal of tying Yifeng to the Malfoy family's ship. Although the girls around Yifeng were all shockingly beautiful, they were still too inexperienced right now, and they simply didn't know how to make the first move. So the Malfoys still had a very good chance. After all, who could refuse a girl with looks that scored above 85 and a figure that scored 90, or even 95 throwing herself at them? And even if the marriage alliance failed, as long as they could build a good relationship with Yifeng, that would already be enough. Of course, if the marriage alliance failed, then perhaps they could consider having the two establish a purely physical relationship between a man and a woman. Even if the relationship was a bit weaker that way, there would still be a very good chance of cooperating with Yifeng. Lucius had already investigated. Aside from flying broomsticks and talismans, Yifeng still had quite a few good things. And as long as he could get hold of even one of them, there would be absolutely no problem making the Malfoy family into one of the top elite families in the wizarding world. Of course, what Lucius coveted most was still the design blueprint and manufacturing method of that magic grenade. Because as long as he had that, it wasn't impossible for the Malfoy family to dominate the wizarding world. For that, let alone sacrificing a niece or something, even making his son Draco offer himself wasn't out of the question. Yifeng also saw Lucius's ambition. Naturally, he also saw that Lucius desperately wanted the manufacturing method for the magic grenade. But putting everything else aside, Yifeng didn't even have any design blueprints for that thing. And even if he did, even if he gave it to Lucius, they still wouldn't be able to make it. Although the thing was powerful, the hardest part was not its power at all, but the magic arrays that identified friend from foe and automatically detected, evaded, and intercepted. If you stripped all that away and just wanted a magic grenade with relatively high destructive power, then all you needed was to refine some violent magical potions and carve a suppression array into it. That would be enough. Of course, even if they couldn't make it, Yifeng still wouldn't give it to them. Once this thing spread, who knew what kind of genius lunatic might develop something from it? So Yifeng only sold that grenade to Lucius. As for whether Lucius could research anything from it, that was his own business. Just don't take it apart recklessly. I designed the magic arrays inside it as a chained array. If any one of the arrays is damaged or triggered, it'll set off a chain reaction and explode immediately. After muttering that, Yifeng quickly put it out of his mind and hummed a tune on his way home, because he had put safety measures on that thing. Even if it exploded from accidental triggering or disassembly, it wouldn't hurt anyone. At most, there would just be some property damage. Carrying today's gains, Yifeng took a detour through the market on the way home, planning to buy some good ingredients and make a big meal tonight. What he didn't know was that after he left, Lucius took that magic grenade into the potion room. Yes, the Malfoy family had a separate potion room. They just normally didn't need to use it because they were rich anyway. If they wanted potions, they could just buy them directly. On top of that, Malfoy's godfather was Snape, so they were never short on potions. But whether they used it or not, they had to have it. So not only did they have a potion room, they also had a separate greenhouse. It's just that more than half of what was planted in that greenhouse wasn't medicinal herbs, but ornamental plants and fruit and the like. Of course, none of that was important. What mattered was that, after bringing the magic grenade into the potion room, Lucius began using all kinds of tools to study it. Not only did he photograph the magic grenade from every angle, he also separately made detailed drawings of all the patterns and similar details. But that still wasn't the craziest part. The craziest part was that not only did he draw them, he also densely annotated the depth, size, quantity, and so on of every pattern right next to them. The level of seriousness and precision was such that even if Yifeng saw it, he would have no choice but to give him a capitalized respect. And after all of that had been fully drawn out, Lucius set up a magical camera. He wanted to record his entire disassembly process. However, the moment he started, Lucius broke out in a cold sweat, because he discovered that the magic grenade seemed to be naturally formed as if it were a single hole. More importantly, through the tiny gaps at the connecting parts, he saw densely packed magical patterns. Of course, that wasn't what truly scared him. What really made cold sweat pour down his back was that just now, he had only pried at it slightly, and the spot in those densely packed magic arrays that his little metal rod touched flashed for a moment. That directly scared him so badly that he didn't dare continue carelessly. Gulp. What truly divine craftsmanship. No wonder he was able to create things like the heavy machine flying broomsticks and talismans. It seems I still haven't valued him highly enough. Perhaps he will become someone even more dazzling than the Dark Lord, and even more worthy of investment. What a pity he isn't a pureblood wizard. Otherwise, no matter what, today I would have found a way to keep him here and have him and Nymphadora make cooked rice out of raw rice, truly making him one of the Malfoy family. With a sigh, Lucius picked up the magic grenade, recalled the method Yifeng had taught him for using it, and marked everyone in the manor as friendly units. Although he couldn't bear to use this thing right now, and judging from the stuff Yifeng had given him before, the quality was definitely guaranteed. He had just pried at that thing a little, so it was better to mark everyone as friendly units first. By the way, is this thing really that powerful? Why do I find it a little hard to believe? That guy didn't trick me, did he? How about trying it? This potion room has been specially reinforced with magic. If we add another layer of magical defense, there shouldn't be any problem. After all, even Yifeng himself has never used this thing before, so its actual power probably isn't as great as he said. And our Malfoy manor is huge. A wizard born into an ordinary muggle family like him definitely can't imagine how big this manor is. I reckon he probably thinks our Malfoy manor is only a little bigger than an ordinary muggle courtyard. And when it comes to business, who doesn't praise their own goods? So this thing's power should at most only be enough to blow down one room. The more Lucius thought about it, the more convinced he was that this was the truth. And so, ding-clang. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore, who had been sitting on the balcony leisurely drinking tea, enjoying the rare piece of a holiday while reading the newspaper, directly sprayed the tea in his mouth all over Grindelwald's face across from him, instantly filling Grindelwald's face with grievance. Sorry, I'll clean it up for you right away. But even if you read this news yourself, you'd probably spit it out too. Dumbledore apologized while using Scourgify to clean the tea off Grindelwald's face. Hearing that, Grindelwald also became full of curiosity about the newspaper's contents. And so, Dumbledore. This guy definitely did that on purpose. Dumbledore, who had also been sprayed full in the face with tea, was utterly speechless. But Grindelwald didn't care at all, nor did he clean the tea off Dumbledore's face, because his full attention had already been completely drawn to the news in the Daily Prophet. Yesterday, the manor of the famous Malfoy family of the wizarding world was struck by an unknown attack and was completely flattened overnight. But strangely enough, not a single person in the castle was harmed. Even the owls they kept were completely fine. Before publishing this report, we had already interviewed Mr. Lucius Malfoy. However, he refused to answer our questions and did not reveal what exactly happened yesterday. He only said that it was an accident and that they had not been attacked in any way. The Malfoy castle was flattened? That really is major news. But as far as I know, the Malfoy castle covers no small area. Is there really anyone in the wizarding world who could flatten it instantly without harming any member of their family at all? Probably not, right? Wait. Maybe there is one person who could do it.
Yifeng.
Dumbledore and Grindelwald shouted that person's name almost at the same time. Meanwhile, Yifeng, who had just put breakfast on the table and was on his way back to the room to wake Cho Chang for breakfast, couldn't help sneezing. Achoo. Woo, who's thinking about me? After sneezing, Yifeng rubbed his nose. But Yifeng wasn't the only one sneezing. Far away at the former site of Malfoy Manor, the Malfoy family, who had been frozen outside all night, were also sneezing non-stop. Damn that Yifeng. When I get back to school, I'll make you pay. You actually blew up our Malfoy family's castle that's been passed down for hundreds of years, and made me freeze in the cold wind all night. I Draco Malfoy, and you. Smack. Before Malfoy could finish speaking, his father gave him a huge slap. Of course, this slap didn't cause him any psychological trauma, because it landed on the back of his head. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm warning you, once you're back at school, you must work hard to build a good relationship with Yifeng. You must create opportunities for your cousin to get together with him. Even if Yifeng doesn't fall for your cousin, you still have to create a chance for her to become his first woman. At the very least, you have to make her one of his women. And yesterday's matter is not to be revealed to anyone, especially the matter of the magic grenade. You are absolutely not allowed to mention it to anyone, understand? Malfoy. Lucius. Gore, smack. Did you understand me or not? Malfoy. I understand, but do we really have to go this far? And would aunt and cousin even agree? That's not something you need to worry about. I'll explain it to them carefully and make them agree. But right now, the most urgent thing is to go find Yifeng first. We absolutely can't let him leak the matter of the magic grenade. If someone already knows and it being spread around can no longer be avoided, then no matter what, we have to keep this thing firmly in the hands of our Malfoy family. Seeing the determination and ruthlessness on Lucius's face, a trace of fear flashed through Malfoy's eyes. But Lucius was in too much of a hurry to go find Yifeng, so he didn't notice. And even if he had noticed, he probably wouldn't have cared, because the reason the Malfoy family had managed to climb step by step to their current position had never been pride or bloodline, but ruthlessness. And while Lucius set out on the road to Yifeng's home, or rather Cho Chang's home, Yifeng, who had brought out the lavish breakfast and placed it all on the table, happened to glance at the Daily Prophet delivered by an owl as he walked toward his seat across from Cho Chang. That single glance made him unable to pull his eyes away, and his mouth slowly fell open. The Malfoy father and son. Are they really this reckless? Cho Chang. Hearing Yi Feng say that, Cho Chang, who had just blown on a spoonful of rich and delicious meat porridge and was about to feed it into her little mouth, paused, tilting her head. She looked at Yi Feng in confusion and asked, "What happened to the Malfoy family?" "I'm not too sure either. I'll bring it over and read it with you." As he spoke, Yi Feng picked up the stack of Daily Prophet newspapers, sat down right beside Cho Chang, and spread the paper open. When Cho Chang saw what was written in the newspaper, her little mouth quickly fell wide open too. This is all real? This isn't some kind of joke? Today isn't April Fool's Day, is it? Looking at Cho Chang's cute expression, Yi Feng smiled and shook his head. No, although I don't know the exact situation, this report in the Daily Prophet should be real. Actually, Yi Feng had lied because the moment he saw that news, he had already guessed roughly what had happened. And the only thing that could instantly destroy the massive Malfoy manor without harming any person or even any animal was probably the magic grenade he had sold to Lucius. I didn't expect what I said before to actually come true. The Malfoy family really did get blown flat. This is really worth celebrating. Sigh, so should I write them a letter of condolence now? After all, even though this wasn't caused by me, I was the one who sold the thing. Logically speaking, I should comfort them a little. Feng, does this have something to do with you? Just as Yi Feng's gaze flickered and his thoughts wandered, a whisper right by his ear sounded.
Ye Feng. De.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Don't talk nonsense. Startled by those sudden words, Yi Feng immediately pulled out the classic triple denial. Only after denying it did he realize that Cho Chang had leaned close to his ear to say that just now, and Yi Feng's face instantly turned bright red. Don't get the wrong idea. It wasn't because Cho Chang was too close to him. It was because of pure embarrassment and social death.
Cho Chang.
Watching Yi Feng's handsome face turn bright red, Zhang Qiu shot him a sidelong glance, wearing an expression that clearly said, "I've already seen through you." Seeing that, Yi Feng stopped hiding it from her and said directly, "This really isn't my fault. I did sell them the magic grenades, but I already told them the precautions and seriously warned them about the power. And I guarantee the magic grenades I made are absolutely fine. As long as they don't try to take them apart, they definitely won't explode even if they use them like balls and throw them around." Zhang Qiu still trusted Yi Feng's words quite a bit, but after they finished breakfast, when the doorbell rang and Yi Feng opened the door, she still panicked a little when she saw that the person coming in was actually Lucius. What do I do? Is he here to arrest Yi Feng? No, I have to block him first and buy Yi Feng a chance to escape. Yi Feng still had no idea that Zhang Qiu behind him had already started thinking about his aftermath, but he was indeed a little surprised to see Lucius. Still, if Lucius wanted compensation or a refund or something, that was absolutely impossible. Once something entered his pocket, there was no way he would ever return it. Lucius's arrival gave Zhang Qiu a huge scare. After letting Lucius in, Yi Feng also noticed the tension on her pretty face, so he walked over, took hold of her fair little hand, and comforted her in a low voice. "It's fine. Don't be nervous. He's not here to make trouble. And even if he is, there's no need to be afraid. He can't beat me." Zhang Qiu. Aha. How is this the time to joke around? Hurry and find an excuse to leave, then run out through the back window. I'll hold off Malfoy's father and buy you time. Hearing Yi Feng say that, Zhang Qiu first showed a trace of confusion, but then immediately grabbed his hand tighter and tried to pull him backward. That anxious little expression of hers made Yi Feng both touched and amused. "Alright, don't be nervous. We've been together for 2 years already. Don't you know me well enough by now? Have you ever seen me do something I wasn't sure about? And do you really think that little of my strength? I'm actually very strong. If we really fought, the entire wizarding world combined might not even be enough for me." Hearing that, Zhang Qiu thought about it carefully and realized it did seem true. Even though Yi Feng often did things that left people dumbfounded, when he was serious, he really had never done anything he wasn't confident about. Pranks and playful nonsense didn't count. So after thinking that through, Zhang Qiu barely managed to calm down. Meanwhile, when Lucius saw Yi Feng and Zhang Qiu holding hands, he suddenly felt a powerful sense of crisis. "No, when I get back, I'll urge Nymphadora to hurry over and make a move. It would be best if she could directly cook the rice first. If we're too late, there may be no chance left." Seeing Yi Feng and Zhang Qiu standing there hand in hand, all lovey-dovey, Lucius felt he absolutely could not delay any longer. Otherwise, his plan to pull Yi Feng onto the Great Malfoy ship would very likely die before it was even born. After all, even though Zhang Qiu's figure wasn't especially explosive, she was still slim and alluring, and with that exquisite, flawless face, his family's Nymphadora really didn't have much of a competitive edge. Feng didn't have mind-reading abilities or anything like that, but he still sensed the faint malicious thoughts coming from Lucius beside him. Since it wasn't actual hostility, though, he didn't care too much. It was normal for Lucius to have malicious thoughts toward him. Wanting his money, trying to win him over, trying to seize benefits that belonged to him, all that counted as malicious thoughts too. Still, even if there was no real hostility, it wasn't good to leave him just standing there. So Feng pulled Zhang Qiu over to the sofa in the living room, pressed her down gently to sit properly, then turned back to Lucius and said, "Please sit. Our place is pretty small, and there's not much here to treat you with. Would you like tea or a drink?"
There.
It's not easy to get a cup of tea personally brewed by someone from the Eastern nation. Even though his house had just been blown flat by Feng's magic grenades yesterday, and even restoring it with reparo would take a huge amount of time and effort, with a chance that only part of it could be restored, Lucius wasn't angry at all when he heard those words. Before, he hadn't understood Feng well enough, so he thought Feng was just a somewhat impressive genius. So when he found out this fellow had been targeting his son at school, he had immediately wanted to expel him. After all, they were pure-blood nobles, yet Feng, a filthy mud-blood mongrel, dared compare them to livestock and pets. How could he tolerate that? But after investigating carefully, he discovered that Feng was a massive treasure, and a massive treasure that even Dumbledore probably hadn't realized yet. So he completely changed his usual attitude. Even if it meant throwing away part of his pure-blood noble dignity, he still wanted to win Feng over and bring him onto their ship. Of course, the best option would be to directly have Nymphadora marry Feng and bring him into the Malfoy family. That way, Feng would completely become part of the Malfoys. As for reputation and such, marriages could be ended. As long as they didn't have children, it wouldn't count as polluting their bloodline. Lucius had only just sat down on the sofa and hadn't even had a sip of tea yet, but he was already daydreaming about the future. Maybe the thought was too beautiful, because the corners of his mouth curled up slightly without him noticing, and Zhang Qiu happened to catch that scene, which shocked her badly. Zhang Qiu. He couldn't have been unable to handle such a huge blow, and gone crazy, right? The moment that possibility came to mind, Zhang Qiu's gaze toward Lucius instantly filled with pity. Seeing that scene while carrying over the freshly brewed teapot, Feng immediately became full of question marks.
Feng. Who?
At first, Feng really was full of question marks. But when he walked to the table and saw Lucius's uncontrollably upturned mouth and his unfocused eyes, he instantly guessed most of it. What kind of good fantasy is this guy having? He's practically drooling. No wonder Zhang Qiu's look at him changed. Damn it. Anyone who read today's Daily Prophet and then saw his expression now would think in that direction. Ahem. Ahem. Seeing that he'd already walked up to the table and poured the tea, yet Lucius was still sitting there in a daze, Feng couldn't help coughing to remind him. Only then did Lucius wake up like from a dream, instinctively raising a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth before saying awkwardly, "Sorry about that. I was just thinking about how to restore the castle and got a little distracted."
Feng.
Zhang Qiu. Neither Feng nor Zhang Qiu believed a word of that. After all, who would think about restoring their house after it got blown flat and end up drooling over it? That excuse might fool a 3- or 4-year-old child, but anyone older than 5 definitely wouldn't believe it. Of course, seeing through it without exposing it was best. After all, Feng did bear a tiny bit of responsibility for their house getting blown up, so he gave a light cough and said, "My condolences, but at least no one was hurt." "Oh right, Mr. Lucius. Did you come here because of repairing the castle? If so, then you found the right person. Let me tell you, even though I'm only a prospective 3rd year at Hogwarts, I also major in architecture, architectural design, landscape design, interior renovation, and ancient building restoration and reinforcement. So if you came to me, then you absolutely came to the right person. But honestly, I don't think that broken old castle of yours is worth repairing much anymore. It's already old and run down to that extent. Instead of restoring it, you might as well take this chance now that it's been blown flat and redesign and rebuild it from scratch. So what do you think? Since you're an old customer, Mr. Lucius, I can give you a 30% discount."
Lusas. Sigma. LLL.
Feng's words directly stunned Lucius speechless. Even Zhang Qiu beside him was so shocked that her little mouth fell open, and the way she looked was as adorable as could be. If Lucius hadn't been right there, Feng would have had the urge to pull Zhang Qiu into his arms and give her little face a hard kiss. Cough, cough. That's not necessary. I came to see Mr. Feng to discuss something else. I just didn't expect Mr. Feng to have talents like these two. Truly. You can't judge a person by appearances. Hearing Lucius reject his proposal, Feng's face instantly filled with regret, because he really had wanted to go help. Of course, while helping, he also wanted to search through the ruins of their house and see if there was anything worth salvaging, like one of Voldemort's Horcruxes or something. That won't be necessary. I came to see Mr. Yifeng to discuss something else. Hearing that Lucius hadn't come to ask him to renovate their old house or build a new one, Yifeng's face instantly filled with disappointment. After saying that, Lucius looked at Cho Chang beside Yifeng with an expression like he wanted to speak but held himself back. Of course Yifeng knew what he meant. It was nothing more than the fact that he didn't want a third person to know what he was about to say, so he wanted Cho Chang to step aside for a moment. But because of so-called gentlemanly manners, he was too embarrassed to directly ask Cho Chang to leave or ask Yifeng to talk somewhere else with him, so he could only hint at it in this hesitant way. But Yifeng simply didn't buy that at all. Even though he saw through it, he pretended not to notice, and he had no intention of reminding Cho Chang either, because in his view, whatever Lucius wanted to say did not need to be hidden from Cho Chang. He also did not want to avoid her because there was no need. Even though when they were at school, the time he spent with Cho Chang was far less than the time he spent with Harry and Hermione, the person who understood Yifeng best and knew the most about him was definitely Cho Chang, because Yifeng never avoided her even when cultivating, so Cho Chang knew that he was a cultivator. Yifeng could openly tell Cho Chang that he was a cultivator without the slightest attempt to hide it, and he had even taken the initiative to teach her before. That proved that Cho Chang actually held quite a high place in Yifeng's heart, and Yifeng trusted her greatly, so he had no intention at all of making her step aside. But Cho Chang was not stupid. She was also quite perceptive. So although she was a beat slow, she quickly stood up and said apologetically, "I just remembered I forgot to turn off the water upstairs. You two talk first. I'll go check." After saying that, Cho Chang was about to stand up, but Yifeng directly reached out and pulled her back, saying with a smile, "You remembered wrong. I turned it off on the way down earlier." After saying that, Yifeng turned to Lucius and said, "Mr. Lucius, is there something you want to say? If it's not something particularly private, you can say it directly. If it is more confidential, there's a study upstairs. It's a little small, but the soundproofing is pretty good." Lucius was not the sort of person who lacked perception either. The moment he saw Yifeng pull Cho Chang just now, he understood that Yifeng did not want to avoid her. But with Cho Chang present, what he wanted to discuss really was not easy to say. So after hesitating for a moment, Lucius still nodded and said, "Let's go to the study." Hearing that, Yifeng was a little speechless, because he did not even need to think to know that Lucius had most likely come because of the magic grenade, and that he probably just wanted to cooperate with him and make sure he would not spread it around for others to know. Yifeng had never researched the Malfoy family's rise to wealth, but judging from how Lucius's family acted in the original story, it was probably far from honorable. This guy was also extremely ambitious and ruthless enough, so Yifeng could guess his purpose without much thought. The facts proved Yifeng's guess was completely correct. After entering the study, Lucius did not beat around the bush at all. He went straight to the point and said, "Mr. Yifeng, I am very interested in your magic grenade. I wonder if you would be willing to hand its manufacturing method over to our Malfoy family?" Hearing that, Yifeng was not surprised in the slightest. He calmly replied, "After handing it over to your Malfoy family, what benefits would I get?" Hearing Yifeng say that, Lucius answered without even thinking, "You will gain the friendship and support of the Malfoy family. Even if you want to become the Minister of Magic in the future, we will support you with all our strength." Yifeng, "Mr. Lucius, do I look like some naive, easily fooled 13-year-old boy?" Lucius, "Deh." The moment Lucius heard that, he instantly realized he had made a serious mistake. He had treated Yifeng like an ordinary 13-year-old boy and had still tried to deal with him using his usual methods, namely relying on his power and reputation in the wizarding world to paint grand promises. That kind of method was indeed very effective on ordinary wizards, especially for people who craved power. It was practically fatal to them. But for Yifeng, that promise was not even as tempting as a one-canute lollipop. Lucius immediately realized the problem, so he hurriedly tried to remedy it. "Of course, besides that, we can also pay a yearly usage fee of 10,000 galleons. And if you like, that girl you had quite a good chat with yesterday can come keep you company tonight. Of course, to show the sincerity of the Malfoy family, if you are willing to promise that you will only give the manufacturing method of the magic grenade to us, and absolutely not leak it to anyone else, then we are willing to marry Nymphadora Tonks to you." Oh right, Nymphadora Tonks' mother is Andromeda Tonks, which means she is the daughter of Draco's mother's sister, Draco's cousin. Besides that, she is also a natural-born metamorphmagus. In other words, if you marry her, it will be the same as marrying. Lucius did not finish his sentence, but Yifeng understood instantly. And to be honest, Yifeng really was a little tempted, though not by what Lucius meant. Instead, he had suddenly thought of something else. If he could study how a natural-born metamorphmagus changed their appearance, then perhaps he could find some inspiration to completely perfect his own transfiguration. When that time came, the wizarding world would gain another branch of transformation magic, the half-beast Animagus. The reason Yi Feng dared to be so certain was not because he was blindly confident, but because the half-beast Animagus really did have far greater advantages than the current Animagus. This transformation spell of his would not only allow someone to completely retain their reason after becoming an Animagus, but would also let them freely switch between full transformation and half-transformation. After switching to the half-beast state, they would not only gain the corresponding animal strength and traits, but also retain human flexibility and agility, and would still be able to cast magic just like in a normal human form. Leaving everything else aside, just the point of keeping a human body while having the corresponding animal strength and traits was enough to drive people mad. After all, the human body was still rather fragile, and in many cases its strength and agility were inferior to those of certain animals. If one could retain a human form and the ability to cast magic while also possessing those animals' traits and strength, then even without casting spells, they would still have considerable power. Of course, all that was for later, and when Lucius saw that Yi Feng seemed very interested in what he had said, he instantly smiled. It's settled. The rise of our Malfoy family will become unstoppable. As long as you give us time, even if Voldemort returns, we won't fear him at all. Mr. Lucius, your proposal is indeed very tempting, but I refuse. Lucius. W.H. Why? Could it be that you already have someone you like? If that's the case, that's fine. Being a secret lover or something, we can actually accept that too. As long as you give us the manufacturing method and keep it absolutely secret from everyone else.
Y Fen, Sigma. De.
This time it was Yi Feng's turn to be shocked, because what Lucius had just said really was a bit astonishing. They were absolute supporters of the pureblood faction. Could be said that deep down, they genuinely looked down on wizards like him with muggle blood. But now, just for the manufacturing method of these magic grenades, they had actually said they were willing to let the legitimate daughter of a pureblood family become his secret lover. That made Yi Feng start wondering whether his magic grenades had some special function even he didn't know about. But Yi Feng still refused outright. What a joke. Although the natural-born metamorphmagus girl Lucius mentioned really was a little tempting, he already knew who she was. If he was truly interested, he could just go find her directly. Why would he trade the manufacturing method of magic grenades for that? Wasn't getting it for free better? Lucius.
De. 規範濁点で反濁点.
Why? How can you refuse? How could you possibly refuse? That's the legitimate daughter of an ancient pureblood family, and she's a metamorphmagus girl around your age too, with a mature and alluring figure and a pretty face. Seeing Yi Feng reject his proposal again, Lucius instantly flew into a rage, because she was the dream lover of many young people from their pureblood families, while Yi Feng was nothing more than a lowly mudblood whose parents were both muggles. When he saw Lucius grow so furious that he instinctively started reaching into his pocket, Yi Feng immediately became alert. Although the Ministry of Magic stipulated that underage wizards were not allowed to use magic in the Muggle world, that rule could be ignored when an underage wizard was under threat. Not to mention that this was his own place while Zhang Qiu's home, so if Lucius really dared to pull out his wand, Yi Feng would make him understand what cruelty meant. Just before his hand touched his wand, Lucius finally came back to his senses. He pulled back from the brink in time and spared himself a vicious beating, because he had suddenly realized a very frightening problem. Wait, this Yi Feng's parents are both muggles, so where did he learn so many things related to magic? As far as I know, a lot of the magic-related things he made, forget old families like us Malfoys, even a magic school like Hogwarts doesn't have knowledge about them. Realizing this, Lucius's gaze toward Yi Feng gained a trace of awe, and beneath that awe was even more greed and fervor, because this meant there was very likely someone behind Yi Feng whose strength might even surpass Dumbledore's, and the potential Yi Feng possessed far exceeded what he had imagined before. No, I can't drag this out any longer. Before this holiday ends, Nymphadora must take him down, no matter what method she uses, or I'm worried things will get out of hand. Yi Feng still didn't know Lucius had already set his sights on him, and was even lusting after his body. Of course, the one who would really end up wanting his body was someone else, but from another angle it still counted as Lucius lusting after Yi Feng's body, since the attitude and thoughts of the Nymphadora Lucius mentioned were still unclear. Still, seeing that Lucius had calmed down, Yi Feng let out a sigh of relief. After all, he wasn't some kind of devil. He didn't want to bear the charge of beating up an old man who had just lost his home. Yi Feng still didn't know Lucius had already made up his mind to have his grandniece cook the rice with him this holiday. But seeing that Lucius had thought it through, he was still very happy. So when Lucius proposed that if Yi Feng had any intention of cooperating in the future, he should give the Malfoy family priority, Yi Feng readily agreed. Although he hadn't achieved the goal he wanted, Lucius had still learned quite a bit of information in the process, so he was relatively satisfied with this trip. After returning, He immediately contacted the family of his mother's older sister and had them rush to the Malfoy family castle's old site as quickly as possible. When Nymphadora Tonks, in other words Lucius's cousin's family, saw the former Malfoy manor that had been flattened, truly flattened to the point that there was almost no raised ground left, they were completely stunned because they had never imagined the manor could be blown so. Level. Yes, level. Because the photos taken by the Daily Prophet only showed a small patch of ruins and hadn't truly presented the scene. Only after arriving did they realize the situation was far more horrifying than they had imagined. Lucius, are you really sure this was caused by the explosion of a magic grenade only a little bigger than an apple? Nymphadora Tonks's mother, Andromeda Tonks, Lucius's mother's older sister, looked at everything before her and simply couldn't believe it. Yes, I'm sure, because I set off that grenade with my own hands. I watched it explode in my arms with my own eyes. I watched that terrifying destructive force tear apart the castle the Malfoy family had lived in for hundreds of years bit by bit, ravaging and flattening it over and over until not even scraps were left. And precisely because of that, I'm this determined. That's why I proposed letting Nymphadora marry Feng. I would even accept her being only his secret lover. Because he can not only help us become the most powerful family in the wizarding world, he might even let us achieve the great feat that even Voldemort once failed to achieve. Are you crazy? You dare say that name? But the moment Lucius finished speaking, Andromeda Tonks cut him off sharply, because he had been so bold as to directly call their former master's name. Hearing Andromeda Tonks's somewhat frightened rebuke, Lucius smiled disdainfully. Voldemort? Have you not read the newspapers for too long? I admit his dark magic was very strong, but even his most powerful magic in the past was nowhere near comparable to the power of a single magic grenade. Not to mention, Feng has talismans besides magic grenades, and many high-level talismans are not necessarily weaker than those dark arts. Andromeda, Voldemort is already dead. And even if he isn't, he's old, outdated. This is no longer the age of dark magic. Magic grenades and talismans are the real things that can control the wizarding world. As long as we can completely control Feng and get complete control over everything he has mastered, then even if Voldemort at his peak showed up, I would be confident in defeating him and even killing him completely. You really have gone mad. But you're right. We've lived under that man's shadow for too long, and he's been dead for a long time already. Maybe the wizarding world should produce a new Dark Lord, and I hope that Dark Lord bears the surname Malfoy or Tonks. Under Lucius's persuasion, the Tonks family was directly convinced. As for Nymphadora's opinion, did it matter? It did not. While the Malfoy and Tonks families were excitedly repairing the Malfoy castle and dreaming about the future, Feng's side was far less grand. He was worrying about what to eat tonight. It wasn't that his family had no money, but that there were simply too many dishes to choose from, and he didn't know what to pick. In the end, after hesitating for a long time, Feng decided to take Zhang Qiu out for an all-natural meal, and so they headed to the seaside. Abroad, because many people didn't really know how to handle certain seafood, and because they weren't exactly lacking in foods like meat, eggs, and dairy, fishing was subject to certain restrictions. So even right by the coast, it was possible to gather quite a lot of good stuff. So, as the red sun sank in the west, behind a wind-sheltering rock on the shore, a small table and two little stools were set up. Beside the table, a young man and a young woman squeezed together, staring at the seafood sizzling on the grill in front of them, both unable to stop themselves from swallowing. In the glow of the sunset, Feng and Zhang Qiu sat side by side at the small round table facing the sea. Under the sunset's reflection, the scene looked so harmonious, so beautiful. If someone could capture this moment, it would absolutely be a breathtaking picture. But unfortunately, as expected, seafood that was just pulled up is the sweetest and freshest. It already tastes good enough without any seasoning at all. As he spoke, Feng picked up a lobster as thick as a small arm from the grill and twisted it. With a crack he pulled outward, and crystal white lobster meat steaming hot appeared before the two of them. Eat slowly. Careful, it's hot. After quickly peeling off the shell, Feng handed the entire steaming lobster tail to Cho Chang. Not far away, a passerby who had just reeled in his line was carrying an empty bucket and was preparing to go home alone. Couldn't he help but let out a full belch. One last cast. I refuse to believe no fish will bite today. Suddenly stimulated, the fishing guy stubbornly hooked on another fake bait and cast it out again. Then the very next second, he shouted in excitement. I freaking told you, didn't I? There's no way I'm getting skunked. Get up here. With a loud roar from the angler, something shining with seven-colored light under the setting sun was flung up by him. But the instant he saw clearly what exactly had been flung up, all the color in his eyes instantly turned to dead gray. Still, a fishing guy was a fishing guy after all. Their mentality and willpower were solid. He adjusted back almost instantly. What a beautiful conch shell. Even though I didn't catch any fish today and got force-fed a huge bowl of dog food, at least I didn't come back empty-handed. Muttering to himself, the unfamiliar fisherman put the conch shell into his bucket and went home humming a little tune.
Ye Feng.
Shoucheng. Ooh? The commotion over there successfully drew their attention. When the two saw the nameless fisherman gradually walking away, they looked at each other for a moment. But very quickly, their attention was drawn back by the aroma coming from the grill. They did not exactly eat until they were stuffed, but they ate very satisfyingly. Then Cho Chang's house was empty. Although Cho Chang's house was empty, a small tent began appearing in different places all across Britain. However, this little tent usually stayed in one place for at most 2 days. After it appeared near a certain dentist's house, the tent itself did not change, but the number of people going in and out of it increased by a few. Those who happened to see them entering and leaving could not help feeling envious while also exclaiming in amazement. How can such a tiny tent fit 7 or 8 people inside without looking crowded at all? Unfortunately, not everyone could wander around freely with no one controlling them like Yi Feng and Cho Chang, especially Harry. He only played around near his uncle's house with Yi Feng and the others for 3 or 4 days before he had to go back. Even Luna was called back after playing with Yi Feng and the others for 1 or 2 weeks. After all, not everyone was as idle as Yi Feng and the others. In the end, the only ones who set out once again on the journey of eating, drinking, and having fun were Yi Feng and Cho Chang, because even Hermione was taken back by her parents, who were worried about her safety after she had been out for too long. And when the vacation was almost over, Yi Feng and Cho Chang were skiing in the Alps, playing hide and seek with a Yeti. Yes, the Yeti hid, and Yi Feng and Cho Chang searched. If they caught one, they would pluck its fur, draw its blood, and give it the full one-stop treatment. Of course, Yi Feng was still very kind. Although the caught Yetis had quite a lot of materials collected from them, it would not affect their normal lives. At most, it just hurt a little and felt a little cold. Yeti. Yes, he is absolutely right. Just a little cold. So cold I don't dare leave the cave when the wind gets strong, because I'm afraid my fur isn't thick enough and I'll freeze to death. Letting go of the Yeti, whose face was full of humiliation and whose fur was visibly a layer thinner, Yi Feng calculated the date and felt it was about time to head back. After all, a new school year was about to begin, and before school started, they also needed to prepare some new school supplies. Meanwhile, Harry's uncle's house also welcomed an uninvited guest. Of course, this uninvited guest was only uninvited from Harry's perspective, because it was his uncle's sister. And his uncle's sister looked down on Harry's family very much, or to be more exact, on Harry's mother. So the moment she arrived, she spared no effort in belittling Harry's family, especially his mother. First, Harry could still endure it. After all, he had put up with it for so many years already, so 1 or 2 more mocking remarks made little difference. Even if he was not allowed to sit at the table while they ate, even if he not only could not eat at the table but also had to wash the dishes, Harry endured all of it, right up until his uncle's sister brought up his mother. Just like how Yi Feng had snapped back at Malfoy when Malfoy insulted them as mudbloods, saying that only pets cared about pure bloodlines, when Harry's uncle's sister mentioned Harry's mother, she directly compared his mother to a dog. She even said Harry turned out the way he did entirely because his mother's bloodline was inferior, like a dog's, inherited from a bitch's bloodline. Shut up right now. Hearing that, Harry, who had endured it for years, finally exploded. He stared furiously at that woman, who was fat as a pig. But when Harry's uncle's sister saw that he was angry, not only did she not restrain herself, she instead turned around with a disdainful smile on her face, looked at Harry, and smugly raised a finger as she said, "Listen, I'm telling you." However, the smile on her face quickly disappeared, because Harry was truly furious. Harry, furious beyond all measure, caused the vast magic power in his body to start running wild, and at this moment, something completely different from the original plot happened. In the original story, the furious Harry directly used magic to blow up his uncle's sister like a balloon, making her float away. But now, although Harry had still returned to his uncle's house just like in the original story, after being influenced by Yi Feng, he had far more courage than the Harry in the original story. And as for magic power, after doing morning exercises for 2 years, Harry's personal magic reserves were at least more than half again as strong as in the original work. So it was not just Harry's uncle's sister. Aside from his aunt, his uncle's whole family, together with the dog brought by his uncle's sister, rapidly swelled up like balloons and uncontrollably floated toward the door, eventually drifting away with the wind. When his aunt saw this scene, she opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but in the end said nothing. After glancing at Harry, She went off to chase after her husband and son. Seeing this, Harry suddenly realized that he did not feel sad at all. So he briskly packed up his things and left this home where he had stayed for more than 10 years. For some reason, after leaving that so-called home, Harry suddenly felt a sense of relief, and he did not feel like he had nowhere to go, because he still had friends. And aside from occasionally having a few small accidents, those friends of his were actually quite reliable. However, 1 hour later, looking at the tightly shut front door of Cho Chang's house, Harry fell into deep thought. And when he asked Cho Chang's neighbors and learned that no one had been seen at her house since a few days after the holiday began, he nearly shut down on the spot. Obviously, this is just a tiny little accident. I can still go find Ron. If that really doesn't work, I can go to the leaky cauldron. Anyway, there aren't many days left before school starts. But right now there's one urgent problem. How exactly am I supposed to get to the leaky cauldron? Just as Harry sat by the roadside and was about to question his entire life, a triple-decker bus suddenly appeared and stopped in front of him. After being tempered by all sorts of things from Feng, Harry's ability to accept things was still very strong. So after figuring out what kind of vehicle it was, he got on directly. As for the experience after boarding, 0 to 100 in 1 second, 100 to 0 in 1 second, 3 dimensions turning into 2 dimensions and the like. Harry kept a cold face the entire time, because compared to what he had experienced before, this was honestly a bit too childish. Just Feng's flying broom alone could even break the sound barrier in 1 second. So this magic bus was merely that much. In fact, Feng had always supported Harry moving out to live on his own. After all, other people feared Voldemort, so Harry needed to live near his blood relatives. Only then could the magic his mother had cast with her life protect him from being harmed by Voldemort. But Feng simply didn't need it. You could even say that right now, 99.9% of the students at Hogwarts didn't need to worry about Voldemort in the short term, because every defensive talisman Feng sold them could block at least 3 unforgivable curses. So if Harry had brought a big stack of talismans, then even if he just stood there and let Voldemort attack him, Voldemort still might not be able to hurt him. So when Feng heard that Harry had already moved out and had blown his uncle's family up like balloons and sent them into the sky, he went straight to the leaky cauldron early the next morning. And when Feng and Cho Chang arrived at the leaky cauldron, they found that Hermione and Luna had also arrived. But unlike Ron's whole family being there together, they had all come alone, because their parents all had their own things to deal with, so after dropping them off at the leaky cauldron, they had left. Inside the pub, Feng heard news about Sirius from Ron's father. It was also at that moment that Feng finally remembered that Ron's rat was actually Peter Pettigrew in disguise. That guy was an unregistered animagus. TSK, what a miscalculation. I actually forgot about this, but I can't really blame myself. That guy is just too cowardly and too much like a real rat. Looks like I'll have to study him later. He's kept up the rat form for many years now. Maybe researching him can give me quite a bit of new material. Feng muttered to himself inwardly as his gaze swept over the rat in Ron's arms. The instant Feng's gaze passed over him, the rat Peter Pettigrew had turned into stiffened all over. But it only lasted for a moment before he returned to normal, as if he really were just an ordinary rat. And while Feng and the others were gathered together eating snacks and talking about the happy and funny things from their vacation, Lucius was already close to going mad. Meanwhile, his son Malfoy stood beside him with his head lowered like a pitiful quail, not even daring to move too much. Tell me, what use is there in raising you? An entire vacation, a whole entire vacation, and you still didn't manage to send even one letter to Feng? If the owls couldn't deliver it, couldn't you ask Harry and the others? Even if you asked them directly and they wouldn't tell you, couldn't you ask someone else for help? Are you a pig? Feeling the spit from his father's scolding hitting him in the face, Malfoy was full of disgust inside, but he didn't dare dodge. Even though he felt incredibly wronged, that was still his father. He had been used to obeying his father since childhood, so even though he knew this really wasn't his fault, he still didn't dare argue back. Did Lucius not know that he was also at fault in this matter? No, he knew. But what did it matter if he knew? He wasn't trying to discuss who was right and who was wrong right now. He just wanted to find someone to yell at so he could vent the anger in his heart. After all, who the hell would believe it if this got out? The famous Malfoy family of the wizarding world, together with the Tonks family, had searched for an entire vacation and still failed to find Feng and Cho Chang. This wasn't 1 or 2 days, nor was it 1 or 2 weeks. This was an entire vacation, but they couldn't be blamed completely either, because when Feng and Cho Chang went out to have fun, they never followed any predictable pattern. They might be in London today, then in Edinburgh the day after tomorrow, and a couple days later they might already have run off to next-door Paris. So it wasn't that the Malfoys were incompetent. It was that Feng and Cho Chang were just far too good at running around. On top of that, while their families might have great influence in the wizarding world, their influence in the Muggle world was still lacking. So when Yi Feng was running all over the place, there was simply no way they could find him in a short time. If they couldn't even find Yi Feng, then naturally their plan to turn raw rice into cooked rice had no way of being carried out. But this also made Nymphadora Tonks develop tremendous interest in Yi Feng, because he was someone their two families had almost used the entire Wizarding World's network to search for with all their strength, yet still couldn't find. What a pity Hogwarts is about to start. Otherwise, I could have met you, my fiancé recognized by our parents. As Nymphadora lowered her head in regret, Lucius finally vented all the anger in his heart. He had also realized that Yi Feng had most likely already gone to the Leaky Cauldron, because Hogwarts would be starting in another 2 days, and they needed to get near platform 9 3/4 ahead of time. Otherwise, they might miss the train to Hogwarts. Although he also knew very well that for Yi Feng, who had the heavy-duty flying broom business, taking the train was not the only way to get to Hogwarts. Generally speaking, all young wizards would choose to go by train because that was tradition. Therefore, Lucius glanced at Nymphadora, who had her head lowered in thought, then turned to his son Malfoy and said, "We're heading to the Leaky Cauldron now. If Yi Feng is really there, then this will be your last chance. When the time comes, I will draw away their parents and elders. As for you, use every method you have to create a chance for your cousin to be alone with Yi Feng. And absolutely no one is allowed to disturb them midway. Do you understand?" Malfoy. I understand." Hearing Malfoy's answer, Lucius nodded, then turned to Nymphadora and said gently, "Don't blame us for making this decision for you and deciding your lifelong marriage without your consent. We are absolutely doing this for your own good. Although that Yi Feng is a mudblood and also an Easterner, he is absolutely a genius. And whether it's his figure, looks, or temperament, he is much more outstanding than your cousin, at least streets ahead of him. It can be said that whether in appearance, talent, or even future achievements, he is absolutely worthy of you. You could say he is an excellent match." Malfoy. Oh. Thanks. Sorry for being ugly. After making their decision and discussing their plan, the Malfoy family and the Nymphadora family rushed straight to the Leaky Cauldron. But when they arrived there under the excuse of sending Malfoy off to school, they were instantly dumbfounded. Yes, Yi Feng and Cho Chang had indeed come to the Leaky Cauldron, but after catching up with Harry and the others, they left right away because they thought the Leaky Cauldron was too shabby. So they directly found a more luxurious and comfortable Muggle hotel nearby. As for which hotel it was, the staff at the Leaky Cauldron didn't know either. Ron's family and the Malfoys didn't get along very well, so there was no way they would tell Lucius, so they were left completely at a loss. Fortunately, there was still some time left, and this might not be bad news for Lucius and the others. After all, there were only a few of them. As long as they found a reason to draw those girls away, then wouldn't the rest be entirely up to Nymphadora? But would things really be as simple as Lucius imagined? After all, when girls gathered together, they definitely wouldn't stay quietly in the hotel, especially when there was a big wallet following them around. Early the next morning, after searching for an entire night and finally finding the hotel Yi Feng was staying at, Lucius rushed to the hotel in a hurry. But when he got to the front desk and learned that Yi Feng and the others had already gone out early in the morning, and that the front desk also didn't know where they had gone, Lucius nearly went insane. Can't you just stop running around and stay quietly in the hotel waiting for school to start? When he heard that news, Lucius, who had barely slept all night, almost couldn't stop himself from cursing out loud. The beautiful face of Nymphadora, who had originally developed quite a bit of interest in Yi Feng, was also full of exhaustion, and that little bit of interest born from curiosity had nearly been worn away completely. But fortunately, they had finally found where Yi Feng was staying, and to avoid missing him, they directly booked a room as well, and specifically chose the one next door to Yi Feng's so that as soon as Yi Feng returned, Nymphadora could make her move immediately. Originally, they had planned to let Yi Feng spend some time bonding with Nymphadora or something like that, but now they had completely lost that kind of patience. So they decided that the moment Yi Feng came back, they would use magic on him, make Yi Feng fall in love with Nymphadora, then create some rather ambiguous circumstances and directly make things happen between Nymphadora and Yi Feng. But before their plan could even be carried out, they broke down again, because Yi Feng and the others still had not come back even after it was completely dark. And after they had waited until the flowers had withered, seeing that there was no one left on the streets outside and that most people were about to rest, Yi Feng and the others still had not returned. Feeling that something was wrong, they asked around and only then found out that Yi Feng and the others had already checked out at noon. Lucius. Looking at the furious Lucius, Malfoy swallowed and then spoke weakly. "Father, actually, I wanted to remind you at noon, but you wouldn't let me speak." Lucius. Plate. Speak. Hogwarts starts tomorrow. This hotel is a little far from platform 9 3/4, so I thought they might find another hotel closer today, like the Leaky Cauldron or something. Lucius. Why didn't you say so earlier?
Tontanti, tsatsangad barchich.
I wanted to say it, but every time I tried to speak, you told me not to disturb you and chased me away. I never got a chance to say it. Lucius. Who? Seeing how unusually aggrieved Malfoy looked, Lucius let out a long breath and sank into deep thought. Was I too harsh on him? No, that's not right. I went through the same thing back then, but I was never this meek in front of my own father, too scared to talk back. Looks like it's still Malfoy's own problem. Should Narcissa and I make a new account while we're still young? Malfoy. Day. For some reason, Malfoy suddenly felt a chill on his back, but he did not overthink it and blamed it on catching a cold because he had not slept well last night. Meanwhile, after playing around for 2 days and buying quite a few things, Zhang Qiu and the others had already returned to the Leaky Cauldron to meet up with Harry and the others. As for Lucius, although they were extremely unwilling, they still rushed over to the Leaky Cauldron. But they still missed their last chance, because Feng and the others simply did not leave their rooms. Even when they came out to eat, they stayed together as a group. So although they were unwilling, at most they could only have Nymphadora greet Feng first and leave a slightly better first impression. A beautiful woman whose looks were no less than Hermione and the others, with an even better figure, suddenly greeting him also surprised Feng quite a bit. But since he had long been surrounded by upperclassmen and underclassmen at school every day, Feng was already used to it. So although she looked very pretty, he did not pay too much attention to her. After all, what he lacked least around him was beautiful women. Of course, he still took another look at her, but it was not because she was beautiful enough or had a good enough figure. It was because he discovered that there was a rather special kind of magic on her, and that special magic was gathered right on that exquisite pretty face that carried a faint sense of familiarity. Although Zhang Qiu had long gotten used to this kind of scene, when she saw it, she still could not help nudging Feng with her elbow and teasing. Another pretty girl is greeting you? Want to go over and chat? The moment Harry and Ron heard that, their interest was instantly piqued. And when they glanced at the youthful and energetic pretty older sister not far away, their eyes also lit up. As for envy or jealousy, they did feel a little of that at first, but later they got over it because they had simply seen too much of it. Besides, they had also come to terms with it. For them, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. There was only one Feng, and although they did not really want to complain, Feng's emotional intelligence when it came to romance really did have just a tiny bit of a problem. So if Feng was not interested, or if he ended up offending the other party, then wouldn't their chance come? Of course, they still had a lot of professional ethics. If Feng got along well with the other party, they would work very hard to be his wingmen and do their best to make it happen. And if they really liked someone, they would seriously pursue her instead of falling for every girl they saw. But Feng was not very sensitive in this area, and Harry and Ron, those two little brats, were not much better. As for the Weasley twins, those two only had pranks in their heads. Finding girlfriends or anything like that had not yet appeared in their dictionary for the time being. So although they thought she was very pretty, they only glanced at her once before pulling back their gazes, which made Nymphadora deeply doubt her own looks and charm. Could it be that I've gotten rusty with my transfiguration magic since I haven't used it for a while? That shouldn't be the case. I looked in the mirror before coming out. This appearance is definitely stunning. Even I was a little tempted by it myself. How are they able to stay completely unmoved? Just as Nymphadora was starting to doubt life itself, a male wizard walked straight to the table where Nymphadora was sitting, gave a very gentlemanly bow, and then asked with exceptional politeness, "Beautiful and charming lady, may I have the honor of sharing this table with you?" Hearing that, Nymphadora raised her head and looked at him. After finding that he was fairly handsome, she smiled and said, "Of course you can. Looks like it isn't that my transformation magic or charm has declined. There's something wrong with those guys. But that makes sense too. 13 or 14-year-old boys haven't awakened to this stuff yet, so it's normal that they weren't attracted by me." After figuring that out, Nymphadora regained her confidence. And the confident smile on her face made the young male wizard across from her, who was pulling out a chair to sit down, overjoyed. He felt like his happy life was about to begin. And then, screech. The sound of a chair scraping against the floor rang out. Before he could even sit down, Nymphadora braced herself with those long slender legs, pushed her chair back a little, stood up, turned around and left. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that, the Weasley twins immediately burst into loud laughter, while Ron unwillingly pushed a galleon in front of the twins because he had lost the bet. That fairly decent-looking male wizard had failed to have dinner with Nymphadora. But after only a few laughs, their laughter came to an abrupt stop, because after that beauty stood up, she looked over in their direction and smiled faintly at them. The charm in that smile made even their bones go soft for an instant, even though they knew it was not directed at them. and Yi Feng finally remembered why that face had felt familiar to him. Isn't this basically a fusion version of Zhang Qiu, Hermione, and the others? And it was even specially adjusted to make the appearance fit Eastern aesthetics better, so... This is a metamorphmagus? So the Malfoy family is here too? As he muttered inwardly, Yi Feng extended his divine sense slightly outward and found Malfoy and his father Lucius sitting in a corner on another floor. They really are persistent. But honestly, that girl's real appearance is actually pretty good. She's just a little too distinctive. With a sweep of his divine sense, the entire situation of the Malfoy family fell into Yi Feng's mind, and that was also why Yi Feng did not really like using divine sense, because it was too lacking in challenge and too boring. If he did not deliberately restrict himself from using a cultivator's power, then in this world that only had low-level magic, no matter what he did, it would all be completely lacking in challenge. Because as long as he wanted to do something, he could absolutely do it. Forget Dumbledore and the others, even the entire wizarding world put together might not be able to stop him. So in order to avoid losing interest in everything in the world at such a young age, after Yi Feng discovered that this was a magical world, he had been restraining himself, working hard to convince himself that he was just a wizard, and trying his best to view problems and solve problems using a wizard's power. Unfortunately, habits built up over more than a decade were not so easy to change, so whenever he ran into something interesting, he still couldn't help pulling out a few cultivation side things. Of course, it was only for entertainment. Malfoy. Ah yes, of course. A magical grenade that can blow up our family's huge castle with a single one is also just for entertainment. Of course, this wasn't to say that Yi Feng truly couldn't use the power from the cultivation side anymore. The reason he didn't use it was simply because he felt that using cultivation side power was bullying people, so he didn't want to use it. It wasn't because anything had been sealed and he was unable to use it. So when the Malfoy family kept chasing after him, clearly plotting for some kind of thing, and even seemed to have brought that metamorphmagus girl along, Yi Feng finally became interested. So he casually swept them with his divine sense. Of course, he had only used his divine sense to confirm whether the Malfoys had come. He had not used it to probe their thoughts. Yes, although Yi Feng didn't know legilimency or anything like that, his divine sense was far too powerful for ordinary people, and even for some wizards who didn't know occlumency. As long as he wanted to, he could silently invade the other party's soul sea and flip through their memories as he pleased. Of course, this was also dangerous. If he wasn't careful, it was easy to turn the other person into an idiot, or even directly cause their soul sea to shatter and kill them on the spot. In fact, if a certain thought of theirs was too intense, Yi Feng wouldn't even need to invade their sea of consciousness. Just from the wisps of spiritual power leaking out, he could know what they were thinking. Unfortunately, a certain thought in Lucius and the others' minds was extremely intense at this moment. So with just one sweep of his divine sense, Yi Feng understood exactly what they were planning. That made him glance once more at that graceful figure moving farther away. Although Yi Feng had no experience when it came to romance between men and women, that didn't mean he didn't understand that sort of thing between them. It was just that this body's current age was still too young, certain conditions had not yet been met, and cultivating also tempered the heart and mind, so he had never had too many thoughts in that area. But not having too many thoughts in that area did not mean he was some pure-hearted and desireless saint. So when a delicious braised pork was delivered right to his mouth, his heart still couldn't help pounding fiercely. However, before the thoughts in his head could become inappropriate for children, a delicate and pretty little face suddenly enlarged before his eyes, stopping only when it was less than 20 centimeters away from him, about the distance of one head.
Why Fen? Sigma.
Seeing Cho Chang's delicate face so close in front of him, Yi Feng was startled, and when he saw the trace of worry on her face, the tiny spark that had just been lit in his heart was immediately snuffed out by him. He was still young right now, at least in terms of physical age. Although a cultivator's abundant chi and blood and stable origin meant there would be no losses from leaking primordial yang too early or anything like that, if he tasted the forbidden fruit at such a young age and Cho Chang and the others found out, then he could forget about surviving at Hogwarts in the future. After all, he had already used the excuse "I'm still young" to turn down invitations from who knew how many older girls asking him to go out with them. If something really happened between him and Nymphadora and word got out, then even as a cultivator he probably wouldn't be able to take it. The passion and affection of upperclassmen was no joke. So, for the sake of his future happiness, to reduce trouble, and even more to avoid being treated like a scumbag by Cho Chang, Harry, and the others, Yi Feng decisively extinguished that little thought. At the very least, not before he came of age. After throwing that thought to the back of his mind, Yi Feng returned to normal. When Cho Chang and the others saw that Yi Feng was no longer spacing out and had recovered, smiles also appeared on their faces. But Sirius Black's escape from prison was ultimately still a hurdle they couldn't completely get past, so a faint trace of worry could still be seen in their eyes. But that bit of worry quickly vanished. because the day for them to return to Hogwarts had arrived. And as long as they returned to Hogwarts, then forget Sirius Black escaping from Azkaban, even if Voldemort himself came, he would still have to take 2 slaps before running off. Yi Feng's arrival had not merely charmed a great number of older and younger girls. His arrival had also made Hogwarts exceptionally martial in spirit, and the reason for that was very simple. Because Yi Feng's various talismans had made it much easier for Hogwarts students to learn all kinds of magic and spells, but that also made it much harder for students to stand out. So what should they do then? Simple. Grind. Grind like their lives depended on it. Someone used a clear mind talisman this week and learned 5 spells? No way, I can't let that bastard show off alone. I'm damn well learning 6 this week. What? Some top student from Ravenclaw got house points for mastering a very difficult high-level spell, and even received a focus talisman as a reward? No. We Hufflepuff absolutely cannot fall behind. And so, magic that was originally only supposed to be learned and mastered proficiently by the 3rd year had already been mastered by most students in the 2nd year. Some especially hardcore grinders could even barely cast certain ones in the 1st year. More importantly, because they now had divine items like protection talismans that meant they didn't have to worry about getting hurt. Magical duels had become extremely popular at Hogwarts. The rule for victory was whoever exhausted the other side's number of protections first. Therefore, Hogwarts students now had command of quite a large number of magical spells, and with the subtle influence of morning exercises, their magic power had also become quite abundant. So if Yi Feng fully opened up the supply of talismans, then even if Voldemort at his peak led an army to attack, he really might have to take 2 slaps before running away. It was precisely because they had such powerful strength supporting them that Harry and the others could be so confident. So when the Hogwarts Express arrived and the group stepped onto platform 9 3/4 with their luggage, that trace of worry in their eyes disappeared completely. Of course, Ron's parents might not understand the current state of Hogwarts very well, so they were still a little worried. There was nothing Yi Feng and the others could do about that. But after they boarded the train and saw what Yi Feng did, the hearts they had just managed to settle instantly tightened again, because Yi Feng took out his little net bag again. Gulp. Yi Feng, why did you take out the net bag?
Yi Feng.
Oh, we might run into something rather rare on the way back to Hogwarts, so I'm planning to catch a few and take them back for research. Hermione and the others. Day. The moment Hermione and the others heard that, they didn't even bother looking for seats. They directly put down their luggage and took out all kinds of talismans on the spot to get ready. As for taking out little net bags matching Yi Feng's and going catching things with him, they firmly refused after being terrified by Yi Feng's whole bag full of spiders last time. After Hogwarts students brought their luggage onto the train, they no longer had to worry about it, because dedicated house elves would help put the luggage away and carry it back to the dormitories after returning to school. Originally, Yi Feng, Harry, and the others didn't need that because they had storage equipment. But because Yi Feng was simply too dangerous, Dumbledore had specially made a school rule. This rule stated that after boarding the train, Hogwarts students had to place their luggage in the designated area on the train, so that the teachers could use magic to check whether they had brought any prohibited items. Although Yi Feng had not actually caused any truly serious incident yet, Dumbledore felt it was better to be cautious. Otherwise, who knew what Yi Feng would come up with after bringing back loads of materials from outside, given that he had already managed to tinker out so many things just by using what he got from the school? Therefore, after Yi Feng and the others took out their talismans and net bags, they placed their luggage in the designated area. But by the time they were done and wanted to find a compartment with seats for all 4 of them, there were no suitable ones left. It wasn't that there were no seats at all. In fact, there were still plenty of seats on the Hogwarts Express. But many people were sitting with friends and were unwilling to share a compartment with people they didn't know well, so a lot of compartments were not actually full. So there were actually still plenty of seats, but an entire compartment with no one in it was basically impossible to find. Even the emptiest ones had at least 1 or 2 people. As for Yi Feng, while Harry and the others were looking for a compartment, he just stayed where he was and didn't move. It wasn't that he wanted to slack off and didn't want to look. It was that if he followed Harry and the others to look for a compartment, they could forget about leaving, because every upperclassman and underclassman girl who saw him along the way would try to drag him into her compartment. Yi Feng had already experienced that on the way home, and he didn't want to go through it again, so it was better to wait until Harry and the others found one. Besides, he had something more important to deal with. Before long, Harry and the others used a communication talisman to tell Yi Feng they had found a compartment. But when Yi Feng hurried over and found them, he realized there was also an adult man inside. The weary-looking man was leaning against the corner under a coat. Fast asleep. Huh? Where's Hermione? Where did she run off to? Harry, who was already sitting beside that adult man, answered casually. She's in a compartment with Ginny and the others. She said it's more fun over there and there's more good food. but I think she just doesn't want to squeeze in here with a bunch of guys. As he said that, Harry secretly glanced at the sleeping man beside him. The meaning was obvious. Hearing that, Feng nodded and didn't pay much attention to it. After all, there weren't actually any strict seating rules on the Hogwarts train. Usually, students just naturally sat together by house and year. Even though Hermione had gone off to sit with Ginny and the others, it didn't stop Harry from telling Feng and Ron about how he had blown up his uncle's family and about Sirius Black. But Feng was clearly not very interested in that. He was more interested in Scabbers in Ron's hand and the unidentified adult man sitting across from Ron. There was no need to mention Scabbers. That thing was Peter Pettigrew in disguise. And if Feng wasn't mistaken, the tired-looking adult man sitting across from Ron was one of Sirius's friends, the new defense against the dark arts professor this term, Professor Lupin. As for how Feng knew, of course it wasn't because he remembered the original plot. It was because the man's name was written on the suitcase above his head. A wild animagus not registered in any records, and a werewolf who transforms under the moon. This is a rare opportunity. Before the main feast arrives, this little appetizer isn't bad either. While thinking that, Feng chatted with Ron and the others while splitting off part of his focus to use his divine sense to study the difference between the two. Having two different samples to compare and research gave Feng a much deeper and clearer understanding of transfiguration. As they chatted, the sky gradually darkened and night slowly descended. And along with the night came the thick dark clouds up ahead. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder sounded from ahead. The dim lights of the train lit up the darkness in front of them, and by that dim light, the train was speeding toward that world shrouded in heavy rain.
Pat 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 pat.
Dense raindrops pounded against the glass windows. Fortunately, the train soundproofing was pretty good, so the noise wasn't too loud. They could still hear each other clearly while talking in normal voices. At that moment, Feng glanced out the window and withdrew his divine sense. After most of a day's worth of research and contemplation, he had basically figured out transfiguration. Next, all he had to do was observe and compare the process of changing from rat to human and from human to werewolf. Once that was done, Feng's own version of transfiguration, which he had been dragging out for so long, would be completely formed. But now was not the time to think about that, because the main feast he had waited so long for had finally arrived. Bang! Suddenly, the train gave a violent lurch and quickly came to a stop. That left many people on the train deeply confused, and they opened their compartment doors to look into the corridor, wanting to see what had happened. Right then, the train shook violently again, making quite a few people stumble. Feng almost instantly stood up the moment the train shook and picked up the net bag beside him. When Harry saw Feng pick up the net bag, his eyes instantly widened. He had been confused about why the train had stopped and was about to go out and take a look. Then he exchanged a glance with Ron and directly pulled open his clothes, taking out his wand and the talismans he had prepared in advance.
Hey, Feng.
Are we really going out? It's pouring outside. Hearing that, Feng turned back to look at Ron and said, "Have you heard this saying before?" "What saying?" "The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish." Harry, Ron, huh? Don't get it? Fine. Then I'll put it another way. This train, I will protect it. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng slung the net bag over his shoulder and charged straight for the nearest train door. Although Harry and Ron were still full of question marks when they saw that, they only hesitated for a moment before following him. Hermione and the others, who were sitting not far from Feng's group, also pulled open the compartment door and tried to follow. It's pouring outside. You girls don't need to come along. I'll handle it. As he spoke, Feng pulled hard and yanked the train door open. Strangely enough, after the door opened, the rain wasn't blown into the carriage by the wind at all. "Little Sulies, I'm coming." Before Ron and the others could figure out what was going on, Feng leaped out. And after he jumped out, when Harry and Ron reached the doorway, their pupils instantly shrank, because through the curtain of rain, they saw a large number of unknown things moving through the distant sky. Harry, do I really have to go out too?" "Who?" Letting out a long breath, Harry didn't answer Ron's question. He simply gave him the answer with his actions. "Hey, at least bring an umbrella or wear a raincoat. What if the talismans get soaked in the rain and stop working?" As he shouted, Ron jumped out after him. Only after seeing Feng and the others go out did Hermione pull back her gaze. Then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, she loudly reminded everyone, "Everyone, be careful and take out your wands and talismans." Feng and the others must have noticed something, or they wouldn't have gone out. As soon as Hermione finished speaking, Luna, who had always had immense confidence in Feng, immediately added, "That's right. Everyone, hurry and pass this message on to the other students on the train. But there's no need to panic. This train is carrying all of Hogwarts' students. As long as we aren't afraid and we work together well, Then I don't think there's any difficulty in the wizarding world we can't overcome. As soon as Hermione and Luna said that, the faint atmosphere of panic on the train quickly disappeared, because both Hermione and Luna had quite a strong reputation at Hogwarts. It wasn't because they were often with Feng and the others, nor was it because of their beautiful looks. The reason their words were so convincing came from their top-tier grades that dominated their entire year, as well as magical strength far beyond others of the same age. Meanwhile, after jumping off the train, a transparent round barrier appeared around Feng, completely blocking the rain outside. But Harry and Ron, who had jumped down after him, didn't get the same treatment. The instant they came out, their clothes were drenched through by the torrential downpour, and they could barely even see Feng clearly. Feng? What? Looking at the miserable state of the two teammates behind him, Feng's head filled with question marks. No. Seriously? You two are wizards. Don't you put a shield on yourselves before pulling aggro? Ron, Harry? What? The moment Feng said that, it was Harry and Ron's turn to be full of question marks. Only then did Feng suddenly remember that he had already perfected and passed on the magic codex during summer break. Although he hadn't taught Cho Chang the cultivation method back then because it hadn't been tested yet, he had taught her some practical little spells that could be used without cultivation. But afterward, because he'd been busy taking Cho Chang around to have fun everywhere, he probably, seemingly, possibly really hadn't taught Harry and the others. So things like magic shields, they really probably didn't know them. Oh, so this is my fault. Then it's fine. Realizing it was his own problem, Feng calmly enlarged the magic shield and covered Harry and Ron inside it as well. After pulling the two of them in, he casually cast a water element spell to draw the rain off their bodies, drying their clothes again.
Sigma,
So amazing. What kind of magic is this? Can you teach me? Watching his clothes dry in the blink of an eye, both Ron and Harry were startled, and Ron excitedly blurted out the question of what kind of magic it was. Feng had originally researched and created a magic codex that wizards in this world could cultivate with precisely because they couldn't become immortals, so teaching them was inevitable. Just not now because the Dementors were about to arrive. So many Dementors actually came. Looks like this wave is going to be a huge harvest. Ron! What did you just say? Dementors! Hearing Feng's words, Ron, who had been rubbing his hands together in anticipation with a wand in one hand and talismans in the other, instantly had his legs go weak, because the name Dementor was simply too terrifying. After all, those things only came from one place. Azkaban. Aren't they supposed to be guarding Azkaban? Why would they appear here? Hearing that, Feng turned back and gave Ron a strange look. What's so strange about that? They're obviously here to catch Sirius Black. After all, he broke out of prison to come find Harry, so it's perfectly normal for the Ministry of Magic to send these Dementors to inspect the Hogwarts Express. Alright, now's not the time to talk about this. We're going in. Rise. With Feng's loud shout, the magic barrier that completely covered the three of them, with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters, directly carried all three of them flying out. The sudden change caught Harry and Ron completely off guard, and they instantly started screaming. When they saw there was absolutely nothing beneath their feet, their faces went pale in a flash.
Feng.
Can I take out my broom? I'm scared of heights. Ron's voice was already carrying a hint of tears when he said this, but Feng had already had all his attention drawn to the Dementors flying straight ahead, so Ron's response was another burst of speed. I haven't become a prefect yet. I haven't even had a girlfriend. I don't want to die, Ron's screams kept echoing through the rainy night sky, and although Harry was just as pale, after he cautiously stretched out a foot and stepped a few times, discovering that the space beside him was as solid as flat ground and could be walked on, he gradually calmed down. Ron, stop yelling. There's an invisible floor under our feet. It's safe. We won't fall. Really? Hearing Harry's words, Ron asked in a trembling voice. As he asked, he also carefully stretched out a foot to test it. After finding that it really was true, the color slowly returned to his face. As for Feng, while controlling the magic shield and flying forward with the two of them, he was beyond excited looking at the Dementors flying toward them. Freeze. When the distance between the two sides was less than 10 meters, Feng waved his left hand, and a soul-locking talisman flew out of his hand, turning into a faint yellow glow that appeared on the Dementor the next second. The Dementor hit by the soul-locking talisman instantly stopped moving, as if someone had pressed pause on it. Whoosh! First one. A flash of yellow arrived first, followed by the net over the head. The instant the Dementor was frozen in place, Feng and the others shot past it with a howl. After they passed, the Dementor fixed in midair vanished into thin air, because at the exact moment they crossed paths, Feng had used a dip net to scoop up the Dementor in one swift motion before anyone could react. Dementors were creatures that knew no mercy by nature, and they fed on all kinds of positive human emotions. Things like fear should not even exist for them. So although Feng had instantly snatched away one Dementor with his net, the other Dementors had no intention of retreating. But Feng felt this was still a bit too slow, so he turned around and handed a thick stack of soul-locking talismans to Ron. Harry, help me find the ones that are closer. Ron, you're in charge of freezing them. Let's wipe them all out within 5 minutes. Okay. Now that Harry and Ron had adapted to flying without broomsticks, they nodded excitedly. Then Lupin, who had just woken up and happened to glance out the window, froze on the spot.
Sigma, side. Si skrik.
Lupin, completely unable to believe what was happening before his eyes, rubbed them hard, and then he saw the 3 boys in the distant sky working together flawlessly. One pointed out the direction, another threw talismans to freeze the Dementors once they got close, and the last one skillfully scooped up the frozen Dementors with a net and stuffed them into the little cloth bag at his waist. Gulp. Good lord. Are you sure those are the Dementors I know and not butterflies? At this speed, if you told me they were catching butterflies, I'd believe it. 1 net, 1 catch. This is way too damn easy. Isn't it? That scene in the Curtain of Rain was far too challenging to common sense, and Lupin's worldview underwent a violent shakeup. And under Lupin's gaze, things quickly changed on Feng's side as well. After Feng had caught more than half of them with the net, the Dementors actually stopped approaching the excited trio. Instead, they chose to go around them and fly toward the distant Hogwarts Express. Dementors lived on people's positive emotions, and at that moment Feng, Harry, and the others were in a state of excitement and joy. Logically, this kind of emotion should have been what Dementors liked most. In their eyes, it should have been as conspicuous as a bright moon in the dark night. But now they gave up on Feng's group of 3, who were more conspicuous and more delicious, bypassed them, and continued flying toward the Hogwarts Express. That made things rather thought-provoking. How is that possible? The Dementors are feeling fear. Feng and the others were still confused, but Lupin on the train had already noticed something. But it was precisely because he had seen this that he was even more shocked. Feng hadn't realized that the Dementors were afraid of them, but he had realized that these Dementors were trying to run. He had waited this long and even come out into the rain, and now he had only caught a few Dementors before they wanted to run? How could Feng possibly allow that? So he directly turned around and snatched the soul-locking talismans out of Ron's hand. Trying to run? Did you ask me first? Freeze. With Feng's loud shout, the entire stack of soul-locking talismans in his hand was thrown out. But because he hadn't locked onto them with divine sense, not every talisman hit successfully. Even so, although not every talisman hit those Dementors, he had thrown enough of them that despite wasting quite a few talismans, all the remaining Dementors were still frozen in place. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As a streak of light moved rapidly through the night sky, all the Dementors frozen in the air were swept clean. And when Feng stuffed all the Dementors into the bulging little cloth bag at his waist and brought Harry and the others back, Lupin, who had finally clearly seen the 3 of their faces, slowly opened his mouth wide. How? Is that possible? Unlike Lupin's shock, although Hermione and the others saw the same scene, they were only surprised. In fact, many Hogwarts students had seen it too, but aside from the first years who had just enrolled this year, the older students were all relatively calm. After all, no matter what, even students who had just entered their second year had already spent a full year at Hogwarts. And during that year, they had long since seen all kinds of extraordinary things from Feng. So although they were shocked at first when they saw someone catching Dementors, once they realized the ones doing it were those 3, it somehow started to feel a little normal. The only thing that puzzled them was why there were only 3 people catching Dementors instead of 4. After all, the 4 of them were usually together. Even though they all felt that in many absurd situations Hermione had just been dragged into it, they were still a little surprised not to see her this time. So when Feng, Harry, and Ron broke through the Curtain of Rain and returned to the train, what greeted them was an enthusiastic welcome. Unfortunately, the corridor in the carriage was a little too narrow and low to fit many people standing there. Otherwise, the 3 of them definitely would have been grabbed and tossed into the air. Of course, even though they were not thrown up, there was no way they could avoid being grabbed and made to share what had just happened and how it had felt. Not long after Feng and the others returned and shut the carriage door, the train started moving again. If not for the noise spilling out from the compartment proving something had happened, many people probably would have thought that scene just now was an illusion. It was only after more than half an hour that Feng finally escaped from the crowd. When he squeezed his way out and returned with Harry and Ron to Lupin's compartment and closed the door, he finally let out a long breath. Phew, finally got out. Sure enough, when there are too many women around, the ones who suffer are men. Girls too. The The moment Yi Feng finished speaking, Harry and Ron both burst out laughing. They held it back fairly quickly, but it still made Yi Feng even more annoyed. And you two still have the nerve to laugh. Aren't we brothers anymore? Fine. You saw me getting swarmed and didn't help, but you actually shoved me deeper into the crowd and used me as a shield. Do you even know how ruthless those upperclassmen and younger girls were? If I hadn't held on tight, even my belt would have been ripped off. And I realized something too, those male students were freaking vicious as well. Taking the talismans they pulled off me was one thing, but they actually shoved me straight into those older girls' arms too. Ha 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 ha. The moment Yi Feng said that, Harry and the others could not hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Beside them, Lupin looked at the three joking and laughing children in front of him, his mind drifting a little as he remembered his own school days. How wonderful. Lupin's soft sigh finally made Yi Feng and the others realize that Lupin, who had been sleeping the whole time before, was awake. They quickly apologized. Sorry, Professor Lupin. We were talking too loudly and disturbed your rest. Seeing that sunny boy who had just caught one Dementor after another with a net actually apologize so politely made Lupin a little flattered. He quickly waved his hand and said, It's fine. I woke up a while ago, and I even watched for a bit how you caught the Dementors. But you should be careful. I don't know why you wanted to catch Dementors, and I don't know how you managed to do it, but Dementors are the guards of Azkaban. If you do something like this, the Ministry of Magic may come looking for you very soon. Hearing Lupin say that, Yi Feng immediately played dumb. Dementors? What Dementors? Harry, did we go out just now? Harry and Ron had not spent just one day with Yi Feng, so they instantly understood what he meant and also started playing dumb. No, right? It's raining so hard outside. We're not idiots. Why would we run out into the rain? After Harry finished, Ron took over and said, Exactly. And Dementors are the guards of Azkaban. Terrifying magical creatures that legend says can only be driven back by the Patronus charm. We are just students about to start third year. We don't even understand the Patronus charm yet, so how could we possibly catch those terrifying Dementors? Lupin. Although he was speechless, Lupin had to silently give the three of them credit for their quick reaction. As for reporting Harry and the others, that was impossible. After all, the reason he appeared on the Hogwarts Express in the first place was to help his friend Sirius. You could say Harry and the others catching the Dementors was what made him happiest. It would be even better if they caught every Dementor that had come out from Azkaban. That way, Sirius would not be in danger. So the compartment fell silent. After quite a while, Professor Lupin was the first to break the silence. Can you tell me what you used to hold the Dementors in place? Professor, you saw wrong. There were no Dementors and we never went out. Lupin. Fine, you never left this compartment. What I mean is, hypothetically, if a Dementor were to appear in this compartment right now, what method could be used to drive it away? Oh, and without using the Patronus charm.
Yi Feng. Sig.
Professor, you really asked the right person. Let me tell you, when it comes to Dementors, the new school term had officially begun. Just like before, the newly arrived young wizards crossed the Black Lake in the dark and followed the path from the lakeshore up toward the brightly lit Hogwarts castle. But what they saw was just a tiny bit different from what Yi Feng and the others had seen back then. Look, there's actually an exquisite little cabin over there, and it even has bright lights. I've never seen this kind of lighting before. That's an electric lamp? But why can't I see any wires? An electric lamp? Something from the Muggle world? But this is the wizarding world. This is Hogwarts. Why would there be something from the Muggle world here? Wait, look over there. There's actually a stone-paved path, and there are even lights along the side. Hagrid. Oh, you mean over there? One of your upperclassmen named Yi Feng built that to make fishing by the lake easier. Sometimes even Headmaster Dumbledore comes by to cast a few lines. After hearing the first part, one of the young wizards who knew a little about Hogwarts had just been about to ask whether the lake area was not supposed to be off-limits when he heard the second part. Then never mind. But just who exactly is this upperclassman called Yi Feng? He can actually build a wooden cabin by the lake where people are explicitly forbidden from approaching casually. And he can even get Headmaster Dumbledore to come fish there from time to time. Dumbledore, at first I refused. But after being dragged there enough times, I gradually got used to it. And fishing really is a sport that can calm a person down very quickly. As for why it counts as a sport, once you've wrestled with a big fish over 2 meters long, you'll understand why fishing is a sport. Before these young wizards had even stepped through Hogwarts gates, they had already developed an enormous curiosity about Hogwarts. And the reason for that huge curiosity was just one name, Yi Feng. Stay close. It's dark and slippery by the lakeside, so don't fall behind. Seeing that all the young wizards had gotten off, Hagrid nodded while carrying his oil lamp and turned around to head down the narrow path that was almost completely covered by wild grass. That left the young wizards following behind him with their heads full of question marks. Professor, why are we taking this dark path without streetlights? One that's almost completely covered by weeds, instead of that stone-paved path over there with lights? Hagrid. That student's question stopped Hagrid cold. Yeah. Why aren't we going that way instead of this way? But then again, why would we go that way? Every year when I bring the new students in, I take this route. This is a Hogwarts tradition. Oh right, this is a Hogwarts tradition. Hagrid, who had finally remembered, looked at the puzzled little wizards and explained, this is a Hogwarts tradition. Every year the new students come in like this. By next year, you won't have to do it anymore. Even though they had no idea why Hogwarts had such a tradition, the little wizards were no longer confused. But every time they got tripped by the weeds under their feet, they still couldn't help looking toward the neat, brightly lit stone path on the other side. And the one responsible for all this was currently sitting in the Hogwarts Great Hall, casually playing with a doll in his hand. To everyone else, the thing in Yifeng's hand was just a rather strange doll. But Dumbledore, who already knew what had happened, was full of worry. Especially when he saw the doll in Yifeng's hand. He couldn't help rubbing his temples. That little bastard really knows how to cause trouble. On the very first day of school, he gave me such a huge surprise. Thankfully, not many people saw it, and the whole thing is a bit too absurd. Hopefully, I can fool the people at the Ministry of Magic. After rubbing his temples, Dumbledore withdrew his gaze with a pained expression. But when he saw Professor McGonagall push open the door and lead the new students in, a smile finally returned to his face. Ah, as expected, the new little wizards are much more pleasing to look at. Look at them, so innocent, so adorable. No, I need to educate them more. I can't let Feng lead them astray. At this thought, Dumbledore couldn't help glancing at Feng again. Because of Feng, the older students were far from worry-free. By now, forget sneaking around at night, even the outer area of the Forbidden Forest had practically been trampled smooth by these students. The magical creatures that originally lived on the outskirts had all moved deeper inside. Otherwise, these outrageously bold kids might really imitate Feng and go pluck some fur off those magical creatures.
Feng. Whew.
Noticing Dumbledore's sideways glance, Feng looked up. But by then Dumbledore had already turned his head away. So when Feng raised his head, all he saw was Lupin's friendly smile. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, Feng understood the idea of returning courtesy for courtesy. So he politely smiled back at Lupin, which left Lupin somewhat flattered. Yes, flattered. Before this, Lupin had only thought Feng was mysterious and interesting. But after arriving at the school, meeting the teachers, and having a brief talk with Dumbledore about what Feng had done, he was a little shocked. Not even mentioning those talismans and flying broomsticks. Just the fact that Dumbledore was openly criticizing him while secretly praising him was enough to make Lupin take Feng seriously. More importantly, from the helpless expression on Dumbledore's face, Lupin realized something else. Dumbledore probably couldn't do much about Feng either. It wasn't that Lupin thought Dumbledore couldn't beat Feng or anything like that. It was just that from the helplessness on Dumbledore's face, he could tell Feng had definitely caused Dumbledore plenty of trouble. Yet in the end, Feng hadn't been expelled or even punished. That alone was rather thought-provoking. And judging from the fact that Feng had dared to take Harry to catch Dementors, and Dumbledore hadn't punished him after they came back, Lupin felt that absurd things like this were probably not happening for the first time. So when facing someone for whom every older student gave him roughly the same answer, Feng? He's a really amazing person, really good too. Honestly, I think he's even better than the professors. Lupin felt it was better to stay friendly. Events proved Lupin's thinking was absolutely correct because after the school song was sung, Dumbledore introduced him to the students, announced that the Ministry of Magic would station Dementors at Hogwarts, told the students to be careful not to give the Dementors any reason to hurt them, and then declared the feast open. Looking at the rich and luxurious Chinese food in front of him, Lupin finally started to understand just how impressive Feng really was. But his shock had only just begun, because after he had eaten his fill and leaned back in satisfaction, he looked up and discovered something that stunned him. The ceiling of the Great Hall was actually gone. Professor McGonagall, the roof of this hall is gone? Won't wind and rain affect the people inside the hall like this? Oh that? Feng blew the roof off not long after he first came to Hogwarts. But he set up a magic array on it, so Professor Lupin, you don't need to worry about that at all. Gulp. Blew it off? Blew it off. We don't know where it flew to either. Hearing Professor McGonagall say that, a drop of cold sweat slid down Lupin's forehead, because he remembered that 2 years ago, Azkaban had been attacked by a roof and had nearly been smashed apart. So it matches up. I didn't expect the joke in the Quibbler to actually be true. That really was Hogwarts' roof. Too bad no one believed it. This year's opening feast was especially lavish, and because there were simply too many dishes to choose from, almost everyone could find something that suited their taste. So basically everyone ate until their bellies were round. And quite a few of the new little wizards were so stuffed they could barely walk. Because he had been through something similar before. Feng knew what that felt like. So he specifically told the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen to prepare some digestive soup and send it over to them. What Feng hadn't expected was that Dumbledore, Snape, and the others asked for a serving too. At Hogwarts, the sorting ceremony was always the most exciting part of the beginning of the school year. But unfortunately, the story had never said exactly who came in the later classes, so Feng didn't recognize any of them. Still, for some reason, during the sorting a lot of students glanced at him, and even after dinner, as he left the hall, people were still frequently looking his way. No, I mean sure, I really am handsome and my temperament is pretty extraordinary too. Even though I've already tried to keep a low profile, I'm still the most eye-catching guy in the crowd. But why are there more first-year junior boys looking at me than junior girls? With that question in mind, Feng arrived at the divination classroom that had been added this semester. Divination was a course that only started in the third year, but to Feng, this thing was optional at best. After all, at Hogwarts he had another nickname as well, the Little Prince of Prophecy. Although not a single long-term prophecy of his had come true yet, the casual prophecies he made were actually pretty reliable. For example, right after he told Voldemort's fortune and said he was facing a bloody disaster, only a few chapters later one of his avatars died. Maybe because of that, Professor Trelawney's eyes lit up the moment she saw Feng. After all, there weren't many seers in the wizarding world, and although Feng wasn't particularly well known outside in this area of divination, at Hogwarts he was practically famous to everyone. Student Feng, would you be interested in becoming my assistant for divination class?
Feng, who?
Professor Trelawney's words filled Feng's head with question marks, because generally speaking, Hogwarts didn't have a position like teaching assistant. And although he had the title of Hogwarts Little Prince of Prophecy, to be honest, he really didn't understand divination that well, because divination and calculation were actually quite different. Calculation was the deduction of a specific matter, using all kinds of signs and information to derive the result of something you wanted to know. It was rather like modern big data. It wasn't something that came out of thin air. It required certain information, and the more complete the information, the more accurate the result of the calculation would be. But divination was different. It was a kind of prophecy, an ability to directly derive a result from some kind of phenomenon, even if that result might have nothing to do with the phenomenon itself. It didn't require deduction. So when Professor Trelawney invited him to become her assistant, Feng was genuinely a little dumbfounded. But he quickly reacted and directly refused Professor Trelawney, making it clear that he didn't understand divination, only a few small tricks involving calculation and prediction. Professor Trelawney was a little disappointed after being turned down by Feng, but she still faithfully carried out her duty. After giving a brief introduction to divination, she started the lesson. All right, students. Now I'll teach you the most common and simplest form of divination. Tea leaf reading. See the teacups on your desks? Drink the tea in your cup. Then exchange cups with your deskmate and carefully observe the shape of the tea leaves at the bottom. Gulp. The moment the tea went down, Feng's brows instantly knitted together, because this tea was too damn bitter, too damn astringent. So Feng raised his hand. The moment she saw Feng raise his hand, Professor Trelawney's eyes lit up, and she quickly signaled for him to speak. After getting permission, Feng frowned and said, "Professor, can I not finish the tea and just pour it out instead?" Trelawney. Mr. Feng, why would you think that? Divination is a very serious subject. Pouring out the tea and drinking it all may lead to two completely different final results. So if you want an accurate divination result, you must finish the tea in the cup. Feng. But Professor, this tea really is too bitter, too awful, and there's a ton of it too.
Trelawney, Sigma. De.
The moment Feng said that, Professor Trelawney was completely stunned. Then she picked up her own teacup and took a sip. After drinking it, the confusion on her face only deepened, because the tea was just the same as always and nothing seemed different. Then next time I'll prepare plain hot water and let you brew it yourselves. But you can't use too few tea leaves. If there are too few tea leaves, they won't form any patterns. Feng, sorry to bother you. This tea brewed from a full cup of water was already this strong and this bitter. If there were even less water, it would be lethal. So Feng silently picked up his teacup, shut his eyes, clenched his teeth, tilted his head back, and gulped down the tea in a few swallows. Thunk. After finishing the tea, Feng heavily set the empty cup down on the table. The students next to him couldn't help swallowing in unison when they saw his expression. As for those who hadn't started drinking yet, they looked at the teacups in their hands as if they were holding bombs. Is it really that awful? I think it's fine. Malfoy, who always liked arguing against Feng and the others, looked at the tea in his hand with some disdain. Then he brought the cup to his lips and took a big gulp. The tea flavor is strong and authentic. It's pretty bitter and astringent at first, but a faint sweetness comes back soon after. It may not be top grade, but these tea leaves are still quite good.
Ye Feng.
Don't tell me you've never had good tea before? Yi Feng. Oh? Do you want to listen to what you just said again? And maybe think about where I came from? Also, what kind of taste is that? These tea leaves are practically crushed into powder, and that still counts as good tea. Just how terrible is your tea usually? Oh, tea leaf divination needs exactly this kind of powdered tea leaf pattern? Then never mind. Although Yi Feng really wanted to snap back, he thought of the fact that this tea had been prepared by Professor Trelawney. If he argued back, he would definitely win in the end, but the one getting hurt would definitely be Professor Trelawney. So Yi Feng merely gave Malfoy a calm glance and said nothing more. Yi Feng not answering made Malfoy extremely happy. But then when he remembered his father's warning on the way here, he suddenly shivered. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't look angry, Malfoy, who was used to running his mouth, finally let out a sigh of relief. Alright, you've all finished, yes? If you've finished, then exchange cups with your desk mate and help each other with the divination. This time, the one sitting at the same table as Yi Feng wasn't Hermione, but Neville. When Yi Feng picked up Neville's teacup and started comparing the leaf pattern to the ones in the book, he discovered something rather interesting. According to the interpretation of the tea leaf patterns, Neville's future had two possible directions. One would be rather rough, but as long as he could gather his courage, he would be able to create miracles. The other was more interesting. He would have a plain but peaceful and happy life. And right at that moment, Professor Trelawney walked over to Neville's side and glanced at the teacup that belonged to Yi Feng. The instant she saw the tea leaf pattern at the bottom of the cup, Professor Trelawney couldn't help crying out in surprise, because the tea leaves at the bottom of Yi Feng's cup, or rather the tea leaf residue, had spread very evenly. And evenly spread meant exactly what it sounded like, because the tea leaf residue in Yi Feng's cup had directly flattened across the bottom and completely covered it, without forming any kind of pattern at all. I'm very sorry, Mr. Yi Feng. This is the first time I've ever seen a situation like this as well. But I don't think it's a bad thing because perhaps it means infinite possibilities. Your fate is in your own hands.
Yi Feng, Sigma. De.
It can be interpreted like that too? Yi Feng hadn't expected that the tea leaf residue, which had most likely spread flat across the bottom because he had slammed the cup down so hard, could actually be explained like this. But honestly, it was kind of interesting. After all, he was a cultivator, and what cultivators ultimately pursued was becoming immortal and transcending all bounds, attaining eternal freedom and great liberation. Just as Yi Feng was sighing inwardly, Professor Trelawney let out another cry of shock and even directly tossed Harry's teacup onto the table. My dear child. My dear. You have the grim, from Professor Trelawney's shocked, disbelieving look, and the way her mouth kept opening and closing while her words came out broken and halting. It was obvious she had really been frightened. And after saying that, she kept backing away, as if she had seen something terrifying. At that moment, a dark-skinned chubby boy from the same class found the explanation for the grim in the book and read it out loud. It takes the shape of a spectral black dog. It is the worst omen in our world. It foretells death. After the chubby black-haired boy finished speaking, everyone looked at Harry with disbelief in their eyes. After all, this was the boy who lived, the one who had survived Voldemort. And yet now, he had actually been foretold to die. But Yi Feng didn't really believe it. If you were talking about the original movie or the original books, then maybe it was possible. But now he was still here. As long as he was around, even if the earth exploded, Harry still wouldn't die as long as Yi Feng wanted him alive, let alone Voldemort. It wasn't that Yi Feng looked down on him, but if that guy dared attack Hogwarts right now, he probably wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The teachers and students of Hogwarts could pin him to the ground and beat him senseless themselves. Besides, with patterns like this, aside from first impressions and the angle you're viewing them from, most of it was still subjective guesswork. You look at it and think it's a big black dog. I look at it and might not think so. So Yi Feng reached out and took Harry's teacup. Wait, Professor, I don't think this looks much like a big black dog. It actually looks more like a dragon. Everyone. The moment Yi Feng said that, everyone was instantly shocked. Professor Trelawney, who had already retreated far away, shot back over the moment she heard it and said loudly, Impossible! Why would you think it's a dragon? Yi Feng. This really does look like one. Look. Like this. These are the dragon's horns, this is its front claw, this is its wing, this is the tail, this is the hind leg. Look, isn't this just a dragon? The wings are just a little small. Maybe it's a juvenile dragon. Boom. Ha 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 ha. The moment Yi Feng finished speaking, Laughter burst throughout the classroom. And after hearing Yi Feng's explanation, when Professor Trelawney looked again at the tea leaf pattern in Harry's cup, for some reason, the more she looked at it, the more she felt that Yi Feng made sense. Mr. Yi Feng, you're right. I didn't look carefully enough just now and got it wrong. This really is a dragon, not a spectral black dog. Yi Feng. Professor Trelawney had successfully been led off track by Yi Feng, though strictly speaking, it did not really count as being led astray. After all, as long as Yi Feng was willing, Harry's life and death crisis simply would not exist. Maybe it was the effect of that strong cup of tea. But in this divination class, not a single person nodded off. Everyone was unusually alert, and even after class ended, almost all of them were still full of energy. Of course, it was also possible that this was because the next class was care of magical creatures. What was strange was that, after class, Hermione, who had originally been hiding farther back and keeping quiet, ran back to join Yi Feng and the others again, and became lively once more. That surprised Yi Feng a little, and he could not help turning his head and glancing at Hermione's chest. Do not misunderstand. Although Hermione was developing quite well now, at least a B cup, she was wrapped up tightly, or rather all Hogwarts students were wrapped up tightly, so there was really nothing to look at. What he was actually looking at was the necklace on Hermione's chest. So this is the time turner? Pretty amazing. But does Hermione really need something like this now? Oh right, I almost forgot. Some classes are scheduled at the same time. But that is actually easy to solve. Just record the other class. You could even use a magic clone directly. Magic clone. Voldemort, when are you coming? I am not comfortable teaching Zhangqiu and the others the magic codex before it has been tested by you. But if they do not cultivate the magic codex, their magic power will not keep up, and if their magic power does not keep up, they will not be able to use many spells, so. Voldemort, when are you coming? In Yi Feng's endless melancholy, he and the others followed Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest. Unlike in the original story, apart from Harry and the others, even the other students, including the Ravenclaws, were not very unfamiliar with the Forbidden Forest. That was because they now practiced the unity of knowledge and action. In other words, they not only had to learn knowledge from books, but also go see things for themselves and verify them personally. The textbook for care of magical creatures was called the Monster Book of Monsters, and the reason for that name was simple because this book was just like a beast. Not only did it have the appearance of a beast, meaning it had fur on the cover and fangs, it could also move around like a living thing. If you were not careful when opening the book, there was a good chance you would be bitten by a book, and that was not a joke. Because every year there were always one or two unlucky people who got hit by it. That was indeed the case. The moment they started opening the books, the crowd instantly erupted into chaos. But as long as you used the right method, there was no danger. As for Yi Feng, his view was that as long as your strength was great enough, any beast would turn into a kitten. At first, that book had also wanted to struggle, but with Yi Feng's physical strength, the little strength that book had was basically the same as nothing. So when Ron foolishly copied Yi Feng and opened the book directly. "Oh, quick! Harry, quick! Help me get this damned book off my butt! Ha 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 ha!" Seeing Ron's miserable state, everyone else burst out laughing, while Yi Feng was full of question marks. He really could not understand why Ron had such a death wish. Hiss. That hurt like hell. But Yi Feng, I clearly opened this book the same way you did. Why is your book so quiet while mine is this vicious?
Yi Feng.
Faced with this idiot, Yi Feng had nothing to say, so he directly handed the Monster Book of Monsters in his hand to Ron. And then, holy crap, Harry, help. I do not want the other half of my butt to end up with a bite mark too. Ha 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 ha. The laughter in the Forbidden Forest grew even louder. And when Yi Feng took back the Monster Book of Monsters that was crazily snapping at Ron finally understood why the book was so quiet in Yi Feng's hands. It was because Yi Feng's strength was too great. It simply could not move. After getting taught a lesson by reality, Ron obediently opened his own book the way Hagrid had taught them. It was also at this moment that Hagrid came back with a magical creature. A four-legged bird horse? That is a hippogriff, a magical creature said to be very proud and not very good-tempered. Perhaps noticing Yi Feng's confusion, Hermione, who had already opened her book and was reading, explained without even lifting her head. Yi Feng, oh got it, a bad-tempered bird horse. Hermione. A creature like a bird horse, or rather a hippogriff, might be quite rare in the Western magical world, but if you put this thing into Chinese myths and strange tales, it would be completely ordinary. So Yi Feng was not too surprised on seeing it. More importantly, he had already dealt with this kind of thing long ago. It was just too stupid. All it had in its eyes was food, so he disliked it. He had only fed it some sable and casually collected a tiny little bit of material from it. The long feathers on its wings and the fine down on its body. Oh, and one more thing. The quilts Yifeng and Zhangqiu used were all made from the fine down of this kind of magical creature, so even without air conditioning or anything like that, they could still stay warm in winter and cool in summer, letting them sleep comfortably until morning. So when Hagrid proudly brought out that bird horse, or hippogriff, Yifeng was not surprised at all. As for being afraid, one look at the eager Hogwarts students was enough to show just how overflowing with martial spirit this batch of students was. Professor Hagrid, can this hippogriff be ridden? If you put a full set of armor on it, it would definitely look awesome and be really powerful on the battlefield. Unlike in the original story, where everyone became extremely wary of the hippogriff after hearing Hagrid's introduction, this time, before Hagrid could even suggest that one of the students come up and try making contact with the hippogriff, the students below had already started asking on their own initiative, and the question they raised left even Hagrid stunned. As everyone knew, Hagrid had a mysterious kind of love for magical creatures, or rather, he had a crazy collector's obsession with them. So he treated these magical creatures like his own beloved children. Faced with such a question, he immediately put on a stern face. This gentleman, a hippogriff, is an incomparably proud creature. You should not treat it like an ordinary warhorse to be driven around at will. You should treat it as your closest companion. Of course, this student's idea might still be possible to realize, provided that you must gain its recognition. Before Hagrid could finish speaking, the happy cry of the hippogriff came from behind him, and beside it, Yifeng's little hand was gently stroking its long and firm wing feathers. Agrid, Sigma, ooh. Looking at the long feather that naturally fell off with just a light stroke from Yifeng, Hagrid was completely stunned. But Yifeng acted as if nothing had happened, very naturally putting the long feather into his spatial ring, then gently stroking the hippogriff's wing again. Stop! How could Hagrid, who treated magical creatures like his own children, bear to watch a scene like this? So he shouted loudly on the spot, and that shout startled the hippogriff. It then turned its head and looked at Hagrid in confusion, as if wondering why Hagrid had interrupted its meal.
Hagrid, de.
Seeing the innocent look in the hippogriff's eyes, Hagrid instantly went crazy. And when he saw Yifeng toss out another sable corpse to feed the hippogriff, then pluck another feather from it, he finally could not sit still anymore. Mr. Yifeng, although Buckbeak likes you very much, the feathers on its body are limited. If you pluck too many, it will not be able to fly, so please stop. Buckbeak, who had just picked up another mink, crushed its bones with 2 presses, then tilted its head back and swallowed it whole, heard Hagrid's words and turned to look at him again. Then, when it saw that Yifeng didn't pluck its feathers after it finished eating the mink, it tilted its head at Yifeng, and then, Hagrid!
De.
Yifeng, looking at the long feather the hippogriff had plucked out with its beak and handed to him, Yifeng spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. Hagrid and the other students over there were all petrified, because none of them had expected the hippogriff to actually pluck off a feather on its own and give it to Yifeng. Hagrid Buckbeak, you. Hagrid had always treated magical creatures like his own children and believed he understood them well, but at this moment, he felt his worldview collapsing. He suddenly realized that maybe he didn't really understand them after all. Maybe he should get to know them better. But before Hagrid could sink into melancholy, a group of people slowly surrounded Yifeng and the hippogriff. Some students even pulled out galleons and said they wanted to buy minks from Yifeng, because 1 mink meant 1 long hippogriff feather. There were quite a few minks in the Forbidden Forest. Even outside the Forbidden Forest, they weren't expensive to buy from breeders, at most only 20 or 30 nuts. But hippogriffs were magical creatures, and their long feathers were excellent magical materials. 1 feather was worth at least 10 galleons. 1 galleon equaled 17 sickles or 493 nuts. In other words, trading 1 mink for 1 long hippogriff feather meant a profit margin of at least 493 times, so whether they were looking at Yifeng or the hippogriff, their eyes were burning with desire. Was Yifeng the kind of person who lacked money? Of course not. He didn't lack galleons, but who would ever think they had too many galleons? So he directly took out a small wooden sign, quickly wrote several lines on it, and stuck it into the ground. 30 nuts to safely touch a hippogriff once, 100 nuts for help calming the hippogriff while you touch it, 250 nuts to ride a hippogriff for 1 lap in the sky. When the others saw the words on Yifeng's little wooden sign, they were instantly petrified. But after reading it, many of them started itching to try because 30 nuts was enough to take a shot, and 100 nuts could even raise the success rate while taking that shot. Under the temptation of a huge return as high as 490 times, who could resist? As for Hagrid, he was still stuck in his own world and hadn't come back to his senses yet. So when they saw that Hagrid wasn't stopping them, their courage grew even more. Very quickly, a long line formed in front of Yifeng, all waiting to hand him money. The first to try was a Slytherin student. Yifeng didn't really remember his name, But the guy looked familiar because he often followed Malfoy around. But when Yi Feng saw that guy actually imitating him and gently stroking the hippogriff, he almost laughed out loud. It looked easy when he plucked the hippogriff's long feather, like he hadn't even used any force at all. But in reality, those long feathers were fully rooted in the hippogriff's flesh. If they were really that easy to pull out, then by the time a hippogriff started flying, all its feathers would have already fallen off. So after that guy copied Yi Feng and started stroking it, he discovered that the hippogriff's feathers were absurdly sturdy and showed no sign of loosening at all. So he increased the force in his hand. But unfortunately, even after he dropped the act and directly tried pulling with his hand, he still couldn't pull anything out. First, some people thought it was just because he wasn't strong enough, or maybe he was worried about hurting the hippogriff and getting clawed, so he didn't dare use too much force. But when one person, Ron, had already gotten into a full tug-of-war stance and still couldn't pull off a single feather from the hippogriff, they finally understood. It wasn't that they hadn't used enough force. It was that Yi Feng was too ridiculous. As expected, this guy is a freak. We never should have thought about getting any advantage from him. We got completely scammed by him. After realizing they had been tricked, the people still waiting in line quickly dispersed, and peace soon returned to the scene. It was only then that Hagrid finally snapped back to his senses. Looking at the class, which had somehow miraculously regained order, Hagrid scratched his head with a puzzled expression, then continued teaching. In the evening, the little wizards gathered together after finishing a full day of classes and worked on their homework. At that moment, Neville suddenly rushed over and slapped a newspaper onto the table. Duff Town. He's in Duff Town, not far from Hogwarts at all. What? He's actually in Duff Town? Doesn't that mean there's a good chance he'll come to Hogwarts? Really? I heard Black is an animagus. If he really comes to Hogwarts, what animal do you think he'll turn into to get here? Say, is there any reward for catching Black? He's a criminal who escaped from Azkaban, after all. The bounty should be pretty high, right? The moment those words were spoken, the room instantly fell silent. A few seconds later, quite a few people started looking around, and then, after someone said something, over half the students who had just been seriously studying and doing their homework left with all kinds of excuses. Half an hour later, in the bushes by one of the roads leading into Hogwarts. Ouch! Who the hell has no public decency? Can't you see someone's here? And you still step down here. Sorry, didn't know someone was here. I'll leave right now. And then, stop. This bush already has someone in it too. Move farther inside. 1 minute later, after getting driven out of 5 or 6 bushes in a row, a Hufflepuff student who had arrived late finally couldn't hold back anymore and exploded. Hey, I don't believe this. You can fill every bush with people, but don't tell me you can fill all the trees with people too? A few minutes later, this Hufflepuff student walked out of that fairly dense patch of woods in a daze, because not only did every damn bush in those woods talk, even every damn tree talked too. He had no choice but to find another place to hide. As for Yi Feng, when he saw Hogwarts students setting traps at all kinds of entrances into Hogwarts, and even squatting not far from the Dementors, he was completely speechless. Sirius, good luck. Hope you've already gotten in. After giving Sirius Black his blessing, Yi Feng casually stuck an invisibility talisman onto himself, then another aura-concealing talisman, and a little transparent talisman that reduced his presence and turned him into a complete nobody. Only then did he shoulder his net bag and head toward the road leading into Hogwarts. Whether it was because they didn't believe Yi Feng and the others could catch Dementors, or Dumbledore had smoothed things over, or there were simply too many Dementors in Azkaban and the Ministry of Magic itself didn't even know how many it had sent out, so it didn't realize any had gone missing. In any case, Yi Feng still hadn't been punished up to now. And the Dementors he had previously captured had now been almost completely used up. Dementors belonged to a kind of soul-type monster, but they also had physical bodies, so they were a bit special. Still, magic and spells that targeted souls, or more accurately spiritual bodies, could affect them, and could even completely kill or purify them. And in order to study their traits, to see whether they would be affected by magic and spells, and whether they could be purified and restored, Yi Feng had used up all the Dementors he had previously caught in just a few days. So now he had set his sights on the Dementors guarding the various entrances to Hogwarts. Of course, since these Dementors had already been officially assigned to Hogwarts, openly capturing them was definitely impossible. That would make it too easy for the Ministry of Magic to seize on it. Although he definitely wasn't afraid of the Ministry of Magic, it would certainly put Hogwarts teachers in a difficult position in the end. So Yi Feng chose to turn invisible and quietly capture them instead. And so, a Hogwarts student hiding not far from the Dementors only blinked once, and something terrifying happened right in front of him. A faint net seemed to appear above the head of the Dementor that had been wandering at the intersection. Then, with a flash of light and shadow, the Dementor vanished. The student hiding in the bushes couldn't help but rub his eyes hard. But even after rubbing his eyes red, the vanished Dementor did not reappear. When he finally calmed down and carefully observed the surroundings again to see whether any suspicious person or object had entered Hogwarts, something even more shocking happened. Right under his nose, another Dementor dozens of meters away from him also disappeared. And this time it was even more absurd, because he hadn't even seen that faintly flashing net. It was as if the Dementor had vanished into thin air. How is that possible?
They.
The Gryffindor student had only just shouted in shock when he was frightened out of his wits again, because several other voices sounded from nearby at the same time. The closest one was less than a meter away from him, practically right in his face. But even though the other person was so close, he had not noticed them at all before. That shocked him immensely. Still, he was shocked, and the expression on the other person's face proved they weren't doing any better than he was. That gave him a bit of comfort. At least it proved his disguise and stealth skills were pretty solid. And as long as he was hidden well enough not to be discovered, he would have a chance to catch Black, who was trying to enter Hogwarts. Although the Daily Prophet had said that Black was a ruthless murderer, and that if they found him, the best thing to do was not to try to catch him but to notify the Ministry of Magic as quickly as possible. Could the reward for catching Black really be the same as the price for just providing information? In the past, there were very few places in Hogwarts where money was needed. Usually, you only had to spend a bit at the start of term to buy books and the like. Other than that, even if you went to the nearby village outside Hogwarts, there wasn't much to spend on, at most a dozen or so galleons. But things were different now. Because of Yi Feng's arrival, not only did they need to buy cool and extremely practical heavy-duty flying brooms, but talismans had also become a daily necessity. Since everyone else was using them, if you didn't, your grades would soon fall far behind. So just buying talismans every month was already quite a large expense. Because of that, aside from those from relatively wealthy families, the rest of the students who had no extra source of income while at school had truly learned what it meant for a single penny to stump a hero. And because of that, they had become regulars in the Forbidden Forest. The shore of the Black Lake was often packed with fishing fanatics, and naturally they were unwilling to miss out on this kind of business that could quickly earn them a large sum of galleons. But today, no matter how well they hid or how superb their disguises were, they were destined to be only supporting characters, because tonight's protagonist was the Dementors, or more accurately, the mysterious figure who made the Dementors disappear. Of course, that mysterious figure had not captured every single Dementor. He was choosing them selectively, taking one or two from each intersection so that the remaining Dementors could still fulfill their duty of guarding the crossings. And so it would not be too obvious that some Dementors were missing. More than half an hour later, the door to Gryffindor's common room silently opened and then closed again even though no one could be seen. As the night deepened, the bushes and dense tree canopies gradually began to produce snores of all kinds. But while most people had already fallen asleep, one dormitory window in Gryffindor still gave off a soft glow. Boom! Before dawn, Hogwarts, or more precisely, Gryffindor's common room, suddenly rang out with a tremendous explosion. The huge blast woke all the students in Hogwarts, and quite a few Gryffindor students who were closest to it were so startled that they shot straight up from their beds. Ah, my nose! One unlucky lower bunk victim, who had truly been scared into jumping up, clutched his nose, now pouring blood from being smashed, and let out a pained howl. As for Mr. Harry, the main character who often roamed the halls at night and treated fighting Voldemort like a final exam, the instant he heard the sound, he instinctively sprang up from bed. But Harry was different from a certain unnamed unlucky guy, because Harry was nearsighted. The moment he woke up, his body instinctively rolled and sat up on the edge of the bed, reaching for the glasses on the table so he wasn't hit. On the other side, Hermione had also already gotten up while Harry was looking for his glasses. She directly pulled out her wand and looked around warily. Her ears practically perked up as she carefully listened to the sounds coming from all around. But unfortunately, aside from that initial loud bang, no other sound followed. At the same time, on the other side, sniff, sniff. Ron, who was also already up, wiped his hand with a tissue and sniffed before saying, "Harry, do you smell something strange?" Hearing Ron say that, Neville asked while putting on his shoes, "Ron, did you smell something? There really is a weird smell, kind of like burnt feathers." Before Seamus could finish, Harry directly said what he had been trying to say. "That's right. Harry, you smelled it too? I think we all did. And I think we may have trouble." As he spoke, Harry stared fixedly at the dormitory door, because faint white smoke was seeping into the room through the crack beneath it. Hearing Harry say that, the others followed his gaze and looked over. Then they froze, and the next second, an ear-splitting cry rang out. Fire! While Harry and the others' dormitory was raising an ear-splitting alarm, in Hogwarts' common room, Feng looked at the pill furnace that had been completely blown apart and reduced to a pile of shattered scrap metal, and fell into deep thought. That makes no sense. According to my research over the past few days, there shouldn't have been any mistakes. Soul-calling flower can awaken a Dementor's subconscious. Morning dew grass can cleanse their corrupted souls. 9-yang root can further burn away their resentment. Then add spirit-calming grass to stabilize the form, and collect the morning dew immediately after it's been illuminated by purple chi. That should have been enough to restore the Dementors. So why did the furnace explode? Could it be that Dementors really are just some kind of strange magical creature, rather than something formed from wizards after some kind of bizarre transformation? But that doesn't make sense either. I've dissected and studied so many Dementors. All the data I've gathered from them shows that these things really were human when they were alive. It can't be wrong. Feng was utterly baffled by this failure, because he had never expected that this refining attempt, which should have been a sure success, would actually fail. And it had failed completely. His medium-sized alchemy furnace, over 2 meters tall, had exploded during the process, and exploded so thoroughly that not a single fragment left was as big as a head. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to catch a few more Dementors for research. I still haven't studied them thoroughly enough. Only after thinking for quite a while did Feng let out a sigh. By this time, Harry and the others, fully armed, had also pushed open the dormitory door. The moment Harry and the others pushed the door open and saw the state of the common room, they were scared half to death, because the common room was already engulfed in flames. But that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was that the walls of the common room were full of holes, and the floor had been blasted open with a huge crater. And through the raging fire, they saw a figure so familiar it couldn't possibly be more familiar.
Feng.
Seeing that figure, who was clearly lost in thought and completely indifferent to everything around him, Harry and the others couldn't help but cry out in surprise, and their cries successfully snapped Feng out of his deep thoughts. Huh? Why are you all out here? Is it morning already? Hearing Harry and the others' cries, Feng was very puzzled, but he was quickly startled by the scene in front of him. Did Voldemort break in? How did the common room end up like this? Harry and the others, even though they didn't know the full story, just looking at the scene in front of them, they had already guessed most of it, because in all of Hogwarts only Feng had the nerve and the ability to blow up the Gryffindor common room like this. So, the Gryffindor common room ending up in its current state was 100% caused by the guy in front of them with that innocent look on his face. Seeing Harry and the others' expressions, Feng seemed to remember something. He awkwardly scratched his head, then casually pressed his hand downward, and Harry and the others were shocked to discover that the blaze that had nearly completely devoured the Gryffindor common room suddenly went out just like that. Feng's casual fire-extinguishing move made Harry and the others stare wide-eyed, and Ron's eyes lit up even more. That's insane. Feng, how did you do that? Did you use some kind of magic? Can you teach me? Facing Ron, as well as Harry and the others who were now looking at him with equally burning eyes after hearing Ron's words, Feng nodded a little guiltily, because although the fire was out, the common room was also just about ready to collapse. This is very simple. With just a little teaching, you can all learn it. But before that, we still need to first. Bang! Before Feng could finish speaking, the door to the Gryffindor common room was suddenly shoved open violently. Hearing the sound, Feng turned around, glanced at the door lying on the floor, twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth, and said, "All right, now it's completely broken." At the doorway, Dumbledore, who was still holding the pose of pushing the door, froze in place. 2 or 3 seconds later, Dumbledore calmly withdrew his hand, gave a light cough, and said, "I rushed over the moment I heard the huge explosion. So, Feng, this commotion was your doing again, wasn't it?" Hearing Dumbledore say that, Feng instinctively began to cry injustice.
Headmaster Dumbledore, I'm innocent.
Wait, this really does seem to have been caused by me. Oh, then never mind. Halfway through crying injustice, Feng suddenly realized that this really was his doing and instantly choked on his words. Dumbledore didn't even need to think when he saw this scene. He knew he had guessed right. This really was Feng's doing. Go on, tell me, what exactly happened? After confirming that Feng had caused it, Dumbledore actually felt relieved, because if Feng went a whole day without making some small commotion, he would feel like something was off. So while Dumbledore used Reparo to fix the nearly collapsing Gryffindor common room, he looked at Feng and told him to give a proper account of his crime. Headmaster Dumbledore, listen to my Sophies. Explanation. This time I really wasn't causing trouble. I really just wanted to quietly refine pills. But when refining pills, it's impossible to succeed 100% of the time. There are bound to be failures too. This time there was a little accident while refining, so... Gulp. The moment Feng said that, Everyone else's eyes instantly filled with panic, and they instinctively took half a step back, because in the past, when Feng refined pills during potions class, they had all been right next to him. Still shaken, Harry and the others exchanged glances one after another, and in each other's eyes, they saw the same look of relief. Our lives are really tough. Our lives are really tough. Thinking back to how Feng used to refine pills before, especially during class when they had always stayed right beside him, and had even deliberately leaned in closer to see how Feng could directly refine a pile of ingredients into perfectly round pills without any kneading process at all, Harry and the others instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing their expressions, Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes as he explained, "What are you thinking? When I normally refine pills, it's very safe. I always test things beforehand. And even if it really fails, at most everything just gets reduced to a pile of ash. Something like the cauldron exploding like this is the first time I've ever run into it." Harry and the others, winky face.
Ye Feng.
Really? This is the first time I've ever had an explosion like this. Even when I used a pressure cooker directly to refine pills before, at most it only got scorched dry. An explosion like this really is the first time. Believe me. Seeing that Feng was getting a little anxious, Dumbledore and the others, who knew him well, finally nodded. But Feng's words also shocked them quite a bit. So pill refinement didn't necessarily require a pill furnace. And Feng's words made Snape, who had arrived just a little late, have his eyes light up. So pill refinement doesn't necessarily need a pill furnace. Doesn't that mean brewing potions also doesn't necessarily have to use a cauldron? At this moment, Snape felt the soul of his potions mastery burning fiercely. He saw hope of taking a major step forward in potions. I'll try it when I get back. I'll start with that pressure cooker. Better if I can buy one made in China. That way it'll be authentic enough. Although Snape's mind was racing, his hands weren't slow either. So in almost the blink of an eye, the Gryffindor common room had been restored to its original state. It was also at this time that most of the others came back to their senses and walked out of their rooms. Having finally calmed the girls in her dorm and told them not to run around, Hermione also opened the door and came out to see what exactly had happened. And the very first thing she did after opening the door was roll her eyes. I knew it, but I didn't expect Professor Dumbledore and the others to get here this fast. The moment Hermione saw Dumbledore and Feng surrounded in the middle of the crowd, she had already more or less guessed what had happened. Still, she walked over because Feng and two of her closest friends were there. Seeing Hermione come over, Dumbledore lowered the wand in his hand, let out a light sigh, glanced at Feng, then swept his gaze across the other Gryffindor students peeking out with faces full of gossip-hungry excitement and said, "It's fine now. Hurry back and get some rest. You still have classes tomorrow." Hearing that, Feng gave an "oh" and lifted his foot to head toward the dormitory, which made Dumbledore's brows knit together immediately. "Dumbledore, where do you think you're going? Get back here."
Ye Feng.
"Well, Headmaster Dumbledore, look, it's almost dawn already, and you also said we still have classes in the morning, so I want to go back and rest." Dumbledore, so you know it's almost dawn, huh? When you ran to the common room in the middle of the night instead of sleeping to refine pills, why didn't you say you were tired and wanted to go back and rest then? Stand there properly."
Ye Feng.
Although this really was his fault, Feng was still unhappy, because he hadn't wanted the furnace to explode either. That had been his last remaining Dementor, which meant that if he wanted to try again, he would have to go catch another one. So annoying. It actually exploded. "I refuse to believe I can't deal with you. Aren't you just Dementors? If you really piss me off, I'll storm straight into Azkaban and catch them all back. I refuse to believe it." "Dumbledore, my fists are getting hard." Just from Feng's expression, Dumbledore could tell without even thinking that Feng definitely hadn't listened to a word he said just now, and judging from how he looked, he was clearly still thinking about what had just happened. And from the lingering traces of aura from earlier, Dumbledore had already roughly guessed what exactly had been inside the pill furnace just now. Generally speaking, even if he had to refine more than 100 pills, Feng would at most only use an alchemy furnace about 1.5 people tall. But judging from the fragments of the furnace squeezed out of the common room after it had been repaired with Reparo, this furnace had to be at least 2 meters tall. A 2-meter-tall alchemy furnace. The Dementor's signature chilling aura from outside, and what Feng had just said about it also being his first time blowing up a furnace. Dumbledore had basically pieced together the truth. So he looked at Feng and continued, "The Ministry of Magic has already discovered that the guards from Azkaban have gone missing, so you'd better behave yourself for a while." Feng. Their efficiency has gotten this fast? Dumbledore? Ha! I only caught a few Dementors this evening, and they already found out that quickly? Dumbledore, you're saying you went out and caught Dementors again this evening? Yeah, I caught 4 or 5, but I picked which ones to catch. So logically, they shouldn't have noticed in such a short time that the Dementors guarding the entrance to Hogwarts were missing. Dumbledore? Dumbledore had originally thought Feng had used the Dementors he caught on the way back to school, but this guy had actually gone and caught a whole new batch. If it was those Dementors, then as long as he wasn't caught by the Ministry of Magic on the spot, there wouldn't be much of a problem, because they actually didn't know how the Dementors had disappeared. In other words, in their understanding, that batch of Dementors had suddenly vanished while on their way to inspect the Hogwarts Express. But now you were telling him that the previous batch you caught had already been used up, and the ones being used now were newly caught ones, and they were even the ones the Ministry had sent to guard the entrance to Hogwarts? Inhale, exhale. Dumbledore let out a long breath and steadied his emotions. Looks like there's no sleeping tonight. With a long sigh in his heart, Dumbledore glanced at Harry, Hermione, and the other two, who also hadn't left, then continued, since you haven't gone either, come along too. After saying that, Dumbledore turned and walked out. But before they had even gone far from the Hogwarts common room, they ran into other students who had hurried over after hearing the noise. When he saw Cho Chang and the others in the crowd, Feng nodded to them and gave them a look telling them not to worry. Seeing this, Dumbledore stopped and announced that the matter was over, telling them all to go back and rest. Hey Harry, was it you lot causing trouble again? School hasn't even been open for a full week yet. At this rate, will Gryffindor even have enough points left to lose before the end of term? Harry couldn't help rolling his eyes when Malfoy called out to him like that, but before he could say anything, Ron pulled him back and said in a low voice, "Ignore him. It's just a few points. We can earn them back slowly later. Anyway, we're already used to it. And as long as we do one major thing that contributes to the school before the House Cup ends, the House Cup championship will still be ours."
Harry, Sigma, fazzula puklini tomati.
Ron's words gave Harry quite a scare, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized Ron made perfect sense. So he nodded and stopped paying attention to Malfoy. Dumbledore, who had just finished persuading the other students to go back and had happened to overhear their conversation, was utterly speechless. But when he thought about who had said it, Dumbledore couldn't help sighing inwardly again and muttering to himself, "Forget it. Who told you to be the prophesied savior? Go on, tell me. Why did you catch so many Dementors?" In Dumbledore's office, Feng and the 4 others sat obediently in front of Dumbledore, while behind him, Grindelwald was leisurely teasing Fawkes.
Feng, Dumbledore.
Seeing that Feng was still showing not the slightest sign of repentance, Dumbledore immediately got angry. But when he followed Feng's gaze and saw that Feng was looking at Grindelwald, no, not Grindelwald, but the Phoenix Fox that Grindelwald was teasing, a bad feeling instantly rose in his heart. This guy. He hasn't set his sights on Fawkes, has he? As a matter of fact, Dumbledore had guessed right. Feng really had set his sights on Fawkes, because he had thought of a problem. Although Dementors were magical creatures transformed from humans, they were ultimately already dead. You could say that as they were now, they were basically equivalent to dead objects. But although their bodies had died, their souls had not, and those souls still clung to those dead shells. In other words, Dementors were different from ordinary ghosts formed from dead people. They were not ghosts wrapped in resentment, completely sunk in negative emotions, and only able to survive by feeding on people's positive emotions. Which meant that the reason Feng had failed earlier was because he hadn't taken this into account. He had directly treated Dementors as ghosts similar to Moaning Myrtle, so when handling them he followed that line of thought. As a result, the purified and restored soul of the Dementor had clashed with the dead body that had passed away yet still contained a massive amount of cold aura. Cold and heat, 2 completely incompatible forces, had collided violently. Under the catalysis of the sealed environment inside the alchemy furnace, those 2 forces reacted even more fiercely, and that was what caused that huge explosion. But now Feng had already thought of a solution. Since the problem was with the body, then he just had to find a way to solve that. And when it came to restoring a body, what could compare to a phoenix, which possessed an undying body and could be reborn from fire? Although Fawkes was still quite different from the phoenixes of myth and legend, he did have the ability to be reborn from fire. So Feng felt that next time, if he added a bit of Fawkes' blood and a few feathers, it should succeed. Fawkes. Maybe it was instinct, or maybe Feng's stare had truly creeped him out. But after Feng had stared at Fawkes for about 2 seconds, he suddenly shuddered as if he had sensed something. And the moment he saw Feng staring straight at him, his feathers practically puffed up. Although he was pretty familiar with Feng, and Feng often brought him tasty food after waking Dumbledore up, so he didn't really mind when Feng took some of the feathers he usually shed. This time he sensed a deep malice. In other words, this time what Feng wanted was more than just his feathers. So after sensing that deep malice, Fawkes whooshed behind Grindelwald to hide, forcing Yi Feng to withdraw his gaze. Dumbledore, who had taken all of this in, felt extremely exhausted, but he knew very well that Yi Feng would never really hurt Fawkes. At most, he would just toss him around a little and make him suffer a bit, so Dumbledore pretended not to see anything at all. Because Yi Feng often brought Fawkes a share of tasty food whenever he came over, this guy had gotten so fat he was practically a ball by now, so a little torment to help him lose weight wasn't a bad thing either. But that was another matter. Right now, there was something more important that needed to be dealt with, so Dumbledore repeated what he had just said. Go on, tell me. Why did you catch so many Dementors? And catching that many on the way to school wasn't enough. You even reached your evil hand toward the Dementor guards stationed at Hogwarts after getting back to school. This time, Yi Feng finally came back to himself and heard clearly what Dumbledore was asking. So he thought for a moment and answered honestly, at first I was just curious what exactly Dementors were. So when I happened to run into some on the way back to school, I caught a few. But after bringing them back and studying them a bit, I found Dementors really interesting. They should be a special life form transformed from wizards, and ordinary methods actually can't kill them, so I started wondering whether I could restore them. Hearing Yi Feng say that, Dumbledore froze for a moment, then looked at Yi Feng with disbelief and said, when you say restore them, you don't mean throwing them into an alchemy furnace to refine them, do you?
Yeah.
Using an alchemy furnace is the fastest way to drive out the cold power in them. At the same time, it lets the added medicinal ingredients have the greatest effect, repairing their bodies and souls at the fastest speed so they can recover quickly. Dumbledore? After hearing Yi Feng's words, Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before continuing. Maybe your idea comes from a good place, but as far as I know, these Dementors have existed for a very long time, and they're immortal. Topics like eternal life and resurrection are taboo even in the wizarding world. Those who toy with life will eventually be toyed with by life. Mr. Yi Feng, don't continue researching this. I don't want you, someone who could have become an outstanding Hogwarts graduate, to end up going down the wrong path and turning into a monster that pursues some kind of evil power. When Dumbledore said this, his face was extremely serious, because he had thought of the student he had expelled from Hogwarts decades ago, the current taboo of the wizarding world, Voldemort. Seeing how serious Dumbledore was, clearly not joking, Yi Feng couldn't help but grow serious as well. Although he definitely wouldn't turn into someone like a certain noseless guy, since Dumbledore had said this much, he naturally wouldn't insist. And just now, he had also thought of something. He didn't know when Dementors first appeared, and probably no one knew how they came to be either. In other words, if he really did save a Dementor, then how was this person he saved supposed to be handled? And there were quite a lot of Dementors that had died at his hands. If he saved the remaining Dementors, would they resent him? More importantly, if news of this got out, would people start asking him to bring the dead back to life? So to avoid trouble, Yi Feng decided to listen to Dumbledore. It definitely wasn't because he was worried that if he kept going, Dumbledore wouldn't help clean up after him. Seeing Yi Feng give up, Dumbledore also let out a sigh of relief, because one Voldemort was already enough of a headache for him. If Yi Feng also went astray, the consequences would probably be even more terrifying than 10 Voldemorts put together. On this point, Dumbledore, who had taught Yi Feng for more than 2 years, was extremely certain. All right, since you've recognized your mistake, go back first. I still have something to say to Harry and the others. Yi Feng, Sigma Day. Dumbledore's words gave Yi Feng quite a fright. Especially the fact that he was keeping Harry and the others behind but telling only him to leave made Yi Feng feel even more surprised. So he dragged his feet and refused to move. Seeing Yi Feng dragging things out and refusing to leave, Dumbledore almost laughed from irritation. If you don't want to go back to sleep, then go to the kitchen and prepare breakfast.
Y Fen. Epsilon Epsilon Epsilon.
The moment Dumbledore finished speaking, Yi Feng vanished. But he didn't go far. After running some distance away, he quietly returned to outside Dumbledore's office. My reason for keeping you here is very simple. During this period, the Ministry of Magic has gone a little mad trying to catch Black. So I want you to help keep an eye on Yi Feng. I don't expect you to stop him from causing trouble entirely. You just need to hold him back a little and keep him from tearing a hole in the sky for me. All right, that's all. Go back. I need to rest too. As he said this, Dumbledore deliberately glanced toward the doorway. Yi Feng outside the door. Oh! Hearing Dumbledore's words, Yi Feng outside the door was furious. It was one thing for this guy to send him away in advance. But knowing full well he would come back and then deliberately saying something like that, talking about having Hermione and the others hold him back a little. Was he the kind of person who ignored the bigger picture and only knew how to cause trouble? Obviously not, okay? So Yi Feng was very angry, and when Yi Feng got angry, the consequences were very serious. The next day, Dumbledore, who had slept until he woke naturally, stretched lazily on the bed and opened his sleepy old eyes. But for some reason, he felt like something was missing. Still half asleep, his mind was a little foggy, so he didn't pay much attention to it. So after getting up, Dumbledore naturally walked to the table and sat down. Out of habit, he reached out in front of him, wanting to pick up that certain fellow he used for eating that looked 90% like a wand. But something unexpected happened. His hand closed on empty air, and Dumbledore froze on the spot before his eyes suddenly widened. What's going on? Looking at the empty table in front of him, Dumbledore stared with wide eyes. He had finally realized what was missing today. Feng hadn't come to wake him up today. Besides that, he had also noticed another strange thing. His quarters were especially quiet today, so quiet that there wasn't a single sound at all. So he quickly walked to the window and pushed it open. Boo! The instant the window opened, the sound of wind scraping past the eaves entered Dumbledore's ears. Along with the wind, he also heard Hogwarts students talking, the rustling of leaves in the breeze, birdsong, and then Dumbledore closed the window again. The moment he shut the window, the whole world became deathly silent again. Aside from his own breathing and heartbeat, not a single sound entered his ears, as if all the sounds he had just heard had been fake. Dumbledore? Oh? When did this window's soundproofing become this good? Feeling such an obvious change, Dumbledore was a little dazed for a moment. But when he caught the faint fragrance in the air that was just about to completely dissipate, and saw the sun already high in the sky, he suddenly realized a terrifying problem. What time is it now? With this terrifying question in mind, Dumbledore hurriedly got dressed and ran out. The moment he pushed open the door, he saw Grindelwald strolling toward him slowly, picking his teeth with a toothpick. "Joe, isn't this our headmaster Albus? Finally willing to get up? What a pity. You have no idea how rich today's breakfast was. White rice porridge, youtiao, jianbing guozi. No need to even mention those. Today, little Feng even specially taught the house elves in the kitchen how to make rujiamo, xilongbeo, noodles with all kinds of toppings, and for desserts there were taro puff pastry, osmanthus cake, pineapple cakes, brown sugar glutinous rice cakes, blueberry cupcakes, and so on."
Dumbledore, Sigma. De.
What you said. Is it all true? You didn't lie to me? Hearing that, Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore in surprise and said, "When have I ever lied to you? You? Then why didn't you wake me? You clearly knew." "Grindelwald. Winky face, I did call you. Since I knew you liked sweets, I even called for you for quite a while. But you didn't respond, so I went to eat first. Halfway through, when I saw you still hadn't come, I even came back and called you again. But you still didn't answer me. At the time, I thought you'd already gotten up. And those things were just too delicious, so without opening the door and going in, I went back again. By the way, Albus, you were really sleeping the whole time?"
Dumbledore, 기한닥된 대 한닥된.
After hearing Grindelwald say that, Dumbledore could no longer hold back. He immediately left Grindelwald behind and rushed toward the dining hall. But unfortunately, by the time he got there, the dining hall was already empty. What made him even angrier was that when he arrived at the kitchen, he discovered that some unlucky bastard had actually packed up all the leftover breakfast and pastries and taken them away. Wait, no. Something's off. Very off. No matter how good the soundproofing on the room's doors and windows is, it's impossible to block out every single sound, so. Feng. Feng, who was being muttered about by Dumbledore, let out a full hiccup. There had been a few more varieties in today's breakfast than usual. And on top of that, he was in a very good mood today, so he had eaten a little too much. But everyone else was about the same. Maybe not stuffed to the point of bursting, but they had definitely eaten very, very well because today's breakfast did not just have Chinese food. There was also quite a lot of Western food, especially the desserts, nearly half of which were Western style. Still, even though he had eaten a bit too much, the moment Feng thought of the expression on Dumbledore's face right now, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly again. Feng was in a great mood, but Dumbledore's mood was much worse, because after returning to his headmaster's office in a huff without getting any breakfast, he discovered that his office had been placed under a soundproofing spell, which was why he had not heard a single sound from outside. That's not right. Although this soundproofing spell is fairly decent with Grindelwald's level of magic, there's no way he wouldn't notice it. That means this guy did it on purpose. Dumbledore. Oh. Grindelwald, you bastard, you actually teamed up with Feng to mess with me. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Dumbledore had finally figured it out, Grindelwald burst out laughing, and just as Dumbledore was about to go all out against him, Grindelwald walked over to the table and waved his hand. In an instant, the table was covered with all kinds of delicious food. You were the one who deliberately provoked that kid. It's not like you don't know how petty he is. Come eat. If I hadn't moved fast and packed some up, you really would have gone hungry this morning.
Dumbledore, de.
Fox, hic. Having successfully gotten back at Dumbledore, Feng happily went off to class. Although he had been annoyed, Dumbledore had still managed to enjoy a delicious breakfast and dessert, so he was in quite a good mood as well. The only ones who might not be happy were the Ministry of Magic, because they still had not found any trace of Black. But that was not what made them the angriest. What infuriated them the most was that, after searching everywhere and failing to find Black, when they called the Dementors back and planned to search somewhere else, they discovered that half the Dementors they had brought with them had simply vanished. That's right. A magical creature like a Dementor, the kind that could make wizards throughout the entire wizarding world turn pale at the mention of its name, had somehow lost half its number for no reason at all. And not just that, they were gone without a trace, dead or alive. Still, they were not complete fools. After investigating, they discovered that the first Dementors to disappear were the batch sent to screen passengers on the Hogwarts Express, so they came to Hogwarts again. However, the moment they arrived at Hogwarts, they were dumbfounded because 1/3 of the Dementors stationed at Hogwarts were also gone. In other words, there was a huge problem at Hogwarts. Black is a Death Eater. Perhaps that person taught him a way to control Dementors. A single sentence from one of the Ministry members traveling with them jolted everyone awake. Perhaps Black has already entered Hogwarts. We need to talk to Dumbledore. Sirius. Hiss, why do I suddenly feel a little cold down my back? And why do my shoulders feel so much heavier? As the saying goes, when a pot falls from the sky onto your head, what fun. Sirius Black, who was hiding in the shadows, had not even done anything yet, and somehow a blame had already landed on him. And when Dumbledore heard the hasty guess from the Ministry people, he was stunned, speechless too. This blame is getting tossed out for no reason at all? Even Dumbledore had not expected Feng's blame to be thrown off so inexplicably, but Dumbledore knew one thing very well. Even if the blame was temporarily shifted away now, the truth would still come out in the end, because he knew Black was innocent. Of course, even more importantly, he knew that Black was Harry's godfather and one of Harry's father's best friends, so this blame absolutely could not really be pinned on him. Otherwise, there would be no hope of ever clearing Black's name. That's right. That was definitely the reason. It was absolutely not because that fellow Feng had dared to join forces with Grindelwald to mess with him, and so he wanted to mess with him in return, make Feng panic for a bit, then come out and save the situation himself, regain face, and collect another wave of Feng's gratitude while he was at it. Therefore, after listening to the minister's words, Dumbledore tested the waters and said, "Have you considered one possibility? Just one possibility. The Dementors didn't disappear because someone controlled them, but because they died." The Minister of Magic. Oh? Headmaster Dumbledore, please stop joking. As everyone knows, Dementors are terrifying magical creatures. It is impossible to kill them. At most, they can only be driven back by the Patronus charm. And Headmaster Dumbledore, perhaps you are not aware, but I checked all the related records and could not find a single case of a Dementor ever being killed. That is also why the Ministry uses them as guards for Azkaban. Dumbledore, this is exhausting. How is he still not getting it? I really want to just say outright that the Dementors were caught by our students. After sighing deeply in his heart, Dumbledore saw that the minister was not taking the hint, which forced him to give this foolish minister another nudge. The fact that it has never happened before does not mean it cannot happen now. Minister Cornelius, let me ask you something. Has the Ministry ever purchased talismans? And have you ever tested the talismans after buying them? Cornelius. Headmaster Albus, may I take that as you questioning my competence?
Dumbledore, Epsilon, O, Psi.
Dumbledore, I'm so tired. Is the Minister of Magic an idiot? I've hinted this much already and he still hasn't reacted? And he's actually talking about questioning his ability to do his job. Your ability to do your job still needs questioning. Even though he felt exhausted, Dumbledore still had no choice but to sigh and continue giving this foolish minister a hint. Then have you tried attacking Dementors with talismans? Cornelius. Sigma, Cede. CYU. What do you mean? After hearing Dumbledore's words, which were practically just short of directly telling them that talismans worked on Dementors, the Minister of Magic finally realized something, but he still found it a little hard to believe. Seeing the minister's clear and foolish gaze, Dumbledore nodded and confirmed his guess. Your guess is correct. Talismans are effective against Dementors, especially some that target ghosts, such as soul-absorbing talismans, soul-locking talismans, and immobilization talismans. Talismans like these can directly restrain Dementors. As for whether there are talismans that can directly kill Dementors, I do not know because I have never tested it. But Minister Cornelius, after you return, you may try it. If there really are talismans that can directly kill Dementors, please write and inform me so I can make school rules accordingly. Otherwise, I am worried these little ones might accidentally use those talismans to attack Dementors.
コーネリアス、気反濁点で反濁点。
Headmaster Dumbledore, why didn't you say so earlier? Do you know that in just these past few days, our Azkaban guard Dementors have already been reduced by more than half, and that may all be because of talismans that came out of Hogwarts. So Headmaster Dumbledore, perhaps you should give me an explanation. Dumbledore. Seeing that this foolish minister was actually trying to dump the blame on him, Dumbledore grew a little angry too, so he spoke directly. Minister Cornelius, talismans are like wands. They are just a product that anyone can buy. Would you also go after the people who sell wands just because those wizards who do evil with magic happen to use wands in the process? Dumbledore's words directly left Cornelius speechless, and seeing that Dumbledore really did seem angry, Cornelius had no choice but to lower his attitude. Although Dumbledore was only the headmaster of Hogwarts, his strength and status in the wizarding world were both extremely high. If he had not repeatedly turned down invitations from the Ministry of Magic, it was hard to say whether the current minister would even be sitting in that position. Realizing his mistake, Cornelius, the Minister of Magic, instantly lowered his stance and said in a low voice, Headmaster Dumbledore, my words just now were poorly considered, but I was also too anxious. I hope Headmaster Dumbledore can forgive me. Seeing Cornelius bow his head and admit his mistake, Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction and gave him a way out. Minister Cornelius, you also want to capture Black as soon as possible. I understand. At the same time, we will also fully cooperate with the Ministry of Magic and strive to capture Black as soon as possible. However, I do not know much about talismans either. If you have needs in that area, I recommend that Minister Cornelius go find Mr. Feng. He is the one who created the talismans, and I think he should be able to answer quite a few of your questions. Achoo. Feng, who was in class, suddenly could not hold back a sneeze. I keep feeling like someone is plotting against me behind my back. Could it be that Dumbledore wants to sell me out? No. I heard people from the Ministry of Magic came. I need to go take a look. It had to be said that Feng's sixth sense was really accurate. The only pity was that if he went over now, he was already a bit late because, are you Feng Yi? I am Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. We have something we need your help with. Feng, day. Dumbledore, you really are a damn dog. The moment he heard the voice and looked up, Feng saw Dumbledore standing beside that Minister of Magic named Cornelius, and almost the instant he saw Dumbledore, Feng realized that Dumbledore had definitely already sold him out. No, I have to quickly figure out a way to dump the blame somewhere else. Otherwise, after capturing so many Dementors, the Ministry definitely won't let me off easily. As Feng was called out, he walked outside at a slow pace while frantically thinking about how he could throw the blame away. Wait, although Dementors are the guards of Azkaban, they aren't completely under the Ministry's control. They can lose control too. I remember that in the story Harry was almost kissed to death by Dementors twice, so... Thinking of this, Feng instantly felt at ease. He changed his sluggish pace and strode out quickly with his head held high. Dumbledore. Huh? Hiss, this guy couldn't have guessed what was going on and already come up with a countermeasure in such a short time, right?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. Looking at Feng striding forward with his head high, Dumbledore directly rejected his own guess. But sometimes, some things come whether you want them to or not. I am Feng. May I ask what business you have with me? I shouldn't have violated the laws of the Ministry of Magic, right? Although he already knew the other party's identity and had guessed their purpose, sometimes knowing and saying nothing was also a kind of wisdom. Cornelius's mind worked a little slowly, but since he could become Minister of Magic, he still had some political wisdom, so he also noticed a little and replied with a smile. I am the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius. I came to ask you to help us with a small favor, so could you spare us a little of your time? Of course. Everyone at Hogwarts knows that I, Feng, am a model student who enjoys helping others, so can you tell me what it is? As he said this, Feng tilted his head and glanced at Dumbledore. Seeing this, Cornelius laughed loudly and took the lead in walking ahead. As he walked, he said, this is not a good place to talk, so Headmaster Dumbledore, could you help us find a suitable place to speak? A few minutes later, the group arrived at Dumbledore's office. Perhaps he really was in a hurry, because as soon as they arrived at Dumbledore's office, Cornelius impatiently looked at Feng and asked, Mr. Feng, I heard from Headmaster Dumbledore that the talismans selling very well outside were created by you. There was no way to hide this, and Feng had never planned to, so he nodded directly and said, yes. Every talisman sold on the market has to pass through my hands to be made. For now, I have not found anyone else who can make them. Hearing Feng say this, Cornelius's eyes lit up. As Minister of Magic, he understood even better than Lucius how great the impact of talismans on the wizarding world was, and he also understood how enormous a fortune this was. But he was the Minister of Magic after all, so although he was shocked, he could still control himself. And he had not forgotten why he came here. So after only a brief days, he continued, since all these talismans are made by you, then you must know their exact effects very well, right? You could say that. As long as it is a talisman I made, I know its effect very clearly. Hearing this, Cornelius's eyes instantly grew bright, and he impatiently asked, then is there any talisman that can directly harm Dementors, or even control Dementors?
Ye Feng. Whew.
Hearing this question, Yi Feng looked completely puzzled, because he had not expected the Minister of Magic to ask that. He had thought the man would come right out and lay everything on the table with him. After all, they had already come to his door and even brought Dumbledore over. Although the other side's move had caught Yi Feng a bit off guard, he still thought for a moment before answering directly. Dementors are a special kind of existence between ghosts and dead objects, so ordinary talismans can at most drive them back. But slightly more advanced talismans, like lightning and fire talismans, can directly injure them or even kill them. And as for some low-level talismans, any talisman aimed at souls can directly work on them. The most useful one is the Soul Lock talisman. One talisman slapped on them and they get fixed in place instantly. After that, you can do whatever you want with them. Even if you dissect them, as long as the talisman is not removed, they cannot move.
Cornelius, Sigma. De.
Hearing Yi Feng say this, Cornelius was completely stunned, because he had never imagined that it was not just some special type of talisman that would work on Dementors, but that almost all talismans were effective against them. Some could even pin them down directly, leaving them with absolutely no power to fight back. Why did the Ministry of Magic use Dementors as the guards of Azkaban? Wasn't it because Dementors could not speak, did not need to eat, did not need sleep, would not die, basically only feared the Patronus charm, and even the Patronus charm could only drive them back? But now Yi Feng was telling him that as long as someone held a stack of talismans, they could defeat or even kill these magical creatures that had once been so terrifying. How could he not be shocked? No, talismans must be banned. Otherwise, once this news gets out, it probably won't be long before Azkaban is breached. Yi Feng. Hearing Cornelius say this, Yi Feng was genuinely startled, and then he could not help giving the man a thumbs up, because although talismans were nominally still being made by him, in reality, he had long since handed over the production of low-level talismans. Yes, Yi Feng had long stopped making low-level talismans himself. At most, he only made some talisman pens pre-inscribed with certain magic arrays, and after those talisman pens were made, the shops cooperating with him would take them away. After taking the talisman pens, those people only needed to pour magic power into them and prepare the ink for drawing talismans according to his instructions, then pour the ink into the talisman pens, and the pens could draw talismans by themselves. Although each talisman pen could only draw a few kinds of talismans, and some could even draw only one, it saved Yi Feng a great deal of time. He only needed to spend a few minutes making a talisman pen to take 30% of the other party's profit from selling talismans. In other words, the talisman business had long since stopped being Yi Feng's business alone. Maybe even one of this Minister of Magic's relatives had gotten a share of it. So if the Minister of Magic wanted to stop talismans, that would be almost the same as making an enemy of the entire wizarding world. After all, this thing was genuinely useful, and the witches and wizards of the magical world had long since become unable to do without it. Perhaps thinking of this, Cornelius quickly shook his head, then turned to the others from the Ministry of Magic beside him and said, stopping the use of talismans isn't very realistic, so what we need to do now is hurry up and make some changes. Before others find out what talismans do to Dementors, we need to quickly strengthen Azkaban's guard capabilities. Of course, even though they knew it was inevitable that Dementors would leave the stage as Azkaban's guards, the Ministry of Magic didn't have much money right now, so they still had to save where they could. Besides, there was an even more urgent matter to handle now, and that was finding Black. Thank you, Mr. Yi Feng, for your answer. Your information is very useful to us, but can these things be confirmed? What I mean is the effect these talismans have on Dementors merely your guess, or did you actually test it? Silence. After Cornelius finished speaking, the scene fell completely still, and Yi Feng revealed an awkward but polite smile.
Cornelius, Sigma, oh.
Why, you didn't really test it, did you? Gulp. Seeing the expression on Yi Feng's face, Cornelius looked utterly incredulous. But when he turned to look at Dumbledore, he saw something even more unbelievable, because Dumbledore's expression did not change at all when he heard this news. In other words, he actually knew about this.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
How could the highly respected Dumbledore possibly indulge his own student in attacking Dementors, the Azkaban guards sent by the Ministry of Magic? Dumbledore. Cornelius. What is love in this world, that it makes people pledge their lives for it? The word love hurts people the most, But this love does not necessarily mean romantic love. It can also be family affection, friendship, admiration, and so on. At this moment, when the Minister of Magic, who had originally admired Dumbledore beyond measure, saw that expression exactly like Feng's, his world began to collapse. The Hogwarts headmaster he admired, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, could actually play favorites and indulge his own student too.
Feng.
Looking at the Minister of Magic's utterly defeated expression, Feng spread his hands helplessly. He had not said anything just now, so if anything happened because of this, he was not taking responsibility. The facts proved that the Minister of Magic was still quite strong. He was only dazed for 4 or 5 seconds before coming back to his senses. And maybe it was just an illusion, but Feng seemed to see an extra trace of determination and self-strengthening in the eyes of the Minister of Magic after he came back to himself. Mr. Feng, you are suspected of attacking Azkaban's Dementor guards, so please come with us to the Ministry of Magic.
Feng.
Although strictly speaking there was nothing wrong with what the Minister of Magic was doing, was it really okay to burn the bridge right after crossing it? Besides, Feng had long since prepared a response, so he directly asked back, Mr. Cornelius, before you take me back to the Ministry of Magic, I want to ask a question first. Mr. Cornelius, if I am walking in the wild and suddenly a wolf jumps out, opens its bloody jaws, and charges straight at me to attack me, what am I supposed to do at that moment? Stand there quietly without resisting and without running, letting it bite me to death? Or rise up and fight back and kill it directly? Cornelius. Of course kill the wolf. Alright, I have no more questions. Hearing Cornelius's answer, Feng nodded and stepped back to Dumbledore's side, while Cornelius froze for a moment and then frowned. Mr. Feng, you don't think Headmaster Dumbledore can protect you, do you? Although Headmaster Dumbledore has great prestige in the wizarding world and knows many people, he is an upright and fair person. He would absolutely never shield a criminal, right? The moment Cornelius said this, Feng and Grindelwald, who was also standing behind Dumbledore, instantly looked at him as if he were an idiot. Sensing the malice in Feng and Grindelwald's eyes, Cornelius immediately flew into a rage. Are you trying to oppose the Ministry of Magic? Seeing that Cornelius was about to fall out with them, Dumbledore finally could not hold back any longer. He stepped slightly forward and sighed softly. Minister Cornelius, could it be that you still can't understand the analogy Mr. Feng used just now? What do you mean? Are you saying the Dementors attacked him first and only then did he fight back? Forgive me for speaking bluntly, Headmaster Dumbledore, but although Dementors are indeed terrifying magical creatures, they are not monsters that only know killing and feeding on people's happiness and even their souls. On the contrary, they are qualified guards who carry out orders very strictly. As long as no one provokes them first, they would absolutely never attack on their own. Grindelwald. Tuft. Cornelius. This gentleman, do you have some objection to what I said? Grindelwald. Sorry, I thought of something happy. Cornelius. So, Mr. Feng, do you have anything else to say? Or do you have evidence to prove that the Dementors really attacked you first? If you have evidence, bring it out sooner. Otherwise, once you enter the Ministry of Magic, the people there won't be as easy to talk to as I am. Grindelwald. Theft. Cornelius. This gentleman, do you know that what you're doing is very rude? Grindelwald. Minister Cornelius, my threshold for laughter is very high, so don't worry, I won't laugh in this kind of serious situation unless I can't hold it in.
Feng. PFFT Cornelius.
You two, that's enough. I put up with you for a long time. If you've got guts, come fight me one-on-one. Feng. Grindelwald. Wands. Cornelius. Dumbledore. Enough. Feng, Grindelwald, put your wands down. I believe Minister Cornelius was only joking just now, right? Cornelius. Gellert Gr. Grindelwald? Grindelwald. Oh, you finally noticed me? Looks like my identity has been exposed after all. Seems I need to make a big. That's enough, Gellert. Stop scaring our dear minister. But Minister Cornelius, the Dementors really did lose control, and they didn't lose control only after arriving at Hogwarts. They had already lost control on the way here. They suddenly surrounded the Hogwarts Express and directly absorbed the happy memories of the Hogwarts students. Impossible, the Dementors would absolutely never easily. Minister Cornelius. However, before Cornelius could finish speaking, he was interrupted by one of the subordinates he had brought. In fact, Dementors are very easily attracted by people's happy emotions. Back in Azkaban, it was common for Dementors to disobey orders while feeding on the happiness of Azkaban prisoners, so, although that person had not finished speaking, no one present was a fool, and those words directly left the Minister of Magic dumbfounded. He naturally knew Dementors could lose control, but he had never imagined that his own subordinate would expose him in public and leave him unable to save face. After being publicly slapped in the face like that, Cornelius naturally couldn't keep using his previous excuse, so he immediately changed direction and continued, fine, even if the Dementors can lose control, surely not all of them would lose control, right? And even if all of them did lose control, they couldn't possibly all go after Mr. Yifeng. Could they? According to our statistics, of the soul-devouring demons sent out by the Ministry of Magic, 12 were lost on the way, and another 8 stationed at the Hogwarts checkpoints were lost as well. And those 8 were spread across different checkpoints. So, how do you explain that? You're not Black's accomplice, are you? Otherwise, why would you attack the Dementors? That's right. You must be Black's accomplice. The reason you attacked the Dementors is because they discovered Black, and you were helping him escape. Yifeng. It had to be said. This minister really did have quite the imagination. Too bad his ideas were a little ridiculous. Fine, I'll confess. Those Dementors were actually taken by me, but it wasn't for helping Black or any other messy reason. I just thought Dementors were interesting, so I caught a few to study. That's all. A lot of people on the Hogwarts Express can testify for me on that point. Cornelius, Dumbledore, and the others. The moment Yifeng said that, everyone was stunned on the spot, but after being dazed for a second, Cornelius instantly flew into a rage. Do you take me for a child? Catching Dementors to study them? Headmaster Dumbledore, you should really keep this student under control. Oh, and Mr. Yifeng, although what you just did has temporarily cleared you of suspicion in helping the wanted criminal Black, you are still on my list of suspects. Yifeng, I still preferred the way you were acting all arrogant just now. Go back to that. Watching Cornelius turn around and leave immediately, Yifeng couldn't tell for a moment whether the man had really been putting on an act to pressure him, or if he had just come up with a way out for himself on the spot. Because before his attitude changed, Dumbledore and Grindelwald had each moved slightly forward, shielding Yifeng behind them. Cornelius, I may want to find someone to take the blame, but I'm not that stupid. Both Dumbledore and Grindelwald are openly protecting you. If I still pushed it, how would that be any different from courting death? Cornelius left with his subordinates, and Yifeng was also called back to class by Dumbledore. Then the next day, Yifeng heard that the Ministry had taken the Dementors back, because on the night they arrived, a Dementor had lost control and attacked a Hogwarts student. Fortunately, he wasn't alone at the time, so although that unlucky guy was drained until he passed out on the spot, the Dementor was blasted into ashes by a talisman from one of the classmates with him. And that unlucky guy was still so weakened from being drained that he was wobbling when he walked. Harry, thanks, but please don't drag me into this. Because of this incident, the fact that talismans could directly attack Dementors spread at once. And because that news got out, quite a few students started looking at those Dementors in a very strange way whenever they saw them. Rumor had it, and Yifeng had only heard this as a rumor, that although the Ministry reacted quickly and snatched, the Dementors back, when they did the final head count, they still found several missing. Those few had simply vanished from the face of the earth, alive or dead, without a trace. So, when he was eating dinner that night, Dumbledore had no choice but to solemnly announce a new school rule. In view of certain things done by some Hogwarts students while the Ministry of Magic stationed Dementors here, I am formally announcing several school rules. From now on, Hogwarts students are not allowed to recklessly use talismans to capture Dementors, nor are they allowed to dissect captured Dementors for research. When he said this, Dumbledore first turned his head and swept his gaze across Ravenclaw's side, then turned back and glanced at Yifeng. Yifeng. Oh? Cough, cough. The second rule. Dementors are the guards of Azkaban. They used to be. The Ministry has now decided to stop using Dementors as Azkaban's guards. Before Dumbledore could finish, the Minister of Magic, who had not yet left, interrupted him, earning a displeased sideways glance from Dumbledore.
Cornelius, Sigma,
Please continue. I promise I won't interrupt you again. With just one look, Cornelius instantly backed down. He had no choice but to back down. Other people might not have recognized Grindelwald because of his age, but Cornelius had personally received confirmation from the man himself. That was Grindelwald, after all, the former Dark Lord and also Dumbledore's both once and current closest best friend. If those two got together, with their strength and influence, if they really wanted to do something, even Voldemort would have to kneel when he came. So backing down was nothing shameful. Seeing Cornelius back down, Dumbledore finally turned back and continued, although Dementors are no longer the guards of Azkaban, they watched over Azkaban for so many years. Even if they have no merit, they still worked hard. We cannot discriminate against them just because they are monsters that feed on humanity's happy memories. So, the second new school rule I am announcing is this. Hogwarts students, in addition to not being allowed to capture Dementors personally, are also forbidden from obtaining Dementors through hiring others to capture them, purchasing them, or any similar means. You are even less allowed to use talismans to turn them into puppets and order them around. As he said this, Dumbledore swept a glance over the Slytherin section, then turned and lightly glanced at Yi Feng again. Yi Feng, Dementors may move and they also need to feed, but they are not the same as us humans. The food they need is people's happy emotions, not our delicacies. Therefore, I announce the third new school rule added today. From today onward, all Hogwarts students are forbidden from feeding Dementors, especially desserts. Yi Feng, huffed Dumbledore. Hearing such an impolite sound, Dumbledore immediately followed the source with his eyes, and then saw Yi Feng wearing an obedient expression.
Ye Feng.
Dumbledore, go ahead and laugh. You'll be next. With a light snort, Dumbledore withdrew his gaze, then looked around the room before finally stopping on Gryffindor, where relieved expressions were appearing on many faces. Although Dementors can be attacked and even countered by talismans, that still does not change the fact that they are extremely terrifying magical creatures. Even the places they pass through will freeze over because of the sudden drop in temperature. We absolutely must not provoke them at will, much less treat them as tools for practicing magic and gaining combat experience. Therefore, the fourth new school rule for today is this. Unless a Dementor shows hostile intent toward us or has already launched an attack on us, it is absolutely forbidden to take the initiative and attack a Dementor first. You are also forbidden from deliberately luring them into attacking you, then counterattacking and capturing them. At this point, Dumbledore looked at Harry with a disappointed, exasperated gaze, then shot Yi Feng a fierce glare. Harry, Yi Feng, The above four school rules were made specifically because of Dementors, but many of you may hardly ever come into contact with Dementors again in the future, so these rules do not really have much restraining force for you. But the next school rule is different. You must remember it firmly. In view of the fact that certain students captured Dementors out of interest for research, and even wanted to put them into an alchemy furnace to refine them, which ultimately caused an explosion that nearly blew down the common room, the school has decided after discussion. Hogwarts students are forbidden from refining pills in public areas, and dangerous materials are prohibited from being used as ingredients during pill refinement. At this point, Dumbledore turned his head and gave Yi Feng a deep look. This time, though, Yi Feng had no doubts, because Dumbledore was already reading out his record. Oh, in light of the incidents mentioned above after discussion, we have added a new school rule. From now on, unless you are in danger, offensive talismans are not permitted within Hogwarts, and using offensive talismans to attack other people is especially forbidden. This is absolutely prohibited. Alright, that's all for today. Let's eat. With that, Dumbledore tapped the cup in front of him, and a huge amount of food suddenly appeared on the tables. Because he had been busy capturing Black earlier, and then busy investigating the disappearance of the Dementors afterward, Cornelius still had not had a chance to taste the food in the Hogwarts dining hall. Originally, he did not think much of Hogwarts food. In his view, it was just school dining hall food. How could it possibly taste better than what his personal chef as Minister for Magic made? The ingredients alone were clearly not on the same level. But when the food was served, he was stunned on the spot, because among the dishes filling the tables, not a single one was repeated. Even more absurd to him was that the dishes for the 4 houses downstairs each had different focuses, and every row of tables had a different set of dishes as well. Of course, although he was a little shocked by the variety, Cornelius still did not care that much. After all, no matter how good it looked or how luxurious it was, if it did not taste good, it was pointless. And compared to these dishes, which looked nice but were all chopped up, he preferred traditional dishes more. Perhaps taking that into account, 2/3 of the dishes on the Ministry of Magic table were traditional dishes, such as baked foie gras and the like. But when they tried those Chinese dishes with a casual mindset, their eyes lit up instantly, and after that they never touched the food they had liked so much before. All these dishes had been improved by the house elves. Although Yi Feng always said they were not authentic, and that his own way and Cho Chang's way of making them had always been different, one had to admit that these modified dishes suited their tastes better. So even the people from the ministry fell for them instantly. As the saying goes, when you've eaten someone's food, it's hard to be harsh with them. When you've taken something from someone, it's hard to come down hard on them. After one meal, the Minister for Magic, who had originally wanted to say a few harsh words, left directly. Before leaving, however, he still instructed them that if they got any news of Black, they had to inform the Ministry of Magic immediately. Yi Feng and Dumbledore naturally agreed to that request without hesitation, but whether they would actually notify them or not, that was another matter. With the Dementors gone, Hogwarts returned to normal, and the smile on Professor Lupin's face, the one teaching them defense against the dark arts, was visibly more frequent. In such a good mood, he decided that today he would let his students try for themselves how to defend against dark magic attacks. Boggart, I've decided. It's you. A boggart was a magical creature that could turn into whatever the person looking at it feared most. But Lupin did not realize that after Yifeng arrived, Hogwarts had already changed by just a tiny little bit, so he might end up regretting today's decision deeply. Of course, that would come later. At least for now. He still thought this was a very good idea. So, when class officially began, Yifeng's classmates watched as their new defense against the dark arts teacher led them to a large cabinet whose exterior was covered entirely with mirrors. Bang, although the cabinet was shut. The students all knew that whatever was inside was definitely not easy to deal with, because even locked up, the thing inside was still restless, continuously slamming against the cabinet, trying to break out. Lupin, meanwhile, looked at the neatly lined up students in front of the cabinet and nodded in satisfaction. Interesting, isn't it? Can anyone guess what is inside? It's a boggart. Very good, Mr. Thomas. Thud as he spoke, the cabinet shook violently again. What puzzled Lupin a little, though, was that there was no fear on the students' faces. Instead, they looked a bit eager to try, and a few had already slightly raised their hands. From the way they were standing, they were absolutely preparing to draw their wands. Though a little puzzled, Lupin still continued, who can tell me what a boggart looks like? No one knows. A boggart can shapeshift. Whatever the person who sees it fears most, that's what it becomes. That's why they're so terrifying. This time Hermione finally spoke up, and Lupin was very satisfied with her answer. But when he saw Yifeng beside her, he was a little confused. Yes, confused, because the expression on Yifeng's face was neither fear nor curiosity, but deep thought, as if he were genuinely thinking about what a boggart actually looked like. But after being here for so long, Lupin had already seen Yifeng's specialness, so he did not dwell on it and simply continued, very good. Next, what you need to do is overcome the fear in your heart and use the spell I teach you to force the boggart back into the box. Alright, next, don't use your wands. Repeat after me. Ridiculous. Of course, the spell alone is not enough to repel a boggart. What truly drives them back is laughter. While casting the spell, you have to dispel the fear in your heart and imagine it taking on a form you find ridiculous. Next, would anyone like to come up and give it a try? Yifeng. Very good, Mr. Yifeng. Please come to the front. Mr. Yifeng, can you tell me what you fear the most?
Yifeng.
Silence. Faced with Lupin's question, all he got in response was silence, because Yifeng did not know what he was afraid of. Or rather, it seemed he did not really fear anything. If it was discussed, though, then there were quite a few things. Very well. Since Mr. Yifeng is unwilling to say, let us wait and see. Mr. Yifeng, are you ready? If you are, then we're about to begin. Come on. I also really want to know what I'm afraid of. Then 1, 2, 3. Click with a wave of Lupin's wand. The cabinet holding the boggart opened with a sharp click. Then, with a creak, a gigantic insect leg covered in sharp spikes stretched out from inside the cabinet.
Yifeng.
The moment he saw that huge yellow insect leg, goosebumps exploded all over Yifeng's body, because that giant leg looked a little familiar to him. Screech at that moment, the cabinet door fully opened, and a cockroach bigger than a person crawled out from inside. Ah! Yifeng, the one standing closest to that thing, had not even screamed yet, but the classmates behind him let out terrified screams first, because cockroach was just one of its names. It was also called a roach, a flying roach, a tea-wife bug, a fragrant lady oil thief, little strong, and more, but the name it was best known by was cockroach. Yifeng. Hiss, I didn't expect something like this to pop out, but honestly it really is pretty scary. If this were. Whoosh, before Yifeng could finish speaking, that little strong, bigger than a grown adult, directly spread its wings and shot into the air, rushing straight at Yifeng. And Yifeng, salty in flavor, cold in nature, it enters the liver, spleen, and kidney meridians. Its main effects are dispersing blood stasis, breaking up accumulations, and neutralizing toxins. Everyone else. The moment Yifeng said that, even the airborne little strong froze in midair for an instant, because Yifeng's words directly burned out its CPU. Seizing that brief opening, Yifeng drew his wand and gave it a light tap. Along with his spell, the gigantic cockroach instantly turned into a plump king crab. By the way, after a boggart transforms, does it really become the thing it turns into? Or does it just change its appearance?
Boggart, Sigma. De.
What are you trying to do? Don't come over here. Looking at Yifeng's eager face, the boggart instinctively began to feel fear and quickly backed away. The moment Yifeng licked his lips and stepped forward, the boggart whooshed into a cloud of black smoke and shot back into the cabinet. After returning to the cabinet, the lock clicked and locked itself. Everyone else. You can only say, as expected of Yifeng. I think student Yifeng shouldn't go to Gryffindor. He should come to our Hufflepuff. That's right. I also think he suits our Hufflepuff very well. I even think he was born for Hufflepuff. So much delicious food. I really don't know how he learned to make all of it. Lupin, although he already clearly understood that Yifeng was different, he felt he had still underestimated this student a little. But class still had to continue, so he told Yifeng to go back first. Then had the next student come up and tapped the cabinet lock open with his wand. Click, click, Lupin. He tapped it again. Click, click, Lupin. Hey, you're a boggart. Don't freaking hide in the cabinet and refuse to come out. If you do this, I'll lose all face. How am I supposed to keep teaching my class like this?
Ye Feng.
Seeing that the boggart didn't dare come out, Yifeng was also a little speechless. So he took the initiative to retreat to the very back of the crowd. And only after he had completely disappeared into the crowd did the boggart finally dare to come out. But with the good start Yifeng had set, Lupin got to witness what it meant for all kinds of bizarre things to bloom next. For example, Mr. Thomas, who answered him first, was actually most afraid of a cicada wearing a floral dress. But would you believe it? That was actually relatively normal. The less normal ones included a roast suckling pig sprinkled with cumin, steaming hot, with knife and fork stuck in it, a giant squid holding squid skewers, and so on. The boggart ran away. In the end, it still couldn't withstand the torment of Hogwarts students. After being left with a massive psychological shadow, it completely hid in the box and didn't dare come out again. So this class could only be declared over. But although class was over, the giant crab the boggart had turned into was deeply imprinted in his mind. It should be almost the Dragon Boat Festival now, right? Chinese mitten crabs should be coming into season 2. Even though it's not yet the time when they're at their fattest, the crabs at this time still have plenty of roe and the meat is easy to pick from the shell. The taste is pretty good too. What a pity. The Black Lake has plenty of big fish, but no big crabs. Looks like it's time for this fishing expert to step up. But before that, I need to find some zongzi leaves first. After all, the Dragon Boat Festival has no soul without zongzi. I want to eat zongzi. No, I miss the zongzi mom used to make. But it looks like I'll have to do it myself this year. Back in Yifeng's hometown, things like zongzi leaves could be found pretty much anywhere. But although they were everywhere, picking them was not that easy, because every time it was zongzi making season, the village aunties would always get there before you and pick all the good leaves suitable for wrapping zongzi. Why was Yifeng so clear about this? That had to do with the fact that for 2 straight years, his parents had to run across several hills before they could pick enough zongzi leaves. But that still counted as good. They at least had to walk a little farther, but could still pick some. Now Yifeng was in a foreign land. Even if he wanted to pick them, he didn't even know where to go, so he was wondering whether he could find some suitable leaves as a substitute. As for glutinous rice, he had planted a batch of it at the Quidditch pitch before. The result was that even now, Hogwarts still had no shortage of glutinous rice and glutinous rice flour. While Yifeng was thinking about whether to use some other leaves to replace zongzi leaves or have some leaves express delivered from back home, Professor McGonagall told them to gather at another exit outside Hogwarts. Some students who had relatives in the upper years instantly got excited when they saw this, because they had a guess. I think some of you already know why I've asked you to gather here. That's right. Next I will be taking you to Hogsmeade Village. Remember this. Being allowed to go to Hogsmeade is a privilege. Anyone who performs poorly at school will no longer enjoy this special treatment. As Professor McGonagall said this, the students one after another handed in the permission forms that had already been filled out. When Yifeng and Cho Chang handed theirs in, McGonagall glanced at Yifeng, but in the end she said nothing, because the guardian signatures on their forms were signed by each other. If anyone else dared do this, McGonagall would definitely send them right back. But with Yifeng and Cho Chang, Dumbledore had already gone to verify things with their parents, and their parents had said that as long as they weren't trying to blow up Hogwarts, they agreed to anything. Seeing how open-minded Yifeng and Cho Chang's parents were, and with Cho Chang and Yifeng, especially Yifeng, indeed being rather different, Dumbledore had already given instructions that for things like this, they only needed to turn a blind eye. Thus, Yifeng and Cho Chang passed smoothly. And when Harry stepped forward, everyone looked at him, because people at Hogwarts basically all knew that his nominal guardians, namely his uncle's family, were ridiculously awful, so their relationship was actually very bad. Therefore, there was a high chance that no one had signed Harry's permission form at all, which meant Harry most likely wouldn't be able to go. However, after Harry handed in his permission form, Professor McGonagall only glanced at it and nodded for him to pass. But when the sharp-eyed people saw the name on the form, they immediately understood because the name signed on it was Arthur Weasley. In the wizarding world, there might be many things that Gallians could not solve, But in the Muggle world, money could absolutely solve 99% of things, and it just so happened that Yifeng was not short on money. Of course, the main thing was that Harry still had a bit of family wealth. So Yifeng exchanged quite a lot for Harry according to the black market exchange rate between galleons and pounds, then gave him a friendship discount of 10% off, and used those pounds to completely settle Harry's uncle's family and the later guardianship rights. In other words, Harry's guardian was no longer his uncle's family, but Arthur Weasley. As for the protection his mother left behind with her life, the one that only worked if he stayed with blood relatives, it could just keep not working. After all, even if Voldemort came, he would still end up kneeling, so it made no difference whether that protection existed or not. The wizards who got permission were like birds released from a cage. If not for Professor McGonagall and Filch walking so slowly, almost like they were taking a stroll, these people would have already mounted their flying brooms and rushed out. Hogwarts was basically like a closed boarding school. Other than during holidays, they generally could not leave the school, so every outing was especially precious to them. Of course, certain people who treated the Forbidden Forest like their own backyard were not included in that. Actually, Hogsmeade Village wasn't that interesting. After all, it was just a village. Even if everyone there was a wizard, how many people could there really be? And with so few people, it was destined that the goods they could provide would also be limited, so it was fine to treat it as just a little trip out. As for Yifeng, his gains were still pretty good. After all, there were some things that even he found hard to get, because in the Forbidden Forest those things only appeared at specific times and in specific places, and he did not have that much time to keep watching for them. The only thing Yifeng found regrettable was that after asking everyone in Hogsmeade Village, not a single person had seen leaves that carried a faint fragrance, were tough but still soft and also large. That left him with no choice but to have some express delivered from back home. If this were the 21st century, with the information explosion and smartphones so common that basically everyone had one, then sending a message would only take a couple of minutes. But in a situation like this, where most villages in the country didn't even have more than a few telephones, trying to reach someone with ordinary communication tools was still pretty difficult. So Yifeng decided not to use ordinary tools. White crane, lead the way. Go fast and return fast. He placed a paper crane folded from talisman paper in his palm and blew on it. The paper crane flashed with light, transformed into a white crane, and shot into the clouds, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Harry and the others, who were counting their gains nearby, were instantly stunned. Yifeng, what was that just now? Was that magic too? It actually turned a paper crane real with just one light blow. If you folded a beautiful girl. Yifeng, Cho Chang, and the others.
De.
Ron, don't tell me you also like paper wife characters? You're not a two-dimensional fan too, are you, Ron? Hearing Yifeng say that, Ron, whose face had already turned red from being looked at with disdain by everyone, instantly became full of question marks. What do you mean by two-dimensional? Is it some kind of title like Animagus?
Yifeng, 半濁点へ半濁点.
Though it was a little awkward, Yifeng also let out a sigh of relief. He had thought his identity as a transmigrator had been exposed. If that really got exposed, he would have no choice but to ruthlessly silence everyone. At dusk, Yifeng and the others returned to Hogwarts. But just as they finished dinner and were getting ready to go back to their dorms to rest, they froze, because the portrait of the fat lady serving as the gatekeeper had been destroyed. 3 diagonal claw marks had nearly ruined the entire painting. The moment he saw those 3 wounds, Yifeng remembered. Tonight seemed to be the 15th, which meant Lupin had transformed into a werewolf. Hiss! How did I forget something this important? Hermione and the others brushed me off with the excuse that their transfiguration wasn't mature enough. They've clearly already learned it, but they still refuse to use it. But Lupin is different. He's a werewolf. His transformation is uncontrollable. So if I teach him the new transfiguration and have him spread it, he'll definitely be willing. After all, there seem to be quite a few werewolves in the wizarding world. As long as this transfiguration of mine gets spread around, then once more people use it, Hermione and the others should stop having concerns, right? Thinking of this, Yifeng wanted nothing more than to slip away immediately and go find Lupin, but unfortunately Dumbledore arrived very quickly, and the fat lady, who had narrowly escaped disaster, mistook Lupin for Sirius. Although a small number of people knew Sirius Black actually wasn't a bad person, and even less some kind of murderer who killed on sight. Unfortunately, only a small number of people knew that, and they had no evidence. So in order to protect the students' safety, Dumbledore directly gathered all the students together. With teachers standing guard like that, there would be no danger. Of course, it was also possible they knew Lupin was the werewolf, and when werewolves transform under the moon at night, they have no reason left at all. They become complete and utter beasts. Even the people closest to them would be torn apart in front of their transformed selves. So to avoid casualties, they gathered everyone together. But as for the actual reason, probably only Dumbledore and the others knew themselves. Feng didn't care about that. He just wanted to sneak out. Unfortunately, Dumbledore had long since guessed what he was thinking, so he didn't give him any chance at all and simply kept watching him. The moment Feng showed any sign of getting up, Dumbledore's eyes would immediately sweep over. Seriously, why do you keep staring at me? I just want to go out and do a good deed. It's not like I'm going out to cause trouble. You're making it look like I'm about to go steal something. Being watched so closely, Feng couldn't help muttering in his heart. And as he kept muttering, he fell asleep. Couldn't be helped. Even though there were people all around and each person only had a tiny bed space, Feng had never been picky about where he slept. On top of that, he didn't think having a werewolf in the school was anything dangerous at all, so naturally he was completely at ease, unlike everyone else, who were still trembling with fear even with teachers around. Ah, a spider. Such a huge spider. Hiss. That kick had at least 15 years of skill behind it. Some savior, unlucky guy, got sent flying. Good thing I had the foresight not to sleep with them. The moment he was woken by the shouting, the first thing Feng saw was Harry flying through the air with a blank look on his face. Right after that, the twins, who had come over planning to stir things up with Harry and the others, also ended up wearing blank expressions, because Harry had smashed into both of them sideways. That's rough. Good thing the boys and girls are sleeping separately, or those two would definitely drag people down.
Ye Feng. De.
Hermione's voice suddenly sounded from behind him, giving Feng a huge fright. When he turned around, he discovered that the Hogwarts boy from his year, who had originally been sleeping next to him, had disappeared, replaced by Hermione, while on his other side was Cho Chang rubbing her sleepy eyes. No, wait, wasn't this supposed to be the dividing line? How did you all come over here? Oh, this? Professor Dumbledore and the others needed to send some people outside to patrol, so there weren't quite enough professors left to guard this place. So for our safety, Headmaster Dumbledore told us to sleep as close to you as possible.
Ye Feng.
Although there didn't seem to be anything wrong with what Hermione said, he still felt like there was definitely something wrong. He just couldn't figure out what it was for the moment. Forget it. If I'm being used as a safe zone, then so be it. Anyway, there's no chance of getting out tonight. Sleep, sleep. Having figured it out, Feng stopped bothering with it. Lupin wasn't going anywhere anyway, and finding him tomorrow would be fine too. So after glancing at the blankets he had taken out of his spatial ring and piled into the aisle to block Dumbledore's path while he was patrolling, Feng lay back down and continued sleeping. Dumbledore, who had already checked Harry's injuries, found there was nothing serious, and had resumed patrolling, couldn't help lifting the corners of his mouth slightly at the sight. But that slight smile didn't last even 3 seconds before it vanished, because several of those neatly folded blankets had been directly carried away by some old man with a buzz cut. Dumbledore? Me? Grindelwald? Headmaster Dumbledore? Do you want blankets too? I thought you didn't need sleep. As Grindelwald spoke, he walked forward, and finally stopped in a small corner that had been deliberately left a little off to the side, but still allowed him to secretly sweep his gaze across the whole area. Then he lifted his foot and lightly tapped the ground, and a wide mat spread out over the floor. The sound of blankets being shaken open rang out. A dozen or so seconds later, Grindelwald had finished laying out the bedding. After that, he turned around and looked at Dumbledore, the look in his eyes seeming to say, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and come over." Unfortunately, the place Grindelwald had chosen was a little dark, and Feng, smelling the faint fragrance lingering around him and already possessing night vision, had once again fallen into dreamland, so no one saw the scene. In the dream, Feng boom. Holy crap, who is this? Even in a spar you can't play like this. You're actually using a divine ability like carrying mountains and chasing the moon, and you even threw Mount Wangu at me. Rumble. Before Feng could finish speaking, the ground suddenly split open, and a tongue snake burst out from underground and wrapped tightly around him. The enormous force made his body creak and crack under the pressure, squeezing him so hard he could hardly breathe. Wait, this isn't right. Why would I have a dream like this? And it seems like maybe I really can't breathe. Feng, who had been beaten so badly by an opponent whose face he couldn't see that he had no power to fight back, suddenly jolted awake. But after opening his eyes and seeing his current situation clearly, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. At this moment, a soft yet strong delicate body was wrapped tightly around him. As for why it was described that way, naturally it was because Zhang Qiu's delicate body really was soft and fragrant, but her slender jade-like hands locked around Feng's neck were like a giant python casting death coil, incredibly strong. It had to be said that morning exercise really was very effective, especially when combined with the pills and medicinal meals he refined. The improvement to the body was indeed obvious. Just like now, the completely relaxed and defenseless Yifeng had nearly been strangled senseless by Zhang Qiu. As for that mountain, Yifeng only needed to lower his head slightly and glance at the little hand around his waist to know that the person he had seen was Hermione. Other than the two of them, everyone else was also squeezing toward his side. Perhaps it was precisely because they had kept pushing inward and taking up the space that should have belonged to Zhang Qiu and the others that they were pressed so close to Yifeng, and in the end had even treated him like a body pillow. It was only at this moment that Yifeng realized that aside from the few of them, everyone else's blankets were a little thin, and some fool had even opened all the windows, which was why they had been frozen by the cold. Yifeng's side was still fine. Because of his own aura, the area around him was comparatively warm, and the cold wind could not blow in, so everyone else crowded toward him. The boys had it rough. They did not dare squeeze over here, so they could only wrap themselves tighter in their little blankets. Of course, there were also some who, in their sleep, had discovered the heater and moved over to press close together. It was just unknown whether they would have nightmares after waking up. In his sleep, Yifeng was suddenly woken again by a piercing scream. This made Yifeng, who had been sleeping soundly, quite dissatisfied, because he had only just barely suppressed the urge to go find Lupin and pass on the method before falling asleep. But when he opened his eyes, he immediately found it amusing, because he saw a burly werewolf standing on the open windowsill, and right in front of the werewolf, a familiar person holding a half-bitten apple and preparing to shut the window was staring at the other party in terror. "Isn't that our Mr. Malfoy's best friend, Goyle? Went out foraging again?" Goyle and Crabbe were Malfoy's top lackeys. Could be said that as long as you saw Malfoy you could basically see them nearby too. But he had not expected that this door and window had actually been opened by this idiot. As for the reason, one look at the apple in his hand and the owl that had just flown off gave a rough idea. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was the werewolf. That was a werewolf. So Yifeng tensed his waist and was about to climb up, but very quickly, in a snap, he realized that he had failed to get up, because he was now completely surrounded and pinned in the middle, so for the moment he could not break free and climb up. A miscalculation, but it doesn't matter. Now it's time for transfiguration to show its power. Although they had also heard the scream and could not help frowning, because they trusted Yifeng too much and their sense of security was completely full, Zhang Qiu and the others did not open their eyes and truly wake up. But in the next second, Zhang Qiu and Hermione were suddenly alarmed, because they abruptly felt that their soft, warm body pillow was gone. When they opened their eyes in panic and looked around, a chubby little white cute creature about the size of little Gray pounced straight toward the werewolf at the window. And just as it was about to fly in front of the werewolf, the little fat bird transformed in a flash and directly turned into a huge mottled tiger, sending the werewolf flying with one slap. Ginny and the others, Transfiguration can be used like this too? Could it be? We really misunderstood him? Seeing Yifeng display overwhelming power with transfiguration, Luna and the others instantly began to doubt whether they had thought of Yifeng as too indecent before. Maybe when Yifeng taught them transfiguration, he really had just wanted them to have an extra means of self-protection, rather than wanting them to turn into blonde, blue-eyed, bee-steered little girls or something. Ginny and the others were first shocked, then fell into self-doubt. The others were different. When they saw that someone could continuously transform into other animals and possess tremendous strength, their eyes instantly filled with stars, and they all began looking for Professor McGonagall's figure, practically one step away from writing the words "Professor, I want to learn this" on their faces. Unfortunately, their professor's response was, "I can't do that either." So for now, they could only think about it. And having Yifeng teach them was a bit unrealistic because Yifeng was not a Hogwarts professor. So teaching his own few friends was one thing, but teaching others meant he had to obtain teaching qualifications and permission from the Ministry of Magic. In the wizarding world, animagi all had to be registered, because being able to completely turn yourself into an animal was a very frightening thing. You would guard against a wizard, but you would not really guard against an ordinary animal that looked harmless to humans and beasts alike. So once an unregistered animagus did something, it was very difficult for the Ministry of Magic to catch them, because they had one more way of hiding than ordinary wizards. Just think about Peter Pettigrew. To stay alive, that guy directly cut off one finger, faked his death, and turned into a rat. But because he was not a registered animagus, no one thought that way at all, to the point that he hid by Ron's side for so long without anyone noticing. So it was fine enough for Yifeng to secretly teach this transfiguration to Harry and the others in private. As long as they did not use it, there would not be any problem because this really was only a kind of transfiguration. It would not completely turn someone into an animal the way animagus transformation did. He still retained some magical fluctuations of a wizard, so it was not that strictly regulated. But this was not what Yifeng wanted. So when Lupin's transformed werewolf appeared, Yifeng saw an opportunity. He saw a chance to promote his transfiguration, so he transformed without hesitation. Although Lupin's transformed werewolf really was strong, compared to Yifeng, who could seamlessly shift into all kinds of animals and possess the corresponding animal powers, it still fell quite a bit short. So when Yifeng turned into a black and white cute creature, everyone had stars in their eyes, including even Dumbledore and Grindelwald, because that figure was simply too adorable. But Professor Lupin, transformed into a werewolf, did not think so, because every slap from that cute creature represented the power of a bear. Although pandas had the word cat in their name and looked honest and adorable on the outside, no matter how cute they were still bears. Their bite force ranked second only to polar bears among bears, even higher than brown bears. Besides that, this thing could run at speeds of up to 50 kilometers per hour and could climb trees too. In other words, do not be fooled by how simple and lovable a panda looked. Hidden beneath that harmless appearance was undiminished bear strength. Smacking a werewolf flying with one slap was not a problem at all. Thus, everyone else in the hall watched in shock as the honest and adorable rolling ball pinned down the fierce and terrifying werewolf and beat it, quickly driving it away. But just as they were about to cheer, and some were even eager to rush out and touch it, the panda Yifeng had become directly turned into a handsome silver-white giant wolf and chased after it.
Everyone else, 規範濁点で反濁点.
Change back right now. Only when he saw Yifeng turn into a giant wolf did Dumbledore snap out of it as if waking from a dream, and by the time he came back to his senses, Yifeng had already vanished into the darkness in pursuit of the werewolf. Dumbledore, I was careless. I actually let that brat run off. But this transfiguration really is impressive. I need to find this guy later and learn it, then file it with the Ministry of Magic. Professor McGonagall is in for a blessing. With this, she should be able to go even further in transfiguration. And perhaps in the future transfiguration will become a foundational required course as important as charms. With a soft sigh, Dumbledore quieted the students who had started making noise. As for Yifeng, Grindelwald had already gone after him. With Grindelwald there, even if Voldemort attacked right now, Yifeng would still be fine. And if Voldemort really did come, whether he could actually do anything to Yifeng was far from certain. Although he had never truly fought Yifeng, Dumbledore did not dare underestimate his magical skill in the slightest. After all, Yifeng had learned Grindelwald's fiendfire just by watching it once, and when he cast it himself, aside from the smaller range, its power seemed to be even stronger than Grindelwald's own. So Dumbledore was not worried about Yifeng's safety at all. The facts proved that Dumbledore had not been wrong. Just half an hour later, Grindelwald returned with Yifeng, and behind Yifeng followed a pale-faced, sweat-soaked, obviously overexhausted and extremely weak Lupin. Looking at the visibly frail Lupin, surprise appeared on Dumbledore's face, while Grindelwald gave him a meaningful smile. Grindelwald admitted that he had always rated Yifeng highly, but just now he realized he had still been wrong, and wrong by quite a bit. He had still underestimated this student Dumbledore had personally brought back from China. Just a moment ago, he had watched with his own eyes as Yifeng used transfiguration to turn into a bird, a tiger, a black and white bear, and a giant moon-howling wolf one after another, completely suppressing his opponent. Then, after the other party rushed into the forest, he transformed into an eagle owl to launch silent sneak attacks, then into a leopard, moving freely through the woods and constantly toying with the opponent. Of course, that was not what shocked Grindelwald the most. What shocked him most was that, in the end, Yifeng turned into a giant with eyes like light bulbs and a V-shaped glowing crystal on his chest, pinned the werewolf Lupin had become to the ground, and then asked him whether he believed there was light in this world. The gaze of light. And after that, Grindelwald watched Yifeng's giant form pull a ball of light from his chest and stuff it into the werewolf Lupin had become. Then, right after that, Lupin was released from his werewolf form and turned back into a normal human. But when Yifeng had Lupin follow him out of the forest, Grindelwald could not help letting out a long sigh toward the sky, because if his guess was correct, that ball of light was actually the talisman still stuck to Lupin's chest right now. His strength is unclear, his methods are unfathomable, but he is completely childish, way too playful. That was the evaluation Grindelwald gave Yifeng after sighing at the sky. It had to be said that Grindelwald's assessment of Yifeng was quite accurate. He really was still a child just over 13 years old. As for how much over, that was another matter. Therefore, when Grindelwald came back and gave Dumbledore that meaningful smile, it was only natural. Since even he had been shocked, he had to make Dumbledore think a little more too. Lupin, Grindelwald, and Yifeng had all returned, and on top of that, dawn had not yet broken. Or rather, it was the time when people were at their most exhausted. So although almost everyone was excited and wished Yifeng would teach them that amazing and flashy transfiguration right away, after Dumbledore calmed them down, they quickly went back to sleep. But one person leaned against the wall, looking at the moon outside the window, unable to fall asleep no matter what. What Feng had brought him today had been far too shocking. He had never imagined that a talisman could suppress a werewolf's transformation and allow him to look at the full moon in the sky without any fear. Of course, what shocked him most and left him unable to calm down was the transfiguration Feng had mentioned, because Feng had told him that as long as he mastered this transfiguration, the problem of involuntarily turning into a werewolf every full moon would be completely solved. In the Harry Potter world, lycanthropy was a kind of contagious disease. Anyone bitten by an infected werewolf would become a werewolf too. Feng's transfiguration could not directly cure them, but it could change their form. In other words, it did not restore them to normal when they turned into werewolves, but instead turned them back into a human appearance. That was not the most important part. The most important part was that Feng's transfiguration allowed the user to remain fully conscious the whole time. The reason werewolves were so terrifying was because their transformation was uncontrollable, and once transformed, they completely lost all sense of self. If not for the fact that they would completely lose their self-awareness, becoming a werewolf would not actually be that frightening. In fact, if one could choose to transform at will, it could even become an extra combat method in a different sense. Of course, once Feng's transfiguration was trained to a later stage, it could use the power of magic to destroy the virus or force that turned people into werewolves. But that required reaching a fairly high level. Even so, that was already more than enough for Lupin. It was not as if the wizarding world had no means of suppressing werewolf transformations, but Wolfsbane potion was simply too expensive. For werewolves, who usually had little money to begin with, it was something they simply could not afford. So if this transfiguration could be spread, Feng would become their savior. And at this moment, Feng had already become Lupin's savior, because Feng had shown him the hope of living like a normal person. From now on, he could make friends normally, and he could admire the moon together with friends. He would never again have to hide himself in a basement and lock himself up before the night of the full moon to keep from hurting others. If he was lucky, he might even meet a beautiful girl, marry her, and then have one or several lovely children with her. As he drifted into those fantasies, Lupin gradually became dazed. He did not even notice the moon setting and the pale white light slowly rising in the east. Nor did he notice the person he viewed as his savior walking past him with a puzzled expression, then lightly jumping out the window and transforming into a little chubby bird that flew onto the roof. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and the others were all sleeping in the hall together with the students. Naturally, Feng had to give them some face and could not keep acting so disrespectfully as he had before by casually waking them up. So he simply turned into a little chubby bird and flew onto the roof. Though, if anyone had been on the roof at that moment, they definitely would have covered their mouth in shock. Because this round little bird, so plump and adorable that anyone would fall in love with it at first glance and want to scoop it up and squish it in their hands immediately, was hopping around up there, stretching its wings one moment and lifting its legs the next. Even more surprising was that this little chubby bird was moving with a very clear sense of rhythm. If any Hogwarts student had come up and seen this scene, they definitely would have recognized it because the movements of this little chubby bird were exactly the same as the exercises they did every morning. The only difference was that now it was a little chubby bird doing them, so the motions looked a little distorted. Alright, morning exercise is over. Time to get to the real business. Boo! With a soft sound, the adorable little chubby bird gave a light leap and rose into the air. Once it was 2 or 3 meters off the ground, it suddenly transformed into an eagle with a wingspan of over 2 meters and dove straight toward the Black Lake. He had already sent word for the people in the village to deal with the reed leaves. What he needed to handle now was the filling for the rice dumplings. And considering different people's tastes, he had to pick several kinds. He could not just use pork belly or something. As for why he was going to the Black Lake first, naturally it was to find some bait before coming back to fish for catch crabs. While Feng, in eagle form, was selecting filling and bait in the sky, on the other side of the distant ocean, several genuine Chinese rural dogs were cursing as they trekked through the mountains. That brat Feng is seriously such a damn dog, more dog than us actual dogs. He actually made a bunch of dogs pick zongzi leaves for him. Is that something a human could come up with? Stop complaining. If you lot move any slower, the old men and women in the village will be up soon. Then if we want to pick any, we'll have to run to an even farther mountain. Woof! He really isn't human. Amid the constant grumbling, with a flash of white light, the better-looking zongzi leaves in front of De Huang drifted down neatly and slowly. But before they could touch the ground, a gentle force lifted them up and stacked them together in order. Then a thin hemp string automatically tied up the stack of zongzi leaves. Let's go. We've already picked more than half the zongzi leaves here. Time to head to the next place. Once the zongzi leaves were tied up, a big black dog with glossy jet black fur crawled out of the grass. With a flash from its magical collar, it stored away the bundle of zongzi leaves. The other big dogs that came out with it weren't surprised at all, because they had the same kind of thing too. It was just storage equipment. Ever since Feng tinkered it out and dragged Xiaoli from next door over to share his joy and show off a bit, then taught them a few times, they had all gradually gotten one scoop of bighead carp meat, 1 scoop of shrimp meat, plus 1 scoop of calico. Ahem, 1 scoop of aged corn kernels, then a bit of drawing powder, and the chum will be. Wait, I'm planning to use this for ground cages to catch crabs, not for chumming and fishing. Looking at the chum he had already kneaded into a ball, Feng couldn't help sighing. Still, he set that big lump of chum aside, then casually kneaded another ball of bait. As the saying went, since it was already made, he might as well just fish for a while. After all, it would still take time for the crabs to enter the cages. Of course, this was the season when crayfish were at their plumpest. So Feng set up a few extra crayfish cages. And just half an hour later, the fish and shrimp he had caught earlier, adding up to at least 200 gene, had all turned into balls of chum. Alright, the bait's ready. Next, time to get to work. The moment he finished speaking, Feng's expression instantly turned serious. Then, with a flip of his right hand, a yellow fishing rod appeared in it. Off you go. As Feng flicked the hand holding the rod, the hook on the line seemed to have eyes of its own and directly caught onto the prepared ground cage. Then, with another forceful swing, the cage hanging from the hook flew out along with the line. But before it could fly very far, it vanished into thin air. At the exact moment the cage disappeared, another ground cage suddenly appeared about 2 meters above a certain great lake on the other side of the ocean. After appearing, quickly plunged into the water. But this was only the beginning. As that first group of cages landed, smack, in no time at all, one cage after another appeared and dropped into the lake. And by the forbidden lake on the far side of the ocean, fine beads of sweat had appeared at some point on Feng's delicate and handsome little face. TSK, throwing ground cages that far away, even borrowing the fishing rod's power, is still a bit tiring. Looks like I'll have to eat more good food tonight to make up for it. As Feng muttered to himself inside Hogwarts Castle, at a window facing the Black Lake, 2 elderly men were both staring at the figure by the lakeshore with grave expressions. Perhaps. We've both underestimated this little fellow. His true strength might be enough to overturn the entire wizarding world with ease. And his power may not come from magic at all. It may be some special power from the east. Although Feng had restrained his aura, when he used the fishing rod with full force, a tiny bit still leaked out. And whether it was Dumbledore or Grindelwald, both were top-tier powerhouses of the wizarding world. On top of that, neither of them had skipped their morning exercises over the past 2 years. So after the 2 of them, now at least half again stronger than in the original story, sensed that trace of power unique to cultivators leaking from Feng, they both became incomparably serious. Because they discovered that even the tiny bit of aura that escaped represented power in no way inferior to theirs. But when they saw Feng throw out one ground cage after another, then put bait on the hooks and cast them into the Black Lake to fish, they couldn't help starting to doubt themselves again. That aura just now. Was it really given off by that little guy Feng? Could it have been his fishing rod instead? That guy treasures his fishing rod like crazy. Even I can't touch it. Grindelwald. Albus Dumbledore. What? Do you mean? Grindelwald. I think I've seen that girl named Cho Chang use his fishing rod before. Her technique was just a bit worse. Out of 3 casts, 2 of them hooked the ground, and 1 nearly caught your sweetheart and flung her into the lake. Dumbledore? So his fishing rod actually isn't special. He just simply doesn't want me touching it? Dumbledore. Plate. Feng. You seriously have no idea how bad your fishing skills are? I spent 2 days chumming that spot, and the fish there were already gathering in schools. Even complete beginners like Hermione and Cho Chang could catch fish just by hanging a blade of grass on the hook. But you actually managed to come up empty using bait I prepared myself. And you think I'd let you touch my fishing rod? Leaving Dumbledore and Grindelwald aside, after Feng finished setting all the ground cages, he leisurely started fishing. As for Dumbledore and the others' gazes, Feng naturally noticed them. But even if Dumbledore and the others discovered his strength, so what? It wasn't like they could expel him over it. Suddenly, Feng's eyes sharpened, and he shot up from the recliner before fiercely jerking up the fishing rod in his hand. Whoosh, got one. Wowuk, the sound of the fishing line slicing through the air rang out as the yellow fishing rod in Feng's hand was bent into a bow by the fish under the water. That strength. That speed. This is definitely a meter-class big fish. Ha ha ha. Tonight's extra dish is settled. Dumbledore, Grindelwald. We actually worried for a moment that this guy might overturn the entire wizarding world. I must have lost my mind. Watching Feng get wildly excited over hooking a fish, Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged a glance, then went back to eat and drink as usual. As for the future of the wizarding world, they could leave that to Harry and the others. And as for Voldemort, with Yi Feng around, what was there to fear from Voldemort?
Forget Ye Feng.
Even with their current strength, they could already beat peak Voldemort like a hanging target. If even that still let Voldemort make a comeback and fulfill the prophecy, then they might as well just slit their own throats and be done with it. Not long after Dumbledore and the others went back, Yi Feng also dragged a huge fish 1.5 meters long up to the surface. Having successfully caught such a big fish, Yi Feng was finally satisfied. After putting the fish into his keep net, he casually dumped all the prepared bait into the lake, tidied things up a bit, then carried his catch back to school. Less than a minute after Yi Feng left, the previously calm surface of the Black Lake started boiling. If someone entered the water at that moment, they would see countless fish beneath the surface desperately fighting over the bait Yi Feng had dumped in. And every fish that managed to snatch some bait would leave at top speed and dive into the deep water area. They didn't have intelligence, but they still had the instinct to grow stronger. Some of the bait Yi Feng made contained a bit of waste liquid left over from failed alchemy that hadn't been destroyed. To Yi Feng, that waste liquid was just useless residue with a faint fragrance, something very handy for mixing into fishing bait. But to the fish in the Black Lake, it was a chance to become stronger. It wasn't as effective as real pills, but as long as they could get even one bite, their growth speed would be more than twice that of their own kind. And whether in strength or swimming speed, they would become noticeably stronger. But Yi Feng didn't know any of that. He just felt that there seemed to be more and more big fish in the Black Lake. That was all. And in the deeper part of the Black Lake, a certain giant squid was just as pleased with itself, because now there were more and more big fish in the lake that let it hunt and feed to its heart's content without worrying that eating too much would wipe out all the fish in the Black Lake. Yi Feng, OHM. If nothing unexpected happens, the zongzi leaves should be taken care of. The crabs and crayfish should also be enough to eat if nothing goes wrong. But why do I still feel like something's missing? Carrying the fish as he walked into the school and thinking back over all the preparations he had made, Yi Feng kept feeling like something was still missing, but he just could not remember it for the moment, until he saw that unbelievably thick whomping willow. Yi Feng, I got it. Dragon boats, it's dragon boats. How can the Dragon Boat Festival not have dragon boat racing? So should I start making dragon boats now? Not too many, but there should at least be one for each house, right? As he muttered, Yi Feng looked the gigantic whomping willow up and down. Whomping willow, de 0 to QY. Don't come over here, Yi Feng, de. Although the whomping willow was indeed thick enough and tall enough, and one tree would be enough to make 4 dragon boats were somewhat similar to dugout canoes in that they were both relatively long and narrow. That kind of hull shape required the wood for making the dragon boats to be long enough to avoid splicing, while also tough enough. Otherwise, after a few strokes and one drift across the water, it would crack in the middle, and that would be a joke. The whomping willow's size and length were suitable, but judging by how it could snap after being hit, its flexibility was obviously not up to standard, so Yi Feng merely glanced at it and walked away, making the whomping willow let out a long breath of relief. As an antique-level old-timer of Hogwarts, the whomping willow had seen far too many little wizards, but among all the little wizards it had seen, not a single one had ever given it such overwhelming pressure as Yi Feng. Since the whomping willow would not work, Yi Feng could only go look for other suitable wood. But he was not worried about failing to find any, because dense forests surrounded Hogwarts, and in the Forbidden Forest there were plenty of towering trees dozens of meters tall, with trunks 3 to 4 meters around, growing straight into the sky. So Yi Feng was in no hurry at all. He handed the fish to the house elves in the kitchen, told them to keep the freshest piece of belly meat and make a dish out of it for them, then went back to class. Yes, although all his grades were quite good, so he received quite a few privileges at school, he still had to attend class in person. Of course, if the last time he had Little Gray transform into him to attend class for him had not been exposed, then skipping class actually would have been possible. Little Gray was already quite intelligent now, about on the level of a 5 or 6-year-old child, so as long as it did not speak, no one except those very familiar with him could tell. It was just a pity that he was not the silent type. So the very first time he had Little Gray transform into him and attend class in his place, it had been exposed. But that was not a problem. Hogwarts had plenty of free time after class. At the very least, they did not have evening self-study, so after afternoon classes ended, Yi Feng ran into the Forbidden Forest alone, and he did this for 2 or 3 days in a row. Yi Feng's unusual behavior quickly caught Harry and the others' attention. In the end, on the 4th day, just as Yi Feng was about to leave for the Forbidden Forest again after class, Harry and the others stopped him. Yi Feng, what exactly has been going on with you these past few days? Why do you run off the moment class ends every day? You do not even study with us anymore. You do not even eat dinner with us. Yeah. If you keep this up, Hermione is about to lose it and bring Cho Chang over. Yi Feng, Sigma Day. And not to that extent, right? How is it not? Do you know how worried we've been these past few days? If Cho wasn't worried that watching over you too much would make you uncomfortable and kept holding us back, we would have come to find you long ago.
Why Fen, Sigma, oh.
S. So that's how it is? Alright then. I didn't expect you all to be this worried about me. But you don't need to worry. These past few days, I was just looking for a few suitable trees for making dragon boats. I've basically found them now. But since you're all here, come take a look with me. Maybe I'll need your help judging them too. As he spoke, Feng turned and walked out, and Harry and the others could only follow. A few minutes later, Ron, T. These are the few pieces of wood you were talking about? Looking at the towering trees with trunks 3 meters in diameter and heights of 40 to 50 meters, Ron was completely stunned. Even Hermione and Harry, who had already had some idea of what Feng meant by wood, could not help being shocked when they saw the real thing. Feng, the dragon boats you're talking about. Just how big are they? Thinking of how Feng had said there were several more of these logs, even bold Hermione could not help swallowing, because if every log was this huge, then the dragon boats made from them would definitely be massive monsters. However, Feng's next words directly left Hermione and the others dumbfounded. Not that big. Just a bit over 1 meter wide and around 10 meters long, I guess. Ron, how much? A bit over 1 meter wide and around 10 meters long. What about it? Is there a problem? Gulp. Hearing Feng say that, even Hermione and the others who knew nothing about shipbuilding could not help swallowing, because even they knew that building a boat required a lot of wooden planks joined together. But Feng was actually planning to carve a whole boat directly out of one entire tree. This was simply a terrible waste. Oh, there are countless big trees like this in the Forbidden Forest, and quite a few of them died because they couldn't compete for nutrients. Then it's fine. In the end, Feng chose 7 or 8 straight trees that he had inspected with magic and confirmed had excellent material, definitely not worm-eaten or hollow, then cut them down and brought them back to school. As for logging, was that not just a matter of casually swinging his sword finger along with it? But when Feng brought those few trees back to school after trimming off the branches, so that only the trunks and some thicker limbs that could be used for paddles and the like remained, then placed them on the training grounds, the entire school exploded.
Dumbledore, Epsilon, O, Psi.
Student Feng, what exactly do you plan to do with so many trees you've cut down and brought back? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, then I really will add together the charges for entering the Forbidden Forest without permission and cutting down trees in the Forbidden Forest. Feng, Headmaster Dumbledore, I cut down so many trees to make dragon boats. Each house will have at least 1 dragon boat. Everyone at Hogwarts. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Feng explained, I was thinking that the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. I've already almost finished preparing the reed leaves and the ingredients for the Dragon Boat Festival feast. But the Dragon Boat Festival can't be without dragon boats, so I was thinking of making at least 4 dragon boats, 1 for each house, and then we'll hold a dragon boat race on the Black Lake. Hearing Feng say that, almost everyone's eyes lit up, because they had heard the 2 words feast and competition, and as long as those 2 words came from Feng, that meant absolute fun and delicious food. Just hearing about it was enough to make their eyes shine and their mouths water. Dumbledore, another holiday from China? Foreign holidays are good. High-end, mysterious, and with a long history. Approved. Good. Later, make a detailed plan for it, but I think 4 dragon boats is a bit too few. There should be at least 5. We professors may be old and creaky, but we want to join the fun too. Feng. Hearing Dumbledore say that, Feng immediately felt it was settled. As for building the dragon boats, he only needed to draw the drafts and set the competition rules. That would be enough. Other people would handle the rest. Feng did not know how to build dragon boats, but he did not really need to, because there would be people specifically tasked with making them according to his ideas. What he needed to do now was set the competition rules and choose the crew for his own dragon boat. Because dragon boat racing was a team event. It had to be orderly and unified, with every order carried out without fail. But Feng was not the only one doing this. After hearing the news, the others also started designing dragon boats that belonged to them alone, and quite a few had already begun recruiting people. After all, they still had not forgotten the last broom racing competition. That last competition was still vivid in their memories even now. The people who got good placements had benefited enormously, Harry and the others being the best example. After taking those pills, their physical fitness, memory, magic reserves, and understanding of spells had all risen by far more than 1 level. Because of that, quite a few people started calling friends over to form teams as soon as they heard there would be a dragon boat race. Some had even already come to ask Feng how many people one boat team needed, and that was also one of the things troubling Feng. A traditional dragon boat team usually had 18 people. 16 paddlers, 1 drummer, and 1 steersman. But it also needed a few substitutes. So in general it took around 25 people to form a proper dragon boat team. 25 people was not much in a village, and in a school it was even less of an issue, but at this point a problem appeared. Should each house send out 1 dragon boat team, or should each house send out 1 team for every year? If one house only sent 1 team, then the lower years would almost all be passed over, because dragon boating required strength. When it came to strength alone, boys naturally had an advantage over girls because of physiological differences, and among the same-sex older students, meaning those in higher years also had more of an advantage. The result of that would be that if each house really only sent 1 dragon boat, then the lower years and the girls would almost all be eliminated, and in the end this dragon boat race would turn into a stage for the upper years alone. After thinking it over, Feng decided they could reduce the number a little and compress the dragon boat team down to 10 people. That way every year, and even every house in every year could send out a team. Then the whole school would be able to participate. The moment Feng voiced this suggestion, it was almost instantly supported by the entire school. However, the trees he had brought back were suddenly nowhere near enough. Fortunately, Hogwarts might not have many other things, but it definitely had more than enough trees. What left Feng rather speechless was that the next day, he heard a piece of news that made him stare in shock. Some students from a certain house, in order to build their own dragon boat as soon as possible, had directly set their sights on the Whomping Willow that Feng had passed over, and that very night they put the idea into action. As for the result, the Whomping Willow was called the Whomping Willow because it really did hit people. In fact, if you ran even a little slower and got struck head-on, it was not impossible to be sent off in one blow. If Filch had not heard the commotion and found those unlucky fools, Feng and the others probably could have gone to a funeral banquet today. With these seniors setting an example first, the students who had been thinking the same thing immediately gave up on the idea. After all, the precedent was right there. 2 days later, Feng's dragon boat appeared on the surface of the Black Lake, and there was no need to guess who his members were. Harry and the others definitely could not escape. After that, Cho Chang and the girls were pulled in as well, but even then it was still not enough, because together they only made 7 people. Even adding Neville, they were still short by 2. Of course, Feng's team was absolutely impossible not to fill, because joining his team was basically the same as locking in a prize-winning spot. Feng's strength was no joke, and although Cho Chang and the others were girls, when it came to strength, compared with the other boys of the same age in their house, they were truly no weaker, only stronger. In the end, Feng handed the choice over to Harry and the others. Feng's original intention had been to pull in 2 more boys, because boys could be trained to the death, and when they did poorly, he could still curse at them a few times. If they were girls, Feng really could not bring himself to do it. After Hermione and the others discussed it, they pulled in the remaining 2 from Harry's dormitory, Dean and Seamus. As for why Hermione and the girls did not bring in their own roommates, Feng was not too sure. As for Feng's roommates, originally he had some, but back in first year, after he pulled out an alchemy furnace taller than a person in the middle of the night, threw a bunch of strange and bizarre materials into it to refine pills, and often got up at night to fiddle with all kinds of things, he no longer had any. Of course, Harry and Ron had suggested moving into the same dormitory with him, but Dumbledore refused. As for the reason, naturally it was because he did not want to hear news in the middle of the night that some chosen one had been blasted away for no apparent reason. In fact, there was already a near consensus in the house. When danger appeared, as long as you hid by Feng's side, that was absolutely the safest place. Even if Voldemort came, your life would definitely be guaranteed. But when there was no danger, if your heart was not strong enough, then it was best not to get too close. So even though staying by Feng's side might bring no small amount of benefits, afterward no one wanted to move into a dormitory with Feng, so naturally he no longer had any roommates. With the teammates chosen, the next step was to start practicing. Normally, when first learning dragon boating, people practiced by the shore, because dragon boats were narrow after all. If you failed to keep your balance, it was easy to capsize right away. But Feng and the others did not have that concern, because magic could solve the vast majority of problems. So, by the very next day, the Black Lake had gained all kinds of strange and varied dragon boats, but the scene was simply too horrible to look at. Feng's group was doing a little better, because they were all fairly familiar with each other and had quite a bit of tacit understanding. So after a simple discussion, they were able to start paddling slowly to the chant. They were not fast, but at least they could move. As for the others, they either stayed stuck in place, spun in circles, or zigzagged around. Over a distance of just 40 or 50 meters, they could crash into and flip 5 or 6 dragon boats. What a tragedy. Good thing we have some teamwork and paddled farther away, or we'd definitely have been knocked over too. Looking at those classmates whose boats had been overturned and who had turned into soaked rats, Ron could not help sighing. Hermione and the others nodded in agreement when they heard that. And on the other side of the lakeshore, the people on another dragon boat were also nodding in deep agreement. As expected of Albus. I was still wondering just now why we had to paddle all the way over here. Now that I've seen the little wizards in total chaos, I finally understand. Alright, let's hurry and practice too. Don't let our students beat us so badly that we can't even get a placing. That would be far too embarrassing. As soon as those words fell, the professors began paddling away again with great effort. But if one looked carefully, it would become obvious that every one of them had magic cast on them, and even the dragon boat itself had been enchanted. No matter what, they were professors and the headmaster. If they capsized, turned into soaked rats, and got seen by the students, that would not be good. So practice was practice. But the preparations that should be made still had to be made. Hey, old Sue, have you noticed that this year's zongzi leaves are harder to pick? Did something big happen in someone's family? Why have the leaves been picked clean everywhere we go? Of course I noticed. I noticed it a long time ago. But I also noticed something else. Even though these zongzi leaves have been picked, a lot of places only had half taken and half left behind. Otherwise we'd have to run to even more places before we could gather enough. Man, I really don't know which bastard is being such a dog about this. Couldn't you just finish picking one place and leave another alone? Now if we pick, one place isn't enough, and if we don't pick, who knows whether the next place will have any. So we end up carrying a pile of zongzi leaves around everywhere. Alright, stop complaining and hurry up. If we're any later, even the remaining half might be gone. Before I came out, I saw old Huang from the village entrance and his wife heading out too. Why didn't you say that earlier? Hurry, we can't let those two get ahead of us. Or we won't even see a single leaf. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance, and after the two left, the wild grass started shaking. Then several figures the villagers knew very well appeared beside that clump of zongzi leaves. It should be about enough picked. Let us go. Time to send it over to that little brat with the surname Yi. Half an hour later, several big dogs gathered near Yi Feng's home, and if anyone had seen what they were doing, they would have been absolutely shocked, because they were actually stuffing a small mountain of zongzi leaves into a tiny bag, then hanging that little bag around the neck of a crane. Coo! Along with a long cry, a streak of white light shot into the sky. A few hours later, Yi Feng, who was beating a drum to control the rowing rhythm, saw a streak of white light flying toward him. That made him freeze for a moment, and that brief pause directly threw Harry and the others off, causing their rhythm to break and the boat to slow down. Yi Feng, what happened just now? After stopping the boat, Cho Chang, who was closest to Yi Feng, spoke first. Nothing. I'm just receiving a delivery. As he spoke, Yi Feng reached out and caught that light falling from the sky. When the glow faded, Cho Chang and the others realized it was a paper crane, and around its neck hung a tiny little bag. It's fine. Let us continue. After putting away the paper crane, Yi Feng picked up the drumsticks again. And by then the wide surface of the Black Lake was already filled with dragon boats painted with all kinds of different patterns. By evening, the students, who had practiced for nearly the entire day, were all completely worn out and headed ashore one after another. Yi Feng and his group had gone ashore long ago. After all, their coordination was quite high, and every one of them was in excellent physical condition, so not only could they row in perfect unison, but they were also extremely fast. Of course, things like those drifting turns you see online were still out of the question. But going in a straight line was absolutely no problem, so they had long since returned to shore and were fishing while watching everyone else struggle through practice. Although they were all fishing, Yi Feng was a little different from Cho Chang and the others. He was hauling in a fish trap, and when he saw the trap packed full with its catch, he immediately smiled. This dragon boat festival was secured. 3 days later, early in the morning, Yi Feng took the zongzi leaves out of his storage space and had the kitchen house elves boil them first. That would both remove the raw green taste from the leaves and make them softer and less likely to tear. Of course, after they were boiled, Yi Feng kept part of them and handed the rest over to Dumbledore to deal with. As for whether he gave them to the students to wrap themselves or had the house elves do it, that had nothing to do with Yi Feng. Yi Feng was from the south, so the kind of zongzi he ate were savory ones, meat-filled ones, the kind where one was enough to fill you up. Because of that, he had prepared quite a lot of fillings in advance. Aside from peanuts, sesame, mung beans, and red beans, there was also peeled lobster meat. And this wasn't tea crayfish, but a proper giant dragon lizard, personally fished out of the ocean by Yi Feng. If you didn't tea like that, there was also the traditional pork belly as well as beef, slow-braised tender tendon, and plenty of other choices. Of course, Yi Feng had also prepared quite a few surprises for them, like beef zongzi marinated overnight in chili oil until the flavor had fully soaked in, and sesame peanut pumpkin candy filling zongzi, made by stir-frying it with concentrated bitter melon juice. Yi Feng had come prepared, and Harry and the others were unwilling to fall behind. Compared to Yi Feng, though, they were much more gentle, but in Yi Feng's eyes, they were even more heretical because they actually put strawberries, blueberries, and other fruits into the zongzi and even added mustard, ham, and cheese. Seeing what Harry and the others had added, even Yi Feng got a little intimidated. In the end, he separated all the specially filled zongzi as an extra batch, turning them into a kind of challenge blind box. Anyone who didn't like it could just eat the normal zongzi instead. Luna especially approved of this, because she really liked Yi Feng's cooking and didn't want to have to stay on edge while eating it. Night soon fully fell, but Hogwarts did not quiet down at all. Instead, it became even livelier, because Dumbledore had decided to let the young wizards wrap the zongzi themselves. However, the fillings, the soaked glutinous rice, and so on had all been prepared by the house elves. The students only needed to wrap the zongzi and make their own unique marks on them. Naturally, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were unwilling to miss something this interesting, and Dumbledore felt it could help improve team integration, so he dragged Snape and the others over to wrap zongzi as well. But once they actually started, they realized that wrapping zongzi was not as easy as it looked, so they decisively went to Yi Feng to learn from the master. Although Yi Feng had seen his parents wrap zongzi and had done it himself before, he was only at the level of making ones that didn't leak rice. As for whether they looked especially good, that was another matter. So after Dumbledore and the others went back and wrapped them themselves, they were indeed much better and they no longer leaked, but as for appearance, could only be said that if you didn't tell people they were zongzi, everyone else would absolutely think they were just bundles of tied up leaves. Still, even if they didn't look very good, at least they no longer leaked. And after all those different kinds of zongzi were simmered in a large pot for several hours and then taken out, surprisingly enough, they really did start to look a bit like actual zongzi. The zongzi had already been wrapped, and the Dragon Boat Festival had quietly drawn near, so that very morning, Yi Feng officially announced that the Dragon Boat Race was beginning. But before the race started, there was still one thing they needed to do, and that was feed the fish. Yes, feed the fish. According to legend, the reason people wrap zongzi during the Dragon Boat Festival and throw zongzi and other food into the Miluo River is to feed the fish in the river, so they wouldn't eat Chu Yuan's body after it was cast into the river. The Black Lake definitely had nothing to do with Chu Yuan, but Yi Feng felt traditions couldn't be abandoned. More importantly, if you didn't feed the fish, how were they supposed to grow if they weren't full? Dumbledore did not reject Yi Feng's suggestion. After all, once the fish in the lake grew bigger, they would end up in their stomachs sooner or later, so it wasn't a waste. And after tossing some food into the lake, the competition officially began. Whoos bang! As a burst of fireworks shot into the sky and exploded, the dragon boats lined up neatly at the lakeshore starting line all set off one after another, and the most eye-catching of them all was Yi Feng's boat, because the moment the starting signal sounded, their dragon boat shot forward like an arrow loosed from the bow. But it was also at that moment that something happened which caught everyone by surprise. Dumbledore and the professor's team had also rushed out right after the start, but they directly slammed into a dragon boat on their left that had been too eager to launch and failed to control its direction. That instantly triggered a chain reaction, and in the blink of an eye, the starting area turned into complete chaos. Shit, you pig! Move out of the way! Ah, get out of the way! We're going to crash. Keep your balance. The boat's going to capsize. In dragon boat racing, speed mattered, but stability mattered even more, because once your boat lost balance and flipped, that basically meant you had lost. After all, the people who could take part were mostly young adults in their prime. In that situation, technique wasn't completely useless, but the gap it could make was already very small. But there was one situation where capsizing didn't matter at all, and that was when everyone was bad and everyone was capsizing. At that point, the contest was no longer about who was faster, but about who hadn't capsized, who had capsized fewer times, and who could right their boat and set off again the fastest after flipping over. So the starting area was filled with people shouting and yelling. Of course, there were also a few old perverts whose attention had drifted elsewhere, but that was only a minority. Most people were still thinking about how to restart as quickly as possible. Still, as the saying went, mistakes happen in a rush. Quite a few people climbed back onto their boats and rowed for a while before suddenly realizing their rowing team seemed to be missing one person, or had one extra person. There were also some teams that hadn't lost anyone, but after rowing for a while, they discovered that the people on their boat didn't seem quite right. Where were their teammates? Oh, on the boat opposite them. But that still wasn't the most ridiculous part. Even more ridiculous was that one of the boats had originally belonged entirely to a certain Gryffindor year when it set off, but after flipping over 2 or 3 times halfway through, it turned into half Gryffindor, a small half of Hufflepuff plus 2 or 3 Ravenclaws. But there was no such thing as the most outrageous, only more outrageous, because Yi Feng saw that on one boat, It started with a Slytherin student as the drummer, then while rowing it somehow became Hufflepuff, then while rowing it became Gryffindor again, and in the end, while rowing, their original drummer actually came back. It was unbelievably absurd and explosive. Hiss. Good thing we rowed fast. Otherwise, even if we had enough teamwork and enough strength, we definitely would have been flipped over by those people. Whoosh. The moment Ron's jinxed mouth finished speaking, an earthy yellow beam of light brushed past his head and flew by. Shit. What was that? Looked like a bludger? Couldn't see it clearly, it was flying too fast. I only vaguely saw a shadow, but it should have been something spherical. That's right. I saw it too, but that thing was golden, so it probably wasn't. Boom! Before Neville could finish, a dragon boat that had fought its way through and was slowly catching up to Yifeng's group from behind was struck clean across the middle by that golden light and blasted into two halves. Taking that hit also slowed the thing down quite a bit, and they finally saw what it actually was. Harry was right, but not entirely right, because it really was a bludger, but it also wasn't an ordinary bludger, because it had been modified and painted gold with greater power, faster speed, and far trickier movement. Since this was the wizarding world, then dragon boat racing naturally couldn't just be simple dragon boat racing, so Yifeng had prepared a surprise for all the contestants. That surprise was that during the race, some modified bludgers would appear at random, and these bludgers would crash into everything along their path. Of course, to avoid getting anyone killed, the bludgers would release a spell to protect nearby people when they hit something, so even though that dragon boat had been blown apart and flipped into two pieces, the people on board were not injured. However, even though this bludger caused no casualties, still opened Pandora's box. Since bludgers could appear during the dragon boat race, didn't that mean they could also attack other people? So some of the witches and wizards who had fallen into the water began casting spells to attack those smug people still rowing their boats. Along with a shout of stupefy, the surface of the black lake instantly lit up with multicolored flashes. The mere people at the bottom of the lake, who still refused to give up or rather hated Yifeng but didn't dare make a move and could only watch through gritted teeth, went completely numb the moment they saw that dazzling light. During the broom race before, because the course was very long and full of traps, the Black Lake had only been one section of the route, so back then the mere people had only intercepted a small portion of the students, but now it was different. A dragon boat race was raced with boats, which meant it had to happen on the water, so the vast Black Lake became the best track. As a result, at this moment nearly all the students at Hogwarts, or rather even students and teachers, were on the lake. So the scale of this magical melee was far beyond the previous one. If the last one had been a normal battle, then this one counted as an epic-level war. It could be said that at this moment, magical light was shining everywhere across the surface of the Black Lake. Even Yifeng's boat, the one moving the fastest, was covered in magic. Fortunately, Yifeng's group's magical skill was genuinely very strong. After discovering that someone had launched an attack on them, Yifeng directly took over the job of defense, beating the drum to keep the rhythm while blocking the occasional incoming spell, while Hermione and Cho Chang handled the counterattacks. Yes, Harry, the original protagonist, didn't get a chance to join in. He was still rowing with all his might, but he had no complaints at all, because when it came to magic, he really wasn't on the same level as Cho Chang and Hermione. Couldn't be helped. Cho Chang was originally the top academic ace of Ravenclaw even among their year, and she was also 1 year above Yifeng and the others. On top of that, she had benefited the most from Yifeng's good stuff, since Yifeng always stayed at Cho Chang's house during the holidays, so in terms of spells and magic, she was clearly a tier above Harry and Hermione. As for Hermione, there was even less to say. This was someone in Gryffindor who could overpower same-year Ravenclaws in ability. And she also loved reading, so the number of spells she had mastered was at least double that of Harry and Ron. Faced with these two top-tier academic monsters, Harry and the others could naturally only stand aside, and the people who had attacked Yifeng's boat quickly got to taste what regret meant. It could only be said that Cho Chang and Hermione truly deserved to be called academic aces. The number of spells they knew was genuinely huge, so much that even Yifeng felt a little ashamed, because although he could basically learn something with just one look, he was too lazy to look. So even though he knew many spells, his range wasn't all that broad, just the main ones. But Hermione and Cho Chang were different. They really knew everything, so when they counterattacked, they never even repeated the same spell. The most outrageous part was that they even coordinated with each other, like one of them casting Lumos and the other following up with Petrificus Totalis, matching the first spell like that. Hermione and Cho Chang's powerful counterattacks made a lot of people suffer. Even among them, upper-year students gave up after trying once. But there were also stubborn ones who refused to believe it, and not only did they refuse to give up themselves, they started pulling others in as well, and they actually managed to gather quite a few people. This wasn't because those people had some overwhelming influence, nor because Yifeng's group was especially disliked. The main reason was that they had already pulled far ahead of everyone else. If they weren't held back, then the champion of this race would definitely be Yi Feng's group. Since everyone had come to compete, who didn't want to win first place? So once someone called for it, a large number of contestants split off part of their manpower to attack Yi Feng's dragon boat. And honestly, the move worked pretty well. Magic was something that depended on talent, and within Yi Feng's dragon boat team, even if Yi Feng himself was excluded, everyone else would still count as top-tier talents in the entire wizarding world. So although they were all quite young, their strength was genuinely formidable. But even though they were strong, there was a saying, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. On top of that, Yi Feng couldn't act too outrageously, or the race would lose all meaning, so Yi Feng also started to fail to defend against everything, which forced them to assign even more people to defense. With more people defending against others' magic, naturally fewer people were left rowing, and with fewer people rowing, the boat's speed naturally slowed down, so the people behind them gradually began catching up. If this kept going, Yi Feng's group really might end up getting worn to death by them, so they began thinking of a way to break the deadlock. And right at that moment, one boat entered Yi Feng's sight, and the reason it caught his attention was mainly because they had actually taken advantage of Yi Feng's group being targeted to quietly surge up from behind and were about to overtake them. Look over there. Headmaster Dumbledore's group is about to pass us. Focus fire on them. As he spoke, Yi Feng directly took the lead in attacking Dumbledore's dragon boat, which had been quietly making its move to overtake them while they were in intense crossfire. Dumbledore, Day. Yi Feng. That shout from Yi Feng successfully drew part of everyone's attention over there, and when Dumbledore's good students saw that their headmaster had actually tried to sneak a tower while they were focus firing Yi Feng, they instantly got angry. Then Dumbledore's group got focus fired instead. Hogwarts' students had long since understood one truth. During a competition, there was no distinction between teachers and students. In a competition, there were only contestants. And as long as you were a contestant, who cared who you were? If you were in front of me, then I could make a move. So Dumbledore's dragon boat was engulfed in dazzling light.
So scary.
These guys really are crazy. They're going at it even harder than when they were dealing with us. Phew. Yeah, we can finally catch our breath.
Yi Feng.
Looking at Harry and the others, who had all relaxed at the same time, Yi Feng's head was full of question marks. I found Dumbledore and called on the others to focus their fire on them, successfully drawing most of the attacks. And that was so you could rest? What are you doing? Instead of taking advantage of their attention being on Headmaster Dumbledore and the others to row quickly, if you wait until they react, it'll be hard for us to get away. Luna and the others. Sigma, Day. Oh right, quick. Row. While they're not paying attention to us. Let us hurry and get out of here. While the others were distracted by Dumbledore and his group, Yi Feng and the others rowed away at top speed. But not everyone had their eyes on Dumbledore and the others. Quite a lot of people were still watching Yi Feng's group, so they were discovered very quickly. As a result, with some people shouting, a portion of them began switching targets. But with Dumbledore and the others sharing part of the pressure, Yi Feng and his group could barely handle it, so although their speed was still a bit slow, they gradually widened the gap from the others. As for Dumbledore's professor team, they had it a bit rough. They had failed to break away from the whirlpool at the starting point before the race began, so they were already lagging quite a bit behind. Now they had just broken through the encirclement and become the frontrunners, only for Yi Feng to drag them into the mess. Their speed dropped all at once, and the people behind immediately latched onto them. Although they still had a slight lead over the people behind, that distance was nowhere near enough for them to fully break free. Could be said that with just one mistake, the people behind would overtake them, so Dumbledore, who was steering, was absolutely furious. Put in more effort. Everyone. Those little rascals with Yi Feng aren't that far from us. As long as we push harder, we can catch them. Once we catch them, we'll let them see whether us old bones really live up to our name. Oh, encouraged by Dumbledore, the professor's morale surged. And although the members on this boat were all fairly old, it was perfectly normal for wizards to live 200 or 300 years. On top of that, they had been doing morning exercises quite often over the past 2 years, so their physical condition was actually pretty good. Of course, the most important thing was that they had Hagrid. With Hagrid's build, he alone could match 3 people, so his oar was also bigger. And a bigger oar meant a larger contact area with the water, which meant stronger propulsion. So it was very easy to see that every time Hagrid rowed with force, their boat shot forward a bit. Seeing the professors go all out, the other students naturally didn't want to fall behind. While assigning 1 or 2 companions to attack and defend, they also rowed with all their might. As a result, the flashes above the Black Lake decreased by more than half, but one streak after another of churning white marks appeared instead. Seeing the attacks lessen, even Dumbledore and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, although the magic these little guys used wasn't particularly powerful offensive magic, there was simply too much of it. And with the atmosphere Yi Feng had fostered, Hogwarts had become rather full of martial spirit, so even Dumbledore and the others didn't dare underestimate being ganged up on. Fortunately, the siege was finally coming to an end, and the race had entered its middle to late stage. They had now reached the center of the Black Lake. A dragon boat race wasn't just about explosive power. It also tested endurance, because frantic rowing consumed an enormous amount of stamina. Not to mention that the racecourse for Yi Feng's event stretched directly across the entire Black Lake. So when the main group reached the center of the lake, even though their physiques had been strengthened, many people still gradually began to tire and slow down, including Yi Feng and the others. At times like this, the human body actually hadn't reached its limit yet. It was just that the brain, in order to reduce the burden on the body, sent a signal telling you that you had reached your limit. And if you wanted to truly reach the body's real limit at that point, you needed just a tiny bit of outside stimulation. So, hey, do you guys feel like something's off? Really? It's pretty quiet. Feels fine. What's wrong? You guys feel it too? I thought it was just my imagination. I already noticed it earlier. The water flow in the lake isn't right. It feels like some huge thing is swimming in the water and disrupting the normal current. Huh? Something huge? No way. Yes way. Don't forget. This race was proposed by that guy. And that guy. The race rule he has always believed in is no rules. So good luck to yourselves. Shit, bro. Don't block the way. Don't look back. Suddenly, a huge howl came from the very back, and then the dragon boat that made the sound shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, as if some flood beast were chasing them from behind. Everyone else,
起反濁点で反濁点
run no row. After sensing something was wrong and glancing back, these people all went mad, because behind them it wasn't that there seemed to be some flood beast. There actually was one. Behind them, a giant wave 10 meters high was rolling toward them. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that within and atop the giant wave, strange creatures with flying scales and claws were constantly weaving through it. They looked very similar to the patterns and dragon head and tail on Yi Feng's boat, with waists half a meter thick and bodies over 10 meters long. Yi Feng, how can a dragon boat race have no dragons? I can't get real dragons, but water dragons, ice dragons, and things like that, I can still condense them with talismans. Run. We're dead. Row. Row. Yi Feng stopped being human again. Quick. Charge up and kill Yi Feng and his group.
Ye Feng, Hari, 起反濁点で反濁点
Looking at the rolling giant wave behind them, forget the others. Even Harry on the same boat wanted to beat Yi Feng up. A giant wave at least 5 meters high, and there were things in the wave that should be called dragons. If they got caught, their little wooden boat, made entirely of wood, would definitely not have a scrap left. Driven by their desire for victory, survival, the vast majority of people brought out their greatest potential, squeezing every last bit of remaining strength from their bodies and rowing forward like mad. This made the white trails on the lake surge violently once again. There was no way they couldn't surge, because they realized that Yi Feng really wasn't acting human. First, they had only thought that at worst the giant wave would capsize their boats. After the wave passed, they could still climb back up and continue the race. And even if the boats weren't sturdy enough and got smashed apart, the people should still be fine. But the facts proved they were wrong, because several slower boats were directly dragged into the bottom of the lake by the giant wave. Their beautifully decorated boats were instantly torn apart by it. And the most excessive part was those dragons, because those dragons were actually going after people. It wasn't enough to really injure them, but swallowing a few mouthfuls of water and doing a few full 360-degree rolls was unavoidable. You had to know those were all young ladies, and many of them were very pretty, the kind who could count as campus belles. But Yi Feng still didn't show any mercy and directly let the giant wave swallow them. That was enough to show Yi Feng really wasn't acting human. And it was precisely because of those examples that the people behind who hadn't been caught lost even the slightest trace of luck. Now, if they didn't want to end up like those 20 or 30 classmates who had no idea where they'd been swept off to, there was only one way. Row like their lives depended on it. But actually, they had all misunderstood Yi Feng, because he really hadn't meant to target anyone. That thing belonged to the category of a cutscene. It was the kind that automatically activated once the race reached a certain stage. In other words, if they had been the ones in the back, they still would have been swallowed by the giant wave. So Yi Feng was also desperately beating the drum. There was no helping it. As the commander and drummer, all he could do was beat the drum to control Harry and the others rowing rhythm so the boat could go a little faster. After all, judging from the murderous looks on the faces of the people behind them, including Dumbledore and the others, if they got caught, there definitely wouldn't be any good outcome waiting for them. So the best solution was simple: don't get caught. Under the crashing assault of the giant waves, Everyone burst out with their greatest potential, and the dragon boat actually moved even faster than it had at the start. But in the end, human potential and stamina both had their limits, so after rowing forward for a while longer, their speed gradually dropped by quite a bit. Fortunately, Feng still had some humanity left. When he designed these talismans, he hadn't intended to wipe everyone out completely, so after the giant waves chased them for a certain distance, about a quarter of the way past the center of the lake, the waves behind them slowly subsided. At that point, only the final quarter of the race remained, and by then, most people had already nearly exhausted their strength. In other words, the next quarter of the course would be a contest of willpower and unity. Whichever boat had the stronger will and better teamwork would be able to hold on to the end and charge across the finish line. Feng's group was still in relatively good shape, because they had built up such a large lead. Even if they had no strength left and slowed down, the others still wouldn't be able to catch them in the short term. They just needed to proceed steadily and they could win the championship. But Dumbledore and the others had it rough. Although they had someone like Hagrid, whose strength and endurance were both top tier, the problem was that the others were no longer young. Even the youngest, Lupin, was basically already in his 30s or 40s, so their explosiveness and endurance couldn't compare to those young students. As a result, that small advantage of theirs was gradually being erased. Fortunately, while their bodies had reached the limit, their will was much stronger. And it could only be said that old Ginger was still spicier. Even without anyone teaching them, they had figured out how to rotate the rowers, letting a small number of people take turns catching their breath. Although this couldn't actually restore them, that one breath was enough to let them last longer than the others. So even though they were slowly being caught up to, they still rowed forward with unwavering determination. And in that teeth-gritted, all-out state, where almost nothing remained except the instinct to row, the finish line gradually appeared before them. That's the finish line. The moment they saw the finish line, everyone's spirit and will flared up. Bodies that had already been squeezed so dry they couldn't produce even a trace of strength suddenly seemed to come alive again. A warm current slowly surged up from the deepest part of their bodies, jolting everyone's spirits. Row, the finish line is right in front of us. No one knew who shouted it, but the competitors, whose consciousness was slowly returning while their bodies still mechanically rowed by instinct, all shuddered. At that exact moment, that warm current spread through their bodies, filling them with vigorous vitality once again. Charge! Down with human tyranny. The world belongs to. Cough cough, the finish line is right in front of us. Whoever wins the championship can beat Feng up.
Feng. De.
Take down Feng. Take back the championship that belongs to us. Take down Feng. Take back our senior sister. Beat Feng. Steal the headmaster.
Dumbledore. Grindelwald. De.
Beat Feng. Steal the headmaster. Everyone else. First, the people who followed along and shouting hadn't reacted yet, but by the second time, they suddenly realized something was off and quickly stopped. Then, in order to change the subject as fast as possible, the group started shouting out different slogans. If you let us beat Feng, I'll cover all your snacks for the next month. U00AF, U00AF. TCH, only 1 month of snacks? If we win, we don't even have to take first. As long as we get a prize, I'll cover 2 months of snacks. Are you looking for trouble? What trouble? You all aren't ruthless enough. If our boat wins, I'll wash your clothes for a whole week. Only 1 week. I'll wash them for a month. Not only will I wash for a month, I'll do it all by hand. The moment those words came out, everyone instantly fell silent, because hand-washing the clothes of more than a dozen people for an entire month really was ruthless. They couldn't compete with that. But just when everyone thought that was already the strongest offer, a weak little voice drifted over. I'll wash 1 week's worth of socks, without using my hands and without using my feet. Oh! Although that voice was weak, when it reached their ears, it was deafening. Even Feng couldn't help widening his eyes. But when he saw that the boat she was on was full of girls, he instantly showed a look of disgust. To him, that wasn't a punishment. That was basically a reward. Humph! Your words don't count. I'm the boss on this boat. All of you row harder. And all of you only rewarding your own boat is way too stingy. I'll put it out there right now. Whoever wins the championship, I can date him for a whole month. The kind where afterward he doesn't have to take responsibility for anything. Why you're playing this big? The moment those words came out, even Feng's boat sped up by a few more notches, because that senior sister really was beautiful. She wasn't quite campus belle level, but being the beauty of her grade or department was absolutely no problem. More importantly, her figure was amazing, and her skin was extremely smooth, fair, and delicate. But why did Feng feel like this senior sister had ulterior motives? Otherwise, why had she glanced at him when she said that? As the saying went, even heroes couldn't resist a beauty. Driven by all kinds of rewards, almost everyone burst out with their final reserves of potential. And on top of that, all that morning exercise they had done before hadn't been for nothing. Although simply doing morning exercise couldn't achieve the effect of cultivation, it could still gradually improve physical fitness. And because none of them knew how to guide the power inside their bodies for cultivation, a lot of that power had been building up in their bodies. This time, after every last bit of strength in their bodies had been squeezed dry, that hidden potential was finally released. Feng wasn't interested in those rewards, but the dragon boat was something he had proposed to build. If they failed to take the championship in the end, wouldn't that be incredibly embarrassing for him? So even though he wasn't interested in the rewards, Feng still did his best to direct their boat forward and maintain their advantage to seize the championship. Just as they were only 100 or 200 meters from the finish line, the lake water suddenly started behaving abnormally, startling even Feng, because he remembered that he had only set up one mechanism, namely the giant waves and water dragons and the like. In other words, this change was a real accident, or something Dumbledore and the others had caused. But when Feng turned back to glance at Dumbledore and the others, he immediately confirmed that it wasn't them, because their faces were also full of shock, and they were looking in his direction. Bro, this wasn't me. Everyone else. Hearing that, not only the others, but even Harry and the others on the same boat were badly startled. And when they saw the lake water begin to churn, they didn't even need anyone else to say anything before they started rowing desperately. When your own life was on the line, all those flashy rewards were nothing. So Feng discovered in astonishment that these people had actually raised their rowing speed by another level. But just as everyone was rowing with all their might, Feng saw Hagrid seem to say something, then Dumbledore recited a spell, and after that the lake slowly returned to calm. But by then, no one was paying attention to any of that anymore, because the finish line was only one step away. As long as they could hold on just a little longer, victory would be theirs. Quick! Only the last 50 meters left. Charge! Hurry! Rush it! As long as we can keep our current ranking and cross the line. This rat duck here will definitely keep my promise. You said it. I want duck necks. Eat. Everyone eats. And eat 4 at once. Amid the shouting, Feng and his group, who had held onto their early advantage, were the first to cross the finish line. But they had not pulled too far ahead of second place. Less than 5 seconds after they crossed, another dragon boat, crewed by the Quidditch team, also shot past the finish line. What surprised everyone was that the senior girls' boat, the one whose members had shouted that whoever won would get a month of dates with them, actually took third place. And they had snatched it by the narrowest margin right in front of Dumbledore's boat, which made the expressions on Dumbledore and the others' faces rather unpleasant. Still, although the rankings were in order, the rewards for places 1 through 10 were all the same, so they were not too upset about it. After all, they really were quite a bit older, and there had also been a pretty big accident at the start. Being able to take 4th place was already a very good result. Could be said that if they had not been rammed at the start, and then later been dragged into the water by Feng to take the hit, Dumbledore and the professor's boat taking 2nd place would have been a very safe bet. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as if in many situations, so they only ended up with 4th place in the end. But smiles quickly appeared on their faces, and even those who had not placed were the same, because Feng announced a piece of news. I announced that today's dragon boat race has come to a perfect end. Those of you who placed don't get complacent, because you were just a little luckier and flipped your boats 2 fewer times. Those of you who didn't place, don't be sad, because tonight we will be holding a grand dragon boat festival evening party, and all the ingredients tonight will be prepared by me. Oh! The moment Feng said that, thunderous cheers instantly erupted across the Black Lake, because as long as the ingredients were prepared by Feng, there was nothing bad about them. It could be said that if he prepared it, then even if you just boiled it in plain water, it still would not taste bad. Because of that news, even the award ceremony after the competition ended in a hurry. People basically just went to collect their rewards, took a symbolic photo at the podium, and left. The audience also only came over to clap symbolically. Because of that, the entire prize-giving process was over in less than 10 minutes. This completely perfunctory award ceremony, where everyone from top to bottom wanted it over as soon as possible and did not feel unhappy about it at all, left the reporter from the Daily Prophet, who had been called over to record everything, utterly bewildered, because she had never seen such a fast and efficient award ceremony before. But she quickly understood why everyone was in such a hurry, because when the participants stored away the dragon boats, cleaned up the trash and such around the award platform, and headed back, they were all excitedly talking about tonight's banquet, and every single person's face was filled with anticipation. Is this Feng really that amazing? I did hear some news about him before, but it was all bits and pieces, and I never looked into it deeply. Now that I see this, This little guy is not simple at all. I need to look into him properly. As everyone waited in anticipation, night gradually fell. But what no one expected was that this time, the banquet was not being held in the Great Hall. Feng brought them to the edge of the Black Lake, where a large flat open space had already been cleared out. And on that flat open ground, the most eye-catching thing was not the barbecue grills that had already been set up one by one with charcoal placed underneath, but the giant wood tower in the very middle of the clearing, towering up to 5 meters high. Before today's banquet begins, let our headmaster Dumbledore light the bonfire in memory of the departed sage, Chu Yuan. Students, Student Feng is right. When celebrating the Dragon Boat Festival, we must not forget why we celebrate these holidays. We must remember these sages. Although he was not from our country, that does not affect his greatness, so.
Incendio.
Whoosh! With Dumbledore's spell, blazing flames burst upward with a roar. The huge bonfire lit up the entire clearing and dyed more than half the Black Lake red. And at the moment the bonfire was lit, some enormous creature at the bottom of the lake also had its attention drawn. But the vast majority of people, including Feng, had their eyes attracted by the neatly arranged ingredients beside the grills after the bonfire was lit. Of course, besides all kinds of fresh ingredients that had already been properly prepared, there were also crayfish that had already been stir-fried in advance in 2 flavors, as well as a plate of raw marinated seafood. But with something like raw marinated seafood, some people liked it and some did not, so Feng basically only gave everyone a 1-bite portion. If they liked it, they could ask for more. After all, he had brought back quite a lot of seafood, crabs and the like. There was definitely enough to eat. There was no such thing as politeness. As soon as the food was brought out, Dumbledore had already started first. And naturally the others did not hold back either. And as the fragrance spread through the air, the surface of the Black Lake began to churn. But everyone's attention was on the delicious food in front of them, so no one noticed. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. While everyone was happily enjoying the delicacies in front of them, the lake water near the shore suddenly started rolling, and the time from when it first started moving to when it began violently churning was extremely short, as if some enormous creature was rushing from the bottom of the lake toward the surface at incredible speed. Boom! 2 or 3 seconds later, towering spray shot into the sky. And with that massive spray, a gigantic creature burst out of the water and appeared before Feng and the others. But at that moment, they had no mood to admire the creature, because the water that was only spray to that creature was as large as a whole room to them. If that huge mass of water came crashing down directly, whether it would injure people was hard to say, but it would definitely knock quite a few people unconscious. More importantly, besides all of them being here, there was also plenty of delicious food that had not been finished. If that water came crashing down, then everything would be over. A foodie's obsession with good food was hard to put into words, so the instant Feng saw that towering spray falling, his eyes instinctively sharpened, and the immortal power in his body silently began to move. That made the gigantic creature that had broken through the surface suddenly freeze, because in that instant it sensed the aura of death. Fortunately, Feng reacted quickly. The immortal power inside him only moved slightly on instinct before he realized it and controlled it. Then he raised his right hand, and 2 huge magic shields protected both them and the massive bonfire in the middle of the grounds. Boom! The spray, like crashing waves, came smashing down. The young wizards with their wands out and on guard, along with Dumbledore and the other professors, were all knocked to the ground by the spray. That scene gave Feng a tremendous shock. Why you? Don't even defend yourselves? Looking at all the people knocked to the ground by the wave, Feng was directly stunned. Then he decisively withdrew the magic shields and lay down on the ground, pretending that he had not blocked it just now and had also been knocked over. Harry and the others, who had not reacted yet, were instantly alarmed when they saw Feng suddenly collapse. But their clever Miss Granger instantly figured it out and immediately lay down on the ground as well, though because she went down a little too quickly. Thud. Feng. Are in my stomach. After Hermione, Cho Chang also instantly caught on. And after seeing Cho Chang lie down as well, Luna and Ginny also realized what was going on and directly followed suit by lying on the ground too. And then, Feng. No, seriously, if you're gonna lie down then fine, but why are you all lying on top of me? After being hit by several girls dropping onto him one after another, Feng was in tears. Harry and the others were still a bit slow to react, but they were not stupid. So when they saw Hermione and the others all lying down, they followed without a word. But they were not so lucky, because there was no room left on Feng for them to cushion themselves on. Hermione and the others had already taken all the spots, so they could only lie directly on the ground. Fortunately, this patch of ground was still dry because Feng had protected it with the magic shield, so even lying down directly would not make them too dirty. Unlike the others, who had been slapped straight onto the ground and were all lying in mud and water. Only then, by the blazing bonfire in the middle of the grounds, did they finally see that the one behind all of this was an enormous giant squid, so huge that just one of its tentacles could hold up an entire dragon boat. Or, maybe it was a squid, because if they remembered right, the Black Lake was a lake, not a sea, and squids were supposed to live only in the ocean. But that wasn't important. What was important was that the giant creature's sparkling big eyes were currently full of confusion. Its not-so-big brain really couldn't figure out why all it had done was rush out of the water after seeing the firelight, and yet a whole crowd of people had ended up flat on the ground. Of course, it didn't dare move recklessly either, because that tiny little being who had made it feel the aura of death was currently lying on the only dry patch of ground. It just didn't understand why he was being pinned underneath a bunch of his own kind who looked even weaker than him.
Ye Feng.
The moment Yi Feng saw that this disaster had actually been caused by the giant squid, his eyes instantly turned into starry eyes, because he had been eyeing this giant squid for a very, very long time. It was just that this squid belonged to the lawful good camp, and it had never shown any intention of taking the bait, so he had never had a reason to make a move against it. But now things were different. This guy had actually delivered itself right to his door. This was simply fantastic news, and Yi Feng believed that this time, even Dumbledore and the others definitely wouldn't stop him. After all, they were still lying on the ground and hadn't managed to get up yet. Giant squid. Day. The instant it felt Yi Feng's blazing gaze, the giant squid panicked. It started regretting coming up to the lake surface. And after finally getting back to his feet, Dumbledore, upon discovering that the culprit was this giant squid, helplessly cleaned the mud off himself with Scourgify first, then took a few steps forward, and then,
Day.
When he had first gotten up, Dumbledore hadn't noticed anything. But after using Scourgify to make himself neat and spotless again, he realized there was a problem. When everyone, himself included, had had most of their attention drawn away by the food, and had been slammed to the ground by the sudden wave, with the grill and the food all wasted, the bonfire in the very center was somehow completely fine and still burning fiercely. Wait, why? Is the patch of ground Yi Feng and the others are lying on dry? And why are the food on the grill and the charcoal fire underneath completely fine too? Middle finger, furious face. Almost instantly, Dumbledore figured out roughly what had happened. That brat Yi Feng had definitely either noticed something was wrong in advance or reacted in time, but he hadn't warned them. Yet that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was that after using magic to protect himself, that guy had actually gone along with it and protected the bonfire too, but not everyone else. The moment he realized this, Dumbledore was furious. But even though he was angry, he couldn't vent it, because Yi Feng and the others had also ended up on the ground. On top of that, they had no obligation to protect anyone else. In other words, even if he wanted to scold Yi Feng, he couldn't find a reason. So infuriating. Day. Although he was extremely angry inside, Dumbledore couldn't show it, because the situation on the grounds was very tense right now. If they weren't careful, the star of Hogwarts Black Lake, who had even appeared on a chocolate frog card, might just die here. This wasn't Dumbledore exaggerating, because at this moment, the teachers and students who had been knocked flat were all staring at the giant creature with wands in one hand and talismans in the other. If this was handled badly and someone accidentally launched an attack, then what awaited the giant squid next would definitely be a rain of attacks from all sides. The giant squid was huge, yes, but no matter how huge it was, it still couldn't withstand the full firepower of all the teachers and students of Hogwarts. After all, because of Yi Feng and the others, the entire school's magical level had risen by at least a full tier, and on top of that, everyone had quite a few talismans in hand, so their combat power was probably doubled as well. If that kind of power landed on the giant squid all at once, then after it was over, being able to scoop even a few scraps out of the Black Lake would already count as proof that the giant squid's defense was high enough. But before Dumbledore could make a move, a figure rushed out even faster. Everybody get back. Don't attack. Let me handle this.
Dumbledore, 基半濁点で半濁点.
Stop right there. Don't hurt. Whoosh. Oh ho Albus. Looks like you were a little too slow. Dumbledore? Dumbledore? Day. Yi Feng, why are you so impulsive? Couldn't you be a little steadier? A few minutes later. Dumbledore. Oh good lord. This teppanyaki squid smells amazing. Yi Feng. Right? I told you, big chunks are way more satisfying to eat. Here, try this piece. I added chili powder to this one. Spicy, numbing, fresh, and fragrant. It's got way more flavor. Dumbledore. Very sensible. I won't hold it against you for not blocking the water for us earlier. Yi Feng. Big squid. Oh Yi Feng. Toss. Big squid with one leg missing. The big squid, which had been heartbroken and crying buckets just a moment ago. That's right, whatever you say I am that. Instantly stopped feeling sad at all after catching the bottle Yi Feng tossed over with one of its tentacles. It even stretched one tentacle above the water and kept waving it, as if saying, I've still got another one here. Do you want it or not? Couldn't be helped. Although Yi Feng had cut off one of its tentacles, he had compensated it with an entire bottle of pills. Even though it didn't know what that stuff was, it knew it was definitely good stuff. And after gulping down the whole bottle of pills, the giant squid declared that it still had several more legs. Could they cut those off too in exchange for pills? Even half a bottle for one leg would be fine. A squid's tentacles were a very magical thing. Even if one was cut off, it would grow back not long after. And after eating that bottle of pills, it discovered that at most 1/10 of a bottle was enough to make its tentacle grow back again. And it could even make the tentacle thicker and more delicious? Although it seemed maybe that it had gained a tiny little bit more of some kind of attribute, the big squid felt that was no issue at all. Compared to those pills, what was the pain of losing a tentacle? As long as Yi Feng gave it pills, then even if he cut off one tentacle every single day, it wouldn't mind. Unfortunately, these little people seemed to eat a bit too little. So many of them couldn't even finish one of its tentacles in a single sitting. That made the big squid feel a little regretful. Otherwise, it could have gotten a whole lot of pills in one go. Although there had been a bit of an accident tonight, overall it had still been very pleasant and complete. After all, they had already eaten more than half of the good food from earlier, and afterward there was the delicious teppanyaki squid. That giant squid had even brought them quite a few specialties from the water, so they had eaten extremely happily. But there was an old and corny saying that was absolutely true. Beautiful times were always short. The night would eventually pass. As the bonfire in the middle of the grounds gradually weakened until it finally went out, the people in the area also mostly dispersed, leaving only Yi Feng and a few others watching the vast starry sky above their heads. A sky they could see almost every day. It really is beautiful. Feng, tell me, when everyone looks up at the sky, do they all see the same starry sky? Yi Feng. Even though I'd like to tell you yes, unfortunately that's not true, because the earth is round, so what we see when we look up isn't the same patch of sky. What we see is only one corner of the same sky. Hermione, pout, that's not right. Since what we each see is only one corner of the sky, doesn't that prove they all belong to the same sky? So when we look up, what we see is the same sky. Yi Feng. That's not wrong either. The moon of today does not see the people of old, but this same moon once shone on them. I wonder, is the starry sky in every world the same? As he murmured, Yi Feng thought of the family and friends from his other world. Although in his previous life he had been a deeply antisocial person and could almost be said to have had no friends, and he barely kept in touch even with relatives or his parents, they were still his family and friends after all. So even though he was living comfortably and happily in this world, he still could not avoid thinking of them from time to time. What frightened Yi Feng a little, though, was that the number of times he thought of them was getting fewer and fewer. He was afraid that one day he would suddenly forget all of them. Feng, did I say something wrong? Sensing that Yi Feng's mood had suddenly dropped, Hermione instantly became a little flustered. She sat up in a panic and looked at him, and that left the slightly downcast Yi Feng a little at a loss and a little moved. Xiao Feng, even though Uncle and Auntie went traveling with my parents, you still have us. I'll always stay by your side. As she spoke, Cho Chang gently hugged Yi Feng. Feeling that warm embrace and breathing in the faint barbecue scent mixed with Cho Chang's body fragrance, the corners of Yi Feng's lips lifted slightly. Yeah, I still have you. Besides, I'm a cultivator. It's just another world. Isn't it? Since I could travel here, then I can travel back again. As long as I'm strong enough, opening a gateway connecting the two worlds isn't impossible either. Yi Feng did not say those last words out loud, but he knew there was a very high chance of it. After all, he was someone with a system. Even though the system did not seem to have anything that directly increased cultivation, as long as he wanted, he could find all kinds of knowledge in the system. So he was confident he could find the way home. The only thing he was worried about was the difference in time flow between the two worlds. But even if time flowed differently and something like wanting to care for his parents only after they were gone happened, once he truly became strong enough, he could still make up for it. After all, reversing time and resurrecting the dead through projection, wasn't that just standard protagonist stuff in xianxia and fantasy stories? With that thought, Yi Feng instantly stopped feeling sad. After all, a regret that was destined to be remedied in the future was no longer a regret. And if there was no regret, then what was there for him to feel sad about? Thinking of that, although Yi Feng felt Cho Chang's embrace was very comfortable, he still pulled himself free. When the others saw the smile return to his face, they instantly let out sighs of relief. In the distance, Dumbledore, who was leisurely drinking tea with Grindelwald and Snape, also relaxed when he saw this. Could not be helped. This was a real big shot. If he truly became unhappy and stirred up some nonsense, the one who would get hurt in the end would still be him. So seeing that Feng was fine again, Dumbledore naturally breathed easier. This kid really does have good luck with women. Still, it's a good thing he has people like Cho Chang and the others around to rein him in a little. Otherwise, if he had really been left completely unchecked, Hogwarts would probably have been renovated who knows how many times by now, right? As for the fact that there was more than one girl around Feng, that was the young people's business. Besides, they were not married, and as long as they were not married, the law had no say in how many girlfriends someone had. What's more, Cho Chang and the others had not said anything, so why were other people worrying for nothing? Still, that kid Feng really was not very sharp when it came to this stuff. If he had been even a little sharper, he would have become a man by now instead of still being a boy. After all, it was not just the girls around him who wanted his body. Those older and younger schoolgirls were just as tempted too. For some reason, the recovered Feng suddenly could not help shivering. Feng, I have this feeling someone's talking behind my back. The moon of today does not see the people of old, but this same moon once. Past mid-autumn. All of a sudden, it came to mind that mid-autumn did not seem that far away either. Harry, Day, Ron, Sigma Day. Again. Another holiday is coming? Feng. Yeah, about 3 months from now. Harry, Omega, winky face. Ron. That long away? Is there any holiday coming up soon? Hearing Ron say that, Feng thought about it carefully, then nodded and said, there actually is, but you can't celebrate it and you can't even say it out loud. Otherwise, you'll be erased by a certain terrifying, mysterious existence. Hermione? Sigma Day. Gulp. Ron. It's really that scary? Then what's it called? Is it like you know who? Feng. Voldemort? Is he even worthy? This is a terrifying existence that runs rampant across the heavens and myriad worlds and endless dimensions. One that can casually seal off and destroy a super great world. And its name is the Harmonious Divine Beast. Gulp. The moment Feng said that, Harry and Ron were completely stunned, while Hermione beside them could not help rolling her eyes. She had figured it out. Feng was obviously just making things up. How could such a terrifying existence exist in the world? And wasn't there only one world? The heavens and myriad worlds, endless dimensions. You could tell at a glance that was something from novels, so Hermione did not take it to heart at all. When Feng saw that Harry and Ron had been stunned and that their eyes were full of a thirst to know more, he continued, that is a memorial day belonging only to the people of that eastern nation. It commemorates how they cut through thorns and brambles, broke through layer after layer of hardship, held up a collapsing sky, and carved out a bloody road with endless blood and tears among the great powers, standing once again among the nations of the world. Harry. Oh. Hearing Feng say this, Harry was instantly dumbfounded. He had not expected that in the distant east there was such a great people. And when Feng spoke of this, even Hermione could not help becoming serious, because if she had guessed correctly, the nation Feng was talking about should be his own country. Because she liked Feng. She had also learned quite a bit about the country he came from. But because the flow of information in this era was nowhere near as developed as it would be in later generations, what she had learned was extremely limited. Even so, she had still been shaken by that nation's achievements. Seeing their reactions, Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued, in a few more days, it will be the anniversary of the birth of that great organization from that nation. Then, in another month, there will be another Memorial Day, one commemorating the founding of that great army. But don't even think about celebrating those two holidays, because in this world, forget celebrating them, we can't even say them out loud, or we're done for. But in another 2 months, there will be a holiday that's a bit that kind of holiday. How should I put it? Professor Dumbledore has already experienced the terror of that holiday, so even though it is also a holiday, I don't recommend that you celebrate it. Why? 3. Feng, It's a little like Halloween, but also 100 million times different. Put it this way, the horror story still circulating around the school right now spread because of what I did pretending to be a ghost one Halloween before. But on that holiday, if you play like that, there might actually be a real one mixing in and playing along with you, and you might not realize something is wrong until the very end, or even after it's over. Harry, Ron, 0 to QD don't say anymore, Feng don't say anymore. I won't celebrate that holiday. Okay? Hermione. Hogwarts Unsolved Mystery, the horror legend of Halloween, is finally solved. This horror story that's been passed around for 2 or 3 years and still scares so many newly enrolled little wizards into not daring to go to the bathroom alone at night or go out on Halloween. So it was all you're doing.
Fen, Sigma.
Was it really that serious? Back then I just thought it was fun, so I only scared Professor Quirrell, who was being possessed by Voldemort, and Headmaster Dumbledore, who happened to be passing by. And at the time, I didn't think it was that scary at all. Harry and the other two. Winky face. This is the biggest problem. You're already like this before you even think it's scary. If you actually did think it was scary, wouldn't that really scare someone to death? And you're the one doing the scaring. If you think it's terrifying, then that's the real horror. Wait, hold on. When Feng mentioned that festival just now, there was a trace of fear in his tone. Doesn't that mean? The moment they thought of that, all three of them instantly broke out in goosebumps, and a trace of fear appeared on their faces as well. Seeing that, the corner of Feng's lips curled slightly, revealing a somewhat strange smile. Paired with the dim corridor back to the dormitory, that smile looked especially creepy. And so,
Epsilon, epsilon, epsilon. De.
A terrified scream rang out through Hogwarts. Ron, who was already rather timid, was so scared that he shut his eyes and bolted at full speed. Harry had a bit more courage and didn't run, but his legs were visibly trembling slightly. Even Hermione, who was usually a bit fearless, instantly broke out in goosebumps all over. Feng. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Hermione and the others had actually been scared by him, Feng couldn't help bursting into laughter. That laughter completely scattered the dark and eerie atmosphere from just now, but it also drew everyone's attention over. Meow. HM? It's Mrs. Norris. Out on patrol again? You've worked hard. Have a dried fish and rest a bit before going back to patrol. Hearing the meow, Feng lowered his head and saw Mrs. Norris, who had become much rounder than before. So he crouched down, patted her on the head, then took out a dried fish and held it out to her mouth. Mrs.
Norris, meow o.
Let us go. Filch should be here soon. If he catches us, none of us will be sleeping tonight. By now, Feng went in and out of the forbidden forest as casually as if it were his own backyard. So naturally there was no way he'd get caught by Filch and sent in there. And judging by the state Hermione and the others were in, they really were exhausted. Otherwise, Zhang Qiu and the others wouldn't have gone straight to bed the moment they were escorted back to their dorm after all. About half a minute after Feng and the others left, Filch came charging over. But when he saw his cat, Mrs. Norris, elegantly squatting on the floor and enjoying a dried fish, he could only let out a helpless sigh. Even though he hadn't seen anyone, the moment he saw that dried fish, he knew who had laughed just now. After all, Feng was the only one who always carried dried fish on him, because he simply never lacked fish. Feng. No way? Don't tell me there are really anglers out there who don't have fish to eat? Dumbledore, don't cue me, thanks. By the time Feng and the others returned to the dormitory, the Dragon Boat Festival had officially come to an end. But the topic of the Dragon Boat Festival lasted for a full week before it gradually died down. Hogwarts, however, did not become quiet because of that, because another topic was about to be brought back into the spotlight. What? The Ministry of Magic has already confirmed that Sirius Black entered Hogwarts? Oh. Feng already beat him down in front of everyone and drove him off before. Then it's fine. That's not what I'm talking about. It's transfiguration. Headmaster Dumbledore's application has been approved. The Ministry has given the green light, and the people have already arrived. Once everything is confirmed, it can officially be recorded and compiled into the textbooks. Which means, we can also learn Feng's kind of transfiguration. That's amazing. Feng, I love you. Professor Dumbledore, I love you. Feng, winky face. Looking at that burly Hufflepuff upperclassman, Feng really wanted to say, loving Dumbledore is enough, you don't need to love me too. Your love is too heavy. I can't bear it. The news that Feng's transfiguration had passed review and was about to be compiled into the textbooks instantly swept through the entire school. They had already seen how powerful Feng's transfiguration was. If they could learn it too, then even if they only reached half of what Feng had shown, it would still be far better than what they had now. This was not to belittle current transfiguration, nor was it to say that modern animagus transformation was lacking. The current animagus and Feng's transfiguration were two completely different things. Traditional animagus transformation leaned more toward completely turning into a certain animal. The advantage of this kind of transformation was that it fully changed one's form. In other words, unless magic was used to undo it, an animagus was, before that point, a real animal in every sense. Feng's transfiguration was different. It only changed his outward appearance. The essence of the wizard himself did not change. So even without magic, anyone with a bit of experience could tell that those animals had been transformed using Feng's transfiguration. But that also wasn't really a flaw. The focus of Feng's transfiguration was not concealment, but combat. It was about constantly changing one's form according to the needs of battle, unlike traditional animagus transformation, which focused more on hiding and emphasized fully blending into the role of the animal one became so that real and fake were indistinguishable. Of course, what attracted the young wizards of Hogwarts the most was not the combat power this transfiguration displayed, but how difficult it was to learn. Traditional animagus transformation was extremely difficult to learn, and the failure rate in the process was incredibly high. Otherwise, there wouldn't still be only a handful of registered animagi in the wizarding world even now. As for Yi Feng's transfiguration, it simply had no such thing as a threshold. When Yi Feng first created this transfiguration, it was for blonde hair and blue eyes. Ahem, for Hermione and the others to learn. But traditional animagus transformation was not something just anyone could learn and master, so when Yi Feng modified and created this new transfiguration, he pursued only one thing: simplicity. The simpler it could be made, the better. And so, just half a month later, Yi Feng, Fox Lady, looking at that pretty young woman with a white tail swishing behind her and two fluffy fox ears on top of her head, Yi Feng's eyes instantly went blank with amazement. When that beautiful upper-class woman heard him and turned around in surprise, then recognized it was Yi Feng and gave him a charming smile, Yi Feng felt like his soul had already flown off with her. This wasn't to say that the upper-class woman who had turned into a fox girl was prettier than Zhang Qiu and the others. In terms of looks alone, she was still a bit inferior to Hermione and the others, but her figure was incredible. And most importantly, this was a fox lady. Hermione Day. When Hermione saw that Yi Feng's eyes had practically gone straight, she was furious, especially when that upper-class woman, after noticing it, actually started shamelessly seducing Yi Feng. How could Hermione possibly endure that? So she directly reached out her slender hand and gently placed it at Yi Feng's waist. Hiss. Hermione let go quickly. I've already come back to my senses. This fox spirit's charm has already been dispelled. Let go quickly. Hermione. Humph. Seeing that Yi Feng had snapped back to himself, Hermione gave a soft huff and withdrew her slender hand from his waist. After Hermione let go, Yi Feng hurriedly lifted his shirt and took a glance. Hiss. It's already bruised. Hermione, can you be a little gentler in the future? And where did you learn that move from? It feels almost exactly the same as what my mom uses on my dad.
Hermione, oh, you humph.
I'm ignoring you. After hearing that, Hermione stamped her foot, gave a coquettish huff, and quickly ran off. As for Yi Feng, he rubbed the slightly reddened spot at his waist, cast one more reluctant glance at that fox lady, and only then followed after her. But when he got up the next morning, Yi Feng declared that he had arrived in heaven, because everywhere he looked was full of all kinds of pretty girls. Fox girls, bunny girls, cat girls, they had everything. And the moment Yi Feng stepped into the dining hall, a first-year Hufflepuff boy not far from him clutched his nose and collapsed. But even after collapsing, his face still carried a satisfied smile. TSK. His self-control isn't good enough. In the end, he is still young. That's already the 8th one today, right? No, the 9th and the 10th is coming soon too. As soon as the words fell, Yi Feng saw a 5th-year Gryffindor senior in the distance suddenly shoot 2 streams of blood from his nose. The guy himself dropped to the floor with a thud, wearing a radiant, regret-free smile, and even after collapsing, that bright smile was still hanging on his face. Seeing that senior's miserable state, Yi Feng couldn't help shaking his head. But when he turned his gaze to the exact spot in front of that senior, his own nose couldn't help heating up a little too, because that senior girl's half-beast form was a cow. And not just any cow, but an extremely well-endowed, generously gifted cow. No wonder that senior couldn't hold out. The moment Yi Feng stepped into the Great Hall, most people's eyes landed on him, including that generously endowed senior girl. Especially when she noticed his gaze fall on her. She even deliberately hugged herself with both hands. That dazzlingly pale view made even Yi Feng momentarily forget which foot he was supposed to step with first. As expected, developing this transfiguration spell was the right call. This place is basically heaven, but no matter how good the view was, he couldn't keep staring, because Hermione and the others were still waiting for him. More importantly, compared to these senior girls, he wanted even more to see what animals Hermione and the others had chosen, so he strode quickly toward the seat he usually took without letting his eyes wander. Come to think of it, is there reproductive isolation between the animals animagi turn into and naturally born animals, meaning animals that weren't transformed from wizards? For some inexplicable reason, this question suddenly popped into Yi Feng's mind as he walked toward where Harry and the others were sitting. Sometimes a person's brain just isn't under their control. It has ideas of its own. So after that first question popped up, another one immediately followed. If there isn't, then those magical creatures in the wizarding world. His don't think too much, don't think too much. Probably isn't what I'm thinking. While thinking, Yifeng finally reached the place where he used to sit. And then, smiley face 3. The instant he saw Hermione and the others, Yifeng dropped to his knees, because Hermione and Cho Chang hadn't changed at all, but Harry and Ron had, and what they had turned into was Gryffindor's representative animal, lions. Can you imagine how it feels when you walk toward something full of anticipation, only to find that instead of blonde-haired, blue-eyed beast girls, what you get is beast boys? And those two were Harry and Ron. More importantly, they were looking at you with utterly innocent eyes.
Yifeng.
I'm tired. Just destroy everything. Just as Yifeng was looking utterly dejected, Hermione, Cho Chang, and the others exchanged glances and slightly curled their lips upward. Then the scene Yifeng had been dreaming of finally appeared before him. Even if it only lasted for an instant, it was already enough.
Yifeng. Hehehe.
People are creatures of aesthetics, but also creatures that quickly get used to novelty. So after only a little over half a month, the students at Hogwarts no longer paid much attention when they saw someone walking around in beast girl, boy, male, form, and Hogwarts basically returned to normal. Of course, during duels, a lot of people still used their half-beast forms, because in that form they gained some of the corresponding animal's abilities. That was quite effective whether for resisting magical attacks or dodging them. In other words, half-beast form could boost attack speed, evasion, recovery, and defense. After Yifeng solved the transfiguration issue, he also threw himself into a new project, which was the initial creation of a magical cultivation system, in other words, experimenting with the grimoire. But there was a very serious problem right now, and that was that Voldemort wasn't around. Still, Yifeng had a lot of confidence in his own technique, so how about testing it on Dumbledore? His magic level is high enough anyway. Even if a tiny little problem really does appear, with his strength he should be able to keep it under control. And with me watching from the side, he probably won't die. Right? No, still not safe enough. I need to add a few more layers of protection, and Dumbledore might not even be willing to try it. Looks like I'll have to find someone else. While he was thinking, the Ghost Festival arrived very quickly. But this time, Yifeng didn't mess around, because he was simplifying the grimoire's cultivation method. He wanted to find someone to test whether his idea was feasible, so he decided to make a weakened version first. But while he had no plans to celebrate the Ghost Festival, someone else apparently thought differently. That day, Yifeng was sitting by the lake, thinking about how much he needed to simplify things before it would be safe enough to test the possibility of this magical cultivation, when a fat duck flew across the sky above his head, and then a bomb came dropping down from above.
Yifeng. 基半濁点で半濁点.
Although Yifeng was deep in thought at the moment, and in order to make sure he could blend in with ordinary people like Harry and the others, he hadn't even let out a trace of his divine sense. His instincts and danger perception as a cultivator were still there. So when that bomb was about to fall on his head, Yifeng reacted instantly. Whoosh! Almost in a flash of light, Yifeng vanished from where he stood, including his chair and little table. Less than a second after he left with those things, the floor let out a splat, and then,
Yifeng. Mero.
Looking at the already defiled floor, Yifeng quickly turned his head away. This floor can't be saved anymore. As he muttered, he waved his right hand, and a stream of lake water turned into a water dragon with that wave, sweeping over and washing that white mess away completely. But even so, Yifeng still felt like some indescribable smell was lingering in the air. No, I can't swallow this insult. Even Voldemort would get so scared in front of me that his soul would fly out, so what gives you, a wild duck, the right to act arrogant with me on the Ghost Festival? I absolutely have to draw water and... Wait, wrong line. Watch my American Iato.
Bang.
With a crisp gunshot, that lone wild duck in the sky, with its pure white feathers and long neck, fell silently. It went very peacefully, without the slightest pain, because Yifeng's 5.8 caliber wand had landed a one-shot soul hit straight to the head. A little less than half a day later. Ron, Yifeng, why are we eating duck today? Is it some special holiday? But seriously, this duck is really good. Can we keep eating duck tomorrow too?
Yifeng.
Didn't I say? Today is the Ghost Festival, and back where I'm from, we usually kill a duck on that day for ancestor offerings and stuff. I'm not back in China right now, and I wasn't planning to celebrate the festival. But this duck delivered itself to my door, so it would have been rude to refuse, right? Dumbledore, sitting in the main seat and chewing on a duck leg. If I hadn't watched you carry that headless swan into the kitchen, I might have believed you. But jokes aside, the taste really is pretty good. Later I'll have Hagrid see if he can fence off an area in the Black Lake and raise a batch of edible meat ducks. It had to be said that Yifeng's skills were pretty solid. After all kinds of seasonings were added, this duck meat didn't have any fishy smell at all. So the next day,
Bang. Luna. J.
I hit it. Oh. Da. Hong, jishimi, ya. Damn it. Why can't I hit anything at all? Other than shooting a bit farther, this thing isn't even as useful as a wand.
Ye Feng.
You. Sure? As he spoke, Yifeng lifted the M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle in his hands, also known by its famous name, the Barrett.
Ron. Sigma. Tsude. Tsu.
Although Ron was startled by Yifeng's actions, he still said stubbornly, this gun is only useful for sneak attacks from far away. Besides, we're carrying your defensive talismans. Your gun can't break our defense at all. And as long as you can't kill us in one shot, then after that I can completely use magic to block your attacks and find you and beat you. Yifeng, think about it. What you said does make some sense. Right now, talismans are everywhere in the wizarding world, so ordinary firearms really can't deal with wizards. But Ron, do you want to give it a try? I'll only use this gun to compete with you. Let's see who wins and who loses. Ron, Day. The moment Ron heard that, he immediately bristled. Though logically speaking, his odds of winning this match were definitely higher. After all, they had already tested it before. One defensive talisman could block at least 10 shots from an ordinary rifle before running out of energy and losing effect. Against the one in Yifeng's hand, could take 3 shots, and the talisman Ron had on him could absolutely withstand 2 magazines. But Yifeng was the maker of the talismans. Other people might not know the weaknesses of those talismans, but how could Yifeng not know? For example, if someone just shot at it directly, maybe it really would take 3 shots to break the defense. But if it were Yifeng doing it, maybe 1 shot would be enough to finish him off. So Ron didn't even think before shaking his head and refusing. Seeing Ron refuse, Yifeng felt quite regretful, because he really did want to try it. After all, even though this world had magic, and he himself was a cultivator, it was hard for any man not to love guns. Naturally, he liked them a lot too. So Yifeng wanted to see whether he could use this kind of hot weapon to defeat a third-year little wizard carrying talismans. Of course, that only applied to little wizards with defensive talismans. Without defensive talismans, with the reaction speed of traditional wizards, probably only top-tier wizards like Dumbledore might have a chance of surviving an attack from modern firearms. All kinds of modern weapons were basically created to effectively kill enemies while reducing losses on one's own side, so the power of those firearms was usually very high. Their accuracy was high, and their range was also quite far. Magic might be strong in some ways, but in a wizarding world where even magic that can directly kill an opponent is classified as an unforgivable curse and forbidden to learn, facing weapons specifically made for killing enemies made them seem a little too naive. Because as long as someone learns how to use a gun, they can kill you with a single shot from far away, while with magic, you might not even have time to pull out your wand before I've already emptied my magazine. So the only ones who could probably survive a sneak attack from hot weapons were top experts of the wizarding world like Dumbledore. The reason for that was that once a wizard's strength reached a certain level, they had a strong sense for danger. And they usually also possessed some ability to cast without a wand or without speaking. That would allow them to react to a certain extent and avoid being taken out immediately. As long as they weren't taken out right away, then with all the strange abilities magic had, it would still be very easy for them to kill an ordinary person holding an ordinary firearm. But ordinary little wizards didn't have that kind of ability. Without talismans, when facing light weapons from the muggles they looked down on so much, they wouldn't be all that different from ordinary people. But there were no ifs in this world. The problem now was that almost all wizards carried talismans on them. So Yifeng wanted to test whether a normal person using a big killer like a Barrett could take down a third-year little wizard with talismans. So after Ron refused, Yifeng continued to tempt him. I can promise I absolutely won't use magic, and I also won't aim at weak points in the defense. And as long as you win, whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you for 1 week. As he said that, Yifeng raised one finger. Gulp. Hearing Yifeng say that, forget Ron. Even Harry and Hermione beside him couldn't help swallowing.
Ye Feng rarely kuket personalli animore.
Most of the time, he just gave a menu and had the house elves make it. It wasn't that the house elves' cooking was bad. Their food tasted quite good too. But they were used to cooking for many people, so when adding seasonings, they would subconsciously aim for the general public's taste. Yifeng was different. He could season according to their personal preferences and cook dishes that best matched their tastes. So even though Ron knew there had to be something wrong with Yifeng's proposal, he still couldn't help being tempted. But Ron also knew Yifeng would never casually say something like this. So even though his chances of winning looked high on the surface and the reward was extremely tempting, Ron still couldn't help firmly shaking his head. 2 weeks. The instant Ron shook his head, Yifeng raised a second finger. That made the corner of Ron's mouth twitch slightly, but he still held back and didn't agree. However, judging from his expression, he was already incredibly conflicted inside. It felt like just one last straw would be enough to break him. As for Harry and Hermione beside him, they were even more anxious than Ron. Judging from their expressions, if they had a little less self-control, they might already have agreed on Ron's behalf. Seeing that Ron could still endure it, even Yifeng couldn't help feeling a little surprised. So he raised a third finger, and after doing so, Yifeng spoke rather helplessly, "This is already my limit. Cooking is tiring too. If it's any more than this, I'll either have to give up or get someone else to help." Ron agrees. The moment Yifeng said that, Harry couldn't hold back any longer and directly agreed on Ron's behalf. And when Ron saw Harry agree, he also let out a sigh of relief because he had been under heavy pressure too. But Yifeng still wanted to hear Ron agree in person, because this was between him and Ron unless Harry was joining too. So he looked at Ron and said, "Mr. Ron, may I ask whether you truly agree to my invitation to this match?" Hearing Yifeng ask so formally, Ron instantly hesitated again. But seeing Hermione's and Harry's expressions, if he dared to say no, what awaited him next would be some friendly interaction from his friends. On top of that, he had his own pride as well. As the youngest son of the Weasley family, Ron actually carried a great deal of pressure. After all, every one of his brothers was outstanding. Even the prank-loving twins actually had very impressive grades at Hogwarts. So even though he said things like if he didn't understand something during exams, he'd just copy Hermione and the others, he had actually been quietly working hard too. More importantly, the friends he made after enrolling were each more outrageous than the last. His good friend in the same dorm was named Harry Potter, the famous boy who lived. You could say Harry's name rang loudly throughout the entire wizarding world. Hermione wasn't that famous in the wizarding world, but her academic performance was among the very best in the whole school. Her grades were even better than those Ravenclaw top students, and even in the entire history of Hogwarts, she would count as the exceptionally outstanding kind. Of course, none of those were the most outrageous part. The most outrageous one was this Yifeng standing in front of him. Though he wasn't as famous as Harry in the wizarding world, his creations, whether flying broomsticks or talismans, had long since spread throughout the wizarding world and had even become necessities for wizards. In the current wizarding world, a person might not have a wand, but they would definitely have talismans. And as the maker, or rather the creator of talismans, even though he acted easygoing and friendly, as if he had no temper at all, and loved doing all kinds of strange things that threw the school into chaos, none of that could hide the brilliance on him in the slightest. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who liked him, or so many older girls wanting to win Yifeng over. So even though Ron had never said it out loud, he actually wanted to have his own moment in the spotlight too. So when he heard Yifeng's so formal invitation, the pride in his heart was instantly ignited, and he answered with utmost solemnity, "I, Ronald Villiers Weasley, accept your duel wager." Yifeng, very good. That's what a real man is like. Now then, the duel begins. Bang 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 bang. Ron, Day. Ah, you're cheating. Didn't we agree you'd shoot me from far away with the gun? The deafening gunshots practically exploded right beside his ears. Not just Ron, who was directly involved. Even Hermione and Harry were stunned. After emptying one magazine, Yifeng decisively rolled into the nearby bushes, quickly ran off, and swapped magazines while running. Have you ever heard a saying? What saying? ×3. Beyond 7 steps, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is both accurate and fast. Bang. The Barrett's uniquely crisp gunshot rang out again. Ron no longer dared to stand there with his wand, trying to find Yifeng, because Yifeng simply gave him no chance to search. Other than emptying one magazine right at the start, Yifeng did not fire another shot. By the time Ron realized Yifeng was widening the distance, Yifeng was already far enough away that Ron's magic could barely reach him. And at that moment, Yifeng opened fire again. Yes, because they had a very good relationship with Yifeng, they had quite a few defensive talismans on hand, and Yifeng could not break through his defenses in a short time. But the number of talismans was limited after all. More importantly, those talismans were not free. Just now, Yifeng had only said that if he won this match, Ron would cook for him for 3 weeks. But he had not said he would reimburse the talismans used afterward. So when Ron saw that in just 2 or 3 minutes, he had already burned through 3 or 4 talismans, how could he possibly take that? He immediately hid behind a clump of trees. And honestly, that method really did work. The moment he hid behind the trees, Yifeng instantly lost his target, and the gunfire stopped at once. Seeing this, Harry and Hermione quickly started walking out. Although they also had quite a few defensive talismans on them, and they believed Yifeng would not fire at them, who could say for sure? What if the gun accidentally went off? Besides, they still had to go remind Luna and the others who were out picking up ducks, not to come over and disturb this duel. So Harry and Hermione left, and Ron was the only one left in this patch of woods. That made him panic a little instantly, because he had never faced an enemy alone before, and that enemy was Feng. Hey, don't leave. Even just watching from a distance would be fine. If you go, Bang! Before Ron could finish speaking, the trunk of the tree he was hiding behind exploded apart. Flying with chips scraped across his face, stirring up ripples on his shield, and when Hermione and Harry, who had already walked 7 or 8 meters away, heard the sound and turned back to see this, they swallowed hard and hurried their pace. Before this, although Feng had taken out the gun, he had never actually fired it at anything, so they had only thought it was just a bit bigger than the guns in their hands, and that the power probably would not be much different. But when Feng shifted the target and stopped shooting at Ron's shield, the gun's power was revealed all at once. A huge tree thicker than an adult's thigh by a whole extra circle was snapped clean in the middle with just one shot. That level of power had already far surpassed what many spells could achieve. And next, Ron was going to fight Feng, who had no idea how many bullets, to the finish in these woods. Harry, brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. I just really can't. I don't have the ability. You. Good luck. Bang, bang, bang. In games, to make things more balanced, high-powered sniper rifles like the Barrett are usually changed into bolt-action rifles that can only fire 1 round at a time, meaning you have to manually chamber another round after every shot. But in reality, the vast majority of sniper rifles are semi-automatic, meaning one pull of the trigger fires 1 round. There is no need to chamber it manually at all. As long as there are bullets, you just keep pulling the trigger. Therefore, the place Ron had been hiding was almost instantly reduced to broken wood everywhere, and Ron also proved with facts just how stupid it was for a wizard to let a sniper rifle open up the distance. Are these bullets free or something? You don't even know where I am, and you're firing like crazy. Feng, how do you know my bullets are free? This is proper factory original stock that just came off the production line after testing, and the bullets are genuine goods too, still unopened after leaving the line. Back then, just moving all this stuff took me the better part of a whole day. Ron, Sigma Day. Mo. Moved for most of a day? Are you sure you mean moved? Feng. Huh? What did you say? The wind's too loud. I can't hear you. Can you say it louder? Ron. Yeah, right. I don't believe a word you say. You old bastard are shady as hell. Muttering inwardly, Ron quickly dashed toward a dense patch of grass straight ahead, because just while he was answering, Feng had taken the chance to hit him with another 3 precise shots, successfully wasting 1 more of his defensive talismans. From afar, when Feng saw that Ron had finally gotten smarter and stopped replying, he felt a little regretful, but he did not care too much, because if Ron only thought about hiding and never about fighting back, then in the end the one who would definitely lose was Ron. What Feng had said earlier was not a joke. He really had spent most of a day moving everything back then, so as for bullets, there were absolutely plenty. Because the bullets were plentiful, and because he could use magic to load magazines without pressing the rounds in one by one himself, and if a gun barrel got too hot from use he could just switch to another gun, Feng had absolutely no intention of conserving ammo. Since he did not know where you were, then he would not bother looking. He would just saturate the whole area with firepower. So in less than 1 minute, the small woods where Ron had been hiding became completely bare. At a glance, there was no longer a single tree stump or patch of grass taller than 8 inches to be found. And Ron, who had used an invisibility spell and hidden outside the woods in advance, could not help swallowing when he saw the scene before him. Good thing I brought enough talismans. Otherwise, after that round of wild bombardment, I definitely would have been blasted into minced meat. This thing really is terrifying. No wonder Father is so obsessed with Muggle products. This kind of thing really does have an incredibly strong appeal, and the Muggle world is nothing like what those people say. They're not ignorant and weak at all. On the contrary, they might actually be very powerful. In fact, Ron's guess was correct. If the wizarding world really angered the Muggle world they spoke of, then with the weapons Muggles currently had, flattening the wizarding world might not even take half a day. After all, to blow a small village flat, maybe only around 10 artillery shells would be enough. There would not even be any need for missiles. And artillery shells could only be considered the floor among heavy weapons in the world of hot weapons, only a bit better than machine guns and anti-aircraft guns. In the Muggle world, the truly powerful weapons were things like tanks, airplanes, and missiles. Of course, this was the Harry Potter world's timeline in the 1990s. If you pushed it further into the future, those things might still have the same names, but their power might already be completely different. So magic might be very powerful, but compared to all of humanity across the globe, their circle was still too small in the end. But that was not something Ron needed to think about. What he needed to think about now was how to defeat Feng with magic. And the invisibility spell was a very good start. I should have thought of this earlier. If I don't use talismans, don't use magic at long range, and the distance is already far, then as long as I turn invisible, Feng won't be able to find me. At that point, as long as I find where he's hiding and quietly get close, then I'll be the one who wins this match. With that thought in mind, Ron quickly circled over from outside the woods toward the place where Feng had been hiding earlier. As for why he had to move outside the woods, it was naturally because the invisibility was only ordinary optical invisibility. Even though he couldn't be seen, he was still physically there, so while moving around, he would inevitably bump into all kinds of things. Feng without magic and talismans might not be able to see his invisible self, but he would definitely be able to see the grass and trees swaying after being touched by him. So Ron directly left the woods and went around from the outside. The facts proved Ron's thinking was absolutely correct. After Feng realized Ron had disappeared and there was no unusual movement in the woods, his expression became much more serious. He had thought Ron had hidden himself right after vanishing and wasn't moving, and was currently searching for his hiding place, so he also lay there without moving, locked in a battle of wits with the air. Feng had once been someone who really liked playing games, and when he played shooting games, he especially liked choosing snipers. He liked that feeling of waiting for the other side to pop out, then killing them with a single shot. So when he realized Ron still wanted to play hide and seek with him, Feng was very excited. However, after quite a while, he realized something was off. Based on what he knew about Ron, that guy didn't seem like someone who could stay that calm for so long. In other words, that guy was very likely not playing hide and seek with him at all, but had already gone around to the outside. Feng, this is pissing me off.
Fine, Ron.
You actually ran off and left me here battling the air for so long. Since you're being this shameless, then don't blame me, Ron, who had already quietly made his way to the other side of the woods, and was now less than 20 meters from where Feng was hiding. Just as Ron was carefully searching for Feng's figure, and cautiously walking into the woods, Feng flipped his right hand and pulled out a tactical helmet, and Ron happened to see that exact moment. Ron? You actually cheated. Seeing that Feng had actually cheated, Ron immediately raised his wand and aimed it at Feng. At that moment, Feng, who had already put on the helmet, quickly swept his gaze around. The instant he scanned Ron's position, he suddenly rolled hard, and almost at the exact same time, Ron's stunning spell rang out as well. Bang! The instant Ron's voice sounded, Feng didn't hesitate in the slightest. He directly raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger in one smooth motion. But because of the talismans, Ron still firmly cast the stunning spell. Unfortunately, Feng's lightning-fast reaction and the gunshot still startled him. His hand shook, and his magic went off target. Where was a gun stronger than magic? Naturally, it was easier to use, had decent power, high accuracy, and a fast attack rate. It didn't need a wind-up. So when the two sides ran into each other head-on and Ron failed to take Feng down immediately, he had already lost half the battle. However, Ron also had an advantage, and that was that his margin for error was much higher than Feng's, who couldn't use talismans. He could fail a few times, even more than 10 times, but as long as he successfully hit Feng one time, that counted as victory. Feng, on the other hand, couldn't do that. Because with his current identity he was just an ordinary person, he couldn't use talismans, magic, or anything like that. So even if he hit Ron more than 10 times, as long as he couldn't break through Ron's defense, it didn't count as success. And as long as he failed to dodge even one of Ron's spells, that counted as failure. In other words, Ron was a warrior with high attack and thick shields, but extremely low attack speed and dodge, while Feng was a low attack, fast attacking but fragile archer with low HP. So Ron could fail many times, but as long as he could touch Feng once before Feng exhausted his defensive talismans, then he won. So after putting on the infrared tactical helmet and spotting Ron, Feng went crazy with suppressive fire. While pinning Ron down, he also kept widening the distance. Otherwise, in a close-range exchange, he couldn't beat Ron, who had a shield on. Even though Ron was also constantly dodging because he was worried his talismans would run out, so whether shots landed was basically up to faith. Click. Suddenly, the gun in Feng's hand made the sound of an empty shot. This was the sound of the firing pin striking empty after the bullets had been completely used up. The instant he heard that sound, Feng realized things were bad, because he still hadn't fully opened up enough distance from Ron. Although Ron had never come into contact with things like firearms before, he could still tell that Feng had suddenly stopped firing. So he directly stood up and started crazily casting spells in Feng's direction. Compared to firearms, magic had another huge advantage. This stuff was a bit idealistic. It didn't need perfect aim. As long as you aimed roughly at the right spot, it would hit close enough because it contained a trace of the caster's mental will, so it had a certain tracking effect. On top of that, this stuff wasn't affected by Earth's gravity, wind speed, or anything like that. It completely hit wherever you pointed it without deviation. So even though Yifeng dodged quickly and used the surrounding grass and trees as cover, he still nearly got hit by Ron's magic several times. Damn it, if I'd known, I would have brought a few more guns and fewer bullets. While cursing under his breath, Yifeng clicked a full magazine back into the gun in his hand and racked the bolt with a clack to chamber around. Of course, Yifeng actually had quite a few different firearms in his space ring, but as a sniper he also had his own dignity. He absolutely couldn't do something as tasteless as pulling out a Gatling after getting closed in on by a wizard. He had said he was going to use the sniper rifle in his hands, so that meant only the sniper rifle. Lumos, damn it! Yifeng had just reloaded and was about to suppress Ron hard in return when he got hit head-on by one of Ron's flashes. It wasn't like in games where the whole screen turned white, but he still couldn't see clearly for the moment, and it seemed Ron had realized how to interfere with Yifeng so that he couldn't detect where he was. Incendio! 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 And it's still freaking incendio! Ha 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 ha! Yifeng, I won this match. Get ready to cook for me for 3 weeks. Using one incendio after another to interfere with Yifeng's vision so Yifeng couldn't see where he was, then using incendio to block Yifeng's escape routes and successfully corner him. Ron let out an arrogant villain-style laugh. Yifeng. Looking at the growing flames in the woods, Yifeng glanced at the pocket on Ron's body and then behind him, and in the end helplessly gave up resisting, allowing one of Ron's Expelliarmus spells to hit him and declare Ron's victory. But Yifeng didn't think he had lost, because, Mr. Weasley, could you tell me what exactly you are doing? Ron 0 to Q. D. Dumbledore. Headmaster. Can you tell me what exactly the two of you are doing? Why are you using incendio to set this patch of woods on fire? And student Yifeng, could you tell me what exactly that thing in your hand is? If I am not mistaken, this should be a Muggle item. Correct? The Ministry of Magic has explicit rules stating that wizards are not allowed to use Muggle items while in the wizarding world. Mr. Yifeng, this really puts me in a difficult position. Yifeng. Winky face. Wait, Headmaster Dumbledore, put out the fire first and let me think about how to talk my way out of this. No, explain it. Dumbledore. Winky face. Though very speechless, because Ron had cast several consecutive incendios, the woods had indeed been set on fire, so they really did need to put out the fire first before dealing with these two unlucky kids. Therefore, Dumbledore had no choice but to temporarily set this aside and use magic to extinguish the fire. Otherwise, once the blaze fully spread, even for him, putting it out alone would be somewhat difficult. It had to be said, magic really was convenient. A fire that had already spread across an area of 20 to 30 meters was dealt with by Dumbledore with nothing more than a slight raise of his hand and a soft, flames extinguished. And Yifeng instantly thought of an excuse. No, an explanation. It's like this, Headmaster Dumbledore. Although the gun in my hand looks a lot like a Muggle weapon called a Barrett, it actually isn't the same thing. Look. The original Barrett has pretty strong recoil and it's also really loud, so I modified the stock by inscribing it with shock absorption, weakening, and other effects that reduce recoil. I also inscribed the barrel with magic like silence, rapid cooling, and reinforcement. So even though it looks like an ordinary Muggle firearm, it's actually a genuine magical item. That's right. Exactly like that, Headmaster Dumbledore. By the time he said this, Yifeng had already become fully confident and righteous, so much so that Dumbledore almost believed him. Of course, even if everything Yifeng said was true, it still couldn't change one fact. The core of the gun, meaning its firing mechanism, had not changed at all. It was still a weapon that relied on gunpowder as propulsion to fire bullets, not something powered by magic. So whether it could truly be counted as a magical item was still debatable. So, the gun in Yifeng's hand was directly confiscated, along with the guns in Zhang Qiu and the others' hands, who were happily shooting ducks over there. Of course, since Grindelwald was the one confiscating their guns, when Yifeng got them back later, he discovered one was missing. Dumbledore noticed too, but didn't say anything. In any case, whether these things would be handed over to the Ministry of Magic in the end was just a matter of one word from him, so letting Grindelwald keep one to play with wasn't a big deal. Given that the match between you two today nearly caused a forest fire, we are now going to confiscate your modified firearms, Yifeng. Do you have any objections?
Yifeng.
Dumbledore, Seeing that Yifeng was clearly unwilling and still said nothing, Dumbledore couldn't help glaring at him. Only then did Yifeng respond, still sounding reluctant. Yifeng, I agree. Yifeng had spent a full 3 days modifying these, and now Dumbledore had taken them all away in one go. Even though he still had all kinds of firearms and heavy weapons in his spatial ring, those hadn't been modified, so Yifeng was still quite unhappy. But their match really had almost caused a forest fire, so Yifeng could only admit fault. As for whether he would keep modifying these guns and bringing them out to play in the future, of course he would. Dumbledore had only confiscated the guns in his hand, not banned him from using them entirely. Dumbledore could tell exactly what Feng was thinking just by looking at him, because he knew all too well what kind of person this guy was. But he didn't say anything, because simple verbal education would never make Feng change. You had to use the real thing on him, namely school rules. Only things explicitly forbidden in writing would Feng obey. Otherwise, as long as he thought something was fun, he wouldn't care about anything else. In his view, none of this was really dangerous anyway, and he had more than enough ability to handle and resolve any resulting problems. So when he saw Feng acting like that, Dumbledore said nothing and instead turned to look at Ron. Compared to Feng, Ron was the one who really gave him a headache, because that was a full 3 weeks of cooking time promised by Feng. Even Dumbledore couldn't help being tempted by such a good thing, so he was thinking about how to handle this in a way that would both teach Ron a lesson and still feel reasonable. As for Feng, they could just discuss it later and make a school rule. As long as there was a school rule, Feng wouldn't openly break it again. At the very least, he wouldn't make such a huge scene like this, where the commotion could be heard throughout the entire school. Thus, Dumbledore looked at Ron and fell into deep thought.
Ron, odeo.
Feeling Dumbledore's terrifying gaze, Ron was almost scared into wetting himself. After all, Dumbledore was the headmaster, and as a member of a famous pureblood family in the wizarding world, one that had attended Hogwarts for generations, Ron could be said to have grown up hearing Dumbledore's legends. So Ron had a natural sense of awe toward Dumbledore, unlike Feng, who didn't treat Dumbledore like a headmaster at all. So when Dumbledore looked at him while lost in thought, Ron instantly felt like a giant mountain had been pressed onto him, making it hard for him to breathe. Just as Ron was about to buckle under the pressure and kneel to admit his mistake, Dumbledore finally thought of how to resolve the issue. So he slowly said, Ron, Headmaster Dumbledore, I know I was wrong. Please don't expel me. And this has nothing to do with Feng. I was the one who started the fire. If you want to punish someone, punish me alone. Dumbledore? Feng. Even though I'm pretty touched that you took everything on yourself, aren't you caving way too fast? Dumbledore hadn't even said anything yet. Dumbledore, this child isn't bad. Brave, responsible, willing to sacrifice himself for a friend. Just a bit timid, and a bit simple. Seeing Ron like this, Dumbledore felt both gratified and a little speechless, while Harry and the others looked at Ron with a bit more respect. After all, who wouldn't want their good friend to be someone reliable? As for Ron, when he saw everyone's gazes, especially his sister Ginny's, he unconsciously straightened his back a little. This time, he had not disgraced the Weasley name. But the moment he thought about how Dumbledore was still going to punish him, the back he had just straightened bent down again. Dumbledore, better announce his punishment quickly. If this drags on any longer, this silly kid is going to scare himself stupid. Muttering this inwardly, Dumbledore finally spoke. Ron, I am pleased that you had the courage to take responsibility, but you did indeed nearly set the forest on fire. So I have decided on your punishment. Of the reward you won from the wager, the right to freely assign Feng to cook for 3 weeks, 2 weeks will be deducted. Those 2 weeks of assignment rights will be used as a reward for the best performing student over the next week. Do you have any objections?
Ron, Sigma, LLL.
Tage. That's it? Dumbledore? Oh, you think it's too light?
Ron, Sigma, D.
Hearing that, Ron immediately shook his head wildly and hurriedly said, No, I think your punishment is very fair. Headmaster Dumbledore, I am willing to accept it.
Feng. Oh, D.
I disagree. Dumbledore. Oh, let's hear it. Why are you punishing Ron but using me as the reward? You didn't even ask for my opinion. That's not fair to me. Dumbledore, you still have the nerve to say that? Tell me yourself. What was the cause of this whole thing?
Feng, Hememe.
Thinking. After thinking for a while, Feng looked up at Dumbledore and answered, because they wanted to eat duck. Hearing Feng's answer, Dumbledore nearly stumbled. He never would have expected Feng to give such an answer with a completely serious face. But looking at the ducks hanging from Grindelwald's hand, that answer really didn't seem to have anything wrong with it. In light of certain accidents yesterday, I discovered quite a few hidden dangers. After discussing the matter with the professors, we made a decision. It was dinner time again, and it was the same familiar opening line again. Hearing those words, everyone at Hogwarts except this year's first years unconsciously looked toward Gryffindor, or more accurately, toward where third-year Feng was sitting. Did Feng pull some stunt again and force the school to make new rules? Obviously. You could tell from Headmaster Dumbledore's opening alone, and I'm guessing there are at least 2 new school rules this time. 2? SNT that a bit too few? What happened yesterday wasn't exactly small, and I'm half and half so I know a bit about the Muggle world. From the stuff Professor Grindelwald and Headmaster Dumbledore brought back yesterday, this is definitely not simple. HM? You actually know the inside story? Spill it. It's actually nothing much. It's just that my Muggle father has a rather special job in the Muggle world, so I came into contact with some Muggle weapons when I was little. And if I didn't TC wrong back then, most of the weapons Headmaster Dumbledore and the others brought back were the most advanced service firearms from the United States. You probably don't really get it if I just say firearms, so let me put it another way. Those things were basically like taking the newest and best-selling talismans on the market, ones with extremely high power and reliability but not many in number, and just firing them around for fun. They even almost burned down the woods. You mean yesterday they were basically using the newest batch of talismans for live combat drills in the woods and almost burned the woods down? What a waste. That was all money. And this isn't even just about money. Those latest talismans are the kind of good stuff that's hard to buy even with galleons, and they were just firing them for fun. Brother, calm down, that was just a metaphor. Dumbledore on the stage. Listening to the discussions below, Dumbledore was completely numb, but he still continued with the announcement. After discussion by the school, we have made the following decisions. First, the forest is the home the animals rely on for survival, and it is also one of Hogwarts' precious assets. Randomly setting fires in the forest can easily cause an irreparable wildfire. Therefore, from now on, Hogwarts students are absolutely not allowed to use fire magic casually in the forest unless they encounter a situation where they must use it. If fire magic must be used, the flames must also be put out in time afterward. Otherwise, if serious consequences are caused, the school has the right, including but not limited to, expelling the offender from Hogwarts. Second, the Ministry of Magic has explicit regulations stating that in the wizarding world, the use of items made by Muggles is not allowed. Although some magically modified items are not included in this restriction, some things are still far too dangerous. So from now on, Hogwarts students are not allowed to privately modify firearms from the Muggle world and use them in sparring matches. Third, and also the last point, because of the dense forest around Hogwarts, many lovely animals live nearby. I do not oppose you hunting some of them for food, but I absolutely do not allow you to slaughter them wantonly, much less exterminate an entire animal group. You must remember one thing. People may hunt certain animals to satisfy their appetite. This is a survival instinct. It is unavoidable and cannot be avoided. But I hope you do not forget compassion. And even more so, do not create too much bloodshed. As he said this, Dumbledore swept his gaze across all of Hogwarts, and in the end his eyes paused briefly on Grindelwald before he withdrew them. Clearly, that last sentence was meant to remind Grindelwald. Although he had not made a move for a long time after being defeated, the man he used to be could absolutely not be called some kind and merciful good person. Hearing Dumbledore's reminder, Grindelwald's eyes sharpened. Deep down, he still believed that humanity ought to be ruled by powerful wizards like them, but that idea had gradually begun to waver after coming to Hogwarts, because some of the things Feng had brought out proved that magic was not actually as powerful as he had imagined. And this match between Feng and Ron showed him something he had failed to see in the past because of his arrogance. Muggles might not understand magic, but their creativity far surpassed the wizarding world, which had long been as stagnant as dead water. Especially in recent years, their development had been terrifying. For example, the firearms Feng brought out. If not for those talismans that automatically activated to protect their owner when danger appeared, then just those few guns could have slaughtered more than 80% of Hogwarts' young wizards. And this was only the standard issue weaponry mass-equipped by Muggle armies, and not even their most powerful weapons. Perhaps I should re-examine the Muggle world I once looked down on. No, not just me. The entire wizarding world should re-examine the Muggle world we once despised. Otherwise, if they discover the existence of the wizarding world, who rules whom really won't be easy to say. While muttering this to himself, Grindelwald thought of the guns Feng had modified. Perhaps this is also a path forward. I just wonder how far that little fellow can go. Actually, if Grindelwald thought back carefully, he would realize that what Feng could already do was absurd enough. For example, that Gatling from the flying broom competition that spun at 3,600 revolutions in a single breath was a product of hot weapons after magical modification. Of course, because what that Gatling fired at the time was magic, and because there was only one of it and it was not a mass production model. Plus it did not quite look like ordinary firearms, no one paid too much attention to it. In other words, Grindelwald's thinking was already very far-sighted, but he still underestimated Feng too much, because custom-made magical firearms had long ceased to be a problem for Feng. What had truly stumped him was mass production, but even that problem had already been mostly solved by him. The reason Yi Feng wanted to mass-produce these magical firearms was not because he wanted to use them against the Muggle world or anything like that. There was only one reason he was doing this, and that was to give the wizarding world a small shock and tell them what a new type wand really meant. Perhaps in the future, wizard self-introductions before a duel would become something like this. Ron Weasley, student of Hogwarts, Gryffindor House. My wand is forged from refined steel fused with mithril, .50 caliber. Effective range of 2,500 meters. Fire rate of 500 rounds per minute. Yi Feng, student of Hogwarts, Gryffindor House. The main body of my wand is made from polymer composite materials, 66mm caliber. Effective range of 300 meters. Rate of fire depends on the user's reload speed. Don't ask why Yi Feng, a sniper, wasn't he using a sniper rifle and was using a launcher instead. The answer was simple. It had a scope, it could aim, and it fired single shots, so it counted as a sniper weapon. An RP sniper was still a sniper. Of course, a scene like that would not appear anytime soon, because Yi Feng's main focus was not on this. That match with Ron had only happened because he thought of it on the spot and decided to give it a try, so the mass production issue could not be solved in the short term. But with Yi Feng's ability, solving that problem was only a matter of time, so Grindelwald could already start looking forward to it. There was a saying passed around Hogwarts that half of Hogwarts school rules existed to restrict Gryffindor students, and of that half, another half existed specifically to restrict Yi Feng. That saying was a little exaggerated, but it was not without reason, because now whenever there was any commotion at Hogwarts, even if Yi Feng wasn't he the one who caused it, it was basically still related to him. But what the students of Hogwarts found very strange was that during this period, Yi Feng suddenly seemed like a completely different person. Not only was he attending classes normally without causing trouble, he even often stayed in the library at night until it closed before going back to the dorm to sleep. Could it be that guy Yi Feng changed his ways? That shouldn't be possible. There's an old saying in China. It's easier to change mountains and rivers than one's nature. A person like him probably wouldn't change even if the earth were destroyed, so why has he suddenly stopped making trouble? But no matter what, it's good if he can quiet down. Just in time for me to get some proper rest. Although he had no idea why Yi Feng had suddenly changed his temperament, being quiet was still a good thing, so Dumbledore had been feeling quite comfortable every day. Even his luck with fishing had improved a lot. Now he managed to catch fish every day. They were not very big, but at least he had achieved a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Clearly, although Dumbledore had heard the saying that a leopard cannot change its spots, he had never heard another one. When a child is unusually quiet, he is definitely up to something. The real reason Yi Feng had gone quiet was simple. The ultra-simplified version of his magic power cultivation method was about to be finalized, so he had been rushing to finish it over the past few days, because the Ministry of Magic was already close to going mad. They were practically about to send people charging into Hogwarts for a full search. Because the Dementors had basically been crippled by Yi Feng's talismans, they still had not been able to find Black's whereabouts even now, and that had caused enormous damage to the Ministry of Magic's reputation. Several months had already passed. If they still could not find Black, then the Ministry of Magic would become a joke. By then, who knew whether those ambitious people hiding in the shadows would think the ministry was failing and jump out because they could no longer hold back. Therefore, in order to recover its reputation, the Ministry of Magic had practically unleashed all the Aurors in the department. Although Black still had not been found, with all these Aurors now mobilized, it was probably only a matter of time before he was discovered. So Yi Feng planned to have him help with something before Black was found. Actually, resolving Black's matter was very simple. He just had to hand Ron's rat over to the Ministry of Magic, because the one who had betrayed Harry's parents back then was not Black, but Peter Pettigrew. Therefore, as long as Peter was exposed and the truth was restored, Black's name could be cleared. Once the injustice on him was washed away, Black naturally would no longer need to be hunted by the Ministry of Magic. However, he was not familiar with Black, even if the man was Harry's godfather. But if Black was willing to help him with a small favor, then Yi Feng was still willing to do this little effort for him. And for Black, this could also count as an opportunity. After all, with Yi Feng around, no matter what happened, he would not end up dead. Of course, although Yi Feng was very confident in himself, he still needed to make more preparations. So on this day, during Snape's potions class, 1 caddy of Huanhuan grass, half a caddy of red ginseng, 1 caddy of shengji vine, plus 3 bowls of rootless water, 2 liang of spirit blood. Snape on the platform, looking at Yi Feng, who was completely ignoring everyone else, pouring all kinds of medicinal ingredients into the waste-high-end furnace with one hand while using his wand with the other to constantly control the size of the flame. Snape felt utterly helpless. If he said something, then with Yi Feng's potion-making skill, aside from knowing fewer recipes than Snape, he was already in no way inferior to him. Making him continue brewing potions together with the other students was more or less a waste of his time, and it might even interfere with his alchemy and cause his pill refining to fail. But if he said nothing, this was still a potions class. And Yi Feng's complete focus on his pill refining, as if no one else existed, had almost drawn all the other students' attention away. That made it impossible for the class to continue. Fortunately, Yi Feng's pill refining speed was extremely fast. After only half a class, a faint fragrance drifted out of the massive Dan furnace, and just smelling a trace of it made them all feel instantly refreshed. Boom! Suddenly, just as the pill fragrance spread, the sky above Hogwarts changed abruptly. Winds surged and clouds churned, and the Dan fire inside Yi Feng's furnace also began flickering unstably, making Yi Feng's expression change at once as he focused on his refining. What the hell? Isn't this just a Chuangyu Dan for healing injuries and keeping someone alive? At most it's only a third-turn pill, so how did it draw a pill tribulation? This makes no sense. Feeling the faint tribulation aura above his head, Yi Feng was full of question marks, but the still unformed pill tribulation overhead had indeed locked onto the Dan furnace in front of him. While Yi Feng frowned in confusion, the tribulation clouds above rapidly gathered. And when the large amount of medicinal liquid refined and purified from the ingredients in the Dan furnace fully fused together, then under Yi Feng's control split into portions and condensed into shape, the dark clouds over Hogwarts had already gathered to a terrifying degree, and enormous lightning serpents were constantly moving through them. Damn, I absolutely can't let this pill tribulation come down. If it does, at least 90% of the several hundred pills in this batch will be destroyed. In the end, I'll probably only have a dozen or so left. Heavenly tribulation. Listen to that. Is that something a human would say? Who the hell counts the number of finished pills in a batch by the hundreds? If I don't strike you, who should I strike? Go die. Boom. When the pill liquid inside the Dan furnace gradually began to reveal the embryonic forms of pills under the baking of the Dan fire, the tribulation in the sky could no longer hold back. A pillar of lightning thicker than a house descended from the heavens, heading straight for the classroom where Yi Feng was. Scatter. Almost at the exact same moment the tribulation fell, Yi Feng did not even look up as he gave a low shout in his heart. At the same time, Snape on the platform could not help rubbing his eyes, because he seemed to have seen the small sword ornament that had always hung at Yi Feng's waist turn into a streak of light and vanish. Wait, it looks like that sword ornament really is gone. While Snape was shocked and wondering whether he had seen wrong, or whether Yi Feng had simply not worn that ornament today, a peerlessly sharp flying sword carrying sword chi powerful enough to tear space apart split open the descending lightning pillar and shot into the tribulation clouds above. 2 or 3 seconds later, the terrifying thunderclouds that had almost pressed down onto the rooftops of Hogwarts rapidly dispersed. In only 2 or 3 seconds they vanished completely, revealing the bright silver moon in the sky, as if nothing had happened at all. At the same time, inside the potions classroom, Snape only felt his vision blur. When he rubbed his eyes and looked again, he instantly felt as if he had seen a ghost, because the waist where Yi Feng had clearly had nothing just now once again had a delicate little sword swaying lightly with Yi Feng's movements. Sigh. Looks like I really am getting old. My eyesight's going bad. Seems like I can't stay up late anymore. Seeing that Yi Feng had already extinguished the fire and taken out a porcelain bottle to collect the pills, Snape also withdrew his gaze and blamed everything just now on having seen things. As for Yi Feng, looking at the round Chuangyu Dan in front of him, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Very good. With this Chuangyu Dan, as long as someone hasn't been blown into mincemeat, 1 pill will be enough to pull them back. Now I can finally relax and find someone to test the ultra-simplified version of the magic power cultivation method. For some reason, at this very moment, Black, who was hiding in the underground hollow beneath the roots of the Whomping Willow, suddenly could not help shivering. Could it be that the Dementors have caught up? Has this day finally come? I still haven't acknowledged Harry. Originally, Yi Feng had planned to have a heart-to-heart talk with Voldemort, but to his great regret, Voldemort still had not come to visit even this far into the semester. That left Yi Feng with no choice but to give the opportunity that had originally belonged to him to someone else. That very night, after refining the healing pills, Yi Feng quietly made his way outside Lupin's quarters. The reason he did not go directly to Sirius was simple. He did not know him, and he also did not know exactly where Sirius was hiding now. He did not have the Twins Marauders map, so finding someone was a bit difficult. Of course, only a bit difficult. After all, it was just a matter of opening his divine sense, and it would not even take half a second. But Yi Feng hated trouble, and if he went straight to Sirius, he would definitely have to explain things and convince him, so he felt it would be more convenient to find Lupin and have him lead the way. Thus Lupin, who was currently hiding alone in his quarters and quietly practicing transfiguration, was badly startled by the sudden knock on the door, to the point that the wolf he had transformed ended up changing shape. If we were only talking about its appearance, then there actually was not much difference. Because after all, he had merely been startled. As a professor, Lupin's mental fortitude was still decent. But if you had seen the wolf Lupin transformed before and the wolf he had now, you would be able to spot the difference at a glance. That wasn't just a simple change in appearance, but something far more mysterious and indescribable. To give a simple and clear example, before, the wolf Lupin turned into was like a wild wolf surviving out in the wilderness, full of savage nature. But now, he was more like a husky locked up inside a house, and not even the kind with the air conditioner on to keep its CPU cooled down. Fortunately, every professor's room had extremely high privacy. Without the owner's permission, even Dumbledore couldn't casually enter another professor's room. Dumbledore, huh? Is that a thing? Doesn't everyone just go in whenever they want? Oh, it's Yi Feng's room? Then never mind. After undoing the transfiguration, Lupin calmed himself a little, straightened his clothes, and opened the door. When he saw that the one knocking outside was actually Yi Feng, he was a little surprised because generally speaking, after around 8 at night, it was rare for students to still be out. Oh, except for those sneaking around at night. But even they usually wouldn't stay out too late, since going too late would affect their sleep and make them feel terrible the next day. So seeing Yi Feng come looking for him at this hour really did surprise Lupin. But Yi Feng knew he was a werewolf, and Yi Feng had done him a great favor, so Lupin immediately stepped aside and let Yi Feng into his room. When Yi Feng saw Lupin move aside, he hesitated slightly before walking in. I want to go see Sirius Black. There was no probing and no beating around the bush. After entering Lupin's room, Yi Feng directly stated his purpose. Hearing that, Lupin was startled because the fact that he was in contact with Black should only be known by a very limited few. Young people like Yi Feng shouldn't know, and shouldn't even have any way of knowing. But then he thought about how this was Yi Feng, the one who had created the heavy-duty model broom that overturned the entire magical world's understanding of flying broomsticks, and who had also developed talismans, something that had become an indispensable daily item for wizards throughout the magical world in a very short time. Once he thought of that, Lupin felt that this was only natural. Still, although Yi Feng had done him a great favor, Black was his best friend. So Lupin didn't agree right away and instead hesitated. Yi Feng saw Lupin's hesitation and understood exactly why he was hesitating. After all, Yi Feng had done him a great favor. If Lupin refused directly, his conscience definitely wouldn't let it go. But if he agreed and took Yi Feng there, then he would also feel like he was betraying his good brother Black. But he didn't need to hesitate for long, because before Lupin could make up his mind, Yi Feng spoke again. Don't worry, I won't do anything harmful to him. I know he's Harry's godfather, and I know he's innocent. I even have a way to clear the injustice hanging over him and let him live openly under the sun again. Of course, as the premise for all that, he has to help me with a small favor. A small favor that might bring enormous benefits to him, and maybe even to you as well. Hearing that, Lupin's breathing became a little quicker, because Yi Feng had said something similar to him before, and then he had obtained the transfiguration technique that completely changed his situation of uncontrollably turning into a werewolf every full moon and indiscriminately attacking nearby humans. As for whether Yi Feng was using them as test subjects, and whether there might be danger or even death during the experiment, that didn't matter to him, because everything Yi Feng had done since coming to Hogwarts had already proven how reliable he was. Yi Feng might look unreliable with how he messed around all day, but that was only on the surface. Because Yi Feng had done him such a great favor, Lupin had carefully studied this benefactor of his. In the end, it was that very study that let him see through the surface and uncover the truth. And that truth was this. Every single thing Yi Feng wanted to do succeeded, with almost no exceptions. Whether it was blowing up the dining hall ceiling right after first arriving and turning the sky dome, which had originally only projected the outside scenery indoors through magic, into a real sky dome, or modifying flying broomsticks or altering transfiguration, he had succeeded in all of it. Because of that, Lupin trusted Yi Feng's ability, so after Yi Feng finished speaking, Lupin hesitated no more and agreed directly. Besides, the one being the test subject this time wasn't him. It was Black. He was only bringing Yi Feng there. Whether it would work or not was still another matter. Still, Lupin hoped it would work, because one transfiguration had already changed his life. If another one came along, then avenging his old friends might not be impossible either. So, a little over 10 minutes later. Black. Lupin. Brother Black, see? I'm good to you, right? The moment something good comes up, I bring it straight to you. Yi Feng. V. Have you thought it through? My magic power cultivation method hasn't been tested yet, but I trust my own skills and we do have insurance. I guarantee that even if it fails, you absolutely won't be in danger. Even if there really is danger, as long as you don't explode into white mush, then even if only your head is left, one pill down the hatch and I can still save you. Of course, even if you do explode into mush, it's not like I can't try to save you. I just don't know whether restore to its original state works on people. If it doesn't, then I might have to use another systems method to mold a body for you first and then revive you. Lupin. Black.
De.
Hey, could you not say something that horrifying with such a calm face? This joke isn't funny at all. Gulp. Before they could finish ranting in their hearts, Yifeng's action directly cut them off, because he casually pulled out a bottle of pills giving off a faint fragrance and placed it on the table. No, if I leave it on the table, you might not have time to pick it up and eat it, so you'd better take one first before trying. While muttering that, Yifeng picked up the pills from the table again, opened the bottle, poured one into his palm, and held it out in front of Sirius Black. Black? Sigma, Day. I don't think I've agreed yet. Pop. Gulp. Only after slapping the pill in his palm straight into Sirius Black's mouth and making him swallow it did Yifeng speak. It's fine. Anyway, I made plenty of these pills this time. Even if you don't agree, you can still try one of my pills. The effect is absolutely top tier. Gulp. Along with the swallowing sound, that fragrant pill went down into Black's stomach, making Lupin feel a little envious, because Yifeng's pills were definitely considered scarce goods at Hogwarts. If you wanted one, the only way was to win some kind of award or perform well enough. But now Black had done absolutely nothing and still gotten one for free. Lupin, who had been here so long and had only ever been lucky enough to get one from the Dragon Boat Festival talisman Dumbledore handed out during the holiday, instantly felt sour. Yifeng. Seeing the look on Lupin's face, a huge question mark popped up in Yifeng's mind, because as far as he knew, this stuff wasn't rare at all. Although after Dumbledore seriously explained all the pros and cons, Yifeng had never taken pills out to sell. He still occasionally refined 1 or 2 batches in daily life. So while it wasn't to the point where everyone could treat pills like candy beans, taking one in the morning, one at noon, and one at night was still easily doable. For example, little Hui Hui liked taking one whenever he came across something tasty, treating those blood and chi boosting pills like digestive tablets to enhance his body's digestive ability so he could eat more and eat longer. Besides that, Cho Chang and the others also liked crushing 1 blood chi pill every night before bed and mixing it into facial mask mud to put on their faces, because that could repair damaged skin and make their skin even more delicate and fair. Sometimes, when Yifeng ended up refining too many of a certain kind of pill, he would even mix them into bait when fishing to make a nest, so Yifeng had never felt that pills were some especially rare thing. And because Yifeng would often hand out bottles of pills to Zhangqiu, Luna, Harry, and the other friends around him, and would also send a batch of pills to Dumbledore whenever trouble came up, none of them had ever thought pills were anything rare. Because neither he nor the people around him thought pills were anything unusual, Yifeng had no idea just how insanely sought after his pills were at Hogwarts. In truth, Yifeng had still underestimated just how tempting becoming stronger was to these wizards. Even though pills were consumables and would be gone once eaten, they could genuinely increase your strength and save your life when you were injured in battle with no healer around. Unlike talismans, they were not just external tools in the end. So when Yifeng saw the look of desire on Lupin's face, he was a little stunned. Then he cautiously poured out 1 pill into his palm, and the moment Yifeng brought out that pill, Lupin's eyes instantly lit up.
Yifeng.
The moment he saw Lupin's expression, Yifeng felt like he had found something fun. He moved his hand a little toward Lupin, and as his hand moved closer, Lupin seemed to start glowing all over. Then Yifeng pulled his hand back. The instant Yifeng withdrew the hand holding the pill, the light on Lupin vanished at once. His whole body even seemed to be giving off a gray aura. Yifeng found it extremely fascinating, so he repeated the same action again. 1 minute later, Yifeng, Black beside him. Yifeng, ahem, well, Professor Lupin, go ahead and take this pill. It might completely cure the illness in your body. Seeing that Black had already recovered from the shock of watching the hidden injuries in his body rapidly heal after taking the pill, Yifeng quickly handed the pill in front of Lupin and stopped teasing him. Hearing Yifeng say that, Lupin snapped out of it as if waking from a dream. He took the pill Yifeng handed him in disbelief, confirmed again and again that it really was for him, and only then carefully brought it to his mouth and swallowed it. As Lupin swallowed the pill, a gentle light immediately rose from his body. But that light did not last long before it was wrapped up by a kind of black smoke, and the instant the black fog tangled with the light, the two reacted violently, just like cold water being poured onto red-hot iron. What is this? Oh, so this is the werewolf virus? I didn't expect it really could be cured. But this werewolf virus is really something. It isn't a purely ordinary virus, but one with a bit of magical nature mixed in. No wonder it can make people transform even before the full moon. But what a pity. Even though this pill of mine mainly focuses on recovery and healing, it's still a third-turn pill after all. Even if it isn't perfectly matched, wiping out these viruses is still not a problem. As Yi Feng muttered to himself, the light on Lupin's body seemed to have been provoked into fury. It erupted almost instantly, and that dazzling radiance lit up the entire dim little hut. Within that brilliant light, the gray mist was completely purified and vanished in an instant, and Lupin also opened his eyes. Black, who had still been a little doubtful toward Yi Feng before, was now completely stunned by what he saw. So after Lupin opened his eyes and happily thanked Yi Feng, he directly asked, "Does what you said just now still count?" Seeing that Black was finally about to agree, Yi Feng was absolutely delighted and immediately said, "Of course it counts. As long as you help me test whether this simplified version of the magic power cultivation method can run smoothly, I'll tell you where Pettigrew is, and if you need it, I can even bring him over." Hearing that, Black hesitated no longer and sat down at once. But the moment he unfolded the parchment Yi Feng handed him, he froze on the spot. It was not because what was written on the parchment was too world-shaking, nor because there was too much written there or it was too profound. It was because he could not understand it. It was not that Yi Feng had written the contents in Chinese and forgotten to change it into English. The contents were proper English, and Yi Feng's handwriting was neat enough that it definitely would not affect reading. The reason Black could not understand it was very simple. He recognized every single word on that parchment when taken apart, but once those words were put together, aside from the beginning, he could not understand the rest at all. For example, the parchment said that magic power was a kind of energy formed after the human body absorbed external energy, then refined and assimilated it, so the first step of cultivation was to control the magic power within the body. He could understand that sentence, but he could not understand what came next, because it said, "Naturally sit cross-legged, with 5 hearts facing the sky. Empty your body and carefully sense the flow of magic power within your body. Then follow it, merge into it and control it." If he could not understand it, then he would ask. Black had never felt there was anything embarrassing about asking when he did not understand something, so he spoke directly. Mr. Yi, what does 5 hearts facing the sky mean? Does it mean all 5 of your hearts have to face the sky? But a person only has 1 heart.
Ye Feng.
Hearing Black's question, Yi Feng felt a bit numb too. Earlier, he had only focused on simplifying the content and difficulty of the cultivation method, and had forgotten that the person cultivating it might not be Chinese. So with many of the terms and phrases, he had simply used whatever was most convenient. Now it seemed that shortcut was no longer possible. Good thing I found someone to test it in advance. Otherwise, if I directly threw the official version of the magic power cultivation method to Voldemort and he couldn't understand it, that would be awkward. Nothing could be done perfectly in one go. Since he had found a problem, then he would solve it. Unfortunately, Yi Feng had still underestimated the difficulty of his simplified magic tome, and overestimated Black's ability to understand it. So when Black, under Yi Feng's hand-by-hand guidance, finally succeeded in controlling the magic power in his body for the first time, the rooster crowed. Yi Feng, looking at the sky outside, where the faint pale light of dawn had already appeared, Yi Feng felt utterly speechless. But at this point, after already teaching this much, what else could he do? He could only grit his teeth and continue teaching. Oh. Luna. Did you not sleep last night? Do you want to lie down and sleep for a bit while class hasn't started yet? When Yi Feng yawned, Luna's crisp and pleasant voice, like a lark's song, rang out. It gave the sleepy Yi Feng a slight burst of alertness, but only a slight one, because in order to teach Black, he had stayed up the entire night. Although his powerful soul and immortal power kept his body in peak condition almost every moment, and even now going without sleep was nothing to him, he still kept a normal person's routine because in his view mealtimes were a kind of enjoyment, so he still lived much like an ordinary person. And to make himself seem even more like a normal person, Yi Feng had even made himself able to feel sleepy and tired. So after staying up all night yesterday, although he did not have dark circles under his eyes, he looked completely lacking in energy. But that was only because Yi Feng made himself think so. In reality, his body had no problem at all. Still, Luna's words made his eyes widen slightly, because while saying that, Luna lightly patted her thigh, and the meaning could not have been more obvious. Although Luna was not wearing a short skirt and was not showing off her long, fair, slender legs, this was a lap pillow. There was no need to explain how tempting a beautiful girl's lap pillow was to a normal boy, right? But Yi Feng glanced at the sun that had already risen and in the end still shook his head. Although he had come rather early because he had not slept last night and had gone straight to the dining hall, the hall was not truly empty, so Yi Feng refused. As for how exactly he had run into Luna, Yi Feng was a little curious about that too. But when he asked Luna, she only smiled and shook her head without telling him. Actually, Luna didn't know why either. After waking up that morning, She had a feeling that if she went straight to the Great Hall right then, she would run into Yi Feng at the entrance and get to enjoy a quiet stretch of time alone with him. Even though that feeling had come for no reason at all, she believed it, and so she ran into Yi Feng. Even though Yi Feng had refused her lap pillow, just sitting quietly with him like this was still a kind of enjoyment, because it could calm her heart completely, letting her think about nothing and ignore everyone else's stares. Yi Feng. ZZZ. Luna. A few minutes later. Luna. ZZZ. Sleepiness could sometimes be contagious. After quietly sitting beside Yi Feng and watching him for a few minutes, Luna couldn't help yawning too, and then she leaned against him and fell asleep. When Hermione and the others were wondering why they hadn't seen Luna and Yi Feng today, and were quietly suspecting they might have come too early, the people in the Great Hall looked at Yi Feng, who was sleeping so deeply that drool was practically about to come out. Though they didn't dare make the slightest sound, that didn't stop them from using all kinds of methods to record the scene. This was very likely the only black history Yi Feng would have after coming to Hogwarts. So this scene was absolutely a major event worthy of being recorded in history. Didn't they see their beloved Headmaster Dumbledore personally holding a camera and recording the scene from multiple directions and angles? It might even be useful in the future. So when Hermione and the others stepped into the Great Hall and saw this scene, they were collectively petrified. Gulp. Did I see that wrong? We seem to have come at the wrong time.
Ye Feng.
Oh. Is it time to eat? Perhaps sensing Cho Chang and the others' presence, Yi Feng woke from his deep sleep, and at a glance he saw Dumbledore not far away, putting something away.
Ye Feng.
Headmaster Dumbledore, are you hiding some kind of tasty snack?
Dumbledore, Sigma.
Haha, and you still noticed. Just a little dessert. Want some? As he spoke, Dumbledore rummaged through the pocket he had cast an undetectable extension charm on, then pulled out a delicate little tin box. With a pained look on his face, he opened it and took out a milk candy wrapped in paper, offering it to Yi Feng.
Ye Feng. Handakuten ye handakuten.
Headmaster, you'd better keep that for yourself. I don't need it. Dumbledore holds it out. Really? Then I'll keep it for myself. The moment Yi Feng said he didn't want it, Dumbledore moved with incredible speed. By the time he asked if Yi Feng was sure, the milk candy was already back in the box and the lid was closed again, leaving Yi Feng speechless. And Luna, who had also woken up at some point and was still leaning lazily against Yi Feng, showed a trace of curiosity when she saw Dumbledore like this. All this time, the image Headmaster Dumbledore had shown the students was that of a dignified headmaster. Kindness was only one side of him, but this kind of childish old man look was something Luna was seeing for the first time too. Perhaps because he noticed the curiosity on Luna's face, Dumbledore gave a light cough, returned to his usual manner, and walked toward his main seat. Only Yi Feng and Luna didn't know that Dumbledore's image had already completely collapsed in front of the students just now. After all, compared to a childish old man who guarded his food, the Dumbledore from just now, holding a camera and crazily taking pictures of Yi Feng with a sly grin, was even harder to accept. After seeing that version of Dumbledore, the Dumbledore in front of them now felt like nothing by comparison. But Harry and the others came over at this time too, so Yi Feng didn't notice anything wrong. What puzzled him a little was why, when Cho Chang passed by Dumbledore, she quietly said to him, "Professor, please make an extra copy for me." As the saying went, paper couldn't wrap fire. Even though Yi Feng didn't know what had happened at the time, something like this was impossible to keep hidden forever, especially after some genius discovered that Yi Feng's photos were extremely popular, and that any decently taken one could be sold for 1 galleon, then started mass printing and selling them everywhere. The matter being exposed became inevitable. Yi Feng, looking at the photo slowly drifting down onto the ground, Yi Feng had no expression at all on his face. The little underclassman who had accidentally dropped the photo was so startled by his expression that she timidly wanted to pick it up but didn't dare. She could only stand there looking at Yi Feng with a frightened expression.
Y Fen, Epsilon, O, Psi.
Letting out a soft sigh, Yi Feng picked up the photo from the ground and handed it to the quite cute little underclassman, saying, "Here, be more careful next time and don't lose it again."
Little underclassman, Sigma. D.
Oh. Senior Yi, can you give me an autograph? Ever since I heard about your deeds from my older sister, I've especially admired you. You have no idea. My sister sometimes even calls out your name in her sleep at night.
Ye Feng.
Although being admired was something worth being happy about, for some reason Yi Feng just couldn't feel happy about it, especially when the person looking at you with worship in her eyes and asking for your autograph was holding a photo of your sleeping face. But Yi Feng knew this actually had nothing to do with this little underclassman. What was really worth his attention was the person who took this photo and the people mass copying and developing them. So Yifeng signed an autograph for the little underclassman and casually asked where she had bought the photo. 1 hour later, in some corner of Hogwarts, Yifeng, holding Mudohorin, had cornered the Weasley twins. You too. Selling my photos is one thing, but you didn't even give me a single galleon in profit share? Talk. How do you want to die? The twins. Let's talk this out. About the profit share, as long as you put that thing down first. Everything can be discussed. Passing Dumbledore. 9, 6 flipped. 1 galleon, 2 galleons, 3 galleons. Harry. Why do you have so many galleons? Hermione. I think it's better if you don't know. Ron, that's right. Some things are much better not knowing than knowing. Why didn't I think of that idea? Even if it was only half of it. That would still be a whole lot of galleons.
Feng.
Are you sure? You want to try it?
Ron, Sigma.
On second thought, forget it. As for galleons, enough to use is fine, enough to use is fine. Only after seeing Yifeng withdraw his gaze did Ron finally let out a sigh of relief. He had seen the miserable state of his 2 older brothers this morning. Setting aside the perfectly symmetrical black eyes each of them had, there were also notes stuck to their backs saying, "I am an idiot," and they couldn't even peel them off. He absolutely couldn't handle that himself. So his 2 older brothers could go ahead and earn that money instead. Seeing his friend chicken out, Harry was a little disappointed. He had actually hoped his friend could man up, but he had also become completely interested in what Ron and the others were talking about, so he kept asking, what else could it be? Didn't Headmaster Dumbledore take a whole set of pictures of him sleeping in the Great Hall and drooling before? You've got no idea how popular that set of photos is. And not just among the girls, either. They're also incredibly popular among the boys. The better ones are practically impossible to get. And then, Ron's 2 brothers caught a whiff of the business opportunity. The 2 of them went and directly stole the negatives from Headmaster Dumbledore, spent 2 days developing a huge pile of photos, and then sold them everywhere. In just 2 or 3 days, they drove a photo worth 1 galleon down to dirt cheap prices. Saying everyone had one would already be an understatement. Quite a few people even collected 2 or 3 sets. Harry. I can understand the girls collecting them. After all, Yifeng is pretty popular with the girls at school. But the boys collecting them, I really don't get that. What do they want them for? Hearing Harry say that, Ginny raised her slender fair finger, waved it, and shook her head as she said, "Now that's where you don't understand. Right? According to them, Yifeng's photos have some kind of magical power. If you put his photo in your room, it can ward off evil." A lot of students said that after putting up those photos, they slept much more peacefully at night. Besides that, some students said his photos can even be used as protective charms. Earlier, one student accidentally fell and almost slammed into the corner of a desk. But the photo of Yifeng in his hand flashed once, and that desk directly shifted forward a short distance, successfully helping him avoid the impact.
Feng, 半濁点ろ半濁点.
My photo has that kind of function too? Hearing Yifeng say that, Ginny smiled sweetly and said, "It's probably exaggerated, but I heard they like to put your photo out before doing something, set it up, and pray to it or something. Supposedly, it boosts the success rate by quite a bit." Thud. Hearing that, Ron's hand slipped, and he failed to hold up his head, causing it to slam straight into the table. Everyone else immediately turned to look at him. Ron swallowed nervously and said in a frightened voice, When I passed by Professor Snape's potions room yesterday, I saw him praying, but I was kind of scared of him, so I walked a little fast and only got a quick glance. Now that Ginny said that, I suddenly remembered, in front of Professor Snape back then, there seemed to be a photo. Everyone else. The moment Ron said that, everyone fell silent. And after hearing Ron's words, a thought suddenly popped into Harry's mind. If even Professor Snape is doing it, then there must be some reason to it. Next time before I brew potions, should I try it too? While Harry's thoughts ran wild and Yifeng stood there in utter chaos. Inside Snape's potions room. Ha 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 ha. Success. I finally succeeded. A whole year. I spent a whole year preparing to brew this magic enhancement potion. After failing a full 12 times, I finally succeeded, and I even succeeded twice in a row. Starting today, the history of potions in the wizarding world may be changed because of this, and Snape, will leave a heavy mark in the history of potions. Looking at the deep blue potion in the thumb-sized glass bottle in his hand, Snape laughed wildly without caring about his image. If anyone had seen this scene, they would have been stunned beyond belief because Professor Snape, who never smiled, or rather, who in their eyes could not smile at all, was actually capable of smiling this happily, this brilliantly. And behind Snape, who was laughing so freely, Yifeng's sweet sleeping photo was continuously gleaming along with the flame of the alcohol lamp under the cauldron. After one person after another spread the word, Feng's photo completely became the thing people had to worship whenever they needed luck, whether for exams, brewing potions, and so on. Some people had even developed the habit of getting up every day and praying to or bowing to Feng's photo while Feng. Although after some time Feng had gradually gotten used to it, and during potions class he no longer found it strange to see them take out the framed photo, place it on the table, and pray to it while brewing potions. He was still extremely speechless as he felt those wisps of faith drifting through the air, trying to wrap around him and sink into his body. Forget it, I'll keep it for now. Even though I'm a cultivator and don't need something like faith, it might come in handy someday. The matter of Feng's sleeping photo slowly passed, and things over at the Ministry of Magic had nearly driven them mad as well, especially after they mobilized every force they could and still couldn't find where Black was. Meanwhile, the person they were searching for was currently hiding in the secret cave beneath the Whomping Willow, cultivating. After teaching Black how to guide the magic power inside his body to circulate in a certain way and absorb the energy of the outside world for his own use, Feng used a few little methods to erase Black's traces. After all, Black's magic cultivation had reached a critical point and absolutely could not be disturbed by those people from the Ministry of Magic. As for whether the people at the Ministry of Magic were going crazy or not, what did that have to do with Feng? But their hard days were almost over because Black, who had successfully completed his cultivation, gone into seclusion, and used it to break through once, had already reached a level comparable to Dumbledore before Feng came to Hogwarts, and now openly appeared in Hogwarts under Professor Lupin's guidance. Mr. Feng, I succeeded. After many days of hard cultivation, I finally succeeded just as you said, and I even broke through because of it. I can feel that my strength has risen by a huge margin. I can now easily cast wandless, silent magic, and the power doesn't decrease by much either. Looking at Black in front of him, Feng nodded in satisfaction. Next, he could release the official version of the magic tome. As for how to find Voldemort, there was no need to worry about that. Voldemort was an extremely ambitious guy. Now that Black had successfully cultivated, once this news got out, Feng wouldn't need to go looking for Voldemort at all. Voldemort would come to him on his own. He just needed to wait by the tree stump for the rabbit. But before that, he needed to clear Black's name first. So, he turned his gaze toward Ron beside him, or more accurately, toward the rat beside Ron that had trembled the instant Black appeared, and then started acting extremely abnormally, constantly trying to escape only to be caught and dragged back by Ron again and again. Scabbers, Mr. Peter, where exactly are you trying to go? Seeing the gray fat rat in Ron's hands struggling non-stop to escape, the corner of Feng's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a trace of mockery. Peter had spent so many years as a rat without ever undoing the transformation, living all this time as an actual rat. Because of that, even his thinking had started to degrade. He had already begun to forget how to think like a human. He couldn't even break free from Ron and escape. So when Feng directly exposed him, Peter Pettigrew actually didn't react at first. He just kept struggling non-stop. It was only after nearly 2 seconds passed that he finally realized what had happened, then directly bit Ron and used the moment Ron cried out in pain to break free and flee. But Feng had been staring at him the whole time, so how could he possibly let him get away that easily? However, just as Feng pulled out a net and was about to swing it, he forcefully stopped himself, because he thought of a problem. Black had been locked in Azkaban for so long and must be filled with anger. If Peter were handed directly over to the Ministry of Magic, then the fury in Black's heart would have no way to vent itself. The current Black had already successfully advanced into his number 1 toolman. Since he was Feng's toolman, then naturally Feng had to treat him a little better. So as the boss, letting his toolman vent the dissatisfaction and anger in his heart in an appropriate and reasonable way was also very reasonable. Thus, Feng pulled back the net in his hand, and instead sent out a flying kick, directly kicking Peter Pettigrew, who had transformed into Scabbers and was just about to hit the ground, flying away with one solid thump. Smack! Whoosh!
Feng, 0-0.
Watching the gray rat turn into a black blur and shoot out the window with a whoosh, Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "That kick! Full marks! Black!
Lupin, Sigma, Side.
See? De. Chase him! We absolutely can't let him escape." When he saw that Feng had actually kicked the rat that was basically certain to be Peter Pettigrew straight outside with one kick, Black and Lupin froze for a second before flying into a rage. But they were not angry at Feng. They were furious that Peter Pettigrew had already been recognized and still dared to run. So with an angry shout, they charged out directly. When Feng saw Lupin and Black rushing out in a fury, he turned back to glance at Ron and noticed that the spot on Ron's hand where he had been bitten was already bleeding. So he reminded him first, saying rats can carry rabies and they might also carry the plague. If you don't want to end up at a funeral banquet, You'd better go to the infirmary and get it checked. Ron? Day 0 to Q Fun. Funeral banquet. Hearing Yi Feng say that, Ron was so scared his soul almost left his body, because after being classmates with Yi Feng for so long, he understood what Yi Feng meant by funeral banquet. After terrifying Ron half to death with a single sentence, Yi Feng turned and followed Black and the others out. No need to panic. The force behind that kick should have been pretty strong. Even if I didn't kill him with that one kick, he definitely won't be feeling good right now. He won't recover that easily. Of course, even if he does recover and runs, it doesn't matter. After I kicked him away, I put a mark on him. He can't get away. Yi Feng. A little wall hack doesn't count as cheating. Besides, I only marked the enemy's location. Hearing Yi Feng say that, Lupin and Black did not slow down, but the expressions on their faces eased quite a bit. As for Hermione, Harry, and the others following behind Yi Feng to watch the excitement, they were full of curiosity about the mark he mentioned, and they quickly found out what that actually meant. Maybe Peter Pettigrew really could take a beating. Maybe a rat's body structure and weight gave it more of an advantage when taking impacts. Or maybe Yi Feng's kick had just happened to send him into the bushes. In any case, by the time Lupin and Black rushed outside the window, the rat Peter Pettigrew had turned into was already nowhere to be seen. After finally getting a chance to clear his name and with Harry, whom he had risked his life to come see one more time, right in front of him, how could Black possibly allow that chance to slip away? So when he discovered that Peter Pettigrew had vanished, he nearly went mad. He even started to feel some resentment toward Yi Feng, the one who had kicked Peter Pettigrew out in the first place. But right at that moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared in a thick patch of bushes less than 5 meters away from them. Then a huge red quest arrow floated above the bushes, blinking over and over as if afraid no one would notice it. Harry and the others. Sigma, Side. Ciso. That's the mark? Then there really is no need to worry about losing him. When they saw that huge, bright red arrow marker, everyone could not help but gasp in amazement. And just as they were marveling at it, the arrow suddenly began moving quickly. It seemed that although Peter Pettigrew had not noticed the arrow above him, he had sensed that something was wrong and started fleeing. Without Yi Feng's mark, given Peter Pettigrew's size and speed, there really was a chance he could have escaped. But now, as long as Black and the others were not blind, there was no way Peter Pettigrew was getting away. Even though Yi Feng had already added an extra layer of insurance, Black and Lupin still felt it was better to catch that guy as soon as possible. Besides, Ron had already reacted and was charging at them with an angry face. What are you doing to my scabbers? Lupin. Bayou Ron. Ron had not even finished speaking before Lupin hit Peter, who was hiding in the bushes but had been marked, with a revealing spell. It directly forced him out of his rat transformation, turning him back into a rat man. And when Ron saw Peter Pettigrew back in human form, he staggered in fright and almost dropped flat onto the ground. But after the shock, all those little everyday memories of his past life with his pet scabbers began flashing wildly through his mind. And then, blurg the next second, a waterfall erupted from Ron's mouth. Harry, who had been about to comfort his good brother, thought about how Ron often slept hugging scabbers, and even liked kissing it. Harry, I can't think about it anymore. If I keep going, I won't be able to hold it in either. Compared to the two brothers Ron and Harry, one putting on a full-on waterfall performance and the other leaning against a wall with a frown and a green face, Yi Feng's reaction was much better. Looking at the scruffy man in front of him, who had reverted from his transformation but whose appearance and figure were basically just that of an enlarged rat, Yi Feng could not help frowning, because this guy could no longer really be called human. He really is both hateful and pitiful. He completely gave up the dignity of being human and lived like a rat just to survive. No wonder this guy was able to master transfiguration and become an animagus. He's practically just a giant rat. Yi Feng thought it was shameless that Peter Pettigrew had turned into a rat, completely abandoned the dignity of being human, and clung to life like that. But Peter Pettigrew himself did not think so. So after being forced out of his transformation, although he was extremely panicked, he did not surrender. Instead, he immediately tried to turn back into a rat and flee again. Yes, his first thought was still to run. In his heart, he had never even considered fighting back, much less turning the tables and killing them, because he had never believed he had any chance of winning. But Black did not give him that chance. It had to be known that Black, after training with Yi Feng's ultra-simplified magic tome, had already become so strong that he was not far from the Dumbledore from before Yi Feng came to Hogwarts. So even though he had no wand in hand, it did not affect his spellcasting at all. Sectum Sempra.
Yi Feng, Sigma.
Hiss. That brutal? Going straight for Sectum Semper right from the start? If that lands, won't he turn into rat paste? The facts proved that people who had truly fought life and death battles and seen blood were still very different from ordinary young wizards. Lupin and Black were a perfect example. Whether in their spell choice or the way they struck, both of them were far more decisive. If it had been young wizards like Harry and the others, their opening move would usually have been control spells like Expelliarmus or Stupefy. Black and the others were different. They opened with Sectum Sempra, while Lupin added a Petrificus Totalis from the side, completely sealing off Peter Pettigrew's escape route. Still, Peter Pettigrew really did deserve to be called a Ratman who had clung to life for so many years. His magical skill was one thing, but when it came to escaping for his life, he truly was capable. In a situation that was almost impossible, Peter Pettigrew actually managed to transform back into a rat again with the spells already about to hit him. And in rat form, he somehow twisted through an unbelievable angle in midair and barely avoided both spells, leaving Harry and the others stunned. But no matter how crafty Peter Pettigrew was or how flashy his moves were, it was all useless, because he had already been marked. No matter where he hid, it would not help. The only thing that left Yi Feng a bit speechless was that after turning into a rat, Peter Pettigrew's body became very small. On top of that, he kept hiding in grassy spots, so although they knew his general location, it was still a bit hard for Black and the others to aim at him. While Black and the others were relentlessly chasing Peter Pettigrew, professors like Dumbledore and Snape finally arrived as well. When the professors who had rushed over after hearing the news saw this scene, they first asked what exactly was going on. After learning that the one Lupin and the others were chasing was actually the real Peter Pettigrew, the one who had betrayed Harry Potter's parents, the professors all reacted differently. Most of the professors, like Dumbledore, showed no particular reaction and simply watched. They neither stopped Lupin and the others nor helped them. Grindelwald even wore an interested expression as he watched the show. Only Snape, after hearing the explanation, immediately grabbed his wand and charged forward. Seeing Snape actually step in, Yi Feng was a little shocked too. But those who knew the inside story were not surprised at all, because Snape's feelings for Lily, Harry's mother, had truly been incredibly deep. So when he heard that the chief culprit who had betrayed Lily and caused her death was right here, how could he possibly hold back? Peter Pettigrew was not that strong to begin with. The reason Lupin and the others had not managed to catch him right away was only because he had the advantage of being small. But once Snape joined in, and Lupin's group gradually figured out how to judge the target's position through the marks, Peter Pettigrew's road ended there. Still, in Yi Feng's view, this just showed that their magic was too weak. It was not that their personal magic standards were bad, but that the entire wizarding world's magic was lacking, because they were far too short on AoE attacks. Generally speaking, in games, mages were the overlords of group battles. One spell could directly cover a huge area. But in the Harry Potter world, there seemed to be very few spells that were actually wide range. But that situation was about to change soon, because Yi Feng's magic tome was about to officially appear. And once the magic tome came out, the magical power wizards possessed would rise in a straight line. Once they were no longer short on magic power, they would be able to cast all kinds of spells Yi Feng had modified and restored. Yes, modified and restored. After all, a lot of magic had already appeared in all kinds of magic novels and anime, and Yi Feng did not need to create them one by one from nothing. Many spells could be obtained by upgrading and modifying existing magic, at most with just a tiny bit of enhancement. Although most spells right now did not have much range. With 3 top-tier wizards by Wizarding World standards surrounding one Peter Pettigrew, whose magical level was not that great, victory was basically guaranteed. Of course, because Dumbledore and the others were present, they did not use highly lethal magic like Sectum Sempra. They were all using restrictive spells like the Transfiguration Reversal, Stunning Spell, and Full Body Bind Curse. Then they got a rock-hard Peter Pettigrew. At first, everyone else's attention was on Peter Pettigrew, but gradually many professors realized something was off, because the strength Sirius Black had displayed was a little too strong, almost on Dumbledore's level. Of course, that was the old Dumbledore. The current Dumbledore, because of Yi Feng's arrival, had become someone even Professor McGonagall and the others, who were also professors and saw him often, could no longer quite read, because the one who had the most contact with Yi Feng was him. Although they had also gained quite a few benefits and their magic levels had improved a lot, and now they could cast magic easily even without wands and without too much weakening. Compared to Dumbledore, there was still a huge gap. But Black had been locked up in Azkaban for 12 years, and yet not long after coming out, his strength had actually increased to this level. That was still a bit unbelievable. So they all turned to look at Yi Feng at the same time. Yi Feng? What? Seeing all those professors turn to look at him, Yi Feng's head filled with question marks. He could not understand why these people were not looking at the captured Peter Pettigrew and instead were staring at him, who was also just watching the show. Fortunately, they quickly withdrew their gazes. And with Peter Pettigrew captured, Sirius Black was finally about to clear his name. That was the real main event. So very soon everyone followed behind Pettigrew, who was being dragged away, and returned to the Great Hall. It did not take long before people from the Ministry of Magic arrived. And while waiting for them, Sirius Black also had a dramatic family recognition scene with Harry. Hearing that this scruffy man he had always been extremely wary of, even afraid of, was actually his godfather, Harry was completely dumbfounded. However, many among Dumbledore's group already knew about this, so after confirming it again, Harry still accepted the reality. After accepting that reality, Harry quickly became incomparably happy, because through his talks with Black and Lupin, he learned that after breaking out of Azkaban, Black had come to Hogwarts just to see him. That made Harry realize that he still had family who cared about him and thought of him. As for Feng, he was also quite satisfied as he looked at the much-watched Black. Looks like it won't be long before the news of Black clearing his name and his strength surging spreads across the wizarding world. Huh? Old Voldemort, hurry up and come already. I've been waiting for you so long the flowers are about to wilt. The future of the wizarding world can't do without you. Voldemort, hiding somewhere. Achoo! Is it autumn already? No, that's not right. Summer hasn't been here that long. Looks like this body is still too weak. I need to find a way to recover to my peak state as soon as possible. At the same time, the Ministry of Magic also began the return trip with Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black. After all, although this matter was basically confirmed, some procedures still had to be followed. More importantly, they needed this news to restore the Ministry's reputation and tell the wizarding world that the Ministry of Magic was not just sitting around doing nothing. Thus, before Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew had even returned to the Ministry of Magic, the news that the Ministry had captured the real person who had betrayed Harry Potter's parents back then was already flying everywhere. Of course, the piece of news Feng most wanted spread was also quietly beginning to spread through the wizarding world. Hey, have you heard? The one who betrayed the Potters back then wasn't Sirius Black, but Peter Pettigrew. Sirius Black has already regained his freedom now. Your news is outdated. Not only do I know Black is free again, but I also got word that after getting out, Black obtained some kind of magical item and his strength shot up. They say even Dumbledore of Hogwarts can't beat him anymore. Is that true? That's unbelievable. What kind of miraculous thing would it have to be for someone locked in Azkaban for more than 10 years to come out and gain strength even greater than Dumbledore's? Actually, it wasn't a magical item. The others? Ha! The moment those words came out, everyone instantly turned to look over, because anyone daring to say something like that definitely knew something. Even if that something was not necessarily correct, it definitely had not appeared out of nowhere, so it still had a certain degree of credibility. Because of that, almost everyone's eyes turned over. Some people even held their breath and pricked up their ears, afraid of missing a single word, because besides their apparent public identities, these people had another name, Death Eaters. Under everyone's gaze, that person enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention for a moment before finally speaking slowly. Actually, I only heard about it too. My buddy's third aunt's younger brother's girlfriend's ex-boyfriend works at the Ministry of Magic. According to what my buddy's third aunt's younger brother's girlfriend's ex-boyfriend revealed, Sirius Black's increase in strength wasn't because of some magical item or some extremely rare potion or anything like that, but because he got a book. A book? Seeing the shocked looks from the crowd, the man nodded in satisfaction before continuing. That's right, a book. They say it's a book that can make your strength skyrocket in a short time after you learn it. There's even a rumor that as long as you get that book, even if you're a squib, you might still become a real wizard, and a powerful one at that. What? The moment those words came out, the people in the tavern exploded, because in the wizarding world, besides wizards, there were actually quite a lot of squibs too, people who had magical talent but could not cast magic. Now, with a divine book that could not only make a wizard's magical level soar, but could also turn a squib into a real wizard, it was impossible for these people not to have thoughts about it. As for the Death Eaters in the crowd, their eyes lit up even more when they heard this news, because wasn't the reason they had chosen to lie low precisely because they were not strong enough yet, and because their master had not officially returned and recovered to his peak state? If we can snatch that book and offer it to our master, then the day we rule the wizarding world won't be far off. While everyone was fantasizing about what it would be like after getting that book, one person was the first to snap back to reality and ask the question everyone cared about the most. Then where is that book now? At the Ministry of Magic? Or Hogwarts? The moment that question was asked, everyone perked up again. The tavern instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and the man who asked was a little frightened by the atmosphere. More importantly, he wanted that book too. He had only let it slip because he couldn't resist showing off, but he really did not want to say where the book was. After all, if he said it, that would mean a lot more competition. But looking at the eyes of the people in front of him, if he dared say no, whether he would be able to walk out of this tavern today was hard to say. So he swallowed and said in a low voice, Word is it was originally on Black, and after getting Black's consent, the Ministry of Magic also made a copy. But according to my buddy's third aunt's younger brother-in-law's girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, neither the one on Black nor the one at the Ministry is the true original. They're both just simplified versions. The real original is actually still at Hogwarts.
Sigma. De.
Holy crap, what did I just say? The man suddenly came to his senses after speaking and quickly covered his mouth. But it was already too late. Some people saw the look on his face and their eyes shifted, and some had already quietly gotten up and left the tavern. No matter how much he regretted it, it was too late because the information was already out. Unless he killed everyone here, this news would likely spread throughout the entire wizarding world in a very short time. And just when everyone was busy with their own little calculations, someone asked an absolutely explosive question. I don't really care whether the book you mentioned is real, because even if it is, with my strength and family background, it'd be hard for me to get it anyway. So I'm more concerned about one question. Your buddy's third aunt's younger brother-in-law's girlfriend's ex-boyfriend. Why would he tell you all this?
Sigma. De.
The moment this question came out, even the Death Eaters who had used magic to slightly influence Big Mouth A to make him say information he did not want to reveal, and who were just about to slip away and report this news to their master Voldemort, could not help stopping in their tracks and looking at him with curious faces. Big Mouth A gulp. Can I not say? This is my private matter. No. The refusal rang out in perfect unison. Clearly, at this moment, the answer to this question was even more attractive than that book. After all, gossip was human nature, and even wizards could not escape that. Fine. Actually, my buddy's third aunt's younger brother-in-law's girlfriend's ex-boyfriend met my buddy during a meal once, but later their girlfriends couldn't accept it, and in the end they all broke up. At the time, I saw him all alone and looking kind of pitiful, so I went to comfort him, and then, hearing that, everyone instantly showed enlightened smiles, and the way they looked at Big Mouth A was full of teasing. But quite a few also looked at him with blessing in their eyes, because even in the wizarding world, same-sex relationships were not accepted by the mainstream. Of course, some people were still completely dizzy from the complicated relationships among those people in the story and had not recovered yet. A few days later, the matter of Black's huge increase in strength being because of a magical book had completely spread throughout the wizarding world. But by this time, Black had already returned from the Ministry of Magic to Hogwarts, so these people were destined to come back empty-handed. As for the Ministry's copy, it was indeed real, but that copy was only for record-keeping, so it actually only had a little of the front part. More importantly, that copy was the version from before Feng translated it. In other words, even if they were given the whole thing, unless they went to Huaxia for several years of study, they probably would not even be able to read it. So the heat around this topic slowly died down. But after certain people obtained a copy from the Ministry through some methods, they became determined to get the true original at Hogwarts. Even though this is only a tiny bit of content, just this little bit has already given me great inspiration. If I can get the original, not only can I quickly recover to my peak, even becoming the most powerful wizard in the history of the wizarding world will no longer be far away. Someone at Hogwarts who was dozing off. Yeah. Old Voldy, hurry up and come. You're only one step away from becoming the strongest wizard in the wizarding world. Random guy, hey, have you heard? Supposedly Black got a magical book, and whoever gets it can gain powerful strength even greater than Headmaster Dumbledore's. More importantly, supposedly the one on Black is only a simplified version. The original is still at Hogwarts. Random guy B, who told you that? Random guy a friend of my father's. Supposedly he was there at the time. Random guys B, C, and D. Excuse me, where are you right now? Random guy A, at Hogwarts. B, C, and D. Oh, I thought you weren't at Hogwarts. Random guy A, D, what do you mean by that? Random guy D, use your knees and think about it. If this is true, then why has Headmaster Dumbledore shown no reaction at all? And don't you think it's strange? We've been studying here the whole time. Has anyone in the school ever heard anything like this? Random guy C. Even if this is true, guess who was the first person to come into contact with Black? Then guess why Feng had no reaction at all when he heard this news. Then guess why Black is so respectful toward Feng? Random guys A, B, and D, Sigma Day. Wait, what did you just say? Random guy C. I said Feng didn't have much reaction? Random guy A, no, the next sentence. Random guy C. Black is very toward Feng. Random guys A, B, C, and D. Holy crap. Random guy A, wait, that's impossible, right? That's a book that made someone who just got out of Azkaban become as strong as Headmaster Dumbledore. I admit Feng really is amazing, but it's not very likely that he wrote something like that, right? Random guy C, I think. It's actually really possible. Don't forget his talismans and heavy machine broom, especially the talismans. That stuff has been famous across the entire wizarding world for so long. Have you ever seen anyone manage to research anything from it and make an imitation? Even just something similar? Random guy D, seems like. Really no one has. So, could it actually be true? Random guy A, that's easy. We just ask him. B, C, and D. Random guy A. Student Feng, I heard a rumor that Mr. Black got a magical book from you, and now his strength is already about the same as Headmaster Dumbledore's. Is that true?
Feng.
No, that's not it. There is a book, but it's not stronger than Dumbledore. At most, it's only about as strong as Dumbledore from a few years ago. Random guy A waves. Okay, thank you.
Feng.
V. You're welcome. B, C, and D. Even though this doesn't seem to have any problem, for some reason I still want to say something. It feels like if I don't say it, I won't be able to hold it in. Others. Exactly, me too. Random guy A. So the rumor is true? Wouldn't that mean we can also become as strong as Headmaster Dumbledore? The moment Random Gaia said that, everyone else instantly looked at him like he was an idiot, which left him utterly confused. Why would you think that if Black could get that book, Headmaster Dumbledore wouldn't he have it? And don't forget, the original manuscript from the rumors was said to be in our school to begin with. So tell me, who do you think has the real original now? Everyone else.
D.
Feng, wrong guess, that book does exist, but because the contents are fairly hard to learn and carry a certain degree of danger, I hid it somewhere very safe. It's a place we go to every day and even look at every day, but might not necessarily have ever set foot in. Oh right, you absolutely must not tell anyone, or Headmaster Dumbledore will definitely come looking to trouble me again. A, B, C, and D. Hearing Feng say that B, C, and D nodded like crazy, and then, have you heard? That rumor about Black is real, and the original manuscript is hidden right inside Hogwarts. Feng admitted it himself. Yeah, I heard too. That book is hidden inside the Gryffindor common room. Huh? Wasn't it supposed to be hidden in Professor Snape's room?
Everyone else, Sigma. D.
Where did you hear that from? Unimportant extra. I guessed it myself. I mean, Professor Snape is so scary. His room should be one of the safest places in Hogwarts. Everyone else. Sigma, winky face. Now that you put it that way, it actually kind of makes sense. But that's only your guess. What I heard is that Feng hid the book in Professor Dumbledore's office. He goes there a lot, he is familiar with it, and it's safe. If you wanted to hide something, that would definitely be a pretty good place. You're all wrong. Actually, that book is hidden in the Gryffindor girls. Everyone else? Day. Please, tell us in detail. Dumbledore, who had really only happened to pass by and overhear all this. What exactly is that fellow trying to do? Still, I've read the book in Black's hands too. It really is an incredibly brilliant and creative idea, and it has extremely high potential for widespread use. However, without someone to guide them, ordinary people would need at least 1 or 2 months just to get started. Even I spent 3 days figuring it out before I could barely understand it. Even now, I still haven't truly started learning it, because there are many things in that book I still haven't fully grasped. That fellow really is hard to understand. Perhaps only by reading the original manuscript in his hands can one gain even a slight idea of how his terrifying strength came to be. But this seems pretty good too. It feels as if I can already see a more prosperous, higher-level magical world beckoning to me. Perhaps this is an opportunity to make the wizarding world flourish even more. With certain people deliberately fanning the flames behind the scenes, this information quickly spread throughout all of Hogwarts. And from that day on, Filch wanted nothing more than to strangle Feng. Because ever since those rumors started spreading, every single night he had to play hide-and-seek with these students until dawn. One had to know that even back when talismans had just appeared, at most he only had to catch people until the middle of the night. Working overtime all the way until dawn like this was truly a first, and it made Filch, who had originally taken great pleasure in this cat-and-mouse game, feel tired of it for the first time. He suddenly had the urge to retire. And then, have you heard? Supposedly that book can turn a squib into a real wizard, and the credibility of this is extremely high. Where did you hear that from? My distant grandaunt who works at the Ministry of Magic said it. Supposedly the ministry tested it with a copied version. And even though the contents were incomplete, it still let a squib successfully cast magic. Even if it was only the simplest Scourgify. Filch. AI Filch. Love working overtime the most. Overtime makes me happy. Whoever tries to stop me from working overtime is picking a fight with me. I must work overtime until dawn. Because of rumors that a certain someone had deliberately spread, most of the people in Hogwarts went mad too. And in this state, a few figures wrapped in black robes were quietly approaching Hogwarts. Feng, are all those rumors true? They're true and not true. Hermione? Sigma? De. What? Do you mean? Feng. The book does exist, but the things inside it haven't been confirmed to be safe yet, so I can't teach them to you for now. As for these rumors, I pass them along on purpose for a certain someone to hear. Once he learns it first and confirms there are no problems, then I'll teach you. Gulp. As soon as Feng said that, Harry and the others all swallowed hard at the same time. Only Cho Chang looked at Feng with a gratified expression, like she was looking at a child growing up, which Feng found a little hard to bear. After all, this body of his was still young, but no matter what, he had once been an adult. Fortunately, someone soon eased the awkwardness. Harry, could you come here for a moment? Just as Feng was feeling a little awkward, Black's arrival directly broke that small bit of awkwardness. And while Harry and Black were having their harmonious and affectionate father-son conversation, Feng's brow lifted slightly, because it seemed the guest he had been waiting for had finally arrived. I didn't expect there to be a bird animagus among the Death Eaters. Pretty impressive. But I hope you can tell which tree is an ordinary tree and which one is the Whomping Willow. After all, I still need you to help me deliver the book to Voldemort. Although the other party had disguised it very well, it was a pity that while Feng couldn't say, he knew every bird in the area. He did remember very clearly what kinds of birds normally appeared at Hogwarts, because Hogwarts was a major owl-raising place. Owls might look cute with their big eyes, and in Hogwarts they seem to know only how to deliver mail and the like, but in fact in the natural world, owls were birds of prey, and the kind that most other birds were unwilling to provoke. The reason was simple. Because of the special structure of their wing feathers, owls could fly almost completely silently. And on top of that, they could see at night, so then, I might not be able to beat you during the day, but you'd better hope I never find out where you live, because at night, even if you stay awake, it won't help. Of course, even without considering that, owls were still birds of prey, because their claws and sharp beaks were enough to let them defeat most other flying birds. What's more, the owls at Hogwarts could see whether it was day or night, so very few birds dared enter the Hogwarts grounds. But now, a bird that had no resident population near Hogwarts had suddenly appeared at Hogwarts. And after appearing, it kept glancing toward Feng. The moment Black showed up, it suddenly whipped its head around and stared fixedly at Black. If there wasn't something wrong with that, then nothing was. So when that bird flew up and pretended to change positions like an ordinary bird, while actually trying to get closer to Feng and the others, Feng said, "Do you want to know where I hid that book?" The moment Feng said that, Hermione and the others' curiosity was instantly stirred up. Even Harry and Black over there couldn't help but split their attention and look this way, while Hermione began analyzing, according to the rumors, the possible locations of that book are Professor Dumbledore's office, the Gryffindor common room, inside a flower pot in one of the greenhouses, and Professor Snape's room. First, we can rule out the greenhouse because you used to mess with the plants in the greenhouse so often that you were practically about to be blacklisted. If you show up in the greenhouse, Professor Sprout, I remembered the name wrong, will arrive within 1 minute. You wouldn't be able to hide a book there, and you wouldn't have the time either. And then there's the Gryffindor common room. That's impossible too, because Gryffindor students like wandering around at night, and there really isn't anywhere to hide things there. Most importantly, the common room is pretty dangerous. Who knows when it might get burned down, so you wouldn't hide something there. When Hermione said that, everyone else nodded in strong agreement because Gryffindor Tower was not close to the kitchens, and Feng had turned them all into foodies, so it was not just them. Other students also liked cooking a late-night snack in the common room at night. Then after that, there's Professor Snape's room. That's not very likely either. I don't even know how it ended up as an option and got so many people to believe it. But considering the person hiding the item is. At that point Hermione glanced at Feng before continuing. So even though Professor Snape's room sounds a little unreliable, it still can't be completely ruled out. And finally, the most likely place, Professor Dumbledore's office. After all, that's south the place you can get to most easily, and it's also one of the safest places in Hogwarts, so there's a very high chance the item is hidden there. Otherwise, it wouldn't still be unfound even now. After Hermione finished, she looked at Feng with an expectant expression. The bird in the distance also nodded in agreement, but Feng shook his head and said, "Your analysis makes a lot of sense, but unfortunately, all of it is wrong. Here's a hint. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Alright, we go to this place every day. Remember this, everyone in Hogwarts goes there, and unless something unexpected happens, everyone who goes there will glance at that place. But basically no one pays attention to it. A place everyone goes to every day. The Great Hall. Almost at the same time, Hermione and the others shouted out the correct answer. After Luna called out the Great Hall, her beautiful eyes flickered for a moment and then widened instantly as she looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. You couldn't have hidden it in. Yi Feng. Shoo, it's enough that you know. Don't say it out loud, or Headmaster Dumbledore will beat me to death if he finds out. As soon as Yi Feng said that, the others' eyes widened as well, and they looked at him in disbelief. Clearly, they had also guessed where Yi Feng had hidden the item. Only the little bird not far away was so anxious it was practically about to speak human words. Actually, Yi Feng wished he could stuff that book straight into his hand right now so he could take it back to Voldemort, but no matter what, Voldemort was still the current Dark Lord. You could say he was weak, but you could not say he had no brains. So if Yi Feng wanted him to willingly, even eagerly, get this magic power cultivation method and start practicing it, then this act had to keep going. So after exchanging a knowing look, Yi Feng and the others stopped discussing the matter and started talking about what to eat that night instead. The bird was so anxious it was practically about to rush over, grab Yi Feng and the others by the throat, and ask, why did you stop talking about it? But after all, he was still a Death Eater who had stayed hidden for so long and successfully avoided the Ministry of Magic's purge, so he had at least that much patience. So the bird stayed a while longer, and when he saw that Yi Feng and the others really had switched topics and were no longer continuing the previous one, he finally left, unwilling though he was. That night, a small bird not often seen at Hogwarts landed on the window of the Great Hall. And just as the bird perched there and carefully examined the hall, a loud creak rang out. The Great Hall doors were pushed open from outside, and then a person holding an oil lamp hurried inside. I've already searched everywhere else. Now this is the only possible place left. That book has to be here. Where could it be? Where exactly would that bastard hide my little treasure? Dumbledore, watching from the shadows. Filch? Didn't he expect him to actually guess the right place? But that makes sense. In Hogwarts, he is the only one who can move around freely without drawing attention. So it's not strange that he found the book's true hiding place. Actually, I'm curious too. Where would that little rascal Yi Feng hide that book? The Great Hall at Hogwarts was huge. Otherwise, could not hold all the students and staff eating together. But although the hall was big, there were definitely not many places where something could really be hidden, because huge numbers of people moved through it every day, and basically everyone ate in the same fixed spot. Because of that, Hogwarts students, who were extremely familiar with the Great Hall, would sharply notice even the slightest thing that was different from usual, so hiding something here was extremely difficult. Filch and the Death Eater transformed into a bird understood this too, so their first thought was Yi Feng's usual seat at meals. The only difference was that Filch knew Yi Feng often sat there to eat, so as soon as he came in, he headed straight for the target. While the bird Death Eater did not know, so he could only search blindly. But he was not stupid. When Filch walked straight in a certain direction, he realized that Filch had definitely guessed something, so he stared at Filch intensely, his whole bird body coiled and ready to strike. Of course, he did not think Filch could really take the item away because he was a Death Eater while Filch was only a squib who could not use magic. Even if Filch had talismans on him, he still could not possibly be his opponent. The others at Hogwarts and the wizards of the magical world might hesitate to use lethal magic, but Death Eaters would not. It could even be said that every Death Eater had plenty of innocent blood on their hands. So, in order to seize the thing their master needed, he did not mind casually sending a lowly squib to hell while taking the item away. Filch, trembling all over with excitement, had no idea that danger was about to arrive. No, that did not seem quite right. There was not really any danger. Dumbledore was still secretly watching, and although Filch was a squib and not a true wizard, he had still earned quite a bit from working at Hogwarts for so many years. He did not lack money to buy talismans, so his safety was still guaranteed. Of course, with all their attention completely drawn in, the two of them had no idea that there was another person watching them from the shadows. And when Filch stopped in front of a table, the only sound in the entire hall was Filch's heavy breathing. If I'm not mistaken, that book must be hidden right here. As soon as he said that, Filch suddenly crouched down and bent over to check under the table, but very soon he collapsed to the floor in despair. It's not here. How could it not be here? It can't not be here. I've searched almost all of Hogwarts. This is the only place I hadn't checked, and this is the most likely place. After turning over Yi Feng's usual seat, and even the place where the real Gryffindors often sat and still not finding what he wanted, Filch collapsed on the floor in breakdown, while the bird that had rushed out the instant Filch crouched down also drooped in disappointment on a table not far behind Filch. That can't be right. That Yi Feng admitted it himself. He said he hid the book in the Great Hall, and it was even in a place everyone would see. While muttering inwardly, the utterly dejected bird Death Eater happened to glance at the most eye-catching table in the Great Hall. Can't be. Right? At almost the exact same time, Filch also shot to his feet because he had thought of the same possibility, and only that spot was one others would not dare touch casually. So almost at the same time, one man and one bird lunged straight at the dining table where Dumbledore usually ate. As for Dumbledore, the instant Filch failed to find the book under the table where Yi Feng usually sat, he realized it too, because his seat was the most suitable place for Yi Feng to hide something. If you want to hide something well, the best place is somewhere you can touch freely without making anyone suspect anything, while at the same time being somewhere no one else would ever casually check. And if that place also has to be inside the dining hall, then there was basically only one possible spot, Headmaster Dumbledore's dining table. Dumbledore sighed. Watching one man and one bird charge straight at his table, Dumbledore couldn't help letting out a sigh, because he should have thought of this long ago. He never should have believed that Yi Feng had kindly bought him an extra thick seat cushion just because he thought sitting too long would make him uncomfortable. I was wondering why this cushion felt soft all around, but hard once I sat on it, so he'd stuffed a book inside. While Dumbledore was lamenting this, that bird reached Dumbledore's table before Filch did. After quickly sweeping its gaze around, it immediately locked onto the thick cushion. Without the slightest hesitation, after locking onto the target, the Death Eater who had turned into a bird directly transformed back into a human, picked up the cushion, and tore it apart by hand. Crack, the thick cushion was ripped open on the spot, and the instant it split apart, a thick book with a black cover slipped out with a rustle and fell to the floor with a smack. The moment Filch saw a bird fly to Dumbledore's table ahead of him, he already sensed that something was wrong. And when that bird directly turned into a person wearing a black cloak, half his heart went cold on the spot. No matter how hard he tried, he never would have imagined someone would swoop in and steal it at a time like this. Hidden in the shadows, Dumbledore pulled out his wand. No matter what, that book belonged to that brat Yi Feng in the end. Even if Yi Feng himself didn't care, Dumbledore absolutely would not allow anyone outside the school to take the book away, especially not a Death Eater. However, just as he drew his wand, a slender, fair little hand suddenly appeared and grabbed it. Dumbledore, Sigma, shoo, Headmaster Dumbledore, you mustn't ruin my good plan. Dumbledore. Seeing that the one holding his wand was Yi Feng, Dumbledore helplessly put the wand away. What exactly are you trying to do? Think this through carefully, little fellow. That thing isn't like those talismans or flying brooms from before. Once this spreads, the entire wizarding world will be turned upside down. This is not a joke. Yi Feng. Headmaster Dumbledore, just relax. Everything is under control and it won't spread everywhere, because ordinary people can't understand it. And even if they can understand it, they still won't have the ability to learn it.
Dumbledore, de.
What do you mean? Actually, after I finished writing that book, I never revised it, so the content inside is a bit too deep. Ordinary people can't really understand it. More importantly, if someone doesn't have a strong body and powerful mental strength, then even if they understand it, they still won't be able to learn it. Dumbledore? So really, I deliberately released that thing for someone to test its practicality. Headmaster, don't ruin my plan. Dumbledore, fine. Then, but be careful. Don't overplay your hand. After giving Yi Feng a few instructions, Dumbledore went back, but before leaving, he silently observed a second of mourning for his former student. Tom, I hope you wake up in time. This is Secret Manual. Dumbledore? Filch? The moment that unknown bird animagus Death Eater blurted that out, both Filch and Dumbledore were instantly full of question marks. But when they saw what the book in his hands looked like, they immediately understood. And after understanding, black lines appeared on both their faces right after. Can only say, as expected of you, Yi Feng, this really is your style. Dumbledore couldn't be blamed for roasting him like that, because that book truly was filled with Yi Feng's strong personal touch. The cover appeared to be made from black lambskin, with a golden hexagram and many mysterious-looking patterns drawn on it in some unknown golden pigment. And on top of all that, the book really did have the two words Secret Manual written on it. Yi Feng. Seeing Dumbledore's expression, Yi Feng pretended not to understand anything and started acting cute. As for why he named the book Secret Manual, aside from a bit of his own bad taste, the most important reason was that he simply couldn't come up with any good name, so he just wrote Secret Manual directly. After obtaining Secret Manual, the unknown bird animagus Death Eater excitedly put the book away. By this point, Filch had already pulled out a handful of talismans, which scared the unknown bird animagus Death Eater so badly that although he had originally wanted to deal with Filch along the way, he immediately turned and ran. None of those who could become Death Eaters were easy targets, let alone Death Eaters who had escaped the Ministry of Magic's purge. Those were even less simple. So they knew very well how powerful talismans were, because not only had they used them before, they had even tried to get involved and take a share of the business. Although they ultimately failed, they had also personally experienced just how terrifying high-level talismans could be. A talisman only the size of a palm, once thrown out, could release destructive magic comparable to the most destructive spell their master could cast at full power. But that wasn't even the scariest part. The scariest part was that you had no idea how many of those talismans the other side had stuffed in their pockets. Back when they had set their sights on talismans, they had suffered exactly because of that. That time, 7 or 8 top-tier Death Eaters, the kind whose strength would be considered peak level across the entire wizarding world, launched a full-force assault on a talisman shop that sold talismans. In the end, they were almost beaten to tears by the shop owner, who looked weak and probably couldn't even cast many spells, just by using talismans. They still remembered that day clearly. After enduring the wild bombardment of all kinds of talismans, they had finally broken through the firepower net the shop owner had built with talismans. Just when they thought victory was within reach and that all they needed was one more spell to seize everything, that shop owner carefully pulled out a stack of slightly different-looking talismans from a close-fitting pocket inside his robe. And then they cried. That day, they experienced the terror of being simultaneously assaulted by several peak-condition Voldemorts, in other words, by several versions of their master at full attack power. And just when they had barely endured that disaster and thought they were finally about to see the dawn, that shop owner once again carefully, and with obvious heartache, pulled out another stack of at least 10 talismans. At that sight, they finally broke down. No matter how firm their faith in their master was, they simply couldn't withstand such shameless, relentless bombardment. So they decisively retreated. Afterward, they found out that the talismans that had nearly beaten them to tears were classified as premium talismans, and only a small amount of them was produced each month within Hogwarts. It was precisely because he had tasted the bitterness of talismans before that this unknown species bird Animagus Death Eater did not hesitate in the slightest after Filch pulled out the talismans. He immediately used transfiguration to turn into a bird, then with a poof rapidly flapped his wings and flew out through the window. Watching the treasure he had yearned for and searched for so long, the one that had been just about to fall into his hands, fly away just like that, Filch sat down on the ground in a daze. And just as Filch's eyes turned deathly gray, as if he had become a walking corpse with no self-awareness, Mrs. Norris's cry came from behind him. Oh Omega, meow. If it had been any other time, Filch definitely would have responded to Mrs. Norris. But right now, Filch had just gone from being full of hope to complete despair, and his whole person had gone numb, so he had no mind at all to pay attention to Mrs. Norris. If Mrs. Norris were a person, then after seeing Filch like this, she probably would have comforted him or chosen not to disturb him. But unfortunately, she wasn't. She was just a cat. At most, she had eaten some of the things Feng had given her and become more spiritual. But that still couldn't change the fact that she was only a cat. So, after seeing that Filch was ignoring her, Mrs. Norris jumped straight into his arms and started rolling around coquettishly. Mrs. Norris's actions finally pulled a sliver of awareness back into Filch's mind. But he still looked a little dazed, his expression as numb as ever. Mrs. Norris, go play by yourself. I'm not in the mood to play cat and mouse games with you anymore. Right now, I just want to be alone for a while. After saying that, Filch put Mrs. Norris back on the ground. At the same time, a trace of self-mocking ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth as he sneered. Why am I even saying this to you? You're just an ordinary cat. Even if I said it, you wouldn't understand. Sometimes I even envy you. When you're hungry, someone feeds you. Once you're full, you can go off and play. Not like me. Filch? Before he could finish speaking, Filch suddenly noticed that Mrs. Norris was reaching out a paw to scratch at a book. Although the book didn't have the words secret manual written on it, both its material and its design looked extremely familiar to him, because a similar book, one that could have given him a new life, had just slipped away from him. Tage. This is Mrs. Norris. Tage. This. You brought this back. Mrs. Norris. Q. Meow? Hearing Filch's words, Mrs. Norris turned her head and glanced at him, as if saying, if I didn't bring it back, did you? Even though it felt like he had just been looked down on by his own cat, Filch didn't care in the slightest, because if the book on the ground was real, then from now on no one would ever be able to call him a squib again. So, Filch eagerly picked up the book from the ground, and the moment he picked it up, he stuffed it straight into his pocket, then picked up Mrs. Norris. After sweeping his gaze around and seeing nothing unusual, he quickly left the dining hall. After Filch left, in the darkness, 2 people stepped out, one tall and one short, one old and one young. Why did you give Filch a book? If this was just for testing, wasn't Voldemort enough already?
Feng.
The moment Dumbledore said that, Feng looked at him with a puzzled face and said, enough? How could a cultivation method possibly be tested on just one person and produce any conclusion? Headmaster Dumbledore, don't you know that everyone's constitution is different? So how could 1 or 2 people possibly be enough? But don't worry. That book has already been selflessly tested by Mr. Sirius Black. There won't be any danger. At worst, he just won't cultivate anything and will sit until his legs go numb and he can't get up. Dumbledore. Fine then. Once it succeeds, don't forget to make a copy for me. Feng, oh. Master, I have fulfilled your mission. The thing you wanted, I successfully brought it back. Inside a house that had been uninhabited for years, a man wearing a black cloak respectfully handed a thick book to a white skeleton? If the people of the wizarding world saw Voldemort right now, they definitely would no longer feel fear toward him because at this moment, Voldemort looked just like a white skeleton. And not even a normal skeleton, but one that looked like a pitifully skinny child of 4 or 5 years old. However, this skeleton that looked like a gust of wind could blow it apart, really was Voldemort, the one who made the entire wizarding world tremble in fear. It was just that this was Voldemort right after being resurrected, with not even a trace of his strength restored yet. But that was about to change because he, Voldemort, had obtained the secret manual the entire wizarding world had been longing for. Very good. Because of your loyalty and effort, we are 1 step closer to our final goal. Oh right. On the way back with this book, you didn't open it and look inside, did you? The moment Voldemort said that, cold sweat instantly poured out from the bird form animagus Death Eater, who had been so excited just a second ago. Still, he answered with absolute resolve, replying to my most respected master. After snatching this book, I rushed back at the fastest speed without stopping for a moment, all for the sake of presenting this book to my greatest master as quickly as possible. How could I possibly dare pry into something my master desires? Hearing that, Voldemort nodded in satisfaction, then opened the book. Voldemort, could it be that I opened it the wrong way just now? While thinking, Voldemort closed the book in his hands again, waited about 2 or 3 seconds, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened it again.
Voldemort, de.
When he opened it again and saw that the contents inside had not changed at all, Voldemort was instantly shocked, because he discovered something terrifying. He could understand every word in the book, but once those words were put together, he couldn't understand them anymore. Bastard! No one has ever dared to toy with me, Voldemort. No one. Reducto. Believing that this book had been deliberately planted by Dumbledore or Black to prank people, rather than truly being useful as the rumors claimed, Voldemort immediately blasted apart this book that his subordinate had worked so hard to steal. Yet, in the very next second, something happened that left both him and the Death Eaters surrounding him utterly astonished. Reducto was no weak spell. If it hit, let alone a living person, even a stone would be blasted into powder. But this book, which looked completely ordinary, took a direct hit from Reducto and was completely unharmed. Even the pages didn't move in the slightest, as if that Reducto just now had been fake. That scene instantly made Voldemort realize that this book was extraordinary. Perhaps he had not been tricked after all. Perhaps the contents of this book were simply too profound, and he really had failed to understand them. So, Voldemort carefully picked up the book that had fallen to the ground, gently placed it on his lap, then reopened it with a solemn and expectant expression, and then, before, he had only given it a hurried glance and, based on his own magical knowledge, concluded that this book was most likely something certain people had thrown out to fool others, which was why he had furiously cast Reducto on it. But Reducto had actually been ineffective, which made him realize something was wrong, so he began treating it seriously. However, when he opened the book again, he still couldn't help feeling the urge to flip the table, because the contents of the book were simply too outrageous, too absurdly fantastical. Not even mentioning whether things like 5 hearts facing the sky, absorbing external magic power for one's own use, strengthening oneself, and evolving one's life form were reliable or not. Just the learning requirements for this book were already absurd enough. Did the person who wrote this book even know what level it was in the wizarding world? To use spiritual will to visualize inside one's body and control the magic power within? Even many professor-level wizards couldn't achieve that. Could be said that, in the entire wizarding world, there were definitely no more than 20 people who could do both at the same time. Hogwarts students? So it turns out, were actually this amazing. Admittedly, the basic cultivation requirements for Feng's secret manual were a little high, but he had never created this cultivation method for the sake of promoting it to the masses. The fundamental reason he created this cultivation method was that Zhang Qiu and the others were unable to cultivate his techniques, so he thought of slightly adapting his own cultivation system and combining it with magic to create a new cultivation method for them. So whether ordinary people could cultivate the secret manual had never once been within Feng's considerations. After all, with him around, not to mention Zhang Qiu and the others, even students who enrolled with him, or rather anyone who had been at school for as long as he had, could basically reach the initial cultivation requirements. Of course, this did not mean they truly possessed the kind of overwhelming strength across the entire wizarding world that Voldemort had described. After all, while magical strength was tied to mental power, it was not calculated based entirely on that alone. It was also related to how much magic one had mastered, combat experience, the speed of casting, and the choice of spells. However, they basically met the requirement for cultivating the cultivation method in Voldemort's hands, and that alone showed that Voldemort had been dead for too long and had fallen a bit behind the times. Although the information Voldemort knew was seriously outdated because he had only been revived for a few days, he truly was a genius. And although he was a genius, he did not have the mindset of I'm number one in the world and all of you are trash. So even though he was angry, he still took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and began carefully studying this book that was clearly not on the same level as the previous one. About 1 hour later, after roughly reading through the book from beginning to end, Voldemort's eyes were shining. Genius. No, more than genius. The person who wrote this book is a super genius. To actually think of using this kind of method to increase one's own strength. However, quite a bit of the content in this book seems to have been revised, so it should still be a rough draft in its early stage. In other words, this thing has not been fully perfected yet. But for me, this is already enough. Dumbledore, just wait. I will definitely snatch Hogwarts, the thing you treasure most, from your hands, and then completely reshape it into my form. And I believe that day will not be far off. After making his bold declaration, Voldemort buried himself in research on that somewhat sloppy draft of the magical power cultivation method. He believed that as long as he fully grasped what was in this book, he would be able to absorb magical elements from the outside world to strengthen himself just as the book described, and thus continuously achieve the evolution of life. By that time, not only would he be able to completely conquer Hogwarts, even immortality would not be impossible because the book mentioned one idea. As the level of life continued to rise, the source of life would also grow stronger and stronger. Correspondingly, the length of life would also become longer and longer. Why had Voldemort made so many Horcruxes? Wasn't it all for the sake of living longer? Now that there was a cultivation method that could not only greatly increase his strength but also greatly extend his lifespan, how could he possibly let it go? As for conquering the wizarding world, that would have to wait for the time being. While Voldemort was burying himself in bitter study, far away at Hogwarts, Feng looked at the image in the basin and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. My tool number 0 has finally come online. Seeing that his tool had finally gone online, Feng turned around in satisfaction, preparing to go rest. And at the moment he turned and walked toward the bed, the image in the basin quietly vanished. Life at school could sometimes be very boring, especially when you could learn everything the teachers taught with just a single glance. So Feng had no choice but to keep finding new things to pass the time. Originally, tinkering with the magical power cultivation method had helped him kill some time. But now that the cultivation method was complete and tool number 0, Voldemort had started testing it, he suddenly became idle again. Fortunately, the grimoire was still not thick enough and could keep being expanded, so he was not bored to the point of having nothing to do. But if you worked on the same thing too much, it would still become annoying, and inspiration would dry up as well. So little by little, Feng also began to lose interest. Luckily, with Hermione and the others around, it was not like he had no one to be with. Sometimes he could also watch Ron, Harry, and Malfoy loving and fighting each other, which was pretty interesting, but Feng always felt like something was missing. It was not lively enough. Without realizing it, it's almost Qixi already. Even though Qixi isn't some major holiday and basically doesn't come with time off, a holiday is still a holiday. How about celebrating it a little? Hogwarts hasn't been this lively in a long time. Qixi generally refers to the Qixi Festival, also known as the Qiqiao Festival, Qijie Festival, Daughters Festival, Begging for Skills Festival, Qingyang Gathering, Qixi Celebration, Oxford and Weaver Girl Day, Qiaoxi, and so on. It is a traditional folk festival in China. At the very beginning, Qixi was not what people now call Valentine's Day, but a festival for praying for blessings, making wishes, and asking for skillful hands. However, as the myth of the cowherd and the weaver girl spread more and more widely, it was gradually given a romantic meaning of love, and in the end it became associated with romance, even slowly evolving into Valentine's Day, while things like praying for blessings, making wishes, and begging for skill were gradually forgotten by people. But that did not have much to do with Feng, because he only wanted things to get lively for a bit. Whether Qixi was a day for prayers and wishes or Valentine's Day had nothing to do with him. After all, whether it was Qixi or those so-called 520 Valentine's Days and the like, he had always spent them alone. So, as Qixi was about to arrive, Feng took a walk around the area near Hogwarts and found quite a few suitable materials, and after that, bang! Dumbledore! Dish! The suddenly flung open door broke the peace, and Dumbledore angrily turned his head all the way over. But when he saw that it was Yi Feng who had pushed the door open, the expression on his face instantly changed from anger to helplessness, and he sighed softly before saying, "Go on then. What is it that made you come looking for me in such a hurry? Don't tell me you messed things up and want me to clean up the mess for you by taking down Voldemort or something. I don't have that kind of ability." Yi Feng. Hearing Dumbledore say that, a question mark practically popped right above Yi Feng's head. Was he that kind of person? Yi Feng, was Hogwarts' famous honest young gentleman, renowned for being reliable. How could he possibly mess things up? So Yi Feng said with a wronged expression, "Headmaster Dumbledore, please don't underestimate people like that. Do I look like that kind of person? I came to see you today because of something else." When he heard that it was not about asking him to deal with Voldemort, whose strength had skyrocketed after cultivating some so-called secret manual, Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief. Relaxing, he leaned back into his chair and said leisurely, "What is it? As long as it doesn't violate school rules, I can consider it." Yi Feng. The moment he heard Dumbledore say that, Yi Feng knew this matter would most likely work out, so he directly said, "It's not really a big deal. In a few days it'll be Qixi." Although Qixi is generally considered a holiday for couples, there's no rule saying people who aren't a couple can't celebrate it, so I want to organize an event and make Hogwarts a little livelier. Dumbledore, another holiday. Does that mean there'll be a feast and things like that too? The moment he heard there was another holiday to celebrate, Dumbledore's eyes also began to shine, because whenever there was a holiday, it basically always had something to do with food. And when it came to food, although Dumbledore preferred sweets, he would never refuse the endless variety of delicious food Yi Feng could produce. Seeing Dumbledore's expectant gaze, Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, "There really is. For Qixi, it's common to eat snacks and desserts like chaogua and chaosu. Of course, there'll also be plenty of fruit and such. But Headmaster Dumbledore, what I wanted to say wasn't that. What I wanted to say was, Dumbledore, no need to say so much nonsense. I approve it. When the time comes, make a list and have the house elves prepare things more lavishly. Get more fruit and things too. Hogwarts hasn't held a feast and gotten lively in quite some time." After hearing that there really would be a feast, and even desserts and snacks he had never heard of before, Dumbledore, who especially loved sweets, agreed on the spot before Yi Feng could even finish speaking. Yi Feng was also a bit surprised to see Dumbledore agree so readily, and then he decided to give Dumbledore a huge surprise. Of course, things like osmanthus cake, plum blossom pastry, lotus pastry, and so on should also be prepared in greater quantities. After making up his mind, Yi Feng said excitedly, "Headmaster Dumbledore, don't worry. I will definitely meet your expectations. I absolutely will make it lively. And as for all kinds of delicious food and desserts, there will definitely be more than enough." Seeing Dumbledore support him so strongly, Yi Feng felt he should be a little bolder. His previous plan had to be completely overturned, because he suddenly felt that his earlier idea had still been a bit too conservative. He decided to go big this time. "It looks like I need to hurry up with the work. It won't be good if the props for the event aren't fully prepared before Qixi arrives." Muttering to himself, Yi Feng quickly headed back to his residence. And if Dumbledore had gone to look at Yi Feng's place at this moment, the place that had already become a single dorm and was no smaller than his office and living quarters, he would have found it piled full of all kinds of metal products. And among those metal products, quite a few were seamless steel tubes of various sizes with rifling inside that looked extremely criminal. The power of this new type of wand is a bit weak. And when wizards fight, they might run into extreme weather like heavy fog, nighttime, torrential rain, and so on. On top of that, they could also encounter enemies with abilities like invisibility, burrowing in sand, or diving underwater. So let's add a magical version of a tactical helmet too. As Yi Feng muttered to himself one after another, the new style wands rapidly took shape. Once those new style wands were finished and tested with no problems, Yi Feng would use a magic-powered assembly line to mass-produce a batch of them. It had to be said, magic really was an incredibly convenient thing. If Yi Feng had to make these new-style wands entirely by hand, then even if he worked overtime every single day for a year, there was absolutely no way he could make one for every person in the school. But now it was different. With magic, he only needed to lightly tap his wand, and the things he wanted would be made. Of course, ordinary people couldn't do this either, because they didn't have mental power as strong as Yi Feng's, allowing him to maintain such precise control even while multitasking. But none of that was a problem for Yi Feng. So just 3 days later, the new style wands, which had already been nearly complete, were all finished. The weapons and equipment are pretty much done. Next, it's time to prepare the prizes and the little monsters. Alright, I can't forget the desserts and snacks Headmaster Dumbledore asked for either. I need to go teach the house elves how to make them first, and have them prepare enough ingredients in advance. While muttering, Yi Feng stretched lazily, then waved his hand and put away everything in the room, restoring it to its usual neatness. And after he fed Little Gray, the knock at the door rang out right on time. Time to go eat breakfast already? Time really flies. Chi-Chi is almost here too. Hey, have you heard? Yi Feng from Gryffindor is bringing out another new holiday. I heard it's a holiday related to couples. I heard about it, but why does what I heard sound a bit different from yours? Huh? What did you hear? What I heard was a grand banquet and an exciting, thrilling group event. Supposedly, there are also a lot of generous rewards for that event. What? There are rewards too? Seriously? Of course. The first 2 times, Yi Feng and Harry stole first place and made such a huge splash. This time, we absolutely can't let him take first place again. On the honor of Hufflepuff. Get lost. You're a Ravenclaw, what right do you have to represent Hufflepuff? But he's right, we can't let that guy take first place again. Even if he's from our Gryffindor, that's still not okay. Yi Feng hadn't even officially announced what kind of event he was holding for Chi-Chi yet, but the news had already spread everywhere. Quite a few people didn't even know what the event was and were already getting eager, forming groups and discussing how, once the event began, they would first join forces to take out Yi Feng and his side, then settle the outcome among themselves and fight over the top 3 spots. After hearing this news, Yi Feng felt that he needed to slightly adjust a tiny bit of the rules for his game. Of course, it wasn't that changing the rules would make things more favorable for himself. It was to make it as hard as possible for them to unite and target him together. In other words, this time Yi Feng had decided to turn the event completely into an individual battle. Because he had already decided that, in the end, there would only be one winner, the champion, and there would only be one way to become champion: eliminate as many other people as possible. Of course, couldn't be only an individual battle either. After all, if it were only an individual battle, it would be too chaotic. Even he might get taken out right at the start by a hail of random shots or stray bullets and end up getting no rewards at all. So there also needed to be stage clearing sections and team battle segments for defeating monsters, and those would require gatekeeping bosses. So, Mr. Centaur, I have a bottle of blood and chi pills here, 5 in 1 bottle. I wonder if I can trade it with you for a small cup of fresh blood? Ordinary blood is fine. This one. No, that's not right. This gentleman doesn't sound right either. Forget it, who cares whether you're counted by head, by creature, or by individual. Aragog, I need some of your blood and 50 of your descendants. If you agree, then take these 5 bottles of pills. Before Yi Feng could finish speaking, a strand of spider silk shot out with a whoosh, stuck to the pill bottles in his hand, and dragged them back. Right after that, a total of 50 acromantulas the size of calves slid down along the silk and surrounded Yi Feng. It wasn't just the students and professors of Hogwarts who craved the pills in Yi Feng's hands, and it wasn't just the people outside who knew about them. The various magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest craved them just as much. After all, who wouldn't want to become a little stronger? Even though they were only blood and chi pills, even just blood and chi pills were enough to make them stronger. And the reason they knew that was simple. Naturally, it was because Yi Feng had used these things before to lure the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Unicorns were said in legend to be symbols of purity, and only the purest maidens could touch them. Although Hagrid had long since proved that claim was completely made up, they really did dislike other forms of life getting close to them. And if you couldn't even get close, then obtaining their hair was out of the question. But under the temptation of the pills, the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest had completely become tools for Yi Feng to pluck hair from. It could almost be said that as long as Yi Feng crooked a finger, the unicorns in the forest would come trotting eagerly to his side, the kind that wouldn't leave even if you tried to chase them away. Yi Feng didn't even lack unicorn blood, something regarded as an absolute taboo, because as long as he wanted it, the unicorns would take the initiative to stab themselves with their horns and bleed for him. But none of the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest thought this was humiliating. On the contrary, they envied it beyond measure, because in just 1 year, that herd of unicorns had grown 2 to 3 times stronger, and their leader had already grown to nearly 2 meters tall. But that still wasn't the most outrageous part. The most outrageous part was that all the mares in the unicorn herd were pregnant, and the baby unicorns that had already been born also looked obviously stronger than the previous generation. On top of that, just a few days ago, Aragog had gotten some pills from Hagrid and recovered quite a bit, even regaining his eyesight. And after regaining his sight, when he climbed into a tree, he happened to see the leader of the unicorn herd. On that unicorn leader's back, 2 bulges had appeared. Clearly, after eating quite a few of Yi Feng's pills, it had evolved. And once those 2 bulges fully developed, it would become the first flying unicorn in history. Because of that, when Yi Feng took out the pills, all the intelligent magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest went crazy for them. Even the merfolk in the Black Lake, after hearing the news, couldn't help sending a messenger to try to trade with Yi Feng. In the end, After spending an entire furnace's worth of blood and chi pills, Yi Feng got all the things he wanted. After that, Yi Feng shut himself in his room and only appeared during class and meal times. The rest of the time, he stayed inside working. After Yi Feng rushed day and night, it was finally all completed on the day before Qixi. And under everyone's expectant gazes, Yi Feng arranged one disc after another engraved with complicated patterns, along with small flags, all across Hogwarts. Very good. The formation plates and formation flags have all been set up. Now all that's left is to wait for Qixi. Amid everyone's anticipation, Qixi finally arrived. And to welcome the holiday, Dumbledore announced 2 days off. That's right. For this surprise prepared to welcome Yi Feng, Dumbledore directly announced a 2-day holiday, and no one objected to the decision. Of course, this news was strictly forbidden from spreading outside. Otherwise, the other schools might come charging over to get a share of it, and that was definitely not something they wanted to see. On the morning of Qixi, Yi Feng got up early, and after breakfast, under everyone's gaze, he walked over to Dumbledore's table. When he saw Yi Feng come up, Dumbledore knew the event was about to begin. But because Yi Feng had kept the specific details of the event very well hidden, even Dumbledore had no idea what it actually was, so he could only let Yi Feng take full charge. Next, the Qixi event will be placed entirely under Mr. Yi Feng's command. Mr. Yi Feng, begin. I'm looking forward to your surprise. Hearing Dumbledore say that, a bright smile appeared on Yi Feng's face as well. Then, with a wave of his hand, a row of racks appeared beside him. And when the others saw clearly what was on those racks, they all burst into an uproar. Alright, line up and come get your event equipment. Oh, and a reminder, weapons are great, but only if you're alive can you keep dealing damage, so don't forget to take your other gear too. Yi Feng had finished speaking, and they had all heard him clearly, but no one stepped forward, because arranged on those racks were all kinds of firearms and sets of tactical gear. And if they remembered correctly, all of those things belonged to the Muggle world. Perhaps noticing their concerns and the shock on Dumbledore's face, Yi Feng spoke up to explain, don't worry. Even though these weapons and gear look and handle exactly like weapons from the Muggle world, all of them are genuine magical items. You also don't need to worry about these weapons being dangerous. I've already modified the ammunition they fire. After a bullet is shot out, even if it hits someone, at most it'll only hurt a little. So grab your gear and get ready to join the event I carefully designed. I believe you'll definitely be very satisfied. Oh right. I designed quite a few hidden reward eggs for this event. Besides pills, talismans, galleons, and things like that, there are also some very rare desserts and pastries. The moment Yi Feng said that, forget the young wizards below, even Dumbledore and the others had shining eyes. Then Yi Feng only felt his vision blur, and right after that he saw that Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Snape, and the other professors had already lined up in front of the racks, thinking about which weapons to take. With guns, bigger firepower was not always better. The one that suited you was the best. Besides, to avoid danger, Yi Feng had already restricted their power. In other words, even if you used a Barrett, when it hit someone, the damage it caused would be the same as a small handgun. Of course, that did not mean these high-powered guns were useless. When these guns hit a person, their power would be weakened by the protective inscriptions on them, the formation covering all of Hogwarts and so on, until they could only make people feel pain. But before they hit a person, their power would not be weakened in the slightest. Because of that, weapon choice was still very important. Of course, guns were not the kind of thing you could use the moment you got one. So Yi Feng had set up a formation on the racks to teach them how to use these things. To be more precise, it was not really teaching. As long as you touched something on the racks, the formation would pour the method of using that item, and even how to maintain it, directly into your mind. That way, you only needed to try firing a few shots to officially get the hang of it. But for fairness, Yi Feng still gave everyone 1 hour to familiarize themselves with the equipment in their hands. So throughout Hogwarts, the sound of gunfire rang out in continuous bursts, and every now and then there would even be the explosions of grenades and RPG rockets. Yes, that's right, rocket launchers, because Yi Feng had added this kind of heavy weapon into some of the hidden reward eggs, so anyone interested could try them out. And when that 1 hour was almost up, Yi Feng looked at the group gathered together, glaring at him and Harry's group like tigers eyeing prey, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Now I declare that the first Hogwarts Gun King ranked individual battle has officially begun. Formation. Rise. With Yi Feng's loud shout, dazzling light instantly covered the entirety of Hogwarts, and the participants holding all kinds of weapons, including Dumbledore and the others, were shocked to discover that they had been teleported to another part of Hogwarts. That's right. The idea Yi Feng came up with to stop them from grouping up to target him was an individual battle. And to prevent them from still banding together to go after him, Luna, and the others as soon as it started, Yi Feng directly set up a teleportation formation that covered all of Hogwarts. Under the effect of this teleportation formation, everyone, including Yi Feng himself, would be randomly teleported to some part of Hogwarts after the match began. Of course, even that still could not completely prevent people from forming teams, so Yi Feng had another setting in place. The teleportation formation would randomly teleport everyone again once every hour. That way, while it still could not completely prevent people from teaming up, it absolutely would not lead to a situation where most of them grouped together to besiege Yi Feng's side, or directly turned it into house versus house warfare. Because Yi Feng had not told anyone about this. When the match began and everyone was teleported away, they were all stunned, including Harry and Cho Chang's group. However, Cho Chang and the others had handled guns before, and Ron had even directly gone head-on against an armed Yi Feng. So aside from being a little stunned at first after being separated, they quickly reacted and hid themselves. Before the match started, Yi Feng had already said that although these guns, because of magic, would at most only hurt a little when they hit them, if a vital point was hit, they would be judged out immediately. So even Ron, careless as he usually was, chose to hide after coming back to his senses. Of course, there were also those who did not hide, such as a certain noble pureblood. And well, bang! A crisp gunshot rang out and Malfoy, who was standing brazenly up high and loudly calling for the Slytherin students to gather around him, was blasted flying. Yes, that's right, blasted flying. Although these magical guns, because of the restrictions of formations and magic, would not cause real pain when the bullets hit a person, the impact force was still there. So if you were supposed to be blasted flying, you would still be blasted flying at most without suffering actual impact damage. Of course, if the shot did not hit a vital point, then even if you used a sniper rifle and blasted someone flying with one shot, it would only deduct 1 drop of health at most. And everyone started with 10 drops of health, meaning they could take 10 shots. Aside from that, some monsters would also randomly spawn on the battlefield. As long as you defeated those monsters, they would drop better weapons, armor, and healing food. So as long as you were not hit in one shot on a vital point, meaning the head or the heart, then no matter how bad you were, you could still tank 10 shots and participate in this event a little. Malfoy might have been weak, but his luck was still quite good. No one knew whose secretly fired shot it was, but it had not hit one of his vital points. It had only struck his stomach and sent him flying. Even so, it scared him so badly that he did not dare show himself again. And with that one gunshot, scattered gunfire soon started ringing out across Hogwarts. Hogwarts was actually very large. Aside from the castle area, there were also many other areas for holding activities and competitions, such as the Quidditch pitch and places like the Forbidden Forest. So after being randomly teleported, everyone was still far apart from each other. It was not to the point where 2 people would be teleported together. Of course, thanks to the attack range of guns, along with various sights, tactical helmets, binoculars, and other equipment, the range from which attacks could be launched had also increased greatly. Just like right now, from 300 or 400 meters away, Yi Feng could still see Hagrid hunched over, preparing to hide in the bushes. Even though it's an individual battle, we do know each other. I'll let you off this time, as he muttered that Yi Feng, whose body was already covered in branches and who even had a ring of grass on his head, carefully turned his head to observe the other directions. Boom! Just then, a loud bang came from Yi Feng's right, toward the Forbidden Forest. It startled him, and at the same time made him jealous because from the sound alone, it was obviously an RPG explosion. There are tryhards everywhere. Seriously, someone actually got an RPG Easter egg right at the start. That kind of crap luck. Yi Feng sounded a little sour, because by his usual fairness principle, these Easter eggs were all randomly spawned, so even he didn't know where they were. Of course, since he had personally placed the items himself, if something like a treasure chest spawned near him, he would still be able to notice it. But in order to let other people discover these things too, Yi Feng hadn't hidden the contents very carefully, so as long as someone paid a little attention, they could find them. For example, Cho Chang, whose luck was absurdly good, had one spawn right inside Hogwarts Castle. What is this? Looking at the brand new trash cannot far from her that absolutely should not have appeared in this place. A question mark popped up over Cho Chang's little head. But she quickly reacted and ran over, flipping open the bag covering the trash can. Then she saw a pile of grenades lying inside, along with a beautifully packaged box of plum blossom pastries. Cho Chang, is this a surprise you specially prepared for me, Xiao Feng? If that's the case, then I'll gladly take it.
Ye Feng, aku.
I felt that. Someone must be talking about me. Bang! Yi Feng had barely finished muttering when a crisp gunshot rang out, and the big tree beside him exploded on the spot.
Yi Feng, Sigma. De.
The instant the tree beside him blew apart, Yi Feng didn't even think. He rolled to the side at once. During that roll, He judged the approximate direction the bullet had come from based on the angle at which the tree had been broken. So after taking cover, he quickly raised his gun and started searching for the enemy who had just attacked him. 1 minute later.
Ye Feng, Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri.
This one's a real rat too. They're seriously patient, not moving at all. I've run into an opponent. What was the scariest thing in games? Of course, campers. And something even scarier than campers was trash teammates, especially god-tier trash teammates. Those kinds of people could send you packing in minutes. But Yi Feng and the others were in a solo match right now, so teammates didn't exist. That meant the scariest thing was a Voldemort-style camper. Of course, this Voldemort was not that Voldemort. Here he meant the kind of sneaky bastard who hid himself and ambushed people. Even though Yi Feng himself had disguised himself with tree branches and hidden away, he refused to admit he was a camper too, because he hadn't fired yet. As the saying went, as long as he hadn't opened fire, you could only say he was hiding, not that he was lying in wait to ambush someone. To put it in American terms, you can't assume someone's sexu. Assume they've already done something before it actually happens. So Yi Feng believed he was not a camper. This was just camouflage he had no choice but to use in order to avoid being focused and attacked. Yes, that's right, exactly like that. After making that excuse for himself in his heart, Yi Feng glanced at the vine beside him. He noticed that it happened to be attached to a tree on the other side. So he quietly pulled one leg back and wrapped the vine around it once. Boo! After finishing all that, Yi Feng took a deep breath, raised his gun, and aimed at the rough direction the bullet had come from. Then, with the leg wrapped in the vine, he suddenly pulled hard. Bang! As the vine tugged the branch and made it sway, a sharp gunshot rang out. And because Yi Feng had been staring fixedly at the other side the whole time before that shot came, he saw the muzzle flash light up over there. Then, bang, 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 bang. A string of gunshots rang out. Only when the sniper rifle in his hands gave a dry click from an empty chamber did Yi Feng stop pulling the trigger and quickly change positions. What a joke. The guy on the other side was a real rat. And the best treatment for a rat was saturated fire, plowing the whole area flat. Yi Feng didn't have that kind of firepower right now, so all he could do was empty the magazine to show his respect. As Yi Feng emptied his magazine and decisively slipped away, inside the bush where the sniper who had just attacked him was hiding, a patch of shrubs that had practically been blasted until the ground was overturned. A man with a graying white beard was baring his teeth and sucking in cold air. TSK. That kid is ruthless. The instant he found me, he emptied the whole magazine. Good thing I noticed something was wrong in time and rolled out of the way, otherwise it wouldn't have just been 3 points of damage. Click. While Dumbledore was complaining, Yi Feng had already ejected the empty magazine and replaced it with a full one. After reloading, Yi Feng raised his gun again and aimed at the previous position. But unfortunately, the other side really was a very skilled camper, and he couldn't find them. Should I go over and take a look? This was not actually a game after all, so there were no hit notifications in this event. In other words, aside from the damage and elimination rules being different when someone was hit, everything else was exactly like real life. So Yi Feng wanted to go over and see whether he had eliminated the other party. But after only thinking about it for a moment, Yi Feng gave up, because this event wasn't won by survival time or anything like that. There was only one victory condition: number of eliminations. In other words, if you hid right from the start, then even if you hid until the end, you still wouldn't get the championship. On the other hand, if you came in and started slaughtering people immediately, then even if you got taken out halfway through, you might still have a chance to win first place. Of course, if you really could hide until the end, that was pretty impressive even if you didn't defeat a single person. So Yi Feng had also set up a reward for that, though the reward was very average. Just a little better than some of the things inside the event's Easter eggs. So after weighing the pros and cons, Yi Feng retreated, because if the other side hadn't been eliminated, then if he went over and got entangled with them, even if he won in the end, it would still take quite a bit of time. With that time, if he went looking for other newbies, he might be able to rack up several kills, maybe even more than 10. So Yi Feng decisively pulled back. While Yi Feng's side was exchanging fire, the people nearby who heard the gunshots also turned their attention this way. Some little cuties even got excited and rushed over after hearing the shots. After all, who didn't have a heart that dreamed of going on a killing spree? As for the result, well, Yi Feng was pretty happy with it. Bang! Seeing these little cuties charging all the way over with their guns not even raised, just slung on them as they ran wildly this way, Yi Feng kindly gave each of them a bullet. Bang! The one charging the fastest was a little Gryffindor underclassman. Yi Feng remembered that the kid had even asked him for an autograph before, but after hearing that the boy wanted to frame it and hang it by his bed, Yi Feng had decisively refused. Because of that, the little underclassman had been depressed for quite a while. Sigh, I'm really too kind. Just to let this little underclassman see the cruelty of society. I've practically worried myself sick. The little underclassman who got sent out with one shot. Yeah. If this weren't just an event, and bullets hitting people only hurt a little, then my heart really would have shattered. This miserable fate instantly scared the people rushing over so badly that they hurriedly hid behind big trees, in bushes, and in the grass. But Yi Feng had been teleported to the middle of a mountainside, and his elevated position gave him an absurdly good view. So although those people reacted quickly and hid themselves, they simply couldn't escape Yi Feng's sight. And then, bang, bang, 2 crisp gunshots rang out almost at the same time. And with those 2 shots, one little cutie hiding in a bush but sticking their head out to look around, and another hiding behind a big tree but somehow hiding on the wrong side, both turned into beams of white light and were sent out of the battle.
Ye Feng. De. Holy crap.
A rat is kill-stealing. Almost instantly, Yi Feng realized someone was stealing his kills, and that person was on the other side of the hollow behind him, judging from the direction of the sound. It's that rat who shot at me earlier. Realizing this, Yi Feng stopped even bothering to finish off the downed target and immediately swung his gun around. Then he saw a familiar old man who had turned his magical robes and hat green, with long white hair and a white beard.
Yi Feng. Sigma. De. Du.
Dumbledore. The moment Yi Feng saw that the sneaky bastard who had just tried to snipe him was actually Dumbledore, he was instantly shocked. And the very next second after Yi Feng spotted Dumbledore, Dumbledore seemed to sense something as well and raised his head to look in Yi Feng's direction. Then, Dumbledore revealed a bright smile. And then, bang! Another young wizard at the foot of the mountain turned into white light and vanished. That sudden scene snapped Yi Feng awake at once. He quickly aimed at the remaining opponents and pulled the trigger in rapid succession, sending them back to eat sunflower seeds and peanuts while watching the show. If he had never seen the other party face to face and didn't he know it was Dumbledore, then fine, he could have emptied the whole magazine without hesitation. But now that he already knew it was Dumbledore, then no matter what, he had to give the old man some face. After all, the Jianghu wasn't about killing and bloodshed. It was about human relationships and social finesse. The grounds of Hogwarts were still very, very large, so even though the gun range was far enough, it would still take quite a while before many people could gather in one place. So after only 2 minutes, the only ones left here were Yi Feng and Dumbledore. With all the kills already taken, Yi Feng decisively slipped away. He had no interest in getting shot in the back for no reason. Yi Feng left, and Dumbledore didn't stay long either, directly heading off in the opposite direction from Yi Feng. That sneak attack shot earlier hadn't been enough to send Yi Feng out. If he really got locked onto and faced this guy head-on, then the one going to eat sunflower seeds and peanuts while watching the show at the end would definitely be him, and that was not what he wanted. After all, Yi Feng had hidden quite a few tasty desserts in here as Easter eggs. Those definitely weren't something sunflower seeds and peanuts could compare to. And as everyone knew, Dumbledore was an absolute dessert lover. In shooting games, there was almost always one shared understanding. Never trust the teammate behind you, because you never knew when he would sell you out. So, an old FPS player basically always had extremely strong individual combat ability and possibly team coordination so bad it was painful to watch. Why was Yi Feng so clear on this? The reason was simple, because he used to be exactly that kind of person. But even so, when he played games, he still often got sold out by his so-called teammates. Of course, he had also seen plenty of people turn and run the instant they saw a ghost or something, so he wasn't really in any position to criticize others either. Therefore, after Yi Feng walked forward about 200 or 300 meters, he stopped and hid in a nearby patch of bushes, lying in wait quietly. Of course, since it was still morning and the sun hadn't really come out yet, the temperature of the surroundings wasn't very high. So before stopping, Yi Feng used the helmet's built-in tactical goggles, something similar to thermal imaging, to scan the area. Only after confirming that there really was no one nearby did he hide himself. After waiting about 4 or 5 minutes and confirming that no one was following behind him and there was no one nearby either, he finally continued forward. This time, he moved very carefully, almost always sticking close to places with cover. Although the vast majority of the wizards at Hogwarts had never played shooting games and probably hadn't even watched TV shows or movies like that, and likely had never even touched a gun before, so they simply wouldn't think of things like ambushing people, there would still be exceptions like Dumbledore, who had almost taken his first kill earlier and even stolen the 3 kills Yi Feng had in sight. Judging from Dumbledore's performance, there were at least several people in Hogwarts who absolutely could not be underestimated. After all, many of these old professors had experienced real battles, so their awareness of concealment and things like that was still very strong. Besides that, because talismans were so popular, there were quite a few people who liked playing hide-and-seek with Filch at night, so Yi Feng was certain there would definitely be no shortage of sneaky old rats in here. Therefore, although Yi Feng looked down a little on this group's shooting skills, he still took their hiding ability very seriously. The facts proved that Yi Feng's thinking was still very correct. Aside from the first-year freshmen, quite a few second years also chose to hide in place after entering. Instead of shouting loudly like Malfoy, "Rally on my position." In all kinds of competitions, especially the ones organized by Yi Feng himself, he had always pursued fairness. So in this kind of match, he always completely sealed off his spiritual sense and even partially sealed his sixth sense as well. Also, he could stay on the same level as Harry and the others. So this kind of caution was extremely useful because right now, aside from having some extra theoretical experience and better aim, he wasn't actually much more outstanding than the others in any other area. But even that advantage in marksmanship had been endlessly flattened out because the trajectory of the firearms had been enhanced with magic. Therefore, when someone on another hill was aiming a sniper rifle at Yi Feng, his constant movement from cover to cover effectively protected him and kept him from ending up getting sent out with a single shot. How annoying, little Yi Feng. Can't you just stop moving and let me send you out with one shot? That way you'd definitely remember your senior sister. Alright, little Yi Feng is already 13 this year. By the time school starts next year, he should be 14, right? Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, that little boy from back then would turn into a big boy? By the time school starts next year, he should be entering puberty too, right? Thinking of this, a certain beautiful Slytherin upper-class woman, who had been searching through the scope non-stop trying to lock onto Yi Feng, licked her somewhat dry lips, made dry from climbing the mountain and pushing through the grass. Bang! A gun fired, but the one who shot was not that Slytherin upper-class woman. It came from a patch of grass less than 50 meters below her, and at the exact instant the gunshot rang out, Yi Feng heard a whoosh, and then an unknown scrub tree about as thick as an arm, around 10 meters away from him, crashed down with a rustling sound.
Ye Feng, ki handakuten de handakuten.
Am I really that popular? How long has it even been? This is already the second time I almost got shot in the back from the shadows. Is there no justice anymore? Oh right, it's a free-for-all with no rules at all, and I'm the one who made the rules. Then it's fine. Time to run, time to run. Startled badly, Yi Feng hurried behind a tree that could barely cover him and hid there. Right at that moment, several more gunshots rang out in succession. Then Yi Feng saw a flash of white light from the direction the earlier gunfire had come from. Oh ho! Did that one get taken out by an opponent? Didn't he expect there really to be this many sneaky rats? I've already disguised myself like this, and there are still so many people who can spot me. Looks like it's still not quite enough. While muttering to himself, Yi Feng quietly grabbed several more branches from a nearby bush and stuck them onto himself, doing his best to use the branches to cover himself completely. So when that Slytherin upper-class woman took out that grass patch that could shoot and turned back to look for Yi Feng had already completely blended into the forest. No matter how carefully she searched, she found nothing at all. As for Yi Feng, after crossing over to the other side of the mountain, he felt that running around constantly looking for people wasn't a good solution either, because the first teleportation had scattered everyone randomly and evenly across Hogwarts, so there wouldn't be many people in any one place. Searching one by one was honestly a bit too difficult. More importantly, everyone was still a little cautious at the start. Up to now, Yi Feng hadn't heard many gunshots, and continuous gunfire was even rarer, so the best method was still to find a high point with a good field of view and wait for the rabbits to come to the stump. Of course, to avoid spending the whole day without finding many people, the later hourly teleports would gradually move everyone toward Hogwarts Castle, so the ideal place should be somewhere close to the castle. No matter what, they were still just a group of students. Even if quite a few of them had often gone in and out of the Forbidden Forest before, the open wilderness still wasn't a place they were familiar with. Hogwarts Castle was, so they would subconsciously move closer toward the castle. What Yi Feng needed to do now was find a high point with a wide field of view, one that could see and attack the road leading to the castle. That way, he might be able to camp quite a few kills. That was what Yi Feng was thinking, and some of the experienced professors were thinking the same thing. And one professor with exceptionally silky hair had especially good luck. He spawned right near such a high point. So when Yi Feng spent more than half an hour finally spotting the nearest high point to himself, before he could even be happy, a reflective glint flashed at him. Holy crap, there's a sniper. The instant he saw the scope glint, Yi Feng instinctively lunged to the side, then scrambled a few times in quick succession and hid behind a thick patch of bushes. That left Snape, who was guarding the high point, completely dumbfounded.
Snape, Sigma. De.
WH. What was that just now? Did a tree mutate into a tree demon? Yes. From Snape's hurried glance, what he saw was a tree suddenly leaping away the moment he looked over, then vanishing into the bushes. He had never imagined that thing was actually a person. Yi Feng. Say that again. 194-4. A duel between snipers was often extremely boring, but it also allowed no room for even the slightest mistake, because the moment you made one tiny mistake, the next second a bullet would be drilling into your body. At this moment, between Snape on the high ground and Feng below, blooming red, to hell with a sniper duel. Who has time to slowly search the other guy out? I've already thrown Idon to even know how many grenades. After discovering Snape, Feng realized that Snape's position really was excellent. Even if he didn't bother hiding at all, people below usually still wouldn't be able to see him. And from any position that could see him, he would definitely spot you first. Could be said that his position had every advantage. But although Snape's position had every advantage, it wasn't completely impossible to fight. Still, if I've got grenades in hand, why would I trade shots with you when I'm at a total disadvantage? Unless what I'm holding is a sniper grenade launcher. So Feng chose to blow Snape off that perch. Of course, he was still quite a long distance away from Snape's position, so it took Feng more than 10 minutes to get closer to the high point. But this was his limit. If he got any closer, Snape would easily spot him. Then, once Snape entered his throwing range, Feng didn't hesitate for even a moment. He directly hurled out the grenade that everyone could get at least one of. And after throwing the first grenade, he didn't pause in the slightest before pulling off the second one. Boom! 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 3 consecutive grenade explosions rang out. The dust kicked up high enough that it drifted all the way over to Feng's side. As for Snape above, the instant he saw something flying over, he instinctively reached into his pocket. But only after his hand went in did he remember that this was a personal battle with magical firearms. Magic and magical items were forbidden, including talismans. The moment he realized that, Snape shot to his feet with his gun in his arms and ran. When that cylindrical thing Feng called a grenade hit the ground, he suddenly dove like a tiger to the other side of the high point. He had not forgotten that this thing had been thrown up from the front. And if someone could throw this thing up here, then there was obviously someone down there. So if he jumped forward, that would be like delivering himself straight into the wolf's mouth. Facts proved that Snape's choice was extremely correct, because right after he dove out, the grenade on the ground exploded, and another grenade flew up. And that grenade landed a little farther forward than the previous one. In other words, if he had chosen to run forward instead of back just now, he would have crashed right into the second grenade. Feng below also hadn't expected Snape's reaction to be this fast. His first 2 grenades hadn't fully hit him. Otherwise, he would already have seen the white light by now. So he quickly pulled out the 3rd grenade, removed the safety, and threw it out. This time, Feng threw it a little farther, and this was the one that made Snape's face turn green, because he had just climbed up when he saw a round grenade falling straight toward him. Fuck! Seeing yet another grenade flying up, and as if it had eyes, dropping straight toward him, Snape's expression turned awful. But he was not the type to close his eyes and wait for death. Besides, he had already gotten back up, and the grenade still hadn't fallen. Completely dodging it was probably impossible, but there was still hope of avoiding most of it. So, 1 second before the grenade landed, Snape sprinted forward again and threw himself out. This dive sent him straight into a dense thicket of bushes. Ah, shit, don't let me find out who you are. Although, in order to prevent accidents and keep Hogwarts teachers and students from getting hurt, anyone from Hogwarts covered by the array would not suffer real harm, including but not limited to being hit by bullets, struck by flying stones, falling from heights, collisions, being stabbed by branches, and so on. But while real injuries were gone, pain still hurt a little. So when Snape plunged headfirst into the dense bushes, even if he wouldn't actually be injured, it still definitely didn't feel good. More importantly, the grenade had already exploded before he fully dove down after jumping up, so he flew farther and plunged in even harder. Ah! Just you wait. It's not just you with grenades. I've got them too. Groaning in pain as he climbed up from the ground and discovered he only had 3 bars of health left, Snape also got angry. He directly pulled off the grenade hanging on him, waited 2 or 3 seconds, then yanked the pin and threw it toward the other side above. On the other side, after throwing out the 3 grenades, Feng immediately slung the sniper rifle onto his back, raised his rifle and charged forward. Because that was Snape. If he could eliminate him right now, that would be one powerful competitor gone immediately. But he had rushed upward for less than 10 meters when a cylindrical object trailing faint blue smoke flew down from above. Feng. This time it was Feng's turn to dodge. Luckily, that grenade's aim was a little off, and the landing point was still some distance away from him. On top of that, he hadn't gone up directly from the front, but had chosen to circle slightly and go up from the side instead. So that grenade only barely clipped him. After he threw himself down, it basically had no effect on him. However, even though this grenade hadn't hit him, it still reminded him of something. These old-school wizards might never have touched modern weapons before, but their reaction speed and counterattack speed were absolutely fast and accurate. So Yi Feng gripped another grenade again, and after hearing movement, he didn't think at all before pulling the safety and throwing it straight toward the source of the sound. Snape, angry face. After throwing the grenade, Snape held his gun and wanted to push back and show his opponent what he could do. But after only running forward a few steps, the moment he looked up, he saw a familiar object flying straight at him, making him almost curse out loud on the spot. Boom! Fuck! Don't let me find out who you are! Along with Snape's furious roar, a streak of white light lit up. Yi Feng, who had just crawled to the top of the hill and poked his head over, immediately shrank back a little when he heard that roar. Was that really necessary? I only blew you up 4 times. You threw a grenade and blew me up once too. So stingy. Besides, this is just a game. SNT playing a game all about having fun however you want? Watching Snape turn into white light and fly away, Yi Feng couldn't help muttering under his breath. And if Snape had heard what Yi Feng said, he definitely would have rushed over and strangled him, because those words were just too infuriating. Unfortunately, he had already been teleported away by the array, so he was destined not to hear it. Of course, even though they had already been eliminated, that didn't mean getting knocked out here meant missing out on the Chishi event and rewards, because Yi Feng had also prepared a team battle and challenge stages. However, all of this was inside the array space Yi Feng had replicated with formations, and the entrance to these places was inside the dining hall. The reason it was set in the dining hall was naturally because there was plenty of food, fruit, and other things to eat prepared there. That way, even if someone got eliminated, seeing so much good food should keep them from getting too angry. So when Snape was eliminated and returned to the dining hall, seeing more than a dozen people already there eating all kinds of delicious food while bitterly recounting how they had been eliminated, the anger in his heart mysteriously died down quite a bit. It really is a treasure trove of geomancy. With a place like this, how could I worry about not getting first place? On a hilltop with a view of Hogwarts Castle, Yi Feng looked down from above, unusually excited. Of course, he did not get complacent because he knew very well that the teleportation array would activate once every hour. He had already spent quite a bit of time traveling and dealing with Snape, so he did not have much time left now. He had to move fast and rack up a few more kills. So after observing for a bit, Yi Feng lay down and started searching for targets. But not everyone was a rookie. They might not understand gunfights, but Hogwarts was hardly lacking in combat strength right now, so they had plenty of dueling experience. The commotion Yi Feng's earlier fight with Snape had caused was no small matter, so quite a few people had cautiously hidden themselves and did not show their heads for the time being. That immediately made it much harder for Yi Feng to find people. Still, it only became harder, nothing more. After all, these people did not know how to use branches for camouflage like he did and were basically all wearing black wizard robes. Black really was hard to spot at night, but in the woods during the day it was still pretty obvious. So after searching carefully for a while, Yi Feng found a younger student crouching beside a bush, anxiously scanning the area for enemies. Bang! The gunshot rang out. A gun modified with magic could basically hit exactly where it was aimed, so that younger student directly turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. After taking that younger student out with one shot, Yi Feng quickly shifted the muzzle and aimed at another enemy hiding behind a tree. But just as Yi Feng was about to fire, a gunshot rang out before his did. Whoosh! The sound of a bullet slicing through the air rang out, and a little burst of dirt exploded about 5 meters to Yi Feng's front left. At the moment the dirt burst up, Yi Feng also pulled the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, that Hogwarts student hiding behind the tree turned into white light and vanished. And as the white light disappeared, the tree also let out a creaking sound and tilted over. At the same time the tree fell sideways, Yi Feng turned his muzzle again. Then he saw an older year upperclassman he did not really recognize lying behind a rock, bracing a gun and aiming in his direction. Looks like I really can't underestimate you guys. But senior, hiding behind a rock doesn't necessarily mean you're safe. Goodbye. Bang! The gunshot rang out. That upperclassman hiding behind the rock with only half his head exposed turned into white light with a face full of disbelief. After sending that upperclassman away, Yi Feng kept searching for targets, and under his top-down assault, 7 or 8 people were quickly sent back to eat melon. Seeing that Yi Feng alone was holding this road leading to Hogwarts Castle, the others immediately grew anxious. But they were not stupid. They did not just charge forward blindly and instead started coordinating, trying to force Yi Feng out. But everyone nearby had already been cleared out by Yi Feng first unless they were hiding extremely well. As for those farther away, aside from the ones using sniper rifles, the rest with assault rifles simply could not reach him. Although sniper rifles were powerful and had long range, they only had semi-auto mode. On top of that, In this gun king ranking, no matter what gun you used, as long as you did not hit a vital point, it would only take off 1 drop of health. Because of that, not many people chose sniper rifles. After all, the gun fired slowly and was heavy. So Yifeng alone suppressed the vast majority of those who had rushed over. These people tried charging 2 or 3 times without success. And after losing several more people instead, they slowly withdrew. When Yifeng saw that no one was charging up anymore, there was nothing he could do, and he had no intention of chasing either, even though the distance to them was only such that he would need to leave the high ground and move a little forward. Although Yifeng really wanted kills, he was not stupid. The reason he could suppress so many people by himself was not his marksmanship, but the terrain advantage of looking down from above. Once he left the mountaintop and lost his cover, those more than 10 guns on the other side were no joke. And who knew whether they still had sniper rifles or not? So if these people did not come up, Yifeng did not chase. And in the middle of the stalemate, the time for the next random teleport was almost here. TCH, none of them are idiots. And now that they've seen the advantage of the high ground, after the random teleport, the high ground will definitely become the top target to fight over. Whether I'll still be able to take the high ground later is hard to say, so I'll leave you a little gift first. While muttering, Yifeng took out a grenade and carefully buried it in the soil. 2 or 3 minutes later, Yifeng let out a long breath and wiped sweat that did not exist from his forehead. Then he left a danger marker at the place where he had buried the booby trap, one that only people very familiar with him, like Harry and the others, could understand. I hope you can see it. I've left it this obvious already. Don't let the ones who get blown up in the end be you. As Yifeng muttered, dazzling light enveloped all of Hogwarts. Of course, only Yifeng and the others inside the Array's coverage could see this. From the outside, Hogwarts looked no different from usual. After the flash of light, some people who were still holding down the trigger realized they had suddenly changed locations, which made them so angry they almost threw away the guns in their hands. Meanwhile, some people who had been just about to be shot dead realized they had changed locations and were safe, and they were instantly so happy their snot bubbles were practically about to come out. In short, this teleportation brought joy to some and sorrow to others. And when Yifeng looked at the tall mountains on both sides, he could not help letting out a roar that perfectly expressed how he felt right now. Damn! The teleportation positions of the array were completely random. Even Yifeng himself did not know where he would be sent, so naturally there were good spots and bad ones. And this time, the place Yifeng had been sent to was a little less than ideal. Does it really have to screw me over this badly? I actually got teleported to the bottom of a valley, and the trees around me aren't even that dense. Is this trying to get me killed? Good thing I disguised myself earlier, or wouldn't I just become a bright and obvious target down here in the valley? As soon as the teleport ended, Yifeng quickly looked around. After discovering his situation, he could not stop a curse from slipping out, but he quickly adjusted his mindset, ducked straight into the nearby grass, and carefully observed his surroundings. Fortunately, although he had been teleported to the valley floor, there were no enemies around him. So after surveying the environment, he started running toward the mountaintop as fast as he could. While running upward along the planned route, Yifeng realized that sometimes having fewer plants had its own advantage. There were fewer obstructions which let him move forward much faster. But just as Yifeng was about to climb to the top, someone suddenly sprang out of the nearby grass and shouted, "Ha!
Yifeng! De!"
The sudden scare made Yifeng's whole body shudder. Already on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion after deliberately holding himself back, he was so startled that he staggered and fell backward on the spot. And when Cho Chang, who had suddenly jumped out and scared Yifeng, saw this scene, she was startled too and hurriedly reached out to pull him. That pull from Cho Chang let Yifeng use the force to regain his balance. And when he saw that the one who had scared him was actually Cho Chang, he was both annoyed and amused, and in the end could not help letting out a snort of laughter. Seeing that Yifeng was not angry, Cho Chang also smiled. But just as the two of them were about to say something, a sudden explosive boom came from a nearby hill. The booby trap Yifeng had left had gone off. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, startling Yifeng and Cho Chang. But the moment Yifeng saw where the explosion had happened, he instantly grinned. "Oh, didn't he expect the booby trap I left behind to actually go off too? No idea which unlucky bastard it was."
Cho Chang.
Hearing that, Cho Chang couldn't help rolling her eyes. But she was also curious who could be so unlucky as to get blown up by the trap Yifeng had left behind. So the two of them took out their binoculars and looked over. The instant Yifeng raised the binoculars and saw what was happening on that hill, he laughed. Because right then, on that hilltop, a little handsome guy sat on the ground with a blank look on his face. His whole body was pitch black and tattered, but his hair was still slick and shiny, only a little dusty and not messed up at all. "SNT, this our pure-blood noble Mr. Malfoy? Who could possibly be cruel enough to do this to you? At first, Yi Feng could still keep a straight face when he said that, but halfway through, he couldn't hold it in anymore and started laughing. But as he laughed, he suddenly couldn't laugh anymore, because he realized Malfoy was actually wearing a suit of armor, and judging from the defense that armor could provide, even if the booby trap had exploded right in his face, it still wouldn't have blown him to death on the spot. And that was exactly why, after getting blasted, Malfoy was only sitting there on the ground looking completely dazed. The truth was pretty much what Yi Feng had guessed. Malfoy's luck really was quite good. Although he had been blasted flying by a shot earlier, after being sent flying, he had just so happened to crash right beside a small wooden box. Inside that wooden box, which had been painted green and almost blended perfectly into the surroundings and stood about 40 to 50 centimeters tall, there was a suit of armor and a strawberry cupcake. The armor could provide extra protection. While it couldn't be used directly as a health bar, it could reduce damage by half. As for the little cake, aside from being pretty tasty, it could also heal. One small cake could restore 3 HP. Because of those items, when Malfoy had dismissed the marker, Yi Feng left behind with complete contempt, gone off on his own to find a good position to start slaughtering people, and then triggered the booby trap and got blasted into the air. He didn't turn into white light and get kicked out midair. Instead, he still had 1 bar of health left and dropped back onto the ground with a splat. Malfoy had already been blown silly, and then he got slammed by the fall too. Under that double hit, his brain was buzzing all over, and he was almost completely stupefied, which was why Yi Feng and the others saw that scene. Listening to Yi Feng and seeing Malfoy's miserable state, Cho Chang couldn't help shooting him a mildly reproachful glance. Then she pulled back the gun slung over her back, lay flat on the ground, and set it up. Yi Feng, Sigma Day. The moment Yi Feng saw her like that, he was instantly dumbfounded. When Cho Chang noticed him staring at her in shock, she pressed her lips together in a smile and said, "You made these rules yourself. Only the person with the most kills can become the champion, so I'm taking this kill."
Yi Feng, de. Bang.
With a crisp gunshot, the still dazed Malfoy turned into white light and vanished. By the time he came back to his senses, he realized he had already returned to the dining hall, which made him furious, because Malfoy hadn't even figured out how he had died. After stylishly finishing off the low-health Malfoy with 1 shot, Cho Chang didn't get up. Instead, she continued scanning the surroundings for targets. As for the safety of her back, even though this was a solo match, never mind the fact that there were still so many people left, even if it came down to just her and Yi Feng, she would still dare to leave her back to him without the slightest reservation, because she believed Yi Feng would absolutely never hurt her, absolutely never help her block every enemy and attack coming from behind. Seeing Cho Chang leave her back to him so completely without any guard, Yi Feng couldn't help sighing. Still, having a teammate was pretty nice too. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about getting backstabbed while holding the high ground. But while their position was on the mountaintop, it wasn't actually a very good one, because this was already considered the outermost edge of Hogwarts. Even if you held this place, it didn't really mean much. So after Yi Feng and Cho Chang held their guns for a while and searched the surrounding area, they started heading toward the hill where Malfoy had been earlier. Of course, before that, Yi Feng also camouflaged Cho Chang, so the tree heading toward Hogwarts Castle became 2 trees instead of 1. Just as Yi Feng and Cho Chang kept moving forward, a loud wolf howl suddenly rang out. Yi Feng's eyes lit up instantly, because after the area had been covered by the formation, there was only one kind of thing that could still appear and howl that loudly, and that was the monster he had specially created. These monsters were a kind of puppet he had made using the blood of various magical creatures, or even ordinary animals, obtained from the Forbidden Forest, combined with the formation. They only had one purpose, and that was to be killed by participants so they could get gift boxes. Calling them moving gift boxes wouldn't be inaccurate. Of course, if you charged in recklessly, there was also a chance the gift box would send you out of the match instead, because these animals carrying gift boxes were all aggressive. They attacked indiscriminately and even had full map scanning abilities that ignored hiding. But as long as you weren't stupid enough to rush straight in and instead chose to use the gun in your hands, there basically wouldn't be any danger. So when Yi Feng heard the wolf howl, he immediately grabbed Cho Chang's little hand and signaled for her to follow him. Cho Chang also knew that monsters carrying gift boxes would spawn randomly during the event, because Yi Feng had mentioned it before the match started, but since she hadn't encountered any before, she hadn't remembered it right away. But after Yi Feng grabbed her and signaled her to follow him, Cho Chang remembered immediately, and thinking of the plum blossom pastry she had gotten earlier, she couldn't help licking her red lips, because the taste of the plum blossom pastry really had been very good. Thinking of that, Cho Chang suddenly remembered something, so she tugged on Yi Feng's hand. After Yi Feng stopped, She carefully took out a box of plum blossom pastry from her clothes, wrapped up very securely, and placed it in his hand. I got this earlier when I was in the castle. It's really delicious. I thought you'd probably like it too, so I saved some for you. Hearing that, Yifeng froze for a moment, and when Cho Chang saw him staring blankly at her, a trace of confusion flashed across her delicate little face. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Or do you not like plum blossom pastry? Only after hearing that did Yifeng snap out of it like waking from a dream. After coming back to his senses, he quickly opened the carefully wrapped plum blossom pastry, and when he opened the box and found that there was still more than half left, for some reason, an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. So he picked up a piece of plum blossom pastry, looked at Cho Chang and said, "Open your mouth." Hearing Yifeng's words, Cho Chang lifted her head slightly in confusion to look at him. But even though she was puzzled, she still obediently opened her little mouth. And then she discovered that Yifeng had stuffed a sweet piece of plum blossom pastry into her mouth, one with an incredibly familiar taste.